After 3 years of cultivation, I achieved the golden core, but as soon as I stepped outside, I ran into Tang San. Shen Tianyu was completely stunned. Is this Douluo? Guys, this plot twist is too outrageous. Shen Tianyu transmigrated into the cultivation world, tirelessly training for 3 years, waking up early and practicing the heaven-swallowing demon technique every day. And finally transformed from a mortal to a golden core. He thought he could dominate the cultivation world. But instead, the system glitched and threw him into Douluo. As soon as he landed, he was bound by Tang San's blue-silver grass. Shen Tianyu exploded in anger. With my golden core cultivation in Douluo, I'm invincible, right? With a thought, the blue-silver grass exploded into pieces. Tang San was stunned. How did you break free without soul power? You're Tang San, right? He stepped forward and slapped Tang San, sending him flying 30 meters. Shen Tianyu gave Tang San a big slap, sending him flying 30 meters, half of his face swollen. Tang San glared. You're looking for death. He immediately unleashed his second soul skill, Parasite, and third soul skill, Web Binding, but Shen Tianyu stood there unmoved, taunting. Is that all? You have to know, this guy possesses the 4 swords of Zhu Xian and the Infinite Clock, and he can perform the 6 paths of Reincarnation Fist and the Primordial Sacred Fist. In his eyes, Tang San's soul power was like a tickle to God King Tang. San was just a half-step blood-moving realm in his eyes. Guys, do you think Tang San will unleash the Haotian Hammer next? Can Shen Tianyu's golden core cultivation dominate the entire Douluo continent? When will the system be fixed? Second soul skill, Parasite. The blue-silver grass spread from his feet, quickly covering Shen Tianyu's entire body. Third soul skill, Web Binding. The next chapter is directly high energy. Shen Tianyu saw that Tang San dared to attack and immediately summoned the Heavenly Emperor Sword, sending a sword chi slicing through, instantly severing Tang San's 8 spider lances. Tang San spat out blood on the spot. What weapon is this? It's a web made of blue-silver grass, instantly firing and binding Shen Tianyu in place. Guys, Tang San got beaten into a pig's head. He tried to smash Shen Tianyu with a Haotian hammer, but was ridiculed. Haven't you eaten? Use some strength. The slaps were too loud. Shen Tianyu was bound by Tang San's web, but his body was harder than diamond. With a forceful pull, he ripped the web apart. Tang San pulled out the Haotian hammer and struck with all his might, but Shen Tianyu remained unmoved, countering with another big slap. Is that all the strength you have? Are you just tickling me? Tang San's face was symmetrical and swollen, looking just like a pig's head. Haven't you eaten? Use some strength. Tang San was shocked when he saw a hand coming at him. Slap. Another big slap sent Tang San flying. Tang San panicked and used Tang's sect hidden weapons, shooting dragon beard needles at his throat, but with a clang they bounced off. He used a profound jade hand to strike his stomach, feeling like hitting a rock. Shen Tianyu got annoyed and punched Tang San in the stomach, making him spit blood, then slapped his back, breaking several ribs. This child of destiny was being beaten like a little chick. Just when Tang San was about to be finished, an old man in a green robe rushed out. How dare you? It was Dugu Bo. Shen Tianyu raised an eyebrow. Titled Douluo? Just in time. Let me try my divine elephant-suppressing prison force. You have to know, this guy cultivated 40 million particles, each with the power of a giant elephant. Even a tidal doll would be turned into meat paste. Guys, do you think Dugu Bo can take Shen Tianyu's punch? Will Tang San escape? Is Shen Tianyu going to target the ice and fire Yin Yang I next? Kid, you have guts, knowing this is my cave and daring to barge in. The next chapter is directly high energy. Dugu Bo unleashed the green phosphor snake emperor, spraying poison all over Shen Tianyu, but he acted as if nothing happened and smacked his lips. This poison tastes good, can I have some more? Dugu Bo was dumbfounded. You're not human. Dugu Bo saved Tang San and fixed his gaze on Shen Tianyu. Guys, this old monster Dugu Bo is in trouble. He sent out the 9-section jade snake to bite, but the snake's fangs shattered, and when he released his life-threatening poison, Shen Tianyu took a breath and said, not bad. This move completely broke Dugu Bo's defense. Dugu Bo saved Tang San and thought that with his title Douluo status, it was all set, but Shen Tianyu mocked him. Your poison formation is not even as good as that little brat Tang San. The old poisoner was furious, his green hair flying. I've roamed for many years, and no one dares to speak to me like that. Tang San fanned the flames beside him. Old monster, kill him. Dugu Bo unleashed his treasure, the 9-section jade snake, whose fangs were as hard as steel, but crack. They bit down on Shen Tianyu's arm, and the fangs shattered everywhere. Shen Tianyu held the snake and said, this little snake is no good. With a crack, he tore the snake in half. Dugu Bo cursed on the spot. You bastard. Tang San was also dumbfounded. This is impossible. My 9-section J-body is as hard as steel and mysterious iron. Even the sharpest blade in the world might not hurt it. Its fangs are the same. Why are you not injured at all? Huffed. With a disdainful snort, Shen Tianyu replied, coolly, kid, my body is indestructible if you want to break my defense. You're not qualified. The old poisoner panicked, waved his sleeve, and released his life-threatening poison, green gas instantly enveloping the area, smugly saying, now let's see how you dodge. But Shen Tianyu walked out of the poison mist, patted his clothes. I forgot to mention, I'm immune to all poisons. His figure flashed as fast as lightning, and he instantly appeared before Dugu Bo. Guys, do you think Dugu Bo can withstand Shen Tianyu's next attack? Will Tang San take the opportunity to escape? Is Shen Tianyu going to deal a lethal blow to the old poisoner? Wush's figure was as fast as lightning, like a hurricane passing through. And in the blink of an eye, he was before Dugu Bo. A punch pushed horizontally, crashing into Dugu Bo's abdomen. Guys, Dugu Bo was beaten into a bald-headed snake. Shen Tianyu withstood Medusa's gaze, directly gouging out the old poisoner's eyeball. This move is too ruthless. Dugu Bo released 9 soul rings, and his martial spirit transformed into the green phosphor snake emperor, the green poison killing everything in sight. But Shen Tianyu charged out of the poison mist, punched the snake's head, and scales flew everywhere. He also mocked. Your martial spirit's true form should be called the bald-headed green scale snake. The old poisoner panicked and unleashed Medusa's gaze, trying to petrify Shen Tianyu, but he exerted force with his fist, shattering the petrification and countered by gouging out. The snake's left eye. I just dug out your eyeball. Today I have dug out your eyeball. He reached out and grabbed the left eye of the green phosphor snake emperor, and the giant elephant particles within him exploded. Sizzla! A scream arose, and Dugu Bo was in excruciating pain, even more extreme. When Dugu Bo used his 8th soul skill, time stasis, unleashing his strongest poison attack, Shen Tianyu stood in the explosion, completely unharmed side. Title Delaw, nothing more. When the golden core pressure was released, Dugu Bo trembled all over. Are you a super Douluo? Shen Tianyu sneered. Now, it's my turn to send you on your way. Watch me tear apart a title Douluo. Guys, do you think this old monster Dugu Bo can survive? Can Shen Tianyu really tear apart a title Douluo? Will you Xiao Jiang and the others be dumbfounded when they see this scene? Now, it's my turn to send you on your way. Watch me tear apart a title Douluo. The next chapter is directly high energy. Shen Tianyu grabbed the head and tail of the green phosphor snake emperor, shouted loudly, and unleashed the full power of the giant elephant particles within him. There was a crack, and Dugu Bo's martial soul true form was actually torn apart. If Tang San woke up, he would probably be scared into a faint. The green phosphor snake emperor was torn in half. Family. Dugu Bo was ripped apart by hand. Before dying, he threatened, Tang Hao will kill you. But Shen Tianyu coldly laughed. Even Qian Daolu will be killed. This attitude is too arrogant. Dugu Bo risked his life, spitting out the snake Dan he had cultivated for decades. Using his 9th soul skill as a result, Shen Tianyu just waved his fist, and the void exploded, dispelling all the poisonous mist. With one punch, he shattered the soul power defense, and Dugu Bo spat blood, throwing Tang San away. You must live, only then can my granddaughter be saved. He stayed behind to fight to the death, but was grabbed by Shen Tianyu by the neck and torn in half with a sizzlia title Douluo of a generation. Just like that, was gone. Sizzle. There were no fancy techniques, just pure power, tearing Dugu Bo in half. The most powerful attack is often this simple a title Douluo of a generation has fallen. Just after solving the old poison, noises came from outside. Shen Tianyu glanced and smiled. The golden iron triangle is here. Yu Xiaojiang ran wildly shouting Xiao San. Lu Erlong was blazing with fire, and Flinder flew with wings. These three came to save Tang San, but just happened to run into the killing. God! Shen Tianyu stroked his chin, just in time to test their martial soul fusion skill. Family, do you think the fusion skill of the golden iron triangle can withstand a punch from Shen Tianyu? Yu Xiaojiang knows Tang San is fine. He was thrown away. Will they still confront him? Shen Tianyu can rip apart title Douluo. How long can these three last? Oof. Since you're here, let's test their martial soul fusion skill. The next chapter is directly high energy. When Yu Xiaojiang saw Dugu Bo's corpse, he was instantly dumbfounded. Flinder shouted, form up. The golden iron triangle activated their fusion skill, transforming into the golden sacred dragon. But Shen Tianyu just raised his hand and pressed down. Is this it? The sacred dragon was directly pressed to the ground and rubbed. Lu Erlong's eyes flashed with resentment. Waiting for 20 years, ultimately not as good as their disciple. Family. The golden iron triangle was beaten up. Lu Erlong transformed into a fire dragon, bombarding wildly, but Shen Tianyu stood there as if nothing happened. mocking, "You're far worse than Dugu Bo." Just after ripping apart Dugu Bo, Shen Tianyu collided with the golden iron triangle coming to save Tang. Sanaz, soon as Yu Xiaojiang saw he had no soul power fluctuations, he immediately became tough. "Make Dugu Bo hand over Xiao San." But Shen Tianyu raised his hand and lifted him, smashing him into the mud. "A piece of trash under level 30 dares to point fingers at me." Lu Erlong exploded on the spot, using her martial soul to transform into a fire dragon, clawing at Shen Tianyu's head, but was pushed back with a single palm, her dragon armor. Exploding, Lu Erlong became even angrier, using her 7th soul skill, Fire Dragon True Form, spitting fireballs and swinging dragon flames, burning the forest down, but Shen Tianyu burst out from the flames, breaking her soul skill with one punch and sending her flying. Flender was shocked. Lu Erlong's 4th soul skill had not only extreme attack power, but also a burning effect. Logically, even if Shen Tianyu withstood this blow, he should have flames lingering on him, burning. However, Shen Tianyu, not to mention being burned by the dragon flames, not even his robe had a hint of being scorched. Flender was dumbfounded. What's going on? The dragon flames can't burn him? Lu Erlong went crazy, using her 6th soul skill, exploding Fire Dragon Strike. A barrage of punches came down, but Shen Tianyu just swung a punch, hitting her dragon mouth, sending Lu Erlong flying. Again, Shen Tianyu didn't forget to add insult to injury. "Your punches are too weak. Family, what big move do you think Lu Erlong will unleash next?" Yu Xiaojiang was scolded as trash. Will he get so anxious that he explodes? With Shen Tianyu's power, can he handle the entire golden iron triangle? "This senior, we mean no offense. We came here simply hoping to find the Poison Douluo and retrieve my student Tang San. May I ask if you know the Poison Douluo, or have seen my student?" The next chapter is directly high energy. Shen Tianyu looked at Flender, a smirk on his lips. "Tang San? Oh, you mean that little brat? He has already been killed by me." Yu Xiaojiang spat blood on the spot. "What did you say? You sure can talk, much better than those 2 brainless ones." That said, Shen Tianyu still looked down on Flanders in his heart. "Dugu Bo is already dead. I killed him with my own hands." The 3 of them trembled and exchanged glances. Being able to kill a titled Douluo, without a doubt. The person in front of them was also at the titled Douluo level. Moreover, he was in existence even stronger than Dugu Bo. However, there weren't many titled Douluos on the continent, and they racked their brains but couldn't think of anyone like Shen Tianyu. Shen Tianyu cast a casual glance at the 3, a wicked smile appearing on his face. "As for Tang San, do you want to know his whereabouts? Tell me, what do you know about him?" Mentioning Tang San, Yu Xiaojiang's demeanor changed. "No matter who you are on the continent, Tang San is someone you can't provoke. Do you know who his father is?" "Dan Hao." Shen Tianyu blurted out. This kind of idiotic question didn't need any thought. "So you know." A glimmer of hope flashed in Yu Xiaojiang's eyes. Since the other party knew that little San was Tang Hao's son, he would certainly not dare to act rashly. However, Tang San has already been killed by me. Chapter 6. Beating the Golden Sacred Dragon. What did you just say? Yu Xiaojiang's eyes turned red, his face dark and distorted. "How dare you? Do you know that little San's father is the Hao Qian Douluo? Even the Pope of the Spirit Hall has to take a step back. You killed little San. The Hao Qian Douluo won't let you go." At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang's heart was like ashes. He had no children or daughters in his life. Immersed in the study of martial soul theory, he had long treated Tang San like a son. Moreover, his lifelong research on martial soul theory had to rely on Tang San for practice. Now that Tang San was killed, Yu Xiaojiang's world suddenly dimmed. "Oof. If Tang Hao dares to come, I will kill him too." Is swinging a big hammer that impressive? Whether it can withstand a punch is still unknown. All right, all right, all right. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yu Xiaojiang's eyes were filled with rage. "You dare to kill little San. Today I will make you pay the price." Flanders and Lu Erlong swiftly moved to stand in front of Yu Xiaojiang, the 3 forming a triangular formation. The sun and moon shine, golden transformation. Boom! A golden light erupted from the 3 of them, soaring into the sky. Shen Tianyu narrowed his eyes slightly. Was this the martial soul fusion skill of the golden iron triangle? Under the golden light, the overall momentum of the 3 was greatly enhanced, especially Yu Xiaojiang. A waist who was under level 30 surprisingly had the aura of Soul Daw. The 3-in-1, the formation operated. Luo San Pao. The martial soul was released, and the dog-shaped pig-like Luo San Pao leaped into the center of the 3's formation. Open the soul rings. Yu Xiaojiang had 2 rings, while Flanders and Lu Erlong each had 7 rings. A total of 16 soul rings gathered around Luo Sanpao. Luo Sanpao's face twisted in pain, his body continuously rising with a triangular golden light array. Golden scales covered his flesh. As the immense soul power poured in, Luo Sanpao's body rapidly expanded. Scales exploded on his forehead, giving rise to a pair of dragon horns. On his massive skeletal back, dragon wings unfurled. His eyes shimmered with golden light, transforming into a giant dragon. Roar martial soul fusion skill, Golden Saint Dragon. The dragon's roar echoed, and the beasts of the setting sun forest cried out in fear. The pressure from the dragon clan made countless soul beasts tremble and flee in panic. The majestic vertical pupils shone entirely in gold. Kill! Yu Xiaojiang shouted angrily, and the Golden Saint Dragon Luo Sanpao opened its enormous dragon mouth. The golden dragon's breath surged toward Shen Tianyu, gathering the spirit power from his dantian. Shen Tianyu swung his fist. Boom! The fist wave collided with the dragon's breath, creating an explosion that unleashed a massive wave of energy, sweeping through the surrounding trees. Even the century-old giant trees were snapped in half. Shen Tianyu knew well about this martial soul fusion skill. The Trinity meant that the three individuals took on different roles. Flander granted Luo Sanpao the ability to fly. Lu Erlong provided the skeletal structure of the Saint Dragon, and Yu Xiaojiang was in charge of commanding Luo Sanpao in battle. Your martial soul fusion skill is indeed powerful, but the biggest flaw is that it is commanded by a useless person. In the Golden Saint Dragon state, Flander and Lu Erlong had to fully provide soul power support and could not focus on fighting. This meant that the task of commanding the battle fell on Yu Xiaojiang. You! Gritting his teeth, Yu Xiaojiang shouted in anger. Luo Sanpao, tear him apart. The Golden Saint Dragon roared, its sharp dragon claws slashing down. As its wings flapped, it flew in front of Shen Tianyu. The enormous dragon claw came crashing down, creating a series of faint rumbles in the space. Tear him apart. Filled with anticipation, Yu Xiaojiang was greatly shaken, feeling that revenge was within reach. Sizzle the space left dragon marks as the dragon claw, covered with hard, golden scales, descended. Shen Tianyu stretched lazily and grabbed the dragon claw with one hand. Flander, Lu Erlong, and the others were all stunned, their eyes wide. What kind of power is this? The power of the Golden Saint Dragon is extremely terrifying. With one claw, even a small mountain would be split in half. Yet Shen Tianyu, with bare hands, captured it effortlessly, grabbing the dragon claw with his left hand and swinging his fist with his right. Bang! With just one punch, the dragon scales on the belly of the Golden Saint Dragon caved in. The immense force rebounded onto the three, causing a sweet taste to surge in their throats. The weakest Yu Xiaojiang couldn't bear it and spat out a mouthful of dark blood. Roar the Dragon's roar shook the heavens, and the Golden Saint Dragon was enraged. The dragon's might descended, pressing down on Shen Tianyu. The massive dragon tail swept across, striking Shen Tianyu at the waist. Bang! Shen Tianyu stood in midair, straight as a towering mountain. He raised his eyebrows and reached out to grab the dragon tail. Just because you have a trace of the Golden Saint Dragon's bloodline, you really think you are a dragon? With all his strength, the Golden Saint Dragon lost its balance in midair. Bang! 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 Shoulder throw. The dragon's head repeatedly made close contact with the ground, leaving Luo Sanpao dizzy. Each slam backfired onto the three. They all felt unbearable pain, their faces contorted. Especially Yu Xiaojiang, who was on the verge of collapse. Get lost. Spinning in place, he threw the Golden Saint Dragon away. Stepping on the void, he swung his fist up, farting like thunder, the earth-shattering Luo Sanpao. Bang! Golden mist rose from the dragon's tail, forming a golden shield that lay horizontally in front of the Golden Saint Dragon. The fist followed closely, and as soon as it touched the golden shield, the shield exploded into a pile of fragments. This punch, without a doubt, struck the head of the Golden Saint Dragon. Xiaojiang, if this continues, we will lose. Flander said grimly, speaking softly. Use that move. As the one providing the dragon's skeletal structure, Lu Erlong bore the brunt of the damage and was now pale. Okay. Yu Xiaojiang no longer hesitated, forming a seal with his palm. The three of them simultaneously spat out a mouthful of blood, sprinkling it in the center of the golden triangular array. The essence of the Golden Saint Dragon, the true form of the Saint Dragon, their blood fused into one, transforming into a golden stream of light that shot into the sky and entered Luo Sanpao's body. Luo Sanpao spread his dragon wings, golden light soaring, burning like a raging flame. The dragon's roar grew louder, and the burning golden flames condensed in front of Luo Sanpao. In an instant, a completely transparent Golden Saint Dragon formed. Meanwhile, The original golden Saint Dragon began to shrink rapidly until it turned back into Luo Sanpeo's form. Floating back into the golden triangular array, the transparent golden Saint Dragon flapped its wings and charged at Shen Tianyu. The overwhelming dragon might spread, causing the entire setting sun forest to tremble violently. The space emitted a series of muffled sounds, as if it were about to shatter. Is this the strongest strike of the golden Saint Dragon? Just a glance, and Shen Tianyu sensed the power of this attack. Taking a step back, he prepared a punch. His eyes fixed on the transparent golden Saint Dragon. The distance between them continued to close. Below, Yu Xiaojiang and the others were pale to the extreme. This move had drained all their soul power. The three looked nervously at the sky, knowing that if this strike failed, disaster would be imminent. With cold and ruthless eyes, Yu Xiaojiang glared fiercely at Shen Tianyu. Chapter 7. How do you want to die? Facing the charging transparent golden Saint Dragon, Shen Tianyu remained calm. He raised his right hand, slowly clenching his 5 fingers. The crackling sound of his joints was deafening. The giant elephant's particles erupted, and he seemed like a fierce beast. With one foot stepping into the void, he charged forward. How dare you? Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed, secretly thinking it was arrogant. As the strongest strike of the golden sacred dragon, the true form of the sacred dragon could still stand a chance against the Tiandou Duo. To engage in such a head-on clash, one must either be a fool or have absolute confidence in their own strength. Could it be that he really could withstand it? Just as the thought crossed his mind, the answer came a moment later. In midair, Shen Tianyu charged like a meteor. The magnificent dragon might was released along with waves of dragon roars. The golden light burned like flames, causing the space to tremble incessantly. The true form of the sacred dragon, merged with the strength of 3, was their strongest strike and also their last hope. In the blink of an eye, Shen Tianyu was already in front of the transparent golden sacred dragon. His fist swung out with a thunderous boom, piercing through the transparent golden sacred dragon's body on the spot. Boom! The dragon force exploded, unleashing a violent power that tore apart everything within the explosion radius. The energy fluctuation spread for over 1,000 meters. Wherever it passed, trees were uprooted and thrown aside by the aftermath. The towering mountains blocking the ice and fire duality swayed precariously, with countless falling rocks rolling down, as if the entire mountain would collapse in the next second. Such terrifying energy fluctuations would make even a soul saint hesitate to be in its midst. The frenzied energy fluctuations surged wildly, and Shen Tianyu stood within it, constantly being battered by the residual waves. After 3 years of arduous training, this body was incredibly tough. Shen Tianyu's entire being felt like an iron plate. Despite the waves of impact crashing against him, not a single bruise was left behind. He raised his palm and let out a deep roar. Calm down. With a single press of his palm, spiritual energy dispersed. The energy fluctuations were directly suppressed. This scene left Yu Xiaojiang and the other 2 dumbfounded. You are super Duo. In their understanding, such terrifying combat power was no ordinary Tiandou Duo, but had reached level 95, a rare super Duo in the continent. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang realized he had kicked a hard nail. Upon reflection, he should have figured out long ago. If even the Tiandou Dugu Bo had been killed by the other party, how could he be an ordinary Duo? Shen Tianyu was unaware of what Yu Xiaojiang was thinking. He effortlessly manipulated the spiritual energy to dissipate the residual waves from the explosion. At this moment, the poison formation around them had already been severely damaged. The trees withered, and not a blade of grass grew. Shen Tianyu flexed his wrist and glanced over the 3. A powerful pressure descended from the air, causing the 3 to tremble. Unable to bear it any longer, their legs gave way, and they knelt down on the spot. Speak. How do you want to die? Fear surged in their hearts. The 3 did not believe for a moment that Shen Tianyu would show mercy. Knowing that Tang San's father was the Haotian Duo, and still daring to act ruthlessly, he was undoubtedly a cold-blooded individual. It seemed that today I would not escape death. But being able to die alongside Erlong and Xiao Gang meant I would have company on the road to the underworld. Flanders was surprisingly open-minded, displaying a generous demeanor as if he were ready to face death. It was just a pity for my little monsters. I wouldn't be able to see them one last time. In contrast to Flanders, Yu Xiaojiang's emotions fluctuated. His breathing was heavy, his chest rising and falling. Finally, Yu Xiaojiang made up his mind, enduring Shen Tianyu's pressure, and stiffly raised his head to speak. Senior, today, I came to seek my disciple Tang San. The 2 of them follow me here. Ultimately, this is all because of me. I apologize on behalf of the younger generation for offending you. I only wish you can spare them. Take my life instead. At this point, every life saved mattered. As the saying goes, as long as the green mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. As long as one person could survive to spread the news of Tang San's death, Tang Hao would surely come for revenge. Moreover, the Tiandou royal family would harbor hatred against Shen Tianyu. Titled Douluos were exceedingly rare on the continent, and the only one capable of assisting the Tiandou royal family was this Poison Douluo, with Dugu Bo now dead. This was certainly not good news for the Tiandou royal family, and they would naturally come to completely despise Shen Tianyu. No, seeing that Yu Xiaojiang was willing to bear the burden alone, Lu Erlong immediately jumped out. Having loved Yu Xiaojiang all her life, she could not stand by and watch him face death. Senior, you may not know that both Xiaojiang and I were born in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. You have already killed Tang San and offended the Haotian Douluo. If you kill us as well, you will undoubtedly offend the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Our sect also has a Super Douluo in command. It would not be easy for one person to contend against the revenge of two Super Douluos, would it? As long as you let us go today, we will not utter another word. In Lu Erlong's view, Shen Tianyu was a Super Douluo. Now, bringing up the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was a way to pressure Shen Tianyu. If he had confidence in opposing the Haotian Douluo, what about facing an additional Super Douluo? 1 against 2, can you win? Lu Erlong, do you think I'm a fool? As an illegitimate daughter, have you ever been recognized by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect over the years? And that Yu Xiaojiang, who doesn't know that he is the disgrace of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect across the continent. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect must be out of their minds to go against me for a useless person like you. Even if I kill both of you, your father won't dare to come looking for trouble with me. Can he defeat me? As for that old dragon, he will probably pretend not to know in order to protect his sect's reputation. As soon as these words were spoken, the three of them were stunned. Very few people knew about Lu Erlong's identity as an illegitimate daughter. Even within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, not many were aware of it. Nonsense. How can an outsider know about my family's affairs? Lu Erlong immediately retorted, her face flushed with anger. How I know is not important. What matters is that you three must die today. Even if the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect seeks revenge, I am not afraid at all. If that old dragon truly dares to take action, I, Shen Tianyu, will ensure that there is no Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect left in this world. Boom! Spiritual energy erupted from his body, and a sense of death enveloped the three of them in an instant. The three exchanged bitter smiles. This person is simply insane and has no scruples. Erlong, Xiaojiang, there's no need to plead with him. Flinder comforted, thinking that if he killed the three of us today, will no one know he killed the third party? When we came out, the little monster. Shut up. Yu Xiaojiang's face changed drastically, and Flinder immediately realized he had said something wrong. Shrek Academy, right? Just that group of small fries, would I be afraid? After killing you, I will go and wipe out Shrek. You bastard. Flinder was furious, struggling to get up. Kneel down. A wave of pressure descended from the sky, forcefully pressing down on Flinder's back. Raising his right hand into a fist, his eyes revealed a killing intent. A punch was thrown, and the power of the punch condensed and fell from the sky. All right, that's enough. The rough roar echoed through the sunset forest. Dare to move my son's teacher? Chapter 8. The appearance of the Haotian Douluo in the sunset forest. A completely black great hammer fell from the sky. Shen Tianyu frowned and countered with a punch. Bang! The fist collided with the great hammer, and the hammer was immediately sent flying. The shockwave rolled outwards like waves. The robust figure came like a hurricane. The tattered robe waved, and soul power swept through. Yu Xiaojiang and the others felt as if the world was spinning, their feet leaving the ground. Once they steadied themselves, they found themselves 300 meters away. The great hammer returned to the man's hand, revealing its true appearance. The man wore a tattered long robe, and his skin was bronze-colored. His strong body seemed as if it would burst the ragged robe. His complexion was waxy yellow, and his hair was messy, as if a bird could fly by and consider a nest. In his right hand, he gripped the black hammer, while his left hand cradled a young boy. The newcomer was none other than Haotian Douluo Tang Hao. The boy he held his left arm was Tang San. Shen Tianyu raised his eyebrows. This guy Tang San had already been severely injured by him earlier and then thrown away by Dugu Bo, yet he was still alive. What a son of fate. Truly a lucky fellow. He never expected Tang Hao to follow Tang San. It made sense, though. Even though Tang Hao had left a letter after Tang San's martial soul awakening, he had never shown himself, but was mostly observing in secret. This time, the group from Shrek was originally going to join the Tiandou Royal Academy. How could Tang Hao rest easy without secretly following? He had even followed when Tang San was abducted by Dugu Bo. The reason he revealed himself now was to treat Tang San's injuries. Facing Shen Tianyu, Tang Hao did not hide the killing intent in his eyes. Touch my son, and this person has already paved his path to death. How Ian, your highness? Little San. Yu Xiaojiang was excited. He had come back to life at the brink of death. How could he not be thrilled? Moreover, in Yu Xiaojiang's heart, Tang Hao had always been his idol, an irreplaceable existence. Striking the former pope of the Spirit Hall had vented Yu Xiaojiang's anger. If it weren't for Qian Renxue, he would have long been living a shameless life with Donner. To see him today was indeed a pleasant surprise. And seeing that Tang San was fine was double the joy. Master, thank you for teaching little San. It's no trouble. It's what I should do. Yu Xiaojiang waved excitedly. Tang Hao turned around and handed the unconscious Tang San to Yu Xiaojiang. Take little San away. I'm not ready to face him yet. Don't tell him I was here. Understood. Yu Xiaojiang nodded heavily and quickly turned to leave with Lu Erlong and Flender. Before leaving, Yu Xiaojiang shot Shen Tianyu a fierce glare. Shen Tianyu, you shouldn't have touched Tang San. You never expected Hao Qian Douluo to be nearby, did you? With Hao Qian Douluo's appearance. Prepare to die. Shen Tianyu did not stop Yu Xiaojiang and the others. Such a stinky fish and rotten shrimp could be killed with a mere gesture, when a strike was completely irrelevant. Instead, the current Tang Hao piqued Shen Tianyu's interest. Just how much strength does the pure, power-oriented Hao Qian Douluo possess? I wonder if he can withstand this punch with 3 years of power. You are Shen Tianyu, right? Tang Hao squinted slightly. I heard you say that if I dare to come, you would kill me? Ha! That's exactly what I said. The former pope of the Spirit Hall died under my hammer. Even if Qian Daolu were here, I wouldn't fear him. Were you, daring to shout about killing me? When did some nameless rat dare to claim kingship on the Douluo continent? Boom! Tang Hao slowly spoke, and 9 soul rings rose successively around him. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. A 95th level super Douluo with the best soul ring configuration. Looking across the entire Douluo continent, Tang Hao truly had the strength to be arrogant. Hao Qian Douluo is truly remarkable. But I heard that Qian Xuanji was killed by Bibi Dong. Shen Tianyu smiled faintly, his gaze fixed on the 9th red soul ring. Such an impressive person needed a wife to be sacrificed to ascend to the title Douluo. That hammer of yours didn't just strike down Qian Xuanji. It also caused the Hao Qian sect to retreat from the world. The affiliated single attribute 4 sects also suffered tremendously because of you. Unable to protect your wife, harming your clansmen, and indirectly abandoning the loyal single attribute 4 sections. A person like you is also worthy of inheriting the Hao Qian title. The Hao Qian sect has you. It's truly a great humiliation. Every word strikes at the heart. Tang Hao, already burdened with guilt, turned pale, and his forehead was lined with dark veins from the humiliation inflicted by Shen Tianyu's words. What a sharp-tongued fellow. Holding the Hao Qian hammer, Tang Hao raised his head and straightened his back, speaking in a calm, yet indifferent tone. If you can withstand my attacks for the duration of an incense stick without using my soul ring or soul skills, then I will only beat you today. If you dare to lay a hand on my son again in the future, I will take your life. Tang Hao had his pride. He claimed he wouldn't use his soul ring or soul skills for the duration of an incense stick. However, he was confident that he could take Shen Tianyu's life within that time. Moreover, Tang Hao had left himself a way out. Although he wouldn't use his soul ring or soul skills, he never said he would use the Hao Qian Hammer's inherited soul skills. If the situation turned dire and Shen Tianyu really could last an incense stick's time, Tang Hao would deliver a fatal blow at the last moment. This way, he could maintain his credibility. An incense stick, huh? Shen Tianyu smirked, sizing up Tang Hao. Is it too little? No, you misunderstood. He shook his head lightly and said something shocking. I think killing you 1T take an incense stick's time. As soon as he said this, Tang Hao's killing intent surged. Arrogant. Since entering the title Douluo realm, Tang Hao had been a well-known figure on the continent. Even after retreating for a few years, legends about him still circulated. Today, he was openly provoked and looked down upon. The anger in his heart was ignited completely. If he didn't kill this person in front of him and let him escape, what would happen to the reputation of the Hao Qian Douluo? The Tang Hao who struck the Pope would only be further belittled. It seemed that during my years of seclusion, people on the continent have forgotten my strength and the power of the Hao Qian hammer. Very well, today I will use your life to commemorate my return to the continent with the Hao Qian hammer. With those words, the killing intent surged. In an instant, it enveloped Shen Tianyu. Killing God domain. Originally, Tang Hao intended to toy with Shen Tianyu, but after several provocations, he had lost all patience. Once the Killing God domain was activated, he aimed for a quick resolution. Within the Killing God domain, Tang Hao's momentum continuously surged, faintly reaching the limits of a super daw. His own power multiplied. This was the ability of the Killing God domain. It elevated the user's momentum, reduced the opponent's strength by 10% within the domain, and provided a boost to the user. What a Killing God domain. What an elevated Qian Douluo. Today, I will shatter your myth and step over your body to make a name for myself across Douluo. Chapter 9. Chaotic Wind Hammer Method. The CPU has been repaired. I'm back. Just as I was about to strike, the system panel popped up. Damn it. Seeing this panel made Shen Tianyu angry. However, he quickly calmed down. Compared to the bloody and dark cultivation world, this Douluo underworld was much more enjoyable. I can do whatever I want. Long-term task issued. Please establish a supreme immortal court in Douluo continent. Task reward. The reward is too mysterious and will not be disclosed for now. Damn. Is it going to be like this? Short-term task 1 issued. Please teach one person a cultivation method. Task reward. 9th grade spirit vein, Emperor's technique, immortal heaven technique. Shen Tianyu nodded to himself. This task was quite good. Teaching one person to cultivate is pretty simple. Moreover, the task reward is also excellent. A 9th-grade spiritual vein can be considered a blessed land that countless powerful beings in the cultivation world compete for. Even the great masters would be envious of its existence. As for the undying heavenly art, it is a unique technique created by an emperor which can complement the current cultivation method of the sky-eating devil technique. No, wait. Shen Tianyu realized something. Are you kidding me? The Douluo world has thin spiritual energy and is situated in a sewer-like dimension, making it impossible to convert spiritual energy for cultivation. How am I supposed to teach people? In a vast universe, there are countless dimensions, and spiritual energy permeates the entire cosmos. However, some dimensions are too low-level to convert spiritual energy into the body or even perceive the existence of spiritual energy, thus transforming it into another weaker form of energy and establishing a cultivation system. The Douluo sewer-like dimension has no foundation for cultivating spiritual energy at all. When the soul questioned, the system was at a loss. The CPU burned out again, under repair. What a sin. How did I end up with such an unreliable system? Kid, are you looking down on me? Putting away the system panel, Shen Tianyu looked at Tang Hao. He saw Tang Hao's face turn pale, holding an incense stick between his fingers. What if I look down on you? I stand here without moving. What do you do about it? How about this? Today I'm in a good mood. I'll one-team move from this spot, and I'll let you use one hand. Madman. Tang Hao was completely furious, igniting the incense in his hand and thrusting it into the muddy ground. The strong men of the continent, upon hearing the name Tang Hao, tremble in fear. You little brat, how dare you look down on me like this? Today, I will smash you to pieces with my Qian hammer. With a furious shout, he raised the Qian hammer high. The surging soul power gathered violently, and with one hammer, it directly fell from the sky. Shen Tianyu remained calm, raising his left hand while swinging his right fist. In his view, the Qian hammer grew larger and larger, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him. Uppercut. Bang. The fist collided with the hammer face, causing massive shockwaves. Tang Hao felt his arms tremble, and the Qian hammer nearly slipped from his grip. Gripping the hammer tightly, the overwhelming force from the collision bounced the Qian hammer back. With his brows furrowed, Tang Hao was secretly surprised. This hammer, though ordinary, was swung with all his might. Even if Dugu Bo stood here, he wouldn't dare to clash head-on. This shows that this kid indeed has the strength of a super Douluo. He snorted derisively. So what? The name of Qian is not something just anyone can inherit. In the inheritance of the Qian sect, the highest soul power level is not necessarily the Qian Douluo, but the strongest is certainly the one who bears the Qian title. Today, after being humiliated in every way, Shen Tianyu was already marked for death in Tang Hao's heart. At this moment, he swung the Qian hammer again, diving down for a fierce strike. Shen Tianyu, unfazed, raised his hand again for another punch. This time, the Qian hammer did not bounce away. Tang Hao held the hammer steady, and the second strike followed closely. Technique. Shen Tianyu became a bit interested, slightly reducing his strength in response to the second strike. Let us see what kind of power this Chaos Cloak Hammer technique has after a total of 81 strikes. Third strike, 10th strike, 24th strike. With each strike, a portion of power accumulated. As the Qian hammer continued to swing, The explosive power became more and more violent. Each collision between the fist and the hammer face sent shockwaves outward. 36 strikes. Bang! Shen Tianyu remained unharmed, standing in place with a smile. Continue. What a humiliation. Seeing Shen Tianyu so calm, Tang Hao felt deeply humiliated. He continued to swing the Haotian hammer, with power wildly accumulating. 48 strikes. Shen Tianyu stood like a mountain, still smiling. 60 strikes. His chest stood straight, his fist firmly receiving the blow. 72 strikes. Boom! The earth trembled, but Shen Tianyu remained unmoved. His feet not even sinking into the mud. 80. Bang! After this strike, the power of the Haotian hammer had reached a terrifying level. Seeing that Shen Tianyu was unharmed, Tang Hao swung the Haotian hammer and unleashed this final strike. Chaos Cloak, the 81st strike. The Haotian hammer slowly descended, and the space resounded with muffled thuds. This strike was the strongest blow. After the accumulation of the previous 80 strikes, Tang Hao was confident that he could even contend with the old man Thousand Paths. If Bibi Dong stood in front of him, she wouldn't dare to confront him head-on. If it were Dugu Bo, that guy would have fled long ago. Boom! The giant hammer fell. Dust flew everywhere. The entire sunset forest trembled violently. Tang Hao smiled broadly. Arrogant little brat. Let us see if you can still smile. How can I not smile? Boom! The spiritual energy surged, and the flying dust dispersed. The smile on Shen Tianyu's face remained unchanged. His robe was as clean as new. Not a speck of dust on it. Tang Hao was stunned, feeling a sense of doubt in his heart. Could it be that the person before him was a limit Douluo? Immediately, Tang Hao shook his head. Impossible. There are only a few limit Douluos at level 99 on the continent. The person in front of him was definitely not a limit Douluo. There must be some special soul skill that allowed him to withstand this blow. Perhaps he was just putting on an act and was already at the end of his rope. Yes, it must be like that. Tang Hao thought, if you only have this little ability, I will be very disappointed. His fist quickly retracted and then struck out fiercely. Bang! Tang Hao's arms shook as the immense force hit him through the Haotian hammer. His bones trembled at risk of dislocating. This punch came quickly, and Tang Hao had no defense. Before his brain could react, his numb hand had already loosened its grip on the Haotian hammer. The Haotian hammer flew into the sky, and Tang Hao's face changed dramatically as he immediately dodged to create distance. At the same time, he mobilized his soul power to control the Haotian hammer. The moment he pulled the Haotian hammer back, the terrifying force was still present. Come back! He gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, forcibly pulling the Haotian hammer back. Use your ultimate skill, the blast ring. Shen Tianyu felt somewhat disappointed. The so-called incredible chaotic wind hammer method was actually so lackluster. Perhaps only the blast ring could have some strength. How do you know about the blast ring? Tang Hao was taken aback. The blast ring is a secret inheritance of the Haotian sect. Only the Haotian Douluos of each generation can learn the great Sumeru hammer and comprehend the blast ring from it. This is not a secret within the Haotian sect, but very few outside know of it. What does it have to do with you? Stop dawdling, just use the blast ring. You're not worthy of me using the blast ring. Although you withstood the chaotic wind hammer method, my Haotian sect's ultimate skill is far more than just a chaotic wind. Bang! The Haotian hammer enlarged, with 9 soul rings swirling around it. Under the blessing of the killing god domain, Tang Hao's momentum rose again. The Haotian 9 absolutes? Shen Tianyu raised an eyebrow and advised, don't waste your time. The Haotian 9 absolutes still can't harm me in the slightest. Chapter 10. Haotian 9 absolutes, Great Sumeru Hammer. You lunatic! The Haotian 9 absolutes are not the chaotic wind hammer method. You will regret it. Tang Hao shouted angrily, the killing intent condensing on the Haotian hammer. The Haotian 9 absolutes are indeed stronger than the chaotic wind hammer method. Although the chaotic wind hammer method is powerful, its advantages are more obvious in forging. The Haotian 9 absolutes, on the other hand, are completely geared towards practical combat. The Haotian hammer swung up as Tang Hao took a step forward. Haotian 9 absolutes. With a single strike, the sound echoes through the empty valley, long and continuous. At the moment the hammer falls, layers of power collide, creating a resonating sound wave. This is precisely the essence of the empty character technique. Shen Tianyu still defends with his fists, and the layers of resonating power bring no harm whatsoever. Entangle. One strike didn't work, so Tang Hao immediately made a change. The Haotian hammer swung horizontally, the handle striking Shen Tianyu's waist. The hammerhead bending and fiercely smashing into his back. If a frontal attack doesn't work, then how about an attack from behind? Shen Tianyu sneered, but unfortunately, I am invulnerable. My body is hard as diamond. Damn it. The Hao Yian hammer was retracted, and Tang Hao took a deep breath. In the next moment, with his eyes wide open in anger, Tang Hao seemed like a different person. Next, it would be the true power of the Hao Yian 9 extremes. A hammer fell from the sky, and Shen Tianyu used his fist to block it. At the moment of contact, a surge of power suddenly struck, attempting to seal Shen Tianyu's strength. Seal, with a cold snort, Shen Tianyu directly broke through the sealing force. The power in his arm erupted instantly, meeting the hammer's face with a strike. Tang Hao sneered, just as I expected. Boom! The Hao Yian hammer was lifted again and fell once more. The power of this strike was evidently even more terrifying, using force against force. Stop! Soul power erupted, speed greatly increased. Tang Hao moved like a ghost, swiftly flickering his body. The Hao Yian hammer in his hand continued to fall, striking every inch of Shen Tianyu's body. The power was indeed immense. But Shen Tianyu's body had long been trained to be indestructible. No matter how Tang Hao pounded, it had no effect at all. After a series of strikes, Tang Hao suddenly concentrated all his attacks on Shen Tianyu's back of the head. In fact, when Tang Hao used his skill, he had already focused his weight on Shen Tianyu's occiput. At this moment, he unleashed his ultimate move without any hesitation, delivering a full-force blow. Breakthrough. The frenzied Hao Yian hammer suddenly came to a halt. He mobilized all his strength, channeling his soul power into the top of the Hao Yian hammer. This strike came crashing down directly on the repeatedly attacked back of the head. The technique emphasizes breaking through a point to affect the whole. Attack one spot, and it's a guaranteed kill. However, as this hammer fell, Shen Tianyu still felt nothing. Tang Hao was taken aback. He had prepared thoroughly for this strike. Unexpectedly, he still failed to break through Shen Tianyu's defense. As the stalemate continued, Tang Hao felt increasingly uneasy. Break, raising the Hao Yian hammer. All the killing intent under the killing god domain gathered into this one blow. Like a Shura from hell, Tang Hao's eyes turned blood red. The hammer fell, causing a disturbance, and the ground of the sunset forest sank an inch as a result. What are you doing? Tickling me? With a slight frown, Shen Tianyu felt displeased. Collapse. The Hao Yian hammer was raised once more, and this time, Tang Hao put all his strength into it. The Hao Yian 9 absolute, the strongest strike. The collapse technique, known for causing mountains and rivers to crumble, was just one hammer strike. A massive wave of energy gathered as the unparalleled Hao Yian hammer struck at the human body's most vulnerable point, the back of the head. Enough. Boom. Spiritual energy erupted from within, and Shen Tianyu's expression darkened. Turning around, he threw a punch. The spiritual energy condensed into a shockwave, and as the punch struck Tang Hao's chest, it directly propelled him into a small mountain. This mountain was the barrier of the ice and fire duality eye. Cough, cough. Tang Hao was embedded into the mountainside. A series of continuous coughs, accompanied by a surge of blood. I told you long ago, Hao Yian Jujue is useless. You really took my words for a breeze in your ears, didn't you? One hand covering his mouth, and the other holding the Hao Yian hammer. Tang Hao stepped out from the mountainside, disbelief etched on his face. Why? For the first time in decades, Tang Hao questioned his own strength. The chaotic wind hammer technique failed to defeat the person before him, and even the invincible Hao Yian 9 absolutes had no effect. I told you long ago, you are not worthy of the title Hao Yian, and I warned you not to waste time with the Hao Yian 9 absolutes. Hearing this, Tang Hao's neck turned red with anger. You insult me repeatedly. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? At this moment in the battle, the so-called incense stick duel had lost all significance. All Tang Hao could think about was killing Shen Tianyu. Ignoring the so-called promise, he directly activated his 7th spirit ring. 7th spirit ability, Hao Yian true body. The soul power surged and condensed. A tall figure erupted from Tang Hao's body. The Hao Yian hammer in his hand rapidly grew larger. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached 100 meters in length. The Hao Yian true body stood towering over the sunset forest like a giant. 9 spirit rings spiraled around the Hao Yian hammer. Bang! The first spirit ring exploded, energy flooding into the Hao Yian hammer. Bang! 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 Then, 3 more spirit rings exploded. With the activation of the spirit rings, Tang Hao's momentum had reached its peak. The massive Hao Yian hammer slammed directly towards Shen Tianyu. Exploding 4 spirit rings was still far from enough. With the explosive power of the giant elephant particles within him, Shen Tianyu stomped his foot on the ground. The entire sunset forest trembled, and his raised fist contained the terrifying power of the giant elephant. He clashed head-on with the Haotian hammer. Boom! Waves of air rolled, spreading like ripples. The overwhelming force directly lifted the Haotian hammer. Tang Hao's eyes narrowed, already filled with fear. It was only at this moment that he realized that throughout this battle, he had merely been a clown. From the very beginning, Shen Tianyu had not fought with all his strength. Even at this moment, he was still not using his full power. Gritting his teeth, he exploded the remaining 5 spirit rings, 4 black and 1 red. The energy within the spirit rings was fully injected into the Haotian hammer. Slowly swinging the enormous Haotian hammer, the heavens and earth resonated with a series of roars. It felt as if the space was being crushed by immense power, ready to shatter at any moment. Now that's more like it. Shen Tianyu's eyes narrowed. This was the kind of battle he wanted. The Haotian hammer, the true, strongest, ultimate technique. Compared to it, the chaotic wind and Haotian 9 absolutes were merely small tricks. With all 9 rings exploding, the great Sumera hammer, the Haotian true body, stood tall, and the massive Haotian hammer trembled the heavens and earth as it swung. The spirit beasts in the sunset forest were already trembling in fear. 10-year spirit beasts fainted on the spot. 100-year spirit beasts stared blankly. 1,000-year spirit beasts lost control. And 10,000-year spirit beasts crawled on the ground. In battles among top-tier experts, it was always the small fries that got hurt. Since that's the case, I should get serious. Fingers together, right fist clenched tightly. Spiritual power gathered on his fist. In the Douluo plain, an invisible tremor spread, and those standing at the pinnacle of this world felt a wave of intangible fear. A trace of origin power was captured by Shen Tianyu from the void and merged into his fist. Origin Divine Fist. Chapter 11. Helplessness of Haotian Law. The fist raised, stirring the wind and clouds, with a thought to suppress the world. The domineering Origin Divine Fist slowly pushed forward. The immense force rushing at him made Tang Hao feel slightly breathless. So strong. This was Tang Hao's first thought, and then the Dasumi hammer fiercely slammed down. The fist aura continuously expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it matched the Haotian hammer. The origin power rampaged, colliding with the Haotian hammer, carrying the fist aura. The soul power plummeted, as if encountering a black hole vortex, being crazily devoured and absorbed. Tang Hao's expression changed drastically, secretly thinking it was bad. Gripping the Haotian hammer with both arms, he suddenly pressed down hard. Overestimating himself, the fist struck violently. The fist aura shot out. Bang! The Dasumi hammer exploded, and the Haotian hammer was directly knocked away. Before the fist aura arrived, the fist energy carrying the power of slaughter was already rushing towards him. Like countless sharp blades and swords, it frantically tore at Tang Hao's body. Bang! The tattered robe exploded, revealing a bronze-colored body. Not good. Quickly stabilizing the Haotian hammer. Tang Hao's face darkened as he whispered angrily. Haotian, protect a body. Boom! After the 9 rings exploded, the soul rings and soul skills could not be used. Fortunately, there was still a legacy soul skill, Haotian, protect a body, that could be used. Useless. The origin divine fist had already approached, smashing into the Haotian protective body. Crack. In just a moment of contact, the Haotian protective body erupted with a crack. The endless immense force rushed at him, and Tang Hao could no longer hold on, crashing directly through the mountain. The fist aura pressed forward, pushing Tang Hao along. The soul power surged wildly, repairing the Haotian protective body. Shen Tianyu stepped into the air, gazing at Tang Hao, who was pushed away by the fist aura. In the blink of an eye, he was already 1,000 meters away. Boom! The Haotian protective body was completely shattered, and Tang Hao spat out blood. The Haotian hammer was horizontally in front of him, exerting all his strength to resist. It can't kill him, right? With a slight frown, this punch had already been quite restrained, yet Tang Hao was still in such a dire state. The fantastical sewer lived up to its name. While pondering, Tang Hao had already been pushed out of the sunset forest by the fist aura. Damn it! With a pale face, his teeth were grinding together. Explode! With a furious shout, the Haotian hammer exploded. Blood continuously gushed from his mouth. In order to survive, Tang Hao directly detonated his martial soul. The shattered martial soul would take a long time to recover, but it was better than losing his life. The explosion generated rippling energy waves, momentarily halting the origin god fist aura before breaking through the explosion and striking Tang Hao's chest hard. This mouthful of old blood, mixed with bile, splattered everywhere. As the fist aura dissipated, Tang Hao crashed heavily to the ground. His left arm and one leg were fractured from his blow. After hitting the ground, Tang Hao dared not to linger for even a moment. He forced himself to support his body and hopped away on one leg. This scene was quite comical, drawing a sneer from Shen Tianyu. What how Qian Renxue? Just an old, useless man. If it weren't for my plan, I would have crushed you with a punch long ago. When the system issued the mission, Shen Tianyu already had a plan. To promote cultivation in the Douluo continent, it was necessary to eliminate some stubborn forces first. At the top of the list were the upper three sects and the two great empires. With Tang San's vengeful nature, he would definitely take action and unite these forces. A little brat naturally wouldn't attract the attention of major forces. However, if Tang Hao, a renowned figure from Douluo, were to be brought into the picture, it wouldn't be difficult for several forces to unite. After a few battles, he leaped into the eye of ice and fire, and this place had not been severely affected. With a mobilization of spiritual energy, he reached out into the void. The fiery apricot blossom and octagonal mysterious ice grass were seized by Shen Tianyu. As the sky-swallowing demon art operated, the essence and source of the two treasures were frantically infused into his body. After transformation, they merged into the golden core in his dantian. Still not enough. Shaking his head, he reached out again for the tulip, the autumn water dew, the 8-petal immortal orchid, the miraculous heavenly chrysanthemum, the water fairy jade bone, the phoenix rooster-crowned sunflower, and the 9-rank purple ganoderma. All the fortuitous treasures that originally belonged to the Shrek 7 monsters were seized by Shen Tianyu, absorbing and refining all at once to enhance his own cultivation. After devouring these spiritual treasures, Shen Tianyu squinted slightly and pondered for a moment. I'll consume them all, not a single one left behind. No one is allowed to benefit from here. With a wave of his hand, spiritual energy enveloped the entire ice and fire duality eye. Various spiritual treasures were uprooted, regardless of whether they were mature or not. After all, Shen Tianyu had no intention of returning to the Sunset Forest. Today he would clean out this treasure land. The spiritual energy operated the heaven-swallowing demon technique, and one by one, the spiritual treasures were absorbed. After nearly half a day's time, the entire ice and fire duality I was completely bare. Opening the system panel, his realm had risen to the mid-golden core stage. Name, Shen Tianyu Realm. Mid-golden core technique. Heaven-swallowing demon technique spells. 3000 Great Tao. Divine elephant suppression technique. Indestructible body. 6 paths reincarnation fist. Origin divine fist. Ancestor saint fist. 33 heavens creation divine fist. Magical treasures. 9 divine weapons. Heavenly emperor sword. 4 swords of extermination. Primordial bell. Void mirror. Long-term task. Establish a supreme immortal court in the Douluo continent. Short-term task 1. Teach one-person cultivation. Finally stepped into the mid-stage. Looking inward at his dantian, the golden core in the spiritual energy vortex was becoming increasingly round, emanating a brilliant glow. The corners of his mouth slightly curled up as his gaze fell upon the ice and fire duality eye. This ice and fire duality eye, reputed to be one of the 3 great treasure lands, surely contains extraordinary energy. With a leap, Shen Tianyu jumped into the eye of ice and fire, landing right in the center of the spring water. The left side was scorching hot, the heat burning his skin. The right side was icy cold, as if he were in an ice cave. Swallowing heaven demon skill. Boom! The eye of ice and fire trembled, pure ice and fire essence gathering grain by grain. In a short time, it was completely absorbed by Shen Tianyu. However, this pure essence continued to surge up from underground. Shen Tianyu disregarded everything and aimed to drain the source completely. He directly operated the swallowing heaven demon skill, targeting the area beneath the eye of ice and fire. The pure and abundant essence was crazily drawn into his body. Thousands of meters underground, 2 massive dragon bones lay buried. The pure ice and fire essence was being released from the dragon bones. Under the frenzied absorption of the swallowing heaven demon skill, the dragon bones trembled, and strands of soul energy began to coalesce. The 2 great dragon souls, which had been asleep for countless years, were inadvertently awakened by Shen Tianyu. As the ice and fire dragon souls completed their coalescence, they looked up at the ground. It was a human. The Ice Dragon King spoke in a deep voice. What great audacity to dare absorb this king's power. The dragon wings spread wide, and the Fire Dragon King dove downwards. Shen Tianyu, sitting in the eye of ice and fire, suddenly opened his eyes wide. The extreme heat was coming from the ground. At this moment, he felt as if he were sitting on a volcano. Below him was the boiling lava that was about to erupt. What's going on? Just as he was absorbing vigorously, this sudden change disrupted him, and Shen Tianyu felt displeased. He stepped on the water and rose into the air, standing with his hands behind his back, looking down. Splash! The spring water in the eye of ice and fire surged, and the Fire Dragon King's soul appeared. A torrent of flames rushed towards him, directly pressing against Shen Tianyu. Fire Dragon King. With slightly narrowed eyes, he pressed down with one hand. Spiritual energy spread out, instantly suppressing the erupting flames. Chapter 12. Merging with the Ice and Fire Dragon King to be precise. You are just a wisp of dragon soul. With 5 fingers clenched tightly, he threw a punch. The punch's force shot out, striking the head of the Fire Dragon King. Roar! The dragon's roar echoed, and the Fire Dragon King bellowed. Human, you dare to insult this king. What if I insult you? Let the Ice Dragon King come out too. In the next moment, an overwhelming chill surged. The cold wind swept up from underground, and the Ice Dragon King's soul flew out. One red and one blue, ice and fire in duality. The reason why this sunset forest can give birth to the eyes of ice and fire is that the dragon bones of the Ice and Fire Dragon King are buried here. Back in the day, the dragon god gave birth to 9 offspring, which are water, fire, earth, wind, light, darkness, and space, the 7 elemental holy dragons. In addition to the mountain dragon and the strongest golden dragon, they are collectively known as the 9 sons of the dragon. During the Divine War, the dragon god was split into the golden dragon king and the silver dragon king by the sword of the Azure god. The 9 sons of the dragon god also fell one after another. Among them, the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King were killed at the same time. The dragon bones of the 2 great dragon kings fell to the Douluo continent. After countless years, they were buried in this sunset forest. The pure ice and fire energy gave birth to the eyes of ice and fire. Humans, upon seeing this king, why do you not kneel? Kneel before me. Shen Tianyu flashed and raised his hand for a big slap. The Ice Dragon King was stunned, its vertical pupils wide open. Even if the Silver Dragon King stood before me, I would still first give her 2 slaps. What are you 2? Do you think you are still the first-level gods from back then? You are just remnants of souls. If it weren't for me, you 2 would still be sleeping. The remnants of the 2 dragon kings indeed slept for countless years. Shen Tianyu frantically absorbed the energy of the eyes of ice and fire, even penetrating underground to absorb the purest essence of both, which awakened the remnants of the 2 dragon kings. In this sense, it was indeed Shen Tianyu who awakened them. You are bold. The Fire Dragon King shouted angrily. Even if I am just a remnant soul, I still possess divine power. Who do you think you are? How dare you bark in front of me? Seeking death. The dragon wings flapped, and dragon flames surged. The fire spring within the eyes of ice and fire was instantly activated. The dragon's roar was deafening as the holy dragon's furious flames spewed forth from its mouth. Seeking a fight, with a single punch, Shen Tianyu broke into the sacred dragon's fury. The indestructible body was unafraid of the flames. In the blink of an eye, he closed in. A massive fist came crashing down on the dragon's head without hesitation. Boom! A reverse punch struck the Ice Dragon King's forehead. Ice Dragon King. What the hell? I'm not the mouthy dragon. Why should I get slapped too? You 2 remnants are just defeated dogs. Let me see if you, who still possess divine power, can withstand a punch from me. Boom! Stepping into the void, Shen Tianyu soared upward. The 2 dragon kings exchanged glances, both furious. Humans had gone too far in bullying dragons. The Ice and Fire Dragon Kings roared in unison, their wings flapping as they spiraled around each other. In an instant, a realm of ice and fire surged towards the sky. At this moment, Shen Tianyu stood high in the air, looking down with cold eyes, gazing imperiously at the 2 dragon kings. His overwhelming pressure was as towering as Mount Tai. With both hands clenched into fists, muffled sounds echoed in the space, as if it were about to collapse at any moment. Primordial Sacred Fist. Both fists swung together, and he descended from the sky. The space roared and trembled. A strong sense of oppression surged. The Ice and Fire Dragon Kings were taken aback, feeling the space tearing at their bodies, as if the great Tao was decaying in an instant, wanting to bury the 2 of them. The Primordial Sacred Fist possessed world-shaking power, consisting of 3 moves: decay of the great Tao, decline of heaven and earth, and eternal rebirth. Shen Tianyu was using the decay of the great Tao. Once this punch was unleashed, even the Douluo great Tao would decay and be unable to withstand it. However, Shen Tianyu was only at the golden core stage, far from unleashing his full potential. But against 2 remnants, it was more than enough. Moreover, Shen Tianyu had other plans for the two Dragon Kings. The Ice and Fire Dragon Kings felt their energy channels sealed, and the descending fist seemed like a cage, freezing them in place. The dragon flames and icy blasts they emitted were all solidified in one spot. Can you withstand this punch that has 3 years of power behind it? Boom! The punch landed, and the ice and fire scattered. The two Dragon Kings' remnants plummeted rapidly downward. This punch nearly shattered their remnants. Luckily, Shen Tianyu breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid of completely destroying the remnants of the two Dragon Kings, so he controlled his strength. Although these two Dragon Kings were only remnants, the essence of ice and fire they contained was an unparalleled treasure that could not be wasted. Forming hand seals, he flew down. 3,000 Great Dao Devouring Technique. Not good. The Ice Dragon King suddenly felt something was wrong, and in the next moment, a massive vortex appeared out of thin air. His body lost control, transforming into a faint essence of the Ice Dragon, which was devoured by the vortex. Beside him, the Fire Dragon King struggled to escape. Shen Tianyu coldly glanced over and extended a hand. 3,000 Great Capture Techniques. A tremendous force sealed the Fire Dragon King's throat, directly pulling it into the Great Devouring Technique. The Devouring Demon Technique operated, and through the Great Devouring Technique, the pure essence of the two Dragon Kings surged into Shen Tianyu's body. Spiritual energy climbed in his dantian, and the already smooth and lustrous golden pill had vivid pill patterns condensing on it. Absorbing the pure source energy, Shen Tianyu was greatly enjoying it. The two dragon bones could not be wasted either. With this in mind, Shen Tianyu landed inside the Eye of Ice and Fire. Taking a deep breath, the residual essence of ice and fire in the eye was completely absorbed. The Eye of Ice and Fire, one of the 3 sacred places, turned into ordinary spring water. Grasping the void, he took out a treasured sword. This sword resembled a peerless jade, presenting a purple hue throughout. The 9 divine weapons, purple jade sword. Holding the hilt, he casually swung the sword. The sword energy slashed at the Eye of Ice and Fire, continually penetrating deeper. Boom! The earth was covered and the entire sunset forest trembled. This sword cleaved the Eye of Ice and Fire in half, with the boundary of the ice and fire spring water at the center. The chasm reaching 10,000 zhang was cut out. Beneath the 10,000 zhang chasm, the 2 dragon bones came into view, which were the dragon bones left by the Ice and Fire Dragon King after its death. The essence of ice and fire continued to surge out from the dragon bones like fine dust, floating upwards. Grinning, he leaped into the abyss. The devouring demon technique activated again, and the 2 massive dragon bones spiraled above Shen Tianyu's head. The dragon bones melted segment by segment, transforming into energy that poured into his body. The patterns on the golden pill grew increasingly clear. At the same time, the particles within his body rapidly transformed into giant elephant particles during this absorption process. After refining and absorbing the dragon bones, Shen Tianyu sat cross-legged, silently digesting the vast essence within. 3 days and 3 nights passed, and Shen Tianyu finally finished his cultivation. Late-stage golden pill. Wonderful. Breaking through 2 realms so quickly was thanks to refining countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures upon exiting the protective space. It was also inseparable from the Eye of Ice and Fire and the 2 Ice and Fire Dragon Kings. Although these 2 Dragon Kings were merely remnants of their souls, the essence they provided was indeed powerful enough to completely shape the patterns of the golden pill. Indeed, cultivation requires fighting and seizing opportunities. Only in this way can one rapidly enhance their strength. Chapter 13. The Supreme Yin-Yang Cannon looking inward at his dantian. The smooth golden pill had fine patterns flickering with a faint light. In the late stage of the golden pill, patterns had formed. To advance further, more patterns needed to be condensed. Only when the golden pill achieved 9 patterns would it be considered great perfection, allowing for a breakthrough to the nascent soul. Although this seemed like a minor realm advancement, it required an enormous amount of time, up to 300 to 400 years. Some even got stuck at the golden pill stage for their entire lives. However, for Shen Tianyu, this could be easily resolved. He just needed to continuously devour heavenly materials and earthly treasures to absorb the source energy and transform it into his own cultivation. The resources required to forge a 9-pattern golden pill were terrifyingly abundant. Duuluo didn't have another Eye of Ice and Fire, so changes had to be made. His brain raced as he looked around at the wreckage of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Shen Tianyu's lips curled upwards as he laughed loudly. Cultivation is all about seizing opportunities. Why should I worry? looking at the entire Duuluo, who could do anything to me? Shen Tianyu? In an instant, his mind was clear. Anyway, I am invincible in this world. Just take action and seize it. The Duuluo continent is not small, with various forces gathering, especially the major powers, which surely have many treasures. Just go and beat them up. Won't these guys obediently hand over their treasures? All right, it's decided. Let's set a small goal. Become the tyrant of Duuluo. Tremble, unlucky folks of Duuluo, I'm coming. With his eyes slightly squinted, he pondered which faction to target first. How about the Tiandou royal family? After all, they're nearby. They deserve to suffer. I'll also take a look at that little beggar Tang San. Shen Tianyu leaped, stepping on the purple jade sword. Next stop, Tiandou City. Riding the sword, the breeze brushed against his face. Suddenly, the system interface popped up. CPU repaired. Due to the current Duuluo continent being too weak and unsuitable for cultivation, a special gift has been prepared for the host to assist in completing short-term task 1. The dog system has popped up again. Every time Shen Tianyu saw the system pop up, he couldn't help but curse. Unreliable thing. Didn't it have a factory inspection upon leaving? Come on, let me see what it is. Gift package distribution. Whoosh, a stream of light fell from the sky into Shen Tianyu's hand. A thick ancient book with 8 large characters on the cover caught his eye. The Supreme Yin-Yang Canon Complete Volume. The name is quite interesting. The Supreme Yin-Yang. Let's see what it is. The path of the Supreme, Yin and Yang harmonizing, complementing each other, male and female. The voice gradually became quieter and turned into silent reading. As he flipped through the complete volume of the canon, Shen Tianyu's flying speed significantly decreased. Finding a secluded place, he simply stopped. Unknowingly, Shen Tianyu's ears turned red. As he delved deeper into the reading, his fair face had turned completely red. His closing the complete volume of the Supreme Yin-Yang Canon, Shen Tianyu was greatly shocked. This canon primarily discusses the cultivation path for men and women. There are 2 main categories: joint cultivation and individual cultivation. Joint cultivation involves both men and women cultivating together, with a total of 108 methods of cultivation. Individual cultivation refers to the methods for men and women to cultivate separately. Based on the different physiques of women, there are 20 methods of cultivation. Men also have 20 methods of cultivation, each corresponding to the different physiques of women. The main focus is on coordination. This is incredible. Not only does this canon explain the methods of cultivation comprehensively, but it also comes with illustrations for guidance. Every step during cultivation is detailed with annotations. It's simply a supreme treasure. The Supreme Yin-Yang Canon lives up to its name. Shen Tianyu never expected that the dog system could come up with such a thing. The most important thing is that this canon helps Shen Tianyu solve a major problem. The Duuluo realm is low level, and people cannot sense the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, thus unable to cultivate. The Supreme Yin-Yang Canon has a foundational technique called the Mandarin Duck playing in Water Sutra. It allows practitioners to inject spiritual energy into those who cannot sense it during cultivation. This opens up the perception of spiritual energy, thereby attracting the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and embarking on the path of cultivation. Coupled with the corresponding cultivation methods for different physiques, it can achieve twice the result with half the effort. TSK, you really are something, dog system, to come up with such a genius remedy. Impressive. Huh? Why are you not reacting? I'm praising you. At least give some response. The organizing process is indescribable. The CPU is burned out and is being repaired. Shen Tianyu. Sure enough, you definitely didn't have a factory inspection when you left. Let us put the trip to Tiandou City on hold. As cultivators, we should diligently study the methods of cultivation, striving for excellence and reaching new heights. How can we neglect our arduous practice for a little treasure, sitting cross-legged in meditation? Shen Tianyu reopened the sacred Yin-Yang scripture, entering a state of deep cultivation. In Tiandou City, Shrek Academy. Cough, cough, cough. Third brother. In the bedroom, Tang San woke up from his coma. His eyes fell upon Xiao Wu, who had her scorpion tail braid and was staring at him with dark circles under her eyes. Her face filled with worry. Xiao Wu, how long have I been unconscious? Brother, you've been in a coma for a day and a night. You scared me to death. Xiao Wu, I'm back now, right? He reached out to touch Xiao Wu's hair, but an excruciating pain instantly spread throughout his body, causing Tang San's face to contort in agony as he weakly coughed. Cough, 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 brother. Don't move. I'll go call the teachers. Seeing Tang San wake up, Xiao Wu was overjoyed. She immediately turned around to call everyone over. On the soft bed, Tang San slightly moved his body, a faint pain coursing through him. His bones had all healed. Letting out a long breath, a fierce, killing intent flickered in his weary eyes. Shen Tianyu, I will make sure you die a miserable death. You ruined my fortune, harmed my body, and insulted my dignity. Each and every one of these grievances must be avenged. When Dugu Bo brought Tang San to the Eye of Ice and Fire, Tang San happily took off into the air, having already planned everything before Shen Tianyu appeared. First, he would use the flame apricot and 8-angled ice grass to forge an indestructible golden body. Then he would collect the poisonous plants inside to create the Yama Patch and the mother-son soul-chasing deadly talisman. These two concealed weapons were treasures of the Tang sect. With either of these, Tang San was confident he could kill Shen Tianyu at that time. However, all of these plans had unexpectedly failed. The golden body made from ice and fire was gone. The two peerless concealed weapons were also lost, and he was injured all over. This huge disparity was truly hard to accept. I, Tang San, swear to make you suffer 1,000 deaths. He clenched his fists and slammed them onto the bed. Ouch, it hurts. Little San, you're awake? We're here to see you. Yu Xiaojiang burst into the room just as Tang San grimaced in pain. Enduring the discomfort, he forced a smile. Teacher, I'm fine. Little San, what exactly happened? How'd you get so badly hurt? Dai Mubai spoke in a deep voice, his expression dark and displeased. The Shrek's 7 monsters were all present. All 6 pairs of eyes were focused on Tang San. Since Yu Xiaojiang had brought Tang San back, they had been asking about the situation, but they were all sidetracked and avoided discussing their experiences. Third brother, was it that bastard Dugu Bo? Ning Rongrong asked with concern, squeezing to the front of the bed. If it was him, just say the word, and I'll find a way to deal with him. As the little witch of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong was very favored. With just one word from her, the 2 Douluos from the Swordbone would take action. Chapter 14, Arrival at Shrek Academy. Everyone's good intentions are appreciated, but this matter is very tricky. I will handle it myself. Little San, this sounds a bit distant. As your elder brother, I must know. That's right, third brother. We, the Shrek's 7 monsters, are one body, living and dying together. If something happens to you, we can't just ignore it. Third brother, your matters are my matters. If you need me, just say the word. It must be Dugu Bo. Besides him, there wouldn't be anyone else. I'll go home now and ask Grandpa Jian to take action to avenge you. Third brother, everyone expressed their determination to seek justice for Tang San. Ning Rongrong even wanted to return to her sect immediately to find Sword Douluo Dugu. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang spoke up. Dugu Bo is dead, and this matter ends here. You don't need to worry any further. What? Everyone was taken aback. With only Flander and Lu Erlong maintaining normal expressions. Everyone should disperse now. Little San's injuries aren't healed yet, and having so many of us crowding here isn't good for him. What are you all still doing? Go back to class. Move, move, move. Flander waved his hand, directly shooing everyone away. Xiao Wu, you should go rest. I'll take care of things here. Little San will be fine. Xiao Wu wanted to stay, but Lu Erlong comforted her and led the group out. In the room, only Yu Xiaojiang and Flander remained. Dugu Bo is really dead? It should be true. Yu Xiaojiang nodded. If Dugu Bo were still alive that day, he would have shown up. After all, that place was his residence. Upon learning that Dugu Bo was dead, Tang San felt secretly pleased. The old monster was dead, and the Eye of Ice and Fire was now unclaimed. Once his injuries healed, he could return to the Eye of Ice and Fire, strengthen the poison array, and keep it for himself. What about Shen Tianyu? Thinking of the Eye of Ice and Fire, Shen Tianyu flashed through Tang San's mind, and his hatred remained unresolved. He is also dead. Who killed him? Tang San was taken aback. Since Shen Tianyu could crush Dugu Bo, he must also be a title Douluo. To kill a title Douluo would naturally require an even stronger title Douluo. It must have been a title Douluo who took action. Yu Xiaojiang's mind recalled the scene when Tang Hao descended from the sky that day. When the Hao-Ian hammer appeared, it directly saved the 3 of them. His mighty and imposing figure instilled awe and reverence. At that moment, Tang Hao was the light in Yu Xiaojiang's heart. Which title Douluo was it? Tang San asked, curious about the title Douluo who had acted. You don't need to know that. Remembering Tang Hao's instructions, Yu Xiaojiang immediately replied. Flander chimed in. This title Douluo doesn't like to show his face. If it weren't for the fact that he owed me a favor, he probably wouldn't have acted this time. As he said this, Flander's expression was normal, his heart steady, as if he were stating a fact. Yu Xiaojiang frowned, thinking, this cunning businessman really knows how to embellish himself. When did the Hao-Ian Douluo owe you a favor? It seems necessary to have a chat with this old schemer. My idol never owes anyone a favor. Stop spouting nonsense. All right, for the next period, focus on recovering. Try to get better soon. There is still more than a year until the Continental Soul Master Competition, and you can't fall behind in your training. Yes, teacher, Dean, you can rest assured. At most in 2 days, I will be able to get out of bed and move around. In no more than 5 days, I will be able to freely operate my soul power for cultivation. Yu Xiaojiang and Flander exchanged glances, both inwardly exclaiming how terrifying it was. The Hao Qianduo personally took action to treat Tang San, and the effect was astonishing. After returning from the Sunset Forest that day, the two immediately found the best doctors to check on him. To their surprise, they found that Tang San's internal injuries were basically no longer a major issue, which led them to guess that Tang Hao had appeared to treat Tang San before. They never expected his injuries to heal so quickly. All right, since that's the case, I won't disturb your rest anymore. If you need anything, just call for me. After giving a few more reminders, the two left Tang San's place one after the other. On the bed, a cold glint flashed in Tang San's eyes. Count yourself lucky to have not died at my hands. That is your fortune from your previous life. I never expected there would be a title Douluo who owes the Dean a favor. When I first entered Shrek Academy, I knew it was the right choice. The gloom in my heart disappeared, and Tang San lay down to heal. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. On this day, Shen Tianyu, dressed in a long robe, stepped into Heaven Do City. The sacred Yin Yang scriptures contained so many techniques that it took a full week for Shen Tianyu to master them. Moreover, he integrated them with the experience he gained before his transmigration and even created a few of his own cultivation techniques. This made Shen Tianyu feel very proud, and after a short rest, he headed straight for Heaven Do City. Upon entering the city, Shen Tianyu did not rush to the Heaven Do Imperial Palace. During the 3 years of hard training in the secluded space, he practiced day and night. He also consumed various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Although his cultivation had improved significantly, his craving for delicious food had been building up for a long time. Cultivators can endure loneliness and do not seek worldly pleasures. However, Shen Tianyu had only cultivated for 3 years and was far from reaching the level of seeing through the mundane world. The first thing he wanted to do upon entering the city was to eat, drink, and have fun. The energy absorbed from food would quickly be taken in by his body, so Shen Tianyu did not feel stuffed. All the way from the outskirts to the inner city, I didn't miss any snack street. Before I knew it, I arrived at the entrance of an academy. Chewing on a freshly bought roasted chicken, Shen Tianyu felt amused. Shrek Academy, what a fate. Taking a bite of the chicken, he strode confidently into Shrek. Just as he reached the entrance, he was stopped by 2 students. Stop. This is Shrek Academy. Commoners not qualified as soul masters are not allowed to enter. He glanced at the two with undisguised disdain. The 2 boys, around 16 or 17, immediately felt displeased. Get out of the way. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. We are both great soul masters. Those who are sensible should scram. When did great soul masters dare to point fingers at me? Boom! The energy in his dantian erupted, and a shockwave instantly sent the 2 flying 100 meters away. Even if your dean came, he would be scared to death upon seeing me. You ignorant fools. The 2 boys crashed to the ground, their ribs all broken, unable to get up. What happened? A rough voice shouted angrily as a short, sturdy man quickly approached. Teacher Zhao, someone is trying to break into the academy. We kindly advised him to leave, but not only did he refuse to leave, he also attacked us. The newcomer was Zhao Wujin, a level 76 assault type soul saint with the martial soul of a powerful golden bear, known as the Unmoved King. What villain who cries foul first? When did you 2 scoundrels ever kindly advise me to leave? A killing intent emerged, and the pressure of his spirit energy accurately descended. You are looking for trouble, and I will send you to the west. Boom! Boom! 2 clouds of blood mist exploded. Zhao Wujin's pupils widened. Then he fiercely locked onto Shen Tianyu. You dare to kill my Shrek Academy students, especially in front of me, the Unmoved King? You shall not live today. Chapter 15. I'll let you use one hand. Tang San, are you ready? In the Shrek Academy's battle arena, a young man with well-defined muscles stood with his arms crossed, staring at Tang San across from him. Tyrone, I respect you as a senior, but I'm giving you another chance to choose. Do you really want to fight? After a week of recovery, Tang San was completely back to normal. On the first day of class, he had a conflict with Tyrone because of Xiao Wu. After the recent encounter at the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye, Tang San was already holding back his anger. When someone came to his door to take a beating, he naturally wouldn't let it go. In the classroom, the 2 had already fought once. Tang San had put on a good show and gained a lot of little fans. Little did he know that Tyrone was not discouraged and proposed a duel without martial souls, relying solely on physical strength. That led to the scene of their duel in the battle arena after class. Let's talk if you're a man, just do it. Don't be so wishy-washy. All right, as you wish. Leaning forward, with a shout to start, Tang San dashed out. Tyrone, not to be outdone, swung his fist and charged at him. With the martial soul of a mighty gorilla, Tyrone's physical strength was already formidable. Facing the seemingly fragile Tang San, he was filled with confidence. With a punch thrown, it headed straight for Tang San's face. Ghostly shadow, whoosh dodging to the side. Tang San's palm turned ice white. Qian Yu hand, clap. A palm landed on Tyrone's waist, and the effect was outstanding. Come again. Having suffered a loss in their first encounter, Tyrone was naturally unwilling to accept it. Bang! With a stomp of his foot, power erupted. Both fists struck out simultaneously, attacking again. Tang San did not confront directly. Instead, he relied on Ghost Shadow Misty Steps to quickly evade Talon's attacks. Then, with a sweeping kick, Talon lost his balance and fell hard. Quickly, he captured Talon and bound his arms behind his back. Do you submit? No way. Talon gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, come at me again. All right, as you wish. Releasing Talon, Tang San stepped back. The two stood firm once again, ready to fight. Without any surprise, Tang San relied on Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, attacking only Talon's lower routes. Winning was just a matter of course. Come again, come again. Talon held his breath, fighting and losing and fighting again. Talon must be a turtle. He really can take a beating. Wow, Tang San is so handsome. I love him. Talon is really shameless. Losing is losing, and he keeps bothering my pigeon. Go Tang San. If I could be his girlfriend, I would be the happiest woman in the world. The little fans cheered him on, and Tang San became more and more courageous in battle. However, Xiao Wu in the audience frowned tightly, taking note of all those shouting girls. Bang! Talon fell in the fighting arena, already bruised and battered. Do you submit? No way. Tough mouth. Just as he was about to let go of Talon, the two were set to fight again. Suddenly, a familiar fluctuation of energy came from afar. Tang San shuddered. The fear hidden in his heart surged to the surface. How could this be? Didn't the teacher say he was dead? No. I need to go check. Releasing Talon, Tang San was about to leave. Tang San, don't run. Take this punch. Talon suddenly sprang up, his massive hand crashing down. Get lost. Using Ghost Shadow Misty Steps to evade, he activated Control, Crane, Catch Dragon, once again suppressing Talon. Worried that Talon would cause trouble, he directly dislocated his limbs, leaving him lying on the ground. Third brother, what happened to him? Tang San's sudden departure left the remaining 6 members of the Shrek 7 monsters a bit confused. Let us go see. The 6 immediately set off, following Tang San's pace. In the dean's office, Flinder was busy calculating. A pair of eyes squinted into slits, and the cold numbers in his eyes appeared as golden soul coins. Suddenly sensing a wave of spiritual energy, Flandra's expression changed drastically. The pen in his hand fell to the floor beneath the desk, and he was already out of the dean's office. Boss Flandra, you noticed it too? Just as he stepped out, he bumped into Lu Erlong. That's right. Did Erlong's sister sense it too? What about Xiao Gang? He has already rushed out. I thought I was mistaken. Lu Erlong's face changed dramatically, and the two did not linger, immediately setting off. How could this be? Could it be that he escaped from Qian Douluo that day? It was still unknown. They needed to see what he was up to. The sudden wave of spiritual energy not only alarmed Shrek, but also stirred some powerful figures in Tiandou City. The 3 sole Dulyuos of the Education Committee of the Tiandou Royal Academy were originally working when they suddenly exchanged glances. What a strange energy fluctuation. How could it appear in Tiandou City? The first to speak was the chief of the Education Committee, Meng Shinji. Could it be that the Spirit Hall is up to something? Bai Baoshan's expression was serious. In recent years, the Spirit Hall had been increasingly rampant, causing disturbances in Tiandou City from time to time. It is highly likely that the Spirit Hall has ulterior motives, as everyone knows. The source of the energy fluctuation seems to be Shrek Academy. Jeline, you go to the palace immediately and inform His Majesty about this. Baoshan, you stay at the academy. I will go out and take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Shinji had already disappeared. Inside the Tiandou Imperial Palace, in a quiet room, a girl with golden hair, down to her waist, was meditating with her eyes closed. The brilliant and holy aura was thick, enveloping the woman in sacred light, making her look angelically beautiful. Young master, a strange energy fluctuation has suddenly appeared in Tiandou City. Upon hearing the voice, the girl opened her eyes, and as her radiance withdrew, a soul skill was quietly unleashed. After the light dissipated, she transformed into a man dressed in luxurious clothing. Go investigate, but do not expose yourself. As you command. Tiandou City, Spirit Hall. An old man dressed in a red robe and wearing a 5-pointed platinum crown is none other than Salus, the platinum bishop of the Spirit Hall and the master of the Spirit Hall in Tiandou City. What an eerie energy fluctuation. I have never seen anything like this in my cultivation until now. Let's take a look. Salus, curious in his heart, immediately took action, calling a few soul sage powerhouses to leave the Spirit Hall with him. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, secretly watching Ning Rongrong, quickly sent a message to inform Shrek of the situation here. At Shrek Academy, after 2 students were brutally killed, turning into a cloud of blood mist, Zhao Wujie was already furious to the extreme. His crimson eyes blazed with anger, and he directed his rage straight at Shen Tianyu. Come and take your life. With a loud roar, 7 soul rings rose from beneath him. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. The 7th soul ring lit up directly, and Zhao Wujie's body expanded dramatically. 7th soul skill, martial soul, true body. Instantly, a thick layer of brown fur covered his entire body. His height shot up to 2.5 meters, and his hands transformed into bear paws. His momentum surged, and just a light stomp caused the ground to tremble. Shen Tianyu raised an eyebrow, holding a roasted chicken in his left hand. He took a big bite and chewed it carefully. A 76-level assault-type soul saint, famous across the continent as the unmovable king, was indeed making him a bit eager to fight. He extended his right hand and beckoned to Zhao Wujie. I'll let you use one hand. If you can withstand my punch, I'll leave immediately without a word. Otherwise, you can only go to your death. Zhao Wujie was taken aback, feeling that this sounded very familiar. He quickly recalled how Tang San was beaten into a pig's head by Tang Hao on the night of his enrollment. His face turned furious, and Zhao Wujie shouted, "Do you think you are the Haotian crown?" Chapter 16. Don't pretend to sleep. Wake up. Zhao Wujie was furious, his heavy body charging forward. The 2nd, 3rd, and 5th soul rings lit up simultaneously. Great strength diamond palm. The bear paw moved forward with the force of a raging torrent. The air roared, and loud booms echoed out. 3rd soul skill, gravity enhancement. Boom! An invisible force of gravity increased, pressing down on Shen Tianyu's shoulders. While mocking with a cold smile, he didn't forget to take a bite of the roasted chicken. Gravity compression. The space seemed to twist. An endless gravity pressed down. Shen Tianyu remained motionless, unaffected by such small gravity. At this moment, Zhao Wujie had already charged close. The great strength diamond palm struck out fiercely, aimed straight at Shen Tianyu's forehead. Slap! The violent attack was extinguished in an instant. Zhao Wujie's face changed dramatically. What? You can still move freely? Using both gravity increase and gravity compression simultaneously is equivalent to a control-type soul skill. Under such immense gravity, ordinary soul masters would find it hard to move, naturally becoming Zhao Wujie's living target. 2 fingers. When Zhao Wujie saw Shen Tianyu's counter, he lost his composure. The great strength diamond palm, known for its ferocity, was actually blocked by Shen Tianyu with just 2 fingers. Is that all you can do? You're not strong enough. With a light flick of his fingers, the immense force from the bear paw sent Zhao Wujie flying. His massive body crashed into a teaching building. The wall of the building left a tragic outline of Zhao Wujie. Beneath the rubble, Zhao Wujie was weak all over, especially his arm that had struck out, with bones shattered into pieces, never to heal in this lifetime. Shen Tianyu chuckled, flashing over. Cough, cough, violent coughing accompanied by blood spurting forth. Zhao Wujie looked incredulous, staring at Shen Tianyu, who resembled a smiling Grim Reaper. To answer your earlier question, I am not that trash Tang Hao, but I am definitely better than Tang Hao. What exactly are you here for at Shrek Academy? Suppressing the blood that surged in his throat, Zhao Wujie gritted his teeth and asked, That's a good question. Shrek has indeed transformed from a bird gun to a cannon now, and I'm here to seize some treasures. While speaking, Shen Tianyu finished the roasted chicken and spat out the chicken bones. Zhao Wujie was a bit dazed, thinking this person was very strong. But was he a bit mentally challenged? This is Tiandou City, the capital of the Tiandou Empire. Under the royal family's eyes, you come to rob? Before Zhao Wujie could think further, Shen Tianyu lifted him up as if he were chick. Bang! He threw him onto a square and shouted loudly. Flander, you Xiao Jiang. Listen up. Come out immediately, or I will slaughter your entire Shrek Academy. The sound waves rolled, spreading throughout the entire Shrek Academy. The disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School hiding in the shadows realized the situation was dire and immediately sent another person to rush back to report to the sect. At this moment, Shen Tianyu's words undoubtedly angered the entire Shrek Academy. Countless students rushed forward, wanting to beat up the disrespectful Shen Tianyu. But when they arrived at the scene and saw Vice Dean Zhao Wujia lying on the ground, unable to get up, everyone fell silent. "You're not dead yet." In the crowd, Tang San gritted his teeth. Shen Tianyu immediately locked onto Tang San's position, and with one sentence from Tang San, the previously quiet crowd suddenly turned hostile. A large number of students quickly cleared a path, and Tang San and the Shrek 7 monsters came into clear view. "Oh, little beggar, you healed up so quickly. It seems I didn't use enough strength last time. It was you who hurt my brother." Xiao Wu exploded with rage upon hearing this, her eyes burning with fury as she glared fiercely at Shen Tianyu. "So it was you who hurt Xiao San. Today you dare to invade our Shrek and injure teacher Zhao. Do you want to die? Bastard. So it was you who injured third brother. Do you believe I'll have someone kill you?" Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong spoke up in anger, one after the other. "Noise, let me, the young master, properly teach you two brats a lesson." With both hands free, spiritual energy surged. The two suddenly felt their necks being grabbed, their bodies out of control, heading straight for Shen Tianyu. "Stop!" Boom! Boom! Dragon flame descended from the sky, and Lu Erlong transformed into a blazing dragon, intercepting the two mid-air. Flander and Yu Xiaojiang arrived one after another. The golden iron triangle was once again assembled. "You actually managed to escape from the Haotian crown?" Confirming it was Shen Tianyu himself, Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed in disbelief. In his mind, the Haotian Duuluo was an invincible existence. With a single blow, he could crush the Pope. This bastard actually managed to escape. This is an insult to the Haotian Duuluo. Useless. You don't know anything. The Haotian Duuluo you dream about couldn't withstand even one punch from me. That little mouse is still hiding somewhere to recover. You're talking nonsense. Yu Xiaojiang was furious and immediately released his martial soul. Sun and moon, shining golden transformation. Flander and Lu Erlong quickly found their positions. The 3-in-1 martial soul fusion skill was unleashed, and the magic array beneath their feet began to rotate. 16 soul rings aligned neatly, falling into the body of Luo Sanpao. Roar the Dragon's roar echoed, and the golden sacred dragon descended. "You dare to insult His Majesty Haotian, and I will kill you." As a die-hard fan of Tang Hao, Yu Xiaojiang does not allow anyone to insult his idol. Losing all reason, he immediately unleashed his ultimate move, Holy Dragon's true form. The three of them spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing on the formation. The blood fused into one, transforming into a golden stream of light, merging into Luo Sanpao's body. A transparent golden holy dragon emerged from within Luo Sanpao. The sharp dragon claws swung and struck with massive dragon wings. Learning from experience, they came out swinging with their ultimate move. Shen Tianyu brought his two fingers together, pointing to the sky. 3,000 great thunder arts. Boom! In an instant, the sky was filled with dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder roared down from above, like a thunderous purgatory, as Shen Tianyu's fingers came together. It directly struck the transparent golden holy dragon. Crackling explosions erupted, and patches of dragon scales were forcibly stripped away, the dragon's body turning charred black. Annihilate! Boom! The golden holy dragon was instantly incapacitated. Shen Tianyu solved the trio's martial soul fusion technique with just one move. Last time, he had wanted to play with the three of them, holding back an entire Pacific Ocean's worth of power. This time, he had no interest. Puffed blood surged up his throat, and the three of them collapsed to the ground simultaneously. With his right hand reaching out into the void, Yu Xiaojiang was pulled towards Shen Tianyu and quickly fell into his hands. Bang! Gripping Yu Xiaojiang's neck, he slammed him onto the floor. This heavy blow knocked Yu Xiaojiang unconscious on the spot. "Teacher, Xiaojiang!" Tang San and Lu Erlong shouted in unison. Lu Erlong, disregarding her serious injuries, struggled to rush forward to save him. Tang San, on the other hand, unleashed his ghost shadow mysterious track, sending out various hidden weapons. A trivial skill. He made a downward motion with his hand, and the hidden weapons shot out, scattering all over the ground. An invisible pressure descended upon everyone. "Stand still, everyone. If anyone dares to move, I will kill them." As soon as these words were spoken, Tang San and Lu Erlong stopped in their tracks. The fiery gaze in their eyes displayed helplessness. Faced with Shen Tianyu, they had no power to resist. Lifting Yu Xiaojiang, Shen Tianyu executed a big flip. Trash. Stop pretending to be asleep. Wake up. Chapter 17. Tang San, kneel, and bark like a dog. Don't go too far, Shen Tianyu. Tang San's face darkened completely. The teacher he respected the most was being treated this way. The person was already unconscious, and yet he had to be humiliated awake. Was this something a human would do? Why don't you take his place? This question stunned Tang San. Various thoughts flashed rapidly in his mind. With so many people watching, he couldn't ruin his image. All right, I will take the teacher's place. You wish. Shen Tianyu. A gentleman must keep his word. Since you suggested I replace the teacher, and I agreed, yet you go back on your word. Stop. Stop. If you keep yapping, I will slap him to death. Tang San immediately shut his mouth. Let me clarify. I'm not a gentleman, but a bandit. What does your talk of integrity matter? The principles of a righteous gentleman are useless. I only seek what I want. If you really don't want me to continue slapping him, then here's your choice now. Immediately. Kneel. Bark like a dog. What did you say? Tang San erupted in anger. He wanted him to kneel and bark like a dog. In front of Shrek Academy, in front of 1,000 people, kneel and bark like a dog. Following Shen Tianyu's words, this stain would follow him for life. All right, what a good example of respecting teachers. Didn't you say Yu Xiaojiang was like a father to you? Just for you to kneel and bark like a dog. You're so unwilling. It seems you, Tang San, are just a hypocrite. Thud. Tang San knelt down, humiliatingly lying down. Woof. Woof. Really obedient. Shen Tianyu released his grip, and Yu Xiaojiang fell to the ground. He lifted his leg and kicked him in front of Tang San. Tang San clenched his fists, his eyes cold and fierce, silently vowing, Shen Tianyu, the humiliation today, I, Tang San, will repay 100-fold. Shen Tianyu, of course, paid no mind to Tang San's petty thoughts. A harmless little ant, someone who could be crushed with just a flick of a finger. No matter how many adventures he has, he won't be able to turn the tide. All right, I've had my fun. Flander, go bring me all the rare treasures collected by your Shrek Academy, or I'll kill everyone here. Yes, even though he was extremely reluctant. Flander had no choice but to comply. As the head of Shrek Academy, he had to ensure the safety of the students at this moment. Otherwise, after today, Flander would no longer be able to make a living on the continent. While Flander went to fetch the treasures, Shen Tianyu set his sights on Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong. With a quick reach, both were captured by Shen Tianyu. You two little brats, you think you can jump around freely, huh? Do you know who I am? Dare to touch a single hair on me, and I guarantee you won't have a place to stand on Douluo continent. Dai Mubai's neck turned bright red as he squeezed out those words through gritted teeth. Good courage. With a swift motion, he tossed Dai Mubai into the air and delivered a kick right to his groin. Ah! Dai Mubai's eyes almost popped out as he covered his groin with both hands in midair. Do you think I don't know you're the prince of the Star Luo Empire? Do you think you can threaten me with the Star Luo Empire? You, Dai Mubai, are just a useless person who can't compete with your brother. You've escaped from the Star Luo Empire to hide from your inner demons. You piece of trash. Whoosh! With a swift movement, Shen Tianyu grabbed Ning Rongrong and appeared above Dai Mubai. Bending his right leg, he brought down the skytop with a thud, striking Dai Mubai right at his waist. Bang! Dai Mubai fell heavily to the ground, spitting out blood. Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing's cold, beautiful face showed a hint of panic. Come here. With a surge of spiritual power, Zhu Zhuqing was directly pulled over. You foolish woman, why are you worried about someone like Dai Mubai? He clearly has a fiancé and is still fooling around everywhere. Think carefully. Did he ever consider you while he was indulging in the pleasures of life all these years? Silly woman, wake up. It's not worth it for a man with no sense of responsibility. Slap. A palm struck the back of his head, and Dai Mubai fainted. Another knife hand hit, and Zhu Zhuqing also passed out. Turning around, he happened to lock eyes with Ning Rongrong. At that moment, Ning Rongrong was already scared silly. What do you want to do? What do you think I want to do? Your skin is so tender. It must have been well taken care of since childhood. With a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth, Ning Rongrong could no longer hold back, and big tears rolled down her cheeks. Let go of Rongrong. Oscar, under the pressure of spiritual energy, took a strong step forward. You come over here too. Stretching out his hand, Oscar also stood in front of Shen Tianyu. Oscar, is your brain defective? Have you become addicted to being a sycophant? Can't you see this woman is a green tea? Pure on the outside, but with deep schemes. Think about it carefully. Look at the difference in her attitude towards you and Tang San. As a food systems soul master, think about how to survive in brutal battles. Improving your strength is the way to go. Stop wasting time on nonsense about love. Is that what you should be considering? Bang! With a shove, Oscar was thrown away, and Shen Tianyu couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this foolish sycophant. Hopefully, this scolding would wake him up a bit. Please, don't hurt me, I'm begging you. Ning Rongrong cried with tears streaming down her face, looking pitiful and heart-wrenching. Still trying to play the victim in front of me? Do you think I'm Oscar? I won't fall for that. Damn it, I hate green tea bitches the most. Let me give you 2 big slaps. Slap, slap. After 2 slaps, Ning Rongrong's face was already red and swollen. The pitiful little woman from a moment ago immediately changed her expression. A pair of fierce eyes glared, fully revealing the witch's true nature. Do you know who I am? I am the little princess of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. You dare to hit me, you are dead for sure. I will definitely tell Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu. Both of them are super Douluos and will surely tear you to pieces. You foolish idiot who cannot see the situation. Just as I raise my hand, a killing intent suddenly attacked from behind. 2 soul saints of the 7th ring launched a deadly attack, targeting Shen Tianyu. How dare you? Miss, we are here to save you. A few dogs raised by the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Ambushing me, you are too naive. As the 2's attacks approached, Shen Tianyu soared into the air with a whoosh. Not good. D. A huge palm print descended from the sky, and the 2 soul saints felt their souls tremble. Bang! Blood mist rose, and they died on the spot. For this moment, the 2 soul saints had waited a long time. Obviously, they still underestimated Shen Tianyu's strength, thinking that an ambush would ensure victory. You really dare to kill someone from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School? What is stopping me? Do you believe I will kill you right now? The killing intent instantly spread, and Ning Rongrong's delicate body trembled uncontrollably. Let me tell you, stop using Swordbone Duuluo to threaten me. Even if both of them attack together, I am not afraid at all. With a slap, Ning Rongrong was knocked unconscious and thrown out. Shutan, as he scanned the crowd, Ma Hongjun suddenly felt uneasy. Before he could think much, his overweight body was out of control, flying in front of Shen Tianyu. Can't think of what to say, so let's just hit you. Ma Hongjun. The scream echoed like a pig being slaughtered, and soon Ma Hongjun was knocked out. Tang San's right eyelid twitched violently. This Shen Tianyu seemed to be deliberately targeting our Shrek 7 monsters, especially enjoying slapping faces, truly infuriating. Where's he looking? His Xiao Wu. As Shen Tianyu's gaze landed on Xiao Wu, Tang San lost his composure. You better not touch Xiao Wu. Chapter 18. You don't want your soul beast identity exposed. Do you? Are you very worried about her? The spirit energy in his palm was released, and an invisible hand reached out. Come here. Boom. A phantom swept through the air, and Xiao Wu arrived in Shen Tianyu's hand. Let go of Xiao Wu. If you have guts, come at me. You're the one talking too much. Everyone is here to save you, right? Bang. With a forceful press of his palm, a pressure of spiritual energy descended. Under the immense strength, Tang San was forced to the ground. Don't you dare hurt Xiao Wu. With a swift motion, the 8 spider lances burst out from his back, struggling to lift his body. Oomph. With a cold shout from Shen Tianyu, the pressure increased dramatically. The 8 spider lances supporting the ground exploded with a loud bang, turning into a pile of shards. Without strong power, bow your head and be a person. Do you really think you are the main character? Want to steal the spotlight in everything? You deserve to die. With a roar, Tang San stood up defiantly. He grabbed a handful of the 8 spider lance fragments and hurled them directly at Shen Tianyu. Ignorant ant, dare to resist. Shen Tianyu slightly tilted his body and effortlessly dodged the fragments. You've fallen for my trick. Tang San smirked sinisterly as the avoided 8 spider lances curved back in midair and charged again. Bat Wing Reincarnation, a hidden weapon technique from the Tang sect, ranked 10th. Its attack method was bizarre, with the thrown hidden weapons following unpredictable trajectories, catching opponents off guard. Do you think I don't know? Bang! The spiritual energy erupted, and the fragments of the 8 spider lances exploded, turning into a fine powder. Buffed dark blood continuously spilled from Tang San's mouth, nearly causing him to faint. Don't you dare hurt my brother. Xiao Wu struggled desperately, her eyes flashing with a hint of pink. Charm, little bunny, you're not learning well, and you're also imitating the fox's abilities. In Shen Tianyu's eyes, this spiritual soul skill was child's play and would have no effect at all. As punishment, a spanking. Stop it. Upon hearing this, Tang San's vision went black, and he spat out another mouthful of old blood. Bastard, let me go. Xiao Wu was equally unwilling, her long legs kicking wildly in the air. Shen Tianyu casually grabbed one of her legs and leaned closer to her ear. Xiao Wu, You wouldn't want Tang San to know about your transformation as a 100,000-year soul beast, would you? Her delicate body trembled, fear filling her eyes. What if he finds out you're a soul beast? Would he kill you to obtain your spirit ring and seize your soul bone? I know you believe he wouldn't do that. But what if your secret as a 100,000-year soul beast becomes known to the world? Her body shook even more violently, as Shen Tianyu's calm words felt like a death sentence. The threat of death loomed over her heart. Be obedient. Time for punishment. Tears welled in Xiao Wu's eyes, and she stopped resisting. Once the identity of a 100,000-year soul beast was exposed, it would bring endless calamity. It could even implicate everyone present. After receiving 2 slaps, Xiao Wu lowered her head in humiliation. Tang San was enraged to the limit, his heart crying out. His beloved Xiao Wu was being humiliated right before his eyes. This was intolerable. Yet, the immense pressure prevented Tang San from finding a way to stabilize himself. What did you say to Xiao Wu? Xiao Wu was clearly still struggling against him. Yet she completely gave up after just a few words from Shen Tianyu. In Tang San's eyes, it must have been Shen Tianyu threatening her. Shen Tianyu, you've touched my reverse scale, and your path to death is clear. Noisy. Bang. With a palm strike, Tang San fell unconscious. Brother, Xiao Wu exclaimed. He's fine, he just fainted. But you should really think about whether staying by that little weakling side is right or wrong. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu fell silent, her eyes filled with struggle as if pondering something. Leaving Xiao Wu aside, Shen Tianyu no longer paid her any mind. After dealing with the Shrek 7 monsters, Flinder happened to arrive holding a treasure. A pile of herbs lay before Shen Tianyu, and he couldn't help but frown. Flander, do you think I'm a fool? This little bit is useless. The herbs scattered on the ground were all trash. Only 3 of them had 100-year quality. Is this really all there is? Flander wanted to cry without tears. These were the only treasures that Shrek Academy had. After all, it was a civilian academy. How much savings could it have? Aren't you afraid of royal punishment for causing trouble in Heavendo City? A stern voice came from the sky. Shen Tianyu looked up to see an old man with white hair, dressed luxuriously, and with a restrained soul power. Dream Machine, save me, Flander shouted, as if he had seen a savior. Shut up. Shen Tianyu glared angrily and collected the herbs into his Rui 100 treasures bag. Even the smallest fly is still meat. I can't leave empty-handed. He glanced at the sky and spoke loudly. Dream Machine, you old fool. Are you going to intervene? This is Heavendo City, and your ruckus here is damaging the Empire's face. I, Dream Machine, am fed by the Imperial Court, so I naturally cannot stand by and do nothing. Good. You have guts. Bang. He leaped into the air, stepping onto the sky. Since you want to intervene, then I'll take down you and the Heavendo Royal Academy together. Arrogant. 8 soul rings were released, and the martial soul, Black Demon, manifested. Shen Tianyu lightly tapped his fingers, and ripples of spirit energy spread out. The space trembled, and an invisible sense of pressure reached Dream Machine's mind. This person should not be underestimated. He might have the strength of a Tiandou Duuluo. Thinking of this, the 7th soul ring lit up directly. Seven Sao Skew, bang! A sudden uppercut came crashing in, interrupting the spell. Damn, young man, you have no martial ethics. Meng Shinji was furious, and just as he began to activate his martial soul's true form, he was abruptly interrupted by Shen Tianyu's sudden attack. He nearly suffered a backlash of soul power, sustaining serious injuries on the spot. Using self-destructive moves in a brawl, what's the difference from handing over your head? Meng Shinji, you really are getting old and confused. He moved through the air with explosive steps, each footfall causing a huge explosion in the sky. Like a ghost, he swiftly maneuvered through the air. With one punch after another, Meng Shinji was left dizzy. After all, he was old and couldn't take a beating. In less than 10 strikes, Meng Shinji was already feeling weak. Bang! The final punch struck him from below, hitting his chin. Meng Shinji spat out blood, mixed with 2 of his front teeth. This is the consequence of your meddling. Today, the Tiandou Royal Academy will also suffer because of you. Holding Meng Shinji, Shen Tianyu headed straight towards the direction of the Tiandou Royal Academy. Outside Shrek, Platinum Bishop Salas stood with his hands behind his back. My lord, should we take action? A soul saint approached to inquire, but Salas turned around and slapped him. Fool, what does it have to do with me, the Spirit Hall? Dream Machine's actions will surely bring disaster to the Tiandou royal family. This, for our Spirit Hall, is a great benefit. We could just watch the show. Lord is wise. Hidden in the shadows, the porcupine witnessed Shen Tianyu's move and couldn't help but feel shocked. Dream Machine is also a top-tier existence among Soul Duuluo, yet was easily subdued. This person is likely already a super Douluo. I must hurry back to report to the young master. At the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, a disciple rushed in to report Shrek's situation. Feng Ji, Rong Rong is in danger. I will go save him. Why should you go? I will go. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, after all, this is Tiandou City. There shouldn't be any accidents. You are overthinking it. As soon as he finished speaking, a disciple hurriedly burst in. Sect Master, it's bad. The two soul saints protecting the young lady have been confirmed dead. What? Ning Fengji's face changed dramatically. Uncle Jian, come with me to Tiandou City, quickly. Chapter 19. Are you threatening me? Tiandou Royal Academy. In the office of the Education Committee, Bai Baoshan suddenly felt something was off. His right eyelid twitched wildly, as if something bad was about to happen. Boom! A gust of air swept through the sky, and Bai Baoshan's expression changed drastically in the office. He flashed out to the outside of the teaching building and looked up. He saw a young man arriving with the dream machine in hand. Bold! 8 soul rings were released, and Bai Baoshan stepped into the air. The martial soul, the heavenly star furnace, was unleashed, and soul power circulated through his chubby hands. Stop! With a wave of his hand, the heavenly star furnace came crashing down. Shen Tianyu sneered and threw the dream machine in his hand. Bang! The dream machine slammed into the heavenly star furnace and fell straight down. Damn it! Bai Baoshan gritted his teeth and caught the dream machine in midair. After securing it, he hoisted the heavenly star furnace on his shoulder and charged into the sky again. Seeking death, with his fingers together, he took explosive steps into the air. Like a thunderbolt, he quickly reached Bai Baoshan's side. Break! His fingers descended and struck the heavenly star furnace. The immense force surged, and Bai Baoshan felt his arms tremble, as if his bones were about to explode. Boom! The heavenly star furnace exploded, and Bai Baoshan spat out blood. My martial soul! Pain appeared on Bai Baoshan's face. The shattering of his martial soul was a massive blow to his soul master. Without a long period of recovery, it was impossible for the martial soul to be restored. Do you dare to resist? With a thunderous shout, the sound waves surged. Bai Baoshan felt an immense weight pressing down on his plump body. At that moment, vines shot through the air. The vines gathered from below, resembling a long spear. Shen Tianyu glanced at them and directly grabbed a handful of vines. With a slight pull, he brought out the hidden figure of the Education Committee's third seat, Jilin. Jilin was also at the Soul Douluo level, and his martial soul was the sky blue vine. After reporting to the Tiandou Imperial Palace, he rushed back to the academy. He had just arrived when he saw Shen Tianyu stepping through the air. After just one exchange, Bai Baoshan's martial soul was shattered. He had thought he could take advantage of the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, but he clearly underestimated Shen Tianyu. Little master lets you sneak attack. Grabbing the sky blue vine, he directly pulled Jilin closer. A kick landed on Jilin's abdomen, causing the frail old man to go stiff and spit out blood continuously. Get lost. Bang! The spiritual energy burst forth, and Jilin was pressed to the ground on the spot. At this moment, students from the Tiandou Royal Academy also rushed out of the classroom. Shen Tianyu coldly scanned the crowd, and the pressure of spiritual energy descended, forcing everyone to prostrate themselves on the ground. You have some nerve to cause trouble at the Tiandou Royal Academy. Do you want to go to war with the royal family? Outside the academy, a well-equipped royal army approached in formation. The leading elder, dressed in splendid attire, rode a fine horse with his chest held high. The visitor was none other than Prince Xuexing, the brother of the Xu Emperor, and currently the ruler of the Tiandou Royal Academy. When Jilin arrived at the palace to report, the Xu Emperor had dispatched Prince Xuexing to personally lead troops to assess the situation. Originally heading to Shrek Academy, Prince Xuexing naturally brought his army to the Tiandou Royal Academy when Shen Tianyu showed up. What? You don't accept this? Shen Tianyu turned and asked, while Prince Xuexing's expression turned slightly angry. Oof. Do you think there's no one in Tiandou? The title Douluo Powerhouse is some of my royal family has too. If you dare to harm even the slightest bit of the Tiandou Royal Academy today, I will surely summon that great person to act. You will find it impossible to survive or die. A being capable of overpowering 3-soul Douluos must be a title Douluo Powerhouse. Even so, Prince Xuexing was not afraid. He knew Dugu Bo, the Poison Douluo who was feared by the world. You mean Dugu Bo, right? It turns out you know him too. Prince Xuexing's expression softened slightly. Bringing up Dugu Bo was indeed the right choice. At the same time, he began to calculate in his mind. If he could recruit another title Douluo Powerhouse, it would provide more security for Xuebing's future claim to the throne. Our Tiandou royal family has always valued talented individuals. If you are willing to become a friend of the royal family, How about we treat today as incident as a misunderstanding? Trash royal family, I look down on you. With a frown, Prince Xuexing's expression turned cold as he lowered his head and spoke sternly. So, you insist on being enemies with the royal family? Aren't you afraid the Poison Douluo will act and make you suffer terribly? Xuexing, stop trying to scare me with Dugu Bo. You might not know, but that old poisoner has already been killed by me. As soon as these words came out, everyone was taken aback. Especially Prince Xuexing. Dugu Bo was his strongest ally. If he lost this support, his power in the empire would likely be affected. You're lying. My grandfather. How could he possibly be killed by you? Among the group of students, a girl with short purple hair stepped forward, her eyes a striking green. Just a glance was enough for Shen Tianyu to recognize her as the one, Dugu Yin, the granddaughter of Dugu Bo. My grandfather is the unparalleled Poison Douluo. Even if your fighting power surpasses his, it's impossible to kill him. That's right. With Dugu Yan's words, Prince Xuexing also reacted. At the level of title Douluo, there are indeed strengths and weaknesses. But to kill a title Douluo, how easy is that? Every title Douluo is a seasoned practitioner with 60 to 70 years of cultivation. Who doesn't he have some skills to protect themselves? You don't believe it, do you? Good. Shen Tianyu raised his hand, and the Rui 100 treasures bag appeared in his grasp. Dugu Yin, do you see clearly what this is? Under the flowing light, the Rui 100 treasures bag floated in Shen Tianyu's hand. Dugu Yin recognized at a glance. The Rui 100 treasures bag, my grandfather's item. How could it be in your hands? It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. What's impossible? By the way, let me tell you how I killed him. It's simple. I tore him apart. No. Dugu Yin cried out in despair. I will avenge my grandfather. Her martial soul was released, and the venom of the green scale snake spread. With a snap of his fingers, a wisp of spiritual energy was released, and the green scale snake's poison dissipated instantly. Boom! Dugu Yin rolled her eyes and collapsed to the ground. Yin Yan, you, as her boyfriend. Yu Qianheng immediately stood up to intervene. A bunch of little grasshoppers lie down obediently. Boom! An even greater burst of spiritual energy exploded, overwhelming everyone present to the ground. The steed under Prince Xuexing collapsed, frothing at the mouth. The well-equipped royal army behind him was also knocked to the ground by the pressure of the spiritual energy, instantly losing the will to resist. You dare to attack this prince. Truly audacious. Within the palace, there are still over 2,000 soul masters. Even if it takes time, we can keep you in Tiandou City until you are killed. Are you threatening me? Prince Xuexing's eyes widened in anger as he gritted his teeth and shouted. That's right. You can interpret it as a threat. By the way, the royal family also has the support of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. If you don't want to attract great trouble, leave quickly. Otherwise, the consequences will be unbearable for you. Ignorant. With a wave of his hand, Prince Xuexing was swept into the air and crashed heavily to the ground. In the face of absolute power, numbers mean nothing. Xuexing, oh Xuexing, daring to threaten me. Do you know that the Tiandou royal family will bring great disaster upon you because of this? Today, I really am going to pay a visit to the Tiandou Palace. Chapter 20. The Snow Knight Emperor is terrified by Baoshan. Jilin, you two get up. With outstretched hands, 2 soul Douluos soared into the air and landed in Shen Tianyu's grasp. If you don't want everyone here to die, tell me where your Tiandou Royal Academy stores its treasures. Dream Machine was still unconscious at this moment, so Shen Tianyu had to grab these two. The two exchanged glances, somewhat reluctant. Unwilling, huh? His eyes narrowed, focusing on one student. Fine, if you don't speak. I'll kill 1 person every second until everyone from your Tiandou Royal Academy is dead. As his words fell, a blade of spiritual energy coalesced. I'm willing to lead the way. Bai Baoshan immediately spoke up, and Jilin nodded in agreement. The 3 committee members of the Tiandou Royal Academy were inherently kind-hearted. Seeing that Shen Tianyu was serious, they quickly complied. Lead the way. The 2 walked ahead, guiding Shen Tianyu at a rapid pace. In the basement of a tall building, the 3 of them stopped. This is it, but we need to get the key from Prince Xuexing. I'll go get it. I'll be back soon. Stop. With a furious shout, the 2 dared not move an inch. Why didn't they speak up earlier and play tricks with a young master? The 2 were filled with anger, but couldn't voice it. They hoped one would stay behind to keep an eye on Shen Tianyu, while the other quickly went out to evacuate the students. Such petty tricks could never escape Shen Tianyu's notice. With a single punch, he could break through. There was no need to make an extra trip. He swung his fist down. The door, forged from fine gold, was directly smashed open. Before him lay various rare materials and treasures, all neatly arranged. Shen Tianyu glanced around. Most were of 10 or 100-year quality, with only a little over 10,000-year treasures, and just one that was 10,000 years old. Compared to the Ice and Fire 2 EI, this was far too lacking. However, it was still much better than that impoverished Shrek. With a wave of his hand, his robe billowed. All the rare materials and treasures were gathered into his magical bag. As he brushed his sleeves and left, he captured Prince Xuexing again while passing by the gate of the Tiandou Royal Academy and headed straight for the Tiandou Palace. This person was truly ferocious, even more unruly than the Pope. The Platinum Bishop Salas watched Shen Tianyu's retreating figure from a distance, feeling a sense of awe. He quickly reported this matter to the Pope, seeking his decision. Understood. The Soul Sage under his command immediately left Tiandou City, heading straight for the direction of Spirit City. If such a talent could be utilized by our Spirit Hall, he would undoubtedly be a sharp sword. The endless wilderness stretched out, the flowing light like an arrow released from a bow. Wherever it passed, the air was filled with the aura of swords. Dusty Heart walked on the 7-killing sword, with Ning Fengji standing behind him. Sword Uncle, how much longer? The journey was halfway through, almost there. Can we go any faster? Ning Fengji was burning with anxiety. He only had this one daughter. After such a calamity, he regretted letting Ning Rongrong be out alone. Then let's go faster. He formed a hand seal, and the speed of the 7-killing sword increased dramatically. Inside the Tiandou Imperial Palace, Emperor Shuya was waiting for news, with Prince Xuexing accompanying him. In the heavily guarded palace, the spirit Da, the porcupine, quietly infiltrated. Young master, I saw with my own eyes that this person severely injured Dream God Machine, but there was no fluctuation of soul power within him, which is extremely strange. Qian Renxue, disguised as Xuexing, changed her expression slightly upon hearing this. A single blow severely injured the Dream God Machine. This is no ordinary title Douluo, but there are no fluctuations of soul power, which is even more strange. Could it be that he is a limit Douluo like my grandfather, able to completely suppress his soul power so that no one can detect it? Thinking of this, Qian Renxue's expression became serious. Not good. Young master. He left the Tiandou Royal Academy and is heading to the palace. As the finished transmitting the message, an angry shout erupted from the palace. Old man Shuya, get out here. The sound wave was deafening, resonating deep within the heart. Emperor Shuya was first startled, then filled with rage. How dare he enter the palace alone, as if there is no one in Tiandou. In his fury, Emperor Shuya stood up and rushed towards the palace entrance, with Qian Renxue following closely behind. They stepped out of the main hall to see a shadow rapidly descending from the sky. Bang! After the shadow landed, it spat out a mouthful of black blood. Only then did Emperor Shuya realize that the shadow was Prince Xuexing. Having fallen hard to the ground, Prince Xuexing's bones were all broken, and he would spend the rest of his life bedridden. Witnessing this scene, Emperor Shuya was filled with extreme anger. Just as he was about to speak, Shen Tianyu in mid-air shouted down from above. Old man Shuya, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Agree to 3 conditions, and I'll turn around and leave. Otherwise, I'll massacre your Tiandou royal family and wipe Tiandou off the map. Maniac! The old emperor's arm trembled slightly as he pointed directly at Shen Tianyu. Send the order, kill this maniac for me. With the imperial decree issued, the palace's guards stood at attention. Crossbows and bows were prepared and aimed directly at Shen Tianyu. With a downward press of his palm, spiritual energy was quickly released. The arrows shot forth, but before they could touch the spiritual energy, they disintegrated into dust. Emperor Shuya's eyes widened in anger. Where are the soul masters? Attack! In the palace, over a dozen soul saints soared into the air. The 7th soul skill, Martial Soul Avatar, was unleashed, facing the dozen soul saints. Shen Tianyu showed no fear. He raised his fist and transformed it into an open palm, striking fiercely. The palm print rapidly enlarged under the abundant spiritual energy. The soul saints felt the air around them being instantly sucked away. The entire space trembled violently. In the next moment, the palm print descended. The palm's energy was overwhelming, and blood gushed forth. A tremendous force descended upon the palace. That massive palm print was unstoppable. The dozen soul saints were instantly suppressed. A 3-meter-high blood mist rose in the royal square right in front of Emperor Shuya. The emperor was dumbfounded. Over a dozen soul saints had all died. The square before him was left with a giant palm print. The corpses of the soul saints were tightly pressed against the ground. Qian Renxue was utterly shocked. Such strength must be on par with her grandfather. Could it be Tang Qian of the Haoyan sect? Impossible. The Haotian sect has no grievances with the Tiandou royal family. Why would they act directly? Moreover, the Haotian sect has already withdrawn from the world, unless they intend to re-emerge on the continent. Various thoughts flashed rapidly through her mind as Shen Tianyu in midair made his move again. Spiritual energy was continuously released, spreading to every corner of the Tiandou royal family. Rise! More than 2,000 soul masters loyal to Tiandou lost control of their bodies and flew up into the sky. Gather! Both hands slowly came together, and the more than 2,000 soul masters collided and formed a mass. Then, Shen Tianyu struck out with another palm. Whether they lived or died depended entirely on their luck. As the palm print descended, the more than 2,000 soul masters panicked. Soul power was released wildly in an attempt to resist this blow. Oof. Shen Tianyu didn't bother to glance again, and that palm ruthlessly fell. The palm print descended, and over 2,000 people fell from the sky. Boom, the airwaves surged, and flesh flew everywhere. The magnificent Tiandou Palace was instantly filled with a thick smell of blood. Emperor Xue was left in shock, terrified to the point that his legs trembled. A pungent smell of urine wafted out, and Qian Renxue frowned slightly. This old man has scared himself so much that he peed. Chapter 21. Xiao Wu goes missing. Chen Xian arrives. Thud. With his legs going weak, the Snow Knight Emperor collapsed onto the ground. Qian Renxue, with a furrowed brow, suppressed her unwillingness and bent down to help the Snow Knight Emperor. 2,000 soul masters. His voice trembled, and the Snow Knight Emperor was shaking all over. Already old, he seemed to have aged another 10 years in an instant. All the soul masters accumulated by the Empire were gone. On the continent, dominated by the Spirit Hall, the vast majority of soul masters would choose to join the Spirit Hall. Those who were loyal to the two great empires of Tiandou and Xingluo were already very few. Since the Snow Knight Emperor came to power, it took him decades to gather these more than 2,000 soul masters. Once back to the pre-liberation era, all savings are gone. This means that the Heavendou Empire will completely enter a downward spiral. And such a scene is exactly what Qian Renxue is happy to see. Old man Xue, 3 conditions, otherwise your Heavendou royal family will disappear from this world forever. Raising his head again, looking at the young man in the sky, Emperor Xue no longer had the aura of a superior. All that remained was fear and dread. I implore you, spare my Heavendou. Good. Gathering his spirit energy, Shen Tianyu smiled broadly. In this world, one still has to speak with their fists. Glancing at the mountain of corpses, he sensed not a hint of vitality. This punch was too heavy. The Heavendou royal family is probably done for may I ask what you want? Xue exerted all his effort and would fully comply. Once the pride in an emperor's heart is gone, they become a little sheep to be slaughtered. At this moment, Emperor Xue only thought about protecting the royal lineage and had lost all will to resist. That punch from Shen Tianyu would be remembered by Emperor Xue for a lifetime, never to be forgotten. First, all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures stored by the royal family must be handed over to me. What? Emperor Xue shivered. Injuring over 2,000 soul masters was already a severe blow. Handing over all the stored heavenly materials and earthly treasures would mean scraping the flesh clean. You don't want to? With a furrowed brow, spirit energy leaked out. I am willing. Emperor Xue nodded repeatedly, fearing Shen Tianyu would strike again. Qinghe, you go quickly and bring all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures of the royal family. There must be no delay. As you command, father. After receiving the order, Qian Renxue quickly left. Shen Tianyu squinted slightly. There were still 4 titled Duozuras within the Heavendou Palace. What about the second condition? Emperor Xue took the initiative to speak, wanting to quickly meet Shen Tianyu's conditions and send this god of death away. Withdrawing the spirit energy beneath his feet, Shen Tianyu quietly landed. He walked past Emperor Xue and headed straight for the main hall. The Heavendou etiquette for guests is lacking. Serve tea. Hurry and serve tea. Emperor Xue immediately followed, shouting for the palace maids to serve tea. Stepping onto the dragon throne, Shen Tianyu crossed his legs. After taking a sip of tea, Shen Tianyu finally spoke the second condition. I have heard that the Heavendou royal family possesses a national treasure called the Vast Sea and Universe Shield. Hand it over. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xue was stunned. The Vast Sea and Universe Shield is a treasured heirloom of the Heavendou royal family, known only to the emperors of past generations. For a moment, the Snow Knight Emperor felt a bit more fear towards the young man in front of him. Even this kind of secret he was aware of. Could it be that this person is a god? Don't want to hand it over? Seeing that the Snow Knight Emperor remained silent, Shen Tianyu immediately adopted an unwilling posture. As long as the adult likes it, Snow Knight will immediately present it with both hands. Snow Knight was truly scared. This killing god was too fierce. If he were to be displeased, it would be rivers of blood. The Hanhai Qinquan shield was indeed extremely precious, but compared to life, it fell a little short. Throughout history, who doesn't long to live a couple more years, especially emperors standing at the peak of power? I will fetch it now. Please wait a moment. The Snow Knight Emperor bowed and retreated, and Shen Tianyu was not worried that he would play tricks. His strength had already been demonstrated, unless the Snow Knight Emperor had a hole in his head. At Shrek Square, everyone gradually woke up from their unconsciousness. Tang Sen looked around in confusion and suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Where is Xiao Wu? The others also followed suit, and, seeing Tang San frantically searching for Xiao Wu, immediately joined in. They searched the entire Shrek, but could not find Xiao Wu's trace. It must be him. Tang San's eyes turned blood red with anger. It must be he who took Xiao Wu. Xiao San, don't be anxious. We will definitely find a way to rescue Xiao Wu. Yes, third brother. I will return to the sect right now and ask Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu to take action. They will definitely defeat that despicable guy. In everyone's subconscious, Xiao Wu's disappearance was already attributed to Shen Tianyu. No, if Xiao Wu falls into his hands, she will definitely suffer humiliation and torment. I must find him now and rescue Xiao Wu. Tang Sen was already going crazy, losing his rationality. Just then, outside of Heavendo City, a sword intent was overwhelming. Chun Xian drove the 7-killing sword and directly charged into Heavendo City. Hurry to Shrek Academy. Ning Fengji was anxious and couldn't wait to know his daughter's situation. Chun Xian accelerated with his sword and appeared above Shrek. Rong Rong, Ning Fengji shouted, and the gazes of the crowd below all turned towards the sky. Daddy, Grandpa Jian. The two landed, and Ning Rongrong rushed into Ning Fengji's arms, tears streaming down her face. Daddy, Grandpa Jian, Rongrong was hit. Look at my face. Be good, Rongrong. Don't cry. Looking at Ning Rongrong's swollen face, Ning Fengji felt a pain in his heart. Who dares to hit my Ning Fengji's daughter? I will make him suffer a fate worse than death. Daddy, Grandpa Jian, you must seek justice for Rongrong. And my companion Xiao Wu was also taken away by that guy named Shen Tianyu. Shen Tianyu? When did such a person appear on the continent? Ning Fengji was taken aback. This name was the first time he had heard it, and he couldn't help but look at Chen Xian. At this moment, Chen Xian was gazing in the direction of the Tiandou Imperial Palace. Fengji, didn't you smell it? Such a heavy smell of blood. Ning Fengji sniffed slightly. The pervasive smell of blood rushed into his nose. In the direction of the Tiandou Imperial Palace. How dare he? Directly attacking the Tiandou royal family. This is equivalent to declaring war on the entire Tiandou Empire. This person is indeed audacious. Even at this moment, he has not left. Senior, are you saying he has tea left? Tang San's heart filled with joy upon hearing this. If Shen Tianyu was still in Heavendo City, it meant there was still a chance to save Xiao Wu. The title of Sword Duo in front of him, Tang San had heard from his teacher. The martial soul 7-killing sword, known as Jian Dao Chun Xian. A level 96 super Duo, also known as the #1 attack Duo on the continent. With such a strong person around, defeating Shen Tianyu and rescuing Xiao would definitely be foolproof. I can sense his aura. He is inside the Tiandou Imperial Palace. Chen Xian nodded firmly, war intent already rising in his eyes. Grandpa Jian, you must teach him a good lesson for Rongrong. Ning Rongrong grabbed Chen Xian's arm, shaking it and acting cute. The elderly man with a cold face squeezed out a smile. Rest assured, Rongrong, Grandpa Jian will definitely make him regret it. Fengji, let us go. Good. I want to see who dares to hit my daughter. Chapter 22. Your sword is too girly in the Tiandou Imperial Palace. In the main hall, the 1,000 Rin Snow, disguised as Xue Qinghe, had already collected all the heavenly materials and treasures of the Tiandou royal family. Shen Tianyu glanced over briefly. Just the 10,000-year immortal products alone totaled 7. The 100,000-year ones filled several large boxes. The royal family is indeed the royal family, gathering treasures from all over the world. Compared to those academies, they're indeed rich beyond measure. With a wave of his hand, he stored everything into the Rui Hunter treasure bag. The Snow Knight Emperor changed his robe and presented the Hanhai Qinquan shield. Shen Tianyu took it and examined it carefully. The Hanhai Qinquan shield had a 3-dimensional triangular shape, with an overall blue color, crystal clear as if carved from sapphire. A crystal blue halo was released from within, with strange energy fluctuations circulating. Just at first glance, Shen Tianyu noticed the remnants of the sea god left inside. This Han Hai Qingquan shield is indeed the heart of the sea god. The energy contained within is naturally extremely pure. I wonder if refining it will elevate my cultivation to the golden core perfection. My lord, what is the third condition? The Snow Knight Emperor bowed respectfully, wearing a flattering expression. As for the third condition, I want her. He pointed at Qian Renxue. Both were stunned, doubting if they had heard wrong. My lord, you want Qinghe? Exactly. The expression of the Snow Knight Emperor immediately turned strange. Could it be that this person has some special preference? Qian Renxue met Shen Tianyu's gaze, and those deep eyes seemed to see through everything. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that her disguise was seen through? The one who hurt my Rongrong. Come out quickly. A shout came from outside, and a powerful sword intent shot forth. Shen Tianyu flicked his fingers, sending out a wisp of spiritual energy, colliding with the sword intent. Boom! The energy fluctuations spread, and the Snow Knight Emperor was sent flying to the end of the hall. Qian Renxue had soul power protecting her, but could not withstand it either. It's the sword Douluo. The Snow Knight Emperor got up from the ground, as if he had found a savior. The Ning sect master must have come too. Madman, your death is at hand. Without caring about the imperial demeanor, the Snow Knight Emperor scrambled towards the hall's exit. Ning sect master, save me. Swish. A swift shadow passed by. Shen Tianyu and Snow Knight walked side by side. Whether my death is at hand remains unknown, but old man Snow Knight, your death is indeed here. With one hand pressing down on the head of the Snow Knight Emperor, he effortlessly swung his arm, sending the Snow Knight Emperor flying out. The aging body flew out of the hall, instantly erupting into a mist of blood. In midair, Chen Xian and Ning Fengji both changed their expressions drastically. The emperor of the Tiandou Empire had just died like that. In the next moment, Shen Tianyu rushed out of the hall. Clenching his fist, he shot forward, delivering a punch directly aimed at Chen Xian. Second soul skill. Spirit Sword Guardian. Sword energy erupted from the 7-killing sword, instantly enveloping both himself and Ning Fengji. The sword energy protective shield took shape, filled with a chilling aura of slaughter. Bang! A fist ruthlessly smashed down, and the sword energy protective shield burst open on the spot. Chen Xian raised his left eyebrow, and a sword energy sent Ning Fengji 100 meters away. Holding the 7-killing sword horizontally, he collided with Shen Tianyu's fist. At the moment of the clash, an immense force transmitted to his arms. Such strong power. Chen Xian marveled inwardly, yet he felt no fear. With a vigorous swing of the 7-killing sword, a sword energy erupted, striking Shen Tianyu's body at close range. Stepping on the void, he leaped to a height of 1,000 meters. Shen Tianyu closely followed, standing opposite Chen Xian. Your actions are too arrogant. You have harmed the treasure of my 7-treasure glazed tile school, and now you have killed the Snow Knight Emperor. You even slaughtered over 2,000 soul masters, creating such a bloodbath. Are you not afraid of the heavenly path rejecting you? Nonsense about the heavenly path. If we talk about the heavenly path, I am the heavenly path of this Douluo continent. Shen Tianyu disdainfully swung his fist, stepping forward to attack. Jen Xin, don't you want to ask the heavenly path if it dares to wrestle with me? Madman. After a brief exchange, Chen Xian had no desire for more words and directly attacked. The sword was 4 feet and 3 inches long, named 7-killing. 9 soul rings were released from his back, and the first 100-year soul ring lit up. First soul skill, sword blade emergence. The sword energy surged and attached itself to the 7-killing sword. Chen Xian's attack immediately increased by 30%. The 7 treasures turned out the glazed tile, proclaiming, attack. The brilliance shot like a flowing arrow, quickly entering Chen Xian's body. The already powerful sword energy was instantly elevated by several levels. The 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. The strongest auxiliary martial soul in the Douluo continent. Each additional soul ring increases the enhancement effect of each soul skill by 10%. Ning Feng He, at the soul sage level, significantly boosted Chen Xian's 5th soul skill attack by 70%, adding the 30% increase from sword blade emergence. Chen Xian's combat power had now doubled. With a mighty swing of the 7-killing sword, a violent sword energy slashed through the air. Shen Tianyu's fist crashed directly into the sword energy. Boom! An explosion erupted above the Tiandou Palace, stirring up huge waves that engulfed Shen Tianyu. The spreading sword energy mercilessly sliced through Shen Tianyu's body. Tang San and the others, rushing forward, saw this scene from a distance. and the pent-up frustration in their chests was immediately relieved. Kill him. Tang San's eyes were blazing with fury. Seeing Shen Tianyu suffer was a sight he was more than happy to witness. The immense wave of sword energy filled him with anticipation, hoping to see Shen Tianyu torn to pieces beneath it. In an instant, all expectations were dashed. Amidst the wave of sword energy, Shen Tianyu emerged unscathed, soaring through the air like a cannonball, racing towards Qian Renxue. His fist struck directly at Qian Renxue's chest, causing blood to surge in Qian Renxue's throat, which he forced down. Sliding through the air for 100 meters, Qian Renxue steadied himself, feeling slightly surprised and starting to take Shen Tianyu more seriously. Behind him, Ning Fengji was greatly shocked. Qian Renxue, the sword Douluo, was the strongest attack-type Douluo on the continent. In their first confrontation, not only did he not gain an advantage, but he was also being overwhelmed. This situation was certainly not what Ning Fengji wanted to see. Resolving himself, he decided to hold nothing back. All soul rings lit up, streams of light flowing into Qian Renxue's body. Strength, speed, attack, defense, soul power, and attributes were all enhanced by 70%. The already formidable sword energy seemed to have the power to pierce through the clouds. Third soul skill. Sword wings like flying. Stepping on the 7-killing sword, Qian Renxue appeared above Shen Tianyu in an instant. The violent sword energy rained down, pressing directly toward Shen Tianyu's crown. Raising his head, he unleashed a punch. The sword energy exploded, and the punch's force shot straight up into the sky. Qian Renxue immediately maneuvered the 7-killing sword, quickly adjusting his position to evade the punch's force. The fourth soul ring lit up, and the 7-killing sword fell into his hand. A burst of killing intent erupted from between his brows. With one hand holding the sword, he slashed at Shen Tianyu. Fourth soul skill. Killing intent revealed. The soul power condensed into a sword blade, flashing with cold light, incredibly sharp. Humph! A cold snort from his nostrils. He stepped forward with explosive speed. The entire space trembled, on the verge of collapsing at any moment. Clenching his fist upward, he struck against the sword blade. The sharp sword blade seemed to hack against something indestructible. Crack! The sword blade shattered a gap, instantly turning into countless fragments. Qian Renxue was taken aback, his face suddenly darkening. Since becoming a titled Douluo, it had been a long time since anyone had made him pay such close attention. With a punch upwards, Shen Tianyu sneered. Qian Renxue, your sword is too weak. Chapter 23. If you're going to fight, then fight. Why are you reciting poetry? Qian Renxue exploded with anger, the 7-killing sword radiating brilliance. Are you seeking death? The black 10,000-year soul ring lit up, and Qian Renxue formed a seal with his sword. Above the Tiandou Imperial Palace, countless sword energies were released into the air. The aura of slaughter and intimidation gathered around Shen Tianyu in an instant. Fifth soul skill. Awe-inspiring for miles. With a thought, the sword rises and the world bows. The 7-killing sword stabbed down, and endless sword energy surged through the air. In the blink of an eye, Shen Tianyu was surrounded. Waves of sword energy descended, piercing directly into his flesh. The sound of clashing echoed continuously. The sound of sword energy exploding. Qian Renxue glared fiercely, his soul power surging wildly, controlling the sword energy to attack relentlessly. I told you your sword is too weak, and you still don't believe it. This little sword energy could hardly harm me. The mighty force of a giant erupted, his fist sweeping through the air. 8 fist waves shot out, sweeping away the sword energy that surged from 8 directions. As the fist waves emerged, the sword energy dimmed. The situation reversed. Like a force that could crush dry weeds, all the sword energy was shattered. And Shen Tianyu had already stepped through the air, appearing behind Qian Renxue in a flash. With a single punch, Qian Renxue's anger surged, his eyes wide with fury. The blood that had been pent up in his chest could no longer be controlled and was spewed out. A tremendous force descended, causing his body to uncontrollably plummet. He threw out the 7-killing sword, pressing it against his back to stabilize his form in midair. The two adjusted their positions, with Shen Tianyu looking down from above, resembling an undefeated war god. In these decades, you're the first to force me to this point. Qian Renxue's brows furrowed, a murderous intent radiating from him. The 9 soul rings behind him spun wildly under the stimulation of his soul power. If I do not kill you today, how can I maintain my title as the #1 attack Douluo on the continent? The 7th soul ring lit up, and his soul power erupted like a fountain. 7 killing true body. The giant sword soared across the sky, Soul power surged upwards, forming a phantom of Qian Renxue. A large hand grasped the giant sword, and the sharp sword energy crisscrossed, causing the entire Tiandou Imperial Palace to tremble violently. The sword energy merged with the soul power, transforming into countless sharp, long swords. 6. Soul skill. All swords returned to origin. The giant sword pointed to the sky, and thousands of swords rang in unison. Go! With a sudden roar, thousands of swords were unleashed. Good one. Taking a step back, I clenched my 5 fingers tightly. With a powerful step, I launched forward, my fist striking out fiercely. A massive fist force surged forward, colliding with the thousands of swords. Crack, 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 one long sword after another exploded, turning into nothingness and soul power. The punch wave surged forward, and in an instant, thousands of swords detonated simultaneously. Qian Renxue was taken aback. The punch wave had already descended. The 7 kills true body moved sideways in front, and the soul power surged wildly. Boom! The punch wave fell, causing the 7 kills true body to tremble and crack open a fissure. Not good. The 7 kills sword danced, and the domain unfolded. 7 kills domain. Boom! The domain rapidly spread, enveloping the entire punch wave. Qian Renxue's combat power surged, the 7 kills sword in his hand shining brilliantly. Pure sword intent, combined with a body full of killing intent, erupted into a stunning sword that clashed evenly with the punch wave. Outside, the Tiandou Imperial Palace, Tang San and his group arrived. The sword Douluo was actually being suppressed. Yu Xiaojiang was shocked, his emotions complex. This being, known as the strongest attacking Douluo, was actually being suppressed at this moment. Hearing this, Tang San immediately turned dark-faced. No, the battle had just begun. Holding the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, Ning Fengji descended in front of everyone. The 7 kills domain unfolded. Sword Uncle was finally making his move. Within the domain, the enemy's attack was reduced by 90%, defense by 80%, and speed by 70%. Since knowing Sword Uncle, Qian Renxue had never seen him use this move. But it was certain that once the 7 kills domain was unleashed, Sword Uncle was truly angry. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel invigorated. Above the palace, Qian Renxue felt a fire burning in his chest. At this moment, he had been in a suppressed state throughout the battle. Anger had reached its peak, and he needed an outlet. 8th soul skill. The deep black soul ring lit up, and in the state of the 7 kills true body, Qian Renxue swung the 7 kills sword in his hand. A total of 12 sword shadows are rotating in the air. The 7 kills thunder rises, and a sword breaks through the long sky. The 7 kills sword thrusts forward, and the 12 sword shadows erupt simultaneously. Move mountains and fill seas. This 8th soul skill of Qianxin is named Move Mountains and Fill Seas. Once this sword is unleashed, it can cleave mountains and break seas. Each of the 12 sword shadows possesses 80% of the main body's attack power. A typical title Douluo would not dare to face this strike head-on. As the particles of the giant elephant within him erupted, Shen Tianyu clenched his fist, causing the surrounding air to explode violently. Cracks began to appear in the space above. Take my punch. With a punch, the heavens and earth roared. The 12 sword shadows trembled, unable to advance even a half step. Annihilate. Boom, the sword shadows exploded entirely, the explosion resonating in the air. Energy fluctuations raged, causing most of the buildings in the Tiandou Imperial Palace to collapse into ruins. Outside the palace, Tang San and his companions were blasted 1,000 meters away by the energy shockwave. Ning Fengji forcefully used his soul power to protect himself, so he didn't appear as disheveled. Frowning, he had a bad premonition. President Flender, please escort my daughter ahead to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Master Ning, do you think the Sword Douluo Senior cannot defeat the villain Shen Tianyu? Yu Xiaojiang immediately asked, and Ning Fengji replied seriously. It's hard to say, but I'm always uneasy with Rongrong staying here. Everyone, let us go to the 7-treasure glazed tile school together, and once this matter is settled, we can return to Tiandou City. The situation was urgent, leaving no time for further thought. The group immediately decided to head to the 7-treasure glazed tile school together. Master Ning, if you could defeat that villain, please save Xiao Wu. In the future, Tang San will be at your service. Rest assured, leave it to me. With Ning Fengji's promise, Tang San quickly left with the others. Looking back, the battle in the palace was still ongoing. Qianxin glanced at the vast ruins below, then stepped onto the 7 kills sword and continued to ascend. Shen Tianyu followed closely, and the two reached an altitude of 7,000 meters. To withstand my 8th soul skill truly surprises me, but with the next sword, you will surely perish here. The last black soul ring lit up, its depth dark, with a hint of red light. Qian's final soul ring was obtained from hunting a soul beast over 90,000 years old. The power it possesses is naturally terrifying. The moment the soul ring lit up, the 7-kill sword had already surrounded Qian, leaving behind trails of sword symbols. Countless sword energies began to swirl in the air. Above the true body of 7 kills, a vast sword energy space was opened. Qian stood within, the enormous 7 kills sword pointing towards the horizon. The tall phantom of Qian stood prominently behind the gigantic 7-kill sword. One arm is condensed from pure white sword energy, while the other is formed from blood-red killing intent. Both hands grip the enormous 7-kill sword, and he chants angrily. The osmanthus tree flourishes 100 miles of territory. The partridge cries echo in the coolness of noon. The wind at Yinping Ferry is like a blade. The sword departs, and the river empties, yet the water flows endlessly. Opposite him, Shen Tianyu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. If we're going to fight, just fight. Why recite poetry? Everyone is reckless, getting caught up in these literary matters. 9th soul skill, divine and demon dual slash. The sound waves shook the heavens and the earth as he drew the 7-kill sword and fiercely slashed at Shen Tianyu. At that moment, Shen Tianyu clenched his fist tightly, and in an invisible way, the great Tao trembled in fear, bowing under the ferocious fist energy. From afar, Ning Fengji, who was watching the battle, felt as if the great Tao of heaven and earth had instantaneously vanished. Ancestral Holy Fist, 3 moves to shake the world. The great Tao decays. Chapter 24. Why has this overwhelming disaster fallen upon me? The divine and demon dual slash descended from the sky, colliding with Shen Tianyu's punch. In an instant, countless sword energies were completely extinguished. The pure sword intent that Qian Renxue took pride in also seemed to collapse at this moment. With a single punch, the great path decays. All attacks at this moment are but illusions. An unprecedented killing intent envelopes Qian's heart. The first-generation sword Douluo felt a surge of fear in his heart. The divine and demon slash. Just like this. Break. The sound was like thunder, and the punch was indomitable like a diamond. With the ultimate strike, the divine and demon slash was obliterated by the ancestral holy fist. But Shen Renxue was like a feather, struck by the punch intent all over his body, spitting out blood uncontrollably. His desolate figure was blasted back into the air. I am defeated. Shen Renxue could hardly believe it, and the sword intent in his heart was about to collapse in the next moment. No. The belief in the strongest sword ignited, and Shen Renxue forcibly controlled his retreating body. Bang! Stepping on the void, he stabilized his form. Gripping the 7-killing sword tightly, he seemed to enter a state of nothingness. Unity of man and sword. Boom! The soul power spread out, and Shen Renxue's entire aura vanished without a trace. In the world, only the aura of the 7-killing sword remained. My body is like a sword. At this moment, Shen Renxue was no longer Shen Renxue, but the extremely sharp 7-killing sword. Interesting. A counterattack from a desperate situation? The person moves with the sword intent, and sword energy merge into one. Shen Renxue's eyes turned completely white, leaving only the purest sword path. In the cup, a tune of 13 strings, the storms of half a lifetime. All returned to one sword. Holding the 7-killing sword, Shen Renxue shot across the sky. Sword path, Shen Renxue. At this moment, Shen Renxue stepped into a wonderful realm. As if he had touched the bottleneck he hadn't broken through for many years. Since it is so, let me show you the true sword path. With 2 fingers together, pointing upwards, the sword intent erupted in an instant, and Shen Tianyu became sword. 3,000 great Tao sword techniques. Rumble the space shattered, and Shen Tianyu was like a giant sword, wielding his fingers to kill. The great sword techniques descended, and the strongest sword energy swept through like a tornado. The sword fingers collided with the 7-killing sword, instantly suppressing the sword intent of the 7-killing sword. Crack, the sword edge exploded, and the sword body was immediately covered with cracks. Boom! With an explosion, the 7-killing sword shattered into pieces. Shen Renxue's martial soul was broken. Blood spurted uncontrollably from his mouth, and his long silver hair danced in the sword energy. The sword fingers surged forward, and in the blink of an eye, they were in front of Shen Renxue. At this moment, Shen Renxue had little soul power left, and was no longer capable of fighting. A stream of light accurately landed and merged into Qian Renxue's body. It was Ning Fengji from afar, urgently lending a hand. With the soul power replenished, Qian Renxue immediately mobilized his body to dodge. He thrust his sword forward, striking Qian Renxue's right arm. With a whoosh, the ultimate sword energy rapidly spread, severing Qian Renxue's right arm on the spot, blood gushing out. At that moment, after years of stagnation, he broke through. His soul power soared quickly, and Qian Renxue stepped into level 97. 7 kills. A sword aura condensed beneath his feet, and Qian Renxue's speed surged dramatically. In less than half a breath, he appeared outside the royal palace. Fengji, follow me. Ning Fengji jumped onto the sword aura, and the 7 treasures glazed pagoda was frantically activated. As the flowing light descended, Qian Renxue's speed skyrocketed. The two of them were like arrows, reaching the gates of Heavendou City in an instant. Escape? The spiritual energy quickly spread, covering the entire Heavendou City in the blink of an eye. Everything within the city could not escape Shen Tianyu's perception. Upon reaching the city gates, the two suddenly felt a chill down their backs, as if the Grim Reaper was locking onto their souls. Above the palace, Shen Tianyu had just stepped out, his brows furrowing involuntarily. Under his spiritual perception, Qian Renxue was rushing in the opposite direction. Little girl, you want to run too? He turned around, channeling his spiritual energy to quickly lock onto Qian Renxue's figure. The golden soul power flowed, revealing a hint of noble aura. As Qian Renxue, who was running wildly, sensed Shen Tianyu's gaze, an ominous premonition rose in her heart. Imperial guards, stop him. At this moment, she was still disguised as Shui Qinghe, and with her identity here, the Imperial guards within the palace naturally dared not disobey her orders. They immediately drew their bows and readied their long spears. A bunch of ants. With a single hand pressed down, spiritual energy descended from the sky. Blood mist rose, and a number of Imperial guards fell dead. Come back here. Bang! With one step, I appeared above the towering snow. I reached down, and spiritual energy condensed into a large hand, descending from the sky. You. Looking around, the nearby Imperial guards were all dead, with no one left. Gritting my teeth, I directly unleashed my martial soul, the 6-winged angel. Under the radiance of the holy angel, 5 soul rings shimmered and pulsed. The only 10,000-year soul ring lit up, and a golden sword took shape. 5th soul skill, holy sword. With a sword thrust upwards, he pierced the spiritual hand. Stop resisting. Boom! The holy sword exploded, and the spiritual hand descended from above. Shen Tianyu made a fist gesture, and the spiritual hand directly captured Qian Renxue. Come back. The spiritual hand brought Qian Renxue floating back, and 2 fingers quickly pressed down on her chest, sealing her soul power. What do you want to do? Qian Renxue gritted her teeth and shouted angrily. Prince, I have said that the 3rd condition requires you. No, I should call you Qian Renxue instead. You actually know my identity. You should also be aware of my background. The Spirit Hall is not something you can offend. Threatening me? With a raised eyebrow, he pinched Qian Renxue's chin. Because of you, those 2 little loaches ran away, and you must pay the price. As for the Spirit Hall, I will go rob the Heavendou Spirit Hall first. He placed his hand over Qian Renxue's mouth, sealing it with spiritual energy. He lifted Qian Renxue and flew straight towards the Heavendou City Spirit Hall. At this moment, inside the Spirit Hall, the Platinum Bishop Salas was clapping and praising. Good. Very good. That guy is truly ruthless. Not only did he wipe out over 2,000 soul masters of the Heavendou royal family, but he also chopped off Qian Renxue's arm. A talent like this must be utilized by our Spirit Hall. I must personally visit the main hall. Just as Salas was feeling emotional, a pressure suddenly descended. Soon after, screams were heard. His thin, old face turned furious as he hurried out of the room into the hall. Who dares to? Halfway through his words, Salas shut up. Shen Tianyu stood in the hall, carrying Qian Renxue, and their gazes met. Salas was a bit confused. How did this person come to the Spirit Hall? And he was carrying the Heavendou Crown Prince Shui Qinghe? You're Salas, right? Hand over all the rare treasures of the Spirit Hall to me, or I will leave no one alive. Do you think my Spirit Hall is a bunch of idiots like the Heavendou royal family? Offending the Spirit Hall means, what if I offend your Spirit Hall? I even snatched the Pope's daughter. You think there's no way back, huh? I'll kill one if you send one. I'll keep killing until no one dares to come to your Spirit Hall. With one punch, he smashed Saras to pieces on the spot. Until his death, Saras couldn't understand why this terrible disaster had fallen upon him. Inside the Spirit Hall, everyone was on edge. Where's the Vice Hall Master? Come out. A chubby middle-aged man stepped out, bowing and nodding to Shen Tianyu. Please wait a moment, my lord. I'll fetch all the heavenly materials and treasures right away. You're more self-aware than he is. The chubby middle-aged man quickly gave orders, and in no time, he brought all the heavenly materials and treasures. After storing them in the wishful 100 treasures bag, Shen Tianyu flew away. Shortly after flying out of Tiandou City, he stopped outside a small grove. He laid Qian Renxue down on the ground and coldly shouted, "If you've come, then come out. No need to sneak around and hide." As soon as he finished speaking, 4 figures appeared. Shen Tianyu turned around and saw that the 4 had already released their martial souls, each one at the 9th ring. For title Duoluos, how do you compare to Chen Xian when you join forces? Chapter 25. Qian Renxue, I will teach you how to cultivate immortality. Let the young master go. The spirit hall is not something you can offend. Shi Long shouted coldly, holding the spirit snake spear, with 9 soul rings rotating. The other 3 title Duoluos also released their soul power. The 4 of them combined their strength, forming a pressure that surged towards Shen Tianyu. You're seeking death. A fist was thrown out fiercely, directly aimed at the snake spear Daw. This punch came extremely fast, and by the time the snake spear Duoluo reacted, the fist's momentum was already close. He horizontally raised the snake spear, channeling all his soul power to defend. Bang! The immense force surged, his arms trembling. The snake spear in his hand recoiled and hit his chest. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out, and the serpent spear Duoluo was sent flying 1,000 meters away. Let's attack together. The spiked porcupine Duoluo was taken aback, and then the 7th spirit ring lit up, transforming him into a gigantic spiked porcupine. A female title Duoluo, engulfed in flames. A crisp call escapes her mouth, transforming into a spiritual kite. The ferocious tiger roars, shaking the mountains and forests. The last title Duoluo transforms into a golden, fierce tiger, measuring a full 18 meters in length, with an enormous physique. Glimmering with golden light all over, a pair of sharp fangs gleams coldly. If you seek death, don't blame me. With her feet on the ground, spiritual energy wildly erupts from her body. One hand reached out upwards, making a grabbing motion towards the space. A trace of origin power held in the palm. Origin Divine Fist. A massive punch was launched, heading straight for the 3. I will block. Transformed into a golden, fierce tiger, the Duoluo, relying on the true form of his martial soul, was enormous and indestructible, directly blocking the 2 in front. The fist's aura smashed down fiercely, and the violent aura erupted instantly. The thick aura, like white mist carrying immense force, struck heavily beneath the neck of the golden fierce tiger. Not good. A sense of death surged instantly. The aura crazily swept in, entering the body of the golden fierce tiger in an instant. Dense aura spewed out from Shen Tianyu's fists. The sharp aura of annihilation made the 3 title Duoluo shudder simultaneously. My life is over. The fierce tiger let out a mournful cry as the aura had completely invaded its body. Its massive body collided with the and, carrying the 2, it rolled backward for 1,000 meters without stopping. The snake spear Duoluo, who had just regained his composure, was about to join the battle when he saw the 3 being pushed toward him by the aura. Damn! The snake spear Duoluo's face changed drastically as the 3 rolled into a ball, rushed over. The violent aura reached him first, crashing into the snake spear Duoluo's body. His energy was completely sealed off, and a massive force assaulted him from all directions, rendering him unable to move an inch. There was no way to evade. He could only brace himself. He immediately gathered all his soul power into the snake spear, using all his strength to block forward. Bang! They collided head-on, and the snake spear Duoluo's face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The trembling snake spear martial soul seemed unable to hold on. Crack! A crisp sound rang in his ears, and the martial soul backfired. The massive tiger body collided head-on. The snake spear Duoluo lost consciousness on the spot, being pushed back along with the 3 by the aura, as the surrounding trees crashed to the ground. Beneath the ancient tree, Qian Renxue stared in disbelief. The 4 titled Duoluo who had come to the rescue were all elders of the Spirit Hall. Each one was a renowned figure on the continent. Yet these 4 were easily defeated by Shen Tianyu. Disturbing my good fortune, this is what you asked for. Withdrawing his fist, he lifted Qian Renxue again. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have shown mercy to them. Leaping into the air, he no longer paid attention to the 4. The aura pushed the 4 back 3,000 meters before finally stopping. The massive golden fierce tiger had vanished, leaving only a cold corpse lying on the ground. The Lingyuan Duoluo held his chest, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and checked the other's conditions. The snake spear Duoluo had already fainted after enduring 2 strikes. His martial soul had shattered, leaving him without fighting power for a while. Shilong has passed out. What about Lao Jiao? The struggled to crawl to Shilong's side, confirming he was unharmed after a check, then looked at the Lingyuan Duoluo. Among the 4, the Lingyuan Duoluo was the least injured and could still stand and move. Lao Jiao is dead. What? The 9th elder of the Spear Hall? A generation of titled Duoluo just like that? He was stunned, unwilling to believe it, propping up his fat body to crawl on the ground. Arriving at the 9th elder's corpse, after reaching out to check, he was shocked and couldn't help but feel relieved. Thankfully, Lao Jiao was in front, which saved his life. What to do about the blood? It might be hard for you. Take us back to the Spirit Hall. The fat showed a helpless expression. His legs were already broken, relying on soul power for protection, but they weren't completely useless yet. What about the young master? Upon hearing this, the 2 fell silent, unsure how to respond for a moment. The situation was sudden, and it wasn't our fault for not protecting well. The Grand Priest should understand, right? For now, it's best to slip away. If that guy makes a comeback, we are all dead. It can only be this way. Endure the punishment, and it will pass. If we lose our lives, it will truly be over. The Sunset Forest, though not comparable to the Heaven Do Great Forest, also has a considerable number of soul beasts. Within the vast forest, there are still several mountain ranges standing tall. Outside one of the mountain ranges, a poison formation had once been set up. Not long ago, during a great battle, the poison formation was more than half destroyed. A number of soul beasts were stirring around the mountain range. Suddenly, a massive wave of spiritual energy surged in. The beasts were thrown into chaos, and the fear they had felt not long ago enveloped their hearts once again. The birds and beasts scattered, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Outside the small cabin in the mountain gorge, Shen Tianyu floated down, placing Qian Renxue, whom he had carried on his shoulder, onto the ground. No need to keep pretending in front of me. With a wave of his hand, his robes flowed with the surge of spiritual energy. Qian Renxue's disguise was instantly shattered. The handsome and striking face vanished, replaced by an incredibly beautiful visage, with skin like white snow and golden eyes. On her forehead, there was a small mark of a 6-winged angel. The golden silk gown accentuated her perfectly curvaceous figure, with long golden hair cascading over her shoulders. A few strands resting on her chest, she pairs perfectly with a golden silk gown, exuding an air of noble elegance. As our eyes meet, her golden eyes are calm as water, showing no signs of emotional fluctuation, yet possessing a unique charm that captivates and draws one in. A beauty beyond compare. Her cherry-red lips part, and her voice, stripped of pretense, is like a heavenly melody. You are willing to offend the Spirit Hall just to take me away. What advice do you have? It's not really advice, just a way to teach you some cultivation methods. Her golden eyes remain emotionless, only her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Cultivation methods? You understand the secret techniques of my angelic clan? Such rubbish is beneath me. What I will teach you is the method of immortality cultivation, far superior to your martial spirit training. The method of immortality cultivation? Qian Renxue is puzzled as Shen Tianyu bends down to pick her up. This technique is called Mandarin ducks playing in water, and it's most suitable for someone like you, who is not attuned to spiritual energy. Today, I will teach you all of it. First, I will demonstrate the first form, Mandarin duck's water probe. Spiritual energy gathers at my fingertips, and with a light tap, the energy bursts forth. Qian Renxue's delicate body trembles in shock. This single point breaks through space, truly terrifying. Impressive, right? Next is the second form. Chapter 26, Refining the Sea God's Soul. Autumn brings more dew. In the morning, dew clings to the flowers and grass under the trees, left by the temperature drop of the previous night. A pink butterfly frolics among the flowers and grass. Creak, the wooden door opens, and Shen Tianyu steps out. Inside the room, Qian Renxue frowns tightly. She has just fallen asleep. In the Duoluo continent, the cultivation of martial souls is deeply rooted. Shen Tianyu can't help but sigh. Yesterday, when he taught Qian Renxue to cultivate, the little girl was very resistant. After all, martial souls have been passed down for thousands of years in the Duoluo continent and are deeply ingrained in people's hearts. It wasn't until the evening that she reluctantly accepted the cultivation method and learned the basics of the Mandarin ducks playing in water technique. Adhering to the principle that a strict teacher produces outstanding students, Shen Tianyu set high standards, and every step in the cultivation process must be executed without error. After all, cultivating immortality is a counterintuitive endeavor. and a slight mistake could lead to madness. The high standards are also for Qian Renshue's good. The continuous cultivation continued until dawn. When Qian Renxue, exhausted, finally fell asleep, and only then did the training come to an end. After all, she is just a girl in her early 20s, not understanding the difficulties of cultivation, and Shen Tianyu did not blame her. After covering Qian Renxue with a blanket, he left the room. After a night of teaching, the gains were minimal. If the method of cultivating immortality is to be widely promoted, it still requires a step-by-step approach. However, there were still some significant gains. Looking into his dantian, he saw that the smooth, lustrous golden core now had an additional golden stripe. For Shen Tianyu, the initial joint cultivation was quite effective. This was just the Mandarin ducks playing in water technique. If he were to cultivate a more profound skill, the improvement would surely be faster. Thinking of this, he turned back to gaze at the sleeping Qian Renxue. Forget it. Let us lay a solid foundation first before delving into the profound. Cultivation must be approached step by step. Closing the door behind him, Shen Tianyu stepped into the air and arrived at the ice and fire duality ruins. Spiritual energy probed into the Rui 100 treasure bag, and all the heavenly materials and earth treasures collected in Tiandou City were laid out on the ground. As the swallowing heaven demon technique operated, one by one, the heavenly materials and earth treasures entered his belly, transforming into pure source energy and merging into the golden core. The elusive spiritual energy in the world silently gathered at the ice and fire duality, forming a vortex. Time quietly passed, and before long, it was noon. The once mountain-like pile of heavenly materials and earth treasures had been completely absorbed. The third golden stripe had only just formed halfway. Frowning, he thought the speed was too slow. Let's try the vast sea and universe shield. He reached into the Rui 100 treasure bag and took out the vast sea and universe shield, which emitted a crystal blue light. Sitting cross-legged by his feet, spiritual energy immediately enveloped him. The swallowing heaven demon technique activated again, and the vast sea and universe shield emitted energy fluctuations. Just as the spiritual energy probed in, the vast sea and universe shield reacted. A wisp of divine thought was released, forcefully repelling the spiritual energy of Shen Tianyu. A remnant of the sea god's soul dares to be arrogant in front of me. Let's see how I refine you. Unhappiness arose in my heart, and I unleashed all my spiritual energy. The swallowing heaven demon technique was pushed to its limit, directly suppressing that wisp of soul remnant. Pure energy flowed out from it, being absorbed into Shen Tianyu's body. The suppressed remnant of the sea god's soul clearly did not give up resisting. Within the vast sea and sky shield, the immense power that remained was mobilized in an instant, charging towards the spiritual energy. Hey, you're rebelling against me. With a single palm pressed down, it struck the Han Hai Qian Kuan shield. The shield roared, and cracks faintly appeared on its four sides. The so-called divine artifact was still too fragile in front of Shen Tianyu. This palm enraged the remnants of the divine soul sealed within. Boom! The divine consciousness erupted, sending sparkling blue light shooting out. A tall and blurry figure suddenly appeared above. The person was clad in armor, holding a trident. With every gesture, an energy that transcended soul power roamed through the space. The moment the remnants of the sea god's soul descended, all soul beasts in the sunset forest prostrated themselves on the ground. A massive divine pressure enveloped Shen Tianyu. How dare humans show disrespect to this god? A majestic voice echoed, and within the sound waves, there seemed to be a mental force surging straight into Shen Tianyu's mind. Hee. With a cold sneer, the divine consciousness and mental power were directly rebounded. The remnants of the sea god's soul were momentarily stunned, then spoke again. Humans, considering your difficult cultivation, if you merely deliver the heart of the sea god to Sea God Island, I will spare you the sin of great disrespect. You even let me put on an act. Suddenly rising, spiritual energy erupted rapidly, directly confronting the residual divine power of the sea god. Don't think that just because you are merely a remnant of the sea god's soul, even if the god of Shuro were to descend, I could easily wipe him out. Boom! Pointing a finger towards the sky, a power more terrifying than divine power erupted instantly, enveloping the remnants of the sea god's soul. Don't put on a high and mighty attitude in front of me. Today, I will refine you first. If the sea god has the guts, come to the mortal realm to find me. 3,000 Great Tao, Great Devouring Technique. Boom! The spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered, like an unfathomable black hole, pulling the remnants of the sea god's soul into the abyss. The remnants of the sea god's soul lost their composure instantly and urged their divine power to resist. Be obedient. With a downward seal of the palm, an unprecedented sense of oppression descended. The remnants of the sea god's soul became flustered, trembling as they looked at the seal that Shen Tianyu formed. The power within that seal was terrifying. From the moment the seal was formed, the remnants of the sea god's soul realized that the surrounding energy was completely severed, leaving them with no way to retreat. 3,000 Great Tao, Great Immobilization Technique. As the seal fell, the remnants of the sea god's soul could not move an inch. Skyiswadawin Demon Technique. In conjunction with the Great Devouring Technique, the remnants of the sea god's soul rapidly faded, transforming into pure primal energy that surged into Shen Tianyu's dantian. Inside the wooden house, a ray of warm sunlight fell on the bedside. Qian Renxue furrowed her brow and opened her eyes in a daze, supporting her delicate body with her arms. Her golden silk dress hung at the bedside. Hugging her long, slender legs, her snow-white skin appeared delicate and fragile. Bastard! The angry shout was filled with fury, and hatred surged within her heart. A punch landed on the headboard with great force, causing the snow-white bedding to ripple. At the fingertips, an unusual sensation reached the mind. Glancing sideways, there was an ancient book. Imperial level, the butterfly flower heart technique. Last night, while teaching Qian Renxue to cultivate, Shen Tianyu had already understood her physique. He specifically selected this technique from the supreme yin-yang canon that was suitable for Qian Renxue's cultivation. Driven by curiosity, Qian Renxue opened the butterfly flower heart technique. The cultivation method came into view, with detailed explanations of each move, accompanied by illustrations for understanding. What a lecture! Remembering the cultivation from last night, Qian Renxue felt resentment. Shen Tianyu was truly rude. His teaching was very strict. Each move had to be executed perfectly. As a result, Qian Renxue felt immense pain while learning. Closing the butterfly flower heart technique, Qian Renxue mobilized her soul power, unable to hide her surprise. My soul power has risen to level 59. Before meeting Shen Tianyu, Qian Renxue had just stepped into level 58. After one night of practicing the coupling water play technique, she had actually increased her soul power by 1 level. No, there's also a strange force. Within her meridians, a power different from her soul power was circulating in her body. It was left by him. Qian Renxue gritted her teeth. Just then a massive energy wave swept through. Through the window, she could see the direction of the ice and fire duality eye, where an energy completely different from her soul power was in operation, identical to what was within her. It must be there. Angrily getting out of bed, she put on a golden silk dress. Shen Tianyu, I will kill you. Slamming the door, the warm sun shone on the bed. A splash of bright red like blood on the white snow, particularly eye-catching. Chapter 27. Little Snow, do you feel the power of the immortal technique? Divine Realm. In a palace abundant with seawater, Poseidon opened his cold eyes in anger. A fragment of my divine soul has been refined by someone. How is this possible? The vast sea universe cover is the heart of the sea god, left on the Douluo continent when Poseidon ascended to godhood. Anyone recognized by the vast sea universe cover would have the qualification to inherit the sea god's position. For countless years, the vast sea universe cover changed hands several times, but had never been recognized. Today, the vast sea universe cover was triggered, and it turned out to be a fragment of the divine soul being refined by someone. I have become a god and cannot casually interfere in matters of the lower realm, but this concerns my divine position inheritance, and I must take action. With a slight movement of thought, I raised my hand to mobilize divine power. An oracle quickly took shape and vanished with a snap of fingers within the temple. In the lower realm of Douluo, on Sea God Island, a stunning woman held a golden staff and wore a bright red robe. Her sea blue long hair draped over her shoulders, reaching down to the ground. A pair of clear blue eyes, deeper than the color of the sea. Standing there, it seems she is the entire ocean. Boom! The 7 sacred pillars shone brilliantly, and the entire Sea God Island trembled at that moment. Poseidon showed a look of surprise as the 7 sacred pillared Douluo arrived simultaneously. In the golden blue light, a tall figure appeared before everyone. Bow to the sea god. Poseidon respectfully knelt, followed closely by the 7 sacred pillared Douluo. At this moment, all the residents of Sea God Island knelt towards that golden blue light. Offering their sincere tribute to the sea god, they worshipped the one who protects them. Poseidon, a sudden change has occurred with the heart of the sea god. The opportunity for the heir of the divine position may be cut off, You may send someone to the mainland to investigate. After the oracle was recited, the golden blue light dissipated, and everything returned to normal. Sea dragon, sea speed, sea maiden. Here, 3-7 sacred pillar, Doa, stepped forward. You three, set off immediately to the mainland, and be sure to find the heart of the sea god and bring it back. Yes. After receiving the order, the three immediately headed to the Douluo continent. What the few did not notice was the trace of desolation that flashed in Poseidon's eyes. If an heir to the divine position appeared, it meant that death was approaching for her. Above the ice and fire yin-yang eyes in the sunset forest, Shen Tianyu sat cross-legged in the air, with spiritual energy rapidly gathering around him. Within the black hole-like vortex of spiritual energy, the crystal-clear blue halo grew dimmer and dimmer. The remnants of the sea god's soul had been completely decomposed, transformed into strands of energy that surged into Shen Tianyu's body. It didn't take long for the remnants of the sea god's soul to be completely absorbed with the combination of the great devouring technique and the sky-swallowing demon skill. The energy within the vast sea universe cover was also completely digested, losing its original luster. From the outside, it appeared to have no peculiarities, resembling a child's toy, though the material was unique. As he flipped and played with the vast sea universe cover, a wisp of spiritual energy was unintentionally injected. His eyes narrowed slightly as he sensed the coverage on the vast sea universe cover. Huh, the original 4 soul skills are still there? Shen Tianyu was slightly surprised. He had thought that after absorbing the remnants of the sea god's soul inside, this thing would be useless. Unexpectedly, the vast sea protective cover, the universe stabilizing cover, the vast sea raging waves, and the universe-breaking demon 4 soul skills were all preserved and could still be used. Let us keep it for now. Just as he was about to put away the vast sea universe cover, a wave of heat surged from behind. A sharp cry rang out as Qian Renxue charged in with her sword. The killing intent struck first, carrying intense heat, as if it were going to melt the space away. Don't mess around. He turned and raised his hand, easily catching the sacred sword. Qian Renxue's 5th soul skill was indeed extraordinary. However, in Shen Tianyu's hands, the two were worlds apart, making it appear insignificant. With a single strike failing, Qian Renxue immediately activated her 1st soul ring. The 1st soul skill, Angel Assault. Her 6 wings spread out, and under the aura of divine light, her overall speed suddenly increased. She flapped her wings and flashed to the side of Shen Tianyu. Raising her snow-white fist, she aimed directly at Shen Tianyu's neck. You little girl, I told you not to mess around. He raised his hand effortlessly to block her attack, and counter by capturing Qian Renxue. The spiritual energy was immediately released, forcing Qian Renxue's martial soul to retreat, instantly rendering her unable to continue fighting. Just kill me. Her red lips bit her white teeth, and her golden eyes glared with unrestrained killing intent. How could I bear to kill you, my dear little Shui? Shen Tianyu smiled, but Qian Renxue became even angrier. Little Shui was a term of endearment reserved for close ones. Being called that by Shen Tianyu, a lecherous person, made her furious. You bastard. Don't call me little Shui. Qian Renxue stomped her foot in anger, though it showed a hint of cuteness. With how you treat me, I will never let you off. The process of teaching her the way of cultivation was too profound for her to forget. She raised her other hand and was about to hit the man in front of her. Shen Tianyu smiled and pulled Qian Renxue into his arms, walking back to their residence through the air. Since I have taught you the way of cultivation, I will take responsibility for you. From now on, anyone in the Douluo continent who dares to harm you in the slightest, I will take their life. Just kill yourself. You are the one who hurt me. Shen Tianyu, speechless. You little girl, I teach you cultivation, and you're still not happy. Since you are awake, let me check if you have forgotten the techniques learned yesterday. With a direct mobilization of spiritual energy, a move called Mandarin Ducks exploring the water was unleashed. The explosive power was still immense, and the space instantly shattered. Just like yesterday, every time the Yuanyang water exploration finger was activated, Qian Renxue would tremble all over, her heart calling it terrifying. Feeling the power of this finger and the violent force that shattered space, she was filled with fear towards a method of cultivating immortality. Yet there was also a hint of yearning in her heart. How about it? Is it impressive? Qian Renxue avoided Shen Tianyu's gaze, insisting it wasn't impressive. Stubborn. After yesterday's instruction, Shen Tianyu discovered that Qian Renxue was quite stubborn. Clearly, the method of cultivating immortality was much stronger than soul techniques, but Qian Renxue was very resistant. firmly believing that soul techniques were superior and unwilling to cooperate in learning. Since she couldn't feel the might of the immortal technique, then let's do it again. Until you acknowledge it. Spiritual energy gathered once more, and the Yuanyang water exploration finger was unleashed repeatedly. A series of spiritual energy gathering strikes continuously blasted open the space. The space was repeatedly torn apart, and the heat generated by the slight explosions caused the surrounding air to rapidly heat up. The temperature in the air soared sharply, making people feel hot, and Qian Renxue was already sweating profusely. The sweat soaked her golden silk gown, which was thin and clung closely to her skin. Qian Renxue's snow-white cheeks flushed lightly due to the rising temperature. After continuously using the Mandarin duck water probe, Shen Tianyu slightly restrained the outward flow of his spiritual energy. Xiaoxue, do you feel the power of the immortal technique now? No. Qian Renxue still insisted stubbornly. The soul skills are stronger. The cultivation of martial souls was indeed deeply rooted. At this moment, Qian Renxue still held her ground. All right, since you still don't acknowledge that the immortal cultivation method is stronger, then I have to use an even more powerful immortal technique. Chapter 28, Qian Renxue compromises. The Mandarin duck returns to its nest. Boom! This move was stronger than the Mandarin duck water probe. The torn void was completely filled with spiritual energy. The violent offensive caused the space to tremble. Qian Renxue felt the ferocity of this move and nearly fainted. There are even stronger moves. Xiaoxue watched closely. With both hands extended forward, spiritual energy surged and erupted. Mandarin duck water point, 81 consecutive strikes. The gathered spiritual energy, under Shen Tianyu's manipulation, quickly launched an attack. This move had a total of 81 consecutive strikes. The intensity of the consecutive strikes kept stacking until the final blow landed. The shattered space violently cracked apart, and that expanse of void rapidly contracted, tightly wrapping around the spiritual energy. Boom! So strong. Qian Renxue could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, even though she was reluctant to admit it. The facts were in front of her. The immortal cultivation method was indeed stronger than soul skills. Finally admitted it. Shen Tianyu laughed, then waved his hand, withdrawing the spiritual energy from the space. With a long sigh, her red lips relaxed, and the surging high temperature gradually decreased. Just when Qian Renxue thought it was over, Shen Tianyu once again manipulated the spiritual energy. Since you've acknowledged it, then let's properly learn my immortal cultivation method. No, I won't. Qian Renxue's face turned pale. I won't learn. Her insistence on martial soul training made her still resist immortal cultivation. You have no choice. You must learn. The spiritual energy enveloped her, and Shen Tianyu's expression turned serious. No matter how Qian Renxue resisted, he directly began to teach the immortal cultivation method. From the sun rising high to past noon, and then through the setting sun, the entire day was spent in teaching and cultivation. As the sky gradually darkened, Shen Tianyu temporarily left. After a whole day of cultivation, Qian Renxue lay exhausted on the bed. The golden silk gown was soaked with sweat and taken by Shen Tianyu for washing. Wrapped in the snow-white bedding, Qian Renxue gritted her teeth, and a tear fell. How can this person be so rude? I already said I wouldn't learn immortal cultivation, yet he forced me to learn. The resentment in her heart deepened. Wrapped in the bedding, she walked out of the wooden house. A spiritual barrier trapped her inside, restricting her movement to within 10 meters of the wooden house. Damn it, I want to break this barrier. As she mobilized her soul power, Qian Renxue was taken aback. I'm level 60. At 23 years old, I am a soul emperor. No one in the entire history of the continent has ever reached this level. Without a doubt, Qian Renxue is the first. In just 2 days, she has leveled up twice. All of this is thanks to Shen Tianyu's teachings on the method of cultivating immortality. The spiritual energy within her has increased as well. Through her interactions with Shen Tianyu, Qian Renxue has come to understand what spiritual energy is. However, she still has no interest in the method of cultivation. With her six-winged angel martial soul released, her fifth soul ring lit up. The holy sword was grasped in her hand, with light, fire, and holy energy converging into one. She fiercely thrust the sword, causing the spiritual barrier to ripple. Again, she raised her sword and thrust again, her heart burning with urgency. At this moment, Shen Tianyu was not present, making it the perfect time to escape. Even though she was captured here, Qian Renxue remained focused on the bigger picture. The Snow Knight Emperor was dead, and, as the crown prince, Xue Qinghe would undoubtedly inherit the throne. Qian Renxue must return to Heaven Do City immediately to oversee the situation and ensure the plan's success. The longer she was trapped here, the more potential changes could arise. "What are you doing?" Shen Tianyu suddenly returned, startling Qian Renxue, causing the white cotton blanket wrapped around her to fall to the ground. Her graceful figure was fully revealed. "Bastard!" Qian Renxue cursed angrily, snatching the golden silk dress that Shen Tianyu had just cleaned and dried and quickly putting it on. "You want to leave? Let me go. I can pretend that everything that happened here never occurred. I will handle things with the Spear Hall, and they won't trouble you. For the sake of the grand plan." Qian Renxue had to make a compromise. Even though she was forced to practice the cultivation method by Shen Tianyu daily, she could endure this immense humiliation. "I trust your promise." Shen Tianyu had read the original work. Qian Renxue always kept her word. As long as a promise was made, it would be fulfilled. "However, I don't need it. Even the entire Spear Hall would be easy for me to break through. What do you want?" Qian Renxue was anxious, demanding to know what it would take for her to be released. "Learn the colorful butterfly flower heart technique, and I will let you go." Mentioning this technique, illustrations flashed through Qian Renxue's mind. Her resistance had reached its limit. "Fine." Gritting her teeth, she nodded fiercely. "I will learn it now. If I learn it and you still don't let me go, I will definitely perish with you. Rest assured, I am like you. My word is my bond. We are not the same." Furious, she turned and hurried back into the small house, retrieving the colorful butterfly flower heart technique, and began to focus on her cultivation. "That is more like it." Seeing Qian Renxue finally willing to practice, Shen Tianyu smiled with delight. In the following days, Shen Tianyu reasonably planned their time. During the day, Qian Renxue practiced the colorful butterfly flower heart technique, and, at night, the two practiced the water play of Mandarin ducks together. Days passed, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had gone by. One evening, Shen Tianyu looked inward at his dantian. 6 golden patterns had appeared, and the 7th golden pattern was beginning to show its lines. The effects of their co-cultivation over the days were very significant. He was getting closer to achieving a perfect 9-pattern golden dan. Boom! A wave of spiritual energy swept over, and Shen Tianyu focused his mind. He swiftly moved outside the small house. Just then, Qian Renxue walked out. In recent days, Qian Renxue had been practicing diligently, and Shen Tianyu had provided her with plenty of nourishing items for this purpose. Now, compared to when she first arrived, Qian Renxue looked even more radiant. Her skin was whiter than ever, smooth and shimmering. Her figure remained perfect, but now it was even more curvaceous. The golden silk dress she wore seemed to have shrunk quite a bit, filled out by Qian Renxue's delicate form. "I've completely mastered the colorful butterfly flower heart technique. Can I leave now?" "Yes, but I need to check to see if you truly understand and have learned this technique." "All right." With a stern expression, he nodded and mobilized the spiritual energy within him. One must say, Qian Renxue's talent was indeed impressive. After officially entering the path of cultivation for 5 days, she had already reached the late stage of qi refinement. Of course, besides her talent, Shen Tianyu's contributions were significant. Every time they practiced together, Shen Tianyu would inject pure spiritual energy into Qian Renxue to assist her in improving her cultivation. Now that she had made progress, Shen Tianyu was naturally very pleased. "Xiaoxue, this is our first exchange of immortal techniques. I will also suppress my cultivation to the late stage of qi refinement for a fair battle. Let's talk, let's go. I want to finish quickly and leave." Spiritual energy surged from her body, and Qian Renxue's aura changed dramatically. The hatred in her golden eyes seemed to erupt like a flame. Her delicate hands spun the spiritual energy, charging straight at Shen Tianyu. Colorful butterfly, swallowing breath. Her red lips parted, and vast spiritual energy gushed out. A scorching wave rolled, filling the space. Shen Tianyu squinted slightly, feeling a warm and humid sensation spread throughout his body, through his nerves. What a clever girl. She has already mastered this move proficiently. Before the attack could cease, Qian Renxue immediately executed the second move. Colorful butterfly whirling wind chant. Chapter 29. Exchanging immortal techniques with Qian Renxue. Her jade-like hands waved the spiritual energy, stirring up a small whirlwind that enveloped Shen Tianyu. The wind hummed lightly, and the spinning wind blades sliced back and forth against Shen Tianyu's indestructible body. This move is quite good. Even a soul saint would have to retreat. Shen Tianyu gave a fair assessment, while Qian Renxue frowned. Colorful butterfly, spitting waves. She slightly parted her red lips, and the gathered spiritual energy formed an energy wave. A series of energy waves launched a frenzied attack on Shen Tianyu. His physical body was constantly being battered, but as he sensed the intensity of the spiritual energy, he occasionally nodded to himself. Xiaoxue, you truly have the talent for cultivation. After 3 consecutive moves, none of which caused significant damage to Shen Tianyu, Qian Renxue felt a bit unwilling and immediately mobilized stronger spiritual energy. With her arms wide open, a brilliant light burst forth. The delicate wings of the colorful butterfly spread out, dazzlingly radiant, captivating anyone who looked at them. Colorful butterfly enchantment sound. The enchanting sound entered Shen Tianyu's ears, highly mesmerizing. At that moment, he almost fell under its spell. The colorful butterfly enchantment sound is a charm-type technique that targets the mind, especially when performed by such a stunning beauty. How could one possibly resist? Very good, Xiaoxue. You've successfully ignited my desire to fight. Then I won't hold back any longer and will strike directly, instantly mobilizing his spiritual energy. Shen Tianyu brought his 2 fingers together. The technique he was about to perform was complementary to the colorful butterfly stamen. This technique is called the colorful butterfly stamen picking technique, which is very suitable for countering Qian Renxue's physique. He lightly tapped forward with 2 fingers, and the delicate wings of the colorful butterfly trembled, capturing Wing's butterfly finger. This move specifically targeted the pair of colorful butterfly wings released when this technique was performed. The moment his fingertips touched the butterfly wings, their spiritual energies resonated. Boom! In the next moment, their spiritual energies intertwined, drawing out the pure essence from each other's spiritual energy. Although the exchange of celestial techniques was merely a touch, both sides poured in their full strength. After tapping a few times on the colorful butterfly wings with his 2 fingers, Shen Tianyu immediately changed his technique. He bent down, getting close to the butterfly wings. Taking advantage of Qian Renxue's moment of inattention, he opened his mouth and released circles of spiritual energy waves. Technique second form, captivating butterfly wave. Qian Renxue trembled all over, feeling a strange power spreading through her body, her strength continuously weakening. Close the butterfly wings. The delicate butterfly wings immediately closed up. The captivating butterfly wave that was expelled was instantly blocked. Starting to defend, are we? With a smile in the corner of his eye, he changed his technique again. Xiaoxue. Passive defense often backfires. You should know that the best defense is a good offense. Here, take a hit from me, breaking butterfly light wave. The spiritual energy condensed into light and violently shot forth. The closed butterfly wings suddenly felt a tremendous force crashing from the front. Bang! The butterfly wings were pushed open, striking Qian Renxue directly. Qian Renxue cried out in pain, her golden eyes betraying no emotional fluctuations. After taking a heavy hit, she immediately circulated her spiritual energy to make new changes. Butterfly stamen vortex. Like a colorful butterfly, the flower stamen bloomed, and a massive suction force suddenly erupted. The breaking butterfly light wave was drawn into the vortex and immediately attached itself. This enormous suction force even affected Shen Tianyu, mobilizing his spiritual energy to counter the suction. A hint of admiration flashed in Shen Tianyu's eyes. In that case, I will unleash my full strength. With both arms pointing skyward, his aura continuously surged upward. The spiritual energy erupted, condensing into a gigantic light column, the immense power shaking the heavens and the earth. Qian Renxue felt this deeply. As this technique was unleashed, the butterfly stamen vortex showed signs of breaking apart. Using butterfly holding the sky, he retreated explosively, waving the light column. Go! The light column shot forth and entered the butterfly stamen vortex. The massive suction force contracted, attempting to crush the light column. However, the power contained within the light column seemed endless. No matter how much the suction force contracted and squeezed, it remained as solid as steel. The celestial techniques, spiritual energy intertwined and countered each other, with neither side showing any signs of retreat. The high-intensity battle caused their body temperatures to rise rapidly. Sweat beads had already formed on their robes. Qian Renxue's cheeks glistened with translucent beads of sweat. Yet at this moment, she did not allow herself to be distracted by wiping it away. In such a duel, victory or defeat often comes in an instant, so she naturally could not afford to lose focus. For a moment, the two were locked in a stalemate, unable to determine a victor. Time passed second by second, and before they knew it, nearly 2 hours had gone by. The frenzied release of spiritual energy, combined with the immense heat generated from their clashes, left both of them feeling extremely hot, their cheeks flushed red. This kind of deadlock consumed a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. Seeing that Yu Dai was at a peak and could not immediately take down Qian Renxue, Shen Tianyu decided to unleash his strongest move to settle the battle. Xiaoxue, be careful with this next move. As soon as the words left his mouth, the heavens and earth roared. Endless spiritual energy converged, and Shen Tianyu's eyes were resolute. Breathing heavily, he enunciated each word clearly. 1,000 strikes break color butterfly. Boom! The space erupted with a thunderous sound, directly breaking apart. A look of panic flashed across Qian Renxue's delicate face. She was well aware of the power of this strike. While practicing the color butterfly flower petal technique, it was clearly recorded in the teachings that this move from Shen Tianyu was specifically designed to counter Qian Renxue. Without hesitation, she gathered her spiritual energy and immediately turned. Color butterfly soars to the sky. Xiaoxue, you can't escape. The 1,000 strikes break color butterfly surged in from behind. Even with just the first strike, it dealt a heavy blow to Qian Renxue. A pair of colorful butterfly wings trembled from the impact, and behind it, there were still 990 more strikes. Determined, Qian Renxue bit her lip and gathered all her spiritual energy into one place. The butterfly flower's core bloomed, and a massive wave of energy surged toward the incoming 1,000 strikes. With her jade hand raised high, the butterfly flower's core positioned itself in front of her. The butterfly faced the 1,000 strikes. It was also a supreme strike, colliding with Shen Tianyu. The butterfly flower's core continuously opened and closed, violently countering with spiritual energy. Both were on high alert, attacking with full speed and strength, sparing no effort in their offense. The space trembled, shattered, and reformed. The series of 1,000 strikes lasted only 10 minutes. As the final blow landed, both of them exhausted their energy simultaneously. The spiritual energy clashing at that moment merged and resonated. In an instant, both felt an unending surge of energy rising wildly within their dantian. Boom! With a loud roar from within, Qian Renxue stepped onto the path of perfecting her qi cultivation. Meanwhile, Shen Tianyu directly forged a 7-pattern golden dan. However, this surge of energy only lasted for a moment before their spiritual energies created a gap and exploded on the spot. The aftermath of the explosion surged forth like a tidal wave. Outside the small house, both lay on the grass, completely worn out. In their first exchange of celestial techniques, neither could claim victory. Of course, Qian Renxue understood clearly that this was due to Shen Tianyu deliberately suppressing his cultivation. If it had been a serious battle, Qian Renxue would undoubtedly have lost. After the exchange of celestial techniques concluded, Shen Tianyu was the first to recover. Since it was a battle with suppressed cultivation, the resulting exhaustion was not significant. Step by step, he walked slowly, picking up Qian Renxue from the grass. "Can you let me go now?" Qian Renxue said, her rosy face showing signs of exhaustion as she gasped for breath. "Do you still have the strength to walk out?" In this battle, Qian Renxue had suffered greatly and was now completely drained of energy. It was impossible for her to leave the sunset forest alone. "Let's wait until tomorrow morning to leave. This battle has taken a toll on your physical condition, but it has also allowed you to gain some insights, right? Before you leave, let me help you review your experiences." Qian Renxue was tired and had no strength left to criticize Shen Tianyu. This flirt. Let's go. Let's strike while the iron is hot." Chapter 30, arriving at the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. Afternoon, Shen Tianyu woke up from his dreams. Qian Renxue was sleeping beside him, curled up like a little cat. A head of golden hair rested on Shen Tianyu's chest, long and snow-white legs casually draped over his. Between them, there was barely the distance of a single hair. Up close, this stunning face was breathtakingly beautiful. The sleeping Qian Renxue had a pair of delicate brows slightly furrowed. Groggy, Qian Renxue was suddenly jolted awake. In the moment their eyes met, the air suddenly fell silent. In her golden eyes, a flash of panic crossed. Her cheeks instantly flushed red, and Qian Renxue jumped off the bed, quickly putting on her golden silk gown and walking out of the small room. Feeling shy? With a smile, Shen Tianyu got out of bed and put on his robe. Outside the small room, Qian Renxue had already adjusted her emotions. Hearing the sound of the door opening, she turned around with a cold, stern expression and said, "Can I go now? Take this with you." He took out the Hanhai Qianquan shield and handed it to Qian Renxue. Although it had lost its original luster, Qian Renxue recognized it at a glance. Without refusal, she accepted it directly. With his fingers together, Shen Tianyu waved in the air. A series of sword symbols was completed, and with a light tap of the finger, they floated down to Qian Renxue's forehead. What have you done to me? I left a trace of the sword path within you. If you encounter danger, you can activate it directly, and it can save your life. I will also know where you are and will rush to save you. No need. Qian Renxue gritted her teeth and shouted. No matter how you try to make amends for what you've done to me, it will not erase the hatred I feel in my heart. You may have gained my outer shell, but you will never have my heart. I will kill you with my own hands. Let me go. Her golden eyes were filled with determination, and the hatred in them radiated a killing intent. Without saying much, Shen Tianyu removed the spiritual barrier. Qian Renxue stepped lightly on the ground and left without looking back. Watching her figure grow distant, Shen Tianyu couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. She's too stubborn. She needs to change gradually. He turned his attention inward to his dantian, with a 7-patterned golden pill shone even brighter. The supreme yin-yang scriptures were truly miraculous. The method of co-cultivation had improved his cultivation so quickly. Unfortunately, this girl, Qian Renxue, wouldn't stay by his side forever. As he sighed, Shen Tianyu opened the system panel. Short-term task 1 is complete. When Qian Renxue fully mastered the colorful butterfly flower heart technique yesterday, he could claim the task reward. However, he was too busy exchanging celestial techniques at the time to pay attention. Claim. Congratulations, host. You have received a 9th grade spiritual vein and the emperor-level technique, indestructible heavenly art. After receiving the reward, Shen Tianyu first implanted the 9th grade spiritual vein into the continuous mountains. Once the spiritual vein was implanted, a vast amount of spiritual energy began to surge forth continuously. He stepped into the air, quickly forming seals with both hands to set up a protective mountain array. From now on, no one could enter this place without Shen Tianyu's permission. It should have a name. Let's call it the Yuqian Immortal Mansion. After landing, he took out a large handful of heavenly materials and earthly treasure seeds. When he left the protective space, Shen Tianyu had consumed all the celestial products while also retaining a large number of seeds. Now that the spiritual vein was in place, this area had an environment for celestial products to grow. Spirit planting technique. After scattering all the celestial product seeds, Shen Tianyu summoned spiritual rain to nourish them. After completing all this, he sat cross-legged to begin cultivating the indestructible heavenly art. The indestructible heavenly art and the devouring heavenly demon art had similarities, but the former was even more advanced. With the foundation of the devouring heavenly demon art, Shen Tianyu progressed rapidly in his cultivation. After spending an hour, he had completely mastered it. On the system panel, Short-Term Task 2 has been updated. Short-Term Task 2. Teach without discrimination. Spread the Tao to the Beast Clan. Task Reward. 10 9th grade spiritual veins and an Emperor-level gathering spirit great array. Spreading the Tao to the Beast Clan, making them embark on the path of cultivation. It seemed that he would have to use the same method again. Let me think about where to start. Taking out the map he bought in Tiandou City, Shen Tianyu sat cross-legged in contemplation. After scanning the territory of the Tiandou Empire, he raised his eyebrows. Got it. The extreme north. And I can conveniently pass by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. The True Dragon 9 crown is something I've long coveted. Having determined his next target, Shen Tianyu put away the map, mobilized his spiritual energy, and headed straight for the extreme north. At the Spirit Hall, in the spacious hall, Qian Renxue stood tall, gazing directly at the woman on the main seat. The Pope of the Spirit Hall, a titled Duuluo powerhouse, Bibi Dong. Beside her stood Bibi Dong's disciple, the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, Hulaina. Laina, you go out first. Yes, teacher. Hulaina stepped out, and as she passed by Qian Renxue, she felt an overwhelming pressure. She couldn't help but wonder, who is this woman? Meeting the teacher, yet she doesn't even kneel in respect. After Hulaina left, the atmosphere in the hall dropped to freezing point. On what grounds do you prevent me from mobilizing the Elder Hall? On what grounds? Because of you, Elder Gio is dead. The undercover plan in the Tiandou Empire has also been ruined, and you still have the face to question me? Bibi Dong shouted angrily. Qian Renxue stood her ground, enduring the pressure, and replied, the undercover plan has not failed. No one knows that Xue Qinghe is my disguise. But the Emperor of the Tiandou Empire has already been confirmed. In the week that has passed, the fourth prince, Xue Beng, has taken power, and the chaotic Tiandou Empire situation has temporarily stabilized. And Xue Qinghe has already been confirmed dead. My deployments in the Tiandou Empire still exist. And I can also gain the support of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. As long as I return to Tiandou City, Xue Beng must relinquish the throne. Xue Qinghe is the crown prince, the heir of the Tiandou Empire. Haha, BB Dong sneered. Do you think you still have a chance to turn things around? Absolutely. All right, you can only mobilize 2 people from the Elder Hall. I want to see how you reclaim the throne of the Tiandou Empire. We'll see, big sister. As soon as she said big sister, BB Dong was immediately enraged. A massive pressure of soul power descended, and Qian Renshue's soul power erupted, forcefully blocking it. Good. Very good. Get out. Immediately get out. Without further words, Qian Renxue turned and left. She headed to the Elder Hall to summon Shilong and Ci Shui, making her way straight to Tiandou City. In the early morning, as the sun rose, Shen Tianyu quietly arrived at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, where he stood before the 9 great mountains where the sect resided. After a leisurely flight for a day and a night, he finally arrived. Along the way, he had tasted the delicacies of the towns he passed, and Shen Tianyu felt somewhat full. Now that he had reached the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, it was just the right time to stretch his muscles. His eyes swept over the 9 great mountains, revealing a hint of disdainful laughter. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Today is the day of your extermination. Let me see. Which mountain should I start with? His cold gaze quickly locked onto one of the mountains. There were clusters of buildings on the mountain, and he could still see disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect moving about. It's you. With a surge of spiritual energy, he struck down with a palm. On the Xidian mountain, an overwhelming force descended. A group of disciples trembled all over and looked up. A gigantic palm print was rapidly descending. An enemy attack. Chapter 31. One strike instant kill of hundreds of soul saints. On Xidian mountain, the disciples of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family were all mobilizing their soul power to manifest their martial souls. The enormous palm print fell from the sky at a terrifying speed. Half of them hadn't reacted yet when the palm struck down. Boom! The explosion shook the earth, and the entire Xidian mountain swayed precariously. Dust and smoke soared up to 30 feet, and the smell of blood instantly permeated the air. With this palm strike, half of the people on Xidian mountain died on the spot. In midair, Shen Tianyu stood with his hands behind his back, and another palm came crashing down. Amidst the dust, a powerful soul saint stepped into the air. The true form of the martial soul, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus. The dragon's roar echoed across the 9 mountains, and the furious thunder raged wildly. Ignorant, Shen Tianyu coldly shouted, and the force of that palm increased dramatically. A few soul saints who soared upwards were instantly suppressed by the palm print and smashed into Xidian mountain. Boom! After enduring 2 consecutive palm strikes, the peak of Xidian mountain was directly flattened. More than 200 members of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus tribe had no survivors. The drastic change on Xidian mountain alarmed the remaining 8 mountains. He Mountain, Gu Mountain, Tung Mountain, Ba Mountain, Do Mountain, Storma Mountain, and South King Mountain. From the 7 mountains, soul saints emerged, totaling more than 70, stepping into the air. The leader of Jinlong Mountain also had strong individuals stepping into the air. The leading man had a robust physique, with 8 soul rings spinning in the air and a murderous aura between his brows. To his left and right were 4 soul strong men and dozens of soul saints. Shen Tianyu's cold gaze swept over, and his heart sank. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect truly deserved to be one of the top 3 sections. There were over 100 just among those above Soul Saint. Coupled with the violent, offensive nature of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus martial soul, this group of 100 soul saints could indeed stir up a storm on the continent. Could it be that the soul-hunting operation would suffer heavy losses at the hands of the Spirit Hall? You are from the Spirit Hall. The leading man spoke. He was Yuluomian, the second-in-command of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, and a soul, Douluo strongman. I am not from the Spirit Hall. Bring Yu Engine out. I want to see him. Upon hearing that it was not someone from the Spirit Hall, Yuluomian felt a sense of relief in his heart, and he stood up straighter, filled with confidence. With an arrogant posture, he coldly spoke, "You are not worthy to meet our sect leader." Boom! Thunder erupted, and a series of crackling sounds echoed through the air. After slaughtering over 200 of my clansmen, even the King of Hell cannot save you today. Kill them for me. With a command, all the soul saints present sprang into action. Everyone's 7th soul ring lit up instantly. Thunder roamed between heaven and earth, and the sound of dragon roars echoed through the skies. From below, looking up at the 9 mountains, hundreds of true dragons were spiraling. Surrounding each blue lightning tyrant dragon were bolts of thunder, with arcs of electricity dancing. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan became one of the top 3 sects and earned the title of the continent's strongest beast martial soul because of this inherited martial soul. It not only mastered the violent thunder and lightning elements of the world, but also possessed a powerful dragon-like physical body. Strength, attack, and explosive power were all among the top existences at that time. The dragon roars raged, and the clear sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds. Countless bolts of lightning descended from the storm clouds. For a moment, it seemed as if the 9 mountains were a thunderous purgatory, and within that purgatory, Shen Tianyu was the sinner about to face the judgment of the Dragon Clan. Attack! Yu Lumian shouted angrily, and all the Soul Saints launched their strikes simultaneously. Their soul rings lit up, and the thunder of heaven and earth was completely under their control. Thunderous might, the thunder unleashed by over 100 people, aided by natural lightning, was a move that even a titled Duuluo would hesitate to confront head-on. Mastering thunder? I can do that too. Pointing a finger to the sky, thunder roared. 3,000 great thunder techniques. In an instant, the control of thunder over the heavens and earth changed hands. What? Yu Lumian's expression changed drastically as the thunder he had been controlling suddenly slipped from his grasp. The others were similarly affected. Boom! With a downward sweep of his finger, endless thunder erupted on the spot. Over 100 Soul Saints were struck violently by the raging thunder. Arc after arc of electricity danced and collided, producing intense explosions. The dragon scales on the blue thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex were instantly blown apart, revealing charred flesh underneath. With a powerful leap, he stepped into the air, gripping the thunder. The particles of the giant elephant were mobilized as he leaped to the top of 100 heads. His fist was covered in thunder, and he swung down fiercely. Boom! 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 The thunderous punches came as fast as lightning, arriving in an instant. The violent thunder exploded successively, mixing with the immense force of the punches as they descended. One by one, the Soul Saints spat blood on the spot, their organs shattered, instantly losing their breath. Alternatively, under the pressure of the punches, they were directly smashed into meat patties. Yu Lumian trembled all over, his face pale and devoid of color. In the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, all the Soul Saints were completely annihilated in this battle. A tremendous fear enveloped his heart. Yu Lumian immediately turned around and headed straight for the direction of True Dragon Mountain. The 4 accompanying Soul Douluos sensed that the situation was dire and retreated with Yu Lumian. You were the one who made the grand claims. Yet you were also the first to flee, Yu Lumian. How true to your heart you are. With a single step, he caught up to 2 Soul Douluos. He reached out and grabbed their necks, gently twisting, and the 2 died on the spot. With a wave of his hand, he summoned his spiritual energy and pulled the 2 Soul Douluos in front of him. He simultaneously struck out with both fists, piercing through their chests. Their hearts exploded immediately, and they lost all breath. Yu Lumian turned to flee but saw 4 Soul Douluos lying dead, and his heart sank further into panic, feeling that death was closing in on him step by step. Since you are not from the Spirit Hall, why are you opposing my blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan? Is there some misunderstanding? Why not sit down and talk it over? There's no misunderstanding. I came here to wash the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan in blood. If I had to give a reason, it would simply be that I can't stand you. What the hell? Yu Lumian was momentarily speechless. What kind of reason was that? You can't stand us, so you just go for the kill? Isn't that a bit too overbearing? Prepare to die. With a single palm striking the air, the palm print swiftly travels through the void. A tremendous force assaults from all directions, sealing off the aura of the Jade Luome. The thunder on the palm print acts even faster, forming a massive thunderbolt net that traps the Jade Luome. This is bad. Losing control over the thunder greatly weakens the combat power of the Jade Luome. A thought summoned the true form of the martial soul, transforming into a giant dragon, forcefully crashing into the thunderous electric net. In the struggle of a trapped beast, death was inevitable. A voice like a death knell echoed in my ears from behind. The palm print had already arrived, directly piercing through the thunderous electric net, delivering a heavy blow to the back of Yu Lumian. With just one strike, the true form of the martial soul was rendered useless, revealing Yu Lumian's human form. The bones in the back were completely shattered, forcefully operating soul power to resist the impact of the palm print. Brother, save me, raising his hand and calling out towards the direction of Jinlong Mountain. No one can save you. Annihilate. Extending a palm, fingers together. The enormous palm print tightly grasped Yu Lumian. No. After the final wail, Yu Lumian was engulfed by the spiritual energy palm print. His body exploded in midair, flesh and blood raining down. Excluding the annihilated Zidian mountain, the remaining disciples of the Eight Mountains were filled with rage. The fury in their eyes pointed directly at Shen Tianyu, and the killing intent coalesced into a palpable aura, striking fear into the hearts of many. How many years has it been? You are the first to dare to slaughter my blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect like this. From deep within Jinlong Mountain, an enraged roar resounded. Chapter 32. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus is nothing special. A powerful blue-purple light erupted from Jinlong Mountain. A tall and mighty figure soared out from the deep mountains. A pair of enormous dragon wings, flapping and carrying arcs of thunder. On the forehead, a pair of dragon horns abruptly sprout. The arms also take on the form of dragon claws. There are no robes, only layers of dragon scales attached. Is this the dragon transformation of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family? As the continent's #1 beast martial soul, it naturally has its unique aspects. The blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul begins to undergo dragon transformation starting from level 30, with each soul ring obtained thereafter. A part of the body gains dragon transformation characteristics and also comes with a dragon transformation soul skill. At this moment, what Yu Engine is displaying is precisely the dragon transformation ability. Invade my sect, kill my kin. But our blue lightning tyrant dragon sect has not been active on the continent for many years. How dare these insignificant beings come here to act recklessly? While I am in closed-door cultivation, you dare to run rampant in my sect. You will pay with your life. Today, let you know that a dragon is always a dragon. A dragon has reverse scales. Touching them means death. The loud roar echoed across the 9 mountains, instantly elevating the spirits of the blue lightning tyrant dragon disciples. Once the sect master appears, who can compete? With every angry shout from Yu Engine, thunder rumbles. A terrifying rage is unleashed between his brows. The surrounding thunder continues to swell and strengthen, the sharp dragon claws gleaming with a cold light. Dragon transformation soul skill, Dragon's Fury. This soul skill can double Yu Engine's attack power and the power of thunder. However, this is not the end. As the dragon wings spread, the power of thunder continues to rise. The space creaks, seemingly unable to withstand the force of the thunder. Dragon transformation soul skill, Dragon's Might. The power of thunder is increased by 200%, coupled with the amplification of Dragon's Fury. The thunder power that Yu Engine can wield reaches a level capable of destroying a city. The angry roar resounds as the dragon wings unfurl. A massive amount of thunder rises into the sky, charging towards Yu Engine. When the two are still 100 meters apart, the dragon claws swing fiercely. Countless thunders descend above Shen Tianyu's head, striking down on his physical body. The robes explode under the thunder, revealing a hardened body. Thunder Dragon Claw. Soul power is released, transforming into blue-purple dragon claws. In an instant, it shot forth, landing squarely on Shen Tianyu's chest. The electric arcs spread rapidly, accompanied by a paralyzing effect. Thunderous Might. The thunder transformed into countless electric serpents, quickly expanding and filling the entire sky. As the dragon claws waved, the electric serpents erupted simultaneously, surging from all directions. Shen Tianyu was already surrounded by the electric serpents, with no possibility of evasion. The sect master is mighty, a disciple of the sect shouted, immediately rallying everyone to join in. This person is undoubtedly doomed. Fool, standing there to take it head-on. It would be a miracle if he survived. This is the consequence of offending the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect. Unlike the excited cheers of the other disciples, Yu Engine's expression was serious and grave. The ability to annihilate 100 soul saints from a family indicates that this person's combat power is definitely not weak. Perhaps, like himself, he is also a super Douluo. The continuous use of the first and second skills is also a form of probing. Good. As expected of Yu Engine. Amidst the explosion of electric snakes, Shen Tianyu spoke loudly. In the next moment, he flew out from the endless electric snakes like a cannonball. His speed was incredibly fast, even quicker than lightning. In an instant, he was in front of Yu Engine, raising his fist to strike down heavily. Boom! The residual waves of spiritual energy rippled, and a terrifying pressure swept across the 9 mountains. The weak disciples of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family were immediately knocked to the ground. Yu Engine took this punch and rapidly retreated. His thick brows furrowed as he circulated his soul power. The dragon wings spread to their fullest, stopping his retreat in midair. The dragon scales on his chest were completely shattered by the punch. While feeling astonished, the dragon claws pressed against his chest. Soon, new dragon scales attached themselves. Yu engine. Take another punch from me. Bang. With an explosive step, he flashed forward. His fist aimed directly at the chest, and Yu engine crossed his arms, placing his dragon arms in front of his chest. Boom. Again. 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 A punch fell, followed by another punch. Each strike landed with force, sharp and fluid. Both fists were infused with spiritual energy, relying entirely on physical strength to engage in combat with Yu engine. At this moment, Yu engine was retreating step by step, his arms covered in hard dragon scales, which had been shattered countless times. The surrounding furious thunder struck Shen Tianyu's body, but had no effect whatsoever. The third soul ring lit up, and the power of thunder increased by 100%. His own soul power was boosted by 50%. Thunder's fury. Crackle. The space exploded as Yu engine halted his body. The fourth soul skill, Thunderstorm. Dark purple clouds gathered in the sky, and endless thunder descended like a waterfall. Arc after arc of electricity danced down, exploding the moment it touched Shen Tianyu. Quick hide! The disciples on Jiushan's face changed drastically as they frantically searched for cover. The exploding arcs of electricity spread outwards. The indiscriminate large-scale attack was not only aimed at Shen Tianyu, but could also accidentally harm their own people. Such a violent attack was rarely used by Yu engine within the sect. Once it was unleashed, it proved that the master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was truly enraged at this moment. Fifth soul skill. With a furious shout, the black soul ring lit up. The thunder on the dragon claws crazily scattered around Shen Tianyu. In an invisible manner, arcs of electricity formed a wall of thunder, trapping Shen Tianyu within. Thunderstorm from 4 directions. Boom! The violent thunder erupted, and the formed wall of thunder pressed in from 4 directions, violently crashing into Shen Tianyu's body. The explosion sounded, and the thunders clashed and dispersed, traversing the world. Where it passed, not a blade of grass grew. The space shattered, filled with a sense of destruction. After this strike, Yu engine stared intently at the explosion center where Shen Tianyu was. How does this feel? The arrogance and confidence in his eyes remained, as he rubbed his dragon claws together, asking with interest. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon is nothing more than this. You are provoking me. Yu engine's face turned ashen. He had always prided himself on possessing the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. He confidently believed that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon was the supreme being in the world. He would never look up to any powerful soul master. In Yu engine's heart, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon was above all else. Insulting the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon was absolutely unforgivable. This was not provocation, but a fact. In the center of the thunderstorm, Shen Tianyu spoke. He stood in the thunder prison, his 5 fingers slowly converging into a tight grip. A trace of origin power breaks through the air and falls into my hand. Origin Divine Fist. With a powerful thrust, the fist energy erupts like a fountain. The surrounding thunder is instantly extinguished by the fist energy. The condensed fist force rushes forward rapidly. Good. I want to see if you have the right to say that the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex is nothing more than this. Bang, bang. The left and right feet stomp in the air, and the dragon wings spread out horizontally. A pair of dragon claws clenched into fists, striking towards the Origin Divine Fist. In a moment their fists collided. Yu engine's expression changed dramatically. Not good. I was careless. In the blink of an eye, the 7th spirit ring lit up. 7th spirit skill, True Body of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Chapter 33. Bring it on, True Dragon 9 Crown. Above his body, blue-purple light flickered. The tall and mighty Yu engine became distorted under the blue-purple glow. Roar the Dragon's roar sounded, and a 30-meter tall blue lightning tyrant dragon appeared in the sky. The Origin Divine Fist ruthlessly smashed down onto the chest of the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Boom! An explosion resounded, energy waves rolled. The chest of the blue lightning tyrant dragon was blown open, countless dragon scales turning to dust on the spot. Vivid dragon blood gushed from a wound. Yu engine felt as if his internal organs had shifted, frantically mobilizing the power of thunder, surrounding every inch of his body. The fierce fist energy continued to erupt wildly. Damn it! Among the swirling spirit rings, a black spirit ring lit up. The blue lightning tyrant dragon opened its massive mouth, and a dragon roar erupted from within. Waves of sound rolled outward, clashing with the fist's energy. 6th soul skill, Breaking Sky Dragon Roar. The sound waves in the air rolled and exploded. with a voice containing the might of a dragon. Yu engine, take this. A loud shout came from above. Shen Tianyu had, at some point, arrived beneath Yu engine. His body plunged rapidly, riding on the blue electric Tyrannosaurus. He grabbed the dragon's horns with both hands, and the massive particles exploded. Crack, crack, roar. The mournful dragon's roar shook the heavens as the blue electric Tyrannosaurus twisted its body wildly. Thunderclouds gathered above, striking down frantically onto Shen Tianyu's body. Gripping the pair of dragon horns, Shen Tianyu soared into the air. With a slight exertion of force, the dragon horns shattered instantly. Kid, you will pay for today's evil deeds with your life. The eighth soul ring suddenly lit up, and the blue-purple soul power surged like thunder into the sky. Above the two, a massive blue thundercloud formed. The crackling arcs of lightning flowed within the thundercloud. The dragon roared in fury, its gigantic body leaping upward, merging into the thundercloud. Eighth soul skill, dragon soaring, thunder explosion. Swish! Thunderbolts of lightning shot down from the storm clouds. Each bolt of lightning transformed into a thunder dragon as it descended. For a moment, it was as if 10,000 dragons rode the thunder, descending from the heavens to wreak havoc in the mortal realm. Facing the strike from Yu Yuanzhan, Shen Tianyu coldly gazed at it. His 5 fingers tightened, and he swung forward. On the 9 mountains, the great Tao crumbled. The ancestor's holy fist shook the world with 3 moves. The first punch, the great Tao decays. As this punch was unleashed, the power of the great Tao near the 9 mountains directly decayed and dissolved. It transformed into energy, merging into Shen Tianyu's fist. With the fist raised, he charged upward, and the sharp fist energy burst forth with the power of decay. One by one, the thunder dragons vanished into thin air. The inferno composed of endless thunder was insignificant under this punch. The decaying power surged towards Yu engine, who was engulfed in the thunderclouds, causing his heart to tremble. The aura of death closed in step by step. Not good. The soul power immediately activated, and his right arm, shaped like a dragon claw, reached out into the space. A rift was torn open in the space, and Yu engine, as the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, dove into the crack. Just as the dragon tail disappeared into the space, Shen Tianyu's fist arrived. The fist struck the thunderclouds, which immediately exploded, and the massive decaying power completely dissolved the thunder. A space-type soul skill? Is it a soul bone? Above the true Dragon Mountain, a rift in space opened, and Yu engine flew out from it. The soul power on his right arm dragon claw dissipated, and the light dimmed. It seems I was right. It is indeed a soul bone skill. Having narrowly escaped death, Yu engine felt a lingering fear. Just as that punch came, he clearly sensed his heart come to a sudden stop. This was the death perception possessed by a tidal, low-level powerhouse. At the critical moment, he decisively used this life-saving space soul skill. You are quite lucky, but can you withstand the second punch? Your life, I will claim today. In midair, the massive blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex locked eyes with Shen Tianyu. In a pair of vertical pupils, a clear look of fear emerged. However, soon, Yu engine adjusted his mindset. If you want my life, you'll have to accompany it with your own. What a bold statement. Standing with his hands behind his back, Shen Tianyu spoke indifferently. At this moment in battle, the outcome of life and death is already clear. Yu engine, who gave you the courage to speak such wild words, asking me to accompany you in death. Ha ha ha. Yu engine burst into loud laughter, breaking free from the state of his martial soul. You don't understand. This is the pride of the dragon. Under heaven, the dragon is the king of beasts. You are indeed stronger than me. But my blue electric Tyrannosaurus family can stand firm on the continent. As one of the top 3 sects, how could it lack any foundation? As he spoke, the killing intent in his eyes gathered. A streak of soul power is infused into a ring on the finger. The dragon has 9 sons, each residing on 9 mountains. Each mountain has its crown, and the 9 return to 1. Boom, boom, boom. 9 thunderous roars erupt in succession. Above the 9 mountains, each opens a fissure. 9 soul bones swiftly gather towards Yu engine. Among these 9 soul bones, 8 are incomplete fragments. Only the head soul bone that flew out from the true Dragon Mountain is the most complete. True Dragon, 9 crowns. Snow Jade Crown. Shen Tianyu speaks, stating that this journey to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect is precisely for the true Dragon 9 crowns. It is rumored that the true Dragon 9 crowns are the bones left behind after the death of the ancient Dragon King. The energy contained within is incredibly terrifying. If Yu Yuanjin absorbs it, he can directly elevate the last 3 soul rings to 99,999 years. The color of the soul rings will also change from black to light red. If he can absorb the most complete snow jade crown, there is no doubt that the last 3 soul rings will reach 100,000 years. However, the conditions for absorbing the snow jade crown are stringent, and just the absence of the head soul bone restricts Yu Yuanjin. Since you know about the true dragon 9 crowns, hearing Shen Tianyu's words, Yu Yuanjin is taken aback. The true dragon 9 crowns are a secret of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Only the successive sect masters are aware of it and possess the key to unlock it. Yu Yuanjin calculates in his heart that since the other party knows this secret, they must be here for the true dragon 9 crowns. Thank you for summoning the true dragon 9 crowns. This battle can come to an end. After playing with Yu Yuanjin for so long, it's time to stop. You want to snatch the true dragon 9 crowns? A foolish dream. Yu Yuanjin immediately reacts, urging his spiritual energy to directly absorb the 8 fragments. Too late. Great relocation technique. With one step forward, it arrives in an instant. A large hand waved, and the spiritual energy quickly enveloped the true Dragon 9 crown. Bring it here, true Dragon 9 crown. Whoosh! Yu Yuanjin's soul power was directly dispelled by the spiritual energy. The true Dragon 9 crown fell into Shen Tianyu's hands and was quickly stored in the Rui treasure bag. Yu Yuanjin was furious, so angry that he couldn't speak. Good. Then let us go to hell together. The 7th soul skill lit up, and the martial soul true body was unleashed. Soul power gathered, his figure distorted, and he transformed once again into the blue lightning tyrant dragon. All soul rings flashed in sequence, and thunder erupted from within, sweeping across the 9 mountains, completely enveloping Shen Tianyu. Finally, all the soul power was injected into the 9th soul ring. In an instant, Yu Yuanjin soared into the clouds. 8 massive thunders descended from the sky, sealing off the 8 directions around Shen Tianyu. The last bolt of lightning circled above Shen Tianyu's head. The true dragon's fury shook the heavens. Chapter 34. The annihilation of the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect. 9 bolts of thunder surged with an overwhelming force, and a vast, pure blue-purple soul power poured from the topmost thunder, injecting into the other 8 bolts of lightning. At this moment, soul power and thunder power merged into one. The dragon's roar erupted from the 9 bolts of lightning. The heavenly thunder exploded, transforming into massive blue lightning tyrant dragons. The furious dragon's roar echoed throughout the 9 mountains. In an instant, all the disciples of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family released their martial souls uncontrollably. A dragon's roar erupted from the mouths of everyone present, shaking the heavens and the earth. Was it the lament of the dragon clan? It was quite fitting, a funeral for your sect master. In Shen Tianyu's view, this sound of dragon's roar was indeed shocking, but it was the final lament, signaling the demise of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Go to hell. The roar of Yu Yuanjin came from the horizon. The thunderclouds filled the sky and burst apart. 8 giant dragons dove towards Shen Tianyu from all directions simultaneously. With clenched fists, he stepped into the air. The spiritual energy rippled and rapidly spread out. Ancestral sacred fist, the 3 world-shaking moves. The second punch. The world stands in decline. The surging spiritual energy swept across the heavens and the earth in an instant. The vitality of all things seemed to be stripped away at this moment. Even the heavens and the earth could not escape the rapid decay under this punch. The 8 giant dragons had come close, and their fists swept by one after another. Boom! The dragons exploded, and thunder raged. The space trembled as a result. And the giant dragon responsible for the final blow was Yu Yuanjin's true form. The massive blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex fell like a building. Soul power and thunder intertwined and merged, colliding with Shen Tianyu's punch. In an instant, the dragon's claws of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex melted away. Following that, its gigantic body dissipated under the force of the punch, leaving only Yu Yuanjin standing alone. Yu Yuanjin's hand was tightly clenched, also in the shape of a fist, meeting the world's decline. At the moment of contact, the vitality within him rapidly drained away. The stagnant blood accumulated in his chest was directly spat out. A pair of hard, proud, and confident eyes gradually lost their luster. Bang! The force of the punch erupted, and Yu Yuanjin's body was pushed back by the energy wave. Flying backward in midair, his arms hung down weakly, and Yu Yuanjin's body fell straight onto Jinlong Mountain like a wild goose shot by an arrow. Shen Tianyu walked through the air and came to Yu Yuanjin's body. With life stripped away, Yu Yuanjin's body was cold, already a corpse. His eyes wide open in anger. He stared at the sky. Endless unwillingness could no longer be expressed. The generation of the Super Douluo, the leader of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, has fallen. On True Dragon Mountain, disciples of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect have gathered together. Each one is filled with rage, the killing intent permeating the air. They are ready to fight, willing to spill blood to avenge their leader and defend the honor of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. Kill. More than 200 people attack simultaneously, charging towards Shen Tianyu. The raging thunder erupts once again. Truly commendable courage. Turning around, the aura of spiritual pressure is released. Those below level 40 are instantly suppressed to the ground. Boom! The sound wave rolls into the ears, directly invading the heart. Bang! 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 Puffed. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out, and one by one, the disciples of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family fell dead. Threads of spiritual energy flickered from his fingertips, transforming into dexterous little faces that roamed among the remaining people. Sword marks were left on their necks, and blood gushed forth. In just a moment, all the disciples on True Dragon Mountain were dead. Stepping on True Dragon Mountain, the remaining 7 mountains were thrown into chaos. Yu Yuanjin was dead, and all the powerful beings above Soul Saint and the clan had also perished. The remaining people, having lost their backbone, were already in disarray. They scattered and fled. As long as one person escaped, they could revive the family's former glory and avenge this sea of blood. On Crane Mountain, an old man shouted loudly. All the disciples immediately dispersed and fled. Shen Tianyu watched this unfold, locking onto the old man who had spoken, and a thread of spiritual energy shot out. A blood hole appeared between the old man's brows, and he fell to the ground dead. The spiritual energy quickly spread, directly enveloping the entire area of the 9 mountains. Under the perception of the spiritual energy, everyone was under Shen Tianyu's control. It was time to draw a conclusion. With a swing of his fists, waves of fist pressure erupted. Like meteors falling from the sky, they smashed down on the 7 great mountains. The weak fell instantly, while the Soul Emperor strongmen joined forces to resist, attempting to buy time for their clansmen. However, in the face of absolute power, all was in vain. After 5 minutes of relentless fist bombardment, the 7 mountains were reduced to rubble. The entire Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect was filled with a strong smell of blood. Broken stones and dirt mixed with flesh and blood. In the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect, out of 1,800 people, not a single one survived. After landing back on True Dragon Mountain and finding a clean spot, Shen Tianyu sat cross-legged. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky had dispersed, and the sunlight shone down on the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect. From a moment Shen Tianyu struck until the complete destruction of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect. No more than half an hour had passed. Taking out the True Dragon 9 crowns, Shen Tianyu directly began to operate the Swallowing Heaven Devil Art. Pieces of dragon bone were refined, and pure source energy was injected into the Dantian. The 8th golden pattern on the Dantian was slowly taking shape. After all 8 pieces were absorbed, the golden pattern began to take form. Ultimately, the dragon bone fragments contained limited power, and one had to see how much energy this snow jade crown could provide. The spiritual energy circulated, and the devouring heaven demon technique was activated. The snow jade crown circled in front of Shen Tianyu, faintly resonating with the dragon's roar that erupted from it. Humph, with just a cold snort, the furious dragon's roar ceased. Pure source energy surged out from the snow jade crown. After being inhaled into the body, there was a warm and fiery sensation. Light element. Shen Tianyu raised an eyebrow, quickly realizing. It seemed this snow jade crown might indeed have fallen from the body of a golden holy dragon. Coupled with the mutated Luo San Pao from Yu Shaojiang and the golden holy dragon martial soul that will be passed down 10,000 years later. It was indeed possible that the blue lightning tyrant dragon family had a part of the legacy from the golden holy dragon. Not wanting to think further, he focused on absorbing the snow jade crown. A vast and pure energy continuously poured in. The luster of the golden core grew brighter and more dazzling. The 8th golden pattern was steadily taking shape. The snow jade crown also gradually dissipated during the absorption process. However, since there was only one snow jade crown, the energy it could provide was limited. Ultimately, the 8th golden pattern only took on a vague form, just one step away from complete success. That is fine. Once I go to the extreme north, completely forming the 8th golden pattern will definitely be no problem. just as he was about to rise. A loud rumble suddenly echoed in his mind. Xiao Shui is in danger. When Qian Renxue left, Shen Tianyu had left a trace of sword intent in her body. He didn't expect it to be triggered so quickly. His eyes narrowed slightly as he quickly sensed the location of the sword intent. Tiandou City. This girl wouldn't have disguised herself as Shui Qinghe and run back to Tiandou City, would she? Appearing as Shui Qinghe in Tiandou City shouldn't lead to any unexpected problems. There should still be Tiandou Duoluos from the Spirit Hall protecting her in the shadows. Unless a stronger Super Douluo intervened. His mind raced, and Shen Tianyu thought of a possibility. If it was as he thought, then let us eliminate another 7-treasure glazed tile school. Chapter 35. Identity exposed. The 5th soul skill shook the world. Inside the Tiandou Palace, a powerful killing sword energy erupted, violently spilling out. The calm Tiandou City was stirred once more. Outside the palace hall, 4 figures flew out simultaneously. Countless sword energies wreaked havoc, and blood floated in the air. Bang! The 4 landed, each spitting out a mouthful of blood. These 4 were the 3 committee members from the Tiandou Royal Academy and Qian Renxue, who had returned disguised as Shui Qinghe. Inside the hall, Qian Renxue stepped out, holding a sword in his left hand. Behind him, Shui Bong, Tang San, Ning Fengji, Flinder, Lu Erlong, and Prince Shui Xing, who was sitting in a wheelchair, walked out in a line from a hall. Once I kill the traitor Shui Qinghe, I will definitely fulfill the promises made to all of you. At this moment, Shui Bong was full of vigor, dressed in imperial robes. After the sudden death of Emperor Shui Yi and the disappearance of Shui Qinghe, Shui Bong successfully ascended to power as the 4th son of Emperor Shui Yi. Due to Shen Tianyu's disturbance in the Tiandou Palace, the royal family's reputation had plummeted, and the internal stability of the entire Tiandou Empire was shaken. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang proposed to Ning Fengji to assist Shui Bong in ascending to the throne. As a condition, the financial power of the Tiandou Empire would be completely handed over to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Shrek Academy would be elevated to the #1 academy in the Tiandou Empire, receiving strong support from the royal family. To stabilize his position, Shui Bong had no choice but to agree. Today, while they were discussing, the crown prince Shui Qinghe suddenly appeared. Those already in the same boat were momentarily at a loss. At this time, Tang San seized the opportunity to forcibly accuse Shui Qinghe of colluding with outsiders to harm the late emperor. Everyone used this excuse to start fighting directly. The strike just now was from Qian Renxue. The 3 committee members, being part of the crown prince faction, unhesitatingly stood in front. However, due to this move, they were severely injured on spot. Qian Renxue was not much better off. Although 3 were in front to block, she also suffered significant injuries. Tang San, I will remember you. A pair of eyes stared fiercely at Tang San, and Qian Renxue's heart was burning with rage. Since ancient times, the victor is king and the loser is a bandit. Shui Qinghe, this is your fate. Tang San's eyes slightly narrowed, and from the angry gaze of Qian Renxue, he sensed a strong, killing intent. This person has already chosen the path to death. She must not be spared. Uncle Ning, go for it. Ning Feng he noted, Siket, and spoke. Qinghe, I have taught you for many years, and we have a master-disciple relationship. Reaching this point today is truly unfortunate. For the future of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, I can only sacrifice you. I will also do my best to assist His Majesty Shui Bong in restoring the glory of the Tiandou Empire. Sir Uncle, do it. After a moment of pretentiousness, the helplessness in Ning Fengji's eyes turned into killing intent. He had always been a staunch supporter of the imperial family, but now, for the financial power of the Tiandou Empire, he chose to switch sides without hesitation. Mastering the finances of the Tiandou Empire would allow him to gather its wealth, thus arming the 7-treasure glazed tile school and pushing the sect to another peak. For someone like Ning Fengji, who prioritized profit above all else, he would naturally not hold back. Qian Renxue wielded the 7-killing sword, thrusting it horizontally towards Qian Renxue. The powerful sword energy released an overwhelming pressure that suppressed the soul power within Qian Renxue. Faced with this strike, there was no way to evade. She could only use that move. Mobilizing the spiritual energy within her body, one hand pointed to her forehead. The sword mark hidden in her brow lit up, and a pure sword force erupted. What? Qian Renxue was taken aback as the sword force surged towards him. The 7-killing sword trembled and was directly deflected by the sword force. 7-killing domain. Boom. The domain was unleashed, and soul power rapidly surged. An even more potent pressure exploded, directly descending upon Qian Renxue. PFF Qian Renxue spat out a mouthful of blood, her soul power becoming chaotic. The disguise soul skill attached to her soul bone was shattered by this pressure. Of course, Chen Xian's intention was not to harm. He only wanted to resist that sword force. As the 7 killing domain was released, the intent of the 7 killing sword was pushed to its limits, forming a protective barrier of sword energy in front of him. When the sword force touched the sword energy barrier, it exploded, transforming into streams of sword energy that rapidly released outward. Chen Xian retreated step by step, still injured by the sword energy, his robe left with countless sword marks, the white fabric stained with spots of blood. Xue Qinghe, you and that person are indeed in cahoots. When Qian Renxue's sword force erupted between her brows, everyone present trembled. This power was far too familiar. They had once been overshadowed by the presence of Shen Tianyu. Damn it! Chen Xian was furious and raised his hand to summon back the 7 killing sword. Having been defeated by Shen Tianyu last time left him humiliated. Today, he was on the verge of suffering another significant loss. Unable to find Shen Tianyu, he could only vent his anger on Xue Qinghe. Who on earth are you? Xue Bong shouted in astonishment, staring dumbfounded at Qian Renxue. At this moment, everyone present was taken aback. The young man Xue Qinghe had transformed into a woman. The crowd wore strange expressions. Could it be that Xue Qinghe was originally female? But soon this was denied. Ning Fengji narrowed his eyes, the first to notice something different on Qian Renxue's forehead. That small angelic mark clearly indicated the identity of the visitor. The 6-winged angel mark. You are from the Spirit Hall. The moment these words were spoken, everyone was taken aback. A member of the Spirit Hall, disguised as Xue Qinghe, had come to claim the throne of the Tiandou Empire. If she succeeded, it would be disastrous. It seemed that the real crown prince had already fallen victim to foul play. I never expected the Spirit Hall to take advantage of the chaos at this time, attempting to profit from it. Ning Fengji expressed his speculation with a smile. Your Majesty Xue Bong, your imperial seat can no longer be shaken. As for this girl, just kill her. Sect Master Ning. Will this action provoke the Spirit Hall? Xue Bong expressed some concern. The Spirit Hall was currently at its peak on the continent. Killing a 6-winged angel soul master would undoubtedly be seen as declaring war on the Spirit Hall. It won't be a problem. The Spirit Hall sent someone to impersonate Xue Qinghe, trying to usurp the throne of the Tiandou Empire. Once this matter is publicized, it will greatly affect the reputation of the Spirit Hall. To protect their reputation, they will never take action against the royal family. The Spirit Hall has already made a calculated loss. Before Ning Fengji could speak, Tang San elaborated, analyzing whether this action had drawbacks. Xiao San is right. Your Majesty need not worry. Sword Uncle, strike and kill her. Good. Chen Xian once again held his sword, and the energy of the 7 killing sword erupted, pressing towards Qian Renxue once more. At that moment, 2 powerful forces exploded. Chen Xian, you dare? The snake spear rushed in from the side, intercepting the 7 killing sword. The newcomer was the snake spear Duuluo, Shilong young master. I'm late. The plump porcupine Do landed beside Qian Renxue and helped her up. Thank you, uncles, for your rescue. Boom. The sword energy exploded, and the snake spear Duo was sent flying back. Chen Xian stood holding his sword, casting a cold glance at the two. Fengji, what do you say? Xiao San, what do you think? Ning Fengji tilted his head to inquire. This disciple of the master was highly regarded and often sought advice from Tang San on strategies. The 2 titled Douluos saving her indicated that this girl's identity was not simple. She must be eliminated, or there would be endless troubles. Chapter 36. The crisis of Qian Renxue. Tang San was quite clear. He had a deadly feud with Qian Renxue. If he did not kill her here today, he might very well fall into her hands in the future. Her identity was complex, and if she died, the Spirit Hall could indeed become desperate. Uncle Ning is being overly cautious. This matter does not favor the Spirit Hall, and they can only swallow their grievances. Besides, today if we kill all 3 of them, we can firmly assert that we have never seen them. The Spirit Hall has no evidence. What can they do? Ning Fengxi hissitated. Tearing the face with the Spirit Hall this early was clearly something he did not want to confront. Cutting off the future troubles must be done now. Uncle Ning, what are you still hesitating about? The opportunity for the 7 treasure glazed tile school to soar is right in front of you. Sword Uncle, kill. With a command, Chen Xian erupted with power. The 7 killing sword chi spread out, directly enveloping the 3. Si Xue, send a message to the Spirit Hall in Tiandou City. They must protect the young master's departure. Understood. Ci Shui, the porcupine Duuluo, immediately took out a signal flare and released it. Shilong took the lead, wielding a snake spear as he charged at Chen Xian. I have a sword to sever your head. Chen Xian boasted. My snake spear is not inferior to yours. Clang. The two weapons collided, and soul power surged outward wildly. In the sky, the signal flare released by the porcupine Duuluo exploded. Dean Flender, we need to intercept the Spirit Hall reinforcements. All right, Sword Uncle, this place is up to you. Don't worry. Facing two titled Duuluos, Chen Xian was full of confidence. As a 97th level super Duo, dealing with two ordinary titled Duuluos was naturally easy for him. Ning Fengji stood up, and Flender, Lu Erlong, and Tang San. The four of them arrived outside the palace. All four released their martial spirits, standing ready to await the incoming Spirit Hall reinforcements. At the same time, Xuepeng also dispatched the Imperial Guard, along with more than 300 recently recruited soul masters, all stationed outside the palace. Uncle Wang, can we win? On the wheelchair. Prince Xuexing nodded. Your Majesty need not worry. As long as the Sword Duuluo deals with these two titled Duuluos, everything will be resolved. Above the palace, the battle was about to break out. The Snake Spear Duuluo fully activated his soul power, engaging in a fierce battle with Chen Xian. The Porcupine Duuluo soared into the air, his martial spirit's true form released, transforming into a giant porcupine. Opening its massive mouth, it released toxins. Rodents! Chen Xian shouted angrily, his third soul, ring lighting up. Sword wings like flying. Stepping on the 7 killing sword, he instantly appeared behind the Porcupine Duuluo. Fourth soul skill, killing intent revealed. A blade of sword energy condensed in the air, directly stabbing towards the back of the Porcupine Duuluo. The sharp blade pierced into the porcupine's body, and the sword energy exploded instantly. Ah! Bang! 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 As the porcupine exploded, toxins were released wildly. Chen Xian shouted coldly and swept his sword horizontally, covering the soul power to suppress all the toxins. D. Shilong suddenly charged in. With a sharp snake spear, two large snakes opened their bloody mouths, aiming directly at Chen Xian. Overestimating oneself, the 7 killing sword swept out, and the 7 killing domain blossomed. Shilong's attack power dropped sharply, taking advantage of the momentum. The 7 killing sword attacked, and the heads of the two large snakes were severed. The black soul rings lit up, and surging soul power erupted from Chen Xian's body. The soul power rang out, condensing into thousands of sword blades. 6 soul skill. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. The sword dance made the heavens tremble, with thousands of sword blades dividing into 2 paths. Like the Milky Way descending from the sky, it aimed directly at the two. Hold on, Shilong roared, quickly waving his snake spear to resist the waves of sword blades. The Porcupine Duuluo opened its bloody mouth, swallowing the sword blades one by one. As more and more sword blades were swallowed, the Porcupine Duuluo's body continued to swell. Outside the Tiandou Palace, the reinforcements from the Spirit Hall arrived. Ning Fengji rotated the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, and beams of light fell. After being empowered, both Flender and Lu Erlong, though still at the Soul Sage level, could unleash the battle power of a Soul Duuluo. Flender's martial soul manifested as a cat eagle, launching an attack from the air. Furious thunder. Lu Erlong's body was engulfed in flames, like a raging dragon, and her soul skills were unleashed wildly. The woman's combat power skyrocketed. As the killing horn of the Golden Iron Triangle, Lu Erlong's fighting style was summed up in 2 words: madness. Reckless and insane attacks delivered the heaviest blows to the opponent. Tang San relied on Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, weaving through the crowd, launching sneak attacks with hidden weapons from behind. With Ning Fengji's support, it was difficult for the reinforcements from the Tiandou Palace to break through this defense line in a short time. Boom, the Tiandou Palace exploded, and sword energy flew chaotically. The Porcupine Duuluo was directly forced out of its martial soul form. After the massive sword blades were swallowed, it was hard for him to digest them, and he could no longer bear it. As for the Snake Spear Duuluo, he was worse off than the Porcupine Duuluo, covered in blood, looking like a bloodied figure. Damn! The two landed, their eyes burning with anger. Qian Renxue, sitting cross-legged, opened her golden eyes. Young master, what should we do? She long asked, the situation changing rapidly. At this moment, it was urgent for Qian Renxue to make a decision. Otherwise, all 3 of them would perish here. Retreat. Even though they were unwilling, they could only temporarily retreat. Escape? Can you escape from my sword? In the sky, Chen Xian's 8th soul ring lit up. A huge magic formation condensed above his head, and the 7 killing swords split into 12 sword shadows. Each sword shadow had 80% of the main body's attack power. The already wary Shilong and Ci Shue's faces turned completely cold. Chen Xen, if you force us, then let's perish together. Shilong, you are so arrogant. Boom! The raging and swirling sword energy was instantly gathered by Chen Xen, surrounding the three of them. It's do or die. Qian Renxue bit her red lips lightly and released her six-winged angel martial soul. 6 soul rings rotated, and the last 2 10,000-year soul rings lit up. 6 soul skill. Angel's roar. 5th soul skill. Holy sword. Roar. The holy light sound wave swept forward, meeting the exploding sword energy. Holding the holy sword, she charged directly at Chen Xen. Kill. Shilong and Ci Shui exchanged glances and simultaneously rushed toward the sky. 8th soul skill. Move mountains and fill seas. 12 sword shadows erupted in the air. Young master, Shilong and Ci Shui exclaimed, their speed surging as they flew to Qian Renxue's front. The two pushed their soul power to the limit, bracing against the impact of the 12 sword shadows. Explosions erupted one after another, their chests charred. Blood spurted out as they flew back to the ground, while Chen Xen, wielding the 7 killing sword, swooped down from the air. As the holy sword pierced, at the moment of collision between the two swords, Qian Renxue fell into a disadvantage. Observing your age, just over 20, yet you are already a soul emperor. With such talent, the spirit hall will truly become lawless. You must die today. The holy sword exploded, and the violent sword energy rampaged. The golden silk long dress was marked with sword scars, and her snow-white skin was cut open, blood gushing out. At the critical moment of life and death, the spiritual energy within Qian Renxue erupted. Chen Xian raised his eyebrows. This energy fluctuation was remarkably similar to Shen Tianyu's. However, what Qian Renxue released was not that powerful, more akin to the battle power of Soul Douluo. Even with this trump card, you cannot stop me. In the face of absolute strength, all techniques and skills are but clouds. Boom! The Super Douluo unleashed all his power, and the sharp sword energy transformed into sword aura, brutally breaking through Qian Renxue's spiritual defense. Am I going to die? The figure of Shen Tianyu flashed through Qian Renxue's mind. Hey man, saying that this strand of sword path would immediately bring him here is just deceptive nonsense. Chen Xian, try touching a single hair on her. Chapter 37 Flender Liu Erlong Ning Fengti. D. Before the person arrived, the voice came first. 1,000 miles away, Shen Tianyu's eyes shone brightly. Seeing Chen Xian wielding his sword towards Qian Renxue, an angry roar immediately echoed across space. In the Tiandou Palace, Chen Xian was startled by the voice. The sound wave rushed into his mind, causing his body to shudder. Ever since that last battle, Chen Xian understood how terrifying Shen Tianyu was, not only because of his indestructible body, but also his swordsmanship. At that time, a single sword had broken through his strongest attack, and even severed an arm. Since then, Shen Tianyu had become Chen Xian's nightmare. Every midnight, he would wake up in a fright from his dreams. Hearing Shen Tianyu's voice again today, fear immediately arose in his heart. The 7 killing sword in his hand felt somewhat unstable. He hasn't arrived yet, struggling to steady his mind. He concentrated the intent of the 7 killing sword. I'll kill you, and then I'll leave. I should still have time. Determined, he thrust out his sword. In midair, a black spherical object flew swiftly, just as the 7 killing sword was about to stab into Qian Renxue's chest. The black sphere arrived and violently collided with the 7 killing sword. Bang! Clang, the 7 killing sword trembled, and the sword body shifted. Chen Xian focused his gaze, and his face changed drastically. Yu engine! The exclamation spread outside the palace, and the furious Lu Erlong froze momentarily. Xiao Gang's father? A sense of foreboding surged in his heart as he quickly dashed into the palace. Just as he landed, he saw the head of Yu engine fall from the sky, landing at Lu Erlong's feet. What happened, Erlong? Flender flapped his wings and rushed over quickly. It's Xiao Gang's father. In an instant, Lu Erlong trembled all over, unable to believe that the head before him truly belonged to Yu engine. Chen Xin was also stunned. Yu engine was a 96th level Super Douluo, an absolutely top-tier existence across the entire continent. He had actually been killed by Shen Tianyu. A sense of foreboding surged in Chen Xin's heart, and he felt a chill wash over him. Great teleportation technique. As the voice fell, Shen Tianyu appeared above the Tiandou Imperial Palace. He leaped down and stood before Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue's delicate face flashed with a hint of astonishment, and a look of surprise crossed her golden eyes. This man, he really came. But in an instant, her astonished expression turned cold, and her eyes were filled with hatred. Did you do this? Shen Tianyu did not turn back. Looking at the bloodied Qian Renxue, his face turned extremely grim. Raising his hand, spiritual energy gathered, and a gentle light fell. Great healing technique. Under the nourishment of spiritual energy, Qian Renxue's wounds quickly healed, and the blood was washed away. The damaged meridians and organs were also recovering rapidly. Turning around, his cold gaze met Qinshin's. Just a glance made Qinshin feel breathless. The Shen Tianyu before him seemed like an ancient giant beast, a demon that had walked out of hell. So powerful, it made heaven and earth bow down. Did you kill Xiao Gang's father? Lu Erlong roared. Flames of dragon energy burning all over him. You also share the blame for hurting Xiao Shui, right? Glancing at Lu Erlong, Shen Tianyu raised his hand to manipulate his spiritual energy. The pulling force erupted instantly, dragging Lu Erlong directly in front of him. With a large hand gripping Lu Erlong's neck, Shen Tianyu said in a deep voice, "Go to hell and meet your father Yulomian, as well as the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family." Lu Erlong's expression changed drastically. Could it be that the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family had been exterminated? Qinshin and the others naturally heard this too. With the Yuanjin's head still here, the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family had very likely been wiped out. Drink! A loud roar erupted, and veins bulged on Shen Tianyu's arm, causing Lu Erlong to suddenly feel like he couldn't breathe. Violent spiritual energy surged from all directions, pressing down on Lu Erlong's body. "Erlong, Shen Tianyu, come at me if you dare." Flander roared in anger, flapping his wings and charging in. Bang! With one foot on the ground, he turned and swung his fist towards Flander. The punch landed on Flander's chest, and the immense force penetrated through the skin, directly bursting his internal organs. Flander's viscera exploded on the spot. A pair of big eyes widened in anger, dying under Shen Tianyu's fist. With the other hand, he grabbed Lu Erlong and unhesitatingly smashed him to the ground. Bang! Spiritual energy erupted, stirring up 3 feet of dust, and Lu Erlong breathed his last. This scene made Qinshin and Ning Fengji tremble in fear. Shen Tianyu was even more violent than the last time. Outside the palace, Tang San furrowed his brows, sensing that something was amiss. The ghost shadow mysterious steps was immediately activated, weaving through the chaotic crowd and heading straight for the outside of Tiandou City. "If I can't win, I'll make a quick escape. And you, come over here, kid." With a wave of his hand, spiritual energy gathered. A huge palm suddenly erupted, capturing Ning Fengji, who was standing on the palace tower on the spot. With a strong pull of the arm, Ning Fengji was directly yanked down from the tower. Fengji! By the time Qinshin reacted, Ning Fengji had already been captured by Shen Tianyu. Without your command, Qinshin wouldn't make a move. The instigator of harming Xiao Xue is you, right? Trapped by spiritual energy, no matter how hard Ning Fengji struggled, it was futile. The soul power within him was also firmly suppressed, unable to be released even a bit. "This has nothing to do with me. I'm acting on the orders of the Emperor of Heaven Do." It was his command. The Emperor of Heaven Do? His eyes narrowed slightly, directly landing on Xu Eping. At this moment, Xu Eping was so frightened that his legs trembled, hiding behind Prince Xuesheng. Seeing Shen Tianyu's gaze directed at him, Prince Xuesheng, sitting in a wheelchair, immediately felt his heart collapse and fainted from fear. "Master Ning, do you dare say this has nothing to do with you? The command was indeed issued by me, but it was your own decision. You have the sword Douluo with you, if you're unwilling to act. What can I do to you? Besides, your actions against her were not for your own benefit, to control the finances of Heaven Do and amass wealth for yourself. Xu Eping, stop slandering me. You are the ruler, and I am the subject. When the ruler commands the subject to die, the subject has no choice but to die. I, Ning Fengji, have always been loyal to the ruler. All of this is because of you, your greed for the throne." Ning Fengji immediately retorted, pushing all the blame onto Xu Eping. Naturally, Xu Eping was unhappy and jumped out to curse angrily. "You're talking nonsense. Ning Fengji, you hypocrite. You clearly want to kill her too, so what are you pretending for? Xu Eping, you are simply a mad dog biting indiscriminately, spewing dirt." "Shut up," Shen Tianyu shouted angrily. "You two are just barking at each other. It's really noisy." With a free hand, he made a pinching gesture towards Xu Eping. A hand of spiritual energy appeared out of thin air, and the next moment, an explosion sounded, flesh and blood flying, and Xu Eping was dead. It's your turn. No, no, no. Ning Fengji shook his head frantically. This has nothing to do with me. I am innocent. Yes, I am innocent. It was all you Xiaojiang and Tang San. They were the ones who instigated me. It was you who made Qianxin act, right? A bitter smile appeared on Ning Fengji's face, and facing this fierce god. Begging for mercy indeed had no effect. Let me tell you, anyone who harms Xiao Xue will die. A palm struck Ning Fengji's forehead, and spiritual energy surged in. Boom! The sect leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, died suddenly. After dealing with Ning Fengji, Shen Tianyu's final gaze fell on Chen Renxue. This time I, young master, will tear apart the Super Douluo. Chapter 38. Slaying the Sword Path, Chen Renxue. Such a powerful aura. Outside of Heaven Do City, a man in a coarse, tattered robe furrowed his brow. So familiar. In his mind, the battle in the Sunset Forest flashed by. It's that man. Instantly, fear enveloped his heart. Tang Hao's legs trembled slightly. The last battle had been the closest he had come to death. Don't be reckless. Better to slip away first. From a distance, he glanced at Heaven Do City again, and just as Tang Hao was about to leave, he suddenly saw a young man fleeing quickly from the city. Tang San? Channeling his soul power, he concealed his aura and swiftly approached. At this moment, Tang San had just escaped from Heaven Do City and looked back resentfully at the direction of the palace. Shen Tianyu, one day, I will take your life. As soon as the words fell, the tattered robe brushed his face. Tang San felt the world spin, and he was already lifted off the ground. A large hand came down and picked him up, rushing away. Title Douluo. Tang San was startled and was about to launch a sneak attack. Xiao San, why are you here? A familiar voice reached his ears, and Tang San's whole body shivered. Dad! In an instant, Tang San was both surprised and delighted. He was happy that his father, who had been away for many years, had returned, but shocked that his father was actually a title Douluo. Dad, hurry to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. My teacher and friends are there. All right. With his soul power fully mobilized, Tang Hao rushed straight to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Inside the Tiandou Palace, Shen Tianyu's gaze was icy. The spiritual energy within him had already enveloped the entire palace. The aura around Chen Renxue was completely sealed off. A strong, killing intent surrounded him. Chen Renxue swallowed hard and forced himself to steady his mind. Tearing apart an old man. You're being a bit too arrogant. It's not that I'm arrogant, but this cruel method is what you forced me to do. Bang! With one foot off the ground, he swiftly approached. Before Chen Renxue could react, Shen Tianyu was already close at hand. A massive fist targeted Chen Renxue's lower abdomen. Bang! 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 3 consecutive punches were thrown in less than a second. The soul power that Chen Renxue had gathered was directly shattered by Shen Tianyu. A sweet taste surged in his throat, and he coughed up mouthfuls of fresh blood. The front of his white robe was already stained blood red. His fist turned into a palm and slapped against his chest. The surface skin showed no damage. But at that moment, Chen Renxue's internal organs were all displaced. Except for the heart, all other organs were severely injured. Sealed. A palm landed on Chen Renxue's head, causing all the soul power within him to instantly solidify, no longer responding to Chen Renxue's commands. After doing all this, Shen Tianyu fixed his gaze on Chen Renxue's left arm holding the sword. Grabbing Chen Renxue's left arm, his strength surged explosively. Rip one left arm was brutally torn off. Chen Renxue roared in pain and anger, his mind almost collapsing. With both arms rendered useless, he could no longer wield a sword in this life. This was just the beginning. Bang! With one hand gripping Chen Renxue's neck, he forcefully slammed him to the ground. Stepping on Chen Renxue's back, he faced the direction of Qian Renxue. A wisp of spiritual energy gathered at his fingertips as Shen Tianyu gently waved his hand. The spiritual energy transformed into sword qi, slicing down at Chen Renxue's left foot. The sword wounds on Xiao Xue were all caused by you, right? I want you to pay back 1,000-fold. Boom! The spiritual energy rampaged, all turning into sword qi and falling down frantically. Chen Renxue's pure white robe was instantly stained red with blood. Every inch of his flesh was covered in sword marks. Qian Renxue watched in terror. This was the first time she had seen Shen Tianyu so cruel. His furious face resembled that of a hellish judge. Sword energy fell down like rain, cutting through Chen Renxue's flesh. The soul power within him had long been sealed by Shen Tianyu. At this moment, Chen Renxue was no different from an ordinary person. This is the consequence of your harm to Xiao Xue. Chen Renxue begged for mercy from Xiao Xue. Intense pain continuously transmitted through his nerves, making Chen Xian feel worse than death. If you dog of the spirit hall, Chen Xian, will never submit. Damn! A kick landed in Chen Xian's groin, causing pain that made him convulse all over. I'm not a dog of the spirit hall. If you touch anyone from the spirit hall, it has nothing to do with me. But if you touch Xiao Shui, then don't blame me. You call me a dog, but first, take a look at your own situation. A generation of super Douluo, obeying a treacherous merchant. You have truly lost the face of the title Douluo, and even more so the face of the 7-kill Chun clan. While angrily rebuking, the sword energy transformed from spiritual energy continued to wreak havoc. With a light tap of his fingertip downwards, the sword energy surged into Chen Xian's body through the wound. The sword energy rampaged within his flesh, destroying his meridians one by one. Chen Xian was in so much pain that he fainted, only to wake up again from the agony. This repeated torment left him utterly devoid of hope for life. You killed me. Under Shen Tianyu's deliberate control, each strike did not inflict fatal injuries on Chen Xian. Chen Xian, you must have heard an old saying, people are the knives, and I am the fish meat. As the flesh on the chopping board, you should obey. Chen Xian was in unbearable pain, approaching the end of his life, yet he was still subjected to humiliation. But in order to find relief through death, he could only lower his head. Miss Xiao Shui, I beg you to spare me. Give me a quick end. Opposite him, Qian Renxue furrowed her golden-eyed brows slightly. Give him a quick end? This cruel method made her somewhat uncomfortable. Listen to Xiao Shui. The sword pointed down, and the wandering sword energy erupted simultaneously. Jian Xing's Hokgang et Lodet, and he died violently in the Tiandou Imperial Palace. With Chen Xian's fall, this farce in the Tiandou Imperial Palace came to a complete end. However, for Shen Tianyu, this matter was not yet over. His gaze returned to Qian Renxue, and his fierce killing intent transformed into gentleness. Let's go. Without waiting for Qian Renxue to say much, he waved his hand, enveloping her with spiritual energy and flying into the royal harem. Disgusting. As soon as the two entered the Tiandou harem, Shen Tianyu began to move back and forth among the chambers of the concubines, seemingly searching for something. Qian Renxue frowned, her face filled with disgust. What are you disgusted about? Are you pregnant? His Shen Tianyu gasped, no way. You, who is pregnant? I'm talking about you, you lecher, barging into the harem. What do you want? Do I need to say more? I see. Facing Qian Renxue's pretty face filled with anger, it always made one feel a bit restless. However, right now was not the time. I came to the harem to find you a suitable dress. Can you still wear this skirt? The originally elegant golden silk long skirt had already been ruined by the sword energy. In some places, it was completely torn, exposing her snow-white skin. Qian Renxue looked down, her pretty face slightly flushed. Come with me. With Qian Renxue leading the way, the two quickly found a large clothing room. Qian Renxue went in and found a matching golden silk long skirt. You go out. I'll stay here to avoid being ambushed by treacherous ministers. You shameless lecher. With a release of soul power, a golden light enveloped her, and Qian Renxue quickly changed into the dress and walked out. Shen Tianyu looked her up and down, muttering to himself, those legs would look better with black stockings. Qian Renxue had long since gotten used to ignoring Shen Tianyu. Aren't you leaving? What are you staying here for? I'm taking you to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Today, I will destroy another sect for you. Chapter 39. Evacuating the 7-treasure glazed tile school, you have already destroyed the blue electric tyrant dragon sect. And now you want to destroy the 7-treasure glazed tile school? Qian Renxue was horrified. This man was truly a madman, acting without any consideration for the consequences. They brought this upon themselves. If they cause trouble for my little Snow, they are my enemies. Don't talk nonsense. Who is your Snow? I've done everything that should be done. So, of course, she is mine. Leaning close to Qian Renxue's ear, he spoke softly. Qian Renxue's cheeks flushed completely. Shameless. You're just after a pretty face. Let go of the young master. Shi Long shouted angrily as he and the bloodstained duo rushed over. Both of them were already heavily injured, and after a brief recovery, they had come immediately. However, their soul power was scattered, making it difficult to control. You two came at just the wrong time. Shen Tianyu gritted his teeth and spoke fiercely. If it weren't for Xiao Shui's sake, I would slap you both to death. The expressions of the two changed. The tragic fate of Elder Jiu was still fresh in their minds. Young master, Shi Long was at a loss, waiting for Qian Renxue's instructions. I'm Fina. You two stay in Tiandou City and eliminate all dissenters. Not a single person is allowed to leave Tiandou City. Yes, sir. The two received their orders, secretly speculating about the current relationship between the young master and Shen Tianyu. Xiaoxue, let's go. Shen Tianyu forcefully wrapped his arm around Qian Renxue's slim waist and took off into the air, disappearing. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. In the main square of the sect, Yu Xiaojiang stood on a high platform, looking down at the many soul masters below. Since arriving at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji had entrusted all matters of training the sect's soul masters to Yu Xiaojiang. Now, Yu Xiaojiang's status had risen significantly, comparable to that of the Poison Douluo. Beside Yu Xiaojiang stood Poison Douluo Dugu Bo. There seemed to be a massive wave of soul power approaching the sect. A gaunt figure suddenly sprang up. Gu Rong looked ahead, his expression tense. As soon as this was said, Yu Xiaojiang also became anxious. Could it be that something has happened in Tiandou City? Teacher, Senior Gu, it's me. Tang San's voice came from afar as 2 figures flew swiftly towards them. The road was clear, and they arrived at the square. Ning Rongrong and the others quickly rushed over. His Majesty the Hao Qian. Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed, never expecting Tang Hao to appear here, especially alongside Tang San. The last time they parted, they clearly agreed not to let Tang San know about his background for the time being. His Majesty the Hao Qian? The Hao Qian Douluo, including Tang San. The Shrek 7 monsters were all stunned. When Tang San met Tang Hao not long ago, he already knew that his father was a titled Douluo powerhouse. However, he never expected that he was actually the renowned Hao Qian Douluo. We will discuss these matters later. Xiao San, quickly tell everyone about your experiences and thoughts. Okay, Dad. Tang San took a deep breath and glanced at Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, you need to be mentally prepared. Third brother, don't scare me. What happened? Uncle Ning, Dean Flender, and Teacher Erlong are all dead. What? As soon as these words were spoken, Ning Rongrong and Yu Xiaojing both felt their vision go dark, nearly fainting. Fortunately, everyone reacted quickly and immediately supported them. Moreover, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, one of the 3 great sects, has been exterminated. Senior Qian Renxue is also in grave danger. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon has been exterminated? This is impossible. Yu Xiaojiang completely broke down. The death of Lu Erlong had already dealt him a significant blow. Now learning that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon had been exterminated made it even harder for him to bear. The extermination of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon is likely true. I've seen the head of Yu Yuanjun with my own eyes. No, Yu Xiaojiang cried out in despair, spitting blood and fainting. Teacher, Tang Hao quickly moved, channeling his soul power into Yu Xiaojiang's body. Who did this? Ning Rongrong's eyes turned red, filled with killing intent. Shen Tianyu. I want to kill him. Ning Rongrong went berserk, wishing she could appear in Heaven-Do City right now and tear Shen Tianyu to pieces. Tang San frowned and struck Ning Rongrong on the back of her head with a handblade. With her eyes rolling back, Ning Rongrong fainted. Xiao San, what are you doing? Oscar immediately held Ning Rongrong, looking puzzled. The current situation is critical. Shen Tianyu may very well come to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Rongrong's state is very unstable. She can only be temporarily put to sleep. Senior Gu Rong, you should be the only one who can command the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect now. That's right. Immediately retreat. Everyone disperse and leave the sect. Is Shen Tianyu really that terrifying? Gu Rong's eyes burned with the fire of battle, eager to confront Shen Tianyu. He is too strong. We have no power to resist against him. What about the Hao Qian Douluo? I'm not his match. Tang Hao's words surprised Gu Rong. This Hao Qian Douluo had just entered the titled Douluo rank, yet he had beaten the current pope of the Spear Hall. To say such words of fear against Shen Tianyu was unexpected. That day in the Sunset Forest, I was also lucky to survive. Otherwise, you wouldn't have seen me. As soon as these words were spoken, Gu Rong immediately dismissed the idea of confronting Shen Tianyu. If even Tang Hao admitted defeat, what was there to fight? Senior Gu Rong, immediately order the evacuation of the sect. I will notify them to gather their belongings and evacuate quickly. No, Tang Hao spoke in a deep voice. Frowning tightly, Shen Xian can't hold out much longer. Shen Tianyu is probably already on his way. Gathering belongings is undoubtedly wasting time. Everyone should go first. As long as there are still green mountains, we won't worry about firewood. The wealth of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect shouldn't all be kept in the sect. The principle of having multiple hiding places was understood by everyone, especially by that old fox Ning Fengji. The wealth accumulated by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect was indeed stored in other places. Even if they took nothing and evacuated the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect immediately, it could still ensure that all disciples had normal expenses. Then let us take nothing and evacuate immediately. Without any hesitation, Gu Rong directly gave the order. The disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect initially resisted, unwilling to evacuate immediately. But when Tang Hao raised a huge hammer into the sky, it immediately silenced everyone. In the midst of it all, Yu Xiaojing woke up. They quickly formulated a plan to split into 8 groups, and the large-scale retreat was proceeding in an orderly manner. An hour later, Shen Tianyu, accompanied by Qian Renxue, sped towards the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. There were people below, following Qian Renxue's voice. They looked down and indeed saw a group of people rushing frantically. These individuals were all soul masters, each releasing their soul power and sprinting at full speed. In the middle of the crowd, a 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Tower was shining brightly, enhancing the abilities of the soul masters. What was happening? Had the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School foreseen this? This situation clearly indicated a major retreat. It must be Tang San, that guy had escaped, and he must have informed the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Qian Renxue gritted her teeth and exclaimed angrily. The plan of the Heavendou Empire had nearly been ruined by Tang San. That little brat had also gone to Heavendou City? Damn, I was careless. At that time, I was too focused on Ning Fengji and Shen Xian, and I completely forgot to spread my spiritual energy to properly investigate. Anger burned in her heart as she immediately halted mid-air. A punch was hurled downwards, and the fist's energy descended from sky. Chapter 40, Tang San, hiding in a sewage pit. A tremendous force fell from the sky, instantly causing the soul masters below to break out in a cold sweat. The most unfortunate were the direct disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. As auxiliary soul masters, their overall quality was very poor. When the fist energy exploded downwards and the immense force pressed down on their shoulders, they collapsed directly to the ground. The sudden attack threw the entire team into chaos. Many poor, direct disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School were trampled to death. Boom! The fist energy struck down, causing the earth to tremble. In a team of over 400 people, more than half were directly injured or killed. Some stubborn soul saints activated their martial spirit true forms, charging upwards. A path to death. With a flick of the fingertips, spiritual energy erupted. Like sharp swords, they pierced through the skulls of the attackers. In a moment, more than a dozen soul saints fell dead. With strong fighters down, the weaker ones lost their composure and scattered in panic. Not a single one could escape. With both fists aimed downwards, punches were thrown continuously. The fist energy fell like a meteor shower, completely enveloping the team. In a brief moment, dirt and flesh mixed together, with no one surviving. Are we still going to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? Qian Renxue asked with a tilt of her head. No. We will change to a hunting operation. If we go to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School now, it will definitely be empty. Since that's the case, let's play a game of cat and mouse. Let's go. Holding Qian Renxue's hand, they stepped into the air and headed east, estimating a rough range in his mind. They directly began the search and hunt. To the west of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Tang San and his group, under the escort of Tang Hao, were quickly retreating. This group consisted of the most talented direct disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, along with some powerful outer disciples. With Tang Hao personally escorting them, their safety was naturally the highest. As they sped along, suddenly a rift opened in space. Gu Rong soared into the air, his expression grim. Grandpa Bone, what happened? Ning Rongrong, who had awakened from her coma, was much calmer now. Half of the 8 scattered teams had lost contact. Everyone immediately fell silent. The implications were obvious. Losing contact meant that they were likely annihilated. Shen Tianyu arrived faster than everyone expected. Speed up. We absolutely cannot delay, even for a moment, Tang San said in a deep voice, and the team's pace immediately increased. Rongrong, you must be strong. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School needs you to revive it. Don't worry, third brother. I will definitely avenge Dad and personally kill Shen Tianyu. The hatred for Shen Tianyu had reached a bone-deep level. Ning Rongrong silently vowed in her heart that as long as she could kill Shen Tianyu, she would spare no effort. Yu Xiaojing followed the team, pondering where to move next. Suddenly, an ominous premonition surged up. It seemed like a killing intent was approaching. Glancing sideways at the 2 title Duo, he saw Tang Hao frown. Not good. That man is coming. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire team stirred slightly. Gurong, let's go hold him off. Everyone, hurry and retreat. Tang Hao decisively leaped up. 9 soul rings were released, and a black soul ring lit up. Before Gurong, a rift in space opened, enveloping the entire team. Spatial teleportation. Silver light flickered, and everyone was teleported 1,000 meters away. Scatter and run. Yu Xiaojing ordered, and everyone immediately dispersed to escape. In the sky, Shen Tianyu was racing with Qian Renxue. In his perception, there was just a 7-treasure glazed tile school team 50 miles away. Did they suddenly get a kilometer farther? What's going on? The distance suddenly increased, which made Shen Tianyu feel puzzled and cautious. At that moment, a flash of silver light suddenly appeared. The space in front opened wide, and a skeletal dragon soared out, swinging its dragon claws to attack. Good timing. He swung his fist forward, smashing the skeletal dragon. The torn space perfectly closed again. Poison Douluo Dugu Bo. Beside him, Qian Renxue gazed at the closed space's opening. A level 95 super Douluo, known as the strongest defense and the first in eeriness. His bone dragon martial soul not only had extremely strong defense, but also possessed spatial abilities. Relying on his spatial abilities, Gu Rong's combat style was unpredictable, earning him the title of the first in eeriness. With a disdainful snort, Shen Tianyu stepped forward. A vast amount of spiritual energy quickly enveloped the heavens and the earth. Gu Rong, you're here to die. As soon as the words fell, the space behind Qian Renxue tore open. Gu Rong suddenly appeared, his arm covered in bone dragon armor. Such despicable sneak attack tactics. And you dare to call yourself the first in eeriness. His figure flickered, and in an instant, he arrived behind Qian Renxue. Thinking he would succeed in his sneak attack, Gu Rong was secretly pleased, but Shen Tianyu suddenly appeared, leaving him stunned. The cold gleam of the bone dragon claw clashed with Shen Tianyu's fist. Boom! A massive wave surged towards him, and Gu Rong's expression changed dramatically. In the next moment, Shen Tianyu passed through the giant wave and stood before Gu Rong. Without any unnecessary words, he threw a punch. Boom! The fist smashed into the bone dragon armor, causing the armor to explode on the spot. What kind of bullshit first defense is this? It's not even as good as Dugu Bo. Gu Rong was furious, but he suppressed his anger and once again vanished into the space. The brief encounter made him realize that Shen Tianyu's strength was beyond what he could contend with. Do you think hiding will save you from me? His hands slowly raised, rolling spiritual energy formed into a massive wave. Get out here, centered around Shen Tianyu. The giant wave quickly spread out. The spiritual energy fluctuations continuously surged outward, causing the space to tremble violently. Found you. He threw a punch towards 1,000 meters away, and the punch's aura arrived in an instant. The space tore apart, and Gu Rong appeared, his face ashen against this punch. At this moment, the massive airwave was still surging. Tang San and the others, who were fleeing in the distance, also sensed this airwave. Their expressions changed instantly. Realizing that Shen Tianyu was about to catch up, Tang San was extremely anxious, and, seeing the dung pit outside the village not far away, immediately had an idea. Let's hide in the dung pit. Ning Rong Rong and the others were taken aback. Little San is right. Let's hide in the dung pit. Yu Xiaojiang stepped forward in support. The dung pit is incredibly smelly. Surely Shen Tianyu won't think much of it, allowing us to escape a disaster. Don't hesitate, hurry! Tang San shouted angrily, urging them as he ran towards the dung pit outside the village. Without any hesitation, he jumped straight down. Don't just stand there, hurry! Yu Xiaojiang was the second to jump down, and the others, still hesitating, could only pinch their noses and jump down after him. Over 50 miles away, Gu Rong barely withstood a punch, almost choking on his breath. The seventh spirit ring lit up, transforming into a massive bone dragon. Roar! The dragon's roar echoed, and the space trembled. Huge spatial black holes suddenly appeared around Shen Tianyu. Be careful, Qian Renxue hurriedly reminded, as a gigantic hammer suddenly struck from above. Dang Hao, you are here too, Shen Tianyu shouted angrily, stepping forward to rescue. He didn't notice that this dog thing, Tang Hao, was actually here as well. It seems that the little beggar was able to send a message back to the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, most likely because of Tang Hao. Swish, swish, swish. Sharp dragon bones are released from the black hole in space. All right. Today, I will break all your dragon bones one by one. Chapter 41. Ancient Banyan. Let us meet in hell, Dustheart. With arms outstretched, muscles bulging. One step into the void, the air trembles. A roaring sound quickly explodes, and the dragon bone spikes, surging from the spatial black hole, all shatter. The violent fluctuations of spiritual energy surge out like a tide. Dang Hao, holding the Hao Hian hammer high, suddenly felt his eyelids twitch. In the next moment, Shen Tianyu appeared at his side. You dog Tang Hao, you also play sneak attacks, huh? A downward chop struck directly on Tang Hao's right arm. Crack! The clear sound of bones breaking entered the ears, and the direction of the Hao Hian hammer in his hand suddenly shifted. Angel's roar. Qian Renxue immediately took action, transforming her massive golden soul power entirely into a mental attack, flooding into Tang Hao's mind. You don't know what death is. Tang Hao's eyes widened in anger, and killing intent surged, merging with his mental power. Puffed. The backlash hit, and Qian Renxue spat out blood. Who exactly doesn't know what death is? Grabbing his fractured right arm, Shen Tianyu's pupils turned blood red. Sizuda. Tang Hao let out a tragic scream as one of his arms flew through the air. He swung his fist to strike again, silver light enveloping Tang Hao, tearing a crack in space. Just as Shen Tianyu's fist was about to land, Tang Hao was rescued. 100 meters away, Gu Rong and Tang Hao appeared simultaneously. How is it? Can you still fight? Sweat beads the size of soybeans slid down Tang Hao's forehead as he forcibly sealed the acupoint in his right arm to stop the bleeding. Soul power condensed into an illusory right arm, lifting the Haotian hammer. I can still fight for 3 days and 3 nights. He boasted shamelessly on the entire Douluo continent. No one can battle with me for 3 days and 3 nights. Exploding steps into the void, his body like lightning. Gu Rong immediately manifested his martial soul, the massive bone dragon body blocking Tang Hao's path. Oomph. The charging body suddenly stopped. Stomping the void straight up to the sky, Gu Rong looked up. He saw a shadow rapidly descending. A huge pressure of spiritual energy descended in an instant. Not good. Boom. The fist aura instantly released, striking the bone dragon's head. Shen Tianyu leaped down, stepping on the back of the bone dragon. I said I would break all your bones. Gripping 2 thick dragon bones, he swung upward with all his might. Crack, crack. The 2 dragon bones broke directly, the screams of the dragon echoing in the air. Great Sumera hammer. Tang Hao roared, the Haotian hammer in his hand reaching 100 meters, smashing down toward Shen Tianyu. Origin God fist. Grasping the void, he pulled out a strand of origin power. Spiritual energy surged from his fist, exploding in a mix with origin power. The fist aura met the Haotian hammer, and, at the moment of contact, the Haotian sect was directly repelled. Yet, the fist aura continued forward, locking onto Tang Hao's aura tightly. Damn it! Explode for me. 9 soul rings flashed in sequence, bang. Bang, bang. One ring after another exploded, and momentum of the Haotian hammer continued to rise. As all 9 rings detonated, the ultimate strike smashed toward the fist force. Boom, the explosion echoed in the air, and the violent energy waves quickly spread out. A nearby small hill was blown apart by the shockwave, and rubble rolled across the ground. In the midst of an explosion, Tang Hao was panting heavily, gulping in air. Just when he thought he had blocked the blow, he saw the fist energy flying out from the explosion. What? Panic instantly surged in his heart, and he immediately activated the soul skill inherited from the Haotian sect. Haotian shield. Boom. The ripple of soul power was released, and his defense skyrocketed. The fist energy descended, striking right on the Haotian shield. Crack, crack, crack. The Haotian shield shattered, and Tang Hao's face turned ashen, taking the punch head-on. His internal organs shook violently, and his complexion turned pale with no trace of blood. Run. The silver light flickered again, and Gu Rong saved Tang Hao, teleporting him 1,000 meters away. Under the Haotian crown, I entrust my young lady to you. Gu Rong's voice reached him, and Tang Hao was momentarily stunned. He then nodded heavily, bowed deeply to Gu Rong, and turned to flee at full speed. After saving Tang Hao, Gu Rong flapped his dragon wings. With a roar of dragons chant, the sharp dragon claws wave and tear through space. Wanted to bury Shen Tianyu here. 4th soul skill. Bone prison. Soul power erupts, enveloping within 100 meters. Within this 100 meters, day turns into night. Thick dragon bones flew across the sky, intertwining with each other to form a massive prison. And in the middle of this prison was Shen Tianyu. With this, do they really think they could trap me? A mere 4th soul skill is a bit too laughable. He swung his fist and aimed at the bone prison, unleashing 4 consecutive punches. For shockwaves struck the bone prison from all directions, accompanied by a deafening roar. The enormous bone prison collapsed in an instant. Pieces of dragon bones shattered in the air and turned to powder. The 4th soul skill, nature cannot trap you, but just buying time is enough. After escaping the bone prison, Shen Tianyu gazed at the ancient banyan tree not far away. He saw the 9th soul ring shining brightly. The bone dragon emerged from the sea, soaring through the sky, carefree, riding the winds of the 3 extremes. 9th soul skill, Bone transformation divine dragon. Bone spikes shot out across the sky, surrounding the ancient banyan tree. Gray soul power crazily gathered on its body, transforming into a massive bone dragon. The roar of the dragon echoed, and its wings spread wide, carrying endless bone spikes, charging straight at Shen Tianyu. Good. With a step on the void, he erupted with explosive energy. Fist raised to the heavens. When it fell, mountains and rivers shattered. The spiritual energy from his dantian surged to the sky as Shen Tianyu rushed toward the bone transformation divine dragon, his body shooting out like lightning. The bone transformation divine dragon opened its mouth, unleashing waves of void energy, wildly spewing forth. Shen Tianyu did not dodge or evade, relying on the strength of his body to withstand each strike. Such a level of attack held little significance for Shen Tianyu. In just 2 breaths, he arrived. One hand reached out, and a powerful hand of spiritual energy descended from the sky, seizing the head of the bone-transformed divine dragon. The other hand clenched into a fist, aimed at the chest of the bone-transformed divine dragon. The path decayed. The magnificent path decayed and came to an end. In an instant, the space collapsed into fragments, blocking the possibility of the ancient banyan tree escaping through space. The fist directly pierced through the chest of the bone-transformed divine dragon, and the person passed through the giant dragon's chest, arriving at its back. With cold light in the eyes, they rolled up their robe and pounced on the bone-transformed divine dragon. Crack, crack. One by one, the dragon bones were brutally snapped by Shen Tianyu, stepping on the back of the bone-formed divine dragon. His movement speed was extremely fast. In just 2 minutes, all the dragon bones on the back of the bone-formed divine dragon were completely broken and destroyed by Shen Tianyu, with both arms gripping the dragon wings. He let out a sharp howl. The mournful dragon cry echoed through the heavens and the earth as a pair of dragon wings were forcibly stripped away. The bone-formed divine dragon vanished in an instant, and the withered, emaciated body of Gu Rong appeared in midair. Blood continuously gushed from the pale corners of his mouth. Defeated. Facing Shen Tianyu, he had no strength to fight back. Gu Rong gave a desolate smile. If Chen Exen had been slain, what hope did he have? Gu Rong, go to hell and meet your good brother, Chen Xin. A strand of spiritual energy shot out from his fingertips, piercing through Gu Rong's brow. The flying spiritual energy then turned back, passing through Gu Rong's chest from behind. Destruction. Turning around with a cold shout, the spiritual energy slashed down like a sword, cutting and slicing. Accompanied by the rampant spiritual energy, blood burst forth like flowers. Gu Rong's body fell straight downwards. Boom! It stirred up 3 zhong of dust and smoke, marking the end of the legendary Super Douluo Gu Rong. Chapter 42. How could Qian Douluo hide in a cesspit? The moonlight on the night was bright and clear, casting down on the empty 7-treasure glazed tile school. A man and a woman walked through the air and landed on a vast square. What the hell? The little scoundrel was nowhere to be found, and Tang Hao had also vanished without a trace. With a furrowed brow, Shen Tianyu felt puzzled. After killing Gu Rong, he had searched tirelessly for the whereabouts of Tang Hao and Tang San. He had gone back and forth several times, yet found no sign of them at all. It was as if these two had disappeared into thin air. The Tiandou Empire was vast, and if they hid, finding them would not be an easy task. Qian Renxue spoke, her golden eyes as calm as water, revealing no emotion. Deep down, she was very satisfied with this outcome. Ning Fengji and the Swordbone Douluo had already fallen. Nearly 70% of the 7-treasure glazed tile school's disciples had been slain. The current state of the 7-treasure glazed tile school no longer posed a significant threat. Once I return to Tiandou City and inherit the throne, I will immediately issue an imperial decree to have the entire Tiandou Empire hunt down the 7-treasure glazed tile school, gradually rooting out these little mice. It can only be done this way. Shen Tianyu nodded in agreement. The Tiandou Empire was not small, searching for the remaining people bit by bit, still unaware of when that will be. With this time, it will be better to head to the extreme north first. I'm leaving. Qian Renxue turned her back to Shen Tianyu, lightly biting her red lip. The struggle was evident in her brows. This time, thank you. Finally, Qian Renxue managed to express her gratitude. Are you going to Tiandou City? It's so late. Why go to Tiandou City? Girls shouldn't walk alone at night. It could be dangerous. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old girl? With a cold reprimand, the unnamed anger surged within, her chest rising and falling erratically. I did save you. Shouldn't you thank me? With a thick face, she closed in, and Qian Renxue suddenly turned around. The holy sword was gripped in her hand, pointing directly at Shen Tianyu's throat. This time you saved me, so I want to kill you, but next time we meet, I will definitely tear you to pieces. Every time she recalled the encounter in the sunset forest, Qian Renxue's teeth would itch with hatred, having already imagined killing Shen Tianyu 7 or 800 times in her mind. All right, if you want to kill me, let us see if your cultivation has surpassed mine. How is your celestial technique practice? Let me check. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue's delicate body trembled. You want to spar here? Exactly. Right here to exchange celestial techniques. And let me see if you, little Shui, have made any progress during this time. With 2 fingers pinching the holy sword, the spiritual energy effortlessly dissolved the sword. With a swift movement, she appeared in front of Qian Renxue. Her delicate face turned pale, and Qian Renxue immediately began to circulate her spiritual energy. Facing Shen Tianyu, she understood that her soul power was ineffective and could only respond with spiritual energy. Capturing winged butterfly finger, as her 2 fingers came together to strike, Qian Renxue quickly turned around, and a pair of butterfly wings unfurled. The fingertips touched the butterfly wings, causing the colorful wings to tremble. The space shattered with a loud bang, and spiritual energy surged in wildly, the violent aftermath crashing against Qian Renxue's delicate body. It felt as if she had been electrocuted, and Qian Renxue let out a delicate cry. Controlling the butterfly wings, she attempted to turn and escape. Xiaoxue, let me show you my latest comprehension of celestial magic. It will surely astonish you. With a surge of spiritual energy, Shen Tianyu's pupils shone brightly as he pounced from behind. Sensing the situation was dire, Qian Renxue immediately launched a counterattack. Butterfly wings close, 9 into the netherworld. A spear to break the soul. The gathered spiritual energy transformed into a golden long spear. This move, 9 into the netherworld, opening the ghost gate. A spear to break the soul, aimed to transcend into immortality. It was not just an attack on the physical body, but also a shock to the soul. The power was immense and difficult to estimate. A shot fell, and the gathered butterfly wings opened wide. The golden spear charged straight in, blasting open the underworld space. The surrounding space exploded, and the resonating energy waves swept over Qian Renxue's delicate body, nearly dealing a heavy blow to her soul. With golden eyes glaring furiously at Shen Tianyu, this strike indeed took everyone by surprise. Qian Renxue shouted angrily, and the exchange of their celestial powers officially began. In the moonlit wilderness, at the edge of a lonely little village, a person poked their head out of a foul-smelling dung pit. Their eyes flickered with purple light, scanning the surroundings before leaping out. Everyone come out. It's safe now. As soon as the words were spoken, a group of people scrambled out. Xiao-san, you were right. We successfully avoided Shen Tianyu. Yu Xiaojiang was beaming with joy, satisfied to have escaped death. Hey, who are you? What are you doing by our village's dung pit? Are you here to steal dung? A middle-aged man's sharp voice rang out from the darkness. Tang San and the others' expressions changed slightly as the middle-aged man approached. Before they could explain, his shrill voice burst into laughter. Ha, oh, you guys must have fallen into the dung pit. You stink all over. Old and young, come out and take a look. There's a bunch of fools who fell into the dung pit. The mocking laughter was particularly piercing in the quiet night, and Tang San's expression instantly darkened. Martial soul released. The first soul ring lit up, and he roared inwardly. You have already chosen the path to death, blue silverbind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blue silver grass surged up, and the mocking immediately ceased as the middle-aged man fell to the ground dead. His loud shouting would attract more people and expose our whereabouts. He had to be killed. The group fully agreed with Tang San's explanation. Let us leave here quickly. This place is still unsafe. Where should we go next? The group's gaze gathered in one direction, and Yu Xiaojiang supported his chin with his hand. The stench was overwhelming, and he frowned, putting his hand down. Let us go back to the Bala Kingdom. I'm very familiar with that place. And finding a place to stay won't be a problem. Unexpectedly, after going in circles, we ended up back where we started. Tang San shook his head with a bitter smile. The Bala Kingdom was where Shrek used to be located. Without further ado, let us set off immediately. The group quickly set off, disregarding the foul smell, and rushed towards the Bala Kingdom overnight. Under the night sky, Tang San clenched his fists tightly, silently swearing. Shen Tianyu, Tang San, will definitely return. Not long after the group left, from another dung pit not far away, a tall man emerged. The man was missing his right arm and wore a tattered robe, with bronze skin barely visible. This person was Tang Hao. After the ancient banyan tree's soul skill was released, Tang Hao had initially planned to escape directly. However, he had seen Shen Tianyu's speed. If he just ran day and night, he would surely be caught up. The best way was to find a hidden place to hide. Happening to see the dung pit outside the village, Tang Hao jumped in without a second thought. Worried about being detected by Shen Tianyu, he stayed put and didn't move. It wasn't until Tang San and the others appeared that Tang Hao felt it was safe, but he didn't reveal himself immediately. How could the Qian Renxue be scared into hiding in a dung pit? Luckily, Xiao San didn't discover him. Otherwise, it would have been a disgrace. The reputation of Qian Renxue must not be tarnished. I, Tang Hao, will remember today's disgraceful encounter and will make Shen Tianyu pay back 100-fold in the future. The tall figure quickly blended into the night, following Tang San and the others towards the Bala Kingdom. Chapter 43. I'm invincible in the world. What do I need you to teach? As dawn broke in the east, the sun rose high. At the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the colorful butterfly flower petals opened, and golden spiritual energy slowly flowed out, unable to close for a long time. The air condensed into crystal-clear water droplets, hanging on Qian Renshue's colorful butterfly wings. After a night of cultivation, both of them made progress. Shen Tianyu successfully condensed the 8th golden pattern of his golden core, while Qian Renxue completed her foundation establishment. Congratulations on your foundation establishment, Qian Renxue. From now on, you'll have the strength to fight against ordinary titled Douluo, Shen Tianyu said with a smile. While Qian Renxue calmed her emotions, she worked hard to suppress the colorful butterfly flower stigma, preventing the golden spiritual energy from leaking out any further. Before long, she successfully closed the colorful butterfly flower stigma and drew the spiritual energy back into her body. Don't let me see you again. With her martial soul, the six-winged angel released, the holy angel wings flapped as she flew straight away. Shen Tianyu did not stop her and quickly formed hand seals. Go! A silver mark quickly followed and entered Qian Renshue's body from behind. Her delicate body trembled, and Qian Renxue turned around. Next time there's trouble, just summon me. I don't need it. Her angry voice echoed as she flapped her wings and left. After a brief rest, Shen Tianyu adjusted his robes. He bent down and wandered around the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, gathering all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that had not been taken away, and immediately entered a state of cultivation. An hour later, an explosion was heard from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The richest sect in the world, which had flourished for many years, was reduced to ruins. Shen Tianyu transformed into a stream of light and headed straight for the extreme north. Along the way, he made stops and heard many sensational news. After Qian Renxue returned to Heavendo City, she immediately ascended to the throne as the emperor under the identity of Xue Qinghe. She declared that the fourth prince, Xue Bong, colluded with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to usurp power, leading to a royal battle. Fortunately, with the help of the Spirit Hall, the internal turmoil was quelled, and generous rewards were given to the Spirit Hall. At the same time, a warrant was issued for the remnants of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School throughout the entire Heavendo Empire. For a time, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, once prestigious in the Heavendo Empire, became like a rat in the street, everyone shouting to beat it. As for the change in the situation, Shen Tianyu merely understood it and had no interest in it. 3 days later, he successfully arrived at the extreme north. The cold wind brushed his face, and heavy snow fell. In such a cold environment, ordinary people could hardly survive. But for Shen Tianyu, it was naturally not a problem. After entering the extreme north, he boldly ventured deeper, quickly passing through the peripheral area. It was indeed rare to see soul beasts in the extreme north. Glancing down, Shen Tianyu murmured to himself. Along the way, he had only killed fewer than 20 soul beasts. If this were in the Stardow Great Forest, it would have been at least 100, if not 1,000. He had already entered the core area. His eyes narrowed slightly, and spiritual energy gathered and released downward. Passing through the thick layers of snow, it reached the ground beneath the extreme north. The most famous treasure of the extreme north was undoubtedly the 10,000-year ice essence. Shen Tianyu remembered very clearly that the dream ice silkworm, that big bug, had relied on the 10,000-year ice essence to become a million-year soul beast. Such a top-tier heavenly material and earthly treasure naturally needed to be thoroughly explored. Under the perception of spiritual energy, the ground beneath the snowy plain appeared in Shen Tianyu's mind, and he directly initiated a carpet search. The extreme north was vast and boundless, and for countless years, no one had ventured to the end. Just the core area alone was enough for Shen Tianyu to search for a while. Damn it, how hard can it be to find? After a day and night of searching 1,000 miles into the core area of the extreme north, he still hadn't discovered any 10,000-year ice essence. Could it be that the big bug had eaten it all? Soon, Shen Tianyu dismissed this thought. That guy, the dream ice silkworm, mostly just ate and then slept, waking up after tens of thousands of years. If the 10,000-year ice essence had really been eaten up, the Snow Emperor would have noticed something was off long ago and would have found a way to deal with that big bug. After all, the extreme north was mostly inhabited by ice attribute soul beasts. The 10,000-year ice essence was a supreme treasure for them. Powerful ice attribute soul beasts would certainly control a portion of the 10,000-year ice essence for their own cultivation. With this in mind, Shen Tianyu perked up and continued his search. Just as he expected, half a day later, he successfully discovered the 10,000-year ice essence. Landing on the snowy ground, Shen Tianyu raised his right hand, and spiritual energy wildly gathered. He struck down with his hand, causing large amounts of snow to fly. The violent spiritual energy forcefully split the thick frozen soil. Shen Tianyu leaped down, and after 1,000 meters, he fell into a crystallized world. The transparent ice crystals varied in shape, exuding a chilling aura that penetrated to the bone. A mass of eternal ice marrow suddenly comes into view. It's you. Leaping onto the ancient ice marrow of 10,000 years, the heavenly demon art begins to operate. Pure essence and primordial energy continuously flow into the Dantian. The ninth golden line starts to blur and take shape. A large piece of 10,000-year-old ice marrow was quickly absorbed by Shen Tianyu. Without hesitation, he immediately released his spiritual energy and continued to search for the next piece. The underground crystal ice world was a labyrinth of intersecting tunnels, like a giant maze. Shen Tianyu left spiritual energy markers along the way to avoid taking the wrong path again. For a full 2 days, he spent his time absorbing the 10,000-year-old ice marrow. The ninth golden pattern had already taken shape, but it was still a distance away from perfection. Sitting cross-legged on the 3-meter-long 10,000-year-old ice marrow, Shen Tianyu frantically absorbed the source power within. In the passage behind him, an ice-blue scorpion quietly appeared. Alternating white ice and jade-green colors covered its body, and its long scorpion tail shimmered with a cold light. It was at least 1.5 meters long, with a pair of pincers reaching up to 1 meter. As it moved, a chill rose from the ground. Wherever it passed, thick solid ice was left behind. Feeling a chill on his back, Shen Tianyu couldn't help but shiver. Sensing that someone was watching him from behind, he withdrew his spiritual energy and turned around to face the ice-blue scorpion. Human, you have some guts to trespass into my territory. Shen Tianyu gasped, realizing this was no ordinary ice-blue scorpion. This was the Ice Emperor Scorpion, one of the 3 kings of the extreme north, ranked 7th among the 10 ferocious beasts. Ice Emperor, is it? Since you've come to me, it saves me the trouble of looking for you. Let's get straight to the point. I can teach you the way of cultivation. Shut up. The Ice Emperor roared, its sharp pincers glinting with cold light. I am invincible in this world. What do I need you to teach me? Shen Tianyu. Hey, you have quite the temper. Little scorpion, after cultivating for 380,000 years. Don't you know there are heavens beyond heavens and people beyond people? Stop with your human logic. Today, you've trespassed into my territory and stolen my 10,000-year-old ice marrow, so you'll pay with your life. Just in time, I haven't tasted human flesh in a long time. A burst of cold air erupted, and the temperature dropped rapidly. The ice layer spread from beneath the Ice Emperor's feet, swiftly encasing Shen Tianyu's legs in ice. The Ice Emperor leisurely approached, waving its pincers. Which do you prefer, your heart or your brain? As its right pincer hovered over Shen Tianyu's chest, a wave of spiritual energy surged upward. Little scorpion, today I'm going to give you a good lesson. Chapter 44. Controlling the Ice-Blue Emperor Scorpion Boom. The spiritual energy exploded outward, and the shockwave instantly knocked the Ice Emperor back. Bang! Its body crashed heavily against the cave wall, and the Ice Emperor let out a pained, furious roar. Dare to throw me? You think I'm just a worm? Boom! The Ice Emperor swung its pincers, unleashing a torrent of cold air from its body. The ultimate ice blossomed, and in an instant, the entire underground cave was completely under the Ice Emperor's control. The cold air surged forth, and even a tidal Douluo would find it hard to resist. Shen Tianyu narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the Ice Emperor's pincers. He saw that they were covered with a layer of ice crystals that resembled diamonds. The terrifying cold was emanating from those pincers. Ice Emperor's pincers. Oh, human. You have some knowledge. You even know about my soul skills. Swish. A figure of 1.5 meters leaped up, two powerful pincers fiercely smashing towards Shen Tianyu. Crossing his arms to meet them, he collided with the pair of pincers. Crack. Ice crystals rapidly covered the area, attempting to freeze Shen Tianyu. Break. The extreme ice that had frozen quickly exploded. Retracting his crossed arms, he swung his fists down onto the pincers. The covering ice crystals shattered with a bang. The Ice Emperor was taken aback. Her Ice Emperor pincers not only had extremely strong attack power, but the ice crystals covering them made the pincers incredibly solid. The human before her effortlessly broke through the sturdy ice crystals with a single punch. After this strike, the Ice Emperor began to take the human seriously. The wrath of the Ice Emperor. Hissed the scorpion's mouth hissed, pushing the extreme ice to its limit. The world's top ice element spread under the Ice Emperor's control. The entire underground cave was completely frozen. The energy condensed from the extreme ice on her body violently smashed down onto Shen Tianyu. After testing with her pincers, the Ice Emperor no longer held back and directly unleashed her strongest move, the Wrath of the Ice Emperor. This move was her strongest soul skill and the reason she could secure her position as one of the 3 kings of the extreme north. A full power strike shook the heavens and the earth. Under the extreme cold, a layer of ice enveloped Shen Tianyu's body. The bone-chilling cold penetrated deep into the marrow. Is this the extreme ice? A smile curled at the corner of Shen Tianyu's mouth as he stomped his foot on the ground. The extreme ice on his body exploded completely. Wrapped in cold brilliance, he swung his fist out. The Ice Emperor's eyes widened, her heart filled with an indescribable shock. Even the Snow Emperor would have to suffer against this blow. Little Scorpion, don't be dazed, take my punch. In the next moment, Shen Tianyu closed the distance. The Ice Emperor hurriedly activated her soul power, rapidly covering her entire body with ice crystals, a faint white-blue light blooming. Ice Emperor's protection. Boom! The punch shattered the ice crystals. The strongest defensive soul skill couldn't block this punch. Not good. The Ice Emperor's pincers struck out again. A pair of pincers covered in extreme ice, channeling all her soul power to strike. Bang! Bang! The pincers hammered against her chest, shattering chunks of ice crystals. The indestructible body cannot be broken by a mere extreme ice. Reaching out, he grabbed the Ice Emperor's pincers. Flipping over, he mounted the Ice Emperor's back, prying her pincers behind her back. You, get off my back. The scorpion's tail shimmered with cold light, stabbing into Shen Tianyu's back with a clang. Freeing one hand, he grabbed the long scorpion tail. Without allowing the Ice Emperor to resist, he bound the scorpion tail and the 2 pincers together. Ah, this is infuriating, human. How dare you ride me? As one of the 3 kings of the extreme north, the infamous Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion had its own pride, and being ridden by a human today was utterly enraging. Immediately, she activated her soul power, covering her whole body with ice crystals once again. With 6 long legs pushing against the ground, she leaped and slammed into the thick ice wall of the cave. Bang! On the moment she crashed into the wall, Shen Tianyu remained steady as a mountain on her back. Grabbing the bound scorpion tail and pincers, he flipped off the Ice Emperor's back. Huh! With a loud shout, he raised his hand and struck down on the Ice Emperor's back. Gravity suddenly descended, and with 6 long legs going limp, the abdomen pressed directly against the ice surface. Collapsing, moving as swiftly as a ghost, he grabbed the Ice Emperor's long legs and quickly bent them back. Using that long scorpion tail, he swiftly bound the scorpion legs. Before long, the 6 scorpion legs were tightly bound to the back. At this moment, the Ice Emperor was like a Zhongzi, only able to support his body with his abdomen. Perfectly accomplished. He clapped his hands, lifted the Ice Emperor, and sat back on the eternal ice essence. Leaving a trace of spiritual energy seal, the soul power within the Ice Emperor was suppressed and could not function at all. You bastard, I will definitely kill you. Little Scorpion, you have quite the attitude. Here, S.A. Chestnut for you. Slap on the forehead. Ah! The Ice Emperor was humiliated and furious, feeling utterly ashamed. Struggling and twisting, he tried to regain control of his body. However, with all limbs bound and his soul power sealed by Shen Tianyu's spiritual energy, he was now just like fish on a chopping board. Allowing the Ice Emperor to struggle, Shen Tianyu ignored him and instead sat cross-legged to absorb the eternal ice essence. Time passed minute by minute, and after half an hour, the absorption of the eternal ice essence was complete. The struggling Ice Emperor was exhausted and lay quietly on the side, casting resentful glances filled with hatred at Shen Tianyu. Not struggling anymore? Then listen to my intentions. Ice Emperor, you have over 10,000 years left before your deadline, right? Because when you broke through 300,000 years, you injured your foundational source. The next deadline, you will definitely not survive. You must be anxious now. The Ice Emperor, who had stopped struggling, trembled slightly. The injury to the foundational source at the 300,000 years deadline was something only she knew. Even the countless members of the Ice Scorpion clan were unaware of the Ice Emperor's specific situation. How could this human know? I have a cultivation method that can not only enhance your strength, but also extend your lifespan, and even grant you immortality. As the words fell lightly, the Ice Emperor's eyes widened. Enhancing strength and extending lifespan undoubtedly made one's heart race. But what the Ice Emperor cared about the most was the last word. Immortality. The longer one lives, the less one wants to die. This is the nature of life. Really? Of course it's true. Seeing the Ice Emperor's interest, Shen Tianyu immediately seized the opportunity. What I practice is the immortal method, which is a way of cultivating immortality, emphasizing defying the heavens and transcending tribulations to become an immortal. Once you reach the realm of immortals, you can share the same lifespan as heaven and earth. How a breath of cold air was exhaled, and the Ice Emperor steadied her mind. How can I trust you? Simple. You follow me in cultivation for a while, and you will understand the mysteries within. I have said before, immortal techniques can enhance strength and also prolong life. You only need to practice a little for a while, and you will notice the extension of life. For you, it won't cause much harm. Why not give it a try? The underground cave was silent. Everything that needed to be said had been said, and now it depended on the Ice Emperor's choice. At this moment, the Ice Emperor was struggling internally. 10,000 years is a long time for humans, but it is still a bit short for fierce beasts. In order to survive the limit of 400,000 years, the Ice Emperor had recently tried various methods over the past 100 years to enhance the depleted source, all of which ended in failure. All right, this Emperor will cultivate with you. After all, there's still 10,000 years of lifespan left. It's worth a try. What if it really works? Moreover, the Ice Emperor had a feeling that this man was not simple. Agreeing so quickly was also because she did not sense any hostility from Shen Tianyu. Since she had already made up her mind, let me see what your human form looks like. I can't just teach you cultivation while facing a little scorpion. Can I? Chapter 45. Ice Emperor. I'm very proactive. Brilliant light rippled from the silver hook at the scorpion's tail. The light floated to the ground, extending a pair of slender, snow-white arms, resembling a jade beauty. Her delicate and enchanting face was cold and captivating, with 4 emerald magic patterns on each cheek of her fair and delicate face. Her long emerald hair was tied into twin ponytails, adorned with scorpion claw hairpins. A golden crown rested on her head, and her eyes shone with an orange-golden hue. Dressed in a green dress, her long, beautiful legs were smooth and white. Her skin was as bright and translucent as snow, with a shimmering glow flickering beneath it. A cold and enchanting lowly, with her hands on her waist. The Ice Emperor spoke. Are you satisfied? Is the sincerity enough? Enough. Enough. This is the basic stage of immortal techniques. You take a look first. Once you understand, we will start immediately. Throwing out the Mandarin ducks, playing in water scripture. The Ice Emperor took it with confusion. As she flipped through the ancient book and saw the illustrations for cultivation, her expression stiffened. Are you sure this is a legitimate method of cultivating immortality? Very sure. Shen Tianyu sincerely nodded. If you are afraid to cultivate, just say so. I have no intention of forcing you. I never leave a way out when I do things. Since I've decided, I won't retreat a single step. Quickly finishing the reading of the technique, the Ice Emperor took a deep breath. In her mind, the key points of the technique flashed in memory. It can begin. Good. Shen Tianyu stood up, gathering spiritual energy at his fingertips. Mandarin ducks exploring water finger. Without hesitation, he directly cast the immortal technique. This move is primarily to probe your physique, to find a suitable method for your cultivation, while leaving a wisp of spiritual energy within you, allowing you to sense the existence of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. No need for explanation, I understand. The Ice Emperor closed her eyes as the Mandarin ducks exploring water finger descended. Under the vast spiritual energy, the Ice Emperor's delicate body trembled. Without resistance, she allowed the spiritual energy to surge into her body. The soul power in her meridians was instantly suppressed by the spiritual energy. Her physical body was undergoing a tremendous transformation, adapting to the nurturing of the spiritual energy. A marvelous feeling surged into her mind, and the Ice Emperor's eyes became somewhat dazed. Boom! The spiritual energy rippled, and the phoenix crown shimmered. His Shen Tianyu inhaled sharply, exclaiming in surprise. Ice Emperor, you are definitely a cultivation genius. You actually possess a top-tier physique, the Phoenix Crown 9 Nether Body. This physique can only be described as unfathomable. One's body is like an abyss that cannot be seen to the bottom, absorbing spiritual energy at an extremely fast speed, a natural body for cultivation. Indeed, coming to the extreme north was the right choice. The Ice Emperor's top-tier physique was exactly what Shen Tianyu needed. Immediately, the spiritual energy surged even more vigorously, nurturing the Ice Emperor's meridians to assist her in completely awakening the Phoenix Crown 9 Nether Body. As the vast spiritual energy continuously poured in, the Ice Emperor clearly felt the difference. I can feel it. Her enchanting eyes opened, and her physique was fully awakened. I feel it too. At the moment of awakening her physique, Shen Tianyu clearly noticed that the spiritual energy within him was being crazily absorbed by the Ice Emperor. As expected of the Phoenix Crown 9 Nether Body, the speed of absorbing spiritual energy was truly astonishing. The meridians were being reborn. The Ice Emperor could already store spiritual energy within her body. Hurry, I need more. The soft voice was pleasant to the ears, with a continuous melodic tone. In just a moment, the Ice Emperor had directly reached the initial stage of Qi training. This surprised Shen Tianyu, who thought to himself how terrifying this was. A top-tier physique indeed cultivates faster. However, there are also factors related to the Ice Emperor herself. She was more proactive in learning cultivation, showing no resistance, and naturally comprehending it faster. An hour later, the spiritual energy converged. The Ice Empress, with her stunningly beautiful face, was overjoyed and developed a fondness for the man in front of her. The method of cultivating immortality truly extends life. Upon her first attempt, the Ice Empress clearly felt that her lifespan had been extended by a year. It seems that immortality is not just a falsehood. Quickly give me a stronger method of cultivation. I want to swiftly achieve immortality. Regarding the Ice Empress's initiative, Shen Tianyu was not surprised. The Ice Empress had such a personality. She never left a way out and would go all out for what she was determined to do, never letting opportunities slip away. This Phoenix Crown Abyss Sutra perfectly complements your Phoenix Crown 9 Nether Body. Cultivating this method will surely lead to rapid progress in your cultivation. Shen Tianyu was also generous and directly took out the technique to hand over to the Ice Empress. After opening and reading the technique, the Ice Empress frowned. No, this technique requires simultaneous cultivation with the Phoenix Crown manipulation technique to unleash its maximum effect. You should know this technique too, right? Her orange-gold eyes sparkled with anticipation as she stared at Shen Tianyu. Shen Tianyu's right eyelid twitched violently, feeling that something ominous was about to happen. I do have some understanding of it. Then what are we waiting for? Quickly follow me to cultivate the technique. Upon hearing this, Shen Tianyu was slightly taken aback. Ice Empress, are you being a bit too proactive about cultivating the immortality technique? For the first time practicing the Phoenix Crown Abyss Sutra, one should first familiarize oneself with the key points and mantras of the technique. Rushing into simultaneous practice might be a bit hasty. I'm super proactive, okay. With a heaving chest, the Ice Empress put her hands on her hips, her orange-gold eyes slightly tilted, revealing a hint of disdain. While it is certainly important to know the theoretical aspects of the technique, practical application cannot be neglected either. A combination of theory and practice is the true path of cultivation. I, as a beginner, am not afraid. What are you afraid of? Do you think you can't do it? Damn, underestimated. Can I tolerate this? Little scorpion, are you provoking me? Not to mention my body is indestructible, as hard as steel. Just this Phoenix Crown manipulation technique. I've already mastered it thoroughly. Since you want to practice directly, then let us give a try. The spiritual energy erupted fiercely, rushing towards the Ice Empress. The Ice Empress was equally unyielding, mobilizing the spiritual energy within her body, pointing it towards the cave above. Boom! The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was mobilized in an instant, wildly surging into the surroundings of the Ice Empress. With her top-tier physique, the Ice Empress was very sensitive to spiritual energy. After a brief adaptation, she transformed the scattered spiritual energy into her own use. The Phoenix Crown blooms. Just after glancing at it once, the Ice Empress executed this move, directly targeting Shen Tianyu. Good one. With two fingers brought together, a soothing power surged forth. Phoenix Crown Manipulation Technique. With a fingertip point, she lightly caressed the blooming phoenix crown. Boom! The spiritual energy collided, causing the cave to tremble, ice to shatter, and turn into flowing water. The underground cave was flooded. Both of their legs were submerged underwater. Mobilizing the spiritual energy, they leaped, standing atop the water surface. The exchange of immortal techniques officially began, with the Ice Empress controlling the water-laden phoenix crown, her stunning face flushed. Phoenix crown like the abyss. Her figure became illusory and elusive. The phoenix crown exhibited like an abyss, wanting to drag Shen Tianyu into it and crush him. Huh! A loud shout echoed in the cave, as her hands opened and closed, gathering spiritual energy into energy waves. Break the abyss and capture the phoenix crown. With a flick of her fingers, the energy waves shot out, directly entering the phoenix crown as if it were an abyss. The illusory phoenix crown trembled. The abyss-like space was broken. The energy waves surged straight in, reaching the depths of the phoenix crown like the abyss. The Ice Empress exclaimed, secretly regretting. As a beginner in the method of cultivating immortality, exchanging practical experience with an old hand was indeed a disadvantage. However, the collision of spiritual energy greatly benefited her. As one of the three kings of the extreme north, the Ice Empress's pride began to surge. Unwilling to lose to Shen Tianyu, she immediately mobilized more spiritual energy. Phoenix Crown at the abyss, Blue Sea Chant. The Phoenix Crown suddenly contracted, trapping the energy waves. The spiritual energy from the depths of the abyss surged out like the tides of the Blue Sea, instantly drowning Shen Tianyu's energy waves. Chapter 46, Snow Empress, Ice Child, You and the Man. In the depths of the core area of the extreme north, snowflakes fluttered and the earth trembled. Terrifying soul power waves burst forth, rippling in circles and sweeping across the snowfield. Massive soul beasts trembled at the sound, scattering and fleeing in panic. Amidst the heavy snow, a girl emerged, with long, snow-white hair cascading down her shoulders and a crown of ice and snow adorning her head, complemented by snowflake hair accessories. She was a flowing white gown that wraps around her tall and voluptuous figure. Her proud and stunning beauty is breathtaking, making it difficult to look away. In the harsh, frigid lands of the far north, this girl is clearly not human. She is the Snow Empress, ranked third among the 10 ferocious beasts and the leader of the 3 kings of the far north, a super ferocious beast of 690,000 years. When the Snow Empress appears, all beasts avoid her. No one dares to come close, fearing the wrath of this ruler of the far north. What vast spiritual energy from heaven and earth. To the northwest, a massive energy is swirling like a vortex, leaving the Snow Empress astonished. The Snow Empress was born from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and inherently knows of its existence. However, the unique nature of this energy prevents it from being fully refined for cultivation, and it can only be transformed into soul power. Moreover, for many years, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has been drifting without a fixed location. Such a large-scale gathering makes the Snow Empress's heart stir. Could it be that a heavenly treasure born from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is about to emerge? If she could obtain it, perhaps she could overcome the 700,000-year heavenly tribulation. With this thought, the Snow Empress could no longer contain herself and stepped into the air, heading northwest. At this moment, deep beneath the frozen ground to the northwest lies a cavern resembling an ice and snow kingdom. The intertwining spiritual energies gradually separate, and the passage is filled with melted ice water. On the eternal ice marrow, Shen Tianyu slowly rose, one hand rubbing his waist. The Ice Emperor lay on the eternal ice marrow, his snow-white fingers moving. The melted ice water quickly returned to its place, solidifying into hard ice that adhered to the cave walls. The emerald green dress and the snow-white skin were all remnants of spiritual energy. For a full 7 days and nights, the two were immersed in their cultivation. Shen Tianyu felt a myriad of emotions. The Ice Emperor's talent in cultivation was indeed terrifying. In just a week of co-cultivation, he had broken through to the mid-foundation stage. This speed was even faster than Qian Renxue's. Aside from his talent, there was also the matter of his physique. After all, the Ice Emperor was a fierce beast, his physique stronger than that of humans. Cultivating day and night for 7 days, he still showed no signs of fatigue. Instead, Shen Tianyu felt a bit tired, and only then did they end their training. Taking a deep breath, he looked down at his dantian. The 9 patterns of the golden core had formed, smooth and translucent overall. He was just a step away from breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Aren't you hungry? Go find something to eat, and come back to continue your cultivation after you're done. Isa, in cultivation, one must not be impatient. Take a few days to digest, or your body won't be able to take it. Balance between work and rest is very important. Shen Tianyu patiently advised, worried that the Ice Emperor's relentless cultivation would wear down his health. I can handle it. The Ice Emperor replied without hesitation, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Could it be that you can't handle it? What nonsense! What nonsense! Shen Tianyu jumped up, standing in front of the eternal ice marrow. My body is indestructible, as hard as steel. Even if you smash me with a hammer tens of thousands of times, I wouldn't even grunt. With my physique, I'm naturally suited for cultivation. There's no way I can't handle it. Since we can both handle it, then why rest? Let's continue cultivating. A dark line formed on Shen Tianyu's forehead as he silently lamented. It was indeed impossible to compare humans and soul beasts. The Ice Emperor provocatively curled a finger, coldly saying, hypocritical. If you can't do it, just say so. I won't force you to cultivate with me. I can't stand it. Who said I couldn't? Cool me. Let's continue cultivating. Not hungry anymore. I am hungry. Eating some phoenix crown snowflakes will take care of that. The spiritual energy surged explosively as Shen Tianyu shouted angrily. Directly into the 9 heavens phoenix. Boom! The massive spiritual energy exploded. The phoenix crown above the 9 heavens opened wide, and spiritual energy surged in. The 2 streams of spiritual energy collided, crashing against the cave walls like a tide of raging waters. The Ice Emperor was not to be outdone, leaping up, dodging Shen Tianyu's attacks, while looking for an opportunity to counterattack. The battle between the 2 shifted from the eternal ice marrow to the narrow cave walls. After the spiritual energy exploded, it compressed within the narrow cave walls, with waves of aftershocks sweeping through. Shen Tianyu held nothing back. Determined to make this beginner in cultivation understand what it meant that there were heavens beyond the heavens. Controlling the spiritual energy, he moved back and forth within the cave walls. Soon, the Ice Emperor sensed something unusual. Shen Tianyu did not suppress his cultivation level, but unleashed it fully. There was no chance for the foundation stage against the golden core. I admit defeat. The Ice Emperor fell from the battle, losing all the previous arrogance. Her powerless body slumped, trembling under the aftershocks of the spiritual energy. Her long dress, hair, and skin were all covered in remnants of battle's spiritual energy. Ice, do you understand now? The old ginger is still spicy. One day, I will ride on top of you and beat you. Shen Tianyu chuckled lightly and remained silent, circulating spiritual energy into the Ice Emperor's body to restore her strength. No, she's coming. Suddenly, a powerful wave of soul energy erupted. The temperature in the entire underground cave drastically dropped. The air trembled, and the hard ice shook violently. Pure white snowflakes surged from the surrounding tunnels. The Ice Emperor became a bit flustered and began to clear the remnants of spiritual energy. Just as she started to move, the blizzard suddenly stirred. Snowflakes swept past like a tornado, and a girl in a white dress appeared, standing opposite the 2. Shen Tianyu's gaze fell on the girl, whose immense wave of soul energy was unabashedly released into the surroundings. With her cold and proud beauty, complemented by her long dress and the ice and snow crown atop her head, she was undoubtedly the Ice and Snow Empress. The only one who could appear in this frigid place and make the Ice Emperor panic was naturally the Snow Empress. After the Snow Empress appeared, a look of confusion crossed her cold and proud face, her brows tightly furrowed. She looked left at the Ice Emperor and right at Shen Tianyu. For a moment, with her mouth slightly open as if to say something, she swallowed it back. It seemed she had organized her words, and a cool and proud voice emerged. Bingya, you actually, with a man? No, Suat? The Ice Emperor immediately spoke up, quickly cleansing away the residual spiritual energy. We're just cultivating. Do you like him? The Snow Emperor did not listen to the Ice Emperor's explanation, but instead retorted sharply. The Ice Emperor was at a loss, her hands clutching the hem of her green dress. After 7 days of interaction, the Ice Emperor had indeed developed some different feelings for Shen Tianyu. Answer this, Emperor. Yes, I like him. The Ice Emperor nodded in acknowledgement, leaving Shen Tianyu stunned. No way. Are you kidding me? You've only been cultivating together for a week, and you're already infatuated? Upon reflection, it seemed to make sense. In the world of soul beasts, things were not that complicated. Most soul beasts were as straightforward in emotions as white snow. Just like the Ice Emperor, who was solely focused on cultivation and pursuing strength, had no thoughts of love. Perhaps even she couldn't clarify whether she truly liked Shen Tianyu. Then this emperor cannot let him stay. Suddenly, a heavy snowstorm surged, crashing down upon Shen Tianyu's physical body. Swear, what are you doing? Binger, you are too naive. Humans are all a bunch of profit-driven individuals. He approaches you with a purpose. You are deceived by his sweet words, and soon disaster will befall you. Today, let this emperor eliminate this scourge. The powerful soul force erupted. But the Ice Emperor was suppressed by the Snow Emperor's counter. Ice and snow formed a cage, trapping the Ice Emperor within. After doing all this, the Snow Emperor turned around and was stunned. Shen Tianyu, who had been bombarded by the ice and snow, was now standing perfectly still, flexing his wrists and displaying a friendly smile. I think this is a misunderstanding. No misunderstanding. Human, you should not have stepped into the extreme north. And you definitely should not deceive the innocent Binger. Each of these matters touches this emperor's bottom line. Today, your life will forever remain in the extreme north. Boom! Pure and extreme ice and snow instantly enveloped the Snow Emperor's palm. Imperial Palm. Great cold no snow. Chapter 47. A good best friend should be in order. The snow-white palm struck out, and the Snow Emperor approached at high speed. Tianyu, you must not harm Shuer. The trapped Ice Emperor spoke up, her expression anxious. You, human, have actually enchanted Binger to the point of losing her soul. I want to see how you can harm me. The Snow Emperor was furious, already closing in. The palm struck with an overwhelming chill. Shen Tianyu was unhurried, raising his hand to meet it with a palm of his own. At the moment their palms collided, the Snow Emperor's expression slightly changed. Fist and palm bring the cold of heaven's ice and snow. Imperial sword, imperial palm, imperial cold heaven. Boom! The clash of soul, force, and spiritual energy. And in the next moment, the imperial palm was crushed. The Snow Emperor felt an overwhelming wave crashing towards her, hitting her hard in the face. Slap in the face. This made the Snow Emperor feel both shame and anger, pointing her finger to the sky, the sharp icy chill coalescing into sword energy. Imperial sword. Ice extreme unmatched. To the extreme of sharpness, one sword unmatched. This was one of the Snow Emperor's 3 ultimate skills, possessing not only top-notch ice and snow power, but also a pure sword intent. All of Qian Renxue's sword techniques in front of the Snow Emperor's imperial sword would at most be a 70-30 split in favor of the latter. Even with the Snow Emperor's full power, Qian Renxue had no ability to resist. But facing Shen Tianyu, it was a different story. The frozen sword energy slashed down, and the entire underground cave trembled on the verge of collapse. Shen Tianyu stepped forward and threw a punch with all his might, striking directly at the sword energy. Crack! The sword energy exploded, shattering on the spot. Imperial sword. Ice extreme unmatched before Shen Tianyu. It is utterly inadequate. The Snow Emperor couldn't help but blush. As the ruler of the extreme north, when had she ever been so powerless? Both of her top ultimate skills were easily neutralized. You, human, cannot be allowed to remain. With a broad chest, her arms open wide like a lotus flower, a surge of icy power rapidly spread outward. In an instant, the territory within a diameter of 10,000 meters was completely under the control of the Snow Emperor. It was the Emperor of Cold Heaven. The Ice Emperor exclaimed in surprise, looking worriedly at the two. Whether it was the Snow Emperor or Shen Tianyu, she hoped nothing would go wrong. Snow dance, radiant sun. The cold and furious shout echoed, and the frozen earth above burst open. Countless snowflakes flew horizontally, soaring into the sky. The broken frozen earth scattered across the snowfield. The scorching sunlight fell upon the 3 of them, but the sunlight lasted only a moment before disappearing. Within the Emperor of Cold Heaven, it was a forbidden zone for mortals. The snow and ice raged like blades from hell, crazily attacking Shen Tianyu's physical body. The booming explosions continued endlessly. The entire extreme north trembled violently. All soul beasts crouched on the ground, shivering. What they thought of was that reckless one who dared to anger the Snow Emperor. Inside the Emperor of Cold Heaven, Shen Tianyu felt the most clearly. At this moment, he pointed one hand to the sky and said loudly, "Light come." Boom! The heavens and earth roared, and the swirling snow momentarily stopped. Dazzling sunlight shone into the realm of the Emperor of Cold Heaven. The Snow Emperor was taken aback. How could this be possible? You were born of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and should understand better than all soul beasts that the truly powerful energy in the world is not soul power, but spiritual energy. The sound waves rolled into their ears, carrying a strong sense of oppression. The man in view had spiritual energy flowing around his fingers. This shocked the Snow Emperor, shattering her worldview. How could there be someone in the world who could control spiritual energy? Great ice and snow technique. As the words fell, the balance of ice and snow was disrupted. The ice and snow that were originally under the Snow Emperor's control fell into Shen Tianyu's hands in an instant. Disperse. With a light flick of his finger, the ice and snow flew away and dissipated. The extreme north returned to calm in an instant. The Snow Emperor was stunned, unable to utter a word. Passing directly by the Snow Emperor, Shen Tianyu placed a palm on the ice and snow prison, rescuing the Ice Emperor. How on earth did you do that? The Snow Emperor turned around, her blue eyes filled with confusion. Ice, you tell her. The Ice Emperor nodded. Forming a seal with her hands in front of her chest, streams of spiritual energy surging from her dantian. Ice. You can also control spiritual energy. The Snow Emperor was taken aback, as if everything before her was illusory. Snow, I wasn't bewitched by Tianyu. He treats me very well. Have you heard of the method of cultivating immortality? It is a practice focused on spiritual energy. Immediately, the Ice Emperor laid everything bare. From her first meeting with Shen Tianyu, being bound and captured, to awakening her physique, imparting the method of immortality, and both cultivating together to control spiritual energy. Every detail was recounted. When it came to specific details of cultivation, the Ice Emperor's pretty face flushed. The attentive Snow Emperor also felt her ears growing warm. After finishing her story, the Snow Emperor glanced at Shen Tianyu. This method of cultivating immortality is too strange. Ahem. Shen Tianyu cleared his throat. It's not strange. It's just impossible. This world is too trashy. Even if living beings know that spiritual energy exists, they cannot absorb it into their bodies. Only by changing their meridians and nurturing their physical bodies with spiritual energy can they accept spiritual energy and embark on the path of cultivating immortality. The Snow Emperor did not refute this. As one born of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, she naturally understood this point. Having lived for 690,000 years, she was well aware that spiritual energy is the source of energy. If she could grasp a strand of spiritual energy, she could definitely survive the catastrophic tribulation at the 700,000-year mark. Now that she learned there was a method to master spiritual energy, she felt somewhat tempted. However, her usual pride made it difficult for her to speak up. Moreover, the cultivation method was somewhat embarrassing to mention. Snow, this immortality method is truly amazing. I have only practiced for 7 days, and my lifespan has been extended by over 200 years. If I cultivate even higher, I can definitely extend my life even longer. The end of cultivating immortality is eternal life. Our soul beast clan has been seeking longevity through years of cultivation, right? Snow, let's cultivate immortality together. The Ice Emperor linked her arm with the Snow Emperor's, sincerely persuading her. The aloof Snow Emperor appeared indifferent on the surface, feigning reluctance. But her sidelong glances were stealing peeks at Shen Tianyu. The heavens are unkind. The divine realm is unfair, oppressing the Soul Beast clan in every way and setting catastrophic limits. No matter how hard they cultivate, they cannot escape annihilation. Snow Emperor, as the ruler of the extreme north, do you not wish to seek a way out for your people? If you believe me and cultivate the immortality method with me, I will surely allow the soul beasts of the extreme north to embark on the path of cultivating immortality and seek longevity. After continuous persuasion, the Snow Emperor saw that the timing was right, cleared her throat, and with a somewhat difficult expression on her cold and proud face said, "In that case, I will cultivate with you." Her seemingly reluctant agreement actually held a bit of anticipation. Being able to master spiritual energy cultivation would undoubtedly make her stronger. And she could even compete for the position of spokesperson for the soul beasts. Yay! The Ice Emperor was overjoyed, smiling as she linked arms with the Snow Emperor. Snow, I knew you would agree. Good friends should be together. In the future, the two of us will cultivate the immortality method with him, and we will surely seek eternal life. The aloof Snow Emperor nodded, her blue eyes meeting Shen Tianyu's. When will my physique awaken? Right now. All right, let's begin. The Ice Emperor consciously stepped back, leaving space for the two. Shen Tianyu raised his hand and brought his fingers together, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Mandarin duck dipping water finger, activate. He lightly tapped his fingers together, and spiritual energy surged forth, landing on the Snow Emperor's delicate body. The Snow Emperor trembled all over. This was her first contact with spiritual energy, and a slight tingling pain surged into her mind. She involuntarily moaned, feeling the spiritual energy enter her body and flow through her meridians. Controlling the spiritual energy, Shen Tianyu approached the Snow Emperor. With only their garments separating them, the Mandarin duck dipping water finger-roamed, nurturing the Snow Emperor's meridians with spiritual energy while also stimulating the physique that had not yet been unsealed. As more and more spiritual energy surged in, the physique that had been sealed for 99,000 years successfully released and awakened. Under the gathering of spiritual energy, the heavenly river flowed slowly. Within the heavenly water, the phoenix fairy spread its wings. Hiss another top-notch physique, the heavenly water phoenix fairy body. Chapter 48. The Ice and Snow Emperors battle Shen Tianyu. What is the difference between me and snow? The Ice Emperor asked curiously, her orange-golden eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge. There's a big difference. When it came to the issue of physique, Shen Tianyu had much to say. Your phoenix crown, 9-nether body, is unfathomable in cultivation, capable of accommodating a vast amount of spiritual energy. Therefore, every time you absorb spiritual energy, you can store a particularly large amount and then slowly digest it. But there will be some loss of spiritual energy in this process. Snow's heavenly water phoenix fairy body, on the other hand, focuses on the absorption of spiritual energy. The possessor of this physique has a body like a heavenly water vortex, capable of tightly absorbing spiritual energy and preventing it from flowing away. I understand. The Ice Emperor suddenly realized that although my physique can absorb a lot of spiritual energy, its adhesive ability is insufficient, often leading to the problem of energy loss. Shui Er's physique, although it absorbs less spiritual energy, is strong in adhesive ability. All the energy she absorbs will be completely transformed successfully. Indeed, both have their strengths and are top-notch physiques. The blooming Tianxiu Phoenix Immortal appears pink. This physique is naturally water-attributed, so this Phoenix Immortal often has water droplets hanging on it. With the completion of the physique awakening, the Snow Emperor felt that her body had undergone a significant transformation. A vast amount of spiritual energy surged into her body. Before long, she was able to accommodate the spiritual energy, far surpassing the Ice Emperor in speed. In addition to the powerful adhesive characteristics of the Tianxiu Phoenix Immortal physique, the Snow Emperor herself also has advantages. As someone born from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, she is naturally very familiar with spiritual energy. Take a look at this technique. After the physique awakening was completed, Shen Tianyu immediately took out a technique and handed it to the Snow Emperor. Phoenix Immortal Flowing Technique. Your physique is water-attributed, and this technique is also primarily a water-based immortal technique. It's a perfect match for you. All right, I'll try to learn it first. Holding the Phoenix Immortal Flowing Technique, the Snow Emperor began to study it deeply. Tianyu, I have a new field of understanding about immortal techniques. Shall we have another match and exchange insights? Hisping Air, you can't joke about this. It's only been a short while, and you already have new insights. Really? The Ice Emperor nodded seriously and immediately mobilized her spiritual energy. She leaned forward, her orange-golden eyes shimmering. A hint of alluring charm flashed across her pretty face. Phoenix Crown Bloom. All right, you really want to fight, huh? With a wave of her hand, she mobilized her spiritual energy. Shen Tianyu raised his hand and struck out a palm, with a palm print descending from the sky. The pressure instantly descended, and the Ice Emperor's expression became serious as she quickly maximized her spiritual energy and also struck out a palm. The two palms collided, and the energy waves swept across the entire frozen ground. Before long, the entire underground cave was covered in ice water, closing the Phoenix Immortal Flowing Technique. The Snow Emperor let out a long breath. She had completely mastered this technique. Looking back at the two people exchanging immortal techniques, she couldn't help but want to join the battle and test the power of the immortal techniques to see how strong they truly are. Shui Er, have you learned it? The Ice Emperor asked while performing the immortal technique. I have. So what are we waiting for? Let us exchange immortal techniques together. Being outnumbered 2-1 made the Snow Emperor feel a bit embarrassed. As the leader of the three kings of the extreme north, she has always fought against many alone, overpowering the beasts. It was a bit difficult for her to join forces with the Ice Emperor. Let us join together. Shen Tianyu reached out, quickly wrapping the Snow Emperor in spiritual energy and pulling her into the battle. You and Bing Air have just stepped into cultivation. There's no reason to claim victory with 2 against 1. All right, the Snow Emperor nodded, mobilizing her spiritual energy. The Tianyu Phoenix immortal physique erupted, and the ice water covering the underground cave was instantly controlled by the Snow Emperor. Phoenix immortal flowing strike. Boom! The ice water surged up from the ground and directly splashed onto Shen Tianyu. In the moment of confrontation, Shen Tianyu became a drenched chicken. Xuya, you are truly amazing. With us sisters joining forces, we can definitely win against him. Today, I'm going to ride on top and give you a good beating. With the Snow Emperor joining the exchange of immortal techniques, the Ice Emperor's confidence soared. Taking a deep breath, she exchanged glances with the Snow Emperor, and the Phoenix crown bloomed again, attacking from the left side. The Snow Emperor understood her intent and raised her hand to mobilize spiritual energy. With the Pink Phoenix immortal following closely, attacking from Shen Tianyu's right side. The Ice and Snow Emperors are both ferocious beasts that have lived in the extreme north for hundreds of thousands of years. Over the years of interaction, the two have developed a very tacit cooperation, being able to communicate almost telepathically. With just a glance, they understood each other as thoughts. In a one-on-one situation, it is naturally impossible to defeat Shen Tianyu. However, when the two join forces, they possess the strength to fight. Mobilizing their spiritual energy simultaneously, the two emperors strike together. Even if it's 1 against 2, I am not afraid at all. Shen Tianyu shouted angrily, his hands forming into fists, as massive spiritual energy was drawn out from his dantian. Bang! 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 One punch followed by another erupted, and in an instant, countless fist energies burst forth, simultaneously confronting the Ice and Snow Emperors. Suddenly, the furious Shen Tianyu doubled his combat power. Even the Ice Emperor found it somewhat difficult to resist for a moment. On the other side, the Snow Emperor was also struggling to cope, although being suppressed by Shen Tianyu. The Snow Emperor had unknowingly become enamored with the process of cultivating the same immortal techniques. Swear, let's join forces. Under passive defense, the Ice Emperor could no longer endure. All right, the Snow Emperor nodded, and in an instant, their spiritual energies merged together. In that moment, the world underwent a transformation. The Phoenix Crown and Phoenix Immortal touched each other. Ice and Snow Phoenix dance. A vortex of spiritual energy soared into the sky, and Ice and Snow swirled, sweeping through the core area of the extreme north. The two Ice and Snow Emperors leaped gracefully, their elegant figures fully displayed. A soft phoenix chant emanated from the mouths of the two emperors. The twin phoenixes danced and flew together, circling Shen Tianyu. The merged spiritual energy struck against his physical body. A wondrous energy impact surged into his mind. Shen Tianyu was extremely astonished. It was truly an unexpected delight. The two emperors practiced different cultivation methods, and their physiques were vastly different, yet they managed to merge their spiritual energies and create an entirely new technique. Ice and Snow Phoenix dance. Combining spiritual energy and spirit, the two were like beautiful phoenixes gracefully dancing, stunningly beautiful yet not lacking in terror. Within the vortex formed by Ice and Snow, Shen Tianyu felt as if one foot had stepped into the immortal realm, truly experiencing a sense of understanding immortality, floating as if he were an immortal. I'll also merge a technique of immortal methods, combining the strongest moves from both sets of techniques. Shen Tianyu instantly entered a state of enlightenment. Under the frenzied assault of the Ice and Snow Emperors, Shen Tianyu's mind raced, and soon he gained a glimpse of understanding. He clasped his hands in front of his chest, and a pillar of spiritual energy shot up into the sky. The faces of the Ice and Snow Emperors changed dramatically, and they frantically urged the spiritual energy within their bodies. Break! A furious shout erupted from Shen Tianyu's mouth. The combined attack of the Ice and Snow Emperors shattered instantly, turning into nothingness, determining the victor with a single move. With a single strike defeating the two emperors, Shen Tianyu emerged victorious, though his robe was soaked by icy water. The Ice and Snow Emperor, having exhausted all spiritual energy in the battle, lay weakly on the ground, recovering his depleted energy. My golden core has changed. The transformation of the golden core immediately caught Shen Tianyu's attention. He quickly glanced at his dantian and saw that the luster of the 9-patterned golden core had become even more brilliant. Its outer appearance had turned somewhat transparent. Within the flowing radiance, a small figure could be faintly seen. The golden core was complete, and the embryonic form was beginning to emerge. Chapter 49. My man is not for you to point fingers at. Wonderful. Shen Tianyu felt joy in his heart. He was one step closer to becoming a nascent soul cultivator. He needed to accelerate his cultivation. The two emperors were still recovering their energy, so Shen Tianyu left first. In this extreme northern land, no one could hurt the two emperors, so Shen Tianyu had no need to worry. He wandered through the underground caves, searching for the 10,000-year-old ice marrow. After reaching the perfection of his golden core, the absorption speed had noticeably increased. Every time he discovered a patch of 10,000-year-old ice marrow, Shen Tianyu would immediately sit cross-legged to absorb it. Half a day passed, and the golden core became even more transparent. Just as he was about to continue searching, the Ice and Snow Emperor arrived. The two exchanged resentful glances, seemingly displeased that Shen Tianyu had left the two of them behind to search for the 10,000-year-old ice marrow alone. Schwer and I have finished our training. Hurry up and come for a battle to exchange celestial techniques. The Ice Emperor spoke without hesitation, her pretty face serious and solemn. Beside him, the Snow Emperor nodded. This difficult-to-speak matter should be left for Binger to address. It has only been half a day, and you want to battle again? It is you who will teach us cultivation. Oh, what a sin. Shen Tianyu suddenly felt a great disaster approaching. The Ice and Snow Emperors would likely torment him to near death in the future. Enough nonsense. Come on. The phoenix crown blossomed, radiating brilliant light. Without giving Shen Tianyu a chance to say more, the Ice Emperor lunged directly at him. The Snow Emperor also did not hesitate and launch an attack. Forced with no choice, Shen Tianyu could only mobilize his spiritual energy to respond. The exchange of celestial techniques was about to erupt, and the clash of spiritual energy caused the extreme northern region to shake. Countless soul beasts were curious about what was happening in the core area. For the next month, the extreme northern region frequently experienced similar events. Snow and ice flew, and spiritual energy overflowed. The soul beasts all kept their distance, not daring to approach even a little. During this month of celestial technique exchange, Shen Tianyu focused on guiding the Snow Emperor's cultivation. With Shen Tianyu's efforts, the two emperors' cultivation levels became equal. After the day's celestial technique exchange ended, the three of them fused their spiritual energies together. In an instant, the spiritual energy sublimated. A small golden pill condensed and took shape in the dantian of the Ice and Snow Emperors. With the end of the celestial technique exchange, the two emperors embraced and laughed. Looking at the newly formed golden pill in their dantian, they all revealed satisfied smiles. After a month of cultivation, the Ice and Snow Emperors had become enamored with this method of cultivation. Unbeknownst to them, their hearts secretly acknowledged Shen Tianyu. Compared to the satisfaction of the two emperors, Shen Tianyu was somewhat unhappy. After a month of deepening his celestial techniques, he was still at the perfection of the golden pill stage, at the peak of the false infant realm, and could not step into the true infant realm. The realm column on the system panel showed no change, deeply piercing Shen Tianyu's heart. Fortunately, the short-term task 2 was successfully completed. Due to being entangled by the Ice and Snow Emperors for a month, Shen Tianyu was unable to divert his attention to claim the task reward, and the task column had not yet updated. He silently thought to claim it, and 10 made 9 grade spiritual veins and the Imperial level gathering spirit formation were taken into his possession. The task column updated with a new task. Short-term task 3, spread celestial techniques, establish a cultivation academy. Pre-reward for the task, awakening pill formula, simplified version of the Qi drawing technique can be claimed. Task reward, Zhejian sword usage rights unlocked. Shen Tianyu raised his eyebrows. Short-term task 3 even had a pre-reward that could be claimed now. Claim. He silently chanted, and the pre-reward was successfully claimed. Quickly reviewing the pill formula and Qi drawing technique, Shen Tianyu shook his head with a smile. The awakening pill only allowed people to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and together with the Qi drawing technique, one could only begin cultivation in places rich in spiritual energy. Once outside the place rich in spiritual energy, one would be unable to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for cultivation. To put it simply, this world is too lacking. To fully promote cultivation, the entire Douluo realm must be changed, and its dimensional level must be raised. However, the Spirit Awakening Pill can be made available to ordinary people, giving them a choice for cultivation. The 10,000 years of Xianbing essence has been fully absorbed, and a new task has been released. The journey to the extreme north should come to an end. Rising and brushing his sleeves, Shen Tianyu said to the Ice and Snow Emperors, "I am leaving." "You're leaving?" The Snow Empress stood up with a bang, her rosy white face leaning closer. As she spoke, warmth enveloped him. I will go with you. The usually cold and aloof Snow Empress had become much more proactive after a month of cultivation. I will go with you too. Wherever you go, I will follow. In human terms, this is called going wherever the chicken goes and following the dog. Schwer is right. It's fine to come with me. But after leaving the extreme north, you too must listen to me. Okay. The two emperors nodded in agreement at the same time. One on the left and one on the right, linking their arms with Shen Tianyu snuggling against them like little birds. Before leaving, I need to return to my clan to take care of some matters. Go ahead. As the leader of the Ice and Blue Emperor Scorpion clan, the Ice Emperor naturally needed to handle things before leaving the extreme north. Wait for me, with a kiss left for Shen Tianyu. The Ice Emperor stepped into the air and departed. I also need to take care of some matters. After I leave, someone must inherit the position of the Lord of the Extreme North Icefield to restrain the various clans. Go handle it. I'll wait for you to come back. The Snow Empress pouted, releasing her massive soul power, which instantly swept across the entire extreme north. On the snowfield, the powerful soul beasts sensed this aura and flocked towards the core area. As the Lord of the Extreme North, none of the soul beasts dared to disobey the Snow Empress's command. Soul beasts from all over gathered quickly to the core area of the extreme north. Shen Tianyu looked out, and there were soul beasts over 10,000 years old, with a very large number. The most eye-catching among them was the Titan Snow Demon clan, each one towering like a giant. The smallest was 30 meters tall, while the tallest reached 100 meters. Humans, roll away from the Snow Empress, roared the 100-meter-tall Titan Snow Demon King. A pair of eyes glared fiercely at Shen Tianyu, as if wanting to tear him apart. Outrageous. The icy snow descended, and the cold contained fury. The Snow Empress's long skirt swayed with the wind, and the snow-white crown atop her head shimmered with a cold gleam. He is mine, my beloved. What? The Titan Snow Demon King widened his eyes, looking at the Snow Empress in disbelief. All the soul beasts in the extreme north were taken aback, their gazes all fixed on Shen Tianyu. No, the Titan Snow Demon King spoke up. Snow Empress, you are the ruler of the snowfields in our extreme north. How can you be with a human? A tiny human is simply not worthy of you. In the entire extreme north, only I, the Titan Snow Demon King, am worthy of you. Yes, the Titan Snow Demon clan shouted in unison. An invisible yet powerful sense of oppression surged forth. The situation suddenly turned severe, and a chilling atmosphere filled the air. A large hand was raised, pointing directly at Shen Tianyu. Human, if you want to live, get out of the extreme north immediately, or I will kill you. You dare. The Snow Empress stepped forward, the pressure of ice and snow descending instantly. My man is not someone you can point fingers at. The anger of the Lord of the Icefield caused the soul beasts present to tremble, all prostrating on the ground, not daring to speak further. The Titan Snow Demon King gritted his teeth. He knew he couldn't defeat the Snow Empress and could only turn his spear toward Shen Tianyu. Cowardly human. Are you going to hide behind the Snow Empress for the rest of your life? Chapter 50. Annihilating the Titan Snow Demon King. Shut up. Boom. The pressure of ice and snow, a tremendous force descended. The Titan Snow Demon King knelt on the ground, and in the Snow Empress's eyes, one could see the raging fire of anger. For many years, the soul beasts of the extreme north had never seen the Snow Empress so furious. A human, unexpectedly drawing such attention from the Snow Empress? Snow Empress, even if you kill me, I will stand by my views. This human is not worthy of your protection. To be with you, one must possess great strength, and he, a powerless human, is unworthy. You are provoking the majesty of this emperor. The Snow Empress made an effort, raising her hand to strike the Titan Snow Demon King. Shen Tianyu arrived just in time to block the Snow Empress's attack. Leave this to me. This is a matter between men. All right. The Snow Empress, who had been cold just a moment ago, suddenly behaved like a well-behaved girl, ruffling the Snow Empress's hair. Shen Tianyu's gaze fell on the Titan Snow Demon King. Without the pressure of ice and snow, the Titan Snow Demon King stood up, its tall body resembling a small mountain. So you are the Titan Snow Demon King. I've heard that you excel in strength. Today, I will see just how strong you are. Overestimating yourself. Human, I can crush you with just a finger. As he spoke, the Titan Snow Demon King pointed down with a finger. In front of that finger, Shen Tianyu still appeared very small. With a smirk, he stepped into the air and also pointed out with a finger. Bang! The two fingers collided in mid-air, and the energy shockwave instantly spread out. The Titan Snow Demon King's expression changed drastically as it heard a crack. Its finger bone shattered. Ah, impossible. In a painful wail, the Titan Snow Demon King was unwilling to believe what was happening before its eyes. A tiny human actually destroyed one of its fingers. I will crush you. Raising its large hand, it directly aimed to strike Shen Tianyu. A group of soul beasts looked on with pity. The Titan Snow Demon King was the most brutal among the 3 kings of the extreme north. Relying on his overwhelming strength, he ruled the entire extreme north with tyranny. Only the Ice and Snow Emperors could suppress him. At this moment, in a berserk state, the Titan Snow Demon King unleashed a full-force palm strike, which could easily flatten this poor human into a meat patty. Bang! The shockwave rippled, stirring up flying snow for hundreds of feet. The soul beasts squinted their eyes, fixated on the point of conflict. They saw Shen Tianyu with one hand behind his back, the other hand facing forward to meet the Titan Snow Demon King's palm strike. His expression was relaxed, showing no signs of pressure at all. Is that it? How could this be? The Titan Snow Demon King was stunned, thoughts racing in his mind, and he suddenly understood. The human before him was no weakling, but a top-tier human powerhouse. The 2 previous exchanges had been effortlessly neutralized. The Titan Snow Demon King couldn't help but feel insecure. This palm strike, which seemed to lack power, was actually extremely formidable, utilizing 80% of his strength. Being so easily blocked, it was clear that the human's strength must be above his own. Feeling insecure, yet unable to back down, he thought that after all, soul beasts that had existed for over 10,000 years in the extreme north had gathered here today. If he admitted defeat, he would no longer have the qualifications to continue living in this extreme north. Gritting his teeth, he shouted angrily. The previous 2 moves were merely to test your strength. Now it was the main event. Bang, bang, bang. His large hand clenched into a fist, wildly pounding his chest. Titan's fist. As the fist swung, the sky over the extreme north trembled. The space emitted rumbling sounds, as if it might collapse under this immense force. Shen Tianyu narrowed his eyes slightly, and the spiritual energy on his fist gathered frantically. The power of the great Tao contained in the extreme north instantly withered. Shen Tianyu swung his fist, and a loud shout erupted. Decay of the great Tao. His fist rose up, colliding with the Titan Snow Demon King's fist. At the moment of contact, the Titan Snow Demon King's power was rapidly decaying and being devoured. Extinguish. As the word left his lips, the spiritual energy on his fist quickly condensed into a fist wave. Boom! The Titan Snow Demon King's right arm, which had swung its fist, was instantly blown apart. The fist wave surged forward, directly landing on the chest of the towering body. The power that even the great Tao would decay was naturally beyond what mere flesh could withstand. After the fist wave hit the chest, it instantly broke through the skin and flesh. But the fist wave passed through the body, leaving a massive blood hole on the Titan Snow Demon King's chest. The heart was already nowhere to be found. Bang! The body fell straight to the ground, and the crimson soul ring of 100,000 years slowly floated up. The Titan Snow Demon King of the Titan Snow Demon clan had fallen. The entire core area of the extreme north fell into silence. After a brief silence, the Titan Snow Demon clan erupted in rage. The death of the Titan Snow Demon King was undoubtedly a fatal blow to the Titan Snow Demon clan. Losing a superpower house could lead the entire clan to be suppressed by other clans. In a fit of rage, hundreds of Titan Snow demons moved to strike. Kneeled down obediently before me. The sound wave contained immense power, directly suppressing the Titan Snow demons. Flap flap, a Titan Snow demon knelt down one after another. Under the immense pressure, they couldn't move an inch. Who else? Shen Tianyu's gaze was icy as he swept across all the soul beasts present. I ask again, who else? Who else has an opinion about the Snow Emperor and me? The venue fell silent, and Shen Tianyu's gaze landed on an ice bear. This ice bear was also very large, and, judging from its aura, it must be in existence of over 200,000 years. Do you have an opinion? The ice bear king was taken aback, and quickly shook its head like a rattle. Dad, how could I have an opinion? I wholeheartedly agree. What? This operation left Shen Tianyu dumbfounded. My life was saved by the Snow Emperor. I have always treated the Snow Emperor like my mother. If you are with the Snow Emperor, doesn't that make you my dad? So I completely agree with this, and the entire Ice Bear clan agrees as well. After the Ice Bear King's words, the group of ice bears behind it roared in unison, nodding to express their agreement. What about you? Do you agree? The Ice Bear King scanned the other soul beasts, its stern gaze seeming to threaten them. The other soul beasts were frightened and nodded furiously, all expressing their agreement. Big White Bear, you're on point. Dad, just call me Xiaobai. All right, Xiaobai. As he landed before the Titan Snow Demon clan, the pressure enveloping them dissipated. The Titan Snow Demon King sought its own death, insisting on provoking me. This is not my fault. If you want to be exterminated, you can certainly try. After the pressure was lifted, the Titan Snow Demons still did not dare to rise. Faced with the small human before them, they could no longer muster any thoughts of resistance. This farce ends here. Anyone who dares to speak again will have to face my wrath. My choices are not for you to dictate. Now, in my capacity as the Lord of the Snowfields in the far north, I declare that from now on, Xiaobai is the new Lord of the Snowfields. Thank you, Mom. Xiaobai cried, tears of joy. Thank you, Dad. Shen Tianyu twitched the corner of his mouth. Having such a large ice bear son was a bit overwhelming. Xiaobai, from now on, you must inherit my aspirations, unite the various clans in the far north. And when I return, ensure that the clans of the far north embark on a brand new prosperous path. Don't worry, Mom. Xiaobai will never let you down. While the handover was happening, Shen Tianyu furrowed his brow. Has something happened to Xiao Xue again? Regarding the update issue, starting tomorrow, updates will be at 12 o'clock every day, with 3 or 4 chapters each time. Everyone must watch at 12 o'clock on time. If you watch late, you might get reviewed and banned. Every day at 12 o'clock. Chapter 51. Encirclement of the 1,000 Fathom Snow. A great summer hammer. Boom! A loud sound echoed in the sky as Tang Hao made a dazzling entrance. In his hand, the Haoyan hammer instantly extended to 100 meters. The overwhelming pressure of extreme power descended directly from the sky. In the long, snake-like canyon, the advancing army suddenly fell into chaos. Qian Renxue, disguised as Xue Qinghe, sat atop the dragon carriage. Faced with this sudden turn of events, her expression stiffened. A super Douluo had made a move, and the target of that strike was none other than herself. While her soul emperor cultivation was decent, it was still far from being able to contend with Tang Hao. What to do? The immense pressure of power approached, and the massive Haoyan hammer was about to fall. In this moment of crisis, Qian Renxue gritted her teeth. The spiritual energy in her dantian erupted with all its might in an instant. Golden spiritual energy surged forth rapidly, enveloping Qian Renshue's body in an instant. The hammer crashed down violently, colliding with the golden energy. Boom! Dust and debris flew up, and all the Tiandou Imperial army around the dragon carriage perished. The magnificent dragon carriage also collapsed to the ground. Raising the Haoyan hammer, Tang Hao's gaze was cold. As the dust cleared, Qian Renxue was still there, though blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, and her face was pale and weak. She actually survived? Tang Hao was taken aback. As a super Douluo, even a regular title Douluo would suffer greatly from such strike. How could a mere soul emperor withstand it? Your Majesty, we have arrived late to your rescue. 2 powerful auras burst forth as Shilong and Xue arrived just in time. Tang Hao, you deserve to die. Shilong shouted in fury, releasing 9 soul rings. The 7th soul skill, Serpent Spear True Body, was unleashed, directly attacking Tang Hao. Come on, you two come at me together. The Haoyan hammer swung sideways, and a massive soul power directly enveloped the two, pulling them into his battlefield. Kill! The cries of battle echoed through the canyon. The 2 sides clashed in an instant. At this moment, on the high ground of the canyon, a group stood watching the entire battlefield. Among them were Tang San, Yu Xiaojiang, Zhao Wujing, and the 3 committee members from the Royal Academy of Tiandou. Since the last struggle for the throne, after Qian Renxue's identity was exposed in the palace, the 3 committee members led by Meng Shenji were furious. Taking advantage of Qian Renxue going with Shen Tianyu to eliminate the 7 treasure glazed tile school, they took the still-living Prince Xue Xing and directly escaped from Tiandou City. After several twists and turns, they joined up with Yu Xiaojiang's group, with Prince Xue Xing as a royal member. Combined with the wealth accumulated by the 7 treasure glazed tile school over the years and the prestige of the Tiandou after several rounds of persuasion, the 4 kingdoms under the Tiandou Empire and the Eastern Duchies directly declared war. This matter gave Qian Renxue a headache. Recently, upon learning that Yu Xiaojiang's group was still in the Balak Kingdom, she personally led troops to attack. Unexpectedly, as soon as she stepped into the territory of the Balak Kingdom, she encountered an ambush. As expected of the master, his military strategy is truly divine. He really hit the nail on the head. Meng Shenji praised, and Yu Xiaojiang straightened his back upon hearing this. Capturing Qian Renxue alive was the only way to expose her in front of the world, thereby making everyone believe that the current emperor, Xue Qinghe, was an impersonator. Not good. Qian Renxue is missing. Lin spoke up, and everyone's expressions changed instantly, especially Yu Xiaojiang, as this was the most crucial part of his plan. It was supposed to be Tang Hao heavily injuring Qian Renxue, then holding off the title de law for others to capture Qian Renxue. Now that she was missing, what was the point of the plan? She must not have gone far. Tang Xin narrowed his eyes, a purple light flashing in his pupils. The purple extreme magic eyes were unleashed, rapidly scanning the entire battlefield. At the same time, the blue-silver grass quietly spread out, searching for Qian Renxue's whereabouts. Found her! Tang San's narrowed eyes widened in anger, feeling a surge of joy in his heart. Senior Meng Xinji, would you be willing to go with me to capture Qian Renxue? For safety's sake, the three of us will accompany you. The three committee members of the Royal Academy of Tiandou took Tang San and leaped into the canyon. At this moment, Qian Renxue was holding the dimly glowing Sea of Stars shield, slowly infusing her soul power into it. Since obtaining the Sea of Stars shield, she had discovered its mysteries, especially the soul skill of the Sea of Stars shield, which only required soul power infusion to activate the invisibility state. Heavily injured and having depleted her spiritual energy, Qian Renxue could not casually reveal herself. Relying on the invisibility soul skill of the Sea of Stars shield, she cautiously moved towards the edge of the battlefield. Qian Renxue, surrender and be captured. A booming voice echoed, startling Qian Renxue. Quickly locking onto the source of the sound, she saw the united three committee members staring at her. How is this possible? Does the invisibility soul skill not work in front of Tang San? A cold smile appeared on Tang San's lips as the first soul ring flickered. Blue-silver bind. Swish, swish, swish. One by one, the blue-silver grasses sprang up from the ground, directly wrapping around Qian Renxue. The three seniors were right there, at the edge of a secluded canyon. A large number of blue-silver grass suddenly entwined upward, seemingly trapping a person. Blue-silver grass. Tang San. Qian Renxue was extremely furious, having calculated everything. Yet she did not anticipate that a small blue-silver grass could reveal her location. This was naturally not solely due to the blue-silver grass's contribution, but also because of the purple extreme demon eye. A vast spiritual force pierced directly into the sea of Hanhai's protective shield. The purple light fell upon Qian Renxue, and the Hanhai Qianquan shield she held suddenly stirred. In an instant, the dull Hanhai Qianquan shield radiated a crystal blue light once again. After so many years, I have finally found someone who can inherit everything from me. Whoosh, the Hanhai Qianquan shield suddenly detached from Qian Renxue and flew directly towards Tang San. What? Tang San was taken aback, thinking that Qian Renxue had suddenly attacked. Just as he was about to resist, the fast-moving Hanhai Qianquan shield landed in his hand. This is the royal treasure of the Tiandou Empire. Tang San, you take it and retreat first. Leave Qian Renxue to us three old men, Dream Machine said loudly, and the three of them simultaneously released their soul rings, flying towards Qian Renxue. Upon hearing this, Tang San felt a sigh of relief, but his brows suddenly began to twitch wildly, a sense of foreboding flashing in his mind. He felt that it was not suitable to stay here for long. It was better to withdraw from the battlefield first. Dream Machine took the lead, with Bai Baoshan and Lin coordinating on both sides, and the three quickly completed the encirclement. The scoundrels of the Spirit Hall killed the Crown Prince, stole the Imperial throne, and today we will capture you alive, exposing your true identity before the world. The three sects were filled with rage, recalling how they had been deceived by a fake Xue Qinghe, nearly causing a disaster, leading to their anger, regret, and self-blame. They vowed to personally take down Qian Renxue today. Lin waved his hand, and the sky-blue vine rapidly spread. Just as Qian Renxue broke free from the blue-silver entanglement, heavily injured, she could only grit her teeth and counterattack. The six-winged angel martial spirit was released, with the fifth and sixth soul rings flashing alternately. Holy sword, angel's roar, martial spirit true body. The three shouted in unison, all entering the state of their martial spirit true body. Bai Baoshan swung the heavenly star furnace, directly positioning it in front of the three. Qian Renxue unleashed her two powerful soul skills, striking the heavenly star furnace, but did not cause much damage. Just as the attack ended, Lin brazenly attacked, and the sky-blue vine shot out like a sharp spear. Suddenly erupting, it pierced Qian Renxue's shoulder, pinning her against the cliff of the canyon. Good! On a distant high ground, Yu Xiaojiang was overjoyed. Master, I suddenly feel a bit uneasy. Will this plan return without success? Beside him, Zhao Wuji felt a dangerous aura rapidly approaching. Impossible. We will definitely win. Yu Xiaojiang was full of confidence, but was caught off guard when a terrifying aura suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Chapter 52. Furious Kill at the Heaven Do 3 Teaching Committee. Jilin, you have such audacity. Silver light flickered as Shen Tianyu suddenly appeared in front of Qian Renxue. He reached out and pulled out the sky-blue vine that had pierced Qian Renxue's shoulder, his face twisted with anger. The two locked eyes closely, and Qian Renxue's gaze was somewhat dazed. It's this man again, appearing at the most critical moment. There was a burning fury in his eyes. It's okay, Xiaoxue, I'm back. A gentle spiritual energy was released, pressing against Qian Renxue's wound. Wen Tang Hao struck down with a hammer. Qian Renxue mobilized all her spiritual energy to resist, inadvertently triggering the spiritual energy left by Shen Tianyu. With the experience from the last time, the spiritual energy left by Shen Tianyu this time contained spatial power. Utilizing this spatial power, Shen Tianyu performed a large-scale space technique continuously from the extreme north, crossing over. In less than 3 minutes, he arrived. Meanwhile, the Ice and Snow Emperors were still in the extreme north and would come on their own after dealing with their matters. A massive wave of spiritual energy quickly spread across the battlefield. Tang Hao, who was dealing with 2 titled Douluos, couldn't help but change his expression. How is this possible? He was clearly not in Heaven Do. For this plan, everyone had previously investigated within the Heaven Do territory and confirmed Shen Tianyu was not there before launching the ambush on Qian Renxue. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, Shen Tianyu appeared again. Damn it! Tang Hao cursed, exploding his rings. He detonated 2 soul rings in succession and struck down with a hammer. Shilong and Ci Shui desperately resisted, but were still heavily injured and spat out blood from that blow. After delivering that hammer strike, Tang Hao immediately dodged and rushed into the chaotic crowd, grabbing Tang San and running. Dad, hurry and save the teacher. There's no time. Tang Hao flatly refused. We both know how strong Shen Tianyu is. In times of great danger, take care of yourself first. Although this was quite ruthless, it was also reasonable. Tang San fell silent, his gaze turning towards Yu Xiaojiang. Teacher, I will definitely avenge you. In the canyon, after the spiritual energy was injected, it soothed Qian Renxue's wound. The still bleeding wound quickly formed a scab and stopped the bleeding. After simply treating the wound, Shen Tianyu suddenly turned around and reached out to grab Jilin. A large hand of spiritual energy condensed out of thin air, directly capturing Jilin. Jilin, your audacity is truly lawless. Who gave you the courage to touch my lady? Shen Tianyu, don't be arrogant. Dreaming Machine shouted angrily first. Today the 3 of us will risk our lives to slay you here. Ha 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 in response, Shen Tianyu laughed maniacally. Even the sword path dust heart died in my hands. What the 3 of you? Get ready to die. The large hand tightened and spiritual energy roared. Jilin's eyes bulged with rage, almost popping out. Boom! Blood mist rose, and spiritual energy engulfed. The Soldo level Jilin was directly crushed in a blood mist by Shen Tianyu. This terrifying scene was clearly visible to everyone on the battlefield. The team organized by Yu Xiaojiang immediately panicked, losing all fighting spirit and scattering to flee. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue's subordinates were greatly invigorated and launched a counterattack. Shen Tianyu, you deserve to die. Dreaming Machine was furious. You killed my dear friend, destroyed the foundation of the Heaven Do royal family, and aided the tyrant. You will not be tolerated by heaven. To hell with your heaven. If there really is a heaven in this world, then I am heaven. A punch was thrown, and the fist energy erupted. Be careful. Bai Baoshan raised his hand, and the star furnace kept growing larger, blocking in front of Meng Xinji. Crack. The defensive power of the star furnace was indeed strong, but compared to Shen Tianyu's strength, it was like a firefly compared to the bright moon. The marshal's soul shattered, and Bai Baoshan spat out blood. What a touching and sincere friendship. Meng Xinji flashed in front of Bai Baoshan and easily grabbed his neck. The ferocity in his eyes disappeared in an instant, and a domineering power erupted. Crack! The head was severed, and the once great soul Douluo Bai Baoshan died in an instant. With 2 close friends dead in succession, Meng Xinji completely fell into madness. I will definitely take you to hell. Channeling all his soul power, Meng Xinji charged straight ahead. 8 dazzling soul rings turned gray in the next moment. All the soul power was fused into his dantian. Be careful, he is going to self-destruct. Get away quickly. A worried voice came from behind. It was Qian Renxue. Shen Tianyu felt warmth in his heart. He turned around and smiled gently. Xiao Xue, you do care about me after all. You idiot, you're about to die. Qian Renxue was anxious. At this life-and-death moment, couldn't he take a bit more seriously? Don't worry, even if a god comes, they can't kill me. With his back to Meng Xinji, the cold ferocity in Shen Tianyu's eyes flickered once more. A fingertip lightly flicks behind a hand. A wisp of spiritual energy flew out, quickly encircling Dream God Machine and trapping him completely. The rapidly expanding soul power was suppressed in an instant. Dream God Machine roared in unwillingness. No. Why? Why is all power so helpless before you? Because you are too weak. With a flick of his fingertip, the spiritual energy shot through Dream God Machine's forehead, leaving a bright red blood hole. The gathered soul power dissipated in an instant. Dream God Machine's body became powerless, plummeting rapidly downwards. Shen Tianyu casually snapped his fingers. Boom! Dream God Machine's body exploded, flesh and blood vanishing in a thin air amidst the spiritual energy, as if he had never existed in the world. Shilong and Ci Shui, who rushed over not far away, swallowed hard. So strong, this terrifying absolute suppression made them feel as if they were witnessing the great offering. No, even stronger than the great offering. Xiao Xue, it's all over. Tell me what has happened during this time. He stepped forward, mobilizing spiritual energy to remove Qian Renxue's disguise. No, Qian Renxue took a half step back. My current identity is the emperor of the Tiandou Empire, Xue Qinghe. Shen Tianyu frowned, abandoning the idea of close contact. Your Majesty, the rebel Yu Xiaojiang is escaping under the escort of the rebel army. Shilong hurried over, kneeling to report. Yu Xiaojiang is here too? Shen Tianyu pondered for a moment and immediately thought of it. This is all that useless Yu Xiaojiang's scheme, isn't it? With a surge of violent rage, he flashed to Qian Renxue's side. Let's go. Follow me to catch that useless trash and instantly tell me everything that has happened recently. Taking Qian Renxue with him, he stepped into the air. Spiritual energy quickly spread out, and in the dense forest south of the canyon, a group of people was running wildly. With shining eyes, he could see clearly from a kilometer away. Yu Xiaojiang, under the escort of a group, was fleeing in a panic. Little mouse. The sound wave rolled and echoed in the sky. Soon, it reached Yu Xiaojiang's ears. Yu Xiaojiang trembled all over. Fear and anger surged in his heart. He looked back resentfully at Shen Tianyu in the sky, secretly cursing in his heart. If I escape today, I will make you wish you were dead in the future. Stop all of you. Just as Yu Xiaojiang's internal anger subsided, another huge wave swept in. The massive wave contained immense pressure, violently descending upon the remnants of the army. Chapter 53. Yu Xiaojiang, just be at ease as a eunuch. Bang, bang, bang. A group of remnants knelt on the ground under pressure. Those without soul power fell dead on the spot. Yu Xiaojiang could no longer support himself on his knees and spat out blood. In front of the remnants, Shen Tianyu and Qian Renxue floated down gracefully. Useless. Stand up. Aren't you bold? Why are you kneeling? Yu Xiaojiang's eyes widened in anger as he tried with all his might to stand up. Trash. In this world, weakness is original sin. If you have no ability, just be a normal person and stop causing trouble. Yu Xiaojiang, are you not known as the number one in theory? A bunch of nonsense theories. And you dare to claim to be the best? Let me ask you, the martial soul inheritance comes from one of the parents, inheriting the highest quality one. Isn't that just nonsense? Do you treat it as a treasure? Are you an idiot? Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback, his eyes blood red as he roared in anger. You don't understand anything. These theories are the result of my decades of hard work. I don't care about your hard work. Just answer me. Is it nonsense or not? Is this simple logic something only you understand? Do you think everyone else in Douluo continent is an idiot? The soul questioned him, and Yu Xiaojiang was momentarily at a loss for words. And what about martial soul mutations? When inheriting the martial soul from parents, there is a certain probability of mutation. Mutated martial souls are either strong or weak. Does this kind of common sense need you to promote it? The amount of soul power initially is determined by the quality of the martial soul. Isn't that still nonsense? Soul masters all have their own development directions, and based on the characteristics of their martial souls, they can choose strong attack, support, control, etc. Isn't that common knowledge? Before you, weren't we all cultivating like this? And what about the soul ring bottleneck? In front of a crowd of remaining troops, Shen Tianyu counted the 10 core competitive strengths of martial souls. He mercilessly criticized the nonsense, questioning Yu Xiaojiang point by point. The theory that he cherished like a treasure throughout his life was ruthlessly trampled upon. nearly breaking Yu Xiaojiang's resolve. That's enough. Shut up. A furious shout rang out, and Shen Tianyu raised an eyebrow. The one who spoke was none other than the immovable King Zhao Wuji. Shen Tianyu, don't go too far. Too far? What's wrong with me going too far? On the Douluo continent, who could do anything to me? Bang! A palm strike hit Zhao Wuji's chest. Under the control of Shen Tianyu, a wall of spiritual energy formed behind Zhao Wuji. With the palm print coming down, Zhao Wuji could only brace himself in place. After all, you Zhao Wuji were beaten up last time, but not killed. Do you think that I am invincible in this world, and no one dares to kill me? Let me tell you today, the only reason I haven't killed you is that you are just an ant, unworthy of even a second look from me. Today, you provoke me. So I'll first crush you, this ant. As he spoke, a finger pointed into the air. A tremendous force instantly descended, pinning Zhao Wuji to the ground. The strength kept increasing, and Zhao Wuji felt his entire body becoming solid, as if he were a piece of iron being forged and hammered. Under the terrifying power, his bones shattered first. Flesh and organs pressed tightly together. Breathing became increasingly difficult, his face gradually turning red, gasping for air with his mouth wide open. As the force increased, his neck was completely pressed to the ground. His airways were sealed, leaving no air to be inhaled. In no time, Zhao Wuji perished. This brutal scene made the remaining soldiers tremble all over. They wanted to plead for mercy, but found that Shen Tianyu had increased the pressure, making it impossible for them to speak. Only Yu Xiaojiang on either side was unaffected by the pressure and could still speak normally. Shen Tianyu, you must kill me today, or in the future, I, Yu Xiaojiang, will make you pay back 1,000-fold. The blood feud of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. I will collect it piece by piece. Are you threatening me, or do you want to seek death? Shen Tianyu raised an eyebrow and sneered. With your useless ability, you can only vent your frustrations through words. Revenge is just a delusion for you. You can threaten me all you want, but I'm not afraid. If you want to seek death, sorry, but I won't let you die. You won't kill him? Beside him, Qian Renxue spoke, her golden eyes slightly narrowed. This clown? Wouldn't it be more entertaining to take him out for fun than to kill him? Moreover, as long as Yu Xiaojiang is still in hand, Tang San will come to save him sooner or later, and at that time, they could catch them all at once. It makes sense. Qian Renxue nodded, agreeing with Shen Tianyu's idea. Stepping into the remnants of the army, Shen Tianyu approached Yu Xiaojiang. He crouched down and spoke in a voice only the two of them could hear. Useless, you should still have feelings for Bai Bai Dong, right? Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback, his emotions clearly not right. No, you don't need to deny it. You know in your heart whether it's true or not. I want to kill you. I'll keep you alive. Let you see with your own eyes your most cherished disciple die in my hands. Your most beloved woman. Bowing to me, your proud theory of martial souls, forgotten by the entire Douluo. The cold voice sent shivers down Yu Xiaojiang's spine, increasing his fear of Shen Tianyu. Are you a devil? Indeed, I am a devil. With a nonchalant smile, he grabbed Yu Xiaojiang by the neck and lifted him up. Today, you plotted against Qian Renxue. Although I want to kill you, you will pay the price. You, this trash, should just live your life as a eunuch. A wisp of flame ignited at his fingertips, and Yu Xiaojiang immediately panicked. No, just kill me. I beg you, kill me. That is not up to you. A wisp of flame shot out and landed on Yu Xiaojiang's groin. The flame burned fiercely, and his screams echoed through the heavens and earth. Ah! With Shen Tianyu's deliberate control, the flame only burned the intended area before extinguishing. Tears streamed from Yu Xiaojiang's eyes, and his once bright gaze now dimmed. Losing the most precious thing to a man was a tremendous blow to Yu Xiaojiang. He raised his hand and slapped Yu Xiaojiang's abdomen, directly crippling his soul power. Then he sealed all his meridians and tossed him into the Rui Baobao pouch. After doing all this, Shen Tianyu coldly glanced at the tragic scene of the defeated army. Stepping into the air, he pressed down with one hand. A loud bang echoed, and the remnants of the army fell to the ground, dead without a sound. Done. Clapping his hands, Shen Tianyu was satisfied with the outcome. What did you say to him? Qian Renxue, whose injuries had somewhat recovered, approached Shen Tianyu. During the last conversation with Yu Xiaojiang, Shen Tianyu had isolated the outside world, and Qian Renxue could only see that Yu Xiaojiang was very agitated. But she didn't know what was actually said. It's nothing. No need to worry about it. Waving his hand to dismiss the topic, Shen Tianyu immediately changed the subject. By the way, Qian Renxue, why are you here instead of in Tiandou City? This should be within the territory of the Barak Kingdom. The four great kingdoms and the eastern principalities are rebelling, and the most radical is the Barak Kingdom. I came here to quell the rebellion. Barak Kingdom. Shen Tianyu squinted his eyes and said coldly, "After today, there will be no more kingdoms or principalities in the Tiandou Empire." Chapter 54. The destruction of Barak Kingdom. You want to destroy the 4 great kingdoms and principalities? No, absolutely not. Qian Renxue immediately opposed, her attitude resolute. The territories ruled by the 4 great kingdoms and principalities occupy half of Tiandou, and those royal families have long established themselves in their respective kingdoms. If we recklessly destroy them, it will definitely provoke huge resistance, and then the entire Tiandou Empire will be engulfed in war. Qian Shui, have you thought this through? The 4 great kingdoms and principalities dared to rebel today under Yu Shaojing's instigation. Tomorrow they might unite with others to continue targeting you. Having traveled here, Shen Tianyu was very clear about these kingdoms. They're all fickle beings who act for their own interests. In any case, we absolutely cannot take direct action against them now. I will find a way to gradually undermine them. All right, I believe you, but Barak Kingdom must be destroyed. Qian Renxue had her own insistence, and so did Shen Tianyu. It's fine not to destroy all the kingdoms, but Barak Kingdom must die. To kill one as a warning to others. Destroying Barak Kingdom would also intimidate the other kingdoms, helping you to undermine them further. At least for now, we can use strong power to make them obedient temporarily, without causing chaos. With her brows slightly furrowed, Qian Renxue pondered for a moment. I'll listen to you. Both sides made concessions, and everyone was happy. Then let us go directly to the royal family of Barak Kingdom. Taking Qian Renxue along, the two soared into the sky. Barak Kingdom, Royal Palace. In the main seat of the palace sat Prince Xuexing. After the last struggle for the throne, following the avalanche death, Prince Xuexing was rescued by 3 committee members who took him out of Tiandou City. Subsequently, they met up with Yu Shaojing. Inciting the 4 great kingdoms and the eastern principalities to rebel, Prince Xuexing played a significant role. He was the last bloodline of the Tiandou royal family. With him personally appearing, it would convince the 4 great kingdoms that the current emperor of the Tiandou Empire was an impostor. Coupled with Tang Hao's reputation, promising larger fiefs to the 4 great kingdoms after success, they were naturally willing to take a gamble. Come, I toast the prince. The king of Barak raised his glass, respectfully toasting Prince Xuexing. If nothing unexpected happens, this prince will be the emperor of Tiandou in the future. Establishing a good relationship now, the Barak kingdom will surely become the leader of the 4 great kingdoms in the future. A glass of wine down, Prince Xuexing's face showed concern. He wondered if the plan would succeed. There was no need for the prince to worry. The warriors of the Barak kingdom were all brave and skilled in battle, and at this moment, they must have already captured Qian Renxue. A great undertaking can be accomplished. Your Highness, you will soon return to Tiandou and inherit the throne, and do not forget about me then. King Barak spoke with a smile, very confident in his kingdom's army. The 30,000 elite soldiers mobilized this time are the finest of the Barak kingdom. Even when facing the imperial forbidden troops of the Tiandou Empire, they can still fight evenly. If I can ascend to the throne, the Barak kingdom will be the foremost of all kingdoms. Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. I will toast you again. Oh no, I should toast Your Majesty again. Prince Xuexing felt quite pleased, unconsciously straightening his back, as if considering himself a great emperor. Amidst the toasts, a powerful wave of energy suddenly came from above. King Barak's face lit up with joy, as it must be His Majesty Hao Yan returning. The great undertaking has been achieved. However, Prince Xuexing on the throne frowned slightly. This wave of energy did not seem to come from Hao Yan Duo. Instead, it was very similar to that man. No, Prince Xuexing's expression changed drastically. It was Shen Tianyu. He must have come to kill. The wine glass fell to the ground, and Prince Xuexing was flustered. In the next moment, a violent surge of spiritual energy rushed into the hall. Everyone present was overwhelmed by the pressure of the spiritual energy. 2 figures entered the hall calmly. The armored soldiers inside were all immobilized by the pressure of the spiritual energy, unable to move a muscle. Shui, it's been a long time. Shen Tianyu. Why? We clearly investigated, and you were not within the Tiandou territory. How can my whereabouts be known by you little mice? A hand reached out, releasing spiritual energy. A massive suction directly pulled Prince Xuexing into Shen Tianyu's grasp. Shen Tianyu's large hand gripped Prince Xuexing's neck, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Colluding with the 7 treasure glazed tile school, plotting treason to seize the throne, you treacherous ministers have truly been raised in vain by the royal family. Crack! A tremendous force erupted from his hand, instantly snapping Prince Xuexing's neck. Like tossing away trash, he threw Prince Xuesheng aside. Shen Tianyu's gaze fell on King Barak. King Barak felt a chilling pressure, his legs trembling uncontrollably. You have some nerve. Behind me, the Barak kingdom has the support of the Haotian law. If you dare touch a single hair on my body, I will ensure you have no place to die. Foolish. Slap. A backhanded slap struck King Barak's face. You idiot. If Tang Hao were really powerful, why would he need to rely on a small Barak kingdom? He would have already stabilized the situation in Heavendoe City. Being deceived and used, yet still unaware, having someone like you as king is truly a misfortune for the Barak kingdom. What do you want? To kill you? The two were very close, and after those words left his mouth, King Barak clearly sensed a murderous intent. This murderous intent was cold, as if it came from hell. Just the oppressive feeling generated by the killing intent made him unable to lift his head, his breath becoming labored. His heart, which was already racing, suddenly skipped a beat. He spat out white foam, his head tilted, and he died. Shen Tianyu. He looked at Qian Renxue, somewhat at a loss. Am I that fierce? A few words, and I scared him to death. This made Shen Tianyu doubt his own handsome appearance. Clearly a clean and handsome young man. Yet before King Barak, he appeared like a fierce deity. Indeed fierce. Not as fierce as you. Shen Tianyu's gaze moved from Qian Renxue's lips downwards, teasingly said, rolling her eyes. Qian Renxue spoke, based on the information she had. I heard that King Barak had a bad heart. It was probably your sudden appearance and overwhelming spiritual pressure that caused his emotional fluctuations, which scared him to death. Bad heart, huh? Then that has nothing to do with me. Shrugging, he left the corpse behind. With narrowed eyes, he released all his spiritual energy. Soon, the entire royal palace of the Barak kingdom was under Shen Tianyu's coverage. Annihilate. The released spiritual energy quickly transformed into small, sharp blades, roaming throughout the royal palace. Blood continuously spilled out, and quietly, not a single soul survived in the entire royal palace. After returning to Heavendoe City, he immediately issued an edict, condemning Tang Hao for annihilating the royal family of the Barak kingdom. I know you've killed everyone, so it's time to leave, right? Not in a hurry. Shen Tianyu shook his head. I've discovered a great treasure that is a significant boon for both you and me in our cultivation. Chapter 55, Dragon's Marrow and Phoenix's Nectar. Stepping into the nascent soul. Hand in hand with Qian Renxue, they stepped into the depths of the royal palace. Outside a basement, Shen Tianyu raised his hand and smashed open the heavy stone door with a palm strike. A chill rushed towards Qian Renxue, making her shiver. Gentle spiritual energy surged out, enveloping Qian Renxue. After the two entered the basement, at the center, on a crystal-clear ice jade bed, lay two treasures. What is this? Qian Renxue was curious and approached the ice jade bed. Wow, this is amazing. Shen Tianyu's eyes lit up as he first picked up a bone. The bone was about 30 centimeters long and 5 to 6 centimeters thick. Within the bone, faint dragon might was being released. The bone of a young dragon. A rare treasure, and due to the ice jade bed, the dragon marrow inside the young dragon bone was extremely well preserved. He directly handed the young dragon bone to Qian Renxue and continued speaking leisurely. Dragon marrow is an absolute boon for female cultivators. After consuming it, it can refine the purity of spiritual energy, assist in cultivation, and elevate one's realm. You are fortunate, Xiaoxue. What about the other one? It looks like a piece of meat. Golden eyes fell on the other item on the ice jade bed, and colorful light radiated from the feathers. Holding that piece of meat with both hands, Shen Tianyu explained to Qian Renxue, this is the tail of a female phoenix, where the essence of the phoenix resides. Thanks to the ice jade bed, the phoenix liquid is excellently preserved within the tail meat. This item is suitable for male cultivators and, like the young dragon bone, is also a great supplement, with effects similar to what you have in your hand. I never expected that such treasures would be found in a small kingdom like Balak. This trip is indeed an unexpected gain. Shen Tianyu never thought that just casually destroying a kingdom would yield such great benefits. Hurry up and absorb it. Pulling Qian Renxue. They sat on the ice jade bed. The young dragon bone needs to be guided by spiritual energy. Suck on it to absorb the dragon marrow inside, and swallow it directly into your stomach to refine it. Simply put, just treat it as eating rib hot pot. Think of the dragon bone as ribs and suck out the marrow inside. Hearing this, Qian Renxue opened her mouth and bit onto the young dragon bone. She mobilized the spiritual energy in her dantian and started to suck on the dragon bone little by little. YISNT it working. Xiaoxue, you can't rush. Think about how long the young dragon bone has been frozen by the ice jade bed. It definitely requires some effort to extract the dragon marrow inside. Qian Renxue believed him and nodded, continuing to suck. The cold young dragon bone gradually warmed up. Seeing that Qian Renxue was becoming more skilled, Shen Tianyu also picked up the female phoenix tail. Although it was sealed by the ice jade bed, the female phoenix tail still had plenty of elasticity and the meat was in excellent condition. Holding the female phoenix tail, Shen Tianyu brought it to his mouth. Although the tail meat was elastic and tender, it couldn't be eaten directly. Similarly, it required spiritual energy as a guide. He had to suck on it to extract the phoenix liquid from the tail meat and swallow it into his belly. Mobilizing his spiritual energy, Shen Tianyu took a deep breath. The female phoenix tail trembled slightly, and the crystal-clear phoenix liquid surged out from the tail meat. He quickly sucked it into his belly, and within the transparent golden core in his dantian, a small humanoid figure gradually became distinct. Qian Renxue exclaimed in surprise. You extracted the phoenix liquid so quickly? The female phoenix tail is soft, and the phoenix liquid is spread throughout every inch of the tail meat, making it indeed very quick to absorb. The young dragon bone may take a bit longer, but once the dragon marrow is extracted, it will be continuous. Our progress won't differ much. I will definitely be faster than you. Qian Renxue pouted and huffed, putting more effort into sucking on the young dragon bone, determined to absorb the dragon marrow before Shen Tianyu. Unbeknownst to them, the two began to compete. Shen Tianyu, of course, was unwilling to lose to Qian Renxue, increasing the mobilization of his spiritual energy and quickly sucking every inch of the tail meat. The phoenix liquid flowed continuously into his belly. The warm energy quickly spread throughout his body. It seemed that he was just one step away from breaking through to the nascent soul stage. But this one step was frustratingly difficult. Today he must break through. No longer controlling his spiritual energy, he released it all at once. The female phoenix tail was completely enveloped by spiritual energy. He sucked deeply, ensuring that not a single drop of phoenix liquid was wasted. Seeing Shen Tianyu going all out, Qian Renxue also began to accelerate, pushing her internal spiritual energy to the limit. The young dragon bone gradually warmed up from its initial coldness. In the midst of it all, Qian Renxue tasted a hint of the dragon marrow's flavor. What followed was a significant surge of spiritual energy within her. This made Qian Renxue even more certain that the complete extraction of the dragon marrow was just around the corner. The two focused on absorbing the treasures, and the released spiritual energy intertwined with each other, merging invisibly. After the merging of spiritual energy, the speed of absorbing the treasures received a significant boost. Shrek Academy. Since leaving the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Tang San and the others returned to their original campus. Still affiliated with the disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, I settled down and lived in Shrek Academy. On an open space, Dai Mubai and the others were practicing. The 5 of them were divided into 2 groups. Dai Mubai and Oscar in one group, and Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing in the other. The 2 groups engaged in a combat training session, enhancing their skills through real battle. A massive fluctuation of soul power spread out, with both sides evenly matched. We'll call it a day for now. Let's take a break and summarize our battle experiences later. With Tang San absent, Dai Mubai, as the leader of the 7 monsters, was the one giving orders. I wonder if San Gu and the others' plan succeeded? There hasn't been any news yet. Ning Rongrong looked worried, and everyone felt downcast. After such a drastic change, everyone had suffered considerable blows to varying degrees. At that moment, a powerful fluctuation of soul power suddenly appeared, rapidly approaching Shrek Academy. The 5 people's expressions changed dramatically, and the disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School residing in Shrek Academy became tense as well. It's me. Tang Hao spoke in a deep voice, and everyone's hearts immediately calmed down. Soon, Tang Hao and his son Tang San landed in the open space. Sangu, did the plan succeed? Ning Rongrong looked at him with anticipation, eager for good news. Failed. Tang San sighed. Shen Tianyu suddenly appeared and disrupted all our plans. How is that possible? Isn't he outside the borders of the Tiandou Empire? Everyone couldn't believe such a result. Who knows how he suddenly appeared? Tang San was also troubled. The investigation clearly showed Shen Tianyu wasn't there. Yet at a critical moment, the guy suddenly showed up. Now is not the time to be sentimental. We must evacuate immediately. It's dangerous to stay here. The current group was led by Tang San and Tang Hao. Although Ning Rongrong was the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, she only listened to Tang San wholeheartedly. At this moment, when Tang Hao spoke, she turned her gaze to Tang San. Dad is right. We need to evacuate immediately. Shen Tianyu is very likely to find this place. All right, I'll notify everyone. The group immediately dispersed, and the disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, upon receiving the news, hurriedly packed their belongings to retreat. Tang San's eyes were fierce as he thought to himself, "This disgrace is all because of you, Shen Tianyu. I, Tang San, vow to kill you." As night fell, in the royal palace of the Ballot Kingdom, in the basement, the dragon marrow from a young dragon's bones had all been absorbed by Qian Renxue. With all the dragon marrow consumed, Qian Renxue lay contentedly on the iced jade bed, carefully wiping the corners of her mouth with her fingers. She then put her fingers in her mouth, not wasting a single drop of dragon marrow. With all the dragon marrow absorbed, Qian Renxue's cultivation skyrocketed, advancing directly from the early stage of foundation establishment to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. With her current strength, if she were to face Tang Hao again, she definitely wouldn't be crushed and defeated. Beside her, Shen Tianyu also absorbed all the Phoenix Qiong spirit liquid. The transparent golden core in his dantian burst open with a crack. With the golden core breaking, his true form was birthed as an infant. The spiritual energy within him underwent a qualitative change in an instant. At this moment, Shen Tianyu officially stepped into the nascent soul stage. Chapter 56, BB Dong, man. You have caught my attention. After the breakthrough in their realms, both of them were in high spirits. Lying on the iced jade bed, they exchanged satisfied glances. Qian Renxue was no longer opposed to the methods of cultivation. If it weren't for her spiritual energy and timely reaction during Tang Hao's surprise attack, she might have perished under his hammer. Should we exchange some cultivation techniques? Qian Renxue's initiative surprised Shen Tianyu. Ever since he taught her cultivation, she had always resisted. He didn't expect her to be so proactive today, suggesting an exchange of cultivation techniques. Don't think too much. I just want to know what kind of combat power one possesses in the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Qian Renxue's voice grew softer. As a descendant of the six-winged angel clan, she had been noble since childhood, rarely asking for help. Her initiative today clearly made her a bit uncomfortable. I understand. Little Shui, I'm very pleased that you took the initiative to suggest an exchange. I will meet any of your requests. Come on. He released a surge of spiritual energy rapidly. Qian Renxue immediately got up and released her spiritual energy as well. The moment the spiritual energy was released, her physical strength was also mobilized. The colorful butterfly wings spread out, and the colorful butterfly flower opened wide. A powerful suction of spiritual energy instantly rushed towards Shen Tianyu. Good. Let me see how much progress you've made in cultivation techniques this past month. The spiritual energy gathered into a thick beam of light, striking out with a palm towards the colorful butterfly flower. The exchange of cultivation techniques began. In the hall of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, BB Dong sat high on the Pope's seat, her exquisite beauty showing no trace of emotion. Beside her stood the current holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, Hulaina. Hulaina, with her charming eyes and well-proportioned figure, obediently followed BB Dong. Kneeling in the hall was a woman. This woman was not stunningly beautiful, but she was indeed a beautiful woman, appearing to be just over 30. If one truly believed she was only in her 30s, they would be gravely mistaken. This woman was the Spirit Douluo, already over 80 years old. So, that Shen Tianyu saved little Shui again? Yes, Your Holiness. The Spirit Douluo answered while kneeling, not daring to look directly at BB Dong. Did little Shui learn any cultivation techniques from that person? According to Qi Shui and Qi Long, the young master indeed learned cultivation techniques and mastered powers different from soul power. It should be thanks to those techniques that the young master survived under the Haotian hammer. BB Dong nodded secretly. Cultivation techniques were indeed marvelous. She was very clear about Qian Renxue's strength. Facing Tang Hao's massive hammer, she would have surely died. The fact that she could survive this time must be due to the cultivation techniques. Deep down, BB Dong grew increasingly curious about Shen Tianyu. Mun, you have caught my attention. Your Holiness, should we take some action regarding Shen Tianyu, like sending someone to monitor him? If you want to die, then you can go monitor him. The Spirit Douluo shivered. The last time 4 of them faced Shen Tianyu, they were easily defeated, with 1 dead and 3 severely injured. Monitoring such a powerful being would be seeking death, right? From the current signs, Shen Tianyu won't be our enemy. If it weren't for his repeated interventions, the Tiandou Empire wouldn't have fallen into our hands. As for the death of Elder Jiu, it can only be blamed on his bad luck. There must have been some misunderstanding at the time. We can just explain it to him in the future. What Your Holiness said is very true. The Spirit Douluo dared not say more and nodded in agreement. Your task is complete. The next task is to go to the Star Luo Empire and investigate the movements of the Star Luo royal family. Understood. This subordinate takes my leave. Ling Yuan took a deep breath and felt much more relaxed after walking out of the Pope's palace. The oppressive aura brought by Pope Bibi Dong was truly overwhelming. As a titled Douluo, Ling Yuan knew he was no match for Bibi Dong. Moreover, there was an indescribable aura about Bibi Dong that always made him feel a tightness in his heart whenever they were in close proximity. After accepting the mission, Ling Yuan took to the sky and headed straight for the Star Luo Empire. Inside the Pope's palace, only the master and disciple were left. Nana, what do you think of Shen Tianyu? Hulaina responded without any hesitation. Teacher, although I have never met this person from his actions, he seems to be both righteous and evil, acting according to his whims. As long as you don't go against his wishes, you might be destroyed by him. Just like the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, and the Tiandou royal family. However, this person seems to care a lot about the young master. The current plight of the Tiandou royal family and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect is all because they offended the young master. If he marries the young master, he will definitely be useful to our spear hall. Very good. Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction, showing great affection for this disciple whom she often kept by her side to teach. When asked, Hulaina indeed answered directly without much thought. However, prior to this, Hulaina had already contemplated a lot. No matter what Bibi Dong asked, she could answer smoothly. Yet, this person still needed further observation. Impatience was not advisable. Nana, I will be in seclusion for a while. In the coming days, do not let anyone disturb me. Rest assured, teacher, no one will disturb your seclusion. After giving her instructions, Bibi Dong entered a secret chamber and left the spirit hall unnoticed by everyone. Time flies when you're having fun. A simple exchange of celestial techniques passed in a day and a night. By noon the next day, Shen Tianyu and Qian Renxue left the Bala Kingdom. Shen Tianyu was quite satisfied with the celestial technique exchange from the previous day. After not seeing each other for a month, Qian Renxue has made significant progress in her immortal techniques. Her attacks have become more proactive and under the condition of suppressing her cultivation level. Shen Tianyu surprisingly feels a bit overwhelmed. This situation has only been encountered when both the Ice and Snow Emperors attacked simultaneously. It truly confirms an old saying, absence makes the heart grow fonder. After returning to Tiandou City, I will immediately issue an edict to notify the 3 major kingdoms and the Eastern Principality, believing that they will no longer cause trouble. As for the Cultivation Academy you want to establish, how about placing it at the original site of the Tiandou Royal Academy? That's fine, but you need to arrange my residence. Where do you want to live? In the harem. Qian Renxue was furious. You scoundrel with ill intentions. How could that be ill-intentioned? Living closer to you would allow me to guide you in practicing more often. I'm doing this for your own good. Qian Renxue turned her head away, appearing somewhat unwilling on the surface, but in reality, she was still a bit pleased. As they rushed along, nearing the city of Tiandou, Shen Tianyu furrowed his brow and stopped. What's wrong? Xiaoxue, you should head back to Tiandou City first. I have some matters to attend to. As you wish. The indifferent reply echoed as Qian Renxue left Shen Tianyu behind. After rushing for 500 meters, a melodious voice reached his ears. Come back early. You still need to teach me about cultivating immortality. Don't worry. He smiled as he watched Qian Renxue disappear from view. Since he was already here, there was no need to hide. Come out, Bibi Dong. Chapter 57. If you weren't Xiaoxue's birth mother, would I still care about you? The Pope just arrived and was detected by you. Shen Tianyu, I am very curious about your cultivation. I am equally curious about why you traveled so far to Tiandou instead of staying in your spear hall. With narrowed eyes, Shen Tianyu stared at the woman in front of him. The splendid golden dress fit Bibi Dong perfectly from head to toe. Over 100 red, blue, and gold gemstones were embedded in the gown. She wore a 9-curved purple gold crown and held a 2-meter-long gemstone scepter. Her appearance was nearly perfect with fair skin. Noble, elegant, beautiful. Every adjective that describes a woman's beauty could be applied to her, especially the sacred aura emanating from her, which involuntarily inspired a sense of reverence. In nearly a decade, you are the first to dare question me, the Pope. I am not like some who are used to flattery. A look of appreciation appeared in Bibi Dong's eyes. From Shen Tianyu, she saw the unruly spirit of a strong person. I come from the Spirit Hall primarily to thank you. If it weren't for your assistance, the plan to seize the throne of the Tiandou Empire would have already failed. Secondly, the 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile School, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan have always been a thorn in my side. Now one is destroyed and the other severely weakened. All thanks to you. BB Dong hesitated before shifting the topic. You have helped my spirit hall greatly. We wish to befriend you and have brought our most sincere gratitude. What is the point of verbal thanks? It would be better to offer something substantial. Shen Tianyu coldly snorted, finding such insincere gratitude meaningless. Upon hearing this, BB Dong felt a slight loss of interest in Shen Tianyu. After all, he was still a self-serving individual. However, that was fine. A person who is clear-minded and desires nothing could be too terrifying. If you are willing, you can join my spirit hall. The Elder Hall will surely have place for you. Moreover, I can grant you the position of Chief Elder, making you second only to me in the Spirit Hall. Heh! A cold smile appeared at the corner of Shen Tianyu's mouth, feeling displeased inside. Are you trying to recruit me as a subordinate? Do you think you are worthy of me being beneath you? BB Dong was taken aback, a flash of anger crossing her eyes. One arrogant guy. Since becoming the Pope of the Spirit Hall, no one had ever dared to speak to her like this. Suppressing her anger, BB Dong calmed her emotions. This person's strength was astonishing. It was best not to make an enemy of him for now. What is it that you want? My spirit hall can basically fulfill anything across the continent. Is that so? Shen Tianyu's narrowed eyes assessed BB Dong from top to bottom. I wonder if I can ask something from your holiness the Pope? What did you say? A violent aura surged forth. BB Dong's gemstone scepter struck the air fiercely. A strong and powerful soul pressure was directly unleashed. I have the intention to befriend you. Yet you speak such disrespectful words. Do you know that disrespecting the Pope of the Spirit Hall is a capital offense? Capital offense? Can your Spirit Hall kill me? Don't think that just because you are BB Dong, even if Qian Douluo himself came, what could he do to me? The only reason I can talk to you nicely now is because of my respect for Xiaoxue. If you weren't Xiaoxue's biological mother, would I even bother with you? BB Dong's pupils widened, and her head felt as if it had exploded. Staring at Shen Tianyu with disbelief, the killing intent in her eyes could no longer be concealed. The relationship between her and Qian Renxue was known to very few. Even within the entire Wuhuan Palace, not many knew about it. Shen Tianyu was merely a newly emerging strong individual. How could he possibly know the secrets behind this? Did Xiaoxue tell you? No. I know your little matter all too well. There is no need for Xiaoxue to inform me. So you mean to say, you are quite familiar with this Pope's past? Indeed, very familiar. And I know that you came here to ask me about another matter. Shen Tianyu responded confidently, having thoroughly understood BB Dong's little schemes. The notion of thanking me for helping Qian Renxue seize the throne of the Tiandou Empire, exterminating the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and destroying the 7-treasure glazed tile school is all nonsense. Oh, then tell me, what else does this Pope want to ask you? Naturally, it is about that useless Yu Xiaojiang. Bang! The wave of soul power swept across, and BB Dong momentarily lost control of her emotional fluctuations. What? ISNT your old lover waste? BB Dong, your intelligence ISNT low. I don't believe that the Wuhuan Palace, which has stood for countless years on the continent, would be unaware of his theories on martial souls. Facing BB Dong's pressure, Shen Tianyu remained unfazed. The aura he unconsciously released while speaking was not at all inferior to BB Dong's. In fact, BB Dong could sense that this person had not yet exerted his full strength. Unable to respond to Shen Tianyu's questioning, BB Dong knew that the Wuhuan Palace had basically mastered Yu Xiaojiang's martial soul theories long ago, even some top secrets, such as twin martial souls, which the Wuhuan Palace understood better than Yu Xiaojiang did. After countless years of accumulation in the Wuhuan Palace, Yu Xiaojiang's martial soul theories seemed like that of a self-righteous clown. It was just that deep down, BB Dong had a filter, unwilling to confront it directly. To put it bluntly, she still had lingering feelings for her old lover. This Pope does not wish to discuss these matters with you. He is still in your hands. Right? Not anymore. He was slapped to death by me. What did you say? BB Dong raged, the killing intent in her eyes no longer suppressed. You dare to kill him? How dare you? Without my permission, no one on the entire Douluo continent can kill him. If you kill him, you will pay the price. Talking to herself, the killing intent surged. A massive amount of soul power was rapidly released outward. The entire space was faintly trembling. Wuhuan release, Death Spider Emperor. Yellow, purple, black, 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 red. 9 soul rings emerged from behind. Especially when that bright red 100,000-year soul ring was released. The space seemed to tremble as if it were about to kneel at BB Dong's feet. The Pope's temper is truly not small. If you want to kill me, you must see if you have that capability. One misstep, and the spiritual energy surged. The pressure released by Bibidong's 100,000-year soul rings was instantly dissipated. Instead, a strong spiritual energy pressure descended from the sky, directly targeting Bibidong. Bibidong, do you know what he looked like when I killed him, begging on his knees? Shut up. With the third soul ring illuminated, Bibidong struck fiercely. Death spiderweb bind. A deep purple spiderweb was spewed forth, carrying purple poison gas, rapidly lunging toward Shen Tianyu. In midair, the spiderweb continued to expand. It was clear that Bibidong was extremely confident in this move. Huh! With a loud shout, he leaped into the air and dove down. His fist swung overhead, and he charged into the range covered by the spiderweb like a cannonball. Smash! A punch struck the spiderweb dead center, and the web, which was about to contract, instantly cracked with a series of sounds. Bibidong's tried-and-true third soul skill was effortlessly neutralized by a single punch from Shen Tianyu. Bibidong, take a punch for me. Chapter 58. A punch that explodes. Bibidong, the punch shattered space, swift as a shadow and light. In the blink of an eye, it reached close. Fourth soul skill, spider armor. Purple-black long spikes instantly covered every part of Bibidong's body. The purple spider armor released after the martial spirit strengthened in an instant, becoming extremely thick and greatly enhancing its defensive power. Boom! Spiritual energy surged, exploding with a loud bang. Crack! The heavy spider armor shattered, and the defense was breached in an instant. The fist suddenly transformed into a palm, directly slapping against Bibidong's grand chest. Bibidong, furious, fully unleashed her killing intent. Endless murderous aura surrounded her, and the domain of the god of death quickly formed, enveloping Shen Tianyu within. Bibidong's momentum continuously surged, greatly enhancing her combat power. The black soul rings flickered, and the sixth soul skill erupted. Blood-sucking spider spike. In midair, purple spider spikes were released out of thin air, surrounding Shen Tianyu. Each spike's tip shimmered with a blood-red light. Kill! The spider spikes erupted, attacking from all directions. Clang! Countless spider spikes struck Shen Tianyu's body almost simultaneously. The sound of the impacts left Bibidong momentarily stunned. My body is like diamond. How can these tiny spider spikes harm me? Boom! Spiritual energy erupted, sweeping away all the spider spikes. The spider needles exploded into fragments, flying across the sky. A sense of powerlessness surged in her heart. Since becoming a title Douluo, it was the first time Bibidong faced someone whose various soul skills had no effect. The feeling of powerlessness lasted only a moment before vanishing without a trace. The seventh and eighth soul rings lit up simultaneously. Seventh soul skill, true body of the death spider emperor. Eighth soul skill, spider emperor clone. The two major soul skills were unleashed in an instant, and to Bibidong's left, the clone burst forth. This eighth soul skill, spider emperor clone, could create a clone with 100 of the original's combat power. Although it could only use the first 7 soul skills, it still possessed the strength of a title Douluo. Attack! The original and the clone struck simultaneously. With narrowed eyes, her majestic figure left behind afterimages in the air. However, in the moment of the flash, she arrived above the spider emperor clone. The power in her fist surged to its peak in an instant. A punch descended, sealing off the flow of energy. The spider emperor clone felt a tremendous force falling from the sky, and though it wanted to dodge, it couldn't move an inch. Break! The fist smashed down, hitting the spider emperor clone's head directly. Boom! In the next moment, the spider emperor clone's head exploded. The violent spiritual energy swept across, carrying immense power that directly shattered the clone's body into fragments. Bibidong's face turned pale. It was only when Shen Tianyu threw this punch that she realized something was wrong. This man's strength was terrifyingly formidable. If this punch landed on her, the outcome was self-evident. Soul-devouring spider emperor. She coldly whispered, seamlessly switching her martial soul. Her arms transformed into dark green spears, and 7 soul rings slowly emerged. 5 black and 2 red. 2 bright, red 100,000-year soul rings spun, releasing a ferocious aura that made the space tremble. Shen Tianyu's gaze was fixed on the last 100,000-year soul ring. The 7th soul ring, the true form of the martial soul. It could be said to be an unchanging soul skill throughout the ages. Thus, the choice for the 7th soul ring had a higher degree of freedom to some extent. Bibidong's 7th soul ring must be that of Xiao Wu's mother. The 1st and 3rd black soul rings lit up, and dark green light shone on Bibidong. 3rd soul skill, demon spider summon. Hiss hiss hiss, the ground exploded, releasing dark green poison gas. Countless dark green poison spiders crawled out from beneath the ground. These dark green poison spiders were surrounded by an aura of death. As soon as they emerged, 8 spider legs supported their bodies, leaping into the air, heading straight for Shen Tianyu. These little spiders held no interest for him. With a snap of his fingers, spiritual energy erupted, and in an instant, countless streams of spiritual energy descended. The spiritual energy moved like sword energy, and every dark green poison spider that soared into the air was killed without exception beneath the spiritual energy. The real attack was not these spiders. Bibidong's voice was cold, like the return of Hell's Reapers. First soul skill, Crescent Moon. 6 spider legs supporting the ground and 2 dark green spears on her arms all converged at one point. With 8 tips touching each other, the shrinking body gathered soul power, accompanied by a sharp, cold shout, slashing out 8 green crescent light blades. Kill! The 8 crescent light blades rotated and moved in the air, arranged in various formations under Bibidong's control. At the moment of attack, they formed a long snake formation. Shen Tianyu swung his fist forward, and the moment his fist made contact with the first crescent light blade, the other 7 crescent light blades quickly spread out. Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, Shen Tianyu was completely surrounded. Boom! The 8 crescent light blades struck his flesh. An explosion sounded. This level of strength was still not enough. Of course, it wasn't enough. Beyond the explosions, Bibidong's 6th soul ring lit up. 6th soul skill, Eternal Creation. The powerful attack soul skill attached to the 100,000-year soul ring was also Bibidong's strongest means of attack. Eternal Creation ignored physical defenses and weakened energy defenses by 50%. Once hit, the resulting trauma will spread endlessly, and the one struck can only rely on soul power to resist until they are exhausted and perish. 2 dark green long spears crossed in front of the chest. A massive surge of soul power flowed in, transforming the dark green spears into a giant scythe. Die for me. The crossed giant scythe slashed out, sending forth a green fork-shaped energy ripple that tore through space. At this moment, the 8 crescent-shaped light blades had just finished exploding, and Shen Tianyu was still standing in place. This strike was unavoidable. In Bibidong's eyes, a fiery anticipation flickered. This strongest strike, even if it hit a 100,000-year soul beast, would gradually consume it to death. Among the titled Douluo, there were very few who could take her move head-on. Of course, very few knew that she possessed this soul skill, forcing me to use my second martial soul. You are indeed strong. A talent like you, though a bit arrogant, I would still be willing to recruit you. It's a pity you shouldn't have killed Xiao Gang. Her stunning beauty revealed a trace of pain. The death of Yu Xiaojang drove Bibidong even crazier and made her more determined in her plans. Bibidong, do you think you've won? Without taking a step back, Shen Tianyu's fist quickly gathered spiritual energy. Muscles bulged as he swung a punch. The fist's aura shot out and collided with the dark green fork-shaped energy ripple. Boom! The dark green fork-shaped energy ripple exploded in an instant. The fist's aura was unscathed as it rapidly surged toward Bibidong. At the same time, an invisible immense force was released from above, directly descending around Bibidong. Under this immense force, the surrounding space was completely sealed off. Bibidong was greatly shocked, and her martial soul quickly transformed into the Death Spider Emperor. Facing the incoming fist aura, Bibidong felt the threat of death. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, and the 9th soul ring lit up. The 9th soul skill, Undying Body. The moment the soul skill was released, the fist aura was already close at hand. This punch came crashing down, completely covering Bibidong's body. Boom! An explosion echoed, and Bibidong's body was directly blown apart. The violent wave of spiritual energy shattered Bibidong's body into pieces, scattering blood and flesh through the air. One punch, exploding Bibidong. Chapter 59. Bibidong, you must have endured a lot over the years. Flesh and blood gradually dissipated and melted under the impact of spiritual energy. Bibidong's figure had long since vanished without a trace. It was as if she had never been there at all. In the air, only the smell of blood remained. Shen Tianyu stood with his hands behind his back, hovering in midair. His eyes narrowed slightly as he spread out all his spiritual energy. Bibidong, I'm very clear about the effect of your 9th soul skill. The immortal body. If you do not show yourself, I will accompany you in this standoff. Let's see who loses their patience first. The sound waves rolled outwards, sweeping through this space. Even if Bibidong's body were shattered by this soul skill, it could still reassemble and return to its original state. The space trembled slightly as energy began to gather. The scattered flesh and blood unexpectedly began to condense out of thin air. Pieces of flesh merged together. Soon, Bibi Dong's figure reappeared in the world. However, at this moment, Bibi Dong's face was pale, devoid of color. The last punch from Shen Tianyu was incredibly powerful. Of course, this was because Shen Tianyu had held back and did not intend to kill her. Otherwise, even with the immortality granted by her soul skill, Bibi Dong would not have survived. After her form was restored, Bibi Dong's complexion was extremely difficult to bear. Her eyes fixed on Shen Tianyu, her voice slightly hoarse. Shen Tianyu, I indeed underestimated you. But do you really think I have no way to kill you? If you insist on going all out, I will spare no effort to bury you here. In her fierce eyes, there was still a hint of confidence. Shen Tianyu sighed, Bibi Dong, you must have endured a lot over the years. What do you mean? Bibi Dong furrowed her brows in confusion, her stunning beauty marred by a frown. Due to the restrictions of the Rakshasa god inheritance, despite possessing the strength of a 99th level limit law, she could not fully exert it. Faced with a mere Tang Hao, she had to retreat and endure blows. Your patience is truly admirable. Mentioning the Rakshasa god inheritance made Bibi Dong lose her composure. Just as Shen Tianyu said, she had long possessed the strength of a limit Douluo. However, due to the limitations of the Rakshasa god inheritance, she had to present herself as weak for many years. A large portion of her soul power remained untapped. In this world, no one could resist the temptation of becoming a god. To achieve divinity, Bibi Dong was naturally willing to endure this much. But as for the time of the Rakshasa god, only she knew, and she had never revealed it to outsiders. Even in front of Tiandou, she had disguised herself very well. If one were to ask what Bibi Dong's biggest secret was, it would undoubtedly be the matter of the Rakshasa god inheritance. How do you know me so well? The more her greatest secret was known, the stronger the killing intent in Bibi Dong's heart became. Once this matter is exposed, Tiandou might directly take action and eliminate her. After all, if Bibi Dong becomes a god, she will be completely uncontrollable, which poses the greatest threat to Tiandou. I not only understand your past, but also know what you are thinking in your heart, even knowing your ending. Looking down upon Bibi Dong from high position, she no longer has the demeanor she had when she first appeared. You speak alarmingly. You know my past and can rely on various clues to gather information. But the human heart is hard to fathom. How can you know what I am thinking? Not to mention my ending. The future has not yet occurred. Can you really see through the mysteries of heaven? Naturally, Shen Tianyu does not believe in such statements. The past may be understood, but the human heart and the future are elusive. Bibi Dong, what you think in your heart is quite simple. It is nothing more than to destroy the blue lightning tyrant dragon and kill everyone who looks down on you, Xiaojiang. Furthermore, it is to destroy the spirit hall in your hands. Bibi Dong's expression changed dramatically, filled with extreme fear. What she thought at her heart had been completely known by this person. In that instant, Bibi Dong felt as if she was completely seen through. In front of this man, she had no secrets to speak of. Bibi Dong, I really find you quite laughable and pitiful, thinking too highly of yourself. You want to destroy the blue lightning tyrant dragon and kill everyone who looks down on you, Xiaojiang. But do you know what you Xiaojiang will do after you do all this? He will stop at nothing and think of any way to kill you. The love you speak of in his eyes is nothing but hatred. Impossible. Bibi Dong immediately shook her head in denial. Those people have deeply hurt him. Killing them is to vent for him. Haha, naive. Let me ask you, what are you to him? This fatal question left Bibi Dong speechless. What is she to you, Xiaojiang? If this question were posed in her youth, Bibi Dong could have answered, but now she has no answer. You are nothing. But the blue lightning tyrant dragon is his family. If you kill his family, will he let you go? As the old saying goes, blood is thicker than water. In you Xiaojiang's eyes, the blue lightning tyrant dragon will always be his home. Those who insulted and belittled him are all blood relatives. And you are merely a passerby in his life. Shut up, shut up. Bibi Dong's face twisted, her whole being on the brink of collapse. Am I wrong? The surroundings were silent, and Bibi Dong was trembling all over. Every word from Shen Tianyu nearly drove her to the brink of collapse. But Bibi Dong's greatest characteristic is her endurance and resilience. Even on the edge of collapse, she forcibly controlled her emotions and began to contemplate Shen Tianyu's words. Bibi Dong, if you came just to thank me, I naturally wouldn't do anything to you. But you foolish woman, you even dared to ask me about you Xiaojiang's whereabouts. Have you thought about what you Xiaojiang is doing? The struggle for the throne of the Heavendou Empire, the ambush not long ago. Yu Xiaojiang's spear is aimed directly at Xiaoxue. Xiaoxue is your own flesh and blood. What is Yu Xiaojiang to you? Is he worth you disregarding your own flesh and blood? In this world, Xiaoxue is your only family. The word family pierced into Bibi Dong's chest like a sharp sword. In her years as the Pope, she had been cold-blooded and ruthless, like a lonely wolf. She had not felt the warmth of family for a long time. You want to destroy the Spirit Hall. It's nothing but the nonsense that Qian Renxue did to you. The deed has been done, and Qian Renxue has also been killed by you. What about the others in the Spirit Hall? Don't forget, everything you have was given to you by the Spirit Hall. Why do you have to destroy it? Moreover, you can be indifferent and heartless towards the Spirit Hall, but the Spirit Hall is Xiaoxue's home. If you destroy the Spirit Hall, the relationship between you and your daughter will have no room for reconciliation. If you still have a bit of rationality, then think about it. The killing intent in her eyes weakened significantly. Shen Tianyu's words indeed made Bibi Dong begin to reflect. Is everything she has done correct? Does her mother-daughter relationship with Qian Renxue really need to reach an irreconcilable point? I have been taught. After a long time, Bibi Dong retracted her soul power fluctuations. Just as she was about to leave, a massive wave of spiritual energy directly enveloped her. Did I say you could leave? What do you want? The previously retracted killing intent erupted once again. I remember you came to ask, but you said you wanted to thank me properly, and now you've forgotten? After doing so many things, you can't expect no reward. Moreover, today, I wasted so much breath explaining some principles to Bibi Dong and guiding her thoughts to change. Shen Tianyu did all this, of course, not as a saint. A reward is necessary. What do you want? I said it before, as long as you are the Pope. Chapter 60, Standing Shoulder to Shoulder with the Gods as a Mortal. Shen Tianyu, don't get carried away. Do you really think I can't deal with you? Her fierce, beautiful eyes stared intensely at Shen Tianyu. The calm, killing intent reappeared, carrying a hint of unique power. This power was filled with the intent of slaughter. Shen Tianyu narrowed his eyes slightly, seeing the intricacies within. Bibi Dong, who accepted the inheritance of the Rakshasa god, indeed had her soul power suppressed and could not use her full strength. But as the inheritor, she could still exert a bit of the Rakshasa god's power. However, for many years, Bibi Dong had hidden it well and had never revealed the power of the Rakshasa god. You want to use the power of the Rakshasa god? Bibi Dong, have you thought this through? Once the power of the Rakshasa god is unleashed, Qian Douluo will sense it to some extent. By that time, he will probably spare no effort to completely erase you. Of course, you can certainly try using the power of the Rakshasa god, even if the Rakshasa god himself arrives. I'm not afraid at all. As the voice landed, spiritual energy erupted. With a wave of his hand, his robe billowed. The immense power directly suppressed Bibi Dong. The spiritual energy was like a shackling chain, trapping Bibi Dong completely. A look of shock appeared on Bibi Dong's pale face. She immediately summoned all her soul power, trying to break free from this restraint. It's useless. Taking a step into the air, he easily subdued Bibi Dong. Let me go. If I lose contact, the Spirit Hall will definitely search for me with all their might, and you'll be in big trouble. Stop trying to scare me. When you leave the Spirit Hall, there must be some explanation, like going into seclusion. Strong individuals go into seclusion for a short period of 3 to 5 months, or even several years. During that time, who can think too much? Be obedient. He picked up Bibi Dong and headed straight for the direction of the Sunset Forest. Rushing forward, the great relocation technique was continuously cast. Bibi Dong struggled desperately, but all her efforts were in vain. Arriving at the Sunset Forest, she returned to her Yutian Immortal Mansion. After being away for more than a month, the environment of the Yutian Immortal Mansion had greatly improved. Within the array, the spiritual energy was abundant. Taking a deep breath, vast amounts of spiritual energy flowed into her body. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures that had been planted had now taken root and sprouted, showing signs of life. Carrying Bibi Dong, he threw her into the cave dwelling. Raising his hand, he took out the ice jade bed found in the Barak kingdom from the Rui treasure bag and placed it in the immortal mansion. If you dare to disrespect this Pope, I swear that no matter where you are, I will kill you. Do you think I'm afraid of you? With a disdainful snort, he waved his hand, channeling spiritual energy. 2 fingers came together, pointing down onto Bibi Dong's body. The spiritual energy quickly spread and surged into Bibi Dong. Boom, boom, boom. As the spiritual energy just entered her body, it emitted a series of rumbling sounds. The power of the Rakshasa god hidden within Bibi Dong clashed with the spiritual energy. Suppress it for me. Bang. With overwhelming spiritual energy suppressing it, the Rakshasa god's power immediately fell silent. The Rakshasa god's power clearly did not have the thought of giving up. Just after being suppressed, it was ready to counterattack again. Good. Even more enormous spiritual energy directly impacted the Rakshasa god's power. Rakshasa god, if you have the guts, come to the Douluo continent. I will definitely tear you apart. The words were filled with threats. The divine consciousness within that trace of Rakshasa god's power immediately sensed the intent of death. After trembling, it calmed down. Did you see that, Bibi Dong? The so-called gods are nothing but bullies who fear the strong. In the face of absolute strength, gods are merely trash. At this moment, Bibi Dong's head was roaring. She clearly sensed that the Rakshasa god's power within her was filled with fear. For a moment, I couldn't see through the man in front of me. What exactly do you want to do? Don't you know what you are doing? The corners of his mouth curved into a smile. Of course, it was to relieve worries and troubles. After so many years, you must have accumulated quite a bit of sorrow in your heart. In the path of cultivation, the most taboo thing is to have a worried mind. Let me help you clear out all the worries accumulated over the years. With a flick of 2 fingers, spiritual energy erupted. The vast spiritual energy flowed into my body, and Bibi Dong trembled all over. The soul power in her meridians, which had been stagnant, was instantly replaced by spiritual energy. This spiritual energy was very gentle, not violent at all, and after entering the meridians, it carefully nourished the fragile meridians. Bibi Dong's body was fixed in place by the spiritual energy, unable to move even a little, and could only allow Shen Tianyu to strengthen her meridians. Time passed quietly, and Bibi Dong's meridians greatly improved. Unconsciously, she seemed to be reborn. Almost done. With her 2 fingers brought together, the spiritual energy condensed into a point and fell down without hesitation. The vast spiritual energy that surged into her body exploded completely in an instant, stimulating Bibi Dong's body. Awaken! Thunderous booms echoed, and a hint of charm flashed in Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes. It was just a fleeting moment, then disappeared without a trace. What replaced it was the awakening of her physique. The residual power of her physique surged out like a tidal wave. The roar of a tiger echoed, deafening. Shen Tianyu's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he saw a fierce white tiger riding the sea on the boundless ocean. It turned out to be the Taiyuan white tiger physique. This was unexpected. Bibi Dong's twin martial souls were both spider type. Shen Tianyu had originally speculated that Bibi Dong's cultivation physique should lean towards poison. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the ferocious and aggressive Taiyuan white tiger physique. This kind of physique is slow to cultivate. However, the battle power that erupts is several times above the same realm. A power has increased within me. Bibi Dong was astonished, her beautiful eyes flashing with disbelief. Is this your cultivation method? Before coming here, Bibi Dong had already learned about Shen Tianyu and naturally knew that he practiced immortal techniques. That's right, Bibi Dong. For the next period of time, you will stay here and cultivate the immortal technique. Trust me, cultivating immortality is much stronger than becoming a god. Not to mention that you are currently receiving the inheritance of the Rakshasa god. Even if the entire divine realm came out in full force, I have the ability to slay them all. Bibi Dong's heart moved slightly. Shen Tianyu was too arrogant. Arrogant enough not to fear the gods at all. In him, Bibi Dong saw a kind of belief. A mortal body that stands shoulder to shoulder with the divine. Your physique has just awakened, and your affinity for spiritual energy is still low. You need to consolidate it quickly. I will lend you a helping hand. The spiritual energy moved, and a finger pointed at Bibi Dong's forehead. The techniques and formulas of the mandarin ducks playing in water were all transmitted into Bibi Dong's mind. Each move had a corresponding method to break it. With your talent, it will definitely not be difficult to understand. The best way to consolidate your physique is to use spiritual energy in actual combat to deepen the physique's perception of spiritual energy. Next, I will strike one by one, and you only need to counter each move. Remember, your reactions must be quick. Cultivating immortality is not like martial souls. A slight mistake can lead to going astray. After explaining, the mandarin ducks playing in water technique directly activated. You have received the technique, and Bibi Dong quickly read through it, only to have doubts arise. Is this really a cultivation method? It actually resembles some petty books in a market quite closely. However, before she could voice her doubts, Shen Tianyu had already made his move. Facing the vast spiritual energy, Bibi Dong immediately activated her Taiyuan white tiger physique, urging the spiritual energy within her body to counter. Chapter 61. Qian Renxue. Stay away from that venomous woman from day to night. Bibi Dong's physique had been fully consolidated. After finishing the cultivation, Shen Tianyu marveled in his heart. No wonder the Taiyuan white tiger physique has a slow cultivation speed. It turns out to be due to severe spiritual energy leakage. Bibidong's physique is even more difficult to store spiritual energy than the Ice Emperor's Phoenix Crown 9 nether physique. However, the killing power is indeed ferocious. Today's cultivation ends here. Your talent is excellent, but due to your physique, your improvement is relatively slow. However, I have found solution. The spiritual energy in your lower abdomen must be held in until I return. On the cold, ice jade bed, Bibidong's lower abdomen bulged. Pure spiritual energy was hidden in her lower abdomen. After adjusting her robes, Shen Tianyu left the Yutian Immortal Mansion. At this moment, the moon was bright and the stars were few. It was already very late. He mobilized spiritual energy and soared into the sky, constantly using the great teleportation technique. Heading straight for the direction of Tiandou City, Bibidong lay on the cold, ice jade bed, trying her best to control the spiritual energy in her body. Her body was tense, fearing that even the slightest movement would lead to the leakage of spiritual energy, thus wasting all her efforts. In the deep night, Tiandou City was still bustling and prosperous. However, the Tiandou Palace was somewhat silent. In the deep palace, Qian Renxue, with waist-length golden hair, was anxiously pacing back and forth in her chamber. After returning to Tiandou City today, she began to handle various political affairs. First, she completely canceled the Baloch Kingdom under the pretext of rebellion and brought it back under the rule of the Tiandou Empire's royal family. Then there was the matter of changing the cultivation methods of the Tiandou Royal Academy, along with various chaotic issues, keeping her extremely busy. The destruction of the Baloch Kingdom also had a significant impact on the remaining 3 major kingdoms in the Eastern Duchy. Today, messengers were immediately dispatched to declare that they would always be subjects of the Tiandou Empire and presented the captured remnants of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Qian Renxue naturally knew what these guys were plotting. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't act hastily right now, she would definitely eradicate the kingdoms with thunderous force. So late? Why hasn't he come yet? Is something wrong? Standing by the window, her golden eyes furrowed in worry. Unable to sit still, Qian Renxue couldn't help but want to go out and search. Just then, a fleeting figure appeared outside the Tiandou Palace. It swept past a group of forbidden guards and headed straight for the deep palace. How bold! In the dark of night, Shilong shouted angrily as he leaped out. Just as he grasped his snake spear, he immediately turned to attack from behind. What kind of dog thief dares to break into my Tiandou Palace? The shadow that appeared next was Zixue, and before he could say a word, he was slapped by Shilong. Shilong, you dare to hit me? You fool. If I don't slap you, we might lose our heads. Following the direction Shilong pointed, Zixue saw where the figure was heading. Cold sweat poured down his back, and Zixue felt as if he had narrowly escaped death. Brother, thanks. No need to be polite. It's what I should do. Shilong breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he raised his head, a fat palm came right at him. Damn, Zixue, you hit me, and just now you slapped me. I saved you, and you repay me with a slap? I will definitely remember your kindness, but you slapped me, and I must return the favor. All right, we're done as friends. Take this. A swift wind blew, and Shen Tianyu quietly appeared in the inner chamber. Qian Renxue's tightly furrowed brows relaxed, and a hint of joy arose in her heart. But her golden eyes remained emotionless. A pair of large hands wrapped around her waist from behind. You still know how to come back. A displeased voice coldly came out. There was a small situation, and I just resolved it and rushed over. A faint fragrance wafted through the air. Qian Renxue's heart stirred slightly as she allowed Shen Tianyu to hold her waist, turning to face each other. Have you seen her? Who? Bibidong. Don't deny it. I can smell her scent on you. His Shen Tianyu gasped. Are women's noses this sensitive? I did see her. She came to thank me. He then described the encounter with Bibidong in detail, although some details were altered by Shen Tianyu. You didn't lie to me? No. Shen Tianyu answered seriously, not blushing or skipping a heartbeat. Stay away from that venomous woman. Interacting with her will lead to your demise sooner or later. Indeed. Shen Tianyu nodded. Feeling quite moved, the killing intent of a tiger was indeed something ordinary people couldn't withstand. Enough of this. Let's start your training. A shy blush appeared on Baiji's face. I'll close the doors and windows. It won't affect anything. The spiritual energy needs to be released and spread out. Otherwise, this palace might not be able to handle it. But what if someone sees? You are the emperor. Who would dare to come close? Xiaoxue, stop wasting time and start your training. Spiritual energy was released, and celestial techniques were activated. A lesson in celestial magic begins in the depths of the palace's sleeping quarters. A night without incident. The sun is already high in the sky. The warm sunlight slants into the sleeping chamber, and Shen Tianyu, still feeling groggy, rubs his eyes and gets up. Qian Renxue is still in a deep sleep, but upon hearing the noise, she opens her eyes. With traces of unwashed remnants at the corner of her mouth, the dazed Qian Renxue suddenly wakes up. "Ah, it's all your fault. We've missed the morning court." In a hurry, she gets up, washes up, and uses her soul skill to disguise herself as Shueqinghe. "What are you panicking about? You are the emperor. You can attend morning court whenever you want. Do you think I am a foolish monarch? I cannot just decide not to hold morning court from now on." After getting dressed, Qian Renxue walks out of the sleeping chamber. 500 meters away from the chamber, Shilong and Ci Shui are kneeling. What happened? The students of the Tiandou Royal Academy are causing quite a ruckus over the change in cultivation methods. Led by the genius Yu Tianheng, they are blocking the palace gates. Now, the whole Tiandou city knows about it. In a world where martial souls are revered, any sudden change in cultivation methods is naturally met with opposition. Qian Renxue had anticipated this. However, she had not considered a solution. Let them return to the Tiandou Royal Academy and say that the new president will return to the academy soon to resolve this matter. Within the chamber, Shen Tianyu's voice can be heard. Shilong and Ci Shui exchange glances and look at Qian Renxue. "Go deliver the decree. Do as he says." Yes. The two receive the order and withdraw, while Shen Tianyu, now dressed in his robes, steps out. "Are you confident you can resolve this properly?" "Simple. Just deal with the troublemaker, and naturally, no one will be causing a stir." "You want to kill you, Tianheng?" Qian Renxue is startled, her delicate face serious. "What use is there in keeping him alive? Am I supposed to raise an enemy?" The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was destroyed by Shen Tianyu. He must already hate me to the bone. But if you kill him, all the students of the Tiandou Royal Academy will probably drop out. Without students, how can you run a cultivation academy? Those who want to leave cannot be stopped, and those who are meant to come will come uninvited. Additionally, you should deliver a decree nationwide. Let all the heads of the advanced Soul Master Academies bring their talented students to Tiandou City in 7 days. I will first go solve the issues at the Tiandou Royal Academy. Trust me, it won't turn into a major disaster. Chapter 62. Instant Kill of Yu Tianheng and Dugu Yan. The Tiandou Royal Academy, the top academy of the Tiandou Empire. Countless outstanding geniuses, most of whom come from noble families. Rather than cultivating elites for the Tiandou Empire, it is more about nurturing talents for the nobility. At this moment, outside the president's building, all the students of the Tiandou Royal Academy have gathered. Leading them is Yu Tianheng, followed by the 7 members of the Tiandou Royal Battle Team. "Tianheng, do you know who the new president is?" Dugu Yan asks, and Yu Tianheng shakes his head, not knowing. After the royal family of Tiandou encountered a major change, the entire Tiandou Royal Academy was left leaderless, maintained only by some teachers. Just yesterday, news of a new president emerged, along with the announcement of a change in the cultivation method to focus on immortal techniques. This immediately unsettled everyone, especially Yu Tianheng and Dugu Yan. The two of them are extremely opposed to immortal techniques. They immediately decided to rally everyone to pressure the royal family to retract the decision on the change in cultivation methods. After causing a scene outside the palace, they were ordered to return to the academy and wait for the new president to arrive. No matter who he is, changing the cultivation method is unacceptable. Yu Tianheng clenches his fists, his heart filled with rage. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was destroyed by Shen Tianyu's immortal techniques, which has filled Yu Tianheng with endless rejection of immortal techniques. "The president is here." A stern shout came from the sky, and Shilong descended from above. Following him was a figure dressed in a long robe, walking forward with an air of authority. Upon recognizing the visitor, Yu Tianheng's eyes instantly turned blood red, and the suppressed killing intent was released without reservation. All the students of the Tiandou Royal Academy were stunned at that moment. Shen Tianyu. They were all too familiar with him. Not long ago, Shen Tianyu had come to the Tiandou Royal Academy alone. The 3 Soul Duuluo committee members were no match for him at all. With just a simple display of pressure, he had made all the students of the Tiandou Royal Academy prostrate on the ground. The fear from the past surged back to their hearts once again. This fierce god was actually the new president. Could the Tiandou Royal Academy still continue to exist? Shen Tianyu floated down and approached the crowd, his gaze landing on Yu Tianheng. "Is it you who led the trouble?" "It was me." With a single step, Yu Tianheng directly summoned his martial soul. Thunder coursed through his dragon-like arm. In Douluo continent, cultivating martial souls has always been our foundation, and it absolutely cannot be changed. "Ignorance." With a deep voice, Shen Tianyu replied loudly. What's so good about cultivating martial souls? What's the use of becoming a title de law under the celestial laws? Everyone else is but an ant. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is the best proof of this. The audience was in an uproar. Shen Tianyu directly used the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect as an example. Wasn't this provoking you, Tianheng? The extermination of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was well known among everyone at the Tiandou Royal Academy. During this period, Yu Qianheng had been particularly cold and irritable. Everyone avoided him, fearing to provoke his anger and suffer an unnecessary beating. Shen Tianyu, however, showed no hesitation and directly provoked Yu Qianheng. For a moment, everyone was curious about what Yu Qianheng would do. The person in front of him was his enemy. You deserve to die. Yu Qianheng was furious. You demon. You destroyed my blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. I will kill you. Thunder roared, and Yu Qianheng charged forward, seeking death. With a wave of his hand, a spiritual palm print condensed above. As Shen Tianyu's hand came down, the palm print directly struck Yu Qianheng. Bang! Blood mist rose, and the entire venue fell silent. The first genius of the Tiandou Royal Academy, Yu Qianheng, was dead. Everyone was stunned, never expecting such a thing to happen. Shen Tianyu, you actually killed Tianheng? The reaction to Yu Qianheng's death was the strongest from Dugu Yin. More than a month ago, Grandpa Dugu Bo passed away, which was a huge blow to her. Fortunately, with the guidance of Yu Qianheng, she was able to emerge from the gloom. However, today, the man she loved the most died in front of her again. Dugu Yin, on the brink of collapse, quickly unleashed the poison of the green scale snake. You want to die too? With a raised eyebrow, Shen Tianyu shouted coldly. Dugu Yin, have you thought about the fact that if you die, the inheritance of the green scale snake will be cut off? So what if it's cut off? Dugu Yin smiled bleakly. Shen Tianyu, the two most important people in my life have died at your hands. Is there any meaning for me to live on? Indeed there isn't. Even if I die today, I will leave an unresolved poison in your body, making you live under my poison forever, worse than death. She bent down and charged forward. Releasing all her soul power, she surged towards Shen Tianyu with the poisonous gas. The other 5 members of the Tiandou royal team wanted to step in to stop the furious Dugu Yin, but could only open their mouths in fear. Unable to take action, they feared offending Shen Tianyu, and they were also wary of Dugu Yin's poison, so they did not dare to act. Boom! Dugu Yin's desolate roar echoed out, and her body exploded, releasing countless toxins. The people surrounding Shen Tianyu quickly retreated, afraid of being contaminated by the poison. Ignorant, your grandfather can't even harm me a bit, so how can you? With a wave of his robe, spiritual energy gathered. The spreading toxins were swiftly condensed into a mass. In just a snap of the fingers, the spiritual energy completely covered the toxins. Rumbling the space trembled slightly, creating a crack. All the toxins were sent into the crack. Dugu Yan's figure had long since disappeared without a trace. Silence, a deathly silence. With 2 people being killed, everyone present was stunned. What about you? Will you seek revenge for them? With a cold gaze, he pointed directly at the remaining 5 members of the Tiandou Royal Academy team. No, I'm not familiar with them. Yes, not familiar at all. The Shurjia brothers were the first to shake their heads. The usually silent duo reacted quickly at this moment. The other 3 also denied being familiar. What about you? Do you have any objections? The grand square was silent. Only the synchronized shaking of heads could be heard. Among the students present, who still dared to cause trouble, Shen Tianyu is not the kind of person who would speak kindly to you. What about you? The icy gaze shifted to the teachers of the Tiandou Royal Academy. This time, Yu Qianheng's ability to incite everyone to oppose him naturally had their backing. No. The teachers quickly shook their heads. In fact, the moment Shen Tianyu appeared, they had already lost any intention to oppose. No one would risk their lives, nor would they attempt to reason with Shen Tianyu. Since there are no objections, then I will say a few words. The matter of changing the cultivation method is not forced upon anyone. If you are unwilling, you can directly withdraw from school and leave. This includes you teachers as well. If you are unwilling to start from scratch and teach students, you can leave immediately, and you will be compensated with a year's salary. Now, those who wish to leave, go to the school gate to register for withdrawal. The same goes for teachers. After receiving the salary, you can leave. As soon as these words were spoken, chaos erupted. Whether students or teachers, everyone manifested their martial souls and rushed towards the school gate with all their might. For them, the current Tiandou Royal Academy was hell, and they did not want to stay for even a moment longer. In less than 3 minutes, all the students and teachers in the square had disappeared without a trace. Throughout it all, only one girl remained standing still. You're not leaving? The girl raised her head and looked directly at Shen Tianyu. My name is Yi Lingling, and I am willing to follow you in cultivating immortality. Chapter 63. Yi Lingling's Awakening of Her Physique. The girl wore a veil, so her facial expression could not be seen, but her blue eyes were resolute. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and she wore a tight black dress. I killed your companions, and you don't think about avenging them? Instead, you want to follow me in cultivating immortality? Yi Lingling remained silent, with her soul power faintly circulating within her. The nine-heart sea pearl bloomed in her hand, dazzling with colorful light. My martial soul is the nine-heart sea pearl, which is passed down exclusively. Only when the previous owner leaves this world can it be inherited. And no matter how many soul rings the nine-heart sea pearl has, it only has one soul skill, which is an auxiliary soul skill. In this world, the law of the jungle prevails. Without powerful strength, one can only rely on others. But others are unreliable. So I want to cultivate immortality to have the ability to protect myself. As for you, Tianheng and Dugu Bo, whether they live or die has nothing to do with me. Hearing Yi Lingling's words, Shen Tianyu chuckled. She is indeed a girl who sees through things clearly, albeit a bit cold-hearted, but it matches her background very well. The restriction of the nine-heart sea pearl being passed down exclusively has led to the loss of her relatives in this world. Being a little indifferent is actually quite convenient for cultivating immortality. Follow me. With a wave of his hand, spiritual energy enveloped Yi Lingling. In a flash, they arrived in the principal's office. You will be grateful for your decision today. Spiritual energy swirled at his fingertips and tapped Yi Lingling's forehead. The cultivation method entered her mind, and Yi Lingling quickly absorbed it. After understanding the cultivation method, her delicate brows involuntarily furrowed. Is this cultivating immortality? Of course. There are two choices. This is one of them. The other choice is to take medicinal pills and comprehend the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Compared to the former, the latter's cultivation speed will be greatly reduced. I choose the former. Yi Lingling hesitated for a moment before giving her answer. Then let's begin. To awaken your physique. A light shout came from his mouth, and a massive surge of spiritual energy instantly enveloped the entire room. The rich spiritual energy surrounded Yi Lingling, making her feel an indescribable force coursing through her skin. Open. With two fingers coming together, Yi Lingling's nine-heart begonia was released on the spot, her fingers pressing down on the heart of the begonia flower. The roaring spiritual energy erupted, and the nine-heart begonia trembled in her hands. The next moment, the nine-heart begonia sank into her chest. Yi Lingling felt her meridians and dantian undergoing a transformation. This scene raised Shen Tianyu's eyebrows, and he secretly speculated that Yi Lingling's physique seemed to be related to the begonia. Just as Shen Tianyu had guessed, as the spiritual energy improved her meridians, the deeper essence of her physique was gradually being activated, until her body could fully accept the spiritual energy. The flowing light of the begonia completely bloomed. A top-tier physique. The 9-transformation begonia body. This physique is considered balanced among female cultivators. The 9-transformation begonia body is naturally attuned to 9 elemental powers: water, fire, wood, earth, light, darkness, and thunder. All right, next, I will guide you in your cultivation. I will inject a strand of spiritual energy into your body. You must perceive it seriously. Okay. Yi Lingling nodded, and she could clearly sense that after her physique awakened, the elemental powers in the air converged into her body like affectionate children. The flowing light begonia in her hands rippled with colorful light. 2 fingers were placed at the edge of Yi Lingling's lips, gently opening her mouth. With a flick of his fingers, the spiritual energy surged rapidly into her. The pain of the spiritual energy rushing in instantly spread throughout her body. For a moment, Yi Lingling felt as if she couldn't breathe and involuntarily rolled her eyes. However, this bit of pain did not break her. As the spiritual energy poured in, the elemental forces in the world became increasingly clear in Yi Lingling's vision. Very smart, Shen Tianyu praised, then began to teach Yi Lingling how to cultivate. Time flew by, and the entire morning was spent teaching Yi Lingling. As noon passed, Shen Tianyu exited the room. Yi Lingling sat cross-legged in the room, surrounded by circulating spiritual energy, with elemental particles swirling around her. Shilong. Yes. Holding a spear, Shilong bowed respectfully, announced to the entire Tiandou city that the Immortal Cultivation Academy will recruit civilians for enrollment. Remember, there are no restrictions. Even children without martial souls can join. Understood. In front of Shen Tianyu, Shilong did not dare to show any disrespect and accepted the order with utmost respect. You just need to give the orders. Your task is to stay here and not allow anyone to disturb Yi Lingling's cultivation. Understood. After giving his orders to Shilong, Shen Tianyu prepared to take off into the air. Sir, can I? Shilong stammered, hesitant to speak. Speak directly. Actually, I also want to cultivate. After everything that had happened, Shilong keenly sensed that this method of cultivation was extraordinary. Since he had reached the end of his path with his martial soul, continuing to improve would be difficult. It would be better to try cultivating. As long as you need it, I can do anything. Saying this, Shilong gave a knowing look. Shen Tianyu was taken aback, not expecting this old man to have such a desire. Cough, let's talk about it when I return. All right. Shilong was always at the ready. As Shen Tianyu stepped into the air, he stumbled slightly, almost falling again. It was time to make a change, otherwise. If this misunderstanding continued, what would happen? Especially with Shilong, the guy always gave him a chilling feeling from behind. The great teleportation technique was quickly invoked, and he moved like a gust of wind. After reaching the nascent soul stage, Shen Tianyu's speed increased dramatically. Coupled with the great teleportation technique, he was extremely fast. In less than 10 minutes, he returned to the Sunset Forest. Upon entering the Yutian immortal residence, Shen Tianyu first returned to his cave dwelling. On the ice jade bed, Bai Bai Dong lay with her body tense. Seeing Shen Tianyu walk in, a smile appeared on Bai Bai Dong's lips. She pointed to her lower abdomen. Look, it's still there. However, I'll absorb part of it. I can guarantee that there has been no leakage of spiritual energy. Good, significant progress. Shen Tianyu nodded in satisfaction. Get up. As Bai Bai Dong rose, her movements were very small, afraid that even the slightest large action would cause the hard-earned spiritual energy to leak out, resulting in all her efforts going to waste. Now we start teaching you to continue your cultivation. Don't be tentative. Being able to ensure that spiritual energy doesn't leak out during battle is a significant success. Taking a deep breath, Bai Bai Dong nodded heavily. Okay, I will work hard. As she mobilized her spiritual energy, she flicked her fingers. Bai Bai Dong immediately counterattacked, the roar of a tiger echoing. Boom, the two powerful techniques collided, and spiritual energy burst forth. The sound of waves crashing against the shore emerged, and the violent waves surged out, completely engulfing the incredibly solid coastline, with all her killing power unleashed. Bai Bai Dong's gaze was unwavering as she desperately controlled the spiritual energy in her lower abdomen while frantically launching attacks at Shen Tianyu. Like a white tiger treading the waves of the deep sea, she stirred up great waves across the entire sea area. Good, just like that. Tremendous progress. After praising her, Shen Tianyu condensed the spiritual energy into a pillar of light shooting into the sky. Bai Bai Dong raised her eyebrows, realizing Shen Tianyu was serious, and immediately took the initiative. White tiger treading waves. A fierce white tiger appears out of nowhere, with waves of water surging beneath its feet. Pillar of light reaching the sky. With a palm striking the Shen Tianyu unleashed his full power. The towering light column broke through the void and charged straight towards the white tiger. At the moment of contact, the light column shattered the white tiger. The energy disappeared into the void in an instant. The roaring waves surged up after the white tiger was shattered, attempting to engulf the towering light column. Rise. The light column rippled with immense spiritual energy, instantly calming the turbulent waves. Again, I have an even stronger killing move. Bibidong's competitive spirit was ignited, and she stepped forward to circulate her spiritual energy. Perhaps due to the large step, the energy hidden in her lower abdomen could not be controlled in time and burst out uncontrollably. Furious, Bibidong did not mind. Without restraints, she became even more ferocious, launching lethal moves right from the start. Chapter 64 Bibidong. I will personally kill you, Xiaojiang. You are too strong. I can't defeat you. Bibidong pouted. In this battle, her spiritual energy was exhausted, yet she still failed to injure Shen Tianyu in the slightest. As they met for the first time, the gap between the two was as insurmountable as a chasm. Being at the initial stage of Qi training is already quite impressive. However, the spiritual energy hidden in your lower abdomen is all gone. Huh? Bibidong was taken aback and immediately looked down to check, and indeed, it was all gone. It's okay. There has been significant progress. I can leave some behind. With a flick of two fingers, spiritual energy surged in. As the energy entered her body, Bibidong nodded in satisfaction. Lying on the icy jade bed, she began to recover the lost spiritual energy. After finishing her training, Shen Tianyu felt refreshed. He stepped out of his dwelling and arrived at the place where he cultivated heavenly materials and earthly treasures. There was still plenty of time today, So he needed to hurry and refine the spirit awakening pill. Thinking of Shilong's malicious little eyes, Shen Tianyu became even more determined in his thoughts. He mobilized his spiritual energy, and the vast life energy condensed in the palm of his hand. 3,000 Great Tao Life Growth Technique. With a wave of the hand, colorful clouds appear in the sky. A colorful rain poured down in torrents. The rainwater seeped into the land, quickly absorbed by the sprouting heavenly materials and earth treasures. Pure life energy surged in, greatly increasing the growth rate of the heavenly materials and earth treasures. The tender sprouts that had just broken through the soil rapidly grew into shape. Time passed bit by bit, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours had gone by. Rejuvenated, Bibi Dong stepped out of her residence. Seeing the gathering of spiritual energy, she couldn't help but feel curious. Mobilizing her soul power to soar into the air, she flew to the original site of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Beneath the colorful clouds, the growing heavenly materials and earth treasures were beginning to take shape. The colorful rain gradually diminished, and the growth rate of the heavenly materials and earth treasures slowed down. With my current strength, I could only forcibly elevate these treasures to a height of 100 meters. Any further enhancement was impossible. However, a century's worth of heavenly materials and earth treasures was more than enough to refine the awakening pill. With a flip of my hand, I landed and quickly traversed among the heavenly materials and earth treasures. According to the medicinal ingredients listed in the formula, I picked them one by one. Supported by spiritual energy, the heavenly materials and earth treasures floated before Shen Tianyu. His eyes widened in anger as he mobilized his spiritual energy. Great pill alchemy. In an instant, the fire elements in the world gathered. Coalescing before Shen Tianyu, they formed a gigantic furnace. The heavens and earth served as the furnace, and the immortal pill could be formed. The surging spiritual energy erupted, and the burning furnace opened. The gathered heavenly materials and earth treasures were thrown into the furnace all at once. The fiery spiritual energy released high temperatures, causing the heavenly materials and earth treasures to quickly melt into liquid. Melt! With outstretched hands, I gathered the various liquids formed from the heavenly materials and earth treasures, completely fusing them together. After fully merging, they gradually transformed into a solid state. Solidify. The sound of waves fell like a divine decree. The liquid quickly solidified, transforming into solid pills. However, these pills were enormous, far too large for one person to merge. Separate, my hands slapped down on the furnace, and the pills inside sparkled with brilliance. With a bang, they burst open, turning into countless small pills. Success. The final sound resonated. The small pills spiraled and danced. On the surface of the pills, pill patterns condensed. Spiritual energy surged wildly, aiding in the formation of the pill patterns. Not far away, Bibi Dong looked on in astonishment. This method of refining pills was something she had never seen before. The heavens and earth serve as the furnace, and the immortal pill can be formed. Such a domineering pill refining technique. As the 9 patterned pills took shape, a wave of the hand revealed the furnace, and one by one, jade bottles containing the pills materialized. A grain of elixir fell into the jade bottle, filling up 10 bottles, each containing 20 grains. What kind of elixir did you refine? Turning around to face Bibi Dong, Shen Tianyu smiled and said, the awakening spirit elixir. With this elixir, ordinary people can embark on the path of cultivation in an environment rich in spiritual energy. Can the spirit hall do it? Bibi Dong's heart moved. If ordinary people could cultivate with the spirit hall's current influence, it could quickly gather a large number of supporters. After decades of training, they would have a powerful army of cultivators. No, Shen Tianyu shook his head. The cultivation of martial souls is deeply rooted in the continent. It won't be easy to promote it within the spirit hall. Just getting past Tiandou Liu's hurdle won't be easy, not to mention the countless soul masters below. Even if you're the Pope, you can't act unilaterally. Moreover, there's the issue of spiritual energy. The spirit hall has no spiritual veins and cannot gather or produce spiritual energy. Taking the awakening spirit elixir would still be futile. Bibi Dong bit her red lips, her brows slightly furrowed. I will find a way to persuade the entire spirit hall. It may take some time. No rush. Wait until the Continental Soul Master Competition begins. The cultivation method will be known throughout the continent. Shen Tianyu had made up his mind. There was less than a year until the Continental Soul Master Competition. In this year, he would train a group of participants for the competition, thus gaining fame in Douluo, and then he could further promote it. If you need anything, just let me know. I will do everything I can to assist you. Oh, when did the Pope become so concerned about my matters? Shen Tianyu flew in front of Bibi Dong and asked with a smile. Bibi Dong's cheeks turned red. After years of suppressing her inner emotions, she had been holding back for a long time. The time spent with Shen Tianyu was very joyful for her. Even though she was already a title Duuluo, revered by thousands as the Pope of the Spirit Hall and the inheritor of the Rakshasa god, beneath all these identities, Bibi Dong was still a woman. The pent-up frustrations in her heart could finally be released, allowing her to savor the beauty within. Unknowingly, she had developed different feelings for Shen Tianyu. But this emotion was unclear, and she could not determine it yet. What you said that day, I thought about it carefully. Bibi Dong spoke seriously. Xiao Xue is my only relative in this world. As a mother, I should protect her well. I must take on the responsibility of being a mother and safeguard the Spirit Hall as our home. And what about you, Xiaojiang? The soul asked, hitting a sore spot. Bibi Dong frowned, her chest heaving as her emotions fluctuated. But soon she calmed down. What is you Xiaojiang to me? What am I to you, Xiaojiang? We were once familiar, but now we are strangers who have gone our separate ways. Your displayed strength has already earned my recognition. I have no doubt about the future you spoke of. If you Xiaojiang were to appear in front of me now, I would personally kill him. A glimmer of killing intent flashed in her eyes. After careful consideration, Bibi Dong had made up her mind. Anyone who posed a threat to the Spirit Hall must be killed. Even if it was once beloved Yu Xiaojiang, that was in the past. Now she only wanted to protect the Spirit Hall, ease her relationship with Qian Renxue, and promote the cultivation method. I should thank you for killing him. It solved my major worry. His disciple Tang San hates my Spirit Hall to the bone. With Yu Xiaojiang's character, he would definitely do everything to support Tang San and destroy my Spirit Hall. Once I return to the Spirit Hall, I will immediately order a search for Tang San's whereabouts. He must be crushed in the cradle. Let's put Tang San aside for now. First, let's deal with Yu Xiaojiang. What did you say? Bibi Dong was astonished. Didn't you already kill him? Raising his hand to manipulate spiritual energy, he pulled Yu Xiaojiang out from the Rui Baobao pouch. I only angered you that day. I did not kill Yu Xiaojiang, but rather imprisoned him. Throwing Yu Xiaojiang onto the ground, Shen Tianyu glanced at Bibi Dong. Now, I hand him over to you. Chapter 65. Yu Xiaojiang pleads for mercy. Bibi Dong strikes mercilessly. Sitting on the ground, Yu Xiaojiang had a complex expression as he looked up at Bibi Dong standing above him. After many years, Bibi Dong was still radiant. Time passed mercilessly, but left no trace on her. Her hair remained as beautiful as ever, showing no signs of aging. Shen Tianyu raised his hand and withdrew the spiritual energy that sealed Yu Xiaojiang's mouth. Yu Xiaojiang's emotions fluctuated. He tried to say something several times, but everything he wanted to say was swallowed back down. In the end, it transformed into two words. Dongye shoot up. Bibi Dong shouted angrily, her chest rising and falling with a breath. You don't deserve to call me Donger. Staring at Yu Xiaojiang with fury, Bibi Dong manipulated her spiritual energy. Yu Xiaojiang, how many years have you harmed me? Do you know how many days and nights I've spent in pain? You not only ruined me, but also tried to harm my daughter. If it weren't for a hair's breadth, my daughter would have died under your schemes. Qian Renxue is your daughter? Yu Xiaojiang was dumbfounded. This news was so explosive that he found it hard to accept for a moment. No. How about you be your daughter? You're lying to me. You're deceiving me. Do you think I am like you? A cowardly, useless person who only knows how to escape. Bibi Dong gritted her teeth, emphasizing the word useless heavily. Donger, do you also think I am useless? Shut up. With a wave of her hand, the soul power erupted. It directly slapped Yu Xiaojiang's face, leaving a clear palm print. I told you, you don't deserve to call me Dong. You complete waste. Good. Ha ha ha, Yu Xiaojiang suddenly went mad. You are indeed a woman with a heart of snake and scorpion. Everything from the past was a lie. In your eyes, I'm just a complete waste, right? This is your true thought. You despicable woman. You look down on me too. Do you know that my theory of martial souls is 100 years ahead of the continent? Even 10,000 years from now, my name, Yu Xiaojiang, will surely be remembered in history. Daydreaming. With a wave of his hand, another slap landed on Yu Xiaojiang's face. After 2 consecutive slaps, Yu Xiaojiang's face had already swollen up like a pig's head. How dare you even mention the theory of martial souls? How much of your broken theories did you learn from me? Don't you know yourself? 100 years ahead of the continent. Dream on. Do you know about the dual martial soul theory, the 10,000-year soul beasts, etc.? You haven't even figured these out. Yet you dare to say you are ahead of the continent by 100 years. After being a waste for so long, you can only fantasize, right? Under the provocation of her words, Yu Xiaojiang began to lose his composure. At this moment, he felt that living in this world was an endless humiliation. Bibi Dong, If you have the guts, kill me. If you don't kill me, I will eventually destroy your spear hall, using all means possible. Do you think I won't dare? The martial soul was released. The Death Spider Emperor possessed him. The killing intent rapidly spread, and the toxins burst forth, pouring into Yu Xiaojiang's body from above. The moment the toxin entered his body, Yu Xiaojiang felt a chill all over. The footsteps of death were slowly approaching. The mad Yu Xiaojiang suddenly calmed down. At this moment, his heart was filled with endless fear. Yu Xiaojiang did not expect that Bibi Dong would really strike. He thought that based on their past relationship, Bibi Dong would never dare to take action. But now, the fierce gaze in Bibi Dong's eyes was telling Yu Xiaojiang that she was going to kill him. Fear surged in his heart, and Yu Xiaojiang panicked. Resisting the invading toxin, he immediately knelt down and begged. Don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of his head hitting the ground echoed, and Yu Xiaojiang begged in terror. Shen Tianyu watched the scene from the side, a mocking smile on his lips. Yu Xiaojiang's posture was already within his expectations. Why did Yu Xiaojiang dare to go to the spirit hall alone to demand the secret of the dual martial soul from Bibi Dong? Even in front of Bibi Dong, he spoke recklessly about destroying the spirit hall without any fear. It was all because he believed that Bibi Dong would not kill him, which gave him the audacity to act recklessly. In front of a truly ruthless powerhouse, he cowered faster than anyone else. Bibi Dong, for the sake of our past friendship, spare my life. I swear, if you spare my life, I will definitely disappear without a trace. From now on, I will not be enemies with the Spirit Hall. And I can also sever my master-apprentice relationship with Tang San. Yes, Tang San. He is Tang Hao's son. Don't you want to kill Tang Hao? Let me go, and I can find Tang San and reveal their hiding place. Please, spare this worthless life of mine. Tears and mucus flowed, and his forehead bled from the repeated banging. In order to survive, Yu Xiaojiang was willing to go all out. His pride, which he considered to be the guardian of life, was nothing but a joke at this moment. For a long time, Yu Xiaojiang has been using his so-called self-esteem to present himself as a pitiful person. Your begging makes me sick. Today, I finally see your true colors. At the same time, I hate myself for not realizing it back then. Yu Xiaojiang, are also a cowardly piece of trash. If you were to face death calmly, I might still respect you a little, but you kneel and beg for mercy. Truly opening my eyes. In your eyes, besides the intent to kill, there is also disdain and disgust. Seeing Yu Xiaojiang's true face makes Bibi Dong wish she could kill her past self. How blind was I back then to have liked such a thing? Yes. I am a cowardly piece of trash. You are the lofty pope. Attacking a piece of trash truly tarnishes your hands. So let me go. Just treat me like a fart and release me. I swear from now on I will never. Before Yu Xiaojiang could finish his sentence, he felt a sharp blade pierce through his chest. Bibi Dong appeared in front of him with a face full of disgust. Her sharp spider spikes piercing Yu Xiaojiang's chest without hesitation. The speed was incredibly fast, arriving in an instant. Yu Xiaojiang didn't even see Bibi Dong arrive before the spider spikes had already pierced into his chest. Disgusting thing. Do you even deserve to live and waste rice? When you attacked Xiaoxue, you had already chosen the path to death. From now on, there will be no more Yu Xiaojiang in this world. I will completely erase you from this world, as if you never existed. To be recorded in history and remembered for eternity? Dream on. Your name will not appear in the historical records of the continent. Twisting the spider spikes, a wave of stabbing pain came from the heart, and beads of cold sweat covered Yu Xiaojiang's forehead. Your heart is so cruel, Bibi Dong. Even as a ghost, I will not let you go. Oomph. With a cold snort, the spider spikes embedded in his heart exploded. With a loud bang, Yu Xiaojiang's heart burst. Pulling out the spider spikes, the highly corrosive poison quickly erupted. With one hand pressing down on Yu Xiaojiang's head, Bibi Dong coldly shouted, "You think I will let you go even in death? I will destroy your form and soul. Make your body vanish and your path extinguished, so that you cannot enter the cycle of reincarnation. Let's see how you become a vengeful spirit to come for my life." Destruction. The poison fell from above, quickly enveloping Yu Xiaojiang's body. Hiss, the spreading poison erupted, and in just a moment, there was a puddle of toxic liquid left behind, with no trace of Yu Xiaojiang. Just as Bibi Dong said, the form and soul were destroyed, the body vanished, and the path extinguished. Chapter 66. The Ice and Snow Emperors are not serious anymore from this moment on. I, Bibi Dong, have no more inner demons. After killing Yu Xiaojiang, Bibi Dong felt a great sense of relief. The pent-up frustration that had been suppressed in her heart for many years was completely released at this moment. Taking a deep breath and calming her emotions, she turned to look at Shen Tianyu, her eyes gentle, unlike when they first met. Well done. In seeking immortality and the path, if there are inner demons causing trouble, it will be hard to achieve great things in the future. Shen Tianyu had been watching from the side, observing every move of Bibi Dong. In the killing of Yu Xiaojing, Bibi Dong indeed did not use tricks, but truly destroyed his form and soul. The method was somewhat cruel, but Shen Tianyu greatly appreciated this style of handling matters. But now I have a new inner demon. Raising an eyebrow, Shen Tianyu was puzzled. Do you have unfinished business? I want to communicate with you about the immortal techniques immediately. Ah, I see. Shen Tianyu smiled and said, what is this little inner demon? You can communicate with me about immortal techniques at any time. Spiritual energy quickly rippled out, and a massive pressure of spiritual energy descended from the sky. The overwhelming force came, and Bibidong's legs trembled, unable to withstand this pressure. With a softening of her legs, she knelt on the ground. Raising her delicate face, she displayed a pitiful expression. This appearance evoked a sense of pity in others. Stepping down from the air, Shen Tianyu looked down at her. Come and fight. With an angry shout, the spiritual energy surged. Bibidong's expression changed instantly. Her beautiful face set in a serious stance. A tiger's roar erupted from within her, and the spiritual energy coalesced into a fierce white tiger, launching the first attack. Come on. With 2 fingers together, she pointed directly at the fierce white tiger. The vast spiritual energy exploded, causing the fierce white tiger to tremble. White tiger treading waves. With a graceful wave of her slender jade hand, the fierce white tiger's feet stirred up rolling waves. The waves swept across, directly rushing towards Shen Tianyu's 2 fingers, like a vortex devouring and absorbing them. Sky Pillar. The 2 fingers transformed into a fist, gathering spiritual energy. The Sky Pillar shot out towards the white tiger with a punch. Boom! The 2 streams of spiritual energy clashed fiercely, as if the great path of this space was about to be obliterated. Having only just begun her cultivation, Bibi Dong already displayed powerful talent. No wonder she had twin martial spirits. She had a great understanding of cultivation. Various techniques emerged one after another, and the spiritual energy clashed and exploded, tearing apart the void. In the aftermath of this spiritual energy clash, both of them seemed to elevate in an intangible way. It felt as if, in an instant, they transformed into playful fish, swimming freely and joyfully underwater. The clashing spiritual energies erupted with joyful roars. Crack! A crisp muffled sound came from within Shen Tianyu. With a frown, Shen Tianyu stopped his movements. Bibi Dong, who was engaged in battle, also paused, taking the opportunity to rest. The spatial teleportation array was activated? What a joke! Shen Tianyu was shocked. When he left the extreme north, he had left a spatial teleportation array on the ice and snow emperors and informed them that they could activate it immediately if they encountered danger. With this spatial array, Shen Tianyu could traverse space to rescue the 2. It was something he had casually left behind, and he hadn't thought much of it. After all, with the strength of the ice and snow emperors, there were not many who could compete with them on the Douluo continent. What's wrong? Bibi Dong curiously leaned over, her frown relaxing. Shen Tianyu said apologetically, sorry, I have something urgent to deal with, so we'll stop here for today. I'll repay you 100-fold when I return. As he spoke, a vast amount of spiritual energy erupted once more, directly entering Bibidong's body. Her flat abdomen quickly bulged, and Bibidong's body immediately tensed as she tightly contained and controlled the spiritual energy. I'll continue training and storing spiritual energy, and I'll come back after I finish my business. With that, silver light flickered, and Shen Tianyu disappeared. 100-fold repayment. Doesn't that mean my life is at stake? Bibidong's beautiful eyes widened, but deep down, she felt a hint of anticipation. The matter of cultivating immortality intrigued her. Even if it's 100-fold, so what? After years of patience, a single explosive outburst wouldn't be bad. In the void space, Shen Tianyu was extremely anxious. The spiritual energy quickly connected to the spatial teleportation array, heading straight to the location of the ice and snow emperors. After just a few breaths, silver light flickered in the void space, and Shen Tianyu plunged in. As his vision restored, Shen Tianyu looked around, surprised. Steep peaks stood around him, connected by iron chains. Fluffy white clouds floated around the peaks. Where's this place? It looks like it's quite high in altitude. Deep in the clouds, I can't tell. Oh, it really works. The Ice Emperor's voice sounded, and Shen Tianyu turned back in surprise. The Ice and Snow Emperors were hovering in the air, walking towards Shen Tianyu with a lively demeanor. Husband, we missed you so much. The two emperors hugged Shen Tianyu's arms, shaking them and acting spoiled. Shen Tianyu felt goosebumps all over. It hadn't been long since they last met, but the ice and snow emperors seemed off, especially with their cold expressions. There was no match at all. What is going on with you two? Why are you suddenly calling me husband? Isn't husband an unpleasant term? The snow emperor frowned. What about hubby? His schwer, actually gentleman, is also acceptable. The ice emperor interjected seriously. Where did you two learn these terms? We read them in a book. The snow emperor pulled out a book from her bosom. The overbearing soul saint fell in love with me. Damn! Shen Tianyu nearly couldn't hold back his exclamation upon reading the title. How could there be such things in Douluo continent? This book is really good. It's about the beautiful soul masters I loved over the years. The ice emperor waved the book in front of Shen Tianyu, trying to promote it. Stop! Interrupting the two. Shen Tianyu's expression became serious. You call me over for this matter, using the spatial teleportation array? If that is the case, I might explode. Just as he was handling serious matters, being suddenly delayed by trivial issues was unbearable for anyone. Oh no, I forgot about the serious matter. The snow emperor slapped her forehead. They want to bully me and bing her. They even said they would kill us and take our soul bones. The two emperors looked pitiful, tears welling up in their eyes, but they wouldn't stay. Shen Tianyu twitched the corner of his mouth. What excellent acting. If one didn't know better, they would think you two were little rabbits. Aren't you two being a bit too much? Do you think we don't exist? A rough shout echoed through the skies, and the surrounding clouds quickly dispersed. Numerous soul masters stood on the peaks. Above the three, 6 others stood side by side in the air. The powerful soul power fluctuations were emanating from the man in the center of the 6. Title Douluo. Shen Tianyu narrowed his eyes. Still 6. And one of them was a super Douluo at level 96. Given this lineup and the current environment, 3 words immediately flashed in Shen Tianyu's mind. Haotian sect. The man who spoke was indeed the 96th level Super Daw, the current leader of the Haotian sect, the title Daw Xiaotian, known as the Howling Heavenly Daw. Right. They are fierce. Husband, you have to stand up for us. Shen Tianyu silently sighed in his heart. Soul beasts truly have simple personalities. They had just left the extreme north and entered the human world, only to be affected by the novels circulating among people. May I ask, what is your relationship with those 2 transformed soul beasts? They are my women. Is there a problem? Without hesitation, Shen Tianyu responded to Tang Zhao's inquiry. Spiritual energy erupted from his body, and a massive wave instantly swept out, repelling the oppressive soul power pressure. The disciples of the Haotian sect on the peaks hurriedly used their soul power to resist. The 6th title, Douluo, forcibly stabilized their bodies, not losing an ounce of momentum. How ridiculous, says humans, to actually mix with soul beasts. You really have no shame. Chapter 67, The Haotian Sect. Annihilation in progress. What does this young master-s business have to do with you? Shen Tianyu's face turned cold in response to the disrespectful words. Indeed, it doesn't concern me, but my mouth is on my own body. Can I speak? An old man stepped forward, a powerful aura sweeping across. A Haotian hammer was held in hand, cold eyes staring at Shen Tianyu. You 2 soul beasts have intruded into my Haotian sect, attempting to steal our sect's treasure, the ice jade bed. Such unclean-minded soul beasts are nothing but a disaster. If you still consider yourself human, you should join forces with us to eliminate them. Hey, you old fool, stop spouting nonsense. How can we be here to steal? The Ice Emperor, enraged, pointed at the speaking Elder 7, the rising sun Daw. We clearly walked in with our heads held high. Shen Tianyu felt embarrassed. You actually have some reason? I never stooped to stealing. To slander me. You will pay the price. Snowflakes flew everywhere, and on the cold and proud face of the Ice Emperor, her beautiful eyes radiated killing intent. Indeed, it is beastly behavior. Today, I shall kill you and take your bones. Holding the Haotian hammer, the rising sun stepped through the air. A distance of 1,000 meters was nothing but a blink of an eye for a title Douluo. With a surge of soul power injected, the Haotian hammer suddenly grew larger, the handle reaching 50 meters. The hammerhead was comparable to that of an excavator. The massive hammer descended from the sky, directly targeting the 2 emperors of ice and snow. Looking for death. Dare to strike at me. Are you tired of living? The Ice Emperor soared into the air and was about to strike back when a figure swiftly flashed in front of her. Raising a fist, it collided head-on with the Haotian hammer. Boom! A loud sound echoed like thunder, and the enormous Haotian hammer was directly knocked away. The rising sun Douluo's arm went numb from the impact, his expression one of shock. You are also a title Douluo. The Haotian hammer strength could overpower 10 in the same realm, giving it a significant advantage. The rising sun Duo knew that the two emperors were transformed soul beasts, so he used all his strength. Yet, he never expected that this hammer would be sent flying. Very well, after so many years. You are the first to take my hammer. Come again. He spoke to himself, and his soul power erupted. The rising sun Duo soared into the air, and his soul power seemed to become even more intense. Seventh soul skill, Haotian true body. Soul power crazily condensed. The figure of the rising sun Duo rapidly enlarged behind him, and the Haotian hammer transformed into 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Break! A hammer fell from the sky, and the fierce sun Douluo's eyes widened in anger. A mere title Douluo dares to act wild in front of me. Even Tang Hao was beaten into a panic. What are you? Channeling spiritual energy, I threw a punch. A punch collided with the Haotian hammer, causing the massive hammer to tremble. The entire space seemed on the verge of collapse, and the aura of death rapidly spread. The sun Douluo's expression changed drastically. His eyes filled with fear. Crack, the Haotian hammer directly exploded and broke apart as Shen Tianyu stepped into the air, swiftly appearing in front of the sun Douluo. The colossal particles erupted, and the muscles on his arms bulged. A loud roar echoed as a fist struck directly at the body of the Haotian true body. Crack, crack! Crack, the majestic and powerful Haotian true body instantly erupted with cracks. The sun Duo spat out blood, clearly unable to sustain his soul power. Not good. Seventh brother is in danger. The second elder, with his aged face, was shocked and immediately mobilized his soul power, rushing over. The other three elders also acted quickly, each taking out the Haotian hammer. Save him? Too late. If I want him dead, no one can save him, not even the king of hell. Crack, the Haotian true body exploded, and the fist aimed directly at the sun Douluo's forehead. No! The sun Douluo roared in anger, desperately trying to mobilize his soul power to move his body. But the surrounding energy was completely sealed, and a vast and immense spiritual energy controlled the space in an instant. The sun Douluo could only stand in place, his body unable to move an inch. A punch landed squarely on the forehead, blood and brain matter bursting out simultaneously. Old 7. The four elders shouted in unison with anger, but it was already too late. With the spiritual energy withdrawn, the sun Douluo fell rapidly like a feather. The title Douluo of the first generation, before making a name for himself on the continent, died under the fist of Shen Tianyu. Kill him! The second elder shouted angrily, as four elders stood side by side. The true form of Haotian was activated simultaneously, with four tall figures wielding the Haotian hammer soaring into the air. Haotian 9 absolute breaking word art. The four Haotian hammers were raised high and then swung down simultaneously. The overwhelming momentum made even the heavens and earth tremble. Unaware of your own death, with hands wide open, two palm prints were shot into the air. The palm prints were like cannonballs being fired, blasting out from Shen Tianyu's palms. The palm prints, traveling through the air, kept enlarging, quickly reaching a height of 1,000 meters. The 100-meter Haotian hammer looked like a child in front of the palm prints. Kill! The furious roar echoed as the palm prints collided with the Haotian hammers, exploding. Boom! The space burst open, and the vast aftermath spread wildly. Boom! 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 The peaks of nearby mountains exploded due to the shockwaves from the explosion. The disciples of the Haotian sect, standing on top, were the first to suffer, being blasted off and falling into the abyss below. The four elders felt a tightness in their chests and simultaneously spat out blood. The violent fluctuations of spiritual energy directly sent the four flying. Tang Xiao quickly dodged and, within a few breaths, caught up with the four elders. He flashed behind them, using his strength to block the four who were blown away. The aftershocks rippled as Shen Tianyu stood in the air, coldly watching the five. Yay! Hubby is mighty. Blow them up, not leaving a single one. Go, Hubby! The ice and snow emperors cheered, while the disciples of the Haotian sect felt their faces burning. The prestigious #1 sect in the world was being attacked. First, a title Douluo was killed, and then 4 title Douluos were repelled with a single strike. If this spreads, one it tell the entire continent that the Haotian sect is nothing special, and that the Haotian hammer does not deserve the title of the strongest offensive martial soul. Sect Master, this person has killed our kin. He must not be left alive. If we work together, we can surely keep him here. Seventh brother is already dead, and the enemy is right before us. Does the sect master intend to sit back and do nothing? For the reputation of our Haotian sect, We must fight to the end. The four elders spoke one after another, filled with righteous indignation and killing intent. Oh, when did the Haotian sect become so spirited? I'm really about to laugh. In the distance, Shen Tianyu laughed, pointing at the four elders and speaking loudly. Wen Tang Hao provoked the spirit hall and was hunted down across the continent. Where were you to uphold the reputation of the Haotian sect? When the Haotian sect withdrew into seclusion and clashed with the spirit hall, resulting in the deaths of countless clansmen, where were you to seek revenge? A group of timid turtles who only bully the weak and fear the strong. And they don't even go to the mainland to inquire. When people hear my name, Shen Tianyu, who isn't scared to the point of trembling, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect and the seven treasures glazed sect were destroyed by me. Do you think your Haotian sect can compete with me? Nonsense. The second elder stepped forward, saying that any of the three major sects cannot be wiped out by just one person. Bragging must be backed up with a good script. It's simply laughable. You don't believe it? His eyes narrowed slightly, scanning all the disciples of the Haotian sect present. You all don't believe it, right? The only response to Shen Tianyu was disdainful sneers. Even if he killed a titled Duuluo on the spot, these Haotian sect disciples showed no fear at all. The sect still has 5 titled Duuluos. Can 5 people not defeat one? The principle that 2 fists cannot match 4 hands is well known. All right, then today with actions. I will show you how I can single-handedly destroy a sect. P.S. I'll update 2 chapters first. There will be 2 more chapters before 6 this afternoon. Chapter 68. 5 against 1. A tragic counterattack. The surging spiritual energy erupted. Shen Tianyu took a step forward and reached out to grasp the void. A trace of origin power falls into the palm of the hand. The heavens and the earth roar and tremble. The clouds surrounding the peaks vanish without a trace in an instant. Tang Zhao's expression is serious, his eyes fixed on Shen Tianyu's hand. Danger! Stop him! That soul-stirring power is erupting from Shen Tianyu's hand. After all, Tang Zhao is a super Duuluo, and his perception of danger far exceeds that of ordinary Duuluo elders. With a command, the 5 soul rings opened simultaneously. The 7th soul skill, Haotian True Body. Boom! The soul power surged up to the sky, and 5 tall figures soared into the air. Each one stood 100 meters tall, towering like giants against the horizon. The Haotian hammer they held high erupted with a tremendous force that suppressed everything. Outstanding battle soul hammer. Majestic Haotian sect. Tang Zhao roared angrily, and the momentum of the 5 reached its peak at that moment. Although our Haotian sect has remained hidden, it does not mean you can act recklessly here. Even the Spirit Hall does not dare to recklessly attack our Haotian sect. How much stronger are you than the Spirit Hall? The echoes of their fierce shouts resonated, each word invigorating. The 4 elders felt as if they had returned to their youth, wielding the Haotian hammer across the continent. What are you pretending for? If you're really that impressive, why hide away, coiling up in these mountains and forests? The hammer has only taken out 1,000 measurements. Yet you still act like this. Just wait, I will annihilate you. Fingers together, the power of origin merged into the spiritual energy. The fist was thrust forward, heading straight for the 5. The fist energy shot out like cannonballs, incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye it was close. Ling Tian strike, led by Tang Zhao, the 5 titled Thaw simultaneously unleashed the Haotian sect's inherited soul skill. 500-meter Haotian hammers were raised and fell at the same time. During the fall of the Haotian hammers, the 5 hammers miraculously fused together. The already powerful Ling Tian strike became even more violent. The 100-meter hammer transformed into 1,000 meters. The 5 shouted in unison as the hammer descended. The fist energy met it, and the heavens and earth roared. Void, damn! I'm splitting apart. Crack! Crack! The sounds of shattering followed, one after another, stirring up waves of energy, lifting clouds and smoke for thousands of miles, covering the entire sky, blocking out the sun. Beneath the clouds and smoke, the disciples of the Haotian sect looked on with anticipation. After years of hiding, the blood flowing in their veins was ignited today. The sect master personally took action, with 4 elders assisting. With a full force strike from 5 titled Duuluo, who in the entire Duuluo continent could withstand it? Even if the Spirit Hall came, they would have to tuck their tails between their legs and leave in disgrace. Haha, the Haotian hammer is nothing but this. The Haotian sect is even more trash. Bang, bang, bang. Sounds of muffled explosions came from the clouds and smoke, and the 4 elders flew out first. Each of them looked pale, spitting blood. Following them was sect master Tang Zhao, his entire body covered in dirt. blood streaming from his 7 orifices. His hand holding the Haotian hammer trembled, and a clear crack could still be seen on the hammer's handle. Is this the strength of the Haotian sect? It's really disappointing. With a wave of his hand, the clouds and smoke dispersed. Shen Tianyu stood high in the sky, looking down at the 5 who were retreating. With only 2/10 of my strength, you ended up like this, compared to BB Dong. You can't even last a moment under my attack. You are far too inferior to her. Oh no, I even overestimated you. That trash, Dugu Bo, managed to hold out longer than you. Who is Dugu Bo? He is the bottom among title Douluo. In a one-on-one fight, any title Douluo could suppress him. Shen Tianyu's words undoubtedly trampled on the face of the Haotian sect, rubbing it in the dirt. The Haotian sect cannot be insulted. The Haotian hammer cannot be insulted. Tang Xiao shouted angrily, ignoring his serious injuries with blood flowing from his orifices. He once again raised the Haotian hammer and stepped through the air, charging at Shen Tianyu. An unstoppable momentum erupted from within. The powerful soul power of the Super Douluo was fully channeled into the Haotian hammer. Chaotic wind, swinging the massive hammer. It ruthlessly smashed towards Shen Tianyu. With a punch thrown, it collided with the hammer face. Tang Xiao withstood the immense force of the recoil and quickly swung the Haotian hammer, preparing to strike a second blow. You are far inferior to Tang Hao. I don't have time to leisurely finish all 81 hammers with you. As he spoke, he instantly moved, suddenly appearing in front of Tang Xiao. The muscles on his arm bulged, and the particles of a giant elephant erupted. With a simple punch, he struck directly at Tang Xiao's chest. PFF the fist, sharp as a blade, pierced through Tang Xiao's chest. His hand emerged from the back, clutching a beating heart. Bang! The heart exploded, and Shen Tianyu withdrew his hand. The powerful soul power fluctuations dissipated in an instant. The tall figure fell rapidly downwards. Secmaster, the second elder exclaimed, rushing into the air to catch Tang Xiao's body. The disciples of the Haotian sect on the peaks stared blankly at Shen Tianyu in the sky. The Secmaster has fallen. This was a level 96 Super Douluo, just a step away from level 97. The strongest person in the Haotian sect currently, using the ultimate skill, the chaotic wind hammer method, had only struck once before being killed. This shock was unbearable for all the Haotian sect disciples. Since the establishment of the Haotian sect, there has never been a precedent for a sect master being killed. Junior, you have touched the reverse scale of the Haotian sect. Today, even if it costs me my life, I will take you down. The second elder rose in fury, the spiritual energy that had spread out crazily converging back into his body. Second brother, you are going to self-destruct. The third elder exclaimed in shock, greatly alarmed by the second elder's decision. At this point, for the dignity of the Haotian sect, I do not cherish this life. After I die, you will lead the sect to continue forward. The retracted soul power gathered within, and blood gushed from his throat. This self-destruction method is rarely used unless absolutely necessary. Second brother, you can't do this. The third elder stepped forward, standing beside the second elder. Then the fourth elder and fifth elder followed up. This person is extremely powerful and domineering. Just you alone might not be enough. With us, we can definitely take his life. No, if we all die, what will happen to the sect? And there is still Tang Hao. The fifth elder said solemnly. Though he has been expelled from the sect, he still has the blood of the Tang family flowing in him. If he knows about the sect's plight, he will surely take on the heavy responsibility. The second elder pondered upon hearing this. Very well. Combining the power of the 4 of us, indeed, increases our chances of victory. Tang Long, Tang Hu after we die, immediately go down a mountain to find Tang Hao. Set aside past grievances. Only he can shoulder the future of the Haotian sect. After arranging future matters, the 4 elders stepped forward simultaneously. Their eyes were firm and filled with the will to die. Truly a bunch of worthless dogs. Shen Tianyu couldn't help but curse. Back then, when Tang Hao offended the spirit hall, you didn't see any of you come to help. Instead, you immediately distanced yourselves and hid away. You caused the single attribute affiliated sects to suffer immensely. Today, I will annihilate you, and yet you want to pass all the burdens on to Tang Hao. How shameless you are, Haotian sect. However, your calculations have come to naught. Since I am here, I will not let anyone go. Your Haotian sect must be exterminated today. Not even the gods can save you. A fist raised high to the heavens. The great way trembles and shakes. The void directly shatters. The ancestors' sacred fist. 3 moves that shake the world. The great way decays. A punch was thrown, heading straight for the 4 people. The surrounding space was instantly stripped away by decay. The soul power within was condensed, making the four of them feel as light as a balloon. Now is the time. Explode. The second elder shouted angrily, igniting the soul power within. The remaining three elders, upon hearing the command, immediately detonated their soul power as well. If they wanted to self-destruct, they should first ask if the young master agrees. Chapter 69. The Haotian sect's removal from the continent. The punch's power exploded first, instantly enveloping the four elders. Under the immense force, their soul power, which they had tried to ignite, was forcibly suppressed. The faces of the four changed drastically. They felt completely powerless. They never expected that even self-detonation would not be possible. Their lives were controlled by someone else, which was undoubtedly a huge disgrace for titled Douluos. At the same time, the four understood that this demon before them might truly be the one to destroy the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. And today would also mark the downfall of the Haotian sect. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but feel regret. Had they known this would happen, they should have given up the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion bed, which would have spared them this great trouble. You are too weak. A voice like thunder came from the sky. The punch that Shen Tianyu unleashed descended, landing right above the four. The four were like kites with broken strings, pressed down by the punch and falling into the bottomless depths of the peak. Boom! The mountain trembled and collapsed, the explosive aftermath sweeping across the land. All vegetation was burned to ash, and the towering peaks crumbled one after another. Countless disciples of the Haotian sect at the mountaintops had fury in their eyes, and murderous intent was palpable. The men of the Haotian sect would fight this demon, with the sect master fallen and the elders dead. The most prestigious figure in the Haotian sect now was Tang Long. With a single call, regardless of gender or age, everyone released the Haotian sect. Mayflies shaking the tree, overestimating their strength, standing at the horizon, overlooking the world. In an instant, the control of heaven and earth was seized. Shen Tianyu clenched his fists tightly. The life energy contained in the air was rapidly depleting. The heavens and earth were in decline. He swung both fists simultaneously, and two fist energies, like falling stars, grew larger and enveloped all the disciples of the Haotian sect. As the fist energies approached, an invisible pressure instantly descended. The weak were either shocked to the ground, dying, or fainting with foam at the mouth. Tang Long and Tang, who held the Haotian hammer, to resist. Under that heavy oppressive feeling, the life energy was quickly vanishing. Time seemed to be pressed on the fast-forward button. Tang Long's hair turned gray, and his forehead was covered with wrinkles. Before long, he already appeared aged. The Haotian hammer in his hand felt as heavy as a mountain. Pucci, a mouthful of old blood, spewed out, and Tang Hao collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Oh, vast heavens, why must you treat my Haotian sect this way? Amidst endless resentment, two waves of fist energy descended, exploding in midair. The violent fist aura wreaked havoc, causing clouds of blood mist to burst on the mountain peaks. Shen Tianyu coldly stared down below, where vast spiritual energy enveloped everything within the Haotian sect's domain. This final punch obliterated all living beings within the Haotian sect, including plants, insects, and birds, without exception. Once flourishing, the Haotian sect had now fallen into a silent death. From this day forth, the Haotian sect would be erased from the continent. How impressive! The Snow Empress. Zhang gasped in shock. No wonder he is my man. He is truly formidable. The Ice Empress stood with her hands on her hips, feeling quite proud. You too. Shen Tianyu said nothing as he landed in front of the two empresses. He reached out and offered them each a chestnut. In the future, don't make such jokes. I thought you were really in trouble. We were just testing it out. Who knew it would work so well? Exactly. You didn't have to come if you didn't want to. We didn't force you. The two empresses pouted in dissatisfaction. Their expressions synchronized as if they were sisters. All right, I won't blame you. It's just that I was busy at that time. As he spoke halfway, Shen Tianyu chose not to say more. Although he was quite displeased at being interrupted, the return of the two empresses was still a good thing. We were still thinking of you. Yes, both Snow and I sensed the extreme cold energy from afar. It must be a rare treasure. We thought of getting it for her husband. He would surely be happy, but who knew it would be so fierce? We're still young girls. A black line appeared on his forehead. Ice Empress, you really said that. A young girl of 380,000? Snow Empress, you are even more ridiculous. Being 69,000 years old. Not want to be too harsh. Shen Tianyu changed the subject. Let us go. Let's take a look at that ice jade bed. He brought the two empresses into the Haotian sect. The ice and snow empresses were the most sensitive to cold objects, and soon they found the ice jade bed. As soon as they located it, the two empresses pounced on it. They lifted their calves and wiggled their toes. Guided by the icy energy, their spiritual energy quietly released, showcasing their top-tier physiques. The beautiful phoenix crown and phoenix fairy appeared in Shen Tianyu's sight as he entered the cold room. As soon as he stepped into the cold chamber, he was greeted by this stunning sight. Indeed, the ice and snow empresses had become quite improper. Suppressing the fire in his heart, Shen Tianyu focused on the various heavenly materials and earthly treasures stored here. Although the Haotian sect had remained hidden, its disciples still needed to cultivate. The collected heavenly materials and earthly treasures had been stored alongside the ice jade bed. Thanks to the cold energy of the jade bed, these materials were preserved exceptionally well. It had been a long time since he had seen so many heavenly materials. Shen Tianyu felt overjoyed and immediately sat down cross-legged. The devouring heavenly demon technique was activated, and he began to frantically absorb the energy from the heavenly materials. Endless source energy surged into his body, making the small primordial infant in his dantian cheer with joy. The ice and snow empresses, who were sprawled on the ice jade bed, exchanged glances, their brows furrowing as they quickly communicated with their eyes. They thought to themselves and transmitted their thoughts to each other. I knew we were tricked. The book said this would be very attractive to men, but it turned out to be false. The ice empress was indignant, wishing to find the seller immediately and overturn that person's bookstall. Don't rush, Ice. It might be that he has a new love interest and isn't interested in us anymore. What? The ice empress exclaimed, her emotions stirred. Sure, that woman is so blind. How dare she compete with me for a man? Ultimately, we are soul beasts and don't understand the rich emotions of the human world, so we need to learn quickly and integrate. Snow, have you thought of a way? The Snow Empress nodded seriously, pulling out another book from her bosom. She opened it between the two of them, and, as she flipped to the first page, her ears instantly turned red. His Snow, you even said such filthy things would tarnish the eyes and advised me not to buy it, yet you secretly bought it yourself. Cough, cough, Ice, you're still young. I was afraid you would learn bad things. Don't mind these details. Learn quickly. The ice and snow empresses buried their heads in the book, crawling on the ice jade bed to read. Not far behind them, Shen Tianyu was immersed in absorbing the heavenly materials. Vast source energy continuously poured into his body. The fragile primordial infant was gradually saturating and solidifying. Time passed bit by bit, and the room filled with heavenly materials was completely devoured by Shen Tianyu. The primordial infant had improved, but the advancement was not significant. Exhaling turbid air, Shen Tianyu sighed inwardly. After the primordial infant, cultivation would become even more difficult. He stood up and turned his gaze to the ice and snow empresses on the ice jade bed. At this moment, the two empresses were huddled together, their heads closely pressed together. Their legs were together, and their bodies were tense. Occasionally, the sound of turning pages could be heard, and the empresses were completely absorbed in their reading, not noticing that Shen Tianyu had finished cultivating. He approached quietly and leaned down to whisper in their ears. What are you two reading? The ice and snow empresses shuddered, their faces flushed with embarrassment. In confusion, their peripheral vision fell on the book pages. Exquisite illustrations came into view, with delicate strokes and graceful lines depicting subtle curves. Yes, you two have actually become engrossed in this. Before he could finish his sentence, their lips met. The ice empress's eyes widened, and the voice of the snow empress echoed in her mind. Sorry, Ice, to shut your husband's mouth. I had no choice but to resort to this. Quickly put the book away. Chapter 70. Ice and Snow. You two are feverish after a long while. Their lips parted, and Shen Tianyu gasped for breath. Just as he was about to speak, the Ice Empress rushed forward again. Ugh, you two. Can't you let someone talk? Spiritual energy quietly released, attaching itself to the ice jade bed. The vast icy power erupted in an instant. The ice and snow empresses trembled all over, and the sound of phoenix cries rang out loudly. Such strong, icy power. The snow empress exclaimed in surprise, crawling on the ice jade bed as if wanting to merge with it. Cultivating here, your levels will surely break through quickly. Yes, yes. The ice empress nodded obediently, saying, I've made progress in my understanding of celestial techniques these days. Why don't we exchange ideas? Shen Tianyu raised an eyebrow, sizing up the exquisite ice empress. Husband, you understand me so well. No, I want to exchange celestial techniques too. The snow empress sat up and immediately leaned closer. I said it first. I don't care. Ice. You should respect your elders. I'm older than you. As she said this, the Snow Empress straightened her back. If I'm not younger than you. The two empresses were at odds, their spiritual energy clashing as sparks flew in their eyes. Husband, you decide. As if reaching a certain understanding, both empresses simultaneously asked. They were almost equal, not much different. After looking around and carefully comparing, Shen Tianyu replied honestly. If I don't care. I came first. Ice. You really hurt my feelings. Our sisterhood ends here. His Shen Tianyu took a deep breath. Two women putting on a show. If I take them to Tiandou City and they meet Qian Renxue, what will happen? Everyone stop arguing. Let us work together. Dealing with you, two novice cultivators. I can handle it easily. Seeing the situation was not right, Shen Tianyu immediately spoke up. Their quarrel was indeed giving him a headache. If he didn't intervene soon, they might start fighting immediately. The broken friendship would be repaired, and the Ice and Snow Emperors would reconcile. Spiritual energy erupted from within, and they simultaneously launched an attack. Let me see how much progress you two, Bing and Shuer, have made in your cultivation during this time. As he spoke, Shen Tianyu had already suppressed his cultivation to the Golden Core realm. To bully the weak was not Shen Tianyu's intention. He naturally wanted a fair fight. The Ice and Snow Emperors understood and were determined to defeat Shen Tianyu today. Bing, it's 2 against 1. The advantage is on my side. Understood. Go all out. Don't hold back. That night, in the Tiandou Palace, Qian Renxue finished her day's work, happily took a hot bath to wash away her fatigue. After changing into a newly tailored dress, she waited in her room for Shen Tianyu to return. Learning spells had become an essential part of Qian Renxue's daily routine. Compared to dealing with the tedious affairs of the Tiandou Empire, pursuing the Tao and seeking longevity through learning spells mattered more to her. However, for the sake of the Spirit Hall's grand undertaking, Qian Renxue had to suppress herself and do things she didn't like, disguising herself as a man. Perhaps only in front of Shen Tianyu would she show her true feminine self. Why hasn't Tihi come yet? After waiting for 2 hours, Qian Renxue frowned, feeling a bit displeased. As she continued to wait, her patience gradually wore thin. No, I need to go look for him at the Tiandou Royal Academy. Using her disguise soul technique, she slipped out of the palace under the cover of night. At this moment, in the sunset forest within the Qian Immortal Palace, in the simple cave, Bibidong's body was tense. The spiritual energy stored in her lower abdomen was completely intact. Not a trace of it had dissipated. Glancing at the pitch-black night, her delicate face showed a frown, her eyelashes fluttering with each blink. Is something wrong? Why isn't he returned so late? Could he have encountered a great enemy? He wouldn't be hurt, would he? Suddenly, Bibidong dismissed the thought. In this world, no one had been born who could harm him. Just wait a little longer. 3 days later, in the morning, Shen Tianyu and the Ice and Snow Emperors walked out of Haotian sect. After stepping out, he took a deep breath of the spirit-filled air and felt invigorated. Awesome. My cultivation has improved again. The Ice Emperor stood with her hands on her hips, while the Snow Emperor had a blush on her cheeks that hadn't faded. Hey Shuer, are you feeling hot? Placing her cool palm on the Snow Emperor's forehead. It was indeed burning. Maybe you have a bit of fever. No. Shen Tianyu in front shook his head, speaking very seriously. You really do have a fever. Bing, are you too? Annoying. It's Shuer, who has a fever. I don't have one. Bing, don't slander me. Let me feel your forehead. TSK. And you say I have a fever too. Shen Tianyu enjoyed the banter between the two emperors. This kind of life was truly better than that of God. Suddenly, Shen Tianyu frowned, remembering Qian Renxue and Yi Lingling in Tiandou City, as well as Bibidong in the Qian Immortal Palace in the Sunset Forest. It had been too long out here for 3 days and 3 nights. He immediately turned back into the house and put the ice jade bed into his possession. Let us go, follow me to Tiandou City. Taking the 2 women with him, he soared into the air, heading straight for Tiandou City. Half a day later, in a small village within the Haotian sect, an old man and a young boy walked into the village. The air was thick with the scent of blood, which had yet to dissipate. These 2 were Tang Hao and Tang San, father and son. After several defeats, Tang Hao, persuaded by Tang San, decided to return to the Haotian sect. He aimed to explain the pros and cons to the sect and confront Shen Tianyu. The strong smell of blood is so thick. Dad, has something happened? Tang Hao frowned. Amidst the stench of blood, there lingered a trace of spiritual energy. A sense of foreboding suddenly surged in his heart. Xiao San, come with me. Tang Hao grabbed Tang San and rushed towards the peaks deep in the clouds. His strong and powerful arms climbed the steep mountains. Soon, they reached the top of one peak. The sight of the corpses was shocking. Tang Hao's body trembled, and he nearly blacked out. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He frantically searched among the peaks, but there was not a single survivor, until he reached the top of one peak and saw Tang Zhao's corpse. The once mighty Hao Yianhuo could no longer bear it and fell to his knees in front of Tang Xiao. Brother, a man rarely sheds tears, but this was a moment of deep sorrow. At this moment, Tang Hao was already in tears. After many years away from the sect, he never expected that upon returning, the sect would have been destroyed. The immense blow made Tang Hao age several decades in an instant. Tang San followed closely, his face filled with bitterness, his heart bleeding. This was the Haotian sect, the #1 weapon spirit in the continent, the top of the 3 sections. Yet it had been annihilated in one day and erased from the continent. The only one who could do this was undoubtedly one person. It must be Shen Tianyu's doing. No one else. Tang San gritted his teeth, forcing out a sentence, wishing he could eat Shen Tianyu alive. Demon, you dare to destroy my sect, slaughter my kin. If this grudge is not avenged, it would be a disgrace to be a Tang man, and even more so to my title of Hao Yian Duoluo, Dan Hao Sao Det An Vi Li, swearing to the heavens. Today I, Tang Hao, swear here that in this life, I will spare no effort to kill Shen Tianyu and avenge this blood feud. P.S. I have a cold and am getting it 4, feeling dizzy. I will update a chapter first, and will try to update 2 more chapters before 6 o'clock. I apologize. Chapter 71. The Ice and Snow Emperors meet Qian Renxue for the first time after noon, 10 miles outside of Tiandou City. Shen Tianyu landed with the 2 girls and pointed ahead. After entering Tiandou City, you 2 need to rein in your tempers and try not to cause trouble. Rest assured, we will behave. The 2 emperors nodded and blinked, looking as obedient as little foxes. Let's go. For the last leg of the journey, Shen Tianyu decided to walk. The distance is not far, and it allows me to explain things to the 2 emperors. Now that the 2 emperors have arrived, naturally, I cannot place them in the Tiandou Imperial Palace. The best place is the Tiandou Royal Academy. Coincidentally, the academy is about to open a cultivation course, and finding teachers is also an urgent matter. The Ice and Snow Emperors have already reached the Golden Core stage and have a deep understanding of cultivation methods. Besides the cultivation technique that is only demonstrated in front of Shen Tianyu, they have some knowledge of other celestial techniques as well. With just a day or 2 of teaching, they could easily take on the role of teachers. After making up his mind, Shen Tianyu felt invigorated, as if he were walking on air, and he felt much more relaxed. Stop! In front of him, a group of 3 blocked the way. 3 waves of soul power erupted from the 3 of them, and their soul rings rose accordingly. All 3 were soul kings. On the left was a slightly overweight middle-aged man with short hair and dark yellow skin, walking with a delicate posture. The person in the middle was the tallest, with messy hair that looked like a bird's nest, puffy eyes, and a strong smell of alcohol, clearly someone who was addicted to drinking. The last one was very thin, with an ugly face and a crooked mouth. He looked up and down at the Ice and Snow Emperors, his eyes shining with greed. As soon as these 3 appeared, a lewd aura filled the air. They had a presence that could shake the heavens and make ghosts weep. Shen Tianyu couldn't help but frown. These 3 must be the lewd trio. The one with the delicate posture should be Noel, who had his life force burned away by Ma Hongjun. The one in the middle is Eko, and the one on the right is Tianya. Brothers, it's settled now. Tianya drooled, unable to suppress his lewd grin. Wow, I've lived for 40 or 50 years and have never seen such exquisite beauties, and there are 2 of them. In contrast to the joy of the 2, Noel looked a bit dejected. I only want money. Ever since he was burned by Ma Hongjun, Noel had been in a low mood for a long time. Now, he was only interested in wealth. Kid, listen carefully. Leave the money and the 2 beauties and scram quickly, or I won't be polite. Eko stepped forward, his soul king power instantly erupting, with 5 soul rings spinning, clearly trying to bully them. Have you 3 lost your minds? Shen Tianyu tilted his head and shouted coldly. Don't you dare inquire in Tiandou City. Do you want to die by robbing me? Hey! Tianya was amused and swaggered towards Shen Tianyu. We've been around for so many years. You're the first to dare speak like this. Today I'll cripple you. As he spoke, he condensed his soul power in his palm and charged directly at Shen Tianyu. Don't know when to quit. Shen Tianyu raised his hand and punched, colliding with Tianya's palm. Crack! In an instant, Tianya's hand bone shattered. Ah! Who are you? Tianya clutched his hand in pain, a hint of fear in his eyes. The one who will take your life. Shen Tianyu reached out and struck Tianya's forehead with his palm. Boom! Spiritual energy scattered and suppressed, and Tianya died on the spot. Three trash who couldn't survive in Soto City dared to rob near Heavendo City. Were they asking for death? Against these three nuisances, Shen Tianyu naturally had no reason to hold back. He quickly killed them to avoid polluting the eyes of others. You dare kill my brother? EKO was furious and immediately urged his soul power, preparing to manifest his martial soul. Not only will I kill your brother, but I will also kill you. Shen Tianyu transformed his palm into a knife and flashed to EKO's back. Before EKO could complete his martial soul manifestation, the knife had already struck the back of his head. Bang! His brain exploded, and EKO died instantly. Seeing the situation turn against him, Null turned and ran. Here I come. With a single step, his figure flickered, leaving behind traces in the air. In an instant, Shen Tianyu blocked Bu Li's path. My lord, I am innocent. Bu Li knelt down. I'm different from them. I'm just seeking wealth and have never harmed anyone. Shen Tianyu sneered, pinching his fingers together to point at Bu Li. Bu Li, do you think I don't know your past? Right now, you may be a eunuch, but before this, you have harmed many people. You three despicable scoundrels are all disasters to the world, and today I will act on behalf of heaven. A surge of spiritual energy erupted between his fingers, resembling a sharp sword being drawn. Whoosh! The spiritual energy pierced through Bu Li's forehead, blood gushing from the wound. Kneeling on the ground, Bu Li fell face first into the dirt dead. Snow and ice flew in, instantly covering and freezing the body of the despicable scoundrel. Boom! The Ice Emperor snapped his fingers, and the bodies of the three scoundrels exploded, disappearing without a trace as the ice melted. You two, after leaving the extreme north, you must have killed people like this a lot, right? The Ice Emperor's skilled methods made Shen Tianyu ponder. He lightly tapped his fingers, and the two emperors lowered their heads. It's not all our fault, you know, sighing, they continued towards Tiandou City. Anyway, you two remember, once you enter Tiandou City, don't act on your whims, and don't get me into trouble. The two emperors nodded and followed Shen Tianyu as they continued towards Tiandou City. After passing through the guard check, the three of them successfully entered the city. The prosperity of Tiandou City came into view, and the Ice Empress, after all, had the heart of a girl. She immediately wandered among the stalls, enamored by various jewelry and clothing. The food and snacks made her drool. Shen Tianyu, on the other hand, was having a hard time following the two girls shopping, spinning bags of gold soul coins. His hands were filled with countless packages of clothes and jewelry. Indeed, one should never accompany women shopping. At this moment, Shen Tianyu felt deeply. In the blink of an eye, the Ice and Snow Emperors vanished without a trace. Spiritual energy was released outward, searching for the figures of the two emperors. When Shen Tianyu found them, his expression changed drastically. No way. How could this happen? His figure flickered quickly, heading straight for the Ice and Snow Emperors. On the adjacent spacious street, the Imperial Guards stood ready. On the dragon carriage sat Qian Renxue, disguised as a man. Your Majesty is out. Bystanders should avoid the area. You two country girls, don't you understand? Who are you calling a country girl? The Ice Emperor's temper flared instantly. The chicken leg that was left with only bones was thrown directly at the guard who spoke. The guard was caught off guard and was hit squarely in the eye. If it weren't for my husband's orders, I would have twisted your head off and kicked it like a ball. A faint energy fluctuation was released, and the two guards, Shilong and Ci Shui, exchanged glances. 100,000-year soul beast transformation. Shilong's eyes widened, immediately summoning his martial soul and leaping in front of the Imperial Guards. Ci Shui, meanwhile, signaled, Your Majesty is under attack. Hurry and save her. The two titled Douluo unleashed their soul rings, confronting the Ice and Snow Emperors. You want to make a move? The Snow Emperors frowned. Humans, you are playing with fire. Instantly, snowflakes began to swirl. Xuya, quickly assist. My husband said not to act impulsively. Oof. They want to attack this Empress. I am merely defending myself. Oh, right, the Ice Emperor's eyes flashed, and he immediately released a powerful pressure. Shilong and Ci Shui felt a tightness in their chests as a bone-chilling cold swept over them, slowing the circulation of their soul power. Qian Renxue on the dragon carriage wore a dark expression. If 200,000-year soul beasts entered Tiandou City, it would be a disaster if not handled properly. If only that man were here. Stop! Shen Tianyu's angry shout came, and the swirling snowflakes immediately dissipated. The Ice and Snow Emperors spoke in unison. Husband, you've finally arrived. They want to bully us. Husband? On the dragon carriage, Qian Renxue looked puzzled with a cold face. Her fiery eyes glared fiercely at Shen Tianyu. A chill ran down Shen Tianyu's back as he met Qian Renxue's gaze. It's over. The ice and snow emperors, unaware of the abnormality, clung to Shen Tianyu's arms, expressing their grievances. This scene left Shilong and Qian Renxue somewhat at a loss. Isn't the young mistress the main wife? Chapter 72, Bibi Dong. It's been too hard to hold in. The situation fell into an awkward silence. And Qian Renxue's usually calm golden eyes showed signs of emotional fluctuation at this moment. A pair of eyes stared intently at Shen Tianyu, seemingly waiting for an explanation. Feeling guilty, Shen Tianyu turned his head and shouted, "You two, stop making a scene, move aside." Why should we move aside? Exactly. It's not like we did anything wrong first. The road is wide enough for everyone. It's not like it's your family's road. Right. Renxue is right. Today I'm not moving aside. Since you're not getting out of the way, then I'll go. Qian Renxue's expression was cold, her voice clearly filled with anger. Go ahead. It's not like I'm stopping you. If this emperor is to move aside, you would be the first. All right. Anger surged in Qian Renxue, her chest heaving. Today, I insist on passing through here. You must move aside. Qian Renxue, who initially planned to take another route, felt increasingly wronged. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Enduring for a moment only made her more upset, and taking a step back only made her feel like she was losing out. Since her birth, she had never suffered such great humiliation. The ice and snow emperors were the same. Both were overlords of the extreme north, dominating the world for many years, and were renowned powerful beings among the top 10 fierce beasts. How could they endure such a slight from a mere human? Hubby, you have to stand up for us. The two emperors clung to Shen Tianyu's arm, as if they had found a strong backing. Qian Renxue, on the dragon carriage, was about to explode. Her man was being held by another woman, and she felt her lungs might burst from anger. What are you making a fuss about? Have you forgotten what you said before entering the city? With a surge of spiritual energy, a large hand waved, instantly covering the ice and snow emperors. You two, come with me. With a leap, Shen Tianyu prepared to leave. I'm waiting for your explanation. A cold voice came from behind, causing Shen Tianyu's body to tremble. Utterly exhausted, taking the ice and snow emperors, he headed straight to the Tiandou Royal Academy. Upon arriving at a small mountain within the academy, he finally set the ice and snow emperors down. Shen Tianyu, you coward. I was bullied, and you just turned around and left? I'm scared and timid. How could you be so cowardly in Tiandou City when you could dominate the extreme north? The two emperors were furious, their handsome faces as cold as icebergs. Do you two know who she is? What does that have to do with me? All I know is that I was bullied, and you didn't stand up for me. Bing Yao, come down. Let's see what he has to say. If there is no reasonable explanation, Binger, and I will turn this Tiandou City upside down to vent our anger. As they spoke, a domineering aura erupted. The two emperors were top-tier fierce beasts, and destroying a Tiandou City was naturally an easy task. You two should call her sister. What? The ice and snow emperors were taken aback, looking at each other. Having read many novels recently, they naturally understood the meaning of calling someone sister. She's disguised as a man. The snow emperor exclaimed, somewhat surprised. Oh my, Renxue, we've made a little mistake. If she is our sister, and our relationship is strained now, wouldn't she give us a hard time? You're right. This is how palace intrigue works. The two emperors, who were just furious moments ago, now looked troubled. Shen Tianyu felt embarrassed. The two emperors accepted the information quite quickly, surprisingly not causing a big scene. Upon reflection, it was normal. Their concepts were still rooted in the spirit beast world, and they had just begun to touch human concepts, which hadn't fully transformed yet. Moreover, this was the Douluo continent. Having many wives and concubines was quite normal. Hubby, what should we do? Should we go apologize to her? The two emperors asked pitifully, their emotional shift catching him off guard. I'll find a time to communicate. For now, you two don't need to stir up trouble. Be quiet and obedient, okay? The two nodded obediently, and Shen Tianyu breathed a sigh of relief. He then arranged accommodations for them and stepped into the dean's office. Having been away for some time, the dean's office had remained untouched. Upon entering, he found Yi Lingling sitting cross-legged, still in meditation. You haven't left at all these past few days? Yi Lingling retracted her spiritual energy and opened her eyes. She nodded gently. The usually taciturn Yi Lingling then surprised Shen Tianyu with a single sentence. The emperor has come by. For the past few days, he has sent people to bring me food. This was a surprise. Right now, Qian Renxue was probably still furious. First, she discovered Yi Lingling, and now there were the ice and snow emperors. If she found out about Bibi Dong, what would happen? What's wrong? Yi Lingling tilted her head in inquiry. Nothing. He waved his hand dismissively. shifting his spiritual energy. Lingling, let me see the results of your 3 days of cultivation. Putting Qian Renshue's matter aside for now, she was definitely still angry, and approaching her wound tea lead to a good conversation. It was better to deal with other matters first and wait until Qian Renxue had calmed down before explaining. Okay, she nodded gently, and her internal spiritual energy erupted. 3 days may not seem long or short. Yi Lingling's cultivation had already reached the mid-stage of qi training. This rate of progress truly astonished Shen Tianyu. Go all out. Don't hold back. The mid-stage of qi training posed no threat to Shen Tianyu, allowing him to freely unleash his celestial techniques. After spending 4 hours resolving Yi Lingling's cultivation doubts, Shen Tianyu then headed straight for the Sunset Forest. With a burst of speed, he returned to the Yutian Immortal Mansion. The moment he stepped into the cave, Bibi Dong, who was lying down, suddenly sat up. Immediately after, her stunning figure lunged towards him. Do you know how I've spent these 3 days? The spiritual energy is still there. I've been holding it in, and it's been so hard. Pointing to her lower abdomen, Shen Tianyu looked down. It was just as it was when he left, indicating that Bibi Dong had controlled it very well during these 3 days, not letting any spiritual energy leak out. Indeed, your progress is significant. Shen Tianyu was very satisfied and could finally relax, no longer needing to be so restrained. No, Bibi Dong shook her head. I want to control more spiritual energy. Startled, Shen Tianyu asked in surprise. Are you sure? On the path of cultivation, if you don't progress, you regress. My physique is prone to spiritual energy leakage, so if I don't practice diligently, how can I pursue the great way? Bibidong's expression was serious, and she was very clear about her path in cultivation. So, please give me more spiritual energy. All right, seeing Bibi Dong so determined, Shen Tianyu no longer hesitated. He immediately brought his fingers together, and strands of spiritual energy flew out, directly entering Bibidong's body. As a large amount of spiritual energy surged in, Bibidong's entire body became even tenser. The physique of the Taiyuan white tiger was like this. To strengthen control over spiritual energy, this method had to be adopted. Controlling the surging and violent spiritual energy within her, Bibi Dong took a deep breath. In these past few days, I've accumulated quite a few doubts about cultivation and almost went into a state of madness. Please help me check it out. Oh, going into a state of madness? This is a serious matter. We can't delay. With his fingers together, spiritual energy enveloped Bibi Dong. Let me check thoroughly to see if there are any signs of going into madness. Chapter 73. You are not allowed to have entanglements with Bibi Dong in the quiet of the night, within the Tiandou Imperial Palace. Qian Renxue stood by the window, her palms tightly clenched. A gentle breeze blew, and Shen Tianyu appeared behind her. You still know how to come back. With a cold reprimand filled with anger, Qian Renxue turned around furiously, her fingers surrounded by spiritual energy, aiming directly at Shen Tianyu's groin. Whoa! Shen Tianyu quickly retreated. Xiaoxue, let me explain. There's nothing to explain. The vast spiritual energy erupted, and Qian Renxue's golden eyes were filled with fighting spirit. I want it. Right now. Immediately. A faint golden halo radiated, enveloping the entire bedroom. Bang! 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 The doors and windows instantly closed, and the spiritual energy surged violently. Huh! With a delicate shout, her spiritual energy burst through her dress. Shen Tianyu was taken aback, his eyes slightly squinting. I understand now. He immediately focused his energy, and the spiritual energy in his dantian erupted in an instant. Kill! The immortal techniques came one after another, and Qian Renxue's golden eyes were filled with a thirst for the great way. The battle was relentless, with spiritual energy intertwining. 1,000 meters outside the bedroom, Shilong held a spirit awakening pill in his hand. Feeling the fluctuations of spiritual energy coming from the bedroom, he no longer hesitated and swallowed the pill. In an instant, a warm current surged through his meridians, as if opening up the 8 extraordinary meridians, making him feel light all over. In the midst of it all, he seemed to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After returning from the extreme north, Shen Tianyu had left a spiritual vein in the Tiandou Imperial Palace. Anyone who took the spirit awakening pill could feel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and officially embark on their cultivation journey. Shilong was overjoyed and quickly opened the qi-inducing technique, entering into cultivation. 3 hours passed, and it was now midnight. Inside the bedroom, Shen Tianyu and Qian Renxue embraced each other. Xiaoxue, in just 3 days, you've made considerable progress in your cultivation. After a simple exchange, Qian Renshue's progress was fully grasped by Shen Tianyu. Qian Renxue snorted coldly and remained silent. Seeing that her anger had mostly dissipated, Shen Tianyu finally spoke to explain. Actually, the ice and snow emperors, I don't want to hear your explanation, nor do I care about it. Qian Renxue interrupted. I already knew you couldn't control yourself. Oh, this is awkward. So I was mentally prepared. Whether it's Yi Lingling or those two transformed soul beasts, I can accept them. But I have my demands. First, when you're with me, you must not think about them. Second, I'm the older one. Third, you must not have entanglements with BB Dong. The first two are definitely not a problem, but this third one is a bit troublesome. If you had said it a few days earlier, there might not have been any surprises. But now, you're already entangled with BB Dong. You can't do it? With golden eyes fixed on Shen Tianyu, the beautiful girl slightly furrowed her brow. I can do it. Naturally, when facing an angry woman, the priority is to appease her. I believe you. Husband, her cold expression suddenly broke into a playful smile as she buried herself in Shen Tianyu's chest. That call, husband, was well done. Let's practice it again. Spiritual energy erupted and the cultivation began. Until the next day, when dawn broke and the sun shone through the window onto the soft bed. Shen Tianyu finally woke up from his dreams. After getting up and washing up, Qian Renxue also woke from her slumber. Get up, you're late for court again. Shen Tianyu joked. It's still because of you. Qian Renxue pouted, feeling a bit shy. Today, I might not be able to handle state affairs. What's wrong? I feel a bit of pain. My body isn't comfortable. Images from last night flashed through Shen Tianyu's mind. He indeed had been a bit rough. After 3 days without seeing you, it felt like 3 autumns, and I couldn't hold back at the moment. I'll go explain and deal with it another day. Just rest well today. MHM. Qian Renxue nodded obediently. The various academies within the empire were set to arrive today. If you can convince them to join, then great. If not, let it be and no more killing. Not long after ascending to the throne, the Tiandou Empire had already experienced too many bloody events. If this continues, the rule will surely be unstable. I know what to do. After a moment of tenderness, Shen Tianyu left. He first gave some instructions within the palace, and then headed to the Tiandou Royal Academy. Starting from yesterday, the major Soul Master Academies in Tiandou had been arriving one after another. By the time Shen Tianyu arrived at the Royal Academy, the Imperial Guards had already gathered the various academies here. In the Grand Square, Shen Tianyu walked in, his gaze first sweeping over the Qihua Academy, Tianxue Academy, and Xinfeng Academy. After the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect was destroyed, one of the Elemental Academies, the Thunder Academy, had directly closed down. As for the Elephant Armor Academy, being a staunch affiliate of the Wuhuan Palace, they naturally wouldn't heed the royal command. You have all come from afar, and I'm sure you know the purpose of this meeting. What needed to be said was made very clear when the Imperial Edict was issued. Today, the main goal is to address your doubts and make decisions. Everyone present had heard of the new President Shen Tianyu. The destruction of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect was entirely his doing. If it weren't for fearing his methods, these old Soul Master Academies would likely not have come. Throughout history, Soul Masters have always been revered. Now, to establish a cultivation academy and change the way of practice, I think it's very inappropriate. The Soul Master system has been perfected over thousands of years. Recklessly changing to cultivation methods, who can guarantee it won't delay these children? The speaker was the president of the Xinfeng Academy. Once he opened his mouth, Tianxue and Qihua Academies quickly echoed their agreement. Indeed, suddenly changing to cultivation methods is far too risky. These children are all extraordinary talents. We cannot let them take such risks. I don't care what others think. Our Plan Academy will definitely not practice cultivation methods. The presidents of various Soul Master Academies expressed their opinions, and the accompanying students were also very resistant. After a round of debate, the scene finally quieted down. Shen Tianyu leisurely took a sip of tea and slowly spoke. What you are worried about fundamentally boils down to a lack of trust in cultivation methods, believing that Soul Master cultivation is the orthodox foundation. So, I am here to prove to you that cultivation methods are far superior to martial soul cultivation, and cultivators far surpass Soul Masters. If you personally take action, we naturally have nothing to say. With a slight frown, Shen Tianyu fixed his gaze on the president of the Xinfeng Academy. Are you leading the charge again? A troublemaker? I won't personally take action. President of Xinfeng Academy, I've heard that your school has an extraordinary genius named Feng Xiaotian, right? That's right. The president of Xinfeng Academy nodded. Xiaotian, come out. Feng Xiaotian stepped out from behind, mobilizing his soul power and soul rings rose from his feet. 2 yellow and 2 purple, a 4-ring soul master. Reaching 4 rings at this age is indeed considered a genius. All right, Lingling, come out. From the building behind. Yi Lingling walked out. The girl moved slowly, her entire aura reined in. A group of academy deans turned their attention to Yi Lingling, shocked to find that they couldn't see through the girl's cultivation level. Yi Lingling, a genius from the Tiandou Royal Academy's auxiliary department, possessed the martial soul 9-heart sea peach, which I'm sure you all have heard of. Chapter 74, Yi Lingling. Just a small qi refining cultivator naturally, we know. Dean Shunfeng nodded. The 9-heart sea peach martial soul is quite renowned on the continent. There is only 1 inheritor per generation, and, at any given time, there can only be 2 alive. Only when 1 dies will the next 9-heart sea peach be born. Moreover, the 9-heart sea peach martial soul only has 1 soul skill, which is a full-range healing ability, regardless of how many soul rings it has attached. If it weren't for the inheritance restrictions, it would definitely replace the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School as the #1 auxiliary martial soul. Since you all know about it, I won't elaborate further. Feng Xiaotian, do you dare to fight against Lingling? Feng Xiaotian was taken aback by Shen Tianyu's question. Me? Fight her? Don't joke around. She's an auxiliary type. You're scared, aren't you? Before Shen Tianyu could say more, Yi Lingling stepped forward, her eyes under the veil locking onto Feng Xiaotian. If you're afraid, just admit defeat. Feng Xiaotian frowned, anger flashing in his eyes. Being provoked by an auxiliary type soul master made him very uncomfortable. All right, I'll fight you. But you asked for it, so don't say I bullied you. With a howl, Feng Xiaotian summoned his martial soul. His mutated martial soul, the swift wind, 2-headed wolf, made him a perfect counter to Yi Lingling as a speed attack type soul master. The first soul ring lit up, and Feng Xiaotian leaped into the air. Claws shot from his palms, slashing through the air to create 10 arc-shaped wind blades. The wind blades rushed towards Yi Lingling, sealing off her position. An attack she couldn't evade. I'll finish the battle with just my first soul skill. Wind blade array. Attack. In an instant, the 10 wind blades rushed towards her. Yi Lingling stood her ground, showing no signs of soul power fluctuations. Just as the wind blades were about to strike, her pupils under the veil suddenly constricted. The energy in her dantian erupted, and the 10 wind blades froze mid-air. Yi Lingling extended a finger, causing the 10 wind blades to tremble and explode. What? Feng Xiaotian was taken aback, and everyone present was stunned. An auxiliary type soul master easily broke through the attack of a speed attack type soul master. Shen Tianyu chuckled, watching as Yi Lingling made her move. After breaking Feng Xiaotian's first soul skill, Yi Lingling thrust her palm forward. A vast amount of spiritual energy was released in an instant, forming a gigantic hand of energy above Feng Xiaotian's head. Bang! The jade hand swung down, slamming the energy hand onto him. Dust rose, and a shockwave spread. When everything calmed down, Feng Xiaotian lay on the ground, unconscious. The arena fell silent, everyone looking at Yi Lingling in disbelief. Let me give a try. From the side of the Fire Academy, Huo Wushuang stepped forward. Count me in. With a roar, Huo Wushuang stepped forward, summoning his martial soul, the 1-horned Tyrannosaurus. Behind him, his sister Huo Wu also released her martial soul, which was very special, appearing identical to Huo Wu's, but in a shadow form. Yi Lingling didn't waste words and raised her hand, manipulating the spiritual energy. Explosive waterfall technique. In an instant, the water elements in the air condensed. A massive waterfall appeared above the siblings' heads. Extinguish. A cold shout echoed as the explosive waterfall descended. The siblings hadn't even attacked before they were directly defeated, clutching their chests with blood at the corners of their mouths. You two give a try. The dean of the Water Academy turned around, his gaze landing on the 2 girls. Teacher, if our martial soul fusion technique is interrupted, it will be meaningless. Shui Binger hesitated. The dean sent them out to let them display their martial soul fusion technique. But the martial soul fusion technique requires preparation time. Don't worry, she will let you use your martial soul fusion technique. The dean of the Water Academy was very confident, sending out Shui Binger and Shui Wu. Both were at the level of 4-ring soul masters and possessed the martial soul fusion technique ice and snow falling. In some sense, their strength after using the martial soul fusion technique would completely overwhelm Feng Xiaotian and the Hua siblings. The 2 stepped forward and immediately released their martial souls. Shui Wu danced gracefully behind, while Shui Binger summoned her martial soul, facing Yi Lingling calmly. You just need to use your martial soul fusion technique. I want to interfere midway. After saying this, Yi Lingling closed her eyes, ignoring the two. Seeing this, Shui Binger relaxed her guard slightly and prepared to use their martial soul fusion technique with all her might. The air quickly cooled down, and faint snowflakes began to rise. On top of a tall building, the Ice and Snow Emperors watched this scene with interest. Ice Phoenix, what a pity. It was almost the ultimate ice. Among humans, she could be considered a top genius, but compared to cultivating immortality, she was still far behind. The two emperors shrugged, playing with the falling snowflakes. A bright phoenix cry rang out as the martial soul fusion technique was ready. Shui Binger retreated and directly embraced Shui Wu. In the next moment, snow and ice surged violently, enveloping Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling, with her eyes tightly closed, slowly opened them. She raised her hand and pointed forward, flames dancing at her fingertips. Fireball technique. The fire elements quickly condensed, and the rapidly decreasing temperature was swiftly suppressed. Following that, the temperature began to rise rapidly. A small fireball gathered at Yi Lingling's fingertips. As the fire element merged in, it grew larger and brighter in the snow-filled world. Fire element! The Dean of the Blaze Academy exclaimed, leaving everyone present stunned. Just moments ago, Yi Lingling had used the water element, and now she was using the fire element. Was she really a support-type soul master? No, she hadn't even used her martial soul. Explode! A cold shout emerged from the snow, and the scorching fireball detonated. The searing flames scattered in all directions, soaring through the ice and snow. The ice phoenix, flapping its wings, was instantly engulfed by the flames. The extreme low temperature rapidly rose, and waves of heat surged through the air. Bang! Bang! Two figures fell to the ground, and the ice and snow completely dissipated. Shui Binger and Shui Wu were now charred all over, severely burnt. The entire audience was shocked. The martial soul fusion technique of the two women had the power equivalent to that of a soul emperor. Yet, Yi Lingling was still at the third ring and was a support type. How could she possibly defeat a soul emperor? But the facts were right before their eyes, and the power of her celestial technique left everyone in silence. A faint glow was released, landing on the two women. Eating technique. The burnt skin began to recover rapidly. Everyone pay attention. The healing ability that Lingling used is not her nine-heart begonia, but a type of celestial technique, Shen Tianyu explained at the right moment. Under the healing technique, Shui Binger and Shui Wu's injuries quickly healed, and they woke up from their unconscious state. What is your cultivation level? Shui Binger, still injured, asked. Just a small qi refining cultivator. Yi Lingling replied. Shui Binger took a deep breath when the imperial decree from the Tiandou Emperor reached the Tianxue Academy. It included a classification of cultivation realms. Mid-qi refining, merely the beginning of cultivation. Dean, I want to change to cultivating celestial techniques. In less than a minute, Shui Binger made up her mind. The Dean of Tianxue Academy smiled wryly as he looked at Shen Tianyu on the high platform. Although I am the Dean of Tianxue Academy, I also have to respect the wishes of the students. As long as there are students willing to change to cultivating celestial techniques, I have no objections. The Dean of Tianxue Academy was quite reasonable. He raised his hand and took out a spirit awakening pill, directly tossing it to the Dean of Tianxue Academy. This pill is a gift for you. After taking it, you can start your path of cultivation. Directly giving it away, the Dean of Shenfeng Academy was startled and immediately spoke up. Our Shenfeng Academy is very willing to change to cultivating celestial techniques. The other deans were baffled. What's going on? Didn't we agree yesterday to firmly resist this? You're turning your back on us a bit too quickly, aren't you? I'll give you all 3 days. After 3 days, anyone willing to join my Tiandou Celestial Cultivation Academy, whether students or teachers, can join. Think it over. I have plenty of spirit awakening pills, more than I can use. So remember, time waits for no one. Chapter 75, Xiao Wu, a bad feeling in a remote valley in the Tiandou Empire. The Shrek's 7 monsters, led by Tang San, were currently meditating among a pile of stones, radiating various colors of light. I've broken through to level 40. Dai Mubai roared, shaking the valley. Congratulations, Boss Dai, on your successful breakthrough. Tang San immediately congratulated him, and the others woke up from their training. I didn't expect these earth and sky soul stones to be so effective. In the past 2 days, I've already reached level 37. Oscar exclaimed excitedly, waving his arms. This was the fastest period of soul power increase since he started cultivating. Now that Boss Dai has broken through to level 40, should we accompany him to hunt for soul rings? Ma Hongjun suggested, looking at Tang San. Among the Shrek 7 monsters, Tang San was clearly the backbone of the group. No need to rush to hunt for soul rings. A deep voice came. It was Tang Hao. Once soul power reaches a bottleneck, even if you don't hunt for soul rings, your soul power will still grow with continued training. But it won't be obvious. This treasure land was fortuitously discovered. It is a heavenly opportunity. Since it hasn't been noticed by others yet, we should quickly absorb it all. Once we've absorbed these earth and sky soul stones, I'll accompany you to Tiandou Forest to hunt for soul rings. With Tang Hao's assurance, everyone felt at ease. A tidal Douluo provides protection, making it easy to hunt for soul rings. Everyone, hurry up and continue absorbing the heavenly soul stones. With Tang San's call, the others immediately immersed themselves in absorbing the soul stones. Tang Hao guarded the 6 of them, feeling very pleased. The destruction of the Haoyan sect had hit Tang Hao hard, but fortunately, there was always a way out, and he discovered such a treasure land. The heavenly soul stones here not only enhance soul power, but also have no side effects. The only flaw is that there is an age limit for absorption. At least for Tang Hao, he cannot absorb these heavenly soul stones. Tang Hao maintained a good mindset and was not frustrated. Instead, he pinned his hopes on the 6 children. These 6 kids are all exceptionally talented. With such a heavenly opportunity, they will surely be promoted to Tiandou Douluo within 10 years. By then, they would have the capital to counter Shen Tianyu. They just need to endure for another 10 years to take revenge. Time passed quietly, and 10 months went by in the blink of an eye. The heavenly soul stones in the valley were completely absorbed. The soul power fluctuations within the 6 bodies were unfathomable, and no one knew what level they had reached. Kids, prepare to set off to the Tiandou Forest to hunt for soul rings. Yay! The 6 cheered with joy. 10 months of silent cultivation had almost driven them crazy, and now they could finally go out for a walk, which was a delight. Under Tang Hao's lead, the 7 of them headed towards the Tiandou Forest. In the Sunset Forest, within the Qian Immortal Mansion, spiritual rain poured down, and the ground was covered with heavenly materials and earthly treasures that had grown wildly, with half of them already reaching 1,000 years of age. For nearly 10 months, Shen Tianyu traveled daily between Tiandou City and the Sunset Forest. Under his careful nurturing, these heavenly materials and earthly treasures grew very well. At some point, Bibi Dong quietly appeared behind Shen Tianyu. After 10 months of cultivation, Bibi Dong still had a perfect foundation. With Shen Tianyu's daily guidance and the purest spiritual energy as support, her cultivation naturally yielded twice the result with half the effort. She hugged Shen Tianyu from behind and softly spoke, "I have to leave." "Ah, you're leaving so soon?" "In another month, the Soul Master competition for the entire continent will begin. If I don't exit now, it might cause a stir." "That makes sense." Shen Tianyu nodded. A short-term mission flashed through his mind. Ever since the Tiandou Immortal Academy was established, a new short-term mission had been issued, which was to participate in the Soul Master competition, win first place, and make the name of the Immortal Academy known across the continent. When do we depart? After sunset. There is still some time. Let me guide you a bit more. He released his spiritual energy and demonstrated his immortal techniques, targeting Bibi Dong. With a charming smile, Bibi Dong had already reached a tacit understanding and responded to Shen Tianyu's attack. At sunset, a loud bang echoed from within the Yuqian Immortal Mansion. Inside Bibi Dong's dantian, a small golden dan was forming. "You've broken through to the golden dan stage." It was a pleasant surprise before her departure. Shen Tianyu chuckled lightly, his finger resting on Bibi Dong's lower abdomen. Spiritual energy surged into her body, causing Bibi Dong to furrow her brows slightly. "This is my purest source spiritual energy. You must store it well. It will greatly benefit your cultivation. I hope it's still there when we meet next time." Next time is just a month away, right? Bibi Dong was startled, thinking to herself, will it not go bad? It will definitely still be there. After changing into her dress, Bibi Dong turned back every 3 steps, reluctantly leaving. Watching her familiar figure, Shen Tianyu sighed. For the next month, there is no need to come to the Sunset Forest. As the time for parting arrived, Shen Tianyu felt quite reluctant. A mature woman has her own charm. No wonder everyone wants to be Chao Zai. After expressing his feelings, he stepped away from the Sunset Forest. Under the cover of night, he returned to Tiandou City. He first visited the Tiandou Immortal Academy and exchanged some immortal techniques with the Ice and Snow Emperors. After a brief interaction, he sought out Yi Lingling to correct some of her mistakes in immortal techniques. Having completed all this, it was almost dawn. Shen Tianyu wasted no time and headed straight to the Tiandou Royal Palace. This was his daily routine, truly a master of time management. In the inner hall, Qian Renxue sat cross-legged, surrounded by golden soul power. A gentle breeze blew by, and Shen Tianyu quietly landed in front of Qian Renxue. Under the golden silk long dress, Qian Renxue's exquisite figure was wrapped. The soft, fair skin was surrounded by a faint golden glow. The six-winged angel spread her wings, radiating a gentle and holy power of light. Bathed in this brilliance, Qian Renxue resembled a fairy. A mouthful of turbid breath was exhaled, and the soul power was retracted. Golden eyes opened, and a broad figure came into view. Has she broken through to Soul Sage? She has. Although Qian Renxue practiced immortal techniques, she did not give up on cultivating her martial soul. After all, the six-winged angel is the inherited martial soul of her family, and Qian Renxue aims to inherit the angel god. This cannot be changed for now. Shen Tianyu said little about it, allowing Qian Renxue to make her own choices. However, if that dog of Shura god dares to cause trouble when inheriting the angel god, then the divine realm can prepare for destruction. Can you accompany me to the Tiandou forest tomorrow? Qian Renxue softly whispered as she plunged into Shen Tianyu's embrace. Of course. Let me think about what kind of soul ring to find for little Shui. The seventh soul skill, fixed martial soul true body, does not impose particularly strict requirements on soul beasts. Why not go straight for 100,000-year soul ring? His Qian Renxue gasped. 100,000-year soul ring. I can't absorb that, right? With my husband here, you'll definitely be able to absorb it. All right, I believe in my husband. My husband is the best. She wrapped her arms around Shen Tianyu's neck, her delicate red lips approaching. Under the moonlight, in the Tiandou forest by a small lake, a long-legged girl was coiling her hair, looking at her reflection in the water. In the girl's view, that reflection was not herself, but a man. This girl was none other than the long-missing Xiao Wu. Suddenly, Xiao Wu felt her heart tugging. An ominous premonition surged in her heart. Why do I feel such an ominous tug at my heart? Could it be that something happened to third brother? P.S. I recommend a book. Duo, without a female lead fanfiction. Douluo Evil Soul Master. Shura Armor, Slaughter the Divine Realm. Decisive in killing, fast-paced. If you can take action, don't just talk. Chapter 76. Slapping Ma Hongjun to death the next day. In the core area of the Tiandou forest, a bloody smell permeated the air, and vast waves of soul power continuously spread outward. Roll. A roar echoed, making the earth tremble. Within 100 miles, all soul beasts were stunned by this strike, fleeing wildly to avoid it. Safe at last. Deep in the forest, Tang Hao put away the Haotian hammer. Uncle Tang, you're so cool. You're my forever idol. Ma Hongjun's eyes sparkled, holding Tang Hao in the highest regard, wishing he could directly recognize him as a godfather. Your talent is exceptional. If you train seriously, you will definitely become a title Douluo in the future. Hurry up and absorb this flame demon tiger. 13,000 years is very suitable as your fifth spirit ring. Got it. He drew a dagger and sent the flame demon tiger, which was left with only a breath, on its way. A black spirit ring spiraled out. Ma Hongjun sat cross-legged and began to absorb the spirit ring. With his third brother's father around, hunting for spirit rings was incredibly smooth. Yes, I never expected that I would already be a soul king. I have to thank my third brother for all of this. I almost want to dedicate myself to him. Ning Rongrong released her spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, with 5 spirit rings pulsating above and below. A pair of eyes fell on Tang San, as if they were about to sink into them. I didn't expect that those heavenly soul stones would actually elevate our cultivation to Soul King. It was indeed an unexpected joy. Tang San smiled and said that this was truly beyond his expectations. After arriving at the Tiandou forest today, everyone successively obtained their 4th soul ring, and then they were pleasantly surprised to find that their soul power had surpassed level 50. With the help of Tang Hao, they continued to obtain their 5th soul ring. Among them, Dai Mubai now had the highest cultivation, reaching level 57. Ning Grongrong, Su King, and Oscar were also above level 55. As for Ma Hongjun, who is currently absorbing his soul ring, he probably wouldn't be too far behind. Next, it would be time for Xiao San to obtain his 5th soul ring. Dai Mubai spoke up. Xiao San's talent far surpasses mine. He might even reach 6 rings. Boss Dai, don't make fun of me. How could I compare to you? Tang San smiled and waved his hand, directing his gaze towards his father, Tang Hao. Your 5th soul ring is not urgent. I have my own arrangements. Once Ma Hongjun finishes absorbing his soul ring, we will leave immediately. An ominous premonition lingered in Tang Hao's heart. It seemed that in this Tiandou forest, a pair of eyes had been watching him all along. Deep in the forest, a petite woman was hiding, her gaze fixed on Tang San, not leaving for a moment. Third brother, Shao misses you so much. Almost there. Flashes of light flickered as a man and a woman flew through the air, heading straight for the Stardew Forest. This man and woman were Shen Tianyu and Qian Renxue. After getting up today and dealing with some state affairs, they headed straight for the Stardew Forest. Should we go down? No need. Shen Tianyu shook his head, boldly flying in and heading straight for the core area. Qian Renxue had some worries in her eyes, but couldn't help but speak up. Actually, a 10,000-year-soul ring would be enough. Hunting a 100,000-year-soul beast is too dangerous. Let's skip it. I don't want anything to happen to you. Don't worry, in the Stardew Forest. No one can touch your man. Come on, not a single one. With a kiss on her snow-white cheek. The two had already flown into the sky above the Stardew Forest. The spiritual energy from the Dantian was activated, directly spreading outward. Boom! The entire Stardew Forest trembled. The surrounding soul beasts immediately couldn't withstand the pressure and collapsed to the ground, trembling. Hand in hand with Qian Renxue, they headed straight for the core area. The spreading spiritual energy transmitted everything around into Shen Tianyu's brain. In his mind, images of Tang San and his group appeared. Ma Hongjun had just finished absorbing his soul ring and was demonstrating his fifth soul ring to the others. Upon sensing this scene, Shen Tianyu frowned. Damn, are they cheating? A 15 or 16-year-old Soul King. Are they playing with me? It had only been a year since the destruction of Shrek Academy. This group had actually gone from Soul Master to Soul King in one leap. Can they really do that? Shen Tianyu was displeased and immediately locked onto their positions while making a new discovery. He Xiao Shui, I found your seventh soul ring. Let us go. The spiritual energy soared, instantly covering a distance of 10,000 meters. Their speed increased dramatically, heading straight for Tang San and his group. Over here, Ma Hongjun was demonstrating his soul skills, and Tang Hao's ominous premonition grew stronger. Feeling alert, he slowly released his soul power. Not good. Something's wrong. Tang San's expression changed drastically. Ever since he entered the Stardew Forest, he had also had a sense of foreboding. Therefore, he had been releasing his blue silver grass to probe the surroundings. In the last moment, he sensed the power that had once suppressed him. A wave of heart-wrenching tremors surged through him, and his legs couldn't help but shake. Tang Hao, Tang San, long time no see, little master is back. A loud sound echoed in the sky, and the spiritual energy burst forth like fireworks. Shen Tianyu, accompanied by Qian Renxue, stood proudly in midair. Looking down at the group below, you've come at the right time, just in time for you to witness the power of my fifth soul skill. A resounding phoenix cry soared into the sky, and flames sprouted from Ma Hongjun's back, forming fiery wings. With a gentle flap, he was already airborne. Fifth soul skill, Phoenix Meteor Shower. The phoenix cries out among the stars, and fierce flames fill the air. Large fireballs condensed out of thin air, appearing like a meteor shower. With a wave of his hand, Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Meteor Shower directly covered Shen Tianyu and Qian Renxue, standing in midair without moving. Shen Tianyu lightly flicked his finger. The spiritual energy around him rippled out, and the incoming Phoenix Meteor Shower instantly turned into nothingness. Ma Hongjun was taken aback. The fifth soul skill he had just acquired was supposed to showcase his power, yet it was easily broken. Come here. He reached out with a big hand, gathering vast spiritual energy, pulling Ma Hongjun in front of him. Is this how Flinder taught you? He really turned you into a fool. Title Douluo have fallen in my hands. What qualifications does a mere soul king have to act against me? The sound waves carried a violent pressure, each word deafening. Ma Hongjun felt his internal organs tremble violently, constantly teetering on the edge of collapse and explosion. Let him go, Tang San shouted angrily, his eyes blood-red, filled with hatred. Brothers, unleash your martial souls. Dai Mubai waved his hand, and the remaining 5 members of the Shrek 7 monsters simultaneously released their martial souls. Except for Tang San, all were at the 5-ring Soul King level. Tang Hao had a grim expression. 9 soul rings spiraled up from beneath his feet, tightly gripping the Hao-Ian hammer in his hand. Shen Tianyu, let him go. If you have something to settle, come at me, Tang Hao. He is still just a child. Child? Tilting his head, Shen Tianyu sneered. He is not a child anymore. At such a young age, he has already shared a room with countless girls. Under Flinder's guidance, this guy's lustful nature is considerable. If left unchecked, who knows how many girls will be harmed by him in the future. Zhou, Di, with one hand, release Ma Hongjun and suppress the spiritual energy. A palm strike came down, the palm print descending from the sky, directly landing on Ma Hongjun. Fatty, Tang San and the others exclaimed as the palm print fell to the ground. Boom! The residual energy swept across, stirring up countless dust and debris. Disperse. With a wave of his robe, the dust cleared. On the ground, there was a huge palm imprint, and in the center of it, there was only a pool of flesh and blood. Ma Hongjun has fallen. Chapter 77. Xiao Wu appears, severing Tang Hao's arm. Shen Tianyu, you should die. Tang San gritted his teeth, one hand behind his back, giving Tang Hao a knowing glance. Tang Hao understood, raising the Hao Yin hammer high. The seventh soul ring flashed directly, revealing Hao Yin's true form. His tall figure quickly appeared in the Tiandou forest. A strike from the heavens. The 100-meter giant hammer ruthlessly smashed towards Shen Tianyu. You overestimate yourself. Facing the strike of the Hao Yin hammer, Shen Tianyu remained unhurried, raising his hand to throw a punch. Boom! The fist collided head-on with the Hao Yin hammer, and violent energy fluctuations swept outward madly. In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled, and the forest was devastated. PFF Tang Hao spat out blood, and the Hao Yin hammer was sent flying. Tang Hao, you really are becoming more and more useless. Is that so? Tang Sen replied coldly. A blue silver grass suddenly appearing behind Shen Tianyu. At the tip of the blue silver grass, there was a hidden weapon. Yama's token. Whoosh! The Yama's token shot out, directly piercing Shen Tianyu's back of the head. Yama lets people die at midnight, who can keep you alive until dawn. Shen Tianyu, you fell for my trap. I've waited too long for this moment. A chilling look flashed in Tang San's eyes, as if all the humiliation he had suffered in the past was washed away at that moment. Ever since Ning Rongrong became the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she had obeyed Tang San's every command. After much effort, he had gathered the materials to make the Yama's token. Today, facing Shen Tianyu, Tang San was confident that the Yama's token would surely kill him. Haha! Tang Hao laughed loudly. Didn't he expect that, did you? You, who are so full of yourself, are undoubtedly doomed today. Shen Tianyu, to avenge the blood feud of my Haotian school, you must pay in blood. Oh, you know that the Haotian school was destroyed? He raised an eyebrow and sneered. Lucky for you. It seems you returned home after I destroyed the Haotian school, right? You probably don't know how I killed Tang Xiao. Both you brothers are worthless. Shut up. Veins bulged on his forehead, and Tang Hao was furious. Facing death, you still dare to argue. Who is truly facing death? A mere hidden weapon cannot harm me. Boom! The spiritual energy spread out, and the toxin of the Yama's token was directly dispersed by the spiritual energy. Annihilate. With a snap of his fingers, the spiritual energy swept across, completely dissipating all toxins. What? Tang San was shocked. The Yama's token had failed? No, there are still experts. 2 iron gallbladders were thrown out, one in front and one behind. Mother and child death-seeking gallbladders. The iron gallbladders collided in midair, spewing countless poisonous needles. And a massive cloud of poison was rapidly released, targeting Shen Tianyu. Stop using these childish tricks. Tang San, you are truly foolish. Pressing his palm down, the poisonous needles and fog halted in midair. Go! A furious shout echoed, and the poisonous needle changed direction, rushing back towards Tang San. Not good. The crowd was alarmed, realizing it was too late to rescue him. Am I going to die? Tang San showed a bitter smile, fully aware of the deadly power of the soul-devouring needle. If hit by this blow, it would be dangerous. A gentle breeze stirred in the forest, and a slender figure suddenly sprang out, leaping in front of Tang San. Invincible golden body. Boom! The soul-devouring needle collided with the girl and was completely blocked. With this block, time was bought for Tang Hao, who immediately flashed over, using the immense soul power of a tidal Douluo to completely resolve the crisis. Xiao Wu, Tang San was overjoyed, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. It really is Xiao Wu. Dai Mu Bai and the others were also relieved. Ever since Xiao Wu went missing, everyone had been worried. Seeing her again today, the stone in their hearts finally fell to the ground. Only Ning Rongrong, while appearing happy for Xiao Wu's safety, had a cold glint in her eyes. Xiao Xue, your soul ring has appeared. Huh? Where? Qian Renxue was puzzled as Shen Tianyu pointed at Xiao Wu. It's her, 100,000-year transformed soul beast. At this revelation, everyone was stunned. Xiao Wu, you are a soul beast? Brother, I'm sorry. I really am a 100,000-year soul beast in human form. I left you because I was afraid of being discovered and bringing disaster upon you. So I had no choice but to return to the Tiandou forest. Xiao Wu, you don't need to explain. Even knowing you are a soul beast doesn't matter. Their eyes met, and Tang San's gaze softened. It was only after you left that I realized I love you. No matter whether you are human or beast, I love you, and my heart will never change. Brother. Xiao Wu's words choked, tears streaming down her face. I love you too. The two embraced and cried, sobbing uncontrollably. Hey, this ends here. Shen Tianyu coldly reprimanded, his icy gaze locking on to Xiao Wu. Come here obediently and become my Xiao Xue's soul ring. You wish. The angry shout echoed as Tang Xin stood protectively in front of Xiao Wu. If you want to kill Xiao Wu, you must first step over my dead body. As you wish. A palm strike shot out, breaking through the air. My son, you cannot kill. Bang! The giant hammer fell, colliding with the palm print. Rumble, the residual energy surged wildly, directly sending Tang San and his group flying 1,000 meters away. The great Sumera hammer, explosion ring, holding the Hao Ian hammer high. Tang Hao's 9 soul rings spun. The 2 soul rings exploded simultaneously, and the giant hammer came crashing down towards Shen Tianyu. Overestimating oneself, with a single punch, a furious wave of fist energy swept across. Bang! The hand holding the Hao Ian hammer trembled under the fist energy. The immense force struck head-on, causing the hammer handle to recoil and smash against the chest. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out, and Tang Hao suffered a heavy blow. Blasted! He roared in anger, causing all soul rings to explode except for the knife. Even if I die today, I will peel off a layer of your skin. Let you know the name of my Hao Ian Douluo. What a delusion. The person who could peel off a layer of my skin has yet to be born. Boom! With a powerful step, he charged towards the Hao Ian hammer with a punch. Spiritual energy surged and spread. Energy waves condensed in his palm as Shen Tianyu boldly struck, aiming directly at Tang Hao. Not good. Dad is in danger. Tang San's face changed drastically from a kilometer away. Daming, Erming, come help me. Xiao Wu's thoughts stirred, and a special sound wave spread throughout the Stardow forest. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook, and the trees trembled. In the towering, ancient forest, a mountain-like figure charged forward. The Titan Great Ape. His face instantly turned pale, lips devoid of blood. A Shen Tianyu is already difficult enough to deal with. Now there's a Titan Great Ape. It's just adding insult to injury. Bro, don't panic. He's Erming. He grew up with me. What? Everyone was shocked. This Titan Great Ape actually grew up with Xiao Wu. Thinking about it, it's normal since Xiao Wu is a 100,000-year soul beast transformed. A sorrowful scream echoed in the Stardow forest, accompanied by an explosive energy impact. Shen Tianyu and Tang Hao were completely engulfed by the explosion. Amidst the blinding explosion, Tang Hao flew out covered in blood. One hand held the Hao Ian hammer, while the other hand was empty. With the purple extreme demonic eye activated, Tang San saw clearly. Dad's left arm has been destroyed. His teeth clenched. The hatred for Shen Tianyu reached its peak. Ever since Shen Tianyu appeared, everything had gone wrong. Loved ones and friends had been killed one by one. Tang San hated his own powerlessness. If he had strong abilities, he would kill Shen Tianyu immediately. Erming, quickly save him. Sister Xiao Wu, do we really need to save that human? The arriving Titan Great Ape seemed very reluctant. We have to save him. He is my future father-in-law. Chapter 78. Crushing the Titan Great Ape with one hand, the Titan Great Ape was stunned, astonishment flashing in its lantern-sized eyes. It did not refute Xiao Wu's request. Its strong arms directly uprooted 2 towering trees. Human, your opponent is me. Swinging the 2 trees, it smashed them directly at Shen Tianyu. With a burst of speed, both hands struck out simultaneously, hitting the 2 trees. Bang, bang, bang. The trees exploded, with chips flying everywhere. Tang Hao had one arm broken, his face twisted in unbearable pain. Seeing the Titan Great Ape make a move, it immediately landed on the ground and rushed towards Tang San and the others. Dad, your arm. It's nothing serious. It's just an arm. Tang Hao gritted his teeth, forcefully suppressing the pain with his soul power. I will avenge this grudge sooner or later. Dad, I will avenge you. A cold, killing intent flashed in their eyes. Both Tang San and his father hated Shen Tianyu to the bone. At this moment, the battle was about to break out, and after the Titan Great Ape joined the fight, its fists wildly swung towards Shen Tianyu. Under its mountain-like body, the strong and powerful arms had limitless strength. A punch swung out horizontally, affecting the airflow. Come fight. Drink. A cold shout rang out as a fist swung forward. The small fist met the large fist, creating an exceptionally unequal match. Before the Titan Giant Ape, Shen Tianyu appeared as tiny as an ant. The power of this punch was the full force of the Titan Giant Ape. Boom! The air surged, and the residual force shook the heavens. Bang! 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 The Titan giant ape staggered back, a flicker of disbelief flashing in its eyes. Human, your strength is actually greater than mine? What's so surprising about that? This little bit of strength is nothing. Titan giant ape, you claim to be the king of the forest and excel in strength. Let me see if you can withstand my punch. Spiritual energy gathered as the fist was swung forward. The entire person shot forward like a cannonball, instantly arriving in front of the Titan giant ape. The fist was aimed directly at the Titan giant ape's chest and smashed down. Bang! The residual force created ripples, spreading out in circles. Ah! The Titan giant ape let out a miserable scream, its massive body trembling violently. This punch delivered immense power straight to its organs. No matter how strong the Titan giant ape's body was, it could not withstand this punch. Damn human! With one foot stomping the ground, the Tiandou forest trembled. An invisible gravity suddenly surged. The towering trees around were all snapped in half. Gravity-controlled domain. The terrifying gravity descended, directly suppressing Shen Tianyu. A huge hand directly slapped towards Shen Tianyu's forehead. Turn into a meat pie for this king. He who gave you the courage to speak so arrogantly? Facing the enormous hand, he brought his two fingers together and pointed upwards, directly striking the palm of the Titan giant ape. Shatter. Spiritual energy surged into his body through the flesh and blood, causing all the bones in his arm to explode on the spot. With one arm crippled, the Titan giant ape went berserk. The still intact arm clenched tightly in the air. Gravity quickly compressed, and vast soul power crazily gathered around Shen Tianyu. I want you dead. Titan sky cannon. The gravity compressed the air, mixing with soul power to condense terrifying energy. Boom, the explosion followed. An entire Tiandou forest shook. Waves of energy surged outward wildly. Soul beasts under 1,000 years old were directly stunned by the energy waves. Be careful. Tang Hao quickly released soul power, enveloping Tang San and the others. What terrifying power! Even Tang Hao was shocked by the explosive power of this move. 100,000-year Titan giant ape, so terrifying. This is Air Ming's ultimate skill, the Titan sky cannon. In the entire Tiandou forest, few could withstand this move head-on. Xiao Wu explained with pride in her eyes. Such a strong Titan giant ape is just one of her little brothers. So, Shen Tianyu is very likely unable to withstand it. Tang San felt a surge of joy in his heart. If Shen Tianyu was killed by the Titan giant ape, it would indeed be a good thing. Of course, it would be best if he were left half dead, and he could then strike the final blow himself. As he fantasized about this, the Titan giant ape's shocked roar echoed. You're fine. How is this possible? At the center of the explosion, Shen Tianyu's robe danced with the energy waves, standing firmly in place, completely unharmed. A faint smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. Just this. With a burst step, he arrived above the Titan giant ape's head. With one hand down, he ruthlessly struck the Titan giant ape's head. With a firm grip, the explosion followed, and blood erupted in the air. Boom! Blood mixed with spiritual energy filled the air. This scene was so brutal that Ning Rongrong was so scared she closed her eyes and dared not look directly. Ming! Xiao Wu exclaimed, only to see that colossal body swaying precariously. A huge blood hole had been blasted open on its head, and one could even see the brain matter inside. Xiao Wu, sister, run. The last words escaped her mouth as the Titan giant ape's strong body collapsed in the Tiandou forest. Bang! A large area of trees was crushed under its body. The entire Tiandou forest seemed to have sunk down a few degrees. Is it dead? Qian Renxue's golden eyes flickered as she flew to Shen Tianyu's side. Dead. Below, a crimson 100,000-year soul ring floated, hovering above the Tiandou forest. The 100,000-year Titan giant ape, known as the forest king of the Tiandou forest, was tragically killed under Shen Tianyu's hands. Human, you dare kill my brother. Roaring in the sky, the clear blue sky suddenly turned dark with clouds. In the core area of the Tiandou forest, the sky blue bull python was enraged. It had thought that with the Titan giant ape's attack, it would definitely kill this human, so it did not intervene. Little did it know, it had underestimated this human. Moreover, Shen Tianyu's final strike had clearly not had much energy fluctuation. The Titan giant ape should have been able to block it. So the sky blue bull python did not act immediately. It was only when the 100,000-year soul ring floated up that the sky blue bull python realized it was wrong. Because of its misjudgment, its good brother who had accompanied it for 100,000 years had tragically died before its eyes. The anger was beyond words, turning into a series of furious thunderclaps. Xiao Wu, sister, you all retreat to the depths of the core area. With an angry shout, the massive body of the sky blue bull python was rapidly rushing from the core area. "We're leaving." Xiao Wu led the way, and Tang San and the others immediately followed. Taking out the sea god's shield from his bosom, Tang San immediately infused it with soul power. Sea god's shield. Originally colorless, the sea god's shield released some sky blue energy fluctuations after Tang San activated it. The shield enveloped everyone, and they instantly disappeared without a trace. This soul skill has an invisibility function, which can help us avoid Shen Tianyu's detection. The death of the Titan giant ape hit Tang San hard. He couldn't help but ponder, if the sky blue bull python were also killed by Shen Tianyu, what should he do next? Thinking of this, Tang San quickly took out the sea god's shield, hoping to use its invisibility ability to avoid Shen Tianyu and find an opportunity to escape or hide. Unfortunately, there were no pits in the Tiandou forest, making it somewhat difficult to find a place to hide. While he was calculating in his heart, a massive body flew overhead. It was the enraged sky blue bull python. Arcs of electricity danced in the sky, and thunder rumbled. The sky blue bull python wielded thunder, like a god of thunder in the world, commanding the thunder and lightning of heaven and earth. Human trembled before the thunder. A roar, resembling a dragon and a bull, erupted from the sky blue bull python's mouth. Thunder descended, accompanied by the power of annihilation. Sky Blue Annihilation Divine Thunder. Chapter 79. Sacrifice? Did I get your permission? In a city of the Tiandou Empire, 3 oddly dressed individuals were dining in a restaurant. Suddenly, strange energy stirred within them, as if they had been electrocuted, causing all 3 to look up simultaneously. A dignified voice echoed in their minds. The heart of the sea god and the inheritor of this god are in trouble in the Tiandou forest. Hurry and save him. Sea god. The sea maiden Dulouo's eyes flashed with astonishment after becoming a guardian of the 7 sacred pillars. This was her first time personally receiving a divine oracle from the sea god. Time is of the essence. Depart quickly. The 3 immediately stood up and took to the sky. In the instant their soul power erupted, they vanished without a trace. The shopkeeper, coming back to his senses, was furious. Can soul masters eat without paying? Is there no law anymore? In the Tiandou forest, the sky blue bull python wielding thunder swooped down from the sky. The sky blue annihilation divine thunder not only possessed the power to destroy all things with thunder, but also the terrifying annihilation power of slaughter. The violent thunder instantly enveloped Shen Tianyu. Die for me. Crackling thunder erupted in the air. With one finger pointing to the sky, spiritual energy surged forth. Shen Tianyu smirked, and all the raging thunderbolts came to a halt in an instant. Great thunder technique. He spoke aloud, and the control over the thunder was directly seized by Shen Tianyu. Go! With a wave of his hand, the thunder transformed into a thunder python, rushing towards the Tianyu python in a frenzy. The Tianyu python's eyes widened in shock. Immediately, soul power erupted from within. Slow field. The soul power spread, and the speed of the thunder python significantly slowed down. Under the slow field, the Tianyu python held absolute initiative. It darted towards Shen Tianyu with the agility of an eel, its sharp dragon claws extending towards him. Tianqing's dull divine claw. The dragon's roar erupted, and time seemed to slow down. In Shen Tianyu's field of vision, everything decelerated except for those sharp dragon claws, which move as fast as lightning, like a ghost. It is you who will die. Bang! One foot stomped down, the slow domain exploded. Reaching out to catch the dragon's claw, he gently twisted upwards. Crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed, and a dragon's roar reverberated. In front of the young master. You are undoubtedly like a child. The spiritual energy gushing out behind Shen Tianyu coalesced into a tall figure. Although the features of this figure were blurred, it was clear that it bore no difference from Shen Tianyu. The 2 enormous hands, one grasped the head of the azure bull python, while the other held its tail. The arms stretched wide, power erupted in an instant. The straightened body tightened in midair. The azure bull python frantically urged its soul power, trying to break free from Shen Tianyu's grasp. However, the soul power had long been firmly suppressed by the spiritual energy, unable to move an inch. The bones and veins inside its body probed towards the brink of breaking under the immense force. Human, if you kill this king, the powerful figures of the Tiandou forest will not spare you. What? The azure bull python is afraid of death too? A playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if watching a clown. The true strong ones in the Tiandou forest are not me. The azure bull python. I merely manage on behalf of others. If you kill me, The true king will surely take your life. Is that so? A disdainful cold snort. He increased the force in his hands. The young master fears that the king you speak of won't dare to show up. Ryup, the massive body, was torn open from the middle. One hand was thrown away, and it was violently smashed to the ground. The tail that fell to the ground convulsed and twisted wildly. With a flick of the fingers, a burst of spiritual energy shot out, directly pinning that segment of the tail to the earth. With a reverse grip, it seized the head of the sky blue bull python and directly broke off its two horns. Ah, human, you will not die a good death. The furious roar wanted to shatter the entire Tiandou forest. Tang San and his companions were now approaching the central area of the core. Faced with this vast sound wave, they couldn't help but cover their ears. Daming, the sky blue bull python, whose body had been torn apart and whose horns had been broken, could only be described as a pitiful sight. Seeing this scene, Xiao Wu felt heartbroken. Let go of Daming. Rushing out from the sea of heaven and earth cover, Xiao Wu shouted angrily. Xiao Wu, don't go over. Tang San immediately chased after her, grabbing Xiao Wu tightly. Brother, let me go. We can't just watch Daming die at his hands. Xiao Wu screamed, her eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Shen Tianyu, what do you want in order to let Daming go? Little rabbit, what qualifications do you have to question me? His eyes flashed with fierce light, directly shooting at Xiao Wu. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, and Xiao Wu crouched down, covering her chest. I not only want to kill the Azure Sky Bull Python, but I also want to take your little rabbit's life. Your soul ring, I will have it. You want my soul ring? Covering her chest and wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, Xiao Wu's expression turned cold, as if she had made a significant decision. You evil person, don't even think about getting my soul ring. Even if I die, I won't give my soul ring to you. Xiao Wu's eyes instantly turned blood red. A frenzied roar erupted from her mouth. The piercing sound echoed throughout the Tiandou forest. No, don't, Sister Xiao Wu. The Azure Sky Bull Python struggled and roared. As 100,000-year soul beast, he naturally understood what Xiao Wu was doing. The unique ability of 100,000-year soul beast, sacrifice. With Xiao Wu's roar, a blood-red light shone brighter than the sun, rapidly spreading throughout the entire forest. Life energy burned, and Xiao Wu's body gradually became transparent. Her dress exploded, revealing her crystal-clear figure. She turned around and directly embraced Tang San. Wherever the red light passed, everything quickly froze. Tang Hao suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over him. This scene was so familiar. The person he once loved most had also made the same choice in such a situation. The experiences of 2 generations of father and son were strikingly similar. Xiao Wu, what are you doing? Tang San was terrified. Xiao Wu at this moment frightened him. Life energy was rapidly flowing away, and a smile appeared on Xiao Wu's face. Third brother, I love you. My soul ring can only belong to you. No one else can have my soul ring. No, Xiao Wu, don't. I don't want your soul ring. I just want you to live. Tang San shook his head frantically, but his body couldn't move an inch. Once the sacrifice began, it couldn't be stopped. Brother, as long as you are alive, Xiao Wu will be content. With her smile unwavering, Xiao Wu's energy was rapidly flowing away, then condensing and merging again. Sacrifice? Did you get my permission? A stern shout descended from the sky, and the flowing energy suddenly came to a halt. Discarding the Azure Sky Bull Python, he stepped forward to stand before Tang San and Xiao Wu. A large hand reached out, releasing spiritual energy. The energy that Xiao Wu had lost during the sacrifice wildly gathered and returned to her body. I said I want your soul ring, so no one can take it away, not even through sacrifice. The large hand directly landed on Xiao Wu's crown, and all the energy that had been released was completely withdrawn into Xiao Wu's body. The bright red light began to dissipate rapidly, and everything that had been frozen returned to normal. No, Xiao Wu was unwilling and burned her life energy once more. Still want to sacrifice? Do you think I'm giving you face? With a backhand slap, he struck Xiao Wu's face. Shen Tianyu, you are not allowed to hit Xiao Wu. What are you? How dare you point at me? The spiritual energy surged, and Tang San was directly blasted away. Tang Hao quickly dodged and caught Tang San with one arm in midair. Your soul ring belongs to Xiao Shui, so behave yourself. Chapter 80. The Death of the Azure Sky Bull Python. The miserable Red King, no. I don't want to be her soul ring. Xiao Wu roared, her eyes filled with hatred as she glared at Qian Renxue. Even if I self-destruct, I want to be the soul ring of my enemy. My mother died at the hands of the Spirit Hall. Nonsense. With a backhand slap, he struck Xiao Wu's face red. How did your mother die? Can you give a clear answer? Are you sure it was the spirit hall that killed her? Shen Tianyu had seen Douluo before. Initially, Xiao would claim that the spirit hall killed her mother. However, later in the divine realm, she dreamt that she was eaten by a fierce beast. This was utterly ridiculous. Foolish rabbit, if you can't figure out how your mother died, don't just casually say things. In my hands, you don't have the right to self-destruct. The spiritual energy seal fell on her forehead, and Xiao Wu's soul power was completely sealed. Opening the Rui Baobao bag, she directly tossed her inside. After this matter is settled, I will take her soul ring. Human, you have already touched my bottom line. The azure sky bull python, with only half of its body remaining, spoke in a low voice, barely concealing its anger. The low roar seemed to be some kind of signal transmitted to the most dangerous area in the core of the Stardew forest. Accompanied by the low roar, an echo came from the dangerous area. A terrifying aura suddenly burst forth and swept out. Azure Sky Bull Python, you are truly useless. The Stardew forest has caused such a huge commotion, and I have even sensed the fluctuations of sacrifice. Since when did our soul beast clan voluntarily offer sacrifices to humans? Handing the Stardew forest over to you for management will inevitably lead to its decline. In the dense forest, the terrifying aura drew nearer. Shen Tianyu narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction from which the aura was emanating. Deep in the forest, a fierce beast emerged, incredibly powerful. This beast had 3 heads, with dense fur that resembled a lion, but had dog heads. Each dog head had a diameter of over 1 meter, and its body length exceeded 5 meters. The 3-headed red demon hound, ranked 8th among the top 10 fierce beasts, was known as the Red King. My king, it is not that I have managed poorly, but this human is too strong. The Titan giant ape died at his hands. If it weren't for dire circumstances, I wouldn't have sought your assistance. The Titan giant ape is dead? The Red King was taken aback, clearly somewhat disbelieving. Its dog nose sniffed rapidly, and it indeed caught the scent of the Titan giant ape, although the scent carried the aura of death, confirming the Titan giant ape's fall. The Red King visibly became enraged. Human, you have such audacity to kill my kin. Why is only this little dog here? Where is Tian? Let him come out. Facing the 3-headed red demon hound, Shen Tianyu showed no fear. This guy was ranked 8th among the top 10 fierce beasts, and its strength was not impressive. With a flick of his finger, he could easily destroy it. Human, you actually know of Tian's existence. You should have come to seek death. The Red King growled in anger, flames igniting beneath its feet, flames that seemed to come from hell and could not be easily extinguished. Seek death? The entire Stardew forest combined isn't enough for me to kill. If anyone is to seek death, it is you. Just over 300,000 years of cultivation. Can you withstand a punch from me? Boom! As soon as the words fell, he charged forward, swinging his fist towards the Red King's head. The Red King was instantly furious, raising its sharp claws to meet him head-on. Boom! With a single punch, a crack echoed as bone shattered. The Red King opened his eyes wide in anger, realizing the situation was dire. This human's power far exceeded his own. Just as the two began to clash, the Azure Bull Python also moved. Once again controlling the thunder, its sharp dragon claws launched a sneak attack from behind. Seeing this, the Red King abandoned the thought of retreating. 3 heads shook, and a massive blood-red mouth opened. Hellfire spewed forth, directly engulfing Shen Tianyu's body. The next moment, the thunderous dragon claws descended, striking Shen Tianyu's back. Under the dual assault of thunder and flames, an explosion erupted around Shen Tianyu. Good. The Azure Bull Python was overjoyed. With a super fierce beast joining the fray, the battle indeed became much simpler. What are you happy about? Celebrating your imminent dismemberment? Whoosh! Amidst the explosion of flames and thunder, Shen Tianyu darted out. His large hand gripped the Azure Bull Python's neck, while the other hand's 2 fingers came together. Kill! Sword energy erupted from the 2 fingers. In an instant, endless sword energy enveloped the Azure Bull Python's body. Starting from the wound on the python's waist, it began to crazily slice away. In an instant, blood and flesh flew, and cries of agony filled the air. The Azure Bull Python struggled violently, watching helplessly as its flesh was cut away inch by inch, leaving only its skeleton. Human, you dare to slaughter my kin in front of me. The Red King was furious. Shen Tianyu's actions were too arrogant, completely disregarding him. As one of the top existences in the Stardew forest, the Red King could not tolerate this. 2 powerful front claws smashed down to the ground. Hellfire erupted from the earth, quickly enclosing Shen Tianyu in a cage of flames. I'm done playing. It's boring. Aimed directly at the Azure Bull Python's heart, sword energy surged through. After 100,000 years, the soul ring floated, and the Azure Bull Python fell. After killing the Azure Bull Python, Shen Tianyu finally turned his head. A punch was thrown forward, the fist's energy bursting and raging. The cage constructed of hellfire was instantly destroyed by the fist's force. The figure flickered, taking a step forward, arriving in front of the Red King. Both hands reached out simultaneously, directly pressing on the two heads of the Red King. Leaping onto the Red King's back. The Emperor sent you out to die, and you are still unaware, yet you dare to speak so arrogantly in front of me. I'll first remove your two heads and throw them into the land of great evil. Let's see how the Emperor reacts. As he spoke, he exerted force with both hands. No! The Red King was about to resist, but as Shen Tianyu mounted its back, the soul power within it was directly suppressed. The pain pierced through to the bone, and the two 1-meter-wide heads were forcibly torn off by Shen Tianyu. With a powerful swing of his arms, he directly threw the two heads towards the land of great evil. Blood gushed from the neck. The middle head of the Red King twisted, turned around, and opened its large mouth. Sharp teeth glimmered with a cold light, directly biting towards Shen Tianyu. These teeth were comparable to diamond, with an incredibly strong biting force. Once bitten, it would immediately turn into food for the Scarlet King. Truly a dog, it can't change its nature of biting indiscriminately. With my right hand, I grabbed the dog's mouth and forcefully made the Scarlet King close it. I flipped off its back and easily slammed it to the ground. The dog's head was pressed into the mud, and I rubbed it fiercely. This scene left Tang San and his group in shock. The Titan giant ape was dead. The sky blue bull python was dead. Then the Scarlet King appeared, an existence even stronger than the 200,000-year soul beasts, and was easily pinned down and hammered by Shen Tianyu. What kind of demon is Shen Tianyu? Is there really no one on the continent who can defeat him? Who did this good deed? Come out and face me. Bang, bang, bang. The earth shook, and in the land of great ferocity, the powerful shockwaves rolled. A towering figure directly emerged from within. Tang San and his group changed their expressions drastically. This was a ferocious beast, even more terrifying than the Scarlet King. Its body was extremely large, even bigger than the Titan giant ape. A pair of sharp bear claws swung wildly, tearing apart all the trees in their path. Bear King, don't be impulsive. Another surge of overwhelming aura erupted, and the plants in the starry forest seemed to come alive in an instant, welcoming their king's arrival. Chapter 81. Bear King. 10,000 Demon King, save me. This lord is here. The roar shook the heavens and the earth, and a massive bear claw struck through the air. The claw print shattered space, leaving devastation in its wake. On the fingertips, spiritual energy swirled. Go! With a light tap of the fingertip, the bursting spiritual energy shot out like a sharp sword. Boom! The claw print exploded, yet the spiritual sword continued forward. Boom! Another loud crash. Vast amounts of trees were destroyed. The enormous body emerged from the ancient tall trees. Despicable humans, you have some skill. This lord will play with you. Bang! The bear paw stomped the ground, leaping up. The massive body descended rapidly like a mountain. Golden light flickered on the sharp bear claws. Take a claw from this lord. With a raised left eyebrow, Shen Tianyu spoke loudly. Braised bear paw is quite good. Facing the bear claw, he stepped into the air, fingers spread out, transforming into claw-like shapes. Let me see just how sharp your claws are. This claw struck out in the void. The claw mark rose up and landed directly on the bear's paw. Oh! The bear let out a tragic scream, and its rapidly falling body suddenly came to a halt. Swish! A tiny black shadow flickered and, in the blink of an eye, appeared in front of Bear Lord. Human, what do you want? Bear Lord's expression changed drastically. This human was incredibly fast, arriving right before him without him noticing. Watch your eyes. The left hand extended, forming a claw like an eagle's. Bastard! Bear Lord roared in fury, a vast soul power erupting from within, as he swung his bear paw downwards. Clumsy bear, if you want to hurt me, train for a few more years. Easily dodging the paw, Shen Tianyu flew to Bear Lord's right eye. The eagle claw lunged fiercely, directly piercing into the bear's lantern-like eye. Ah! You shy D. The roar echoed as Bear Lord fell to the ground, covering his eye and shouting in anger. At that moment, vines quietly approached, quickly converging towards Shen Tianyu. You don't need to meddle. I can kill him. Enraged, Bear Lord swept his paw, destroying a row of vines completely. Bear Lord, you brainless creature. The furious king of all monsters cursed loudly. choosing to retreat and distance himself from Bear Lord. Don't worry, among us, only the beast god can defeat Bear Lord. Ziji, you're wrong. The human is very dangerous. The long-haired king of all monsters, appearing in human form, said with a gloomy expression, Bear Lord will surely be defeated. The alluring woman beside him showed a look of astonishment. Instead of rushing to refute, she directed her gaze toward the battle. With one eye gouged out, the Bear King was furious. He swung his strong, powerful arms, and the bear claws shimmered with a dark golden light. Dark golden terror claw. The soul power surged, and a shockwave swept across. Below, Tang Hao and Tang San's group were directly pushed back 1,000 meters by this shockwave. Tang Hao protected everyone with his soul power, yet he still couldn't withstand it. The shockwave severely injured Tang Hao, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. What kind of soul beast was this? Why was it so powerful? What he saw and heard today far exceeded Tang Hao's expectations. In his understanding, the Stardow Forest was dominated by the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape. He never expected that after the two 10,000-year soul beasts fell, an even stronger soul beast would emerge. The soul beast that had its two heads torn off earlier had already made Tang Hao sense the threat. Now, the giant bear that had attacked possessed the power to destroy heaven and earth. And standing not far away were a man and a woman, who were undoubtedly soul beasts. Being caught in the shockwave of this top-tier battle was incredibly uncomfortable. The ultimate skill of the Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear Clan. I wonder if this stupid bear will disgrace the Dark Golden Terror Claw by using it. Humans, if you're a man, come and give it a try. As he roared, the bear claw ruthlessly smashed down. This bear paw, I shall accept it. With a burst step, he charged toward the Dark Golden Terror Claw. His fist swung out, colliding with the Dark Golden Terror Claw. Boom! The immense force compressed the air, producing a series of loud explosions. The energy shock wave formed a massive vortex, enveloping both of them. Haha, human. How does this shockwave vortex feel? My body is unafraid, but your little frame is likely to be crushed. Stupid bear. What are you so proud of? Inside the shockwave vortex, Shen Tianyu's robe fluttered, showing no signs of being affected. In a flash, he appeared on the Bear King's paw, slashing down with his hand blade, blood spraying out directly. In the Bear King's view, a giant bear paw flew away. After a moment of shock, the Bear King reacted. My paw. The wishful treasure pouch opened, and the bear paw was stored inside. I said this bear paw is mine, so it can't escape. As for this energy shockwave vortex, with both hands forming seals, he summoned the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, directly gathering it. Condense. The shockwave vortex was immediately suppressed by the spiritual energy, condensing into a medium-sized energy sphere. A palm struck the energy orb, pressing directly against the chest of Bear King. Boom! The rumbling sound echoed through the Stardow Forest, accompanied by Bear King's scream, reaching the skies. Damn humans, you have completely enraged this king. The single eye turned blood red, and Bear King's fur seemed to be stained with blood in an instant. Frenzied, soul power condensed, and his momentum surged. The waves of energy in the heavens and earth were stirred by Bear King's terrifying presence, and the skies above the Stardow Forest changed dramatically. Should we intervene? ZG spoke with concern, initially skeptical of the words of the 10,000 Demon King. But now she had no choice but to believe. Bear King had lost one eye and one paw. If this continued, Bear King might be killed on the spot. Forget it. The 10,000 Demon King spoke darkly, saying that a thick-skinned and tough creature like him was not needed. ZG was speechless. This arrogant fool will never know the heights of heaven and depths of earth without suffering a bit. Bear King was completely furious at this moment, having lost an eye and a paw in front of his companions, which made him lose face. Especially towards the 10,000 Demon King, Bear King felt 1,000 grievances. Just because he had cultivated for a bit longer, he was ranked above him. Bear King had always been bothered by this. Therefore, no matter what, he could never ask the 10,000 Demon King for help. Moreover, even with one paw injured, Bear King still had confidence to fight. His ultimate skill had yet to be unleashed. Frenzy. Right now, you look more like a foolish bear. You seek death. The bear paw was raised high. Exuding en poisinoha. The space trembled, and with a light swing of his sharp claws, he could tear the void apart. It's the sky-tearing claw. Ziji shouted. This move had once injured Emperor Tian. Perhaps with this move, Bear King could really turn the tables. A booming shout echoed as Shen Tianyu stood in the air, his palm grasping towards the sky, a strand of primal power falling into his hand. Fingers brought together, and with a punch thrown out, primal divine fist. Bang! The spiritual energy beneath his feet exploded, propelling him forward. Watch this king tear you apart. The sky-tearing claw descended, colliding with the primal divine fist. At the moment of contact, Bear King's proud expression instantly faded. The void split open, and a tremendous force seemed like a meat grinder, trying to pull Bear King in and crush him. Not good. Bear King's mind went blank. His strongest strike was easily neutralized by this human. What was even more terrifying was that Bear King sensed the breath of death. At his level, perception was extremely keen. The longer one lived, the more one feared death. In an instant, Bear Jun panicked. He quickly turned his head and spoke in fear. "My king of all demons, save me." Chapter 82. Let the Silver Dragon King come out to meet this young master. Oof. Do you also have a time when you need help? The king of all demons coldly snorted, raising his hands high, and a huge tree eye appeared behind him. A beam of light shot out from the tree eye, heading straight for Shen Tianyu. The tree eye paralysis. As the king of the plant soul beasts in the Stardoe Forest, the 10,000 Demon King not only possessed what attributes, but also had poison and spirit abilities. This tree eye paralysis was his signature mental attack. The attack arrived in an instant, targeting Shen Tianyu's eyes. A mental attack? That can't harm me. With his eyes wide open, at the moment the tree eye paralysis descended, an even greater mental force erupted. Boom! The tree eye paralysis was directly destroyed, and the erupting mental force was already in front of the 10,000 Demon King. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out, and the king of 10,000 demons was hit by a mental backlash. Huh? ZG was taken aback, clearly caught off guard by the king of 10,000 demons being counterattacked. Let's work together. Holding back the blood that was about to surge up his throat, the king of 10,000 demons spoke in a deep voice. ZG nodded, her toes touching the ground as she rushed straight towards Shen Tianyu. Oomph, well done. Her fist transformed into a palm, directly slapping onto Xiong Jun's forehead. A palm came down, and Xiong Jun's head buzzed. He grabbed the one-armed man and executed a shoulder throw on the spot. Damn! Shi Wang's eyes widened, and the next moment Xiong Jun landed beside him. Sweat dripped from his forehead. He had almost been hit. With Xiong Jun's massive body crashing down, even if Qi Wang didn't die, he would lose half his life. Having his soul power sealed, Xiong Jun was no longer as arrogant as he was when he first appeared. He glanced at Qi Wang beside him and suddenly felt much better inside. Although he had lost one eye and one bare paw, it was still better than Qi Wang, who had both heads twisted off. Death withers. The sky turned dark, and the aura of death enveloped the area. In an instant, the space around Shen Tianyu turned black. ZG appeared from the darkness, like a messenger from hell. The Hell Dragon King, ZG, with less than 300,000 years of cultivation. You dare to act wild in front of me? Speaking in a deep voice, he reached out into the darkness. The spiritual energy seemed to have eyes, directly locking onto ZG's position. Unbeknownst to ZG, the spiritual energy transformed into a large hand and captured her on the spot. Come here. With a grab, ZG's body was uncontrollably pulled to Shen Tianyu's front. This enchanting woman had a great figure and was dressed rather revealingly. When she was brought before Shen Tianyu, she looked a bit dazed. Huh? The sudden turn of events startled ZG. A bit foolish. She raised her hand and slapped it on ZG's chest. Poof, dragon blood gushed out, and ZG's face turned pale. Two fingers came together and lightly tapped her chest. Her soul power was instantly sealed, and ZG lost all her strength. Within the dark sky, the enchanting woman in purple was thrown out, crashing in front of Qi Wang and Xiong Jun. ZG. You lost so quickly? Faced with Qi Wang's confusion, ZG wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. It was too embarrassing. She had been captured right after making a move. She was inherently weak. Being taken down in one hit was quite normal. Xiong Jun, are you really that strong? Aren't you the one who got one eye poked out and lost a bare paw? ZG, you're asking for it. Xiong Jun immediately erupted in anger, but his body was restrained, and no matter how he struggled, he couldn't harm ZG in the slightest. Oomph. Useless, furious dumb bear. Turning her head to ignore Xiong Jun, ZG's gaze shifted towards the dark sky. At this moment, the darkness gradually dissipated, and outside the darkness, countless vines and branches stood ready. At the edge of the starry forest, Qian Renxue's golden eyes were filled with worry. At the start of the battle, Shen Tianyu had sent her a message to retreat to avoid getting hurt. Now that Shen Tianyu was about to face a crisis, Qian Renxue regretted even more. If she had gotten closer, she could have warned him in time. No, I can't just sit here and wait. Gritting her teeth, Qian Renxue spread her 6 angelic wings behind her and flew straight towards the core area. Before she could utter a warning, Shen Tianyu had already flown out from the dark sky. Countless branches and vines surged towards him. Thousands of branches. Corrosive venom. The 2 ultimate skills were unleashed simultaneously, and the king of 10,000 beasts pushed his soul power to the limit. After observing earlier, the king of 10,000 beasts knew how terrifying Shen Tianyu was. If he didn't go all out, he would end up just like Xiong Jun. Thousands of branches could both attack and control. Corrosive venom, a deadly poison. With the combination of these 2 ultimate skills, even Xiong Jun's robust body wouldn't be able to withstand it. Human, opposing me is your greatest mistake. The king of 10,000 beasts' eyes were cold. Among the beastmen of the starry forest, he started from the lowest point. Step by step, I have become the most troublesome existence among ferocious beasts. If I do not strike, it is fine, but once I do, it is a sure kill. Your words, I return them as they are. It is your biggest mistake to let this young master meet an opponent. Swish, swish, swish. Sword energy flew out from countless branches, and the originally indestructible branches, gathered in one place, turned to ashes under the sword energy. What? The king of all demons was shocked. As Shen Tianyu stepped through the air, his robe showing no signs of corrosion. Your poison is useless against this young master. With this indestructible body, how can a little venom harm me in the slightest? Not to mention the spiritual energy protecting me. Even the robe wouldn't be corroded at all. Like a ghost, he flashed and appeared behind the king of all demons in the blink of an eye. Reaching out, he grabbed the king of all demons' hair, and Shen Tianyu frowned slightly. What is a man like you doing with such long hair? The king of all demons' hair could only be described as absurdly long. While others have hair that reaches their waist, or at most their hips, his hair, standing high in the air, was at least 500 meters above the ground. This is the result of growing hair for over 50 years? Cut it. The scissors came down, and the king of all demons' long hair was directly severed. My hair. The king of all demons' mindset exploded, feeling his head lighten as if his soul had been severely injured. I will kill you. Slap. With a slap to the back of the Wan Yao King's head, Shen Tianyu pouted and said, "What s with the fuss? With such long hair, are you trying to cross-dress? I'm not saying it, but the soul beasts in your Tiandou forest have some strange quirks." Quickly sealing the Wan Yao King's soul power, he threw him down to the ground. The 4 great evil groups gathered, each looking like wilted leeks. You scared me to death. Qian Renxue arrived, landing in front of Shen Tianyu. How did you get here? Shen Tianyu frowned, displeased. You still don't know my abilities? Hurry up and get away. The truly powerful beings in the Tiandou forest haven't come out yet. Just as he finished speaking, the sky suddenly plunged into darkness. A terrifying force descended directly from above. The sound of dragon roars echoed, and the entire Tiandou forest seemed to boil in an instant. Ditian, you finally came out. With narrowed eyes, he formed a hand seal. Under Qian Renxue's feet, a spatial teleportation opened. Be good and wait for me on the outskirts. He kissed her snow-white face and sent Qian Renxue away. Then, he stepped into the air, advancing toward the dark oppressive force. Human, you've gone a bit too far. A massive dragon head emerged from the dark sky. Beside this dragon head stood a stunningly beautiful woman. Under a long dress of azure, a curvaceous body is wrapped. A rich aura of life energy surges from the woman, giving a feeling akin to a spring breeze. The Jade Swan by G is the only healing-type soul beast among the top 10 fierce beasts. Whether it is excessive or not is not for you to decide, but for this young master to decide. Ditian, you are still no match for this young master. Let the Silver Dragon King come out to meet me. P.S. I've been dealing with a cold lately, and my schedule has become seriously chaotic, so I can't fix the update time. I will adjust it as soon as possible and set a fixed update time. Sorry. Chapter 83. The Fury of Beast God Ditian. Arrogant. Ditian was furious, and the fluctuations of soul power crazily condensed. The sky fell into absolute darkness, and the dragon's roar seemed to shatter the heavens and the earth. Be ye. You step back first. Black light flickered, flowing over Bai Ji's body. In an instant, Bai Ji landed in front of the 4 fierce beasts, including the king of 10,000 demons. Ditian possessed certain spatial abilities, so sending Bai Ji out was a simple task. After Bai Ji landed, she shook her head and sighed. You are too impulsive. Gentle soul power flew out, landing on the 4 fierce beasts, healing them. In the sky above the Tiandou forest, Shen Tianyu stepped forward, disappearing into the darkness. Human, how did you learn about the master's affairs? In the darkness, Emperor Tian transformed into a human form and stepped out. A pair of vertical pupils radiated an imposing aura. As the representative of the Soul Beast Emperor, Emperor Tian is regarded as the absolute supreme being among the soul beasts on the Douluo continent, with a soul power level of 870,000 years. He is comparable to a demigod. How this young master knows is none of your concern. Let the Silver Dragon King come out, and you might suffer less. For countless years, you are the first to dare to speak to this divine beast like this. A flicker of anger flashed across his face, which was naturally intimidating. Today, you have injured 4 of my subordinates and slain 2 of my 100,000-year soul beasts. If I let you leave like this, where would my dignity as a divine beast be? It seems that unless I give you a beating, you won't submit. With a raised brow, he shot forward, arriving in front of Emperor Tian in the blink of an eye. With a powerful punch, he struck directly at Tian's chest. Bang! The immense force transmitted through the flesh, reaching his internal organs. Tian's vertical pupils widened, and a sweet taste surged up his throat. Boom! The shockwave rolled, and Tian was forced back, his eyes filled with disbelief. Such terrifying power was something even he, Tian, could not unleash. 10,000 dragon flames. In the darkness, the sound of dragon roars echoed. It was as if there were thousands of true dragons flying and singing together. From their mouths, burning flames erupted. Having easily defeated the 4 great fierce beasts, Tian was naturally very cautious of the human before him. After taking a punch and suffering losses, Tian directly unleashed his ultimate move. The fury of the 10,000 dragons surged, engulfing Shen Tianyu in darkness. Vast spiritual energy erupted, and a ghostly figure flew out from the 10,000 dragon flames. With 2 fingers together, he waved towards the boundless darkness. The sword aura circulated and exploded, annihilating all the gathered 10,000 dragons. Tian was greatly surprised and immediately raised his hand to strike at Shen Tianyu. Dragon God Claw. As the representative of the Soul Beast Overlord, he was not merely the highest in cultivation. In his youth, Tian had followed the Dragon God. Later, he received the Dragon God's blessing and obtained this Dragon God Claw. It can be said that this move, Dragon God Claw, could be described as a divine skill on the Douluo continent, but Tian was not a god and could not mobilize divine power. The Dragon God Claw reached out into the void, tearing the darkness apart. The massive Dragon Claw split the skies. The might of the dragon descended, pressing down on Shen Tianyu's body. Garbage. He spat disdainfully, clenched his fist tightly, and punched upwards. The particles of a giant elephant exploded, and the muscles in his arms bulged. A seemingly ordinary punch struck directly against the Dragon God Claw. At the moment of contact, Tian's brow furrowed. Not good. Crack. In the next moment, the sound of bones cracking echoed. The Dragon God Claw was directly broken, and the fist flew straight toward him. Tian was greatly shocked and frantically surged his soul power, transforming into the golden-eyed Black Dragon King. As the dragon's roar erupted, the dragon blood within him boiled. Bearing the purest dragon lineage, Tian had the pride of the dragon race. Even if one dragon claw was injured, he had no thoughts of retreating. Once his true form appeared, his massive body quickly coiled around Shen Tianyu. That huge mouth opened wide, and Tian shouted in a deep voice, "You have successfully angered me." Roar, the ultimate dark attribute, erupted, and in an instant, the world was pulled into a dark abyss. A massive black dragon roars, its dragon's roar seemingly capable of destroying the entire world. Black Dragon's Apocalypse, one of Emperor Tian's powerful soul skills. When this move is unleashed, even 100,000 mountains can be easily flattened. The great wave decays. As the fist rises, the heavens and earth tremble, and the great wave bows down. Shen Tianyu stands in the darkness, glaring at the enormous dragon body before him. With a single punch, the space shattered. The figure moved as fast as lightning, arriving in front of me in the blink of an eye. The energy waves bursting from my mouth directly engulfed Shen Tianyu. This move of mine, the Black Dragon Annihilation, would make even demigods retreat. Boom! A figure rushed in, and the fist landed right on the mouth of the Emperor Dragon. Half of its teeth, mixed with blood, were spat out. Damn it! The Emperor Dragon cursed on the spot, caught off guard, and slapped in the face before the toast was even finished. What'd I say, demigod? Even if a god came, I could still easily slay him. I dodged and mounted the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, gripping its horns tightly. Emperor Tian, let the Silver Dragon King come out, or I'll break your dragon horns. You dare. In a fit of rage, Emperor Tian raised his massive dragon claw and struck down at Shen Tianyu above. Foolish dragon. I sneered and vanished from the spot. Emperor Tian's dragon claw landed directly on his own head. Due to the lack of control, the claw tore through his own scales and blood gushed out. Below the starry forest, Bai Ji had been monitoring the battle above. Seeing Emperor Tian injured, she immediately released a gentle light, floating into the darkness and landing on Emperor Tian's forehead. Emperor Tian, you really are pathetic. You need a woman's help to fight. Shut up. Emperor Tian roared, transforming back into human form. He raised a claw toward the darkness, wielding a sharp sword in hand. Black dragon sword. The sword's edge shimmered with a black cold light, and a powerful dragon roar erupted from the sword itself. One step forward, and in an instant, he arrived above Shen Tianyu, directly slashing down with his sword. Want to learn from me? Your speed is too slow. You won't grasp the essence. Bang! He disappeared in a flash. Tian's eyes widened as he raised the black dragon sword, ready to strike down, but the person had already vanished. A sudden chill came from behind him. A cold wind brushed past his face, and Tian immediately sensed something was wrong. Before he could turn around, a large hand had already landed on his waist. Bang! The spiritual energy exploded, and Tian's robe burst apart. His flesh was left charred, and he rapidly plummeted downwards, biting his back molars. Tian felt displeased in his heart. My kidneys. Did you see that? If you can't match my speed, don't try to imitate. After a few simple exchanges, Tian was completely defeated, not even a match for Shen Tianyu. This made the beast god, Tian, feel very unhappy. Darkness descend. The extreme dark attribute erupted due to the anger in his heart. The entire core area of the Stardow Forest was completely shrouded in darkness in an instant. The beast god was furious. The king of all beasts spoke, his eyes filled with admiration. It had been many years since a soul beast had witnessed the beast god in anger. Today, with the beast god's wrath, it would surely be catastrophic. Omans, become my food in the darkness. In the endless darkness, Tian seemed to vanish without a trace. The aura of the beast god surged from all directions, making it impossible to discern his location. The killing intent mixed with sound waves surged from all sides. Under the dark night, countless black dragon swords stood tall, completely surrounding Shen Tianyu. Outside the Stardow Forest, a group of 3 people quietly appeared. Chapter 84. The sword chi of the extermination of immortals angrily kills the sea spear. What is going on? Someone is fighting against a 100,000-year soul beast? The sea dragon Douluo, with an imposing demeanor, furrowed his brow as he looked at the dim sky. Such terrifying energy fluctuations, comparable to the deep-sea demon whale king. The mermaid tail hidden beneath her dress. The sea lady Douluo was utterly astonished. This matter has nothing to do with us. Let's find the inheritor of the sea god first. The water element on the spear trembled, and the sea spear Douluo squinted his eyes, sensing the fluctuations of the water element in the air. Suddenly, the sea spear Douluo opened his eyes and locked onto a patch of trees below. There, stepping forward, the 3 rushed forward rapidly. Under the protection of the vast sea shield, Tang San and his group were secretly escaping. The sudden presence of a tidal Douluo made the group tense immediately. Tang Hao, who had lost an arm, immediately took out the Haotian hammer and held it horizontally in front of everyone. The 3, led by the sea dragon Douluo, stood 100 meters away from Tang San's group. We 3 are here on the orders of the sea god to rescue the inheritor of the sea god. Please, the one who holds the sea god's heart, step forward. We mean no harm. The sound waves rolled in, and Tang Hao in front looked slightly confused as he turned to Tang San, who was holding the vast sea shield. Is this object the sea god's heart? Tang San shook his head in confusion, his mind turning. At this moment of crisis, it was worth a gamble. Even if this object wasn't the sea god's heart, there was nothing to lose. Removing the vast sea shield, Tang San raised the vast sea shield in his hand. The sea god's heart is here. The crystal blue light flowed, and the sea dragon Douluo's eyes immediately lit up as they rushed towards Tang San. The Haotian hammer was held horizontally to block them. Sorry, we were abrupt. The sea dragon Douluo bowed to show his apology. We 3 are from Sea God Island, the guardians of the 7 sacred pillars of Sea God Island. A few months ago, the sea god issued a decree for us to come and find the sea god's heart. Just a few hours ago, we received the command that the inheritor is in trouble and to come quickly for rescue. Please follow us away. Once we reach Sea God Island, you will know the truth. Whether the pie falling from the sky is true or false is hard to judge. I cannot leave with you. Tang, Sin interjected, and the leading sea dragon Douluo immediately frowned. You don't trust us? It's truly difficult to believe when meeting by chance. Unless what? Unless you kill her, Tang San said coldly, pointing at Qian Renxue, who was hovering in mid-air on the outskirts of the Stardew Forest. My falling into this perilous situation today is closely related to her. Since you are here on the sea god's orders to rescue me, you should let me know the truth. After exchanging glances, the sea dragon angrily shouted, As you wish. Sea spear. Kill her. Yes. 9 soul rings appeared out of thin air, and a sea spear burst forth, directly heading towards Qian Renxue. On the towering tree, Qian Renxue stood proudly, nervously watching the battle above the core area. Suddenly, a sharp killing intent surged, and the water elements in the world converged in an instant, like the raging tide at sea, wildly gathering towards her. The sea spear, silently approached Qian Renxue, thrusting the spear horizontally. Qian Renxue reacted extremely quickly, her 5th soul ring lighting up as she raised the holy sword to collide with the spear. Clang! Crack! The moment the two weapons made contact, the holy sword shattered. The violent water elements directly engulfed Qian Renxue. Not far away, Tang San was overjoyed. It seemed that the 3 before him were not lying. They were so ruthless towards Qian Renxue, clearly not fearing the existence of the Spirit Hall. If he could ally with Sea God Island, it would be a great help in the future against the Spirit Hall, or to take revenge on Shen Tianyu. You are seeking death. The sound waves exploded in the sky, and a spiritual pressure suddenly descended, directly landing on everyone. The sea spear Douluo, who was attacking madly, was instantly immobilized by the spiritual energy, unable to move an inch. Above the core area, in the dark night curtain, countless black dragon swords were about to strike down on Shen Tianyu. Just as Shen Tianyu was unconcerned and was about to easily defuse this move, he suddenly sensed someone attacking Qian Renxue and immediately became furious. A cold shout echoed, immobilizing the sea spear Douluo's body. Reaching out in the darkness, a sharp sword appeared in his hand. As the sword emerged, a fierce sword aura swept across the entire dark sky. Countless black dragon sword energies instantly shattered into fragments. The Sword of Extermination. After completing the task of establishing the Immortal Cultivation Academy, Shen Tianyu gained the right to use the Sword of Extermination. However, over the past 10 months, there had been no one worthy of him using this sword. Today, seeing Qian Renxue being targeted, in his anger, he directly took out the Sword of Extermination. Does Sea God Island dare to touch the women of this young master? Are they trying to sever the inheritance? With one step forward, the sword energy of the exquisite sword swept wildly, directly tearing apart the dark sky. The sharp sword energy pierced through the void. Haimiao Douluo's eyes widened in anger, filled with fear. At this moment, he felt death approaching. Death! A sword chi shot out explosively, transforming into 2, 4, and 8 in the blink of an eye, becoming infinite. The sword chi enveloped that space, with sea spear Douluo positioned in the center. The word death echoed 3 times. As the exquisite sword chi executed its slaughter, blood mist exploded in the air, and in silence, sea spear Douluo had already fallen, leaving not even a bone fragment behind. The roaring water elements also vanished without a trace under the exquisite sword chi. With one step, the person arrived in front of Qian Renxue. Are you okay? I'm Fine. Qian Renxue shook her head. You don't need to worry about me. I still have spiritual energy left, so self-defense is not a problem. No. Shen Tianyu shook his head. This is a matter of principle. My woman, I can bully as I please, but no one else can touch a single hair on you. Qian Renxue pouted. Your way of bullying me is quite unique. A blush appeared on her pretty face, making her look very cute. If it weren't for being in the Stardew Forest at this moment, Shen Tianyu would have taught her some celestial techniques right on the spot. Suppressing his thoughts, his cold gaze locked onto the group of Sea Dragon Douluo. How bold of Sea God Island, not even bothering to inquire about my name on the Douluo continent. A strong pressure came over, and Sea Dragon Douluo let out a muffled grunt, but stepped forward without any fear. He had naturally heard of Shen Tianyu's name, but it was just someone who had eliminated the top 3 sects of Douluo. Our Sea God Island is not something the top 3 sects can compare to. Back then, when the Spirit Hall attempted to dominate Sea God Island, they didn't gain any benefits. Don't think that just because you've made a name for yourself on the continent, you can consider yourself invincible. Remember, there are heavens beyond the heavens and people beyond people. Sea God Island is not something you can offend. He with a cold smile. He raised his sword, and the sword of extermination's energy roamed, causing the space to resonate heavily, as if the world couldn't bear this violent sword energy. Does Sea God Island think it's impressive because it has the backing of the Sea God? Before long, I will personally step onto Sea God Island and sever the Sea God's legacy. As for you, Sea Dragon Douluo, today you shall become the nourishment of the Star Do Forest. With a single thought, the sword chi of the exterminating immortals burst forth, aiming directly at the Sea Dragon Douluo. Humans, do not underestimate others. Your opponent is me. The space, and a gigantic dragon claw reached out, directly grasping towards the sword chi of the exterminating immortals. Chapter 85. I, Emperor Tian, will not bow down or submit even in Death Dragon God Claw. Emperor Tian emerged from the void, his furious eyes filled with rage. How could a dignified beast god be overlooked, having lived for over 800,000 years? Emperor Tian had never endured such humiliation. In a fit of rage, he tore through the void and arrived before Shen Tianyu. The dragon god's claw swung out without hesitation, aiming directly at Shen Tianyu. Emperor Tian, you truly are brave. Do you no longer want your claws? Shen Tianyu shouted angrily, a hint of pity flashing in his eyes. Don't underestimate this beast god. In his fury, Shen Tian naturally paid no mind to Shen Tianyu's warning, and the dragon god's claw directly met the sword chi of the Excalibur. At the moment of contact, the sword chi directly went berserk and became useless. A dragon claw was instantly severed by the sword energy. Dragon blood gushed out, and Tian's expression changed dramatically. What? In panic, the sword of extermination's energy completely went berserk, instantly engulfing the massive dragon claw. Not good. The void behind him tore open, and Tian retreated frantically. The sword of extermination's energy relentlessly pursued Tian into the void. Rumble, a terrifying explosion swept through the Stardow forest, and a section of the void exploded. Tian's enormous body fell from a void. The dragon claw that had tried to grasp the sword energy was completely shattered, with bright red dragon blood continuously dripping, soaking a patch of grass. Tian, Bai Ji exclaimed in terror, her gentle soul power erupting from within, directly landing on Tian's dragon claw. The gushing dragon blood was soon stemmed. However, the shattered dragon claw could no longer regenerate. Little human, you dare destroy this god dragon's claw. Tian's pupils turned blood red, teetering on the edge of fury. As the representative of the soul beasts of Douluo continent and the last remaining pure true dragon bloodline holder, Tian's pressure was unmatched. In a fit of rage, he went completely berserk. Darkness enveloped the Stardow forest, and Tian seemed to disregard everything. The roars of dragons echoed in the darkness, and his immense soul power erupted wildly, shrouding Shen Tianyu in darkness. Now's the time. Hurry. The Sea Dragon Douluo spoke in a low voice, quickly enveloping Tang San and his group with his soul power. Having narrowly escaped from the gates of hell, the Sea Dragon Douluo felt a significant gap in strength. Having witnessed Shen Tianyu's power, he dared not linger for a moment and only wanted to escape. Tang San and his group were also unwilling to stay longer and quietly fled under the lead of the Sea Dragon Douluo. In a void of darkness, a pair of golden vertical pupils suddenly opened. A violent surge of soul power surged towards Shen Tianyu. Emperor Tian, are you seeking death? The Su Xian sword was lightly waved, and a sword energy was directly unleashed. The sword energy swept across, forcibly cutting a gap in the void of darkness, allowing light to shine through. Ah! A scream came from the darkness, echoing with Emperor Tian's cries. What kind of weapon is that? Why is it so terrifying? Emperor Tian was puzzled. As a dragon who had seen the world, he could not discern the uniqueness of this weapon. Su Xian sword. Gods block and kill gods. Immortals block and slay immortals. With a low shout, a wisp of sword energy flowed, wandering in the darkness. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sword energy collided with dragon scales, accompanied by Emperor Tian's wails echoing continuously. This beast god will fight you to the end. Emperor Tian roared, pushing the extreme dark attribute to its limit. Dragon blood boiled, resembling magma about to erupt. A single arm extended into the darkness, and his eyes displayed different colors. Black sun, purple moon. The dragon's roar was powerful, and the darkness exploded with a thunderous sound. At this moment, it seemed as if the heavens and earth were controlled by Emperor Tian. A black dragon sword appeared in Tian's hand. This black dragon sword was a full 10,000 meters long, with vast sword energy surrounding it. With the intense dark elements empowering it, all of Tian's soul power was completely infused into this sword. Die for me. A sword slashed across the sky, its aura cutting downwards. The black dragon gathered, corroding all things. With a slow and steady motion, Shen Tianyu waved the Zhuxian sword, shaking his head and sighing. You and are simply not on the same level, so why struggle? Truly, one does not give up until they see the Yellow River, and does not turn back until they hit the southern wall. You must get yourself into a mess before you're willing to admit defeat and give up, right? A fleeting look of pity crossed his face as he raised the Zhuxian sword. With a light tap of his toes on the void of darkness, he leaped forward with the sword in hand. The Zhuxian sword charged ahead, and the sword aura unleashed by the black dragon, though incredibly fierce, crumbled to dust the moment it touched the Zhuxian sword. Clang! The tip of the sword lightly landed on the edge of the black dragon sword. The massive sword, thousands of meters long, split open a crack. The crack rapidly spread, quickly reaching the hilt. Boom! The black dragon's sword exploded, turning into countless sharp fragments. The Zhuxian sword aura surged upward, annihilating all the fragments, which turned to dust drifting in the darkness. No! Tian roared in frustration as the Zhuxian sword completely enveloped him. Countless sword auras danced over the massive dragon body. The vast and boundless dark world shattered. The starry forest gradually returned to its original form. In the sky, the gigantic blood-red body plummeted rapidly. Bang! Tian! Baiji exclaimed, soaring down in front of the blood-red body. At this moment, Tian was in his true form. The golden-eyed Black Dragon King transformed into the golden-eyed Blood Dragon King, covered entirely in blood. Baiji narrowed her eyes slightly, her gentle pure white soul power enveloping Tian. Healing of the emerald. The soul power flowed like heavenly water, washing away the bloodstains on Tian's body. The huge dragon body was riddled with wounds, countless dragon scales destroyed, leaving only sword marks. Beast mouthed twitched. It was the first time she had seen Tian in such a tragic state. Besides these external injuries, his internal organs had also suffered severe damage. That trace of murderous aura was still roaming within him. As she urged her soul power to expel it, the murderous aura suddenly rebounded, attacking along with Baiji's soul power. Baiji's heart raced in panic, and she immediately mobilized her soul power for defense. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out, and Baiji felt a heaviness in her chest. Just a moment ago, she had sensed the breath of death, but it quickly vanished. Shen Tianyu appeared silently. The Zhuxian sword pressed against Baiji's neck. Baiji's delicate body trembled, fear welling up inside her. If it weren't for the young master stopping in time, you would have probably been severely injured. I thank you. Baiji, with her tense body, had been brewing her words for a long time. She raised her eyebrows slightly, feeling that something about this was strange. Baiji, hurry and leave. He is a demon. Get away. Tian, whose injuries had somewhat healed, woke up from his coma. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the Zhuxian sword poised at Baiji's neck. Oh, you're awake. With a flick of the sword, he moved above Tian. Looking down at the enormous dragon head, the Zhuxian sword pointed straight down. The sharp sword energy was released in an instant, hovering over one of Tian's vertical pupils. Tian, you are ruining my good deeds. How about I take one of your eyes? You killed my soul beast people, and you still want me to submit to you? Dream on. Tian roared in fury. Let me tell you, today, even if I die, I will not bow down to you. Go ahead and kill me. Good. You have guts, then I will grant your wish. The Zhuxian sword swung. Sword energy erupting in all directions. Enough. Stop. The core of the Forbidden Land, the Lake of Life, was boiling. Chapter 86. Guyu Na. Do you think I'm a chick? A silver long spear flew out from the Lake of Life. The spear traversed space and instantly arrived above the head of the Emperor Dragon. A vast devouring power erupted from the spear tip. Silver light flickered rapidly at the end of the spear. Beneath the light, long silver hair flowed out. The hair danced in the wind, reaching down to her ankles. Long, beautiful legs were revealed under the silver light, smooth and graceful. As her arms stretched out, a silver-long dress quickly adorned her body. Her stunning face became visible as the silver light dissipated. Her eyes gently opened, and beneath her curled long eyelashes were a pair of purple eyes. Those eyes were clear and bright, as if they could see through everything. The aura radiating from her was so compelling that one couldn't help but feel awed. My lord, the Emperor Dragon's eyes reddened, almost moved to tears. The woman who appeared was none other than the Silver Dragon King, Gu Yuna. For thousands of years, the Emperor Dragon had guarded the Starry Forest because of Gu Yuna. He was well aware that Gu Yuna had not yet recovered from the battle in the Divine Realm years ago. Her appearance and action today almost brought him to tears. Human, you have gone too far, Gu Yuna shouted coldly, gripping the silver dragon spear in her hand. Boom! The air exploded, and violent elemental energy surged up, clashing with the sword chi of the extermination of immortals. With a flick of her jade hand, energy light descended, bathing the Emperor Dragon's body. This energy was incredibly pure, and at the moment it fell, the Emperor Dragon felt his dragon blood being sublimated. His heavily injured body quickly began to recover. With a flick of his fingers, 5 beams of light shot out, landing inside the bodies of several other fierce beasts. Thank you, my lord. The fierce beasts cried in gratitude. As the light entered their bodies, their injuries began to heal rapidly. After doing all this, Gu Yuna turned and fixed her purple gaze on Shen Tianyu. She stepped into the air, ascending to the clouds above. Shen Tianyu quickly followed. Catching up to Gu Yuna, you have no divine power, which means you are not from the divine realm. Since you are not from the divine realm, how do you know that this king is hiding in the Starry Forest? If you want to know the reason, you must show some sincerity. Your spiritual body is somewhat disrespectful to me. Her stunning beauty flashed with a hint of astonishment. Her spiritual body was not much different from her true form. Even a god would not be able to see any difference. Yet Shen Tianyu easily saw through her. Impossible. If I revealed my true form, those guys from the divine realm would definitely notice. They would come directly to the lower realm and either kill or imprison me. Just like that idiot Golden Dragon King, who is still trapped in the divine forbidden land. Gu Yuna raised her eyebrows, her heart filled with shock. After she escaped from the divine realm, she indeed heard that the Golden Dragon King had been imprisoned, but she had no way of knowing the specific location. Who exactly is this human in front of her that knows so much? Especially the sword in his hand. Gu Yuna felt a deep sense of threat. Silver Dragon King, you've been hiding for thousands of years. You must feel quite unwilling, right? What do you mean? I have a way to help you evade the divine realm's scrutiny. I can also quickly help you recover and advance your cultivation. At the same time, I can free your spirit beast clan from the suppression of the divine realm, breaking the limitation of not being able to become a god. Gu Yuna's vertical pupils constricted, her heart stirred, and her breathing quickened. But soon, she suppressed her emotions. How can I trust you without any evidence? Feel the power I control. Spiritual energy was rapidly released, surrounding Gu Yuna. Gu Yuna blinked, shock filling her purple eyes. Spiritual energy. You can actually control the purest spiritual energy. Feeling the flowing spiritual energy, Gu Yuna immediately lost her composure. Spiritual energy is the power of the origin of the world. No matter which world it is, spiritual energy exists. However, to control pure spiritual energy is extremely difficult. Even the gods in the divine realm do not use spiritual energy. What they wield is divine power that has been weakened enough to be contained in a physical body. How did you do it? What I practice is celestial arts. Controlling spiritual energy is merely a foundation. With a wave of his hand, Shen Tianyu dismissed the spiritual energy. Indifferent, Gu Yuna fell into deep thought and asked, to evade the divine realm's scrutiny, recover from injuries, and enhance cultivation. All of it uses the celestial arts you mentioned, right? Clever. With your experience, you should understand how high-level spiritual energy is. Achieving the 3 points mentioned should be quite easy for you. Gu Yuna nodded. She was very clear on this. If she mastered pure spiritual energy, she was confident that even without merging with the Golden Dragon King's power, she could far surpass the strength of the dragon god back then. You want to help me? There must be conditions, right? Indeed, there are conditions. Let's hear them. A smile appeared on Shen Tianyu's lips as he assessed Gu Yuna's perfect figure. I want you. Gu Yuna was taken aback, her stunning beauty showing a look of disbelief, her snow-white skin flushed. Impossible. I would never agree to such a condition. Even if I die. If you don't agree, I'm afraid it won't work. To help you evade the divine realm's scrutiny, heal your injuries, recover your cultivation, and practice spiritual energy, this is necessary. After saying that, Shen Tianyu raised his hand and threw out the Yuan-Yang play in water technique. Just take a look. Gu Yuna caught the technique and immediately began to flip through it. As she silently read the contents of the technique and watched the accompanying music, her cheeks instantly flushed. You liar. Do you think this king is a novice? Trying to deceive me with such nonsense. Gu Yuna was furious and felt as if she had been played. Raising her silver dragon spear, A vast soul power erupted in an instant. Human, you will pay with your life for deceiving this king. Even though she was merely a spiritual body and her previous injuries had not fully healed, Gu Yuna's combat power at this moment still reached the level of a third-tier god. In the Douluo continent, she could indeed be considered an invincible existence. Moreover, the silver dragon spear in her hand was also of artifact level, capable of causing destruction that ordinary weapons could not compare to. A shot pierced through the air, accompanied by a series of violent explosions. Why don't you believe me yet? I'm not lying to you. Shut up. Gu Yuna shouted coldly. Charging forward with her gun, the Zhuxian sword swung, clashing with a loud bang against the gunblade. The two were just inches apart, her stunning beauty flushed with anger. You shameless scoundrel. The intent of the gun erupted fiercely, instantly sweeping over Shen Tianyu. With a fierce killing intent, the gun surged forward, aiming to obliterate Shen Tianyu entirely. This body of mine cannot be easily destroyed with just this level of force. Boom! Spiritual energy exploded outward, and a violent shockwave sent Gu Yuna flying. Since you don't believe me and refuse to cooperate, I can only beat you until you do. It's worth spending some time to become a Dragon Knight. With a flicker of movement, he was already close. The Zhuxian sword thrust forward, carrying a soul-piercing killing intent that made Gu Yuna tremble. Chapter 87. Gu Yuna, you've destroyed everything of mine. Chapter 87. Gu Yuna, you've destroyed everything of mine. Silver light flickered, and her figure vanished in an instant. Oof. You think you can escape the Zhuxian sword's aura with spatial abilities? In that moment of heart-stopping fear, Gu Yuna activated her spatial transfer, instantly teleporting over 200 meters away. The sword energy erupted, seemingly growing a pair of eyes. Just as Gu Yuna steadied herself, the sword energy arrived. With a light tap of her fingertip, flames ignited. Go! She shouted coldly, and a burst of intense fire exploded, countering the sword energy. Whoosh! The sword energy sliced through, breaking through the fiery explosion, aiming directly for Gu Yuna. Clang! The silver dragon spear rose to meet the sword energy in a collision. The violent sword energy roiled, sending Gu Yuna flying 100 meters, her beautiful face flashing with shock. A sweet taste surged in her throat, which she forcefully swallowed down. Her vertical pupils widened in anger, and the silver dragon's spear trembled. With a misstep, Gu Yuna took the initiative to strike. In an instant, the fusion of man and gun was complete, and the gun pierced through the void, arriving right in front. Good timing. The Excalibur sword slashed horizontally, unleashing a wave of sword energy. The trembling silver dragon spear continuously erupted with a series of gun intentions. The gun intentions coalesced into a formidable energy, accompanied by the roar of a dragon. Kill! Boom! The two energies collided in the void instantly. The explosion engulfed the sky above the Stardow forest, and a dazzling figure was propelled by the shockwave. It's a master, Bai Ji exclaimed, her mouth wide open, unable to close it for a long time. A group of fierce beasts stared in disbelief. Impossible. The master cannot be defeated. Emperor Tian shook his head frantically. In his eyes, Gu Yuna was a supreme being. Temporarily at a disadvantage must be because of her long slumber. She hasn't adapted to the rhythm of battle yet. Silver Dragon King, can you do it or not? After sleeping for so many years, you're not pulling your weight. You're angering me. Gu Yuna growled in a low voice, her silver dragon spear trembling as fire elements rapidly gathered. A gentle breeze brushed past, making the flames even more vigorous. A small whirlwind rises beneath the fireball. The wind fuels the flames, making them burn even stronger. Go! The silver dragon spear thrusts forward, piercing through the fireball, riding the wind. The speed is so fast, it disappears in an instant. Hee! With a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, he thrusts forward with the Excalibur. A strand of sword energy condensed and erupted from his sword blade. The intent of the gun, augmented by wind and fire elements, became much more violent. But when faced with the Excalibur sword energy, it could ultimately be extinguished with a snap of the fingers. Explosions erupted, and the sword energy shot out. A trace of anger flashed across Gu Yuna's cold, beautiful face. She bit her back teeth tightly, unable to contain her rage. After countless years of cultivation, her first battle after leaving seclusion had completely fallen into a disadvantage. The combat power that once rivaled the peak of a first-level god could not be unleashed, causing her great distress. Elemental Tide. The silver dragon spear danced, rapidly gathering various elemental energies towards Gu Yuna. The anger on her icy cheeks remained unabated. Oh no, she's angry. She raised her hand to mobilize her spiritual energy, stopping the sword energy from flying out. Young master is waiting for you to gather your strength. I hope this move won't disappoint. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuna became even angrier, her pupils vertical, and the dragon blood within her boiled. A sense of humiliation surged, driving Gu Yuna to frantically mobilize her soul power. The elements of the entire Tiandou forest became chaotic in an instant. Wind, water, fire, earth, light, darkness, and space. The 7 elements fused together, causing the space to tremble and shatter. The world seemed to be on the verge of collapse, as if it would collapse at any moment. The fierce beasts of Emperor Tian all showed fear in their eyes. This powerful energy fluctuation tore through the air, and even as fierce beasts with incredibly strong bodies. They sensed a strong threat. You! Gu Yuna shouted in anger, and the silver dragon's spear flew out of her hand. The 7-element energy in front of her gathered into a massive energy ball. After throwing the silver dragon spear, it directly pierced into the energy ball. Boom! A loud explosion erupted above the starry forest, and the next moment, the light waves generated by the energy sphere directly enveloped Shen Tianyu. The power capable of tearing apart everything in the world, like a vortex, pulled Shen Tianyu into it. A flash of silver light appeared, and Gu Yuna emerged above the elemental vortex, her fierce purple eyes glaring down at Shen Tianyu. The collision and compression of elemental energy continuously bombarded Shen Tianyu's indestructible body. It seems this is all you can do, holding the Excalibur with one hand. He turned around and swung the sword. The sword energy swept across the elemental vortex, and the violent energy was instantly suppressed. Gu Yuna was taken aback. In her vision, the elemental vortex created with all her soul power was rapidly collapsing. Within just 2 breaths, the entire sky above the starry forest returned to calm. The violent energy fluctuations had completely dissipated. The sword energy from all directions surged in, surrounding Gu Yuna. Is this it? The one who spoke was not Shen Tianyu, but Qi Wang. Watching the battle from below, Qi Wang had originally been filled with anticipation and excitement, but in the blink of an eye, it was gone. Clap! A vine fell on the head of the Scarlet King, and the king of all demons' gaze was icy, as if warning the Scarlet King not to speak recklessly. The Scarlet King immediately reacted, sensing a chilling aura surging from his back. Turning around, he saw Di Tian staring at him coldly. He felt a sense of foreboding in his heart, and his blood surged. Puffed, a mouthful of old blood was spat out, and my massive body instantly weakened considerably. Such strong residual power, I have been heavily injured. Shun. In the sky above, Shen Tianyu stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Gu Yuna and smiled. How is it? It's just that you can't use your full strength to deal with me. What's there to be proud of? His words were tough. Pouting, he turned his gaze towards the great evil land. Since that's the case, I will release your true form, and we can have a good battle. What are you going to do? Gu Yuna panicked immediately. No, you can't release my true form. You will kill me. That's not for you to decide. He retracted his sword energy and dashed straight towards the great evil land. You madman. Gu Yuna raised her hand and activated spatial transfer. At the same time as Shen Tianyu, they both arrived at the great evil land, above the lake of life. Gu Yuna stood on the surface of the lake, angrily shouting, "Don't take things too far. If you really dare to destroy the seal, I will risk my life to make sure I kill you before those gods descend." After fleeing from the divine realm, Gu Yuna arrived at the Tiandou forest. Using a special method, she set up a seal to hide her true form beneath it, evading the search of the gods from the divine realm. Once this seal is broken, the aura belonging to the Silver Dragon King will be immediately detected by the gods of the divine realm. At that time, the gods will descend to hunt and kill the Silver Dragon King. I can't take care of that. All I know is that you are unconvinced. Since you are unconvinced, I will beat you until you are. Once I defeat your true form, let's see if you can still be so stubborn. The Excalibur of Annihilation swings down directly towards the Lake of Life. The sharp sword energy descends, and Gu Yuna, holding the Silver Dragon Spear, steps forward to meet the sword energy. Stop. Too late. Boom. The sword energy of Annihilation explodes, and Gu Yuna's spiritual body is instantly shattered into pieces. The sword energy slashes horizontally downwards, splitting the waters of the Lake of Life in two, revealing the location of the spring at the bottom. On that spring, there's a metallic seal arranged. The sword energy of Annihilation easily cuts down, and the metal seal breaks into 2 segments. You have destroyed everything of this king. This king will also destroy you. A roar comes from beneath the seal, and a huge silver dragon claw bursts out from the spring. The spiritual body that was torn apart by the sword energy condenses and takes shape once again. Gu Yuna glares angrily at Shen Tianyu and dives into the seal beneath the spring. The extending silver dragon claw instantly tightens, and a murderous aura spreads out in an instant. Chapter 88. Drain the Lake of Life and steal Gu Yuna. The Lake of Life boils, and vast life energy frantically flows in, gathering into the giant dragon claw. Shen Tianyu squints his eyes. Such immense life energy cannot be wasted. The devouring magic technique operates, and spiritual energy directly covers the waters of the Lake of Life. I will absorb it. You shameless person. You want to steal the waters of the Lake of Life too? Gu Yuna roars, and another dragon claw shoots out, accelerating the absorption rate. With a snap of his fingers, a stream of spiritual energy quickly sets up a spiritual barrier in the starry forest, isolating everything from the outside world. The devouring magic technique operates at its peak, and countless waters of the Lake of Life are refined and absorbed by Shen Tianyu. The infant spirit in his dantian cheers and continuously devours the flowing pure energy source. Stop. The devouring magic technique is terrifying. The speed of absorbing these waters of the Lake of Life far exceeds that of Gu Yuna. Gu Yuna, who had not fully recovered, was originally planning to rely on these waters to regain some energy, but now most of it has been snatched away by Shen Tianyu. A pair of silver dragon claws swung down, directly striking towards Shen Tianyu in midair. With his arms outstretched, he blocked the dragon claws. The Life Lake's water is a gift from heaven and earth, not just for you alone. What's wrong with me absorbing a bit? Is that really just a bit? You wish you could absorb it all. Indeed, I want what's inside you too. You really should die. The dragon claws pressed down hard, intending to crush Shen Tianyu. Don't waste your effort. On this continent, no one is stronger than me. Boom. With a light clap of his hands, the dragon claws were sent flying. Everything belongs to me now. A pair of hands pressed down, plunging straight into the Lake of Life. Shen Tianyu was like a bottomless pit, absorbing all the water from the Lake of Life into his body. The Yuan Ing figure trembled, and at this moment, his cultivation reached the mid-stage of Yuan Ing. You took everything from me. Gu Yuna roared, and the entire Lake of Life had been completely drained. Boom! The dried-up Lake of Life exploded, and the massive body of the Silver Dragon King flew out from within. Its entire body was covered in diamond-shaped dragon scales, and its furious eyes burned with flames. Deep underground, the dream ice silkworm awakened from its slumber. Damn, one opportunity. Sensing the terrifying energy fluctuations above, the dream ice silkworm knew the chance had come. If not now, then when? It summoned its soul power and burrowed away in a panic. The Silver Dragon King's vertical eyes glared, and its dragon claws reached for a clearing in the land of great danger. The enormous dragon claw descended from the sky and broke through the ground. Let me go. I won't dare anymore. I won't run away again. The dragon claw emerged from the soil, grabbing a large bug. This large bug was none other than the Dream Ice Silkworm. It is your honor to become this king's supplement. The Dream Ice Silkworm wanted to cry, but had no tears. This was actually the Soul Beast Overlord, the Silver Dragon King. What a misfortune. The dragon's mouth opened wide, and the dragon claw released its grip, causing the Dream Ice Silkworm to fall. Just as it was about to drop into the mouth of the Silver Dragon King, Shen Tianyu flickered and snatched the food from the dragon's mouth. This big bug is mine. You're stealing it too. Gu Yuna was furious. Give it back to me. She swung her dragon claw directly at Shen Tianyu. Don't even think about it. He is mine. Caught between the two big shots, the Dream Ice Silkworm trembled. Who did I provoke? With a palm strike, it collided with the dragon claw. Boom! The energy shockwave swept across, causing the entire area of the great evil land to sink by a meter. Raising his hand, he stored the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm into the Rui treasure bag, and Shen Tianyu freed his hands. This time, young master won't use the Excalibur to fight you. He swung his fist, delivering a powerful blow to the dragon claw. Kill! Kill, kill! Gu Yuna completely went berserk, using her strong physique to clash head-on against Shen Tianyu. With each punch and claw, they collided constantly. Shen Tianyu showed no fear, landing a punch on the Silver Dragon King's chest, and quickly leaped to the top of its head. Standing on the dragon's head, he reached out and grabbed its horns. Get off my head! Gu Yuna roared, her body crashing through the area of great ferocity. Hee. The Dragon Knight is indeed very happy. With a leap from the dragon's head, the massive body of the Silver Dragon King flew past beneath him. Leaning down, he grabbed the dragon's tail that was about to fly by. Explosive throw of the Silver Dragon King. Gripping the tail, Shen Tianyu unleashed his immense strength. Bang, bang, bang. He swung the Silver Dragon King and threw it down repeatedly. The entire forest in the area of great ferocity was knocked down, mixed with the soil. In a frenzied explosive throw, with spiritual energy suppression, Guyuna had no chance to fight back. You're driving me crazy. Guyuna felt like her lungs were about to explode. After being slammed down once more, her dragon claw stabbed directly into the muddy ground. Stop. I'll fight you in human form. All right. Releasing the dragon's tail, Shen Tianyu withdrew his hands. The massive body of the Silver Dragon King gradually shrank and transformed under a burst of colorful light. Beneath the colorful light, Guyuna's true form appeared before him. Compared to her spiritual form, her pure true form seemed even more real. A head of silver long hair, crystal clear like a gem, holding a silver dragon spear. Guyuna's purple eyes, beneath her curled eyelashes, were completely consumed by rage. You have gone too far. Swinging the silver dragon spear, Guyuna walked through the air. On the blade of the spear, bursts of spear energy erupted, swiftly killing its way to Shen Tianyu. A fist was thrown out directly, colliding with the spear energy. Boom! An explosion sounded, and he flashed to Guyuna's back. Your attack is not impressive either. With 2 fingers together, he directly pointed at the back of Guyuna's head. The soul power within her was completely suppressed in an instant. What have you done to me? Guyuna panicked, as the soul power in her body could no longer be mobilized. I just sealed your soul power. I've waited so long for you to transform into your true human form. Quickly forming seals with his hands, he turned to face Guyuna. In close proximity, the mark on his 2 fingers landed on Guyuna's forehead. Great sealing technique. Boom! The soul power trembled and fell silent in an instant. After losing her soul power, Guyuna was no different from an ordinary person, her body quickly plummeting down. With a light tap of his toes, Shen Tianyu stepped through the air and caught the falling Guyuna. Held in Shen Tianyu's arms, Guyuna's heart raced. Let me go. Struggling to escape, she was firmly held by a pair of large hands. Be quiet, or I'll spank you. Shen Tianyu followed through on his words. Once said, it had to be done, and a slap came down directly. You, shameless. After receiving the slap, Guyuna's pretty face immediately flushed. For countless years, no one had ever dared to treat her this way. Remember, if you don't behave, I'll spank you. Do you think I'm a child? Angrily scolding, Shen Tianyu raised his hand, flicking out spiritual energy that directly sealed Guyuna's mouth. Then another wave of spiritual energy bound Guyuna's hands behind her back. Guomin, opening the Rui treasure bag, he placed Guyuna inside. After completing all this, Shen Tianyu removed the spiritual energy barrier enveloping the Tiandou Great Forest. Taking off into the sky, he left the dangerous place. His gaze fell on the fierce beasts led by Tian, and Shen Tianyu spoke in a deep voice. Today, in consideration of the Silver Dragon King's face, I will spare your lives for now. If you dare to act recklessly again, you will be killed without mercy. The pressure of spiritual energy descended, causing Tian and the fierce beast to spit out blood. Before leaving, he added a small intimidation. Xiao Shui, let us go. Grabbing Qian Renxue's hand, they quickly left the Tiandou Great Forest. After the two left, the spiritual energy seal placed on Tian finally ended. My lord, once free, Tian immediately released his mental power to search for Guyuna's figure. After a thorough investigation, Emperor Tian felt completely lost and sat down on the ground. The master has been taken away. Chapter 89. Chu Xiaowu, or the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm. In a valley, a group of people quietly landed. Dad, how is your injury? As soon as they landed, Tang San immediately checked Tang Hao's injuries. With one arm broken, the internal injuries in Tang Hao's body flared up again. At this moment, his forehead was covered in sweat, and his veins were bulging, making it hard to bear the pain. I'm fine. Tang Hao gritted his teeth and shook his head, trying to hold on. Tang Sen left him and stood behind, using Xintian Gong to heal him. Hai Long and Hai Nu stood aside to protect him. This trip to the Tiandou Forest had cost them Ma Hongjun, which was a significant blow to everyone. Dai Mu Bai was pursing his lips at this moment, seemingly deep in thought. After a long while, Tang Hao's condition improved. He let out a breath of turbid air and sat cross-legged. Thank you for your hard work, Xiao San. This is what I should do. After consuming a large amount of Xintian Gong, Tang San's face appeared slightly pale. Xiao San, I discussed with Zhu Qing and we're planning to leave. What? Dai Mu Bai. You guys are going where? Hearing that Dai Mubai was going to leave, Tang San was taken aback, and a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. Now was a critical moment for him. Yet Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing wanted to leave. What happened to the promise of the 7 monsters being one, living and dying together? To the star Luo Empire. The Heaven Do Empire is now under the control of the Wuhuan Temple. I am a prince of the star Luo Empire, and I want to return to compete for the throne. If I ascend to the position of crown prince, I can persuade my father to send troops to fight the Heaven Do Empire, becoming a great help to you. That sounds good. The displeased emotion vanished in an instant, and Tang San smiled brightly. If he could gain support from the star Luo Empire, he would have a powerful force to back him up. And revenge might not be impossible in the future. Rongrong, what about you? Do you have any plans? Wherever third brother goes, I will go. I will always follow third brother. Ning Rongrong smiled sweetly and spoke first. Oscar's face immediately darkened. After licking the goddess for several years, she was still a cold stone. Compared to Tang San, he was still lacking. I want to go out and train. Xiao Ao, you are a food-type soul master. Dai Mubai exclaimed. Food-type soul masters have no combat power, and traveling outside is bound to be perilous. I have made up my mind. I've stayed in the greenhouse too long, and it's time to face the cruel world. Since Xiao Ao has decided, let him go. Ning Rongrong was indifferent and didn't care about Oscar's emotional fluctuations. This made Oscar even more determined. Only by going out to train and becoming stronger could he surpass Tang San and win the heart of the beauty. Without further ado, Zhu Qing and I will leave first. Xiao San, wait for me. After saying goodbye, Dai Mubai took Zhu Zhuqing and left quickly. I'm leaving too. Take care. Oscar cupped his fist in salute and was about to leave. Take care. With the departure of the 3, only Tang San and Ning Rongrong were left among the Shrek 7 monsters. Also present were Hai Long and Hai Nu. Your companions have basically all left. Staying on this continent, you might be found by enemies at any time. Come with us to Sea God Island. I need to consult my father about this. Go with him to Sea God Island. Tang Hao did not hesitate and made the decision immediately. Xiao San, before you were born, the Wuhuan Temple once attacked Sea God Island, but ultimately returned in defeat. The strength of Sea God Island is unfathomable. You are now the inheritor of the Sea God. If you can inherit the Sea Goddess position, revenge will be just around the corner. Avoiding Hai Long and Hai Nu, Tang Hao transmitted his voice to Tang San. Hearing this, Tang San's eyes lit up. Okay, I am willing to go to Sea God Island with the 2 seniors, but my dad and Rongrong should also be able to go together. After receiving the consent of Sea Dragon Duuluo, Tang San was overjoyed. Xiao Wu, wait for me. When I come back, I will save you. Before going to Sea God Island, I need to take Xiao San away to obtain his 5th spirit ring. No problem. Hai Long and Hai Nu had no objections. Rongrong, you also need to explain some things to the 7 treasure glazed tile school. So why not let the 2 seniors accompany you? As soon as Tang San said this, Hai Nu felt displeased. Just a mere inheritor, not yet the sea god. And he started giving orders? Just as she was about to explode, she was stopped by a glance from Hai Long. As the guardian of the 7 sacred pillars, we absolutely cannot offend the future sea god. Leave it to us. Then let us split up. We'll meet here in 3 days. After the agreement, they parted ways and left. In Heaven Do City, a beam of light flashed by. Good courage. How dare you break into Heaven Do City? Shilong leaped up, releasing his spiritual energy. 10 months ago, he took the Spirit Awakening pill and had already embarked on the path of cultivation. Perhaps due to his age, the speed of his cultivation was too slow. Even after spending all day in the palace filled with dense spiritual energy, he had only barely reached the mid-stage of Qi refinement. However, the terrifying combat power of the immortal techniques had been fully verified. Now, Shilong preferred to fight using immortal techniques. As the spiritual energy just spread out, it was directly suppressed. Cold sweat poured down his back, and Shilong immediately landed. Oh my, that was close. It turns out the young master and the others have returned. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Shilong let out a long sigh of relief. Let us find some blood to fight and ease the mood. In the Heaven Do Imperial Palace, inside the bedroom. Holding Qian Renxue, the 2 landed in the hall. Honey, you were really amazing today. Those old beasts must be over 100,000 years old, right? Starting from at least 200,000 years, the Silver Dragon King that came last was once a god-level powerhouse. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue's eyes widened. God level? Indeed. At his peak, even Angel God was no match for her. Wasn't she taken down by you, honey? To be honest, were you trying to communicate with her about immortal techniques? Cough cough. Shen Tianyu cleared his throat. Xiao Shui, let's not talk about this for now. The priority should be for you to obtain your 7th spirit ring. Immediately changing the subject, he took out the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm and Xiao Wu from the Rui 100 treasures bag. According to the original plan, Shen Tianyu intended for Xiao Wu to become Qian Renxue's 7th spirit ring. But now that he had caught the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, having it become the 7th spirit ring seemed quite good. However, in the end, the choice still had to be left to Qian Renxue. Xiao Shui, these two. One is a 100,000-year soul beast, and the other is a 999,000-year soul beast. Either one would be a great choice for your 7th spirit ring. With the 999,000-year Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, I am confident it could become a 1,000,000-year soul beast. If you choose it, you will obtain a 1,000,000-year soul ring. 1,000,000 years! Qian Renxue exclaimed. A 1,000,000-year soul beast was an existence she had never heard of. I don't want to become a soul ring yet. The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm wailed. I haven't even seen my dear Bing Bing. I refuse to become a soul ring. Human, if you forcefully kill me to obtain my soul ring, I will definitely self-destruct first. Although my combat power is weak, my cultivation of 990,000 years is real. Once it self-destructs, destroying this city is a piece of cake. You little bug, you dare to threaten me? With a wave of my hand, I slapped the chubby bug face of the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm. I'm going to fight you. The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm roared, releasing its massive mental power in an instant. Mental shock. Overestimating yourself. With eyes wide open in anger, the mental shock backfired, rushing back into the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm's mind. A mouthful of blood was spat out, and Tianming Binkan immediately wilted. Tianming? A cold female voice suddenly echoed from afar. Bing Bing. Chapter 90. The generosity of the main house, a chilling aura quickly spread throughout the Tiandou Imperial Palace. With a flicker of cold light, the Ice and Snow Emperors appeared in the bedroom. Upon sensing the aura of Tianming Binkan, the Ice and Snow Emperors locked onto the Tiandou Imperial Palace. After a brief hesitation, the two women arrived at the bedroom together. Bing Bing, I missed you so much. Tianming Binkan cried out joyfully, twisting her body to approach the Ice Emperor. Big meatworm, how disgusting. Get away from me. I'm a married woman now. With a kick, she sent Tianming Binkan flying. What? Bing Bing, you got married? Tianming Binkan was struck like by lightning, shaking her head crazily. Impossible. How could you get married? What's impossible? Both Shuer and I are as women now. The Ice and Snow Emperors stepped forward and directly linked arms with Shen Tianyu. He is him. Tianming Binkan was a bit confused, her eyes darting between Shen Tianyu and Qian Renxue. Aren't you two a couple? During the Tiandou Great Forest, Tianming Binkan had hidden underground and understood everything clearly. Yes, Shuer and I are the younger ones. She is the elder sister. His Tianming Binkan felt like she was about to explode. The Ice Emperor she had loved for many years was now someone's junior. Originally, when the Ice and Snow Emperors barged into the bedroom, Qian Renxue was somewhat displeased. But now that the Ice Emperor admitted to being a junior, her cold expression softened slightly. Husband, why did you bring her here? Xiao Xue needs a 7th soul ring, so I caught 2 soul beasts for her to choose from. Of course, it must be Tianming Binkan. The Ice Emperor blurted out, stepping forward to link arms with Qian Renxue. Sister, listen to me. This guy, Tianming, is useless, but he has a cultivation of 990,000 years. I've looked into it. The 7th soul ring grants the true form of the martial soul, and it doesn't matter if it's different from your original martial soul. Tianming Binkan, I'm going to explode. Seeing the Ice Emperor offer a suggestion, Tianming Binkan felt like dying. The hope that kept her alive had completely shattered as her beloved was with another man. Binger makes sense. I also suggest choosing Tianming. Sister, don't worry. Binger and I have a way to help you bear the power of its soul ring. All right, then I'll listen to my younger sisters and choose him. Qian Renxue made the final decision to choose Tianming Binkan. In the past 10 months, the 3 women had been in Tiandou City, but had never met. Unbeknownst to them, there was an undercurrent of disharmony. Today, the 2 women took the initiative to break the ice. Qian Renxue decided it was time to ease the relationship and showcase the generosity of the main house. At the same time, she didn't want Shen Tianyu to feel awkward among the 3 women. After Qian Renxue made her decision, Shen Tianyu retrieved Xiao Wu back into the Rui 100 treasure bag. He also took out a piece of life metal obtained from the Lake of Life, which was a treasure sealing the spring's location. With a flash, he stepped in front of Tianming Binkan. Now, Tianming Binkan had lost all hope for life. her eyes devoid of spirit. With a surge of spiritual energy, he extracted the essence from the life metal and directly injected it into Tianmeng Bingsan's body. The cultivation of 990,000 years began to rise continuously. In less than half an hour, the 10th golden ring was born on Tianmeng Bingsan's body. From this moment on, Tianmeng Bing officially entered the ranks of million-year soul beasts. Xiaoxue, come and hunt your soul beast. With a mobilization of soul power, she raised her hand and conjured a sword out of thin air. Flames of angelic fire burned on the sword blade. Sizzle. A sword pierced through the body of the dream ice silkworm, which had just entered the ranks of million-year soul beasts, and in an instant, it died and fell. Energy flew out from its body, transforming into a platinum-colored soul ring. This is the million-year soul ring. There was a hint of surprise in the golden eyes. For this soul ring looked no different from a 10-year soul ring. The soul ring of a million-year soul beast cannot be described by common sense. While it appears to be a 10-year soul ring, it is anything but. How should I absorb it? The eyelashes on the golden eyes fluttered, and Qian Renxue seemed a bit worried. This is a million-year soul ring, and absorbing it will undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties. With Qian Renxue's current cultivation, a 70,000-year soul ring is already her limit. Iron Schwerer will suppress its ice elemental energy, ensuring that elder sister can absorb it without worry. As for its mental power, my husband should be able to handle it easily, right? Of course, with 3 top-notch powerhouses guarding. Absorbing the million-year soul ring is naturally not a difficult task. Qian Renxue no longer hesitated, sitting cross-legged and releasing her 6-winged angel martial spirit. With a light tap of her fingertips, she drew the million-year soul ring before her. As the absorption of the soul ring began, the extreme cold ice element erupted immediately. At this time, the ice elemental energy within the dream ice silkworm had not yet been fully absorbed. Pure ice elemental energy is something ordinary people cannot withstand. Ice. We will take action. The Ice Emperor flashed to Qian Renxue's left side, while I stood on the right. The 2 kings of the extreme north simultaneously mobilized their soul power. The ice elemental energy, far surpassing that of the dream ice silkworm, came crushing down. Absorb. The chill instantly dissipated without a trace, and a warm current emanated from the soul ring. Husband, it's your turn next. A surge of powerful spiritual energy erupted directly from the soul ring, targeting Qian Renxue's sea of spirit. Boldly, the roar was deafening, and with a wave of his hand, the spiritual energy was mobilized. Shen Tianyu extended his hand to shield Qian Renxue's forehead. His eyes widened in anger, directly capturing the immense spiritual power within the million-year soul ring. He could see the spiritual entity left by the dreaming ice silkworm. The spiritual entity's eyes were blood red, releasing endless rage. I will destroy her. I will make you suffer. The dreaming ice silkworm's spiritual entity roared, emitting a strange cackling laugh. You think you're worthy? The killing intent in his pupils was directly released, and the spiritual power erupting from the soul ring was suppressed by Shen Tianyu. At the same time, the killing intent surrounded the spiritual energy, directly wrapping the soul ring. Vanish, spirit, and shape. The spiritual entity within the soul ring was instantly destroyed by Shen Tianyu. With the absence of the dreaming ice silkworm's spiritual entity, the spiritual power in the soul ring immediately became frenzied. Seal. 2 fingers came together and pressed down on the soul ring. The frenzied spiritual energy suddenly became calm and gentle. Qian Renxue's soul power erupted wildly, causing the soul ring to merge into her martial soul. Shen Tianyu continuously released spiritual energy, protecting Qian Renxue. In less than half an hour, Qian Renxue opened her golden eyes. The 7th soul ring was fully absorbed and completely fixed on her martial soul. I did it. Jumping up, she joyfully hugged Shen Tianyu. Husband, thank you. I have a million-year soul ring. Saying thank you is not enough, right? Xiaoxue is not someone who only expresses gratitude with words. Qian Renxue chuckled lightly, reining in her smile, and said earnestly, Husband, let's have an exciting and thrilling exchange of celestial techniques. Right now, immediately. That's exactly what I had in mind. A smile burst forth with spiritual energy, enveloping the entire chamber. Ice Girl and I decided to leave first. The Snow Empress pulled the Ice Empress and was about to leave this place, leaving space for the 2 to exchange celestial techniques. Wait a moment. Stopping the 2 who were about to leave, Qian Renxue's cheeks turned slightly red as she said, Sisters, please stay. I can't handle him alone. If the 3 of us team up today, we can definitely defeat him. The ice and snow empresses were taken aback. They didn't expect Qian Renxue to make such a request. Shen Tianyu was a bit confused, completely caught off guard. A glimmer of light flashed in his golden eyes as Qian Renxue displayed a proud expression. Hee, let me show you a little of my grand ambitions. Chapter 91. The three women team up against Tianyu. So, sisters, are you willing to join forces for a battle? Yay! I've been wanting to team up with my sister for a long time. Every time Snow and I can't win, it drives me crazy. It's not my fault you hold us back. You're always the first to be defeated. Snow, don't talk nonsense. It's clearly you who can't hold on first every time. We'll find out when we team up later. The three women reached an agreement, united in their enmity against Shen Tianyu. All right. So the three of you are teaming up, huh? With a surge of competitiveness. Shen Tianyu had long wanted to test a 1 against 3. Since Qian Renxue brought it up today, he certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity. Come and fight. Let me see how many moves you three can withstand under my hands. Sisters, let us begin. Qian Renxue stepped forward, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy from within. Butterfly wings unfurled. A pair of colorful butterfly wings burst forth, shimmering with light, alluringly pink. The phoenix crown blooms. The balsam flower opens. At this moment, the ice and snow emperors also release their spiritual energy. Colorful butterfly flower core. Phoenix crown of the 9 hells. Heavenly water balsam body. The 3 top-tier cultivation physiques simultaneously reveal themselves before Shen Tianyu. The 3 women strike directly, showing no mercy. Here it comes. The right hand brings 2 fingers together, and the ascending crown finger erupts, heading straight for the phoenix crown unleashed by the Ice Emperor. The left hand takes on a claw shape, fiercely tearing through the void to attack. Flower-picking balsam hand. The large hand reaches out, capturing the blossoming balsam. At the same time, spiritual energy gathers in their mouth, and they directly spit out radiant energy. Butterfly breaking wave. Circles of spiritual energy waves directly hit the spread wings of the colorful butterfly. The vast spiritual energy exploded in an instant, with a booming sound erupting in the sleeping chamber. The 3 girls were simultaneously affected, crying out in pain. The butterfly wings closed. The nimble, colorful butterfly wings folded, protecting the 3 girls within, breaking the butterfly to support the heavens. A large hand waved, and the spiritual energy quickly condensed into a massive energy pillar. Colors flickered on the pillar of light. Go! With a palm strike, an energy light beam erupted. This move, breaking the butterfly and lifting the sky, was specifically aimed at Qian Renxue. The light beam collided with the closed wings of the colorful butterfly, causing them to tremble. Qian Renshue's forehead was drenched in sweat, and she let out a soft groan, fully channeling her spiritual energy for defense. The ice and snow emperors exchanged glances and spoke in unison. We can't let our sister bear this alone. We will also take on this pain. They immediately mobilized their spiritual energy and prepared to intervene. Don't be impulsive. Qian Renxue hurriedly tried to stop them, but her distraction was costly. Boom! The combined colorful butterfly wings were broken apart, and the energy light beam exploded, directly shattering the void space. The massive spiritual energy rushed into the void space, filling it completely in an instant. With the defense broken, Qian Renxue felt as if she had been struck hard, trembling all over. The rampant spiritual energy violently surged within the void space. The residual force continued to surge, and Qian Renxue, as the ice and snow empress, withstood Shen Tianyu's most ferocious attack. Not good. Let me take over. Seeing that Qian Renxue was about to be overwhelmed by Shen Tianyu's assault, the Ice Emperor immediately spoke up to take over. I can still continue. Don't force yourself, Xiao Xue, Shen Tianyu said in a deep voice, this time not suppressing his cultivation and directly using his mid-yuan in-combat power. The moment they clashed, Qian Renxue was already certain to lose. Being able to withstand a few spiritual energy impacts was already her limit. Let me come in. I've never been afraid. The Ice Emperor exclaimed, her face flushed. The phoenix crown trembled, and the spiritual energy nearly burst out of control. You ambushed me. The Ice Emperor was furious. Shen Tianyu was truly despicable, suddenly changing his target to attack the phoenix crown that was blooming with ice and snow while she was speaking with Qian Renxue. I will make you pay the price. In her anger, the Ice Emperor's phoenix crown 9 nether body erupted. Thick spiritual energy surged wildly from her body. The spiritual energy spiraled to form a vortex, directly sucking the energy light beam inside. The spiritual energy vortex seemed to be filled with blades, fiercely cutting at the energy light beam. Furrowing his brow, Shen Tianyu frowned. Binger, your Phoenix Crown vortex has improved again. Inside the vortex, it seemed as if there were thousands of weapons. If an ordinary person were to enter, they would probably be instantly reduced to ashes. Oomph, it's good that you know. How does it feel? The Ice Emperor smiled proudly. Although the Phoenix Crown vortex wasn't her strongest celestial technique, when combined with her Phoenix Crown 9 nether body, the effect was surprisingly good. I have no problem entering. Don't forget, I have an indestructible body. After Shen Tianyu's reminder, the Ice Emperor, who was initially feeling triumphant, suddenly changed her expression. Bending her body, Shen Tianyu directly charged into the Phoenix Crown vortex. The indestructible body was indeed terrifying. Despite the Ice Emperor controlling the vortex to compress it, she could not harm Shen Tianyu in the slightest. It's my turn to strike. With arms outstretched, vast spiritual energy erupted within the Phoenix Crown vortex. The vortex, which originally intended to crush Shen Tianyu, suddenly expanded. Not good. The Ice Emperor's expression changed drastically. If this continued, my Phoenix Crown vortex would be blown apart. Binger, step back. Let me take over. The Snow Emperor's expression turned cold as she immediately activated the Heavenly Water Phoenix Immortal Body. Phoenix immortal into water, heavenly river flows. Boom! The celestial technique was unleashed, and the spiritual energy surged violently. The entire chamber was instantly covered by water elements. I'll be the final terminator of this celestial technique exchange. Swear, you are very confident. The Snow Emperor was indeed confident. After Qian Renxue and the Ice Emperor took turns exhausting Shen Tianyu, she believed that he was already close to his limit. As the last to appear, the Snow Emperor was certain she could achieve the final victory. Oomph! With a cold snort, the water elements were instantly mobilized by the Snow Emperor. The sound of rushing water echoed in Shen Tianyu's ears. At that moment, it felt as if he were in the heavenly river of the fairy world. The surrounding water elements were like divine water in the heavenly river, violently rushing to impact Shen Tianyu's physical body. I see. Shen Tianyu understood what the Snow Emperor was planning, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. The sound of flowing water in his perception vanished in an instant. She actually created an illusion. Had he not reacted quickly, he would have almost fallen for it. Damn it! The Snow Emperor bit her lip. Her Phoenix Immortal Maze was unexpectedly broken so quickly. However, my ultimate move is already fully charged. The Phoenix Immortal Maze was originally meant to buy time, and the real fatal blow was just ready. Phoenix Immortal Flowing Technique. The Phoenix Immortal flowers blossomed, and the heavenly water surged forth, directly engulfing Shen Tianyu. Got it. Qian Renxue and the Ice Emperor showed joy on their faces. The heavenly water had completely covered Shen Tianyu. This meant that in this celestial technique exchange, the three women had achieved a great victory. You are celebrating too early. Boom! The spiritual energy exploded, and from within the flowing heavenly water, Shen Tianyu stepped out. You have already reached your limit. I have just finished warming up. The three women's expressions changed drastically, not expecting Shen Tianyu to still be able to fight. That's unfair. Qian Renxue spoke. You didn't suppress your cultivation. Xiaoxue, you are right. I indeed did not suppress my cultivation. 3 against 1, and you still want me to suppress my cultivation? Isn't that a bit too much? Sister, we still have a chance to win. The Ice and Snow Emperors exchanged glances, and the two immediately moved. The Phoenix Crown and Phoenix Immortal bloomed successively, attacking Shen Tianyu from both sides. The clear sound of the Phoenix's song echoed throughout the entire chamber. Ice and Snow Phoenix song dance. Like fairy maidens in the snow, the Ice and Snow Emperors danced gracefully, with a phoenix singing softly in the icy world. Qian Renxue's pretty face flushed, a look of astonishment flashing across. They could still perform a fusion celestial technique and strike together? After her surprise, Qian Renxue immediately spread her colorful butterfly wings. With the Ice and Snow Emperors restraining Shen Tianyu on both sides, the front spiritual energy had weakened significantly, making it the perfect opportunity to strike. Colorful butterfly welcoming thousands. In her final mobilization of spiritual energy, Qian Renxue disregarded everything and unleashed her strongest move. With a deep bend and exertion, Shen Tianyu shouted in a low voice. Xiaoxue, I've been waiting for this move for a long time. Only if you also strike can I defeat all 3 of you at once. Brilliant spiritual energy gathered, shooting out like a long spear. Thousands of strikes breaking the colorful butterfly. Each strike was a critical hit. The Ice and Snow Empress has been living in Heavendo City for more than 10 months, and she has already grown tired of all the various delicacies. This morning, however, a bowl of white rice porridge greatly stimulated their appetites. It's very simple. Shen Tianyu smiled and said, just simmer it on low heat for 2 hours, and you can make thick and sweet white rice porridge. If you like it, I can make it for you every morning from now on. Yesterday's exchange of celestial techniques only concluded this morning. After their cultivation session, Shen Tianyu personally cooked porridge for the 3 girls. The 3 girls snuggled together on one bed, looking as happy as children. I'm done. Qian Renxue was the first to finish her bowl of porridge. With a trace of it still at the corner of her mouth, she lightly licked her lips and lay back on the bed, satisfied. After eating, let us get a good sleep. You must be very tired after staying up all night. I can't go to morning court today again. Qian Renxue pretended to be helpless and even a bit resentful, but inside, she was overjoyed. This cultivation session had greatly satisfied her, and her cultivation level had significantly improved. Not only had her relationship with the Ice and Snow Empress been perfectly eased, but she had also learned some new celestial techniques from them. Qian Renxue, who was always eager for knowledge, couldn't wait to practice what she had learned. However, after yesterday's exhaustion, drowsiness was creeping in as she lay in bed, her eyes already a bit dazed. You 2 sisters should also stay and catch up on some sleep. After the Ice and Snow Empress finished their porridge, they each got dressed and got out of bed. Sister, you should sleep. Schwerer and I are not tired. We'll just go to the academy for a bit. Before leaving, Shen Tianyu helped Qian Renxue tuck in her blanket and took the Ice and Snow Empress with him. The distance wasn't too far, so they chose to walk. After the intense battle of celestial techniques, the Ice and Snow Empress seemed unbothered, skipping along the way. Shen Tianyu, walking behind them, admired the 2 women's graceful figures, feeling a surge of emotions. No wonder they're fierce beasts. Their physical strength is terrifying. The same force that would require Qian Renxue to rest today didn't seem to faze the Ice and Snow Empress at all. If it were Guyuna, wouldn't she be even more ferocious? The physical strength of the Silver Dragon King was unmatched in the current continent, except for Shen Tianyu. Upon arriving at the Heavendo Cultivation Academy, the 2 empresses went their separate ways to attend to their tasks. Shen Tianyu entered the dean's office, and as soon as he pushed the door open, a petite figure leaped towards him. Lingling, what are you doing here? At this hour? Yi Lingling should have been attending classes to learn about cultivation. I waited all night, and you didn't come. Oh, with a slap to his forehead. Shen Tianyu felt a bit guilty. He had been too busy yesterday, and forgot to look for you. Without your guidance on the immortal techniques, Lingling really feels uncomfortable. Yi Lingling looked up, her eyes glistening with tears. Then let me guide you now. Yay! Overwhelmed with joy, Yi Lingling lunged forward, releasing spiritual energy that swept through the entire room. After more than 10 months of cultivation, Yi Lingling had reached the peak of Qi training, just a step away from foundation establishment. The 9 transformations begonia body is extremely unique among top physiques, with a strong affinity for various elements. So it's normal for her cultivation speed to be a bit slow. As the begonia body blossomed, a hint of charm flashed in Yi Lingling's eyes. She parted her lips slightly, and a chilling air pressed against her face. But in an instant, the chill turned warm and humid. Shen Tianyu shivered, extending 2 fingers to point at the center of the begonia flower's stamen. Unceasing flow. The immortal technique was unleashed, and the water element condensed. From the stamen of the begonia flower, a torrent of water gushed forth. Wow, Lingling, you started to catch me off guard too. Huh? This water element technique took Shen Tianyu by surprise, nearly drowning him directly. Watch me block it. Spiritual energy gathered on his 2 fingers, shooting out energy waves that directly penetrated the begonia flower stamen. The gushing water was immediately blocked inside the stamen. Yi Lingling's face flushed, her expression strange. This unceasing flow technique gathers all the water elements in the air and releases them. When interrupted and blocked midway, all of it remained in the begonia body, making Yi Lingling feel like she was about to burst. Suddenly, a spark of electricity flickered on her 2 fingers. Go! Shen Tianyu shouted, and the electric arc erupted. Yi Lingling screamed, her whole body trembling violently. Lingling, you have the 9 transformations begonia body and a strong affinity for various elements. You should understand that water conducts electricity. If the unceasing flow technique is blocked and then struck with lightning, it will severely injure you. I understand. With the current coursing through her body, Yi Lingling trembled, unable to mobilize her spiritual energy. If this continues, I'm going to lose. I will never lose. Yi Lingling had a strong sense of competition, steadying her trembling body and instantly regaining control of her spiritual energy. Holy light protection. The light element was mobilized, instantly flooding into Yi Lingling's body. A faint golden halo enveloped her form. The surging electricity was suppressed in an instant. Under the holy light, flames suddenly ignited. His Shen Tianyu took a sharp breath, quickly retracting his fingers. The blocked water element erupted in an instant. In the torrent of water, boiling flames burned fiercely. Water and fire have never coexisted. But under Yi Lingling's control, the two elements perfectly fused, allowing her to temporarily escape the crisis. Very good, Shen Tianyu praised, lowering his waist and gathering strength. I'm going to get serious now. With a wave of his hand, 9 elements were grasped in his palm. Elemental spear. The 9 elements, which are mutually reinforcing, fused into a long spear in an instant. Seeing this, Yi Lingling did not hesitate and unleashed the 9 transformations begonia body. The 9 elements were also at her disposal. And after merging, they formed a massive abyss vortex. Elemental abyss. This move was Yi Lingling's strongest technique. By merging the 9 elements, it created a vortex with terrifying, devouring power. After reaching the ultimate level of cultivation, it could even devour all things in the world into the elemental abyss. All right, let me see whether your elemental abyss is more powerful or my elemental spear technique is superior, with the spear entering the elemental abyss. The raging spiritual energy carried the power of the 9 elements, launching a frenzied attack within the abyss. Yi Lingling controlled the elemental abyss, now drenched in sweat. The vast difference in cultivation made Yi Lingling acutely aware that she was absolutely no match for Shen Tianyu. But the pressure from a strong opponent greatly benefited her cultivation. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself to persist, and the spiritual energy in her dantian rapidly rotated, transforming from a gaseous state to a liquid state without her realizing it. Boom! Suddenly, a rumble echoed from her dantian. A brilliant light flashed in Yi Lingling's eyes. Am I going to break through? Shen Tianyu was taken aback, and then raised the elemental spear, no longer hesitating to strike down into the elemental abyss. The two streams of spiritual energy collided, and the elemental abyss collapsed. The chaotic energy was completely absorbed by Yi Lingling's dantian. The form of the spiritual energy instantly elevated and transformed, stepping into the foundation establishment realm. Chapter 93. The master's orders are to be obeyed forever. I have established my foundation. Yi Lingling was overjoyed, and the frustration from yesterday, when Shen Tianyu did not come to guide her in immortal techniques, was instantly swept away. Don't rush. Steady yourself, Yi Lingling. Shen Tianyu squinted his eyes slightly. He injected pure spiritual energy from his source into Yi Lingling's body. This source of spiritual energy can help you solidify your cultivation and completely stabilize your foundation establishment. Yi Lingling nodded seriously. I will definitely not waste this source of spiritual energy. I will refine and absorb it well, carefully preserving the source of spiritual energy. Yi Lingling adjusted her state. I'm going to class now. Controlling the source of spiritual energy in her lower abdomen, Yi Lingling cautiously left, fearing that Shen Tianyu's source for solidifying her cultivation would be wasted by her. After watching Yi Lingling leave, Shen Tianyu opened the window for ventilation. Moments later, he released Xiao Wu from the auspicious treasure pouch. With a wave of his hand, the seal was lifted. You can kill me. As soon as she was released, Xiao Wu glared fiercely at Shen Tianyu. In front of this absolute powerhouse, Xiao Wu knew she had no strength to resist. Since that's the case, then just seek death. Want to die? Sure. With a cold smile, one hand mobilized spiritual energy, directly grasping Xiao Wu's neck and pulling her in front of him. It doesn't matter if you die, but what do you want to do to Tang San? Xiao Wu's face changed dramatically. You can't hurt him. Please, don't hurt him, okay? Don't you want my soul ring? I could directly sacrifice it to you. Just please don't harm him. You really are devoted. Gripping her delicate face, Shen Tianyu's expression was cold and dark. He released Xiao Wu's neck and tossed her to the side. Kneel properly. Stunned for a moment, Xiao Wu quickly knelt down properly. Tang San is indeed not dead yet. In my eyes, he is just a grasshopper, easily crushed at any time. As for when to crush him, it all depends on your performance. Xiao Wu lowered her head and said softly, as long as you don't hurt him, I can do anything. Really? Really? I was waiting for this sentence. I currently lack a pet, and this little rabbit of yours seems quite good. I am willing. Xiao Wu gritted her teeth and nodded in agreement. Seeing your unwilling expression, forget it then. No. Shen Tianyu stood up to leave, But Xiao Wu immediately blocked him. With a sweet smile, she spoke in a flattering manner. I am willing to be your pet rabbit. From now on, you will be my master. Shen Tianyu, with a serious face, revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. That's more like it. Remember, from now on, you're my pet rabbit. And I am your master. Being my pet rabbit is not in vain. I will teach you the way of cultivating immortality. As long as you obediently listen, achieving immortality will be effortless. Kneel properly and smile. Yes, the rabbit will obediently listen and will always follow the master's commands. A wisp of spiritual energy flew out from his 2 fingers. After being infused into Xiao Wu's body, Shen Tianyu stood up and opened the door. This is your first task. When I return, the spiritual energy must still be there, not a bit less. Yes, master. Xiao Wu tensed her body, maintaining her kneeling position to ensure the spiritual energy didn't dissipate. After leaving, Shen Tianyu arrived at the Heavenly Do Academy of Immortal Cultivation on top of a great mountain. As a most luxurious academy in the Heavenly Do Empire, it truly has everything one could want. The academy not only covers a large area, but also has numerous grasslands and mountains. Upon reaching the mountaintop, Shen Tianyu released Gu Yuna. Get lost, human. Wait for your death. As soon as she was released, Gu Yuna shouted angrily. You destroyed my seal. My aura will definitely be detected by the divine realm. It won't be long before they come down personally. When that happens, I will die, and you will die too. Having her seal broken by Shen Tianyu disrupted her years of cultivation plans, and Gu Yuna hated him to death. Now, she wished for the gods of the divine realm to descend upon Doa. Even if she died, she wanted to drag someone down with her. Unfortunately, the gods of the divine realm would not come down. Before the day my seal was destroyed, I had already isolated the entire Stardo forest. And now that you are by my side, the spiritual energy has long sealed your aura, so the divine realm cannot detect you. Heh, who can't boast? Gu Yuna turned her head, not believing Shen Tianyu's words at all. Shen Tianyu didn't mind. He sat cross-legged in front of Gu Yuna. Have you considered the proposal from yesterday in the Stardo forest? Are you willing to cultivate immortality with me? You bastard. Still trying to fool me. This king is not a 3-year-old child. Even if you force me, I absolutely will not practice your nonsense immortal techniques. She raised her eyebrows, a hint of displeasure flashing through her heart. A hand grabbed Gu Yuna and directly slapped her 3 times on the butt. You bastard, bastard, bastard. With her powers sealed, Gu Yuna could only rage but had no way to retaliate. I want to help you, but if you don't appreciate it and insult me instead, how can I tolerate that? Slapping you, but it's just a small punishment. If you offend me too much, I might not care about the consequences and make you give birth to my child. Liar, liar, big liar, not wanting to be slapped again. Gu Yuna changed her approach and continued to scold Shen Tianyu in anger. So you think I'm lying to you? In that case, let me provide you with some evidence. With a snap of her fingers, 2 figures appeared in the air and landed on the mountaintop within the Immortal Cultivation Academy. Husband, what did you call us here for? The Ice and Snow Emperors held hands as they approached Shen Tianyu. Can you tell who they are? Gu Yuna narrowed her eyes slightly, a hint of astonishment flashing beneath her purple gaze. Are you 2 soul beasts? Or at the beast level? The Ice Goddess and the Ice Emperor Scorpion from the extreme north? As the soul beast overlord, Gu Yuna naturally understood the distribution of soul beasts on Douluo. Over the years, with Emperor Tian as the spokesperson for all soul beasts, she had been informed about some external matters from time to time. Gradually, Gu Yuna had learned about the situation of soul beasts on the continent. The strongest in the extreme north was undoubtedly the 3 kings of the extreme north, 2 of whom were female and stood right in front of her. You are the soul beast overlord. The Snow Emperor was both surprised and somewhat confused. As the ruler of the extreme north, she knew of the existence of the soul beast overlord but had never seen one. Today, upon meeting Gu Yuna and sensing her aura that was even stronger than Emperor Tian's, the Snow Emperor thought of the soul beast overlord. That's right. Gu Yuna nodded. You 2 are top-tier powerhouses from the extreme north, yet you're being manipulated by a despicable human. You're truly bringing shame to the soul beast clan. What are you saying? The Ice Emperor's face darkened. You have no idea how good my husband is to us. He is going to lead us on the path to immortality. Even if you are the soul beast overlord, you should not speak disrespectfully to my husband. Cold indifference and killing intent were directly released. Gu Yuna was bewildered. What was going on with these 2 fierce beasts? What kind of charm did you give them? She turned her head to question Shen Tianyu, her purple eyes wide open with barely contained fury. Did you not determine that the method of cultivating immortality I mentioned was a lie? These 2 are the best proof. As the soul beast overlord, Defeating the Ice and Snow Emperors should be easy for you, right? Today, I will lift your seal and see which of you can defeat them. Fight them? Gu Yuna glanced at the Ice and Snow Emperors. Although I have not fully recovered my strength, defeating both of them is as easy as squashing ants. There was a sense of disdain in her words. As the Soul Beast Overlord and the strongest Soul Beast on Douluo, Gu Yuna naturally believed in her own strength. No matter how strong the Ice and Snow Emperors were, she did not take them seriously. What are you so arrogant about? The Ice Emperor stepped forward, unleashing her spirit energy. I don't even need Shui Air to help. I can beat you all by myself. Arrogant. Gu Yuna's expression changed, and she said in a deep voice, "Since when does a little scorpion dare to act wild in front of me?" Violent soul power suddenly erupted. The entire mountain trembled, and two waves of powerful energy collided and exploded. With a wave of his hand, Shen Tianyu set up a spirit energy barrier. The violent energy aftermath was completely contained within the barrier. Come and fight. Gu Yuna reached out and grasped the air, and a silver dragon spear appeared in her hand. Her silver hair danced in the wind, and the vertical pupils in her purple eyes burned with anger. As the Soul Beast Overlord, being provoked by a mere fierce beast was something she could not tolerate. "Oof, I'm not afraid of you." Leaping into the air, the Ice Emperor soared upwards. Spirit energy crazily gathered in her palm, and she directly slammed down with a palm strike. "Ha!" With a loud shout, Gu Yuna raised the silver dragon spear and charged towards the palm print. Sharp spear energy erupted from all directions to surround the palm print. Boom! The explosion echoed, and the spear energy instantly dissipated. The palm print descended from the sky, its speed increasing. What? Gu Yuna was taken aback, as the silver light flickered and disappeared from her sight. Look at the spear. In an instant, Gu Yuna appeared behind the Ice Emperor. A red glow erupted from the silver dragon spear, and flames surged forth. With a cold smile, the Ice Emperor dismissed it. With a backhanded palm strike, spirit energy rose from behind, forming a massive wall. Boom! The energy wall stood firm, showing no signs of being affected at all, with her eyelashes fluttering. Gu Yuna felt a hint of doubt in her heart. This fierce beast was using spirit energy. Could it be that what that guy said was true? Damn it! Are you looking down on me? You dare to fight me and still be distracted? The Ice Emperor noticed the dazed look in Gu Yuna's eyes and immediately felt furious. With spirit energy protecting her, she leaped through the energy wall. The surrounding crimson flames and violent spear energy were all knocked away. A bluish-green light streaked across the sky and quickly rushed towards Gu Yuna. Raising her hand for a palm strike, it landed precisely on Gu Yuna's lower abdomen. Bang! A muffled sound exploded in the sky, and Gu Yuna's expression changed instantly. A sweetness surged in her throat. She was injured. This was something Gu Yuna had never expected. The Ice Emperor's cultivation was only 38,000 years, which was a far cry from Emperor Tian. While Emperor Tian couldn't even hurt Gu Yuna, the Ice Emperor managed to land a hit. "Little scorpion, you have angered me." Gu Yuna was furious, and the silver dragon's spear glimmered with light. Red, deep blue, brown, green, gold, dark, and silver. 7 elements erupted simultaneously, merging into one. An elemental storm, under the control of the silver dragon spear, quickly condensed. The Ice Emperor's expression grew serious, realizing that this attack was not simple. Without hesitation, spirit energy burst forth from her dantian. Devour! With a soft cry, a vortex of spirit energy appeared out of thin air. A massive pulling force enveloped the elemental storm. The powerful strike of 7 mixed elements appeared helpless within the spirit energy vortex, slowly being devoured. Gu Yuna was momentarily stunned, feeling somewhat at a loss. Annihilate! The Ice Emperor shouted again, and the elemental storm within the spirit energy vortex was instantly shattered, completely devoured. The surging spirit energy seemed to be on the verge of a breakthrough. I feel like I'm about to break through. The Ice Emperor blinked. I'll give you a break this time. After I break through, I will fight you. She then turned and quickly dove down. Husband, I want to break through to the late stage of Golden Core. Quickly help me cultivate. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, the Ice Emperor was already in front of him. Without waiting for Shen Tianyu to react, she wrapped her arms around his neck. A hint of seductive charm flashed in her eyes, and the spiritual energy could no longer be suppressed, erupting completely from within her. Her dress exploded with a loud bang, and the surrounding spiritual energy enveloped both of them. The perfectly crafted phoenix crown came into Shen Tianyu's view. Feeling the fluctuating waves of spiritual energy from the Ice Emperor, Shen Tianyu nodded inwardly. It was indeed time for a breakthrough. It seemed this battle had unconsciously stimulated her spiritual potential. Husband, don't say anything, quickly, help me. I can't suppress this energy any longer. The phoenix crown trembled violently, and the uncontrollable spiritual energy was continuously tormenting the Ice Emperor's body. A touch of enchanting color flashed in her pupils. Shen Tianyu was startled. This was a sign of going into a frenzy. This was no small matter. In the path of cultivation, the greatest fear is losing control. The Ice Emperor's current state could only be described as extremely critical. With no time to think, especially with the outsider Gu Yuna present, he waved his hand to reinforce the spiritual energy nodes, making it impossible for those outside to see any movement within the barrier. He then bent down and roared, unleashing the spiritual energy from his lower abdomen. Don't be afraid, Binger, I'm coming. Boom. The spiritual energy within Shen Tianyu erupted, enveloping the Ice Emperor. The trembling phoenix crown was instantly soothed. The enchanting color in her eyes weakened slightly. The Ice Emperor let out a long sigh, holding on to Shen Tianyu's neck, her legs wrapping around his strong waist. The small golden core in her dantian expanded in an instant. The golden core spun rapidly, crashing up and down in her dantian. With Shen Tianyu's infusion of spiritual energy, clear patterns began to appear on the golden core. A gentle chant echoed as the Ice Emperor endured the pain of her breakthrough. Gu Yuna watched in disbelief, her eyes wide open. Is this really happening? Still feeling doubtful, she stepped forward to observe closely. Stop! The Snow Emperor blocked her path, her cold face narrowing her eyes slightly. Binger is breaking through. No one is allowed to approach. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. A tremendous amount of spiritual energy erupted from the Snow Emperor's body. Gu Yuna trembled. The spiritual energy waves released by the Snow Emperor were no less than the Ice Emperor's. His powerful aura was at least that of a second-level deity. After battling the Ice Emperor, Gu Yuna had already lost. If she were to fight against the Snow Emperor, the outcome was needless to say. I just want to get closer to see if this cultivation method is real. Gu Yuna maintained a serious expression, keeping the pose of the soul beast overlord. With your strength, it would be easy to see clearly without getting closer. Just stand here and don't move. The view here is quite nice. Seeing the Snow Emperor's firm attitude, Gu Yuna didn't dare to say more. She only snorted coldly, her vertical pupils glancing over the Snow Emperor to land on the Ice Emperor and Shen Tianyu. The intertwining spiritual energy continued to elevate in a tender embrace. The signs of the Ice Emperor going into a frenzy had long since vanished without a trace. The golden core in her dantian was jumping up and down crazily, its speed increasing, constantly impacting the Ice Emperor, and the patterns on the golden core became clearer. As time passed, the continuously elevating spiritual energy reached the threshold of transformation. The Ice Emperor trembled all over, the phoenix crown shaking, and the patterns on the golden core were completely formed. Yes, I've broken through. 95, Chapter 95, Gu Yuna's Lineage of the Heavenly Dragon. Chapter 95, Gu Yuna's Lineage of the Heavenly Dragon. A golden elixir, stepping into the late stage. The uncontrollable spiritual energy was momentarily suppressed and completely absorbed into the Ice Emperor's body. Level 1 deity. Gu Yuna's vertical pupils widened in shock. At this moment, the spiritual energy fluctuations released by the Ice Emperor already possessed the power of a level 1 deity. This immense impact made it hard for Gu Yuna to accept. At her peak, she had the strength of a level 1 deity. She understood deeply how difficult it was to become a level 1 deity. In the divine realm, countless level 2 deities dream of one day breaking through to the strength of a level 1 deity. Yet, almost without exception, they remain stuck at level 2, unable to advance even an inch. However, this cultivation method was much simpler. All it took was to engage in intimate activities to successfully break through. This disproportionate effort and reward in the cultivation method was truly revolutionary for Gu Yuna. Binger, congratulations. Shen Tianyu said with a smile, while the Ice Emperor, perched on his shoulder, also wore a satisfied expression. She had been stuck in the mid-stage of the golden elixir for a long time. There was always an insurmountable barrier to the late stage. Today, a successful breakthrough naturally brought immense joy. As he caressed her smooth skin, Shen Tianyu glanced at Gu Yuna and felt a bit embarrassed. He quickly took out a dress for the Ice Emperor to wear. Cough, cough. After 2 awkward coughs, the Ice Emperor regained her composure. Her cold, beautiful face was still flushed and she waved her hand, muttering to herself, "It's a bit hot today." "Binger, I'm almost envious of you," the Snow Emperor said with a resentful gaze. "If I had known, I would have made the move. The one breaking through to the late stage of the golden elixir would definitely be me. This is my opportunity, Schwer. You can't take it away. One must be proactive to reap rewards. Breakthroughs in cultivation can happen early or late. You don't need to rush. My dear will help you break through sooner or later." With my husband saying that, I'm relieved. The Snow Emperor's cold expression revealed a hint of a smile, and the desire that flashed in her eyes said it all. However, it was not the right time. Shen Tianyu could only pretend not to see and focus his attention back on Gu Yuna. "How about it? Do you believe my words now?" "I believe." Gu Yuna nodded, putting away her silver dragon spear, her heart racing. After countless years hidden in the starry forest, she had been recovering from past injuries and restoring her strength. All of this was for the day she could take revenge on the gods of the divine realm, leading the Spirit Beast clan to reclaim everything they had lost. Now, with this cultivation method laid before her, she saw greater hope. For a moment, there was a stirring in her heart. The complex struggle in her amethyst eyes reflected her contemplation of the pros and cons. Shen Tianyu was not in a hurry. He sat on the ground with the ice and snow emperors. With a flow of spiritual energy between his fingers, he idly addressed the cultivation doubts of the two emperors. After a long while, Gu Yuna took a deep breath. "Please let me cultivate immortality with you." Raising an eyebrow, Shen Tianyu chuckled lightly. "I've been waiting for this sentence." He then stood up, channeling spiritual energy through his fingers to open a crack in the barrier. "Ice and snow, you two can go about your business first. See you tonight." "Okay, husband, we'll wait for you." Once the ice and snow emperors exited the barrier, the open crack immediately closed. "Lie down first." A flicker of displeasure passed through Gu Yuna's purple eyes as she still felt some resistance. However, for the sake of the method of cultivating immortality and the future of the Soul Beast clan, Gu Yuna had no choice but to comply and lay down on the mountain grass. Whether one could cultivate immortality and what their talent was would depend on whether they could awaken a top-tier physique. With your Silver Dragon King bloodline, it stands to reason that the physique you awaken should not be too poor. As he spoke, spiritual energy swirled around his two fingers, wrapping around Gu Yuna. The energy penetrated through her skin and pores, instantly entering her body. Her purple pupils widened in anger, an unusual sensation spreading throughout her body. As the spiritual energy infused, her internal organs, meridians, and even her flesh and bones seemed to undergo a baptism. This cleansing power was very gentle, slowly flowing and circulating within Gu Yuna. After the battle in the divine realm, you left quite a few hidden injuries in your body. As soon as the spiritual energy entered her body, Shen Tianyu noticed Gu Yuna's condition. Not bad. A flicker of dimness flashed in his eyes. The impact of the divine realm battle on the Soul Beast clan was indeed too great. Despite her formidable strength at the time, she had suffered significant injuries. And even after many years, the hidden wounds within her had not fully healed. "Then let me treat your injuries first." His two fingers landed on her lower abdomen, and spiritual energy surged in instantly. Gu Yuna's whole body trembled. This spiritual energy was no longer gentle, but appeared somewhat violent. Yet, this violent energy rushed directly to the hidden injuries within her body. In an instant, all the hidden injuries began to miraculously heal. This process was quite painful. Gu Yuna's lips trembled, her body quivered, enduring the agony of healing her hidden injuries. As the hidden injuries were continuously healed, the impurities left in her body began to gather little by little. His two fingers glided over her delicate body, controlling the gathering of the impurities. Shen Tianyu narrowed his eyes, his expression serious. This was his first time healing someone, so he dared not slack off in the slightest. After all, he felt he could not afford to lose face. With his two fingers guiding, all the impurities converged to her lower abdomen. "Come out!" A sudden roar echoed, causing Gu Yuna to tremble all over. The impurities gathered in her lower abdomen suddenly surged and were completely expelled from her body. Letting out a long breath, Gu Yuna felt her whole body lighten. The internal injuries healed, and the impurities left her body. In an instant, her own strength was restored to the level of a second-tier deity. With just around 10,000 years of solid practice, she could reach her peak state again, which was absolutely no problem. The internal injuries had all healed, and next was the awakening of her physique. Fush spiritual énergie descended, enveloping Gu Yuna. It was as if she were in a large hot spring, bathing in the gentle spiritual energy, her entire meridian system undergoing a transformative change. With a delicate shout, her body had already adapted to the presence of the spiritual energy. Immediately after, brilliance radiated in front of Shen Tianyu, as Gu Yuna's physique fully awakened. Wow! Upon seeing the physique, Shen Tianyu was shocked and exclaimed, "What's wrong?" Gu Yuna felt a tightness in her heart, worried by Shen Tianyu's expression. Could it be that she was not suited for cultivating celestial arts? Incredible. Really incredible. Do you know what your physique is? Hurry up and tell me. How would I know? Gu Yuna was also a bit anxious, wanting to know her physique immediately. It's the celestial dragon physique. No wonder you're the silver dragon king. This physique is definitely top tier in the cultivation world. Countless people dream of having this celestial dragon physique throughout their lives. With this physique, your path to immortality will be smooth and unimpeded. Really? Gu Yuna Sten's body instantly relaxed. The pride deep within her bones reemerged. As expected of this king, awakening to the top-tier physique. Shen Tianyu was also amazed. Why is the celestial dragon physique strong? It's strong because this physique has an incredibly terrifying ability to gather spiritual energy. Once this physique begins to cultivate, absorbing the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth is like tidal waves, continuous and unending. Chapter 96. Completely drained supplement. A good physique naturally needs a good cultivation method. And this one is very suitable for you. He raised his hand and took out a cultivation method, handing it to Gu Yuna. Celestial Dragon Technique. This technique matches your physique, and cultivating it will surely yield twice the result with half the effort. Quickly flipping open the technique, Gu Yuna focused her mind and began to comprehend it. Not long after, it was already mid-morning. Closing the celestial dragon technique, Gu Yuna took a deep breath. I have mastered it all. So fast. Shen Tianyu raised an eyebrow, surprised. I am the silver dragon king. My talent is unmatched in this world. So learning this technique is quick. She raised her head proudly, her purple eyes filled with confidence. Since you've learned it, let me see the results and guide you a bit. Like that scorpion? With her eyelashes fluttering, Gu Yuna hesitated slightly. Yes, your physique is most suited for this method of cultivation. Got it. She collected her emotions and activated the technique. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth was sensed in an instant. Shen Tianyu stepped forward, and without hesitation, he infused the spiritual energy from his fingers into Gu Yuna's body. A stunning long dress, dancing without wind. Oomph. With a delicate call, a line of the heavenly dragon's body erupted. The moment the physique manifested, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth became frenzied, forming a huge vortex above the two. Shen Tianyu was taken aback. This physique was indeed astonishing. Just the initial activation summoned such immense spiritual energy from the surroundings. The 9th grade spiritual vein buried beneath the Tiandou Immortal Academy was now surging with spiritual energy, all rushing towards this mountain mist. I'm coming. Gu Yuna's cheeks flushed, and she leaped into the air, her beautiful legs entwined. The first line heavenly dragon is dazzling and radiant, with long, beautiful legs paired with an exquisite long skirt, resembling a fairy descending from the heavens. A head of silver long hair, flowing and shimmering with light. The spiritual energy on her 2 fingers was instantly absorbed by Gu Yuna into her body. Wow, it can be done like this. Shen Tianyu was once again surprised. This constitution not only absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but can also directly take away the spiritual energy of others. He had underestimated this constitution after all. Let us run through the technique and see the effect. Good. Gu Yuna nodded. Her stunning beauty buried in Shen Tianyu's solid chest. As the incantation was recited, the meridians seemed to expand in an instant, capable of accommodating even more massive spiritual energy. Dragon body, deep domain. Vast spiritual energy erupted, forming a huge domain. Within this domain, Gu Yuna was the absolute ruler. All the spiritual energy would be at her disposal. Breaking Dragon Spear. Shen Tianyu naturally would not hold back, directly condensing the spiritual energy into a breaking dragon spear. He focused all his strength, and the breaking dragon spear erupted directly. Boom, the dragon body deep domain trembled, and under the impact of the breaking dragon spear, the towering deep domain was directly shattered. The breaking dragon spear drove straight in, targeting the dragon body deep domain. Not good. As the breaking dragon spear attacked, Shen Tianyu immediately sensed that something was wrong. Within the dragon body deep domain, a powerful absorbing force erupted. My spiritual energy through the breaking dragon spear. Gu Yuna was frantically absorbing Shen Tianyu's spiritual energy. Just stepping onto the path of cultivation, Gu Yuna directly reached the early stage of qi refinement. The speed of her cultivation rising had not stopped. It was still continuously climbing. You don't intend to drain all my spiritual energy, do you? Shen Tianyu's expression changed, and he raised the breaking dragon spear, wanting to retreat from the dragon-bodied deep domain. Not a chance. Her delicate hand directly rested on Shen Tianyu's shoulder. The two were very close to each other, and the fragrant scent was refreshing. After tens of thousands of years, this king can finally indulge and vent the frustrations in her heart. The deep domain gate that connects to the heavens directly closed, trapping Shen Tianyu's broken dragon spear inside, making it impossible to pull out. This is bad. The broken dragon spear was formed from Shen Tianyu's original spiritual energy. If it cannot be retrieved, the spiritual energy within his body will be completely drained by Gu Yuna through the spear. The only way now is to let her absorb the heaven and earth's spiritual energy, and when she is full, she will naturally release the broken dragon spear. With this thought in mind, Shen Tianyu waved his hand. The spiritual energy from heaven and earth gathered frantically, including the spiritual energy produced by the 9th grade spiritual vein beneath the Tiandou Academy, all surged into the surroundings of the two. Gu Yuna immersed herself in it, greedily absorbing the endless spiritual energy. Mid-stage Qi training. Late-stage Qi training. Full Qi training. Foundation establishment. Time passed, and the sun was past noon. Gu Yuna's cultivation unexpectedly reached the foundation establishment stage. This rapid improvement in cultivation truly startled Shen Tianyu. Are you going to continue? Shen Tianyu asked strangely, while Gu Yuna across from him opened her beautiful purple eyes. Continue. As soon as the words fell, the devouring and absorbing power in the deep domain of the dragon surged once again. The spiritual energy drawn from heaven and earth had been completely drained. At this moment, what was being absorbed was the spiritual energy produced by the 9th grade spiritual vein. The endless siphoning truly validated the nature of the dragon. Within the Tiandou Academy, the two ice and snow emperors, who had the highest cultivation, clearly sensed something unusual. The two women simultaneously looked towards the direction of the mountain mist. The spiritual energy produced by the spiritual vein was about to be insufficient. What is going on? What kind of physique does the Silver Dragon King have? Why is it so terrifying? I don't know. The Ice Emperor frowned, but my husband should be able to handle it, right? It's hard to say. A cheerful dragon roar echoed within the barrier. Late-stage foundation establishment. Gu Yuna was overjoyed, and as her cultivation improved, the devouring and absorbing power she could exert became even more terrifying. With a joyful cry, the dragon's might was released. The spiritual vein buried underground was directly shattered by this dragon might. The purest original spiritual energy contained in the spiritual vein was all drawn to the surroundings of the two. The dragon of the first line erupted. Pure primordial spiritual energy surged madly into his body. Watching this scene, Shen Tianyu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. This is basically the completion of foundation building. The first line of the heavenly dragon body, truly a top-tier physique among the top tier, is like an unfathomable bottomless pit, not only capable of containing vast amounts of spiritual energy, but also able to frantically absorb spiritual energy to enhance its own cultivation. Yours, give it all to me. Gu Yuna opened her purple eyes, a hint of charm flashing across her face. You have drained the spiritual vein. The spiritual energy spread to the ground. And only then did Shen Tianyu realize that the spiritual vein had been exhausted, completely absorbed by Gu Yuna. The broken dragon spear, trapped in the depths of the dragon body, suddenly trembled. Shen Tianyu immediately felt the spiritual energy within him being uncontrollably absorbed. This is self-inflicted. I cannot live. He never expected things to progress to this point. The strength of Gu Yuna's physique was evident at this moment. You really are not human. I was never human. Gu Yuna replied with a smile. I am a dragon, a greedy dragon, and I want to drain all your spiritual energy. In her mischievous smile, the hint of charm did not fade. The spiritual energy within her rapidly vanished, and in the blink of an eye, it was completely absorbed. Are you still not satisfied? Be careful not to burst. With a frown, Shen Tianyu spoke in a deep voice. As the spiritual energy within him was completely absorbed, Gu Yuna set her sights on his source spiritual energy. Not satisfied. I want it all. Once I said I would drain your spiritual energy, I must do it. Chapter 97. Master, please punish me. Supplement. Chapter 97. Master, please punish me. Supplement, arrogant silver dragon. Shen Tianyu shouted angrily. The pure source, spiritual energy within him erupted. The broken dragon spear, trapped in the depths of the dragon body, became frenzied. The fierce intent of the spear shot out wildly. Gu Yuna's expression changed. Her chest felt heavy, and her whole body trembled. This move directly injured Gu Yuna severely. My source spiritual energy is not something you can casually absorb and control. My tolerance for you is not your capital to be reckless. With an angry shout, the source spiritual energy erupted once again. The depths of the dragon body seemed to sway under the violent spear intent. Gu Yuna gritted her teeth, refusing to back down, and persisted in absorbing. Good. I like your unyielding spirit. With her eyes slightly narrowed, Shen Tianyu immediately became serious. He mobilized a portion of source spiritual energy and injected it all into the broken dragon spear. As the source spiritual energy was infused, the broken dragon spear became solid and hot, as if a sacred fire were burning. Break for me. The golden spear intent shot out explosively. Boom! The explosion continued, and Gu Yuna's face instantly turned pale. I was wrong. As the strongest strike erupted, Gu Yuna realized she had gotten herself into big trouble and immediately chose to admit her mistake. Now you know you were wrong. It's too late. If I don't give Gu Yuna a little punishment, this silver dragon will run wild without restraint. The source spiritual energy continued to be injected, and on the blade of the broken dragon spear, the golden spear intent began to condense again. Boom, boom, boom. A burst of gun intent erupted, striking deep within the dragon's body. Gu Yuna felt her blood surge, her eyes becoming hazy, as if she saw the Grim Reaper beckoning to her. I won't come again. Please let me go. Tears welled in her purple eyes, blurring her vision. A celestial gate in the deep domain of the dragon opened wide. Please, pull out the broken dragon spear. I know I was wrong. With a pitiful and helpless tone, Gu Yuna pleaded for mercy. Now you know you're wrong? I still prefer your proud and unruly self. Recover a bit. No. I really know I'm wrong. I won't dare again. Shen Tianyu didn't care about that. Today, he had to establish the rules, or there would be endless troubles in the future. Shaking the broken dragon spear, the primordial spiritual energy continued to pour in, and the golden gun intent erupted wildly. The deep domain of the dragon was on the verge of collapse with each strike. Just then, a change occurred in Gu Yuna's dantian. The liquid spiritual energy began to solidify and condense. Shen Tianyu keenly sensed this and immediately mobilized the broken dragon spear, launching a more violent attack, with golden gun intent spreading throughout the deep domain of the dragon. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted from her dantian, and the spiritual energy instantly sublimated. The liquid solidified, and the golden core took shape. At that moment, Gu Yuna officially stepped into the golden core realm. Following this, the deep domain of the dragon exploded. Countless golden gun intents surged forth from the shattered deep domain of the dragon. Only then did Shen Tianyu withdraw, pulling out the broken dragon spear. Without the joy of breaking through to the golden core, Gu Yuna was only left with lingering fear. Relying on the formidable body of the Silver Dragon King, she originally intended to seize the initiative. Unexpectedly, in the end, she was completely suppressed, unable to resist at all. Only then did Gu Yuna understand that the man before her was someone she could never surpass. The golden gun intent flowed, enveloping Gu Yuna's body. A head of silver hair and a body marked by traces of golden gun intent. The pale face was devoid of color. This heavy injury required a good period of recuperation to have a chance of recovery. Do you now understand the power of the young master? I understand. Gu Yuna felt weak all over, nodding limply. Will you dare to be reckless again in the future? I want to dare. That is more like it. Wiping away the tears at the corner of Gu Yuna's eyes, Shen Tianyu smiled and said, Today's recklessness will serve as a lesson. But the damage caused must be compensated. What damage? Gu Yuna was taken aback, her purple eyes filled with confusion. The underground spiritual vein was destroyed because of you, causing great trouble for everyone in the academy regarding their cultivation. How will I compensate? Spank your bottom. What? Gu Yuna was a bit dazed, but Shen Tianyu had already taken action. After 3 spanks, Gu Yuna grinned through the pain. From now on, be more restrained. Your physique does absorb spiritual energy very powerfully, but it also needs to be moderated. A spiritual vein is quite rare. I understand. Gu Yuna lowered her head in acknowledgement as Shen Tianyu stood up and gestured in the air. During the last short-term mission, he obtained 10 ninth-grade spiritual veins, which have not yet been used up. Although he lost one spiritual vein today, he felt no heartache as he would successfully fulfill his dream of becoming a dragon knight. Extracting the destroyed spiritual vein, he buried a 9th grade spiritual vein underground again. Soon, the Tiandou Academy of Cultivation regained its abundant spiritual energy. Sitting cross-legged in the mountains, he regained the lost spiritual energy with a few breaths. Let us go. Removing the spiritual energy barrier, he took Gu Yuna and stepped into the Tiandou Academy of Cultivation. After arranging accommodation for Gu Yuna, Shen Tianyu headed to the principal's office. As soon as he pushed the door open, he saw Yi Ling waiting for him. Yi Ling rushed forward and hugged Shen Tianyu. Inside, Xiao Wu knelt on the ground, her body tense as she lowered her head, not daring to look at the two. Why is she here? After the hug, Yi Ling pointed at Xiao Wu and asked, "A newly acquired pet rabbit. You don't need to worry about her. Let us talk about cultivation issues." Skipping over the topic of Xiao Wu, Yi Ling happily spoke. The original spiritual energy really can consolidate cultivation. I feel that my foundation has stabilized. Is that so? Placing his hand on her lower abdomen, Shen Tianyu smiled. You've absorbed a part of it, MHM. Yi Ling nodded, having absorbed some today without restraint. Seeing that Yi Ling still had more to say, Shen Tianyu held her and sat down. Feel free to say whatever you want. I won't blame you. Ling wants more original spiritual energy. Yi Ling mustered her courage and expressed her thoughts. Just this little thing. How much do you want? I'll give you as much as you want. Immediately, he mobilized spiritual energy to envelop Yi Ling. Yi Ling was very cooperative, releasing her 9-turn Huitang body, and the spiritual energy intertwined. The brand new original spiritual energy was injected into Yi Ling's body, merging with the original spiritual energy left from the morning. Unbeknownst to them, there was a sensation of breakthrough in cultivation. Tasting the sweetness of original spiritual energy, Yi Ling's 9-turn Huitang body shone with brilliant light. I want more original spiritual energy. Here you go. Here you go. Shen Tianyu was also generous. Yi Ling was usually quiet and wouldn't actively ask for anything. Since she spoke up today, Shen Tianyu naturally would meet her request. Different personalities require different attitudes. If it were Gu Yuna, it would not be the same. A little silver dragon would get a sunny disposition, but would also take advantage of it. Under the same roof, Xiao Wu watched everything clearly. That wisp of spiritual energy in her lower abdomen ultimately couldn't be contained and flowed away. 2 hours later, Shen Tianyu sent away the satisfied Yi Ling. His gaze fell on Xiao Wu, and his expression turned cold. Xiao Wu felt the chill and realized she had caused a great disaster. Master, please punish me. 98. Top der hexakument kahexapunising tiaovu ningrongrongs stemethod. Slap. With a backhand, he slapped Xiao Wu's cheek. You can't even do such a simple task. What use is it for me to raise you? Raising his hand, he landed a few more slaps. Xiao Wu's cheeks were already red from being slapped. Kneeling, her delicate body trembled, forcing a smile. It's a servant's fault. I will definitely correct it. Hee. With a cold smile, he raised his hand again for a few more slaps. This time, it's just a little punishment. If you mess up the task again, don't blame me for being unkind. After punishing Xiao Wu, he left a wisp of spiritual energy in her body. I'll check in the morning. If the spiritual energy is gone, be ready for a more severe punishment. With that, Shen Tianyu stepped away, exiting the Tiandou Academy of Cultivation. He headed straight for the palace. Inside the bedroom, Qian Renxue had improved overall after a day of cultivation. On the bed, the ice and snow empress lay together. When Shen Tianyu entered the bedroom, he raised his eyebrows and smiled. You two are here too? My sister said that from now on, both Shui Air and I can live here. He walked over to the bedside and fondly stroked Qian Renshue's pretty face. My little Shui is indeed sensible. Shall I take you both out shopping tomorrow? Hooray! The 3 girls smiled brightly, each circulating their internal spiritual energy. Today's exchange of immortal techniques cannot be missed either. That's natural. The surging spiritual energy was released, enveloping the 3 girls. Under the night, the immortal techniques intertwined. The spring night was brief, fleeting. The next morning, Shen Tianyu personally cooked hot porridge. After the 3 girls finished eating, Shen Tianyu returned to the Tiandou Academy of Cultivation. He checked Xiao Wu's task, having learned from a previous failure. This time, it was completed quite well. He then took Xiao Wu out shopping together. When girls go shopping, it's naturally about buying things. With the pet Xiao Wu accompanying her, she was naturally used as a laborer. Carrying various clothing and dresses bought, Xiao Wu walked slowly, her body tense. always keeping an eye on the spiritual energy in her lower abdomen, afraid it would leak out in public. In a bustling tea house on the busy street, a man and two women were dining. These three were Ning Rongrong and the sea dragon and sea girl Douluos. Ning Rongrong sat by the window, casually scanning the street. Suddenly, Xiao Wu's figure caught her eye. Not dead. A flash of astonishment crossed her mind, and Ning Rongrong felt greatly disappointed. Back in the Stardow Forest, when she saw Xiao Wu being captured, she was overjoyed. She thought Xiao Wu would become a soul ring, and her third brother would eventually be her man. Unexpectedly, she was still alive. This matter must not be known to her third brother. A fierce killing intent flashed in Ning Rongrong's eyes. Two seniors, Rongrong has a request. I wonder if you two can assist. Let us hear it. Hailong Duo spoke up, putting down his chopsticks, his expression serious and earnest. This person was a friend of the sea god's inheritor, and Hailong didn't want to offend Ning Rongrong. After all, if Tang San became the sea god, he would be his direct superior. If Ning Rongrong were to say something unpleasant then, how could he, as the guardian of the Holy Pillar, continue his duties? That girl had caused his brother to fall into crisis several times. Her presence in this world would eventually lead to harm for his brother. I understand. Hailong grasped the situation without needing more words from Ning Rongrong. His gaze quickly swept across the bustling street, and a familiar figure appeared about 100 meters ahead of Xiao Wu. It was the one who killed Sea Spear Douluo. The sea maiden also noticed Shen Tianyu, who was now surrounded by three girls, drawing envious glances from passers-by. Be careful when making a move. Rongrong, you leave Tiandou City first. Once the sea maiden and I succeed, we will meet up with you. Thank you for your help, senior. Ning Rongrong smiled lightly and immediately got up to leave. The killing intent deep in her eyes vanished in an instant. I'm sorry, Xiao Wu, but to get my brother, you can only die. A title Douluo could kill Xiao Wu with just one strike, so there was no need for much concern. However, once Hailong and the Sea Maiden made their move, it was highly likely they would also perish in Tiandou City. Nevertheless, Ning Rongrong had already thought of her excuse. On the bustling street, Shen Tianyu and the three girls stopped at a jewelry stall. The three girls picked various pieces of jewelry, trying them on and showcasing them to Shen Tianyu. Honey, how about this necklace? Not bad, it looks great. Look at my husband. These earrings match me perfectly, right? They suit your temperament very well. Binger, this bracelet must be made of high-quality jade. Qian Renxue picked up a pair of jade bracelets, her eyes filled with delight. If you like it, let us buy it all. All right. After a thorough selection, half of the jewelry at the stall was packed up. Sir, that LLB 600 gold soul coins. The vendor smiled and rubbed his hands together in anticipation. What are you telling me? I'm not responsible for the payment. Vendor? Xiao Xue, pay up. Qian Renxue took out a bag of gold soul coins and tossed it directly into the vendor's hand. This should be 1,000 gold soul coins, right? After weighing the bag, the vendor spoke. The excess can be your tip. Xiaoxu, it is go. All right, husband. Watching the four leave. The vendor had a strange expression, a mix of emotions. Can you really eat soft rice like this? Or is it three at once? Being handsome doesn't mean you could do whatever you want. Oh wait, sir, you forgot your things. The vendor then realized that the packed jewelry was still on the stall. Sorry, these are things bought by the master. Xiao Wu arrived shortly after, her body tense, with a strange look of pain on her face. All right. The vendor nodded repeatedly. Xiao Wu had already picked up the packaged jewelry and was twisting her body to chase after Shen Tianyu and the others. Wow, the maid is also stunning. The vendor's gaze lingered on that figure, thoughtful. No wonder she walks slowly and a bit awkwardly. She's carrying things. With bags in hand, Xiao Wu struggled to catch up with Shen Tianyu's group. Master, slow down, I'm falling behind. She opened her lips slightly to speak. But Shen Tianyu in front did not slow down. Xiao Wu had no choice but to take quick small steps forward. Suddenly, a wave of killing intent enveloped her. A massive amount of soul power descended directly upon her. Xiao Wu screamed as this overwhelming soul power knocked her to the ground. Looking up in shock, she saw a man and a woman hovering in the air, both raising their hands to strike down at her. Death enveloped her heart in an instant. Her astonished eyes wide open, her tense body trembled, and a trace of spirit energy hidden in her lower abdomen was ultimately lost due to her fear. In broad daylight, on the street, a pure aura leaked from Xiao Wu's body. Sea Dragon Douluo roared and struck out with all his might. The palm print quickly fell, and in the blink of an eye was close at hand. You have such big guts to dare kill my little pet under my nose. Chapter 99. A palm strike kills the green Ning Rongrong. With a flicker, he arrived in an instant. Shen Tianyu fiercely struck out a palm. colliding with the palm strike from Sea Dragon Douluo. Boom! The two palms collided, creating a massive wave. The residual aura surged upward, directly impacting Sea Dragon Douluo's chest. Sea Dragon Douluo spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale. Black Dragon. Sea Maiden Douluo flashed a trace of worry, then released her immense soul power from her dantian. 9 soul rings rotated, directly illuminating the 7th soul ring. Zivent soul skill, D. Just as the soul ring was lit, Shen Tianyu flashed to the front of the two. Both fists swung out simultaneously, striking their chests hard. Sea Maiden Douluo, who was in the middle of using her soul skill, was interrupted on the spot. In front of me, you have no chance to strike. Quickly flickering his figure, he was already behind Sea Dragon Douluo. A large hand pressed directly on Sea Dragon Douluo's shoulder, halting his retreating body in midair. In Tiandou City, you see God Island really don't want to live anymore. Aura condensed on his fist, and he directly punched out from Sea Dragon Douluo's back. The fist pierced through his body, emerging from his chest. Sea Dragon Douluo's eyes widened in anger, his breath halted, and he directly died under Shen Tianyu's fist. And you, discarding the dead Sea Dragon Douluo, he stepped into the air and arrived in front of Sea Maiden Douluo. The speed was as fast as a ghost. You. Slap. A slap was thrown, striking the Sea Spirit Douluo's cheek. Who gave you the audacity? Have you all on Sea God Island eaten the hearts of bears and leopards? The one killed in the Stardow Forest has already been forgotten? Dare to act wild on my territory again. With another slap, the Sea Spirit Douluo's head buzzed. You see God Island time and again provoke me. Today, I will send you to hell, and in no more than a month, those on Sea God Island will reunite with you. A palm fell, striking the Sea Woman Douluo's chest. The immense force penetrated through her chest, directly hitting her internal organs. The Sea Woman Douluo's face turned pale as her internal organs trembled violently under this tremendous force. Boom! In the next moment, her internal organs exploded. The Sea Woman Douluo's body dropped straight from the air, crashing to the ground without a breath. After continuously killing 2 titled Douluos, Shen Tianyu landed in front of Xiao Wu. He glanced at the leaked spiritual energy, a chill flashing in his eyes. You couldn't even protect her. What use do you have? Take your things and roll back. Think about how to punish yourself. Coldly dropping a sentence, Shen Tianyu stepped into the air. The spiritual energy was released outward, covering the entire Tiandou City. The Sea Dragon and Sea Woman Douluo appearing here and directly attacking Xiao Wu must have been instructed by someone. After all, these two had never seen Xiao Wu. The spreading spiritual energy transmitted all the situations of Tiandou City into Shen Tianyu's mind. In the direction of the east gate of Tiandou City, a girl was running at high speed. Shen Tianyu suddenly opened his eyes wide, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. So it's you, the green tea bitch Ning Rongrong. Taking a step forward, he covered 1,000 meters in a single stride. At this moment, Ning Rongrong had rushed to the east gate. After undergoing inspection by the city guards, she immediately exited Tiandou City. Fu Ning Rongrong let out a long breath and looked back at Tiandou City. Luckily, I ran fast. That guy is really terrifying, easily killing 2 titled Douluos. But seeing him so furious, Xiao must already be dead, and my goal has been achieved. After parting ways with the Sea Dragon and Sea Woman, Ning Rongrong did not stop for a moment and headed straight for the east gate. She only glanced back when the battle broke out. Since they were fighting in midair, she could see clearly. The once feared titled Douluos were nothing but weak chickens in front of Shen Tianyu. They were easily killed. Forget it. I need to meet up with third brother. Taking a breath, Ning Rongrong found her direction and was about to meet up with Tang San. In the sky, Shen Tianyu's eyes narrowed slightly. He raised his hand, gathering spiritual energy, and a palm struck down from the sky. The palm imprint quickly condensed and appeared, heading straight downwards. The rushing Ning Rongrong suddenly felt the gravity increasing. Each step became extremely heavy, and the speed of the surrounding airflow seemed to slow down. A sense of foreboding suddenly surged in her heart. No, the flow of energy was suddenly blocked, and the soul power within her was completely suppressed, unable to be released even the slightest bit. Little green tea, where can you escape to? An angry shout suddenly rang in her ears, and Ning Rongrong felt a terrifying force contained within the sound waves. This force descended from the sky, directly pinning Ning Rongrong to the ground. Startled, she looked up at the continuously descending palm print, and Ning Rongrong panicked. Impossible. How did you know I was in Tiandou City? Hee hee. Shen Tianyu sneered. The Sea Dragon and Sea Woman have never seen Little Dance. The only one who harbors some hatred towards Little Dance could only be you, Ning Rongrong. Her existence makes it impossible for you to take action against Tang San. Killing her would be of no harm to you, right? Ning Rongrong was speechless. Everything she thought was guessed by Shen Tianyu. Go die. The thing I hate the most is green tea. The falling palm print suddenly increased in speed. No, I refuse to accept this. Ning Rongrong screamed. She simply could not accept such an outcome. However, the giant palm descending from the sky would not spare her. Boom! The earth trembled, stirring up dust 100 feet high. Shen Tianyu did not linger, turning around and leaving directly. This palm would kill Ning Rongrong without any surprise. After the dust settled, a huge palm print pit was left on the ground. In this palm print pit, there was a pool of flesh and blood mixed with the soil. One of the Shrek's 7 monsters, Ning Rongrong, met her demise. In the dense forest, countless blue-silver grasses surrounded Tang San. Tang Hao stood guard on either side, not leaving an inch. Accompanied by circles of halo spreading, the surrounding blue-silver grasses dispersed. A young man walked out from within, exceptionally handsome. Dad, I did it. This young man was Tang San. He opened his hands, releasing the blue-silver grass. From this moment on, Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul officially awakened to become the blue-silver emperor. The transformation reshaped his appearance. At the same time, he also gained his own blue-silver domain. Little San, this is your opportunity. Next, go meet up with the others and prepare to set off for Sea God Island. All right, Tang San nodded, filled with endless expectations for the journey to Sea God Island. At that moment, the Hanhai Qiankuan cover he carried suddenly emitted a deep blue glow. A majestic figure suddenly appeared before Tang San and Tang Hao. Your companions and my holy pillar guardians have all been killed. We cannot stay here any longer. Go directly to Sea God Island. I am bound by the rules of the divine realm and can only teleport you to the port. What happens next depends on you. Lord Sea God. Tang San was astonished as he gazed at the blurry figure. It was indeed a divine manifestation. Lord Sea God, are you saying that Rong and the 2 seniors have already been killed? Who killed them? Your enemy. Tang San immediately understood. It was Shen Tianyu again. He has killed my companions and is already on a path to death. When you inherit my divine position, you can naturally take revenge on him. But now we must leave. The vast sea universe cover shimmered with light, and the sea god's phantom shattered, transforming into pure energy that was infused into the vast sea universe cover. Boom waves of light spread in circles, enveloping the vast sea and sky surrounding the two. The light flickered, and Tang San and Tang Hao disappeared from their original spot. Chapter 100. Goodbye BB Dawn, entering the worship hall. Time flies, passing in the blink of an eye. In no time, it was the finals of the Continental Soul Master Competition. This finals was held in Wuhuan City. The Emperor of the Tiandou Empire, Xue Qinghe, personally led the advancing team of the Tiandou Empire to Wuhuan City. Shen Tianyu was naturally among this group. The Tiandou Immortal Academy, as the seed team of the Tiandou Empire, made its appearance. As the dean, he naturally had to come in person. Originally, Qian Renxue was supposed to stay in Tiandou City under the identity of Xue Qinghe. However, the thought of being away from Shen Tianyu for a period made her unable to accept it. Without the daily cultivation time together, Qian Renxue felt uncomfortable all over, as if millions of ants were gnawing at her bones. She then entrusted her official duties to a reliable confidant and personally came to Wuhuan City. The advancing team, under the protection of the royal guards, arrived at Wuhuan City. This is Wuhuan City. It's really big. The Ice Emperor jumped down from the carriage and stretched. Yes, it looks even more prosperous than Tiandou City. There must be a lot of delicious food. Sister, do you want to go shopping together? Ahem. Binger, you should call him your majesty outside. Shen Tianyu got off the carriage, accompanied by Qian Renxue disguised as Xue Qinghe, as well as Gu Yuna and Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling, as the captain of the Tiandou Immortal Academy, was planned by Shen Tianyu to make a stunning impact in this competition, shocking the continent. I won't go. Not her sister can go with you. Lingling should rest more. The competition is about to start. Qian Renxue smiled, and during this time of getting along, Gu Yuna had successfully integrated in. All right, then we'll go shopping. The 3 girls linked arms and left the main group. Lingling, you communicate with the participating team members about the schedule and appearance arrangements. I need to go to Wuhuan Hall with His Majesty the Emperor. Okay, leave it to me. Yi Lingling nodded. Standing behind her were the representatives participating in the competition. After settling down at the hotel arranged by Wuhuan Hall, Shen Tianyu followed Qian Renxue to Wuhuan Hall. With the Emperor of Tiandou present, the Pope BB Dawn naturally came to greet them in person. A group of people met outside the Spirit Hall. After many days apart, Bibi Dong still looked radiant. Shen Tianyu followed closely behind Qian Renxue, his eyes slightly squinted, focusing on Bibi Dong's lower abdomen. When Bibi Dong left, the spiritual energy she had left behind was still fully present. Impressive. Shen Tianyu marveled to himself, noting that Bibi Dong had managed to preserve it so well over the course of a month. Her resilient character truly had substance. We are honored to welcome His Majesty the Emperor of Tiandou, the Spirit Hall expressed. Your words are too kind, Bibi Dong replied. Qian Renxue maintained a cold expression, showing no warmth towards Bibi Dong. Let me introduce, this is the Dean of our Tiandou Immortal Cultivation Academy, Shen Tianyu. Upon hearing Shen Tianyu's name, Bibi Dong's delicate body trembled slightly. The spiritual energy stored in her lower abdomen almost leaked out uncontrollably. Hello. Bibi Dong's cheeks suddenly flushed, and she reached out her hand to Shen Tianyu. Seizing the moment, Shen Tianyu extended his hand with a smile, saying, Your Holiness, your beauty is captivating. I wonder if I might have the chance to ask you for some tips on maintaining such a youthful appearance. Dean Shen is also interested in beauty maintenance. After the official business is concluded, we could discuss it in detail, Bibi Dong replied. Hearing their conversation, Qian Renxue's brows furrowed slightly. Ahem, I have just arrived at the Spirit Hall. Won't your Holiness show me around a bit? It has already been arranged, Your Majesty, please. After a brief conversation, the tedious tour commenced. Throughout the visit, Shen Tianyu's mind wandered, his gaze occasionally landing on Bibi Dong's graceful figure. It's been a month since we last met, and you've become even more charming. I wonder if there's been any progress in your cultivation. Well, tonight I'll check. Time flies, and after visiting the entire Spirit Hall, both sides exchanged friendly words before parting ways. After this formal meeting, Qian Renxue and Shen Tianyu stayed behind. Removing their disguises, they returned to their original appearances. Qian Renxue let out a long sigh and relaxed. Where to next? The worship hall. Raising an eyebrow. You want to go to the worship hall? That means seeing Qian Douluo, right? I mentioned to my grandfather about the method of cultivating immortality, and I want to promote this cultivation method entirely. The Spirit Hall is a great stepping stone. It seems unavoidable that a fight is coming. There are 7 people in the worship hall, each at the Super Douluo level. They are not young and have been accepting the spirit cultivation system since birth. The best way to change them is, of course, to defeat them. Are you familiar with Bibi Dong? That's a tricky question. No, I've only met her once. Shen Tianyu immediately denied it. Why do I feel like you two are quite familiar? Also, during the visit, your gaze often fell on her, and hers on you as well. Just a coincidence. All coincidences. Qian Renxue snorted lightly. Hopefully, I must remind you not to be enchanted by her beauty. Her heart is very poisonous. I, Shen Tianyu, have never been swayed by beauty. You can't be serious. Aren't there enough women around you? Ahem, an awkward cough, pointing to a grand hall not far away. That must be the worship hall. Let's go. Don't delay the important matters. If it's hard to explain, let us change the subject. Outside the worship hall, Qian Renxue easily opened the hall door. The two entered one after the other, with Shen Tianyu following behind. Just as they stepped into the worship hall, 2 powerful auras erupted from the left and right sides. In the next moment, a pair of extremely similar brothers charged toward Shen Tianyu. Demon Suppression Douluo Dugu. Without thinking much, just sensing this powerful pressure, Shen Tianyu had already guessed who was coming. Because within this pressure, there was a hint of dragon might. The martial souls of the demon suppression Qianjun brothers are called the Panlong sticks. When unleashed, they carry the power of dragon might. The 2 Panlong sticks swung down simultaneously. Shen Tianyu stood in place, clapping both hands outward. The spiritual energy within him erupted in an instant, and the palm prints formed and collided with the Panlong sticks. Boom! Boom! 2 muffled sounds erupted, and the shock waves spread outward. The demon suppression Qianjun brothers braced themselves against the strong shock wave, raising their Panlong sticks to strike down. Rumble, the floor of the worship hall was directly smashed open. Where is he? The demon suppression Douluo was stunned. When the Panlong sticks fell, he was clearly still in place. At this moment, Shen Tianyu had already vanished. Above, Qian Renxue looked up and saw Shen Tianyu standing above, looking down at the two of them with a smile on his face. Not bad power, but too slow. Whoosh! His figure flickered and disappeared again. The brothers' faces changed drastically, and fear rose in their hearts. A surge of killing intent suddenly came from behind. Jiang Mo, Qianjun exchanged a glance, both filled with disbelief. How could a person possibly attack from 2 directions at the same time? The two brothers, who had been working together for many years, immediately turned back to back and began to spin their dragon-twisting staff rapidly. Only after turning around did they understand what was happening. They saw a pair of large hands coming towards them from different directions. Chapter 101, Crushing the Six Great Offerings. Defeating Tiandou with one sword boom, Shen Tianyu shouted sternly, and the two large hands of spiritual energy suddenly accelerated. This is not good. Jiang Mo Qianjuan's expression changed drastically, and the seventh spirit ring lit up directly. In an instant, he entered the true form of his martial soul. Boom! The spiritual energy hands collided. The explosion echoed in the offering hall, and the dust generated completely enveloped the two of them. When the dust settled, Jiang Mo Qianjun and his companion were already slumped on the ground. Their true martial soul had been shattered, and their arms hung weakly. They were on the verge of having their martial souls destroyed. Jiang Mo felt a lingering fear. The shattering of a martial soul was a huge deal. Even though their cultivation was profound, it would take time to recover. No, he held back. Otherwise, their martial souls would have definitely shattered. You see it clearly. Shen Tianyu smiled at Qianjun Douluo, admitting that he had indeed held back during that attack. Otherwise, it wouldn't just have been the destruction of their martial souls. Taking their lives would have been effortless as well. All right, let me give it a try. A loud roar erupted as a burly old man suddenly charged out. The Lion Douluo, a 97th level super Douluo, one of the offerings of the Spirit Hall. A suit of battle armor was engulfed in raging flames. With a fierce slap, he charged straight at Shen Tianyu. This palm of mine, 50 years of soul power. Do you think you can withstand it? Shen Tianyu sneered silently and stepped forward to deliver a palm strike. The two palms collided, and the towering figure of the Lion Douluo trembled violently. The absolute suppression of power made him feel as if he was facing a mountain in that instant. Stop hiding and let us all go at it together. Bang! With a single palm strike, the Lion Douluo was sent flying. What an arrogant tone! An arrow shot through the air, aimed directly at Shen Tianyu's forehead. Just as it was about to hit, the arrow suddenly stopped in midair. Shen Tianyu flicked his fingers, causing the arrow to explode on the spot. A wave of soul power surged from behind. The newcomer was naturally not the Thousand June demon, but the Qing Wan Douluo. Quickly turning around, he threw a punch. The diving Qing Wan Douluo was surrounded by blue soul power. Seeing Shen Tianyu suddenly turn around, he couldn't help but be taken aback. Such a fast reaction speed. In the next moment, the fist came crashing down. Like a phantom, he appeared in front of the Qing Wan Douluo. The punch landed squarely on his chest. Good lad. A heavy roar descended from the sky. A gigantic crocodile tail came crashing down. Shen Tianyu raised his hand and caught the falling crocodile tail. His arm strength surged, swinging the crocodile tail in a sweeping motion. Wow! Even the 200-year-old golden crocodile, Douluo, couldn't help but curse. In all these years, it was the first time someone had caught his tail with bare hands. Even more unexpectedly, he was spun around. Then, with a shoulder throw, he slammed the golden crocodile, Douluo, to the ground. Altogether, after a simple test, the others instantly understood. Shen Tianyu was definitely not an ordinary opponent, and one by one, they would be crushed without a doubt. The golden crocodile, Douluo, got up from the ground and directly ordered everyone to attack together. The four elder offerings simultaneously released their soul rings, each having 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. The seventh soul ring lit up, and the true form of their martial souls was released, waiting for you to attack together. With narrowed eyes, the energy in his dantian erupted. Boom! The shockwave rolled around Shen Tianyu, and the dense spiritual energy poured out. All of you get down. With his right hand pressed down, all the spiritual energy was applied to the 4 of them. Bang! 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 The golden crocodile, lion, Qingwan, and Guangling, the 4 elder offerings, were all pinned to the ground by the spiritual energy. The soul power within them solidified completely, unable to exert even the slightest bit. How is this possible? The golden crocodile was shocked. The 4 of them had just unleashed their martial soul true forms, only to be defeated by Shen Tianyu. Not only were their martial soul true forms forcibly, but their soul power was also completely suppressed and sealed, unable to move at all. The current 4 were no different from fish on a chopping board. As long as Shen Tianyu wished, he could take their lives at any moment. Tiandou, it's time for you to show yourself. His eyes flashed with brilliance. In an instant, he locked onto Tiandou's position. In fact, even before entering the offering hall, Shen Tianyu had already known the positions of all 7 of them in the hall. No wonder he was chosen by Xiao Shui. He truly has some means. Swish! A sword of angels fell vertically from above. Shen Tianyu raised his hand and struck it with a punch, colliding head-on with the sword of angels. Clang! The mortal body was as tough as a diamond. The sword of angels was knocked away. Tiandou caught it in one hand, feeling a slight numbness in his arm. He used the soul power within him to forcibly suppress the trembling sword of angels. On the Douluo continent, if we talk about the strongest sword user, it is undoubtedly you. Although Qian Renxue is known as the Sword Law and the Seven Killing Sword is one of the top martial souls when it comes to swordsmanship, no one can compare to Tiandou. The six-winged angel martial soul is born with an extraordinary talent for swordsmanship. In his youth, Tiandou was even an elder of the judgment of the Spirit Hall. A sword of angels, I don't know how many potential enemies the Spirit Hall has eliminated. Shen Renxue's father, after the battle with Tiandou, died suddenly not long after being severely injured. It is said that it was the result of Tiandou holding back. Indeed, on this continent, my swordsmanship can truly be called the best. So today, I will use my sword to convince you. Reaching out and grasping the void, the Zhuxian sword appeared in my hand. The sharp blade shimmered with a cold light, and the aura of swordsmanship released directly enveloped the entire offering hall. The angel sword in Tiandaoliu's hand radiated a sense of fear. Glancing down at the angel sword, Tiandou was surprised and couldn't help but pay more attention to the sword in Shen Tianyu's hand. I don't need much, just one sword. With a swing of the Zhuxian sword, Shen Tianyu instantly entered a state of unity with the sword. The whole person seemed to merge with the Zhuxian sword. The moment his eyes opened, it was the moment the blade was drawn. With a casual swing of the Zhuxian sword, a sword aura of Zhuxian directly slashed out horizontally. Then let me see what power your sword truly possesses. Tiandou is a demigod-level powerhouse who has roamed the continent for many years. There are only two opponents who can match him. If the battlefield is in the sky, he dares to claim the title of #1 in the world. Powerful beings possess the confidence of the strong, and facing Shen Tianyu's boast of needing only one sword naturally ignited his desire to win. Raising the angel sword, brilliant golden soul power enveloped his entire being. The sharp and sacred sword intent blossomed invisibly. Huh! He shouted loudly and stepped into the air. His lifelong understanding of swordsmanship was fully integrated into this one sword. His murky eyes suddenly brightened, and in an instant, it felt as if he had returned to his youth. A sword slashed horizontally, colliding with the sword chi of the immortal slaying. Boom! The moment they made contact, a suffocating sensation rushed forward. The angel sword in hand trembled violently, unable to withstand even 3 breaths before it exploded and shattered. What? Tiandou was stunned. The sword chi of the immortal slaying was halted at his Adam's apple. Just a slight move forward could directly kill him. The 6 great offerings were dumbfounded. The great offering at the demigod realm had actually been defeated. Chapter 102. Tiandou. Let's discuss our own matters I have lost. Tiandou's Adam's apple moved, and his eyes instantly became murky. A legendary strongman who had roamed the continent for countless years. The sword master Tiandou was effortlessly defeated today. For a moment, Tiandou seemed to have lost all his spirit and energy. Great offering, there's no need to be discouraged, he said with a smile, raising his hand to dispel the Excalibur sword energy. Soul power is ultimately a lower-tier energy, and compared to powerful spiritual energy, is naturally far inferior. If the great offering were to change his cultivation method, particularly in the sword path, he would surely gain greater rewards. Qian Renxue quickly came to Tiandou's side and released her own spiritual energy. With her golden core cultivation, the moment she released her spiritual energy, Tiandou was taken aback. In such close proximity, his perception was very sharp. Although Qian Renxue's aura was somewhat restrained, as a being of the demigod realm, Tiandou still sensed a hint of threat. Doubting the situation, he gripped the angel sword once more. The brilliant sword energy erupted in an instant. Grandpa, Qian Renxue was greatly startled. Her intention in releasing her spiritual energy was to let Tiandou perceive that the energy level of her spiritual energy was far above that of soul power. She didn't expect Tiandou to take action directly. A sword thrust forward, and a series of muffled sounds echoed in the air. Qian Renxue swiftly dodged, reaching out into the void, gathering spiritual energy to form a sword. Holding the sword, Qian Renxue furrowed her golden-eyed brow slightly. Xiaoxue, let me see to what extent your swordsmanship has reached. Use your spiritual energy. Tiandou spoke sternly, his brilliant soul power igniting the angel's sword, and without hesitation. He slashed at Qian Renxue again. Good. Qian Renxue nodded. The sword formed from her gathered spiritual energy, radiating a golden brilliance. Huh! With a delicate shout, the sword energy erupted. Brilliant sword energy burst forth from within. The golden silk long dress swayed without wind, resembling a celestial sword fairy. Go! The sword formed from spiritual energy, lightly pointed forward, and countless sword energies erupted, surging from all directions. Tiandou narrowed his eyes slightly, gripping the angel's sword, channeling the soul power within him to the extreme. Judgment. A sword slashed horizontally, and the immense sword energy swiftly covered the area, aiming to obliterate countless sword energies. But in the next moment, the massive sword energy unleashed by the angel sword was directly swallowed. The sword energy released by Qian Renxue easily resolved the strongest attack from Tiandou. What? The 6 great offerings were momentarily stunned. This scene was simply too unbelievable. Qian Renxue's current cultivation level was merely at the Soul Saint level, yet she was able to defeat the demigod Tiandou. Endless sword energy directly surrounded Tiandou. His face stiffened, and the anger in his heart was completely dispersed. After practicing for over 200 years, he was defeated by a young person. Such a huge gap was truly unbearable. You see, great offering, spiritual energy is far superior to soul power. Shen Tianyu snapped his fingers, and the sword energy released by Qian Renxue transformed into streams of light, disappearing without a trace. I see. Sighing deeply, Tiandou adjusted his mindset. Now, I finally understand why you were able to single-handedly destroy the upper 3 sections. The once upper 3 sects were destroyed by Shen Tianyu, and now it was known throughout the continent. However, many people were unclear about what methods Shen Tianyu used to obliterate the upper 3 sections. Tiandou also had doubts about this. Knowing that he would meet Shen Tianyu today, he intended to test him a bit. However, this probing greatly struck him down. The upper 3 sects were merely a small test of skills. This time he came, little Shui should have mentioned it to the great offerings. But what thoughts does the great offering have? I already know. Tiandou nodded. Initially I was very resistant, but seeing you today made me understand the power of cultivating immortality. Promoting the method of cultivating immortality, the Wuhuan Palace will strongly support it. But the resistance encountered will not be small either. Although the Tiandou Empire is now under little Shui's control, but the Xingluo Empire, Tiandou did not continue. But Shen Tianyu already understood. The small Xingluo Empire is not worth worrying about. After the Continental Soul Master competition ends, we will directly go to war. A fierce killing intent flashed in his eyes. On the Douluo continent, where the 2 countries were at odds, implementing the method of cultivating immortality would inevitably encounter considerable resistance. However, it would be much easier for a unified nation to promote it. Destroying the Xingluo Empire was a must. As for the detailed issues, I will discuss them with Bibi Dong. As long as she has no objections, our offering hall will not obstruct it. I will handle this myself. No need for the great offering to worry. He responded with a smile, full of confidence. Bibi Dong's side will be easy to resolve. I will go look for her tonight. This time I also brought some gifts for the several offerings. Taking out a bottle of pills from the Rui Baobao bag. Spirit Awakening Pill. After taking it, all of you offerings can perceive spiritual energy and step onto the path of cultivation. Later, I will implant a 9th grade spiritual vein in the underground of the Wuhuan Palace. I believe everyone will be able to perceive spiritual energy immediately after taking the awakening pill. I'll take one first. As soon as he finished speaking, the childlike Guangling Dulau came to Shen Tianyu's front. After receiving the pill bottle, he immediately took one and stuffed it into his mouth. What a good Guangling, actually taking the lead. Qingwan Dulau flew over, taking the 2nd awakening pill. What about mine? Where's mine? The 6 great offerings rushed forward, eager to take the awakening pill. After the battle with Shen Tianyu, they were quite interested in the matter of cultivating immortality. Especially knowing that cultivating immortality could prolong life, they were even more ecstatic. The 6 great offerings were all elderly people. The stronger the individual, the more they longed to live longer. With such a side effect-free method of prolonging life, they naturally wanted to give it a try. You guys really embarrassed the offering hall. Where are your manners? Tiandou frowned, feeling displeased. There are only 6 pills, just enough for each of us to have one. Genie Dulau spoke, taking the pill bottle. Damn! Tiandou flashed over and snatched the awakening pill from Genie Duau's hand, swallowing it whole. Huh, I miscounted. There are 7 pills, there's still one inside. Hearing this, Tiandou's old face turned red. He felt embarrassed for being tricked. This is the basic Qi induction technique. Each of you offerings gets a copy. By following the instructions above to practice, you will be able to sense the spiritual energy. He took out the Qi induction technique that he had prepared earlier, but it was snatched away in an instant. Shen Tianyu smiled helplessly. These offerings were quite honest about their desires. Little Shui, following Brother Shen is indeed a very correct choice. You must listen to Brother Shen from now on and absolutely cannot go against him. After the Xingluo Empire is destroyed, you and Brother Shen can get married. After collecting the Qi induction technique, Qian Douluo said solemnly, Grandpa, what are you talking about? The generation is all mixed up. If it's mixed up, then so be it. From now on, you call me Grandpa, and I'll call you. Don't say it. Qian Renxue interrupted Qian Douluo's words and pulled Shen Tianyu away. Let's go. The two exited the offering hall, and Jeannie and the others surrounded them. A married girl is like spilled water before getting married. She is already leaning towards outsiders. TSK, Chapter 103, Dition. Prepare to launch the beast tide in the Tiandou Great Forest, a place of great danger. The once-life lake now appeared dim and was just an ordinary pool of water. In front of this lake stood a man with a tuft of non-mainstream hair on his forehead. This person was none other than the beast god Dition. Around the life lake, many powerful soul beasts gathered. Each one present was in existence over 100,000 years. A flash of light flickered, and a green light descended behind Dition. By G, you're back. I'm back. Dition turned around, his eyes flashing with a hint of expectation. How is it? Have you found out any news about the master? No. As soon as Bai Ji said this, the eyes of the soul beasts present flashed with disappointment. Ever since the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuan'er was captured a month ago, Dition had sent Bai Ji into the human world to search for Gu Yuan'er's whereabouts. To this day, there was still no news. Damn humans. Where on earth have they hidden the master? Xiangjun was furious, slapping his paw against his chest. Let us wait a bit longer. Maybe Ziji, the myriad beast king, and Shi Wang will bring back good news. Among the fierce beasts, aside from Xiangjun, everyone had been sent out by Dition. It wasn't that he didn't trust Xiangjun, but this brainless fool was only suitable for fighting and killing, not for gathering information. The eyes of the soul beasts once again flashed with hope. Time passed minute by minute, and the myriad beast king returned to the place of great danger, still empty-handed. Following him was Qi Wang. Qi Wang also had nothing to report. I found a master. Just as the soul beasts were completely disappointed, the voice of Ziji came. A dark light descended, and Ziji walked out from within it. Ziji, quickly tell us where the master is. In the Wuhuan city. Ziji took a breath. The Soul Master competition was about to be held in the Soul Master city of the human world. I once saw the figure of the Lord from a distance outside the Soul Master city. Beside the Lord, there were two powerful women following her. It seemed to be the two from the extreme north's three kings, the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress. Dition squinted slightly, revealing a look of confusion. Why is the Lord with the two empresses of ice and snow? Is there any other news? I saw the human. The Lord and the two empresses of ice and snow got off the same carriage as him. I understand now. Dition suddenly realized that the despicable guy not only took the Lord away, but also captured the ice and snow empresses. The Lord and the others must have been subjected to some forbidden technique completely controlled by that guy. As soon as these words were spoken, the soul beast became furious. The Silver Dragon King, Gu Yuan'er, is their Lord. The fact that the Lord was controlled by someone was unacceptable for the soul beasts. Dition, shall we start the beast tide? The Soul Master City is not far from the Tiandou Great Forest. As long as we mobilize all the soul beasts to charge at the Soul Master City together, we will definitely be able to rescue the Lord. Xiangjun was the first to voice his opinion, looking eager to try. What do you all think? Dition scanned the other fierce beasts, waiting for their responses. I think we can launch the beast tide. That guy indeed has great personal strength, but the beast tide is a large-scale operation. We just need to hold him off. Breaking into the Soul Master City shouldn't be difficult. Even before we break in, the humans will likely send someone to negotiate. The king of all demons is right. We have investigated the title Douluo in the Soul Master City. As long as the beast god holds that guy off, the rest can be easily resolved. Qi Wang agreed. And now only Bai Ji and Ziji's opinions remained. Launching the beast tide will certainly cause significant damage to our Tiandou Great Forest. Are you sure you want to do this? The kind-hearted Bai Ji couldn't make up her mind and appeared somewhat hesitant. I fully support launching the beast tide. The Lord is the king of our Soul Beast clan. Without the king's leadership, the Soul Beast clan will always be suppressed by humans and will never regain control of the continent. After listening to the opinions of several fierce beasts, Tian took a deep breath. In that case, let's launch the beast tide. After you go back, start preparing for the beast tide. Ziji, you quietly infiltrate the Soul Master City and observe the movements of the humans in secret. As you command. After receiving the order, Ziji immediately blended into the darkness and disappeared. Everyone, go prepare. This matter concerns the future of the Tiandou Great Forest. If anyone dares to slack off, don't blame me, Tian, for being merciless. For the Lord, we must do our duty. The major fierce beasts and the 10,000-year soul beasts all retreated, beginning to prepare for the beast tide. After all the soul beasts had dispersed, besides Tian, a soul beast radiating auspicious energy remained around the Lake of Life. The auspicious beast, the three-eyed golden lion, though only possessing 5,000 years of cultivation, had a very high status in the Tiandou Great Forest. All the soul beasts would detour when they saw her. Even Tian treated her with great care. The impending beast tide is very dangerous. You must stay well in the great fierce land and not run around randomly, understand? The three-eyed golden lion nodded. Tian, I'll just enter closed-door meditation. That'll be best. A smile appeared on Tian's face. With the auspicious beast and closed-door meditation, he could prepare for the beast tide without distractions. The three-eyed golden lion lowered her head, and the vertical eye of fate on her forehead flashed with a faint light. In her memory, she recalled the day when Shen Tianyu broke into the Tiandou Great Forest and defeated Tian. Every time she thought of this, her heart would involuntarily quicken. The human world. I really want to take a look, hee. While Tian and the others are preparing for the beast tide, I'll sneak out to take a look. Let me think, what should I transform into? In her mind, she unconsciously thought of the day when she came to the Tiandou Great Forest with Shen Tianyu, along with Qian Renxue. Night fell in the Soul Master City. In a luxury hotel, all the occupants are related to the participating teams of the Tiandou Empire. Surrounding the hotel, there are also the Imperial Guards of the Tiandou Empire on duty. The reason is none other than that Emperor Shuqinghe is also staying here. In a lavish and spacious room on the top floor, the rampant spiritual energy gradually began to recede. Shen Tianyu put on his robe and glanced back at the four sleeping women. During the exchange of celestial techniques, Shen Tianyu used a few small tricks, effortlessly putting the four women to sleep. They wouldn't wake up until the next morning. With a flicker of his figure, after leaving the hotel, Shen Tianyu blended into the night and headed straight for the Spear Hall. A gust of evening wind blew by, and the soldiers guarding the Spear Hall did not notice that Shen Tianyu had quietly infiltrated. The spiritual energy was subtly released outward, easily locating Bibi Dong's residence. In the Pope's exclusive quarters, Bibi Dong was dressed to the nines, her heart racing with anticipation for Shen Tianyu's arrival. It was already past midnight. Was he not coming? Bibi Dong felt a bit anxious waiting. When she saw Shen Tianyu today, she had almost burst with a month's worth of pent-up frustrations, nearly unable to resist wanting to seek his answers directly. With Qian Renxue and the others present, Bibi Dong had to suppress her impulses. After nightfall, Bibi Dong finished her official duties early. She had someone bring in fine food and drinks, just waiting for Shen Tianyu to arrive so they could talk late into the night. As expected of the Pope, life was truly luxurious. A voice that made her heart flutter echoed in her ears. Bibi Dong shivered all over, her tense body immediately standing up as she searched for Shen Tianyu's figure. I'm here. The voice came from behind her. A broad hand embraced Bibi Dong's delicate form. I've waited so long for you. I want right now to share with you my insights from nearly a month of cultivation. Chapter 104, Bibi Dong's Obsession. Today, upon first meeting the Pope, I had this thought. The spiritual energy stored in my lower abdomen from a month is still there. It must have been tough. Holding Bibi Dong, one hand naturally fell to her lower abdomen. Just a slight touch was enough to sense the spiritual energy within. A strange feeling surged in her mind, and Bibi Dong let out a soft moan. It is a bit tough, but thinking that this was left by you, I cannot let out even a hint. This original spiritual energy is also a great help to my cultivation. Indeed, the Golden Dan has become increasingly rounded. Shen Tianyu smiled, casually picking up chopsticks to grab a dish from the table. Guess you really know how to enjoy. If I'm not mistaken, this is a soul beast from deep in the East Sea called the spirit water abalone, right? Exactly, this is the juvenile spirit water abalone. How does it taste? The color is bright, and the meat is rich. Among ingredients, it can be considered top quality. This type of soul beast resides deep in the sea, making it quite difficult to catch, especially the juvenile spirit water abalone, which is a rare delicacy. However, I prefer the mature ones. Why? Bibi Dong was puzzled. The juvenile spirit water abalone undoubtedly has the most delicious meat. The meat of the mature ones is more appetizing to me than the juvenile ones. Then I will have someone prepare another one for you. Shen Tianyu raised an eyebrow. Don't process it too much. I prefer it raw. Raw? Bibi Dong was taken aback. Can be eaten raw? Of course. Shen Tianyu nodded. The Pope truly has her mind on the grand affairs of the world, not understanding the common pleasures of life, not even knowing that the spirit water abalone can be eaten raw. Indeed, I didn't know. I will immediately have someone bring one. You teach me. All right. Bibi Dong temporarily left, and not long after returned to her quarters with a mature spirit water abalone. She placed it in front of Shen Tianyu, her face full of anticipation. Watch closely. With a wave of his hand, the spiritual energy was activated. The mature spirit water abalone was immediately enveloped in spiritual energy. With 2 fingers pressed together on the abalone, a sharp blade of spiritual energy sliced off a piece of meat. By using spiritual energy to roast away the impurities in the meat, it could be eaten raw directly. With a single bite, Shen Tianyu enjoyed the exquisite flavor of the top-notch ingredients. Let me try, Bai Dong exclaimed, drooling at the sight. I imitated Shen Tianyu and cut a piece of meat, using my spiritual energy to roast away the impurities before putting it in my mouth. After slowly chewing, a look of discomfort appeared on my face. It's not that tasty, how could that be? It's delicious. Shen Tianyu frowned and personally cut a piece of meat for Bai Dong. After processing it, he delivered it to her mouth. Bibi Dong tasted it carefully, furrowing her brows in confusion. It's no different from what I just did, and it's still not tasty. That's strange. Shen Tianyu was equally puzzled. He thought it was delicious, so why didn't Bai Dong feel the same? I understand. Bai Dong in his arms relaxed her brows. Perhaps this food is something only men enjoy eating raw. Shen Tianyu pondered carefully, finding her reasoning valid. Then you should eat this braised spiritual water abalone. After finishing the meal, Shen Tianyu stretched lazily. Now, let me see how your training has been this past month. As soon as he finished speaking, a tiger's roar echoed from Bai Dong's body. The spiritual energy around her surged outward wildly, and behind her, an endless ocean seemed to materialize, with waves rolling and tide surging. Above the ocean, a massive and fierce white tiger walked on the water, with ripples flashing in her beautiful eyes. Bai Dong's robe danced as she leaped into the air. Sitting cross-legged, her spiritual energy rippled layer upon layer. White tiger, sitting on the sea waves. Boom! Her figure plummeted rapidly, charging straight towards Shen Tianyu. The ferocious white tiger formed from spiritual energy descended from the sky with bared fangs and claws. In Shen Tianyu's vision, he could see the appearance of this white tiger clearly. It's truly fierce. But I, Shen Tianyu, enjoy dealing with the fierce. With a punch swung upward, it directly penetrated the white tiger's abdomen. Bibi Dong shuddered all over. The white tiger's sea wave technique she had just unleashed was actually broken through. The white tiger, transformed by spiritual energy, was pierced through by Shen Tianyu's punch. At this moment, that fist was still buried within the white tiger. Bibi Dong's eyes narrowed. The white tiger, formed by spiritual energy, quickly retracted its limbs and wrapped around Shen Tianyu's arm. Trying to trap my hand? Donger, you've miscalculated. The upward arm was enveloped and condensed by spiritual energy. A series of fist waves violently shot out from the fist. Not good. Bibi Dong's expression changed drastically, as Shen Tianyu's fist was still inside the white tiger. At this moment, countless fist waves erupted, crashing chaotically within the white tiger. In just a moment, the spirit energy-formed white tiger was almost unable to hold on. Quickly gathering the spirit energy, Bibi Dong swiftly ascended and retreated. With his arm released, Shen Tianyu stomped on the ground. In a flash, he had already disappeared from his original spot. Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes, her expression tense. Waves of spiritual energy ripple out from within, like circles. The illusory white tiger spirals around her. Bibi Dong is very clear about how terrifying Shen Tianyu's strength is. At this moment, he has vanished, and it's impossible to predict from where he will suddenly strike. A cold smile suddenly came from behind. Bibi Dong's delicate body trembled, and she waved her hand. The white tiger that was circling her side immediately came to her back. Shen Tianyu suddenly appeared, reaching out to directly capture the white tiger on the spot. A vast amount of spiritual energy erupted, binding the transformed white tiger. Bibi Dong felt a heaviness in her chest, as if a great mountain were pressing down on her. This white tiger was transformed from your physique, and should be closely connected to your true body. Shen Tianyu had already noticed this clue during their battle. Bibi Dong's Taiyuan white tiger body was not only known for its unmatched killing prowess, but could also transform into a white tiger to fight alongside her. Of course, the flaws were quite obvious. Once the white tiger, transformed from her physique, was captured and bound, Bibi Dong would be greatly affected as well. I'm about to lose control. Bibi Dong's body trembled, and a strange color flashed in her eyes. The spiritual energy she emitted also changed color at that moment. Shen Tianyu was startled and immediately checked the white tiger. He saw that the white tiger's eyes were also undergoing a change. This was a sign of going berserk. His Shen Tianyu inhaled sharply, feeling a sense of urgency. He had overlooked the serious condition of Bibi Dong's body. Oh! A piercing scream erupted from Bibi Dong's mouth. The violent spiritual energy tore through her clothing, and Bibi Dong suddenly turned around. The slightly demonic spiritual energy surged forward with a wave of her hand, charging directly at Shen Tianyu. Dongya, calm down. Going berserk was truly terrifying, and Shen Tianyu dared not be careless. He immediately mobilized all his spiritual energy, condensing it into a brilliant energy pillar. White Tiger Purification Light. Boom! The energy pillar, accompanied by purifying light, pierced directly into the transformed white tiger's body. The strange eyes regained some brightness. The rampaging Bibi Dong looked a bit confused at that moment. What is happening to me? Donger, you were almost going berserk. What? Bibi Dong broke out in a cold sweat, feeling a lingering fear. What should I do? Don't worry. With me here, once I use the white tiger purification light to purify your transformed white tiger, you can break free from going berserk. However, this process will be very painful. Can you endure it? I can. Bibi Dong nodded firmly, her expression resolute. Okay, then I'll begin. A thought triggers the purification beam, transforming into a trembling white tiger, and within its altered pupils, there seems to be a demon roaring. Drink! Lowering his head and shouting in anger. Shen Tianyu slams his palm onto the purification beam. With spiritual energy infused, the power of the purification beam surges dramatically, flooding entirely into the transformed white tiger. Purify! Speaking loudly, the purification beam begins to exert its power, swiftly moving within the transformed white tiger, purifying the altered energy. Chapter 105. The little female dragon delivered to the door as dawn breaks, in the residence of the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong lies on the bed without a stitch of clothing. The situation of being possessed has been completely resolved. Gathering the spiritual energy, Shen Tianyu lets out a long sigh. Bibi Dong's condition this time was too dangerous to prevent any lingering side effects. He used the purification beam to treat her thoroughly throughout the night. Bending down to check the transformed white tiger, it is now entirely red. Under the energy of the purification beam, the factors that could trigger possession within the transformed white tiger have been completely eliminated. The purifying energy is intense. And after enduring a night of purification, this transformed white tiger has naturally turned crimson. It just needs to rest a bit to restore its original color. Today is the competition, and since you have to speak, I won't linger much longer. Rest well and adjust your state as soon as possible. Wait a minute. Bibi Dong holds on to Shen Tianyu. Give me some original spiritual energy. Yesterday, to resolve the possession, I consumed half of my original spiritual energy. Understood. Mobilizing the original spiritual energy, he infuses it into Bibi Dong's body. A satisfied look appears on Bibi Dong's face. All right, I'll leave first. I'll come back tonight to check on your body to see if there are any unstable factors left. Watching Shen Tianyu leave, Bibi Dong contentedly closes her eyes. It has been a month since we last met, and my longing for cultivating immortality has finally found an outlet. However, for Bibi Dong, it is merely a way to quench her thirst. After quietly leaving the spirit hall, the eastern sky has already begun to lighten. Shen Tianyu walks down the street and casually arrives at a breakfast shop. Qian Renxue and the others should have already woken up. Returning empty-handed will inevitably lead to questions. Bringing back breakfast provides a suitable excuse. After purchasing some food that the girls enjoy, Shen Tianyu exits the breakfast shop. As he walks down the street, his eyes unconsciously narrow slightly. Spiritual energy is released invisibly, and everything around him is captured in his mind. Hey, last time I was in a hurry and didn't take you with me, but this time I come to your door myself, so I want to be polite. He stops, and his aura immediately locks onto a target. The hidden Ziji suddenly changes her expression. Little dragoness, following me is quite interesting. Isn't it? Shen Tianyu's voice echoes in Ziji's ears. Realizing something is wrong, She immediately disappears into the darkness. Umph. Shen Tianyu snorts coldly, and his figure vanishes from the spot in an instant. Outside the spirit's city, on the flat grassland, Ziji dashes wildly towards the Stardow forest. Suddenly, a figure appears ahead. Ziji's pupils widen, and she immediately halts in midair. Despicable human, where have you taken my master? Want to see your master? Then come back with me. No way. Ziji's soul power erupts. Get lost. A palm strike sent forth, and the dark elements coalesced into a massive palm print. Charging towards Shen Tianyu, the feisty little dragoness. I like it. With a burst of speed, he stepped into the air and swung his fist at the dark palm print. Boom! The palm print exploded on the spot, and Shen Tianyu flew out from the explosion, instantly appearing in front of Ziji. What? Ziji was taken aback, her surroundings brimming with dark elements as she prepared to slip into the shadows to hide. You have no chance. Once I've set my sights on you. Can you still escape? A hand reached out and grasped Ziji's neck. Spiritual energy surged outward, suppressing the surrounding dark elements in an instant. Scatter. Bang. The wave of energy rolled, dispersing the dark elements. Two fingers landed on Ziji, directly sealing all her acupoints. A massive soul power couldn't be mobilized in the slightest. What do you want to do? Let me go. Otherwise, when I escape, I will definitely tear you apart with my own hands. Can't you see the situation clearly? Rolling over, I pinned Ziji down on my legs and gave her 3 smacks on her bottom. This is a little punishment for you, so be quiet. You bastard. Ziji was furious, carrying pure dragon blood. She was inherently proud. Although her ranking among fierce beasts was low, she was confident that with her powerful, pure dragon blood, she would surely become stronger in the future. Reaching the realm of the Emperor was not impossible either. This proud dragon was now being spanked by a human, which was simply unacceptable. What's the big deal? Even your master enjoys my punishment, and you can't take it? Ziji was taken aback, her expression surprised. It's impossible for you to have a master. Absolutely impossible. What is impossible? Hearing is believing, seeing is truth. I'll take you to meet your master right now. Spiritual energy enveloped Ziji, placing her inside the wishful treasure bag. Her figure flickered rapidly, and in just a few breaths, they returned to the Spirit Soul City. Taking out breakfast, I headed straight back to the top floor of the hotel. After pushing the door open, the gazes of the 4 women all landed sharply on Shen Tianyu. Where did you go? Speak honestly. We need a reasonable explanation. Did you secretly look for other girls? Goodness, you gotta question me, huh? What's secretly looking for other girls? Nar, don't talk nonsense. With a calm face, I walked into the room, closed the door behind me, and placed the breakfast on the table. I went out to buy you breakfast. I can't cook here. No, that's not right. Guyana furrowed her brow, grabbed Shen Tianyu's hand, and brought it to her nose to sniff. You smell of another woman. Is the dragon's nose that sensitive? Qian Renxue bit her red lips tightly, naturally thinking of Bibi Dong. She had sensed something after seeing the 2 of them exchange glances secretly yesterday. As soon as Guyana mentioned the scent of other women on Shen Tianyu, she felt a sense of annoyance and struggle in her eyes. Sure enough, it couldn't be hidden. With a helpless shake of her head, she took out Ziji from the Rui Baibao pouch. Yes, it's her. Ziji. Guyana was taken aback, and the released Ziji was also stunned. Master, it really is you. I finally found you. Who is she? Qian Renxue breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the woman's appearance. At least she wasn't Bibi Dong. Sister, you don't know. She ranks 9th among the 10 fierce beasts. Her true form is the Hell Dragon King, named Ziji. Speaking of which, she is a subordinate of Nar, right? The Ice Emperor enthusiastically introduced, but Ziji's expression suddenly darkened, and her fierce gaze fixed on the Ice Emperor. Ice Emperor, the master is the master of all soul beasts. You dare to call the master your sister. How bold of you to deceive your superiors. Alright, Ziji. The Ice Emperor's title is not wrong. I should indeed call her sister. Ziji was stunned, her mind momentarily blank, unable to comprehend. What's going on? The master disappeared for a while and has lowered her status to refer to her as sister? Never mind her. After we finish eating, I will have a detailed discussion with Nader and her. After putting Ziji back into the Rui Baibao pouch, Shen Tianyu called the girls to have breakfast. Today is the opening ceremony of the competition. Xiao Shui, you must participate, so hurry up and finish your meal to prepare. MHM. Qian Renxue nodded obediently, relieved to learn that Shen Tianyu was not in contact with Bibi Dong. After quickly finishing breakfast, she left with a group of ministers to prepare for the opening ceremony. The Ice and Snow Emperors followed along, leaving only Shen Tianyu and Guyunan in the room. You're lying. The scent on you, ISNT, even ZGS. Gu Yuna's purple eyes glimmered, one hand propping up her chin, resembling a female detective. I was the first to wake up. It wasn't even dawn yet, and I could clearly sense the residual, strange energy. It must have been when we were cultivating yesterday. You used some method to make us fall asleep quickly. The truth you're trying so hard to conceal is clearly to prevent Xiao Shui from knowing. So there is only one truth. Gu Yuna slowly analyzed, her calm demeanor captivating. You have a secret with BB Dong. 106, Chapter 106. Gu Yuna special preference I'm going. You're a detective, Nar. Gu Yuna proudly lifted her head. So you really do have something going on with BB Dong. Sister Xiao Shui has some opinions about her. How dare you secretly associate with her? What boldness. Ahem. Clearing his throat twice, Shen Tianyu spoke. Nar, people are very complicated. There are too many twists and turns here that you cannot understand. You can know about this matter, but it absolutely cannot be leaked. Oomph. Gu Yuna crossed her arms, saying she wouldn't disclose it, but with conditions. Hey, are you getting too carried away? He hugged Gu Yuna and pinned her down on his lap. If I don't show you some color, you won't be able to tell the big and small kings apart. Raising his hand, he gave Gu Yuna 3 slaps on her bottom. Oh, you hit me. I'm going to tell Sister Xiao Shui. How bold. Still dare to defy. He swung his hand again, delivering a series of slaps. ZG's mouth twitched. Is this still the aloof master? It seemed like a struggle for status. But it was just playful banter. I won't dare anymore. Gu Yuna begged for mercy, her purple eyes blurry as if tears were welling up. It hurts so much. If you keep hitting, it will turn red and swollen. Hee. Stopping the punishment on Gu Yuna, Shen Tianyu said leisurely. If you dare to threaten me again, I'll make your bottom bloom. Gu Yuna bit her lip, the pain unbearable, her delicate body twitching slightly. Actually, my condition is just for you to teach ZG cultivation as well. Shen Tianyu. What's going on? You're such a good thing. Why didn't you say it earlier? I wanted to be punished a bit. Shen Tianyu was momentarily speechless after a month of getting along. Today was the first time he discovered Gu Yuna's little quirk. So you like it this way? Realizing this, Shen Tianyu decided to apply more strength next time. ZG, am I still your master? Yes. The master will always be ZG's master. Then will you obey my orders? I will obey. All right, remove your dress. As you command. ZG received the order, but suddenly froze in place. Master, are you serious? Of course. Gu Yuna's expression was serious. From now on, you will cultivate immortality with me. Personally taught by my husband. Husband. The little dragon's head buzzed. Everything in front of her was too fantastical. ZG. If the Soul Beast clan wants to escape their current situation, the path of cultivation is the only way out. I have experienced it personally. Would I harm you? ZG's eyes kept rolling, and she nodded emphatically. The master would never harm me. Then just do it. Biting her lip, ZG hesitated and struggled slightly. She reached out to grab her purple long dress, preparing to follow Gu Yuna's instructions. Wait, Shen Tianyu spoke. No need for that. It's just awakening your physique. No need to be so troublesome. From ZG's eyes, Shen Tianyu could see her reluctance. If it weren't for Gu Yuna's order, ZG would have flipped the table on the spot. Moreover, this purple long dress had a feminine charm that deeply attracted Shen Tianyu. Spiritual energy was released from within him, directly enveloping ZG. Surrounded by the thick spiritual energy, ZG suddenly realized that her soul power was completely suppressed at this moment, unable to mobilize even a bit. For a moment, I felt a bit nervous. Don't worry, I'm here with you. Gu Yuna stepped into the aura, holding one of ZG's hands. The anxious mind immediately settled down. Be careful, it's about to begin. The 2 fingers came together, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. Shen Tianyu took a step forward, standing face to face with ZG. They were only a hand's distance apart. Under the purple dress, the fair skin was in full view. It was like a valley covered in white snow, with no end in sight. The 2 fingers landed on the acupoint, and vast spiritual energy surged from the fingertips, flowing through the pores of the fair skin and into the acupoint. After passing through the acupoint, it entered the meridians. The spiritual energy cleansed the marrow, transforming the body. A strand of primordial spiritual energy began to roam within ZG under Shen Tianyu's guidance. The 2 fingers that were gathered slowly descended, and the primordial spiritual energy followed, moving to the mouth and then down to the lower abdomen. After that, it flipped over, moving upward from the hips. The primordial spiritual energy roamed throughout ZG's body, her meridians and bones transforming and becoming brand new. Initially somewhat resistant, ZG's deep purple eyes now sparkled with joy. After the spiritual energy circulated through her body once, she felt completely refreshed. The impurities that had been accumulated in her body were all expelled through her skin's pores. Shen Tianyu narrowed his eyes slightly and waved his hand. The spiritual energy swept over Ziji, clearing away all the expelled impurities. Ziji seemed to have taken a bath, her body completely clean, her skin delicate and flawless. Awakening. With Shen Tianyu's furious shout, spiritual energy erupted from within Ziji. The elements of light and darkness were birthed, surprisingly without any rejection towards each other. Huh? Guyana raised an eyebrow. Light and darkness are traditionally opposing elements. Only someone like her, Guyana, with a high affinity for elemental energy, could ensure that both could be controlled without conflict. However, Ziji's bloodline clearly couldn't simultaneously accommodate both light and darkness. What is happening? Why does Ziji possess the light element? With confusion in her heart, Guyana asked. The yin-yang dual peaks body. This type of physique can simultaneously control both light and dark elements. Does that mean I can also cultivate the light element in the future? Ziji asked, her heart stirred. Shen Tianyu nodded. Yay! Ziji was overjoyed. The Abyssal Dragon clan's main attribute is darkness, which fears light the most. Now that she can cultivate the light element, she will undoubtedly become stronger than ever. Is there anything else besides being able to cultivate the light element? What about spiritual energy affinity? What level does this physique belong to in cultivation? Guyana, like a curious child, bombarded with a series of questions. The yin-yang dual peaks body is considered a relatively top-tier physique among cultivation physiques, but it can't be compared to your celestial dragon body. Ziji's physique is the best yin-yang path physique with very high spiritual energy affinity, and her cultivation will improve very quickly. However, there are also significant drawbacks. This type of physique relies heavily on the method of simultaneous cultivation. Without assistance from such a method, personal cultivation speed will greatly slow down. Guyana carefully pondered Shen Tianyu's words, and after a moment, she suddenly realized. With Ziji's addition, won't you be extremely busy in the future? Shen Tianyu rolled his eyes at her. How can you say that? Wasn't it you who awakened Ziji's physique? By the way, is it really as mystical as you say? Guyana felt a bit doubtful again. Quickly teach Ziji the cultivation method. I want to see if this yin-yang dual peaks body is as extraordinary as you claim. Taking out an ancient book, she directly handed it to Ziji. This cultivation method matches your physique. You could try to cultivate it a bit first. Taking the method, Ziji sat cross-legged and immersed herself in the cultivation. Let's go. We should set off. We still need to attend the opening ceremony. Taking Guyuna's hand, the two quietly left. At this moment, in the starry forest, a girl emerged holding a golden dragon spear. A pair of golden eyes fluttered, as if searching for something. Soon, she locked onto the spirit city, her lotus steps moving swiftly as she dashed across the wilderness. Chapter 107. The Confident Dai Mubai Spirit Hall Seoul Arena. In this year's Continental Seoul Master Competition Finals, all participating teams have entered the arena. On the high platform to the east of the Seoul Arena, the most prestigious VIP seats have been prepared. As the salute soared into the sky, the VIPs entered one by one. Qian Renxue, as the emperor of the Tiandou Empire, held a very high status among these people. Her position was arranged next to Bibi Dong in the highest seat. Shen Tianyu sat beside Qian Renxue. The ice and snow emperors and Gu Yuna stood behind him. Yi Lingling was in the resting area for the participating teams, and Shen Tianyu looked at her, giving an encouraging glance. Now, let us welcome His Holiness the Pope. As a cardinal spoke, all eyes turned towards him. In the sky, a beautiful and noble young woman, holding the scepter symbolizing the Pope's authority, gracefully descended from above. Shen Tianyu secretly nodded. This entrance was quite unique, as she did not walk in. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, seeing through Bibidong's robe to her delicate figure. The source was still there. After landing, Bibidong let out a long breath. According to the original plan, she was supposed to walk in and receive the homage of the Soul Masters present. However, considering that she had stored a lot of original spiritual energy within her body, any carelessness could lead to a leak, so she changed her entrance to a descent from the sky, which was simpler and more convenient. Moreover, publicly leaking original spiritual energy would be quite shameful for Bibi Dong, given her identity as the Pope. She brought her legs together, her expression solemn and dignified. Then came the opening ceremony speech, mostly filled with polite phrases, lacking anything of substance. After the pleasantries, the competition rules were announced. This year's Continental Soul Master Competition had slightly modified rules, with all 3 seed teams participating in the first round. The Pope would personally draw lots in front of everyone to ensure fairness and justice, with no favoritism or cheating. As the words fell, a cardinal holding a lottery box approached Bibi Dong. Her jade hand reached into the box and drew out the first team. The first match was the Star Luo Royal Academy. Wow! The entire venue erupted in exclamations as the first match featured one of the 3 seed teams. For a moment, everyone was looking forward to which academy their opponent would be. At the Star Luo Royal Academy, Dai Mubai suddenly opened his squinted eyes wide. It seemed that this first match was destined to make him stand out. After returning to the Star Luo Empire, Dai Mubai's displayed cultivation immediately attracted the attention of the royal family. Without any surprises, he was directly appointed as the crown prince. In this Soul Master competition, he appeared as the captain of the Star Luo Royal Academy team, with Zhu Zhuqing as the vice captain. As for Davis and Zhu Zhuyan, they became mere support for the two, completely obeying Dai Mubai's orders. No matter who the opponent was, they would be dealt with in 1 minute. Zhu Zhuqing crossed her arms, her expression cold and ruthless. On the high platform, Bibi Dong drew the second lot and couldn't help but be stunned. The opponent was the Tiandou Immortal Academy. It was the seed team of the Tiandou Empire. The entire soul fighting arena instantly erupted in excitement. The first match of the first round of the finals was actually a duel between the seed teams of Tiandou and Star Luo. The anticipation was through the roof. For many years, the two empires had been in constant friction, openly and secretly fighting. Now that the seed teams were facing each other, it would definitely be a fierce battle. It was actually the Tiandou Immortal Academy. Dai Mubai's eyes turned cold as he focused on Shen Tianyu on the high platform. He already knew that the president of the Tiandou Immortal Academy was Shen Tianyu before the competition began. He also learned that all members of the Tiandou Immortal Academy had changed their cultivation methods to focus on immortality. Dai Mubai had long wanted to face the Tiandou Immortal Academy in the finals and defeat his opponent in a fair fight. He wanted to slap Shen Tianyu in the face and vent his frustrations. On the high platform, Shen Tianyu naturally noticed Dai Mubai's gaze. A cold smile appeared on his lips as he had already made up his mind. He then transmitted a message to Yi Lingling, altering the original battle plan. After arranging everything, Shen Tianyu ignored the participants below and waved to summon his pet rabbit, Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu came forward, kneeling and holding a fruit platter. Shen Tianyu leisurely ate the fruit, no longer paying attention to those below. In the rest area of the soul fighting arena, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing both noticed Xiao Wu at the same time. They exchanged a glance, anger burning in their eyes. This guy actually took Xiao Wu and made her kneel in front of him, serving him in public. Mubai, our third brother has treated us well. We need to find a way to rescue Xiao Wu, as a way to repay our third brother's kindness. Don't worry, I have my ways. Dai Mubai reassured Tsutsuking, already planning how to rescue Xiao Wu in his heart. This scene was exactly what Shen Tianyu had anticipated. The bait had been cast, and it was only a matter of time before the fish took the hook. After the drawing was completed, the first match of the first round would begin in 5 minutes, and both participating teams were making their preparations in advance. After the drawing ended, Bibi Dong, feeling tense, noticed her legs were somewhat numb. She turned around and took small steps towards the front row of the viewing area. Qian Renxue furrowed her brows, filled with doubt. Based on her understanding of Bibi Dong, she knew that Bibi Dong wouldn't walk this slowly. The cautious demeanor was quite similar to how she preserved her original spirit energy. Could it be impossible? Qian Renxue immediately shook her head, dismissing the thought in her mind. It must be a relative of Bibi Dong who has come. Yes, it must be. Qian Renxue kept repeating this in her mind until she heard Bibi Dong's voice. For this first match, which team does your majesty favor? Sitting next to Qian Renxue, there was less than 2 meters between them. Naturally, it is my Tiandou Immortal Academy. The small Xinghua Royal Academy has never been in my eyes. What your majesty said is absolutely correct. I agree with your thoughts. Did you take the wrong medicine? Qian Renxue couldn't help but speak up. She and Bibi Dong had always been at odds, yet today they surprisingly agreed. Ahem, the match is about to begin. Beside them, Shen Tianyu coughed lightly, unknowingly extinguishing the burning fire between the two. In the soul fighting arena, the participating teams entered. Leading the Xinghua Royal Academy were Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. A total of 7 people stepped forward. Activate your martial souls. Dai Mubai called out loudly, and the 5 behind him released their soul rings. Each of them had 2 yellow and 2 purple rings at the level of soul ancestors. Instantly, the audience erupted with excitement. A team of 5 soul ancestors. truly deserving to be one of the seed teams. Dai Mubai surveyed the crowd, feeling that the peak of his life was about to arrive. With a roar of a tiger, he activated his martial soul, and his soul rings were released. Six-ringed Soul Emperor. In the audience, gasps of astonishment filled the air. 2 Soul Emperors. There are actually 2 Soul Emperors. My God, the Qingluo Empire is about to take off. Back when they followed Tang, San, and coincidentally encountered the heavenly soul stone opportunity, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing absorbed quite a bit. When they returned to the Qingluo Empire, they were renowned in the royal family as Soul Kings. Subsequently, they received a large amount of resources, and the 2, who were already close to the level of Soul Emperors, naturally succeeded in breaking through. This time in the Soul Master competition, they led their team to participate, aiming to win first place and make a name for themselves on the continent. At this moment, the release of their soul rings undoubtedly became the most eye-catching presence in the arena. Many in the audience had already determined in their hearts that the champion of this competition would be the Qingluo Royal Academy. On the side of the Tiandou Imperial Academy, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, only Yi Lingling stood up. Her figure flickered, and she appeared on the soul fighting arena. Are you from the Tiandou Imperial Academy, foolish? This is a team battle, not an individual battle. I know. Yi Lingling spoke softly. I am enough on my own. Arrogant. Dai Mubai was furious. 2 Soul Emperors and 5 Soul Ancestors. Such a configuration in the history of the Soul Master competition was absolutely unprecedented. Before coming to the Soul City, Dai Mubai had already determined in his heart that the championship absolutely belonged to Qingluo. Today, in the first battle, the Tiandou Imperial Academy only sent 1 person. In Dai Mubai's view, this was nothing short of blatant contempt. Yi Lingling, as a support type, even if you practice that nonsense immortal technique, how strong can you really be? Today, let this young master show you the power of a combined Soul Emperor. Soul power erupted, enveloping the entire arena. Yi Lingling stood still, her dress gently fluttering, a trace of disdain flashing in her eyes. 3 seconds, and the battle ended. Chapter 108. A sneak attack after being infuriated. Chapter 108. A sneak attack after being infuriated. The match began. With the referee's command, Dai Mubai let out a tiger roar. A pair of heterochromatic eyes sparkled, with the evil gaze of the white tiger martial soul manifesting. 6 soul rings moved in perfect harmony as it leaped forward, charging at Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling opened her beautiful eyes and reached out a hand. Kneel. The spiritual energy within her was released, instantly enveloping the soul fighting arena. As Dai Mubai dove down, he felt a tremendous force descend from the sky. His internal soul power was immediately suppressed, and his body involuntarily knelt down. Zhu Zhuqing and the other 5 also experienced the same. Under the pressure of the spiritual energy, they all knelt down in unison. The referee standing at the edge of the arena was now covered in beads of sweat, looking very embarrassed. Because this referee, like Dai Mubai and the others, was also kneeling on the ground. A dignified Soul Duuluo powerhouse had not the slightest resistance. The arena was silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. From the beginning to the end of the battle, it couldn't have lasted 3 seconds. It was probably only 1 second. Yi Lingling's simple command to kneel ended what should have been an evenly matched and spectacular competition. This is impossible. Dai Mubai trembled all over, unable to move an inch under the pressure of the spiritual energy. After stepping into the Soul Emperor realm, Dai Mubai was brimming with confidence. He had come to this competition aiming for first place. Who would have thought that in his first battle, he would be defeated so decisively? Yi Lingling turned her gaze to the referee, her brows slightly furrowed. Sorry. She withdrew the spiritual energy from the referee, who gasped for breath for a moment. The outcome was clear. The Tiandou Academy won. After the referee announced the result, Yi Lingling finally withdrew all her spiritual energy and turned to walk off the arena. No, I didn't lose. Dai Mubai shouted angrily, turning to Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing understood immediately and rushed toward Dai Mubai. In the moment they embraced, their soul power fused together. A brilliant light erupted in the arena, and the roar of an angry tiger was deafening. Enough! Bibi Dong was furious, tapping her Pope staff on the ground, ready to take action. Everyone watching was filled with anger. The outcome had been decided. The battle was over. Yet Dai Mubai attacked again, once more sneakily from behind Yi Lingling, which undoubtedly provoked the wrath of the crowd. Calm down, Bibi Dong. Lingling's strength does not fear this small martial soul fusion skill. Shen Tianyu spoke, leisurely eating a grape. Bibi Dong retracted her soul power, her expression becoming calm again. Since Dean Shun has spoken, I will not interfere, but there must be a punishment for what happened afterward. The Star Luo Royal Academy cannot be lenient. On the arena, amidst the dazzling light, a pair of enormous tiger claws emerged. Martial Soul Fusion Skill. Netherworld White Tiger. The Star Luo Empire was able to maintain its imperial status largely due to this martial soul fusion skill. The Netherworld White Tiger was a renowned existence across the continent. A roar erupted from the Netherworld White Tiger's mouth, its giant claws striking straight at Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling remained facing away, and the spiritual energy within her surged out in that instant. 9-colored light shone brilliantly, corresponding to fire, water, wind, earth, thunder, light, darkness, time, and space. The 9 elements fused together, blossoming into a magnificent begonia flower above her head. The tiger claws struck the begonia flower, and the Netherworld White Tiger immediately let out a sharp howl. The massive tiger claws seemed to be scorched, emitting thick smoke. Go! Ye Lingling, lightly commanded. And the 9-colored begonia flower collided directly with the Netherworld White Tiger. Boom! En explosion sounded. And the other 5 members of the Star Luo Royal Academy were directly blown out of the arena by the shockwave. They fell heavily to the ground, spitting blood and fainting. The leading teacher from the Star Luo Royal Academy was extremely anxious, staring at the explosion in the arena. This is bad. If it continues like this, the prince might be in danger. Please, Your Highness, take action. On the Star Luo Royal Academy side, an old man wearing a straw hat opened his murky eyes. A vast soul power erupted as he leaped into the arena. Enough! Stop attacking. The match is over. The 9 soul rings moved rhythmically, revealing a Tiandou Imperial powerhouse. This time, Dai Mubai led the team to the competition, and the Star Luo Empire attached great importance to it, especially dispatching a Tiandou Imperial to accompany and protect the prince. After all, a sole emperor under 20 years old, who could become an ultimate Douluo in the future, was almost a certainty. Dai Mubai carried the great responsibility of unifying the Star Luo Empire, so he was naturally taken very seriously. As soon as this Tiandou Imperial made a move, he directly bypassed the explosion's center, targeting Yi Lingling. The methods displayed by Yi Lingling were indeed astonishing. Moreover, in terms of age, she was nearly on par with Dai Mubai. If she were to grow stronger, she would undoubtedly become one of the obstacles to the unification of the Star Luo Empire. If he could slay her, it would certainly be a great achievement. As for the Spear Hall, they could just fabricate a reason. I accidentally lost control. What can you do about it? After all, he was a Tiandou Imperial, and when he went crazy, the destructive power was considerable. The Spirit Hall would still consider the consequences. All of this had been understood by the Tiandou Imperial of the Star Luo Empire when he took action. At this moment, he naturally held nothing back. Although he restrained his killing intent, the murderous intent in his eyes was very apparent. What audacity! Do you think there is no one in the Tiandou Empire? A furious shout descended from the sky, and the Tiandou Imperial who struck suddenly felt a tremendous force arrive. The diving body, losing control, crashed directly to the ground. Bang! A person descended and stepped on the back of the Tiandou Imperial. The one who acted was Shen Tianyu, to attack someone in front of the young master. You truly have great courage. As Shen Tianyu made his move, vast spiritual energy enveloped the Duhan arena, and the smoke from the explosion on the competition field was immediately suppressed. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing had already fallen into a coma at this moment. The power of Yi Lingling's attack was indeed terrifying. Not only did it severely injure the two, but it also completely shredded their clothing. At this moment, many people's gazes fell upon Zhu Zhuqing's graceful figure. Shen Tianyu only glanced at the two and did not linger, instead focusing on the Tiandou Imperial beneath his feet. The match had already stopped, yet your student unleashed such a terrifying attack. If this is not stopped in time, am I to watch the Prince of Star Luo perish? Nonsense. With a heavy stomp on the waist of that Tiandou Imperial, the sound of bones cracking clearly reached everyone's ears. You still know the match has stopped, but your Star Luo Prince attacked someone in front of the young master after the match had stopped. How do you explain that? Am I supposed to stand still and take the beating? You could have easily rushed into the explosion to rescue your prince, yet you chose to attack Lingling. What are your intentions? I believe everyone present can see through it. The Tiandou Imperial's old face flushed, and he stubbornly avoided Shen Tianyu's topic. Fine. I'll admit that the Star Luo Royal Academy was at fault first. Just take your foot away. Feel free to state any compensation conditions. Huh. being stepped on by the young master while still putting on a superior attitude. What compensation can you offer? I bent down, lifted the title Duo, and slammed him hard back onto the ground. With one kick, he sent him facing the sky, then stepped on his abdomen. Today, I will publicly waste you. You dare. The title Duo roared in anger. I am the title Duo of the Xingluo Empire. If you dare to waste me, you are declaring war on the Xingluo Empire. Can the Tiandou Empire withstand the wrath of Xingluo? Chapter 109. Zhu Zhuqing's decision. Chapter 109. Zhu Zhuqing's decision threatening me. Do you even have a right? His eyes narrowed, and the spirit energy beneath his feet erupted. Boom! A loud explosion erupted, and in front of everyone, a title Duo turned into countless fragments, disappearing before their eyes. The teachers accompanying the Star Luo Royal Academy were stunned. A title Douluo was killed with a single step. On the Douluo continent, every title Douluo is a symbol of strength. Each one is at least comparable to an army of thousands. Killing a title Douluo is incredibly difficult. Yet, Shen Tianyu accomplished what many wouldn't even dare to imagine with just one step. Would the Spirit Hall not intervene in such public violence at the Soul Master competition? The president of the Star Luo Royal Academy spoke up loudly. Bibi Dong glanced at him, saying, "You from the Star Luo Royal Academy broke the rules first. So you must bear the consequences when something happens. Moreover, if we really pursue responsibility, your Star Luo Royal Academy would likely lose all face." What about the Emperor of Tiandou? The president of the Star Luo Royal Academy could not swallow this anger and turned his gaze toward Qian Renxue. Is His Majesty the Emperor not going to intervene and give Star Luo an explanation? Or is it that you want to go to war with our Star Luo Empire because of this person? Qian Renxue narrowed her eyes, flames of anger burning in her chest. Gulme, capture all the people from the Star Luo Royal Academy. What? The president of the Star Luo Royal Academy was shocked, his face instantly turning ashen. You want to go to war? That's right. Qian Renxue declared loudly. I have made up my mind. After the Soul Master competition ends, we will immediately declare war on the Star Luo Empire. No one present from the Star Luo Royal Academy is to be spared. Capture them all and send them back to Tiandou City. Damn it! The president of the Star Luo Royal Academy was furious, gritting his teeth and shouting angrily. Who do you think you are? Do you really think the world doesn't know that you, this emperor, actually whoosh? A stream of spiritual energy shot out from Shen Tianyu's fingertips, piercing through the chest of the headmaster of the Xingluo Royal Academy. With a loud noise, a large hand waved, and the spiritual energy directly descended, enveloping everyone at the Xingluo Royal Academy. The ice and snow emperors stepped into the air, unleashing their powers as ice and snow danced, directly freezing the group in place. All were detained, with a decision to be made after today's competition. Before Qian Renxue could speak, Shen Tianyu coldly issued the order. The headmaster of the Xingluo Royal Academy was undoubtedly seeking death. Regarding Qian Renxue's identity, rumors had already spread across the continent due to the previous Kingdom Rebellion. The Xingluo Empire was aware of this, naturally because of Dai Mubai. Such a sensitive topic was normally kept silent. Once it's said, it will truly be a complete fallout. Moreover, Qian Renxue's identity cannot be revealed to the public just yet. After a small incident, the competition continued. However, the participating teams from the Star Luo Empire began to withdraw one after another. Qian Renxue had already declared war, and these teams from the Star Luo Empire naturally did not dare to linger in Soul Master City. After withdrawing, they quickly packed their belongings and left. This continental Soul Master competition has invisibly turned into the Heaven Do Empire's Soul Master competition. With half of the participating teams withdrawing, the first round ended quickly, and they moved directly into the second round. The morning passed in the blink of an eye, and the top 8 were successfully determined. 2 days later, the semifinals will take place. Shen Tianyu and his group returned to their hotel. After a simple lunch, they went to the dungeon where Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing were imprisoned. In Soul Master City, both the Heaven Do and Star Luo empires have secret strongholds. Naturally, there are dungeons underground in these secret strongholds. Entering the dungeon, Shen Tianyu headed straight for the cell where Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing were held. The two had long woken up from their coma, but their injuries had not yet healed. After their clothes were shredded, they were directly imprisoned here. Without Qian Renxue's orders, no one would provide them with clothing. As Shen Tianyu stepped into the dungeon, his gaze naturally fell on Zhu Zhuqing. It must be said that Zhu Zhuqing's figure was indeed impressive. Her development was quite astonishing, no longer just a simple front and back curve. Hearing the sound of the cell door opening, The two immediately became alert. Dai Mubai stood in front of Zhu Zhuqing, his heterochromatic eyes revealing a fierce killing intent. What do you want? Naturally, to kill you. With a wave of his hand, spiritual energy erupted. A force of attraction burst forth from the center of his palm, pulling Dai Mubai directly in front of him. Grabbing Dai Mubai by the neck, he lifted him up, with his soul power sealed. Dai Mubai was no different from an ordinary person, struggling desperately. His feet left the ground, flailing in the air. Mubai! Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, immediately rushing forward to try to save Dai Mubai. Get lost! With a backhand slap, he struck Zhu Zhuqing across the face. Zhu Zhuqing was knocked to the ground, her graceful figure trembling, with a trace of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. You're not allowed to touch her. With death at hand, you still have the leisure to care for her? You're quite bold. Bang! Grabbing Dai Mubai's neck, he slammed him to the ground. Dai Mubai, you should never have done what you did after losing the competition by sneak-attacking Ling Ling. You should have never, after returning to the Star Luo Empire, spread information about Xiao Shue's identity. Because of your foolish actions, the Heaven Do Empire has declared war, and your Star Luo Empire has embarked on the path to destruction. Hearing this, Dai Mubai's heterochromatic eyes widened in anger. Are you shocked? You brainless fool, only seeking momentary satisfaction with your words, naturally did not consider these consequences. How could someone like you, who only got to the position of prince by following a little nobody, claim to be capable, counting your development history, without encountering Tang San? What were you worth? Unable to survive in the Star Luo Empire, you ran to the Heaven Do Empire to waste your days. Every day, picking flowers and causing trouble. You never put in much effort in your cultivation. If it weren't for meeting Tang San and gaining a few opportunities, would you have achieved today's accomplishments? Trash. Living is just a waste of rice. Today, I will kill you. The hand gripping Dai Mubai's neck exerted force. Dai Mubai opened his mouth, desperately gasping for air. His feet struggled against the ground, but it was futile. No, please don't kill him. Zhu Zhuqing cried, crawling on the ground, pulling at Shen Tianyu's arm in desperation. Foolish woman, you actually plead for him. During those years when he was with other women, singing and dancing day and night, did he ever think of you? You, the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire, are also trash, as your upbringing taught you to rely on men and treat yourself as a commodity. Truly pathetic. What qualifications do you have to ask me to spare him, to let him live? In close proximity, Zhu Zhuqing's posture was entirely captured in Shen Tianyu's eyes. Tears brimmed in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, her expression a complex struggle. He sat down on the ground, facing Shen Tianyu. He turned his head away and closed his eyes. As long as you spare his life, I can do anything. Anything? Are you sure? No. Zhu Qing, don't worry about me. Dai Mubai shouted angrily, kill me. Shut up. With a slap that left Dai Mubai's face swollen, Shen Tianyu coldly reprimanded. You talk too much, keep quiet. Zhu Zhuqing, I'm waiting for your answer. Biting her red lip lightly, Zhu Zhuqing seemed to have made up her mind and nodded heavily. As long as you spare his life, I will listen to you in everything. The corner of Shen Tianyu's mouth twisted into a smile. With one hand freed, he quickly pressed 2 fingers on Dai Mubai's acupoint. He sealed Dai Mubai's voice, rendering him unable to move an inch. I won't make it difficult for you. Just be my maid and learn cultivation from me. Chapter 110. Zhu Zhuqing castrates Dai Mubai in the depths of the dungeon. The light was dim. Dai Mubai leaned against the wall, his eyes cloudy and lacking luster. Right before him, Zhu Zhuqing had submitted, choosing to cultivate immortality under Shen Tianyu. This torment of body and mind was something Dai Mubai could not accept. He had never imagined that one day, such an experience would unfold before him. The flowing spiritual energy wandered around Zhu Zhuqing. A pair of ethereal hands gently caressed every inch of Zhu Zhuqing's skin. The vast energy was incredibly gentle, cleansing Zhu Zhuqing's muscles and bones. Bathed in this spiritual energy, Zhu Zhuqing showed some resistance. The family education she received since childhood had long been deeply rooted. The cultivation of martial souls was ingrained in her bones. Today, changing to a different cultivation method naturally filled her heart with reluctance. However, for Dai Mubai's sake, Zhu Zhuqing yielded. Shen Tianyu sneered, and the spiritual energy at his fingertips quickly flowed. Effortlessly, it entered Zhu Zhuqing's body. Zhu Zhuqing's delicate body trembled. At the moment the spiritual energy entered her body, she felt as if her soul had been sublimated. The blockages in her meridians were cleared at that moment, and along with the flow of spiritual energy, they were all expelled from her body. How is it? Shen Tianyu asked. The process of spiritual cleansing was not painful, but the benefits were obvious. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful face flushed, and she nodded slightly, saying, "Thank you, Master, for the gift." The spiritual cleansing of the marrow was just the first step in cultivation. Next, it would be to see how well you resonated with the spiritual energy. A thread of pure, primordial spiritual energy surged into the lower abdomen. A shiver ran through her body, and her delicate form trembled. Her red lips were tightly closed as she felt the primordial spiritual energy. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing seemed to become transparent, a flash of dazzling brilliance passing through her eyes. This scene was clearly seen by Shen Tianyu. The affinity for spiritual energy is quite good, much better than that silly rabbit. He felt a slight satisfaction in his heart and turned to glance at Dai Mubai, who was leaning against the wall. "Your woman is cultivating immortality with me. You must be in great pain. After all, in your heart, the martial soul is the orthodox." Dai Mubai let out muffled sounds. Having been silenced, even though he had 1,000 words to say at this moment, he couldn't utter a single word. "Ignorant fool, today I will let you see that cultivating immortality is the true path." The spiritual energy erupted violently from within, and Shen Tianyu pushed with a big hand. Zhu Zhuqing's expression shook, and her mind fell into a brief blank. The next moment, the great path opened wide. Vast spiritual energy poured in, giving Zhu Zhuqing a feeling as if she were ascending to immortality, making her heart and mind feel transparent. At the moment the great path opened, Zhu Zhuqing became completely immersed in it. Shen Tianyu chuckled. In this Douluo continent, no one could resist the temptation of cultivating immortality, especially when a woman is assisted by the techniques from the Yin-Yang Supreme Sacred Canon during cultivation. No one could refuse. The Zhu Zhuqing before him was the best example. At first, Zhu Zhuqing was quite resistant to the methods of cultivating immortality. But the moment she glimpsed the great path, she wavered. The spiritual energy came from the heavens and the earth, gradually merging into Zhu Zhuqing's body under Shen Tianyu's control. Boom! A rumble echoed inside her, and Zhu Zhuqing felt a tremor in her dantian. A delicate cry escaped her lips, and a hint of astonishment flashed in her eyes. "This is the Qi refinement stage," Shen Tianyu spoke, explaining to Zhu Zhuqing. After stepping into the nascent soul stage, Shen Tianyu's primordial spiritual energy was quite terrifying. For a first-time cultivator, with Shen Tianyu's primordial spiritual energy assisting, it would be easy to enter the Qi refinement realm. Feeling her cultivation breakthrough, Zhu Zhuqing began to operate the spiritual energy within her body on her own. "I want more spiritual energy. I want to cultivate immortality." No longer holding back and practicing the martial soul, Zhu Zhuqing directly embraced the path of immortality. Witnessing this scene, Dai Mubai's heart turned to ashes. It felt as if he had returned to those years spent lingering in the world of flowers. Those young women who actively approached him because he was a soul master, wanting more spiritual energy. "Should I teach you how to speak properly as a maid? Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Master, give me more spiritual energy, so I can cultivate the immortal method. Understanding, I will satisfy you." With a wave of his hand, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was mobilized in an instant. The 9th grade spiritual vein buried under the martial soul hall yesterday now flickered with light. The spiritual energy produced was all drawn into the dungeon by Shen Tianyu. "All for you." With a downward press of his hand, a continuous stream of spiritual energy surged madly into Zhu Zhuqing's body. As she endured the influx of massive spiritual energy, Zhu Zhuqing's cultivation was climbing higher. However, due to her physical body not being strong enough, the pain she endured was also considerable. Several times, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't bear it. Her body arched back, rolling her eyes, and she directly fainted. Fortunately, Shen Tianyu was there to accompany her, helping Zhu Zhuqing share some of the pain from the influx of spiritual energy, allowing her to persevere. Time passed second by second, and all the spiritual energy produced by the 9th grade spiritual vein in one day was absorbed cleanly by Zhu Zhuqing under Shen Tianyu's control. With the spiritual energy filling her body, Zhu Zhuqing revealed a satisfied smile. Collecting her thoughts, Shen Tianyu checked Zhu Zhuqing's body again. There was no sign of a physical awakening in Zhu Zhuqing, which puzzled Shen Tianyu. His 2 fingers traced her delicate form, and under the perception of spiritual energy, the result soon emerged. So that's how it is. Zhu Zhuqing did not lack a cultivation physique. Rather, her physique was currently unable to awaken. She must sever all the ties in her heart to complete the final awakening. After understanding the situation, Shen Tianyu began to plan how to gradually sever the ties on Zhu Zhuqing. Moments later, he stood up and walked in front of Dai Mubai, lifting the seal on him. As soon as the seal was lifted, Dai Mubai exploded with curses. "You bastard! I will definitely kill you. You actually let Zhuqing cultivate immortality. I won't let you go." Slap. He slapped Dai Mubai's face with a backhand. "Useless rage. In your current situation, if I want to kill you, it's just like squashing an ant." "No." Zhu Zhuqing rushed forward, kneeling in front of Shen Tianyu. "Master, you promised me you wouldn't kill him." Worry and tension appeared in her beautiful eyes. Shen Tianyu thought to himself, this must be one of the ties. Killing Dai Mubai would indeed be easy, but this tie might never be broken. I naturally want to kill him, but because of his stupidity, he almost harmed Xiao Xue. It's impossible not to teach him a lesson. As long as I don't kill him, that's fine. Zhuqing, you don't need to plead for him. What is so scary about death? After 30 years, I'll be a good man again. Dai Mubai shouted angrily, looking indifferent to life and death. Well said. Another good man, right? Today, I want to let you be a man. A hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes, and he pulled out a dagger, throwing it on the ground. Zhuqing, maid, don't you want him to live? Now I give you the opportunity. Castrate him, and you can save his life. Upon hearing this, both Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai were stunned. You bastard. If you have guts, kill me. Why humiliate me in this way? Dai Mubai was furious, wishing he could tear Shen Tianyu to pieces. Shen Tianyu naturally ignored him and directly walked out of the cell, waiting for Zhu Zhuqing's decision outside. Trembling, Zhu Zhuqing picked up the dagger, biting her cherry lips tightly. Mubai, I'm sorry. I must obey the master's orders. At least this way, you can live. Raising the dagger, she stabbed down directly. Chapter 111. Does His Holiness the Pope want to teach me a lesson? The scream echoed in the dungeon, then abruptly stopped. Dai Mubai fainted, blood staining his clothes. Dropping the dagger, Zhu Zhuqing struggled with her expression for a moment. Then she squeezed out a smile and walked out of the cell. Master, your task, I have completed. For now on, just follow me, let us go. As she stepped forward, Zhu Zhuqing behind her lowered her head and did not follow. What is wrong? Don't want to leave? Furrowing his brows, Shen Tianyu turned to ask. Zhu Zhuqing raised her head and squeezed out a voice as small as a mosquito. My clothes were destroyed in the competition. Shen Tianyu awkwardly smiled. He couldn't let his own maid be seen without clothes. With a wave of his hand, he temporarily put Zhu Zhuqing into the wishful 100 treasures bag. After stepping out of the dungeon and briefly explaining a few things to the secret base leader of the heavenly fight, Shen Tianyu walked on the streets of Soul Master City. At this moment, it was past noon, and the sun was at its peak. Suddenly, two powerful waves of soul power swept overhead. In Soul Master City, flying was generally prohibited, except in special circumstances. With a flash of light in his eyes, Shen Tianyu clearly saw the two figures flying by. It was none other than the Jew ghost Duuluo. What were they going to do? Curious, in his heart, he quickly flickered and followed them directly. On a bustling street, a stunningly beautiful woman holds a long spear. 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Pulse as she engages in combat with a 4-ring soul master. You little brat. A mere 3-ringed soul master dares to be arrogant in front of me? You're asking for death. The soul master roars angrily, transforming his hands into wolf claws and lunging directly at the girl. The girl, holding the spear, shouts in a delicate voice as her first soul ring lights up. Golden dragon body. Golden dragon scales immediately cover her entire body. Then the second soul ring flickers, and the girl yells in anger, dragon's power. Her strength instantly amplifies as she thrusts the spear towards the soul master. As a pair of wolf claws touched the spear, they were instantly burned and devoured, causing the soul master to scream in agony. The 4th soul skill erupted. Bloodthirsty wolf fang. Huge blood-colored wolf fangs erupted from its mouth. The 3rd soul skill, golden dragon head. Golden soul power condensed into a dragon head, crashing straight towards the blood-colored wolf fangs. The dragon head opened its massive mouth, effortlessly shattering the blood-colored wolf fangs. It then bit down on the soul master's neck, twisting his face in agony as he lost his breath on the spot. The streets were silent, and for many years, an incident of violent crime had occurred in Spirit City. Such behavior was undoubtedly a challenge to the authority of the Spirit Hall. Old soul beasts, how dare they commit murder in Spirit City? A vast pressure descended from the sky, and the girl felt her body sway dangerously. The spear in her hand stabbed into the ground, barely holding her combat power. Dugu Bo descended from the sky, his eyes burning with fury and filled with intense, killing intent. A soul beast? Passers-by were startled. This stunningly beautiful girl was actually a soul beast. Young master? Recognizing the girl's appearance, Duuluo was taken aback. This girl had long golden hair cascading down her shoulders and a pair of stunning golden eyes. Her skin was as white as snow, smooth and delicate to the touch. Her appearance was indistinguishable from Qian Renxue's. Juhua, you're confused. This is a 100,000-year soul beast transformed into a human. Gue Mei spoke sharply, possibly having seen the young master's appearance before, which was why she took on the form of a girl. All right, Yuguan slapped his forehead, realizing he had just been careless. To dare commit murder in Spirit City, you truly have some guts. Challenging the majesty of the Spirit Hall must come with a price. With a deep and stern shout, Gue Mei reached out with a large hand, intending to capture her. Just then, Shen Tianyu descended from the sky. He thrust his right hand forward, dispersing Gue Mei's condensed hand of soul power. Her, none of you are allowed to touch. Gue Mei and Yu Guan's expressions froze instantly. They both knew that Shen Tianyu was capable of annihilating top 3 sects alone. Now he was also the president of the Tiandou Academy, a prominent figure in the Tiandou Empire. There seemed to be an unclear relationship between him and the young master. And even the Pope Bibidong had instructed not to offend Shen Tianyu. So it was President Shen. Yu Guan smiled and said, "This girl is a 100,000-year-old beast transformed into a human, committing murder in Spirit City. Gue Mei and I are here on the orders of the Pope to capture her, and we hope President Shen can show some leniency." 100,000-year-old beast transformed into a human? Glancing at the girl behind him, Shen Tianyu asked, "Is her name Wang Qiao?" The girl, holding the spear, recognized the person in front of her as the one who had entered the Stardow Great Forest and taken the Silver Dragon King's treasure. "Yes, that's right." Shen Tianyu nodded, surprised by the appearance of the auspicious beast at that moment, especially since it had transformed into the appearance of Qian Renxue, which made Shen Tianyu somewhat doubtful about whether she was called Wang Qiao. As it stands, her appearance had changed slightly, but her name remained the same. Little did Shen Tianyu know, the auspicious beast had never thought about what its name was. When Shen Tianyu asked her if her name was Wang Qiao, she simply went along with it. She is not a 100,000-year-old beast transformed into a human. You too are mistaken. Impossible. Gue Mei shook her head. I am a title de law, and the aura on her body is definitely that of a 100,000-year-old beast transformed into a human. Moreover, it was first sensed by His Holiness the Pope. There can be no mistake. What the Pope is wrong? His Holiness the Pope cannot be wrong. Gue Mei's eyes turned icy, and her aura subtly began to rise. Beside her, Yu Guan was also quietly mobilizing his soul power. "Do you want to make a move against me?" With a deepened expression, she stepped forward and flashed in front of Gue Mei. Before Gue Mei could react, she delivered a punch directly to Gue Mei's chest. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out, and the ghost was immediately sent flying. "Old ghost!" Yu Guan exclaimed as Shen Tianyu's fist came crashing in. "Mind your own business." Bang! It landed squarely on Yu Guan's face. A mouthful of old blood mixed with snow-white teeth was spat all over the ground. "You were the one who attacked first. Don't blame us for being rude." The ghostly figure flew back from a distance, with 9 soul rings flickering, its speed suddenly increasing. Shadows were left in the air, moving so fast that it was hard to see its true form. "Sit down." With a wave of a large hand, the air trembled. The ghostly figure suddenly appeared, directly suppressed to the ground by spiritual energy. The other hand pressed down on Yue Guan's shoulder, pinning him to the ground. Zhu Guilao was immediately suppressed, severely injured and unable to fight back. "Your Holiness, save me. Someone is causing trouble in Martial Soul City." Yue Guan shouted hoarsely for help. In the Martial Soul Palace, a figure shot out rapidly, like flowing light rushing towards them. "You have such a big audacity. Today, I, the Pope, will teach you a good lesson." Bibidong's imposing voice immediately came, and in the next moment, she appeared in midair. Looking down, her delicate body trembled slightly. Shen Tianyu happened to look up and smiled at Bibidong. "Your Holiness, are you going to teach me a lesson?" Bibidong's heart tightened as she descended from the sky. There must be some misunderstanding in this. The majestic female voice suddenly softened a bit. This made Zhu Guilao and the others frown, sensing something was off. Shen Tianyu smirked, his thoughts moving slightly, drawing upon the original spiritual energy hidden beneath Bibidong's abdomen. Bibidong's body trembled, her brows instantly twisting into a knot. Her stunning face revealed a hint of pain. beneath her exquisite long dress. Her long, beautiful legs were pressed together. It can't be a misunderstanding. Your Holiness clearly said you would teach me a lesson. Or should we showcase the Pope's authority here? Chapter 112. Bibi Dong. Spare me, please. No, I dare not. Bibi Dong's voice trembled slightly. The original spiritual energy beneath her boiling, and she could only exert all her strength to suppress it. Behind her, Zhu Guiduo frowned slightly. The two had followed Bibi Dong for many years and knew her character well. She was known for her iron-fisted methods and domineering reputation. Even if she were to hand over Shen Tianyu, she wouldn't say the words "I dare not" here. While in doubt, they noticed Bibi Dong's long dress lightly swaying. Strange. There was no wind at this moment. Why was the Pope's skirt dancing like this? Opposite, Shen Tianyu maintained his smile. What does your Holiness have to fear? I'm just a small dean from Heaven Do. As long as your Holiness gives a command, it would be easy to deal with me. As he spoke, a hand moved behind him. Spiritual energy swirled around his fingertips, controlling the original spiritual energy within Bibi Dong. Biting her red lips, Bibi Dong calmed her mind. She used spiritual energy to convey to Shen Tianyu, her voice soft and difficult. Spare me, please. There are too many people here. I don't want to be embarrassed. Today's incident is all my fault. I will accept any punishment later. In her beautiful eyes, a hint of pleading emerged. Coupled with her stunning beauty, it evoked a sense of pity. Why isn't your Holiness answering me? It must definitely be a misunderstanding. After I clarify, I will personally explain to Dean Shen. Since your Holiness has said so, I will await good news. As the spiritual energy at her fingertips dissipated, Bibi Dong let out a long breath. I will definitely give Dean Shen a satisfactory answer. All right, I'm waiting for you. With that, a large hand waved, sweeping Wang Qiu'er away. I'll go ahead. Taking Wang Qiu'er, she immediately disappeared from the spot. Your Holiness just let him go like that. Useless. With a wave of spiritual energy, she struck Yuiguan's face from a distance. Bibi Dong's eyes burned with anger. Today, she almost embarrassed herself in front of everyone, all of which was attributed to the Zhu Guiduo. I told you not to offend him. Did you treat the words of this Pope as mere wind in your ears? Flap, flap. Zhu Guiduo immediately knelt on one knee, trembling all over. I failed in my duties. Please punish me, your Holiness. 6 months of confinement. Without orders, you are not allowed to step out of the Spear Hall. Yes. Zhu Guiduo breathed a sigh of relief. 6 months of confinement was not too heavy a punishment for them, and it was acceptable. After a small punishment, Bibi Dong's brows furrowed again. Why did that transformed spirit beast look exactly like Xiao Shui? With Wang Qiu'er, she made her way to the hotel. Just as she stepped into the hotel, she bumped into Qian Renxue. However, at this moment, Qian Renxue was in the guise of Shui Qinghe. Upon seeing Shen Tianyu, a slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Just as she was about to speak, her gaze fell on Wang Qiu'er. Her eyes widened in surprise, and Qian Renxue momentarily lost her words. Let me introduce you, Your Majesty. This is Wang Qiu'er. If there's time, she will explain her background to you in detail. I want to say much about Director Shen's matters. I have some official business to attend to, so I won't chat for long. The two brushed past each other, and the accompanying ministers immediately followed Qian Renxue's pace. Shen Tianyu shook his head with a smile, leading Wang Qiu'er to the top floor. Pushing the door open, the women were all inside the room. Hubby, you're finally back. The Ice Emperor leaped up, wrapping her legs around Shen Tianyu's waist and hugging his neck, delivering a sweet kiss. Hubby, come and cultivate. I've made progress again. Ahem. Clearing his throat twice, Shen Tianyu gave a look. The Ice Emperor turned her head, her gaze landing on Wang Qiu'er. Sister Xiao Shui is here too. Then let us all be together. It's not like we've never been together before. Before she could finish her sentence, Gu Yuna flashed over and grabbed Wang Qiu'er's arm. Why are you here? Divine Beast. ZG exclaimed, and all the women's gazes fell on Wang Qiu'er. Silver Dragon King. ZG, you're all here. Wang Qiu'er was slightly taken aback. She didn't expect to run into the two here. Shen Tianyu, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, don't blame me for turning hostile. At that moment, Qian Renxue's voice came through. It was as if a gust of wind blew past, and the door slammed open and shut. Qian Renxue stormed in angrily, grabbing Shen Tianyu. I know you're affectionate, so I've never overly restrained you, but now you found someone who looks exactly like me. What does that mean? Are you no longer interested in me? Or do you want her to replace me? You must explain it clearly today. Anger burned in her eyes, and Qian Renxue's chest rose and fell rapidly. Xiao Shui, don't you have official business to handle? Stop changing the subject. I want an explanation. In front of outsiders. Qian Renxue could still pretend to be calm, but at this moment, she could no longer remain composed. The original official business was completely cast aside. She was determined to get an explanation from Shen Tianyu. "Let me speak," Gu Yuna timely interjected, stabilizing the furious Qian Renxue. "Sister, don't be anxious. Her true identity is the three-eyed golden lion from the Stardow Forest, a spirit beast transformed after 5,000 years. Transformed from a 5,000-year spirit beast?" A look of disbelief flashed in Qian Renxue's golden eyes as her mind raced. That's a lie. Spirit beasts can only transform after 100,000 years. How could a 5,000-year spirit beast possibly transform? At this moment, Qian Renxue felt extremely wronged. Born in the Spirit Hall, she knew many secrets about spirit beasts. She understood the transformation of spirit beasts the best and naturally did not believe Gu Yuna's explanation. Her golden eyes scanned the women present, all of whom were powerful spirit beasts transformed into human form, leading her to believe that Shen Tianyu was colluding with them to deceive her. Feeling wronged, tears began to well up in her golden eyes. Shen Tianyu saw this and sighed as he pulled Qian Renxue into his arms. "Xiao Shui, listen to nod or finish. Don't overthink it." Trying to soothe Qian Renxue's emotions, Gu Yuna began to explain the special nature of the divine beast. Divine beasts are different from other spirit beasts. They are born from the luck of heaven and earth. Even if they are not 100,000 years old, they still have the option to transform into human form. However, they only have one chance to transform in their lifetime. Once a person's appearance is determined, it cannot be changed. Gu Yuna explained the characteristics of the mythical beast one by one to Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue nodded from time to time, and after Gu Yuna finished speaking, her gaze fell on Wang Qiu'er. "Then why does she want to take my form?" Gu Yuna was momentarily speechless and scratched her head, asking Wang Qiu'er, "What do you think about this?" Wang Qiu'er shrugged, "I can't help it. I've been staying in the Forbidden Land, and Tian has people watching over me, so I rarely have the opportunity to run around. The few humans I've seen, the only beautiful woman with good looks and figure is you. I also want to look beautiful, so naturally, I used you as a reference and transformed into my current appearance." Wang Qiu'er was indeed not lying. In the past 5,000 years, the most beautiful woman she had seen was Qian Renxue. When transforming, she naturally thought of her. However, Wang Qiu'er still had a secret she hadn't revealed. Another reason for her transformation was related to Shen Tianyu. "Now that everything is explained, Xiao Shui, are you not angry anymore?" "I'm still angry." Qian Renxue pouted angrily and glared at Shen Tianyu. "I want compensation." All right, whatever compensation you want, I can agree to. I want to defeat you with immortal techniques. Right here." His Shen Tianyu took a deep breath, looking around. "Xiao Shui, are you sure? Everyone is still here." "Sure." Spiritual energy erupted from her body, and Qian Renxue's golden silk long dress was directly burst open by the spiritual energy. A pair of exquisite butterfly wings appeared before me, surrounded by spiritual energy. Chapter 113. The Girls' Wheel Battle Against Shen Tianyu. The colorful butterfly wings unleashed a fierce battle intent from Qian Renxue. Ignoring everyone else, she boldly attacked Shen Tianyu. The colorful butterflies unleashed waves. With a slight parting of her lips, energy waves formed from gathered spiritual energy surged towards Shen Tianyu in circles. In the face of Qian Renxue's attack, Shen Tianyu naturally showed no fear. He raised his hand, condensing spiritual energy, lowered his waist, and shouted in anger. "Pillar of Heaven." Vast spiritual energy converged, and the pillar erupted. The colorful butterfly waves were instantly shattered. How come as soon as you strike? It's before the words "big move" could be spoken. The attack had already arrived. Qian Renxue immediately grabbed the Pillar of Heaven with both hands, redirecting her spiritual energy for defense. Everyone present, except for Wang Qiu'er and Ziji, smiled faintly, already accustomed to it. Ziji had just started to learn the methods of cultivation, and the techniques Shen Tianyu provided were already memorized in her mind, though she had not yet begun practical training. As for Wang Qiu'er, she had never encountered this before and couldn't help but widen her eyes. Especially seeing someone who looked exactly like Qian Renxue, it was as if she was watching herself engage in a battle of spiritual techniques with Shen Tianyu. "Help me!" Qian Renxue, enduring the Pillar of Heaven, was quickly depleting her spiritual energy and had to call for assistance from others. "Xiao Shui, you've been slacking off in your cultivation of spiritual techniques lately. Don't bully my sister Xiao Shui for her low cultivation. I will fight you." The Ice Empress spoke with authority, mobilizing her spiritual energy to strike. Water rippled suddenly in the air, and vibrant balsam flowers bloomed. "Schwer, you jumped in first again." Taking over for Qian Renxue was the Snow Empress. Is it my fault? Who told you to dawdle? In a battle among strong opponents, the situation changes rapidly, and one must act quickly to seize the initiative. You. The Ice Empress stomped her foot in anger, claiming she was justified. Binger, you should join too. Schwer can't handle this alone. As spiritual energy was mobilized, the pillar of heaven shone even brighter. The Snow Empress grunted in response, stubbornly saying, "Who said I can't do it? My cultivation is higher than Binger's. Cultivation level does not represent combat power. I will join too." With one step forward, the blooming phoenix crown instantly enlarged and smashed directly onto the towering light pillar. The Ice Emperor had made his move. With the assistance of the Ice and Snow Emperors, Qian Renshue's pressure was immediately alleviated somewhat. While using the colorful butterfly to launch waves of attacks against Shen Tianyu, she quickly replenished her depleting spiritual energy. Creak! At the moment of the celestial battle, the door was pushed open. Yi Lingling walked in from outside, followed by the kneeling Xiao Wu. When Qian Renxue proposed to engage, Shen Tianyu had already communicated with the two. Seeing them come in, Wang Qiuder glanced at Shen Tianyu. Her little head buzzed, and for a moment, she didn't know how to describe it with words. 2 more people came? Is this like the Soul Beast clan, where fighting is also done in groups? Lingling, come help. Seeing that people had arrived, Qian Renxue immediately called out to Yi Lingling. This was the first time Yi Lingling encountered such a situation, and she felt a bit scared. But since Qian Renxue spoke, she couldn't refuse. She could only push her spiritual energy and make a begonia blossom. In the flower's core, 9 elements erupted simultaneously, condensing into a pure elemental vortex that slammed directly towards Shen Tianyu. Good job, Lingling. Listening to Xiao Shui like this really makes me feel like I've wasted my efforts on you. Yi Lingling was a bit flustered and prepared to withdraw to the side. Don't be afraid, Lingling. I've got your back, just go for it. Xiao Shui, it seems I've been too indulgent with you usually, and today you've become so presumptuous. Shen Tianyu waved his hand, and the spiritual energy in the pillar of heaven rippled. The Ice and Snow Emperors were directly knocked away. To catch a thief, first catch the king. I'll deal with you first, then handle the others. As he spoke, Shen Tianyu propelled the pillar of heaven, charging towards Qian Renxue. It was naturally difficult for Qian Renxue, whose spiritual energy had not fully recovered, to resist. Butterfly wings close. The exquisite, colorful butterfly wings immediately folded to block the attack. Sister Nar, come help me. Although Qian Renxue couldn't win, she could still call for help. Relying on her status, several people would give her face. Coming right away, Gu Yina immediately replied, patting Wang Qiuer's shoulder. Watch the battle well. You will also need to practice celestial techniques in the future. I have to do that too? A look of astonishment flashed in Wang Qiuer's golden eyes, and she was clearly somewhat unwilling. Practicing celestial techniques will only benefit you, not harm you. As auspicious beast, you are very important to the Soul Master clan, and as the overlord of soul beasts, I naturally won't harm you. Having said that, Gu Yina mobilized her spiritual energy and flashed to Qian Renshue's side. She raised her hand and slapped the pillar of heaven, her purple eyes flashing with brilliance. With Gu Yina's addition, Qian Renxue let out a long sigh of relief, and the gathered butterfly wings opened, clearing the battlefield for Gu Yina. Dragon body, deep abyss. Roar! The stirring dragon roar erupted, and a huge vortex condensed right in front of her. Again with this move, you want to drain my spiritual energy, huh? Gu Yina, possessing the dragon body of the celestial dragon, has the strongest ability to absorb and devour spiritual energy. Once the dragon body deep domain was unleashed, Shen Tianyu's spiritual energy was affected. The condensing pillar of heaven was now swaying precariously. Within the dragon body deep domain, it was about to be decomposed into spiritual energy and absorbed. I expected this to happen. Shen Tianyu sneered. Gu Yina's move had always made him suffer greatly. For this, Shen Tianyu had made sufficient preparations. The pillar of heaven trapped in the dragon body deep domain suddenly emitted a scorching light. Gu Yina's body trembled. This dragon body deep domain was in sync with her thoughts, and she naturally knew what was happening within the dragon body at that moment. The original pillar of heaven unexpectedly transformed into the breaking dragon spear in an instant. You used the source spiritual energy. That's right. Shen Tianyu nodded, of course. I have to go all out against you, Nar. With the mobilization of the source spiritual energy, the breaking dragon spear was directly activated. Shen Tianyu's eyes widened in anger, and he let out a furious roar. Break! The breaking dragon spear roared, and the violent spear energy exploded within the dragon body deep abyss. Gu Yuna cried out. The fatal blow made her roll her eyes back, almost fainting. Master! ZG exclaimed, her face filled with anxiousness. Judging from Gu Yuna's expression, she must have been severely injured. Mobilizing her internal spiritual energy, ZG quickly moved closer. Master, let me take this blow for you. Light and darkness, two elements erupted simultaneously. ZG's form flickered as she pushed aside Gu Yuna, who was facing the attack head-on, reciting the incantation in her heart. The light and dark elements fused together in an instant. Light and dark dragon suppression. Above her head, the dragon suppression divine mountain appeared. With a cry, the dragon roar echoed. As ZG waved her hand, two dragon suppression divine mountains descended. Beneath the divine mountains, two divine dragons representing light and darkness were suppressed. As the divine mountains smashed down, the suppressed divine dragons exploded, unleashing a wave of energy that engulfed Shen Tianyu and the breaking dragon spear. Success. ZG was overjoyed. This move consumed all her spiritual energy. Sigh. Shen Tianyu sighed. This move was indeed powerful, but ZG, after using your full strength once, you won't have any strength left to fight again. Won't that just be sending your head to the slaughter? With a downward press of his hand, the remaining force from the explosion was completely suppressed by Shen Tianyu. The breaking dragon spear showed no signs of damage. On the spear blade, violent source spiritual energy still coursed. ZG glanced at the breaking dragon spear and couldn't help but tremble. This breaking dragon spear posed a significant threat to the dragon clan. Just a glance made her feel like her soul was about to flee. Drink! Shen Tianyu shouted angrily, and the breaking dragon spear charged straight at ZG. I'll take it. The retreating Gu Yuna's pupils were filled with fighting spirit today. Today, as the Silver Dragon King, I will face your breaking dragon spear head-on. He grabbed ZG and threw her out of the battlefield. The dragon's body condensed again in the deep realm, unhesitatingly crashing into the breaking dragon spear. The explosion that had just subsided sounded again at this moment. The Snow Empress suddenly erupted, charging into the battle, while Gu Yuna chose to retreat. With a raised eyebrow, Shen Tianyu sensed that something was off. A little battle, huh? Chapter 114. Wang Xiu'er. I want you to teach me how to cultivate immortality. As the sun set behind the western mountains, night fell. Wuhuan City was shrouded in darkness. In a hotel suite on the top floor, Shen Tianyu mobilized the breaking dragon spear, surrounded by spiritual energy. During today's battle of immortal techniques, the women were surprisingly united. Under Qian Renshue's command, they directly initiated a wheel battle, intending to defeat Shen Tianyu by exhausting his stamina. How can you still keep going? Qian Renxue panted. The spiritual energy in her body was already starting to disconnect. It seems like you made a mistake, little Shui. Shen Tianyu smiled. The cultivation at the nascent soul stage. Can you challenge it just because there are more of you? As he spoke, he pointed directly at Yi Lingling. Among the women, Yi Lingling had the lowest cultivation level, so she was naturally chosen as the first target. Yi Lingling had no time to dodge and was struck by Shen Tianyu, suffering a heavy blow and rolling her eyes before fainting. It's your turn now. After dealing with Yi Lingling, he quickly targeted the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor. You think I'm afraid? The Ice Emperor exuded an aura of dominance, fully mobilizing the spiritual energy within her, vowing to fight Shen Tianyu to the bitter end. I like your tough attitude. With a slight smile, Shen Tianyu approached. The breaking dragon spear swept across, heading straight for the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor felt fear. The remaining spiritual energy in her body was pushed to the limit at this moment. It's too late. With an angry shout, the sound wave contained a mental shock, plunging the Ice Emperor's mind into blankness. In the next moment, the attack arrived, and the Ice Emperor was defeated. The Snow Empress exclaimed, just as she was about to mobilize her spiritual energy to join forces with the Ice Emperor in a fusion technique. But the Ice Emperor had already fainted. Better take care of yourself first. Shen Tianyu suddenly vanished and appeared behind the Snow Empress. The sudden ambush caught the Snow Empress off guard. Fatigue surged over her, and she collapsed into a deep sleep. We still have a chance. Let us go together. Qian Renxue gritted her teeth as Gu Yuna and Ziji stood on either side. The three women's spiritual energy erupted simultaneously, charging towards Shen Tianyu. Good. Facing the three women, Shen Tianyu was naturally unafraid. He silently recited the incantation of his technique, and his speed suddenly increased, leaving phantom images in the air. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Ziji. A finger pointed at Ziji's forehead, and she fainted. What? Qian Renshue's expression changed. Before she could react, Shen Tianyu had already flashed to Gu Yuna's side. Another finger fell, and Gu Yuna also fainted, leaving only Qian Renxue. The final blow was swift and decisive. With a firm decision in his heart, Shen Tianyu directly circulated his spiritual energy and unleashed his strongest move. 1,000 strikes breaking the colorful butterfly. This move was Qian Renxue's nemesis. Already restrained by this technique, and with Shen Tianyu being at the nascent soul stage, Qian Renxue was naturally unable to resist. The 1,000 strikes ended in an instant, and Qian Renxue's golden eyes rolled back as she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Wang Xiu'er witnessed this brutal fight and felt a storm of emotions. Such powerful strength, even more terrifying than soul power. After a long time, Wang Xiu'er calmed her emotions and slowly spoke. Shen Tianyu shifted his gaze from Wang Xiu'er to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Little rabbit, little maid, come here. He waved his hand, and Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing obediently approached Shen Tianyu. You two did very well by not teaming up with Xiao Shui against me. I dare not make a move against my master. I only follow my master's orders. The two expressed their positions one after another, and Shen Tianyu was quite satisfied. Spiritual energy swirled around his 2 fingers and entered the bodies of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. This is your reward. Absorb it well. It will greatly benefit your cultivation. Yes. The 2 girls responded in unison, but the next moment they felt the world spinning and fainted directly. What did you do to them? At this moment, Wang Xiu'er finally reacted. This battle of celestial techniques ended with all the women falling into a deep sleep, and it was all orchestrated by Shen Tianyu. Cultivating celestial techniques consumes a lot of physical energy, and after communication, a good sleep is naturally needed to restore energy for continuing the pursuit of the Tao. Shen Tianyu's expression was serious as he recalled the released spiritual energy. Without turning around, he clearly grasped the situation at hand. All right, stop pretending, get up. As his voice fell, Gu Yuna and Ziji woke up. For the last attack, Shen Tianyu did not let the 2 fall into a deep sleep. The 2 women were merely in sync, cooperating with Shen Tianyu to put on an act. After bullying us, are you ready to go find Bibi Dong? With a wave of his hand, he pulled Gu Yuna into his arms and smacked her 3 times on the butt. What do you mean by bullying? It's that you are too weak. If you don't properly whip yourselves, you will never make progress in your cultivation. Oh, raising an eyebrow, Gu Yuna retorted. Is Bibi Dong's training harder and stronger than ours? Now, you always test the edge of danger. Do you really want to be punished by having your butt smacked? Not at all. Gu Yuna turned her head, still stubborn, but her face was flushed. If you go to find Bibi Dong, I want to go too. I want to see how a little human can be stronger than me. Bibi Dong? There's another one? Wang Xiu'er's eyes widened in disbelief. Looking at Wang Xiu'er, who looked exactly like Qian Renxue, Shen Tianyu suddenly felt a bit guilty. It's all your fault. He smacked her 3 times on the butt, his tone carrying a hint of anger. This matter must not be known by too many people. I have emphasized this to you. Is it my fault then? Gu Yuna pouted. If you have the ability, don't go find Bibi Dong. If you don't look for her, everything will be fine. Still daring to retort. The punishment was still a bit light. Today, Gu Yuna must experience some hardship. Raising his hand, he no longer held back. As the slaps came down, Gu Yuna bit her red lips. Do you realize your mistake? I'm not wrong. Still daring to be stubborn. Intensifying the force. Red handprints were left on her snow-white skin. Finally, Gu Yuna could not bear it any longer and had to plead for mercy. I was wrong. I won't dare again in the future. This scene appeared quite magical in Wang Xiu'er's eyes. Is this still the sole bee sovereign, the high and mighty Silver Dragon King? Is the method of cultivating immortality really this terrifying? Has even the proud Silver Dragon King been subdued? For a moment, Wang Xiu'er became curious about the method of cultivating immortality. That's more like it. No longer punishing Gu Yuna, Shen Tianyu shifted his gaze to Wang Xiu'er. Forget the names mentioned earlier. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to kill you. A chilling killing intent enveloped the air, causing Wang Xiu'er to shudder. No, Gu Yuna immediately spoke up, looking at Shen Tianyu with pleading eyes. She was a mythical beast. Without her, it would be a significant blow to the Soul Beast clan. As long as she didn't speak out of turn, she would be fine. With Shen Tianyu's assurance, Gu Yuna breathed a sigh of relief. Xiu'er, never mention the name Bibi Dong at any time, understand? Why can't I mention it? Wang Xiu'er raised her head, her eyes displaying vertical pupils. As a mythical beast, she also had dragon blood flowing in her veins. At that moment, her vertical pupils clearly flickered with a reluctance to cooperate. Xiu'er, don't be willful. Gu Yuna's expression changed. She knew very well the existence of mythical beasts. When she was born, It was she who instructed Emperor Tian to protect Wang Qiu'er. After 5,000 years of care, Gu Yuna was fully aware of Wang Qiu'er's occasional little caprices. In the Stardow Forest, Gu Yuna would naturally laugh it off. But here with Shen Tianyu, she couldn't act willfully. Not mentioning her name is fine, but I have a condition. The vertical pupils gradually returned to normal as Wang Qiu'er spoke slowly. I want you to teach me how to cultivate immortality. P.S. I recommend a new book by friend Duo Rebirth Tang San, which has a plot option panel. Chapter 115. Just from the mouth, though? Is that it? Upon hearing Wang Qiu'er's condition, Shen Tianyu's killing intent dissipated. This was unexpected, likely due to Wang Qiu'er watching the battle today. Qian Renxue and the other women fought with more madness than ever when using their skills. He thought this frenzied method of cultivation would make Wang Qiu'er feel repulsed. Unexpectedly, Wang Qiu'er brought up first. Exactly. That's it. I want you to teach me how to cultivate immortality. Otherwise, when they wake up, I'll expose BB Dong's matter. Threatening me, huh? It seems you need a lesson. The spiritual energy that had just been reined in surged forth once again. With a wave of his hand, he pulled Wang Qiu'er closer. Vast spiritual energy quickly enveloped her, causing Wang Qiu'er to tremble. An unprecedented energy surged into her body. Shen Tianyu's palm, covered in spiritual energy, pressed against Wang Qiu'er's skin, exploring her body inch by inch. After the inspection, Shen Tianyu couldn't help but be shocked. There was not a single trace of impurities in Wang Qiu'er's body. This situation genuinely surprised him. Even Gu Yuna, the Silver Dragon King, had quite a few impurities left in her body at that time. It could only be said that, as a mythical beast with the power of destiny, she was naturally a great candidate for cultivation. Since her body was fine, Shen Tianyu naturally no longer hesitated. He mobilized his spiritual energy and directly began to nourish Wang Qiu'er's meridians. As the gentle spiritual energy flowed in, her golden silk dress erupted. Golden dragon scales appeared, instantly covering Wang Qiu'er's delicate body. Under the nourishment of the spiritual energy, her meridians underwent earth-shattering changes. In less than an hour, Wang Qiu'er's physique completed its transformation, allowing her to easily accommodate spiritual energy for cultivation. His palm brushed against the golden dragon scales, which were tough and warm, perfectly fitting her delicate body. With dragon blood, Wang Qiu'er's golden dragon scales were indeed one with her. However, the problem was also evident, since her body was covered in dragon scales. It became a challenge for Shen Tianyu to use the source spiritual energy to awaken her. What's wrong? Seeing Shen Tianyu stop, Wang Qiu'er frowned and asked, "Your dragon scales cover every inch of your body. My source spiritual energy cannot be injected into you to complete your physique awakening. This is easy." Without any hesitation, Wang Qiu'er replied, "It can come from my mouth." Although her body was covered in dragon scales, Wang Qiu'er's lips were not. The mythical beast is indeed clever. Wang Qiu'er didn't care about Shen Tianyu's praise. She slightly parted her lips, waiting for the source spiritual energy to enter her body. Here it comes. A wisp of primal spiritual energy floated out, heading straight towards Wang Qiu'er's slightly open mouth. Her golden, beautiful eyes blinked, and she was startled. This wisp of primal spiritual energy was quite substantial. As her mouth opened wide, it perfectly engulfed the cylindrical form of the primal spiritual energy all at once. The primal spiritual energy melted upon entry, flowing through her small mouth and down her throat, ultimately reaching her dantian. In the next moment, a brilliant light burst forth. The dragon scales on Wang Qiu'er's body shimmered with golden radiance, releasing intense heat. Awakening. With a stern shout from Shen Tianyu, the primal spiritual energy within Wang Qiu'er was activated. A dragon's roar echoed from within her. A pair of dazzling and delicate pink butterfly wings appeared before the three of them. Huh? What's going on? ZG was confused. I clearly heard a dragon's roar. How could it be butterfly wings? Not only was ZG confused, but Gina also couldn't understand. The divine beast carries the bloodline of the dragon clan. How could it be related to butterflies? Was there some sort of mistake? It should be a dragon's body, right? It's one thing for ZG not to know, but if you don't know either, nar, I will be very disappointed. You must not have put in the effort to understand the various cultivation knowledge during your usual training. After giving Gu Yuna a slap on the backside, Shen Tianyu finally spoke up. Qiu'er's physique is called the Fate Dragon Butterfly Body. She inherently possesses the power of fate and was born in accordance with it. As for the dragon butterfly, it is because of the dragon bloodline she possesses. It is not a completely pure bloodline. During the reign of the dragon clan, many offspring were born, and there's a saying that goes, the dragon gives birth to 9 sons, each different. This dragon butterfly body is the offspring of a giant dragon and a certain pink butterfly. Today, the awakening of her physique has fully activated her true bloodline power under the influence of my original spiritual energy. After some explanation, Gu Yuna and ZG finally understood. At the same time, both women felt a bit embarrassed, as the existence of the fate dragon butterfly body was closely related to their dragon clan's nature. Alright, the physique has completely awakened. You should study this technique first. ZG, stay here to watch over Chio'er, Nar, and I will go out for a bit. Leaving a technique for Wang Chio'er, Shen Tianyu directly took Gu Yuna and left the luxurious hotel. ZG pouted, feeling a bit displeased. She had not fully enjoyed the battle of celestial techniques today. It would have been nice to go out together. However, as a subordinate, it was naturally inappropriate to compete with her superior, Gu Yuna, so she could only silently endure. After Wang Chio'er received the technique, she immediately entered into a state of cultivation. At this moment, in the Tiandou Great Forest, a place of great danger, Tian was listening to several ferocious beasts report on the preparations when suddenly the ground began to shake. However, it quickly returned to calm. What happened? Bai Ji felt a bad premonition. Having lived in the place of great danger for many years, this was the first time she had seen such a situation. Not good. Tian closed his eyes for a moment, then suddenly opened his vertical pupils in anger. He had just probed the place of great danger, and suddenly discovered that the aura of the divine beast was rapidly weakening. Something has happened to the divine beast. As soon as these words were spoken, the ferocious beast could no longer sit still. Tian quickly stood up and rushed towards the place where the divine beast was in seclusion, and the other ferocious beasts immediately followed. In the past, other than Tian, the other ferocious beasts were not allowed to approach the divine beast's seclusion area. But today, given the circumstances, they could not care less about whether Tian would get angry. If something happened to the divine beast, the blow to the Soul Beast clan would be heavier than Tian's fall. Arriving at the seclusion area, Tian did not care about whether he would anger the divine beast and directly barged in. Bai Ji and the others soon followed, and the scene that met their eyes was despairing. The body of the divine beast was actually breaking apart bit by bit. The fate divine beast of the Tiandou Great Forest was thus inexplicably falling. Tian reached out to probe, and the energy from the shattered divine beast floated away along his fingertips. No, this is the divine beast's false body. As soon as these words were spoken, the ferocious beasts immediately perked up. If it's just a false body, it means the divine beast is still alive. Search the entire Tiandou Great Forest for me. If anything happens to the divine beast, you all will accompany it in death. Tian's fury was something no soul beast dared to bear. Except for Bai Ji, Xiangjun and the others immediately left to search for the divine beast's whereabouts. Tian, don't worry. The divine beast might have just run out to play, and I believe we will find it soon. If it's just in the Tiandou Great Forest, I'm naturally not worried. A look of concern flashed in Tian's vertical pupils as he slowly spoke. If she has gone to the human world and is discovered by a title de law, I'm afraid it would be dire. Search with all your might. First, check the entire Tiandou Great Forest. Naturally, Shen Tianyu was unaware of everything happening in the Tiandou Great Forest. At this moment, he was secretly infiltrating the spirit hall with Gu Yuna. Skillfully, they arrived at Bibi Dong's residence. Confirming that no one was around, he pushed the door and entered, quickly locking onto Bibi Dong's location. Shen Tianyu took just one look and felt a rush of blood. When Gu Yuna entered, she saw Bibi Dong and asked in confusion, "Why you tied yourself up?" Bibi Dong opened her mouth, momentarily unsure of what to say. The words she had prepared were completely forgotten in that instant. Why is there another woman here? Although it is hot this season, not wearing a dress could lead to catching a chill. P.S. I recommend a Friends Douluo fanfiction, Douluo Blood Angel, where Qian Renxue is raised to become a demon. Chapter 116. Punishment for Bibi Dong. Whipping the White Tiger. Chapter 116. Punishment for Bibi Dong. Whipping the White Tiger. Shame. So shameful. Bibi Dong's cheeks flushed red, wishing she could find a hole in the ground to hide in. Faced with Gu Yuna's curious inquiry, she didn't even know how to respond. During this season, it's true that not wearing a dress during the day wouldn't lead to catching a chill. But after nightfall, the temperature drops sharply, making it easy to catch a chill. Bibi Dong had waited for Shen Tianyu for 2 hours, during which time she, without a stitch of clothing, relied on her soul power but still felt a bit cold. At this moment, under Gu Yuna's continuous questioning, the cold was swept away, replaced by a burning heat. Also, how did you tie yourself up? As she looked up and down at Bibi Dong, Guyana couldn't help but feel curious. In Shen Tianyu's view, Bibi Dong's arms were tied behind her back. A pair of beautiful legs bent backward, pressed against the back, and tied together with both hands. This is one of my soul skills, Spider Emperor's avatar. The first two questions cannot be answered. How to tie oneself up, Bibi Dong might be able to answer. With long hair draping over her shoulders and her pretty face nestled against her chest, Guyana, the curious little baby, casually picked up a white long whip beside Bai Bai Dong. No, Bai Bai Dong exclaimed, but it was too late. Guyana had already taken the whip and was examining it closely in her hand. There was a fluctuation of spiritual energy. This item was extraordinary. You've refined your own innate spirit treasure. Stepping forward, Shen Tianyu snatched the whip from Guyuna's hand. The whip was entirely silver-white, surrounded by a faint halo of spiritual energy, and there was a barely perceptible aura of tiger's might upon touch. Yes, Bai Bai Dong nodded. I know I went too far today, and I wanted to seek forgiveness, so I took the liberty of binding myself. I didn't expect that during this process, the spiritual energy suddenly surged, and I thought I was losing control, but unexpectedly, I refined my own innate spirit treasure. This. For a moment, Shen Tianyu didn't know how to describe it. Are you cheating? Your innate spirit treasure. Can it really be refined so casually? This whip is called the Taiyuan White Tiger Whip, and it resonates with my constitution, connecting with my mind. No one else can use it but me. Is that so? Shen Tianyu smirked, channeling spiritual energy into the Taiyuan White Tiger Whip. A tiger roar erupted from the whip, striking directly at Shen Tianyu's face. Bold! A booming shout suppressed it, and the tiger roar abruptly ceased. Bibidong's delicate body trembled, feeling a tightness in her chest, nearly spitting out blood. She could clearly sense that the Taiyuan White Tiger Whip was being suppressed. A mere innate spirit treasure, daring to act recklessly? Your master must still submit to me, let alone you. As he spoke, spiritual energy suppressed the Taiyuan White Tiger Whip. The long whip trembled in Shen Tianyu's hand, feeling as if it might shatter at any moment. No, Bibi Dong pleaded. I've worked so hard to refine my innate spirit treasure. Please don't destroy it. Her pitifully beautiful face was close at hand, and Shen Tianyu retracted his spiritual energy, raising Bibidong's chin with his hand. Your Majesty the Pope is truly imposing today. Not only teaching me a lesson in public, but also having my innate spirit treasure refined tonight, daring to backfire and harm me. Tell me, how should I deal with this matter? I will make my master satisfied. His taking a deep breath, Shen Tianyu let go. That call of master struck deep in his heart. Bibi Dong shifted her body, releasing her spiritual energy directly. A tiger roar erupted from within her, and the energy transformed into a massive white tiger. Beneath the white tiger's feet, it seemed to stand upon the ocean. With a slight movement, it stirred up waves upon waves of the sea. How terrifying! Looking at that white tiger, Guyuna's purple eyes widened. Even as the Silver Dragon King, she felt somewhat inferior when directly facing this white tiger. Master, I apologize, please punish me. Turning her back, Bibi Dong squinted her beautiful eyes. I have never liked overly harsh punishments. Since this illusory white tiger resonates with you, I will use the white tiger to punish you. Spiritual energy flowed into the Taiyuan White Tiger Whip, which originally belonged to Bibi Dong, now controlled by Shen Tianyu. Clap! A whip fell, striking the enormous white tiger. The white tiger let out a mournful howl, baring its teeth in indignation. Donger, this transformed white tiger of yours seems quite unconvinced, doesn't it? Aren't you also unwilling to accept it? I am completely convinced. Hee. Swinging the Taiyuan White Tiger Whip, another lash was delivered. Do you think I don't know? The transformed white tiger is indeed a part of your true self. All sorts of emotions, anger, joy, sorrow, and happiness, though you can hide them well. This transformed white tiger cannot hide. Crack! The Taiyuan White Tiger Whip struck the forehead of the gigantic white tiger. The king character on the tiger's forehead shimmered with brilliance, and the tiger's roar resonated deafeningly. The tiger's claws struck the surface of the sea, causing the tides to surge violently, directly charging towards Shen Tianyu. Still saying you're convinced? Donger, you truly are rebellious. Today, I will use this Taiyuan White Tiger Whip to give you a good beating and correct your rebelliousness. Swiftly swinging the Taiyuan White Tiger Whip, shadows of the whip exploded in an instant. The violent tides raised by the enormous white tiger were torn apart beneath the whip shadows. Countless whip shadows came crashing down, striking the white tiger again and again. The unwilling tiger roars echoed through the heavens and the earth. Behave, stop resisting, and accept your punishment. Bibi Don pleaded. But this was naturally not directed at Shen Tianyu, but at the transformed white tiger. The transformed white tiger was in tune with her thoughts. Every attack endured by the tiger would naturally be shared by her. The Taiyuan white tiger whip primarily focused on offense. The power of each lash was a fierce blow. As the transformed white tiger was whipped continuously, the pain transferred back to Bai Dong became increasingly terrifying. At this moment, Bai Dong was already trembling all over from the torment of pain, nearly fainting several times. Yet, the transformed white tiger not only did not listen, but instead became even more ferocious. A pair of tiger claws gleamed with a cold light, and with the tiger's roar, it spread throughout the entire sea area. The ocean boiled, and columns of water erupted. At this moment, Donger, you're still acting. Since this illusory white tiger is disobedient, I will teach it a good lesson for you. A wisp of primordial spiritual energy was injected into the Taiyuan white tiger whip. Shen Tianyu narrowed his eyes slightly and suddenly opened them wide in anger. At this moment, it seemed as if a tremendous change had taken place. The Taiyuan white tiger whip, infused with primordial spiritual energy, radiated a brilliant glow, and within this brilliance, the attacking power was pushed to its limit. No, don't. Feeling the fierce attacking power, Bibi Dong panicked. If a transformed white tiger took this whip head-on, it would likely suffer a severe blow due to backlash. The white tiger ignored Bibi Dong, swinging its tiger claws, sending columns of water surging in a line towards Shen Tianyu. Break! Swinging the Taiyuan white tiger whip with all his might, Shen Tianyu struck fiercely. The crimson whip shadow surged forward without hesitation. The columns of water that surged in were cut apart beneath the whip shadow, instantly shattered. As one water column after another exploded, the invincible white tiger finally showed a trace of fear. Without hesitation, it nodded and fled wildly over the sea. Can you escape? After breaking through all the water columns, the crimson whip shadow still held its fighting spirit, shooting forward faster than lightning. As the attacking power descended, the fleeing white tiger suddenly felt a chill throughout its body. In the next moment, the crimson whip shadow caught up with the white tiger and, without further ado, landed on the white tiger's rear. Are you crazy? Beside him, Guyuna exclaimed, don't you know the old saying, you can't touch a tiger's butt? How could you still whip it? Hee. Can't touch a tiger's butt, huh? Today, I'll show you, Nar, that to subdue a fierce tiger, you must whip its butt. The crimson whip shadow struck the white tiger's rear, and instantly a red light spread, causing the illusory white tiger to suddenly stop fleeing. Slowly turning around, the red light had already enveloped the white tiger completely. It's over. Guyuna slapped her forehead. It's gone berserk. You better pray for yourself. Chapter 117. Hulaina. Could it be that you're stealing someone? Little Master is indeed causing the berserk state. If the white tiger doesn't go berserk, how can it be completely tamed? Shen Tianyu had long been prepared for the berserk state today. That strand of original spiritual energy is still in the whip. Looking at the berserk white tiger, it was glaring at Shen Tianyu. Once it turned completely red, the white tiger's combat power soared wildly. Amidst the tiger's roar, there was an extremely strong mental attack. Want to win in one blow? After going berserk, the white tiger did not immediately strike, but instead stomped in the sea, crazily absorbing the power from the Taiyuan Sea. Good. Then as you wish. With the original spiritual energy activated, Shen Tianyu took a deep breath. He reached out and pulled the Taiyuan white tiger whip, and his fighting spirit began to rise. Why is this happening? Bibi Dong wanted to cry without tears. Had she known this, she wouldn't have released the illusory white tiger. The ongoing battle was no longer something she could stop. She could only hope that after the illusory white tiger was defeated, Shen Tianyu would go easy on the punishment. Roar! The tiger's roar erupted, and the illusory white tiger's eyes widened in anger. Under its feet, the Taiyuan Sea erupted in an instant. Endless tides surged into the sky, forming massive whirlpools. From the whirlpools, water columns shot up wildly. The white tiger charged through the waves directly towards Shen Tianyu. Donger, how should I put this to you? Such pure Taiyuan Sea power is actually controlled by your white tiger. No wonder you went into a frenzy before. Holding the Taiyuan white tiger whip, Shen Tianyu shook his head and sighed. While the original spiritual energy was already activated, the long whip stood upright, resembling a divine sword reaching for the sky. Annihilate! He shouted angrily, swinging the Taiyuan white tiger whip downward. The whip shadow slashed out, heading straight for the white tiger. At the same time, he let go of his hand, and the Taiyuan white tiger whip shot out. The berserk white tiger howled, and the speed of the erupting water columns increased dramatically, swallowing the whip shadow in the blink of an eye. The tiger's eyes sparkled with joy as it swung its claws forward, aiming for the Taiyuan white tiger whip. This old tiger is reckless, not thinking at all. The berserk white tiger suddenly froze, as countless water columns behind it erupted in an instant. The whip shadow reappeared, directly charging into the whirlpool of the sea. The attacking power dispersed in an instant, collapsing all the whirlpools. The surging tides also collapsed at this moment, creating an apocalyptic atmosphere. The illusory white tiger was stunned. Its full-strength attack was broken. In the moment of daze, the whip shadow returned to attack. The speed of the Taiyuan white tiger whip suddenly surged. The whip shadow and the Taiyuan white tiger whip attacked from the front and back, carrying a violent wave of attack, directly overwhelming the berserk white tiger. Boom! Boom! The explosions continued to resonate above the Taiyuan Sea. The terrifying explosive waves stirred the entire Taiyuan Sea into unrest. The backlash damage from the explosions all fell on Bibi Dong. Oh, no. The pain felt like being gnawed by thousands of ants, spreading throughout Bibi Dong's body. Her complexion paled, and her delicate body trembled, although there was no substantial damage. The terrifying power rebounding from the white tiger made it impossible for Bibi Dong to withstand the pain. Above the Taiyuan Sea, the once proud white tiger was now trembling all over, looking at Shen Tianyu with fear in its eyes, provoking the little master's authority, "You old tigers, but today it will be whipped for sure." Wielding the Taiyuan white tiger whip, one whip after another struck the white tiger's rear. The white tiger winced in pain, already convinced by Shen Tianyu. But Shen Tianyu did not stop whipping. This illusory white tiger was too stubborn, and if it wasn't properly disciplined, it would cause trouble in the future. With each whip that fell, the whip shadow exploded in the Taiyuan Sea, stirring up chaotic tides that crashed into one another with a roar. Above the tides, countless bubbles broke and then repaired. The entire Taiyuan Sea, because of Shen Tianyu, was on the brink of collapse. "Master, I know I was wrong. I won't dare again. Please, let this end here. If this continues, the Taiyuan Sea will be ruined." Bibi Dong begged for mercy. Her source of power mainly came from the Taiyuan Sea. Once the Taiyuan Sea is shattered, all past cultivation will vanish into thin air. "Do you know you were wrong?" "I know. Please stop whipping me. I absolutely won't dare again." "Ah, it hurts." Spitting out half of her fragrant tongue, Bibi Dong is indeed on the verge of collapsing. At this moment, she uses her mental strength to forcibly stabilize the Taiyuan Sea. If she is careless for even a moment, it will completely collapse. Stopping the whipping of the white tiger, Shen Tianyu takes a deep breath. The smell of the sea hits him, and the white tiger collapses on the Taiyuan Sea. The frenzy has not yet ended, and the white tiger's body is still showing a reddish hue. However, from the outside, it seems to have gained quite a bit of weight. This is certainly not weight, but swelling. My goodness. Gu Yuna witnesses all of this and can't help but exclaim in amazement. This white tiger has actually been whipped to the point of swelling. Now do you understand? To subdue a fierce tiger, you must whip its butt. The saying that you can't touch a tiger's butt is all a lie. Gu Yuna nods seriously and leans in closer to Bibi Dong's face. A glint of cunning flashes in her eyes as she teases. "Your acting skills are quite impressive." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's face instantly turns red. Her hair brushes her face as she buries her face in the pillow, transforming into the white tiger. As part of Bibi Dong, ultimately cannot dominate. From beginning to end, it has been Bibi Dong acting. The reason for doing this is very simple: to cooperate with Shen Tianyu's punishment and let him vent his anger. Shen Tianyu naturally understands the deeper meaning and cooperates very well with Bibi Dong. Gu Yuna only realizes this after the white tiger is subdued. "No wonder my husband praises you for being impressive. Seeing it today, it truly lives up to its reputation. According to the order of arrival, I should call you sister, right?" Bibi Dong raises an eyebrow, her rosy face peeking out from the pillow. "You want to call me sister?" "Yes." "Who told me? I came late. Who is the main room?" Bibi Dong suddenly has a bad premonition for what she learned earlier. Shen Tianyu's first contact was with Qian Renxue. If nothing unexpected happens, then that means Sister Xue. Gu Yuna blurts it out without thinking. Bibi Dong's face instantly turns awkward. This situation is a bit embarrassing. Does that mean that in the future, when she sees Xue, she also has to call her sister? However, Sister Xue seems to have a lot of opinions about you. She currently doesn't know about you and my husband. A trace of pain flashes in her beautiful eyes. In Xue's heart, I have always been a thorn. It's best if she doesn't know about me. Gu Yunao lets out a slight sigh. A relationship without a name ultimately cannot see the light. For Bibi Dong, it is also a kind of injustice. However, these are not what Gu Yunao needs to consider. At this moment, Gu Yunao just wants to have a battle of celestial techniques. Bibi Dong's earlier performance has completely ignited her fighting desire. As the Silver Dragon King, she cannot admit defeat. Her vertical pupils shimmer with light as she exchanges a glance with Shen Tianyu. The two smile at each other, and spiritual energy quietly releases. Bang, bang, bang. Teacher, teacher, what's wrong? A woman's voice suddenly comes from outside the door. Bibi Dong is startled and struggles to sit up. At this moment, she is bound hand and foot, her face filled with panic. Nana, why are you here so late? The woman outside is Hulaina, a member of the first generation of the Spirit Hall. Teacher, you ordered a late-night snack. I brought it for you. I just heard you scream. Are you feeling unwell? No, I'm fine. Bibi Dong immediately denies it, saying she accidentally broke the water bottle and cut her finger on the shards. It's late. You can leave the late-night snack outside and go back to rest early. Outside, Hulaina's brows furrowed into a twist. Cut her finger? No, that doesn't sound right. Hulaina stands outside for a moment. Although the sounds coming from inside are faint, she absolutely did not mishear the intermittent moans. Could it be that she's sneaking around? Hulaina shakes her head, not daring to think further. Teacher, I've left the late-night snack. I'm heading back now. After placing the food box down, Hulaina turns to leave. She does not believe that her teacher, the noble Pope, would do such a thing. However, by some strange twist of fate, Hulaina does not go far but hides in the dark. Not long after, the door creaks open, and a man takes the late-night snack away. Hulaina's eyes widen, one hand covering her mouth. At this moment, Hulaina feels that her noble and dignified teacher, Bibi Dong, has collapsed. Chapter 118. Do you understand the gold content of double happiness? Chapter 118. Do you understand the gold content of double happiness? As dawn breaks, Shen Tianyu supports himself against the wall and pushes open Bibi Dong's door. A hand was rubbing the waist, muttering to oneself. When the dragon and tiger clash, one must die. When the dragon and tiger unite, mortals suffer. Because of Bibi Dong, Gu Yuna's fighting spirit was completely ignited. Her combat power surged suddenly. And last night, she had a back-and-forth spar with Shen Tianyu. After Bibi Dong regained her physical strength and spiritual energy, she also joined the battle immediately. The two women joined forces, roaring like dragons and tigers. If it weren't for Shen Tianyu having reached the nascent soul stage, he might have already died under their skirts. TSK, feeling weak? Gu Yunao walked over, her tone slightly disdainful. Nonsense. Straightening his back, Shen Tianyu took a deep breath. The nascent soul in his dantian radiated light, and the original spiritual energy surged into his whole body. In just a moment, he completely regained his spirit. You really aren't human. The corners of Gu Yuna's mouth twitched, unsure how to describe it. In just a moment, Shen Tianyu had recovered to be full of vitality. My strength is far beyond this. Naturally, I have a deep understanding of that. Bibi Dong approached with a smile, diving into Shen Tianyu's arms. Under the gray sky, Bibi Dong shone brightly, as if the land had been nourished by sweet spring water. It's getting late. I have to leave first. When they wake up and find I'm not here, they'll start to think wildly. Bibi Dong nodded obediently, leaning in front of Shen Tianyu, giving him a sweet kiss. Can we leave a bit earlier tonight? I waited too long and will be uneasy. I'll try my best. Patting Bibi Dong's back, Shen Tianyu pulled Gu Yunao along and turned to blend into the night. The morning temperature is too low. Hurry inside and put on your dress to avoid catching a cold. A blush appeared on her cheeks. It felt good to be cared for. Bibi Dong turned around and closed the door, while Hulaina, hiding in the shadows, was now sporting dark circles under her eyes. I understand now. The teacher must have been threatened. Although the distance was a bit far, Hulaina's mental strength was extremely strong, naturally allowing her to see the movements of the few people clearly. When Bibi Dong sent Shen Tianyu away, she was still tied up. Hulaina naturally thought of the reason. Damn, this Shen Tianyu, a beast in human clothing. For the sake of the teacher, I must do something. Clenching her delicate fists, Hulaina silently vowed. The gray sky gradually brightened, and white light spread across the land from the east. When Shen Tianyu and Gu Yunao returned to the hotel, the other girls were still sound asleep. However, Wang Xiu'er, after pondering the cultivation method all night, was full of spirit and eager to try. Seeing Shen Tianyu return, she immediately took out the golden dragon spear and pointed it forward. I have comprehended the technique. Let's have a match. Just you? Now, raising an eyebrow, Shen Tianyu questioned. Sizing up Wang Qiu'er. Underestimating me? Wang Qiu'er immediately became displeased, insisting, I want to do it now. How about Ziji and Qiu'er together then? Beside them, Guyana spoke up, while Ziji, who had been watching over Wang Qiu'er all night, was dozing off. Hearing Guyana's words, she instantly perked up. I hear you, my lord. With a glance at Ziji, it was clear that she was trying hard to suppress her true nature. On the path of cultivation, excessive suppression of one's nature can often lead to adverse effects. This was one of the reasons why Bai Dong went astray back in the day. Then let's have you two together. With a serious expression, Shen Tianyu spoke earnestly. Everything is for cultivation, to prevent the two girls from going astray and falling into the demonic path. Drink, come to battle. Wang Qiu'er shouted explosively, and spiritual energy erupted from her body. The Destiny Dragon Butterfly activated, and the Dragon Butterfly wings imbued with the power of Destiny shone with dazzling brilliance. Two dragon roars erupted, and at that moment, Ziji also released her spiritual energy. The two girls stood side by side, and the faint power of Destiny fell upon Ziji. In an instant, the two elements of light and darkness in Ziji seemed to be sublimated. While surprised in her heart, Wang Qiu'er had already drawn her gun and attacked. This competitive girl, today I will let you suffer a little. With a wave of her hand, spiritual energy enveloped the entire room, completely isolating the sounds from the outside world. Within this barrier of spiritual energy, sounds could not escape, and naturally, those from outside could not enter. After doing all this, Wang Qiu'er's attack was already upon him. Shen Tianyu did not care about her. He brought his two fingers together and unleashed a vast burst of spiritual energy. His figure flickered rapidly, dodging Wang Qiu'er's attack and arriving behind her. With his fingers still together, he quickly pointed down, lightly brushing against the blooming dragon butterfly wings. This move seemed gentle, but contained profound depth. As his fingers passed, the dragon butterfly wings trembled. Wang Qiu'er's body shivered, as if both her flesh and soul had entered another world of bliss at that moment. This was absolute restraint, with her golden eyes flashing. Wang Qiu'er immediately recalled the records in her cultivation method. Shen Tianyu's move, the Lingxi dragon butterfly finger, was a dual suppression of both body and spirit, specifically targeting Wang Qiu'er's fateful dragon butterfly body. Gritting her teeth, Wang Qiu'er flapped her dragon butterfly wings. Right at the center of the wings, a vortex immediately appeared. Caught off guard, Shen Tianyu's joined fingers were directly sucked into the vortex. Taking a sharp breath, Shen Tianyu exclaimed that he had been careless. Just as he intended to withdraw his fingers to evade, Ziji struck at that moment. Two towering dragon-suppressing peaks appeared out of thin air. The sound of dragon roars echoed, and light and darkness fused together. Kill! With an angry shout, the dragon-suppressing peaks descended from the sky, crashing directly towards Shen Tianyu. In this moment of crisis, Shen Tianyu condensed a long spear. The dragon-breaking spear. He urged the dragon-breaking spear, directly aiming at the two dragon-suppressing peaks. The clash of spiritual energy unfolded, with the three of them each employing their techniques, battling back and forth. Shen Tianyu faced the two girls, his momentum showing no sign of weakness. On the luxurious soft bed, the Ice Emperor woke from her sleep. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, the Ice Emperor mumbled, "What the heck? Starting to guide cultivation so early in the morning, don't they let people sleep? Sister Xiaoxue is really something. She suffered the most yesterday, and now she's starting to fight again this morning. Ugh, why is it so noisy?" A beautiful sound reached the Ice Emperor's ears. A head of golden hair suddenly appeared in the corner of Ice Emperor's vision. Still a bit dazed, Ice Emperor suddenly jolted awake. "Sister Xiaoxue, you just woke up?" "Yes. What's wrong?" Ice Emperor widened his eyes, looked at Qian Renxue, and then glanced at Wang Qiu'er, who was fighting not far away. "Sister Xiaoxue, did you learn the technique of duplication?" "What technique of duplication?" Qian Renxue asked in confusion. Ice Emperor immediately raised his hand and pointed to the three people who were fighting. Following Ice Emperor's finger, Qian Renxue was also taken aback. In her line of sight, it seemed like she saw herself discussing the path of cultivation with Shen Tianyu. "Bingya, are you still half asleep?" A chestnut was given to the Ice Emperor, and the Snow Empress sat up beside him. It was the divine Beast King, Qiu'er. The Ice Emperor was caught off guard and immediately wrapped himself in a blanket to pretend to sleep. He felt dizzy and fatigued from yesterday's training and thought he would sleep a little longer. Making up an excuse, the Ice Emperor pretended to be asleep. Qian Renxue did not pay attention to the Ice Emperor. The two of them watched the three people discussing cultivation and couldn't help but swallow. Watching another version of himself exploring the path of cultivation was truly fascinating. Sister Xiaoxue, do you want to join in as well? Guyana plopped down on the soft bed and jokingly asked with interest. You and Xiao teaming up might just be able to suppress your husband. Why? Qian Renxue tilted her head, her golden eyes filled with confusion. Everyone knew about Shen Tianyu's strength. No matter how those two teamed up, defeat was inevitable. You don't understand, do you, Sister Xiaoxue? With a sly smile in her eyes, Guyana leaned closer to Qian Renxue's ear and softly tempted, Sister Xiaoxue, do you understand the value of double happiness? Chapter 119. Destiny's Guidance. Beast Tide approaches a single phrase awakens the dreamer, and Qian Renxue instantly understands. Her gaze shifts to the three engaged in a fierce battle, and she can't help but feel a sense of longing. ZG, you step back. Let Sister Xiaoxue take over. ZG, who is in the midst of fighting, suddenly freezes in place. What's going on? How can you switch fighters? Are you bullying me because of my low status? The little dragon girl trembles with anger. However, given the statuses of Qian Renxue and Gu Yuna, she has no choice but to withdraw from the battle. I'll compensate you later. I'll give you one-on-one guidance in your cultivation. Shen Tianyu's voice reaches her ears, and the frustrated little dragon girl immediately cheers up. One-on-one guidance is definitely better than a communal approach. A communal meal never fills you up, and it might even be undercooked. But with one-on-one attention, you can be sure to be satisfied. After ZG stepped back, Qian Renxue immediately took over and entered the battle. Spiritual energy flowed through her dantian, and a pair of delicate and exquisite butterfly wings unfolded. At the moment the butterfly wings blossomed, a surge of golden spiritual energy roared in the air. Wang Qiu'er, who was engaged in battle with Shen Tianyu, felt a tremor throughout her body. She looked at Qian Renxue in surprise and saw their spiritual energies merging together. What was going on? Qian Renxue exclaimed in astonishment as the spiritual energy within her suddenly became uncontrollable. She immediately tried to retract her energy, and Shen Tianyu, with a worried expression, was about to check on Qian Renxue's condition. Meanwhile, Wang Qiu'er's energy also began to spiral out of control. Bang! The uncontrollable energy seemed like a pair of giant hands pushing Qian Renxue and Wang Qiu'er together. The moment their foreheads touched, the power of fate erupted wildly. Fate's guidance. Gu Yuna suddenly stood up, intending to have Qian Renxue and Wang Qiu'er deal with Shen Tianyu together. By a twist of fate, this triggered the guiding of destiny. At the moment their foreheads made contact, a strange energy burst forth from their minds. A faint trace of the power of fate descended upon Qian Renxue. The six-winged angel martial soul was released spontaneously. The light element continuously enhanced at this moment. The original six-winged angel unexpectedly grew another pair of angel wings. Martial soul evolution. The eight-winged angel. The original light element was directly elevated to the ultimate light. Gu Yuna gasped, realizing that the benefits of the fate's guidance were not over yet. After the light, blazing flames ignited. Another pair of angel wings spread from behind. Ultimate fire. The 10-winged angel. His Wang Qiu'er, the beast of fortune, cultivated three attributes: light, fire, and spirit. Qian Renxue's six-winged angel martial soul possessed the elements of holiness, light, and fire. This time, the fate's guidance directly elevated Qian Renxue's light and fire elements to their ultimate attributes. The benefit was that the six-winged angel evolved directly into the 10-winged angel. Since that's the case, let's increase the intensity. Shen Tianyu glided to the front of the two women. He activated his spiritual energy and gently placed his palm on their heads. Wang Qiu'er's grasp of the power of fate was fully mobilized at this moment. The 10-winged angel radiated brilliance, and the slightly dim, holy element transformed under the nurturing of the power of fate. Everyone was awakened by this commotion, and they saw another pair of wings sprouting from the back of the 10-winged angel. The 12-winged angel, ultimate holiness. Gu Yuna took a deep breath. To obtain even one ultimate attribute is a fortunate occurrence in life. At this moment, Qian Renxue possessed three ultimate attributes simultaneously. This opportunity could be said to make her unmatched among all soul masters on the Douluo continent. After helping Qian Renxue complete her martial soul evolution, Shen Tianyu turned his attention to Wang Qiu'er. Wang Qiu'er's three attributes also underwent a frenzied transformation at this moment. In an instant, all reached their ultimate state. The bloodline and the formless further sublimated and became pure. After the transformation of their martial soul bloodline, the two women released their cultivation physiques. The colorful butterfly flower core physique and the fate dragon butterfly physique radiated light, merging with no hint of rejection. With two fingers together, Shen Tianyu activated the two top physiques. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he let out a muffled shout. Boom! In the next moment, the two top physiques collided. The two women exclaimed in unison, their bodies trembling slightly. Steady. This is a heaven-sent opportunity for you two. Shen Tianyu spoke, calming the minds of the two women. He wanted to use this fate's guidance to further enhance their physiques. Qian Renxue and Wang Qiuer naturally understood the intricacies, using their spiritual energy to closely align their physiques with each other. Mirje, as Shen Tianyu shouted, the two women's spiritual energies merged, jointly nurturing the two top physiques. The power of fate was also activated to its peak at this moment. Time passed second by second, and the two women were already sweating profusely. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed, and the closely aligned physiques emitted booming sounds. The colorful butterfly flower core opened wide, releasing golden power of fate. On the other side, the dragon butterfly wings of Wang Qiuer swirled, also releasing golden power of fate. The power of fate from the two women flowed into each other's physiques. Dazzling golden light enveloped the entire room. In the next moment, the two women separated, and their physiques completely transformed, reaching their ultimate state. Shen Tianyu let out a long sigh of relief and smiled as he spoke. Little Snow and Qiuer, your physiques have been fully developed, and from now on, you will have smooth sailing on the path of cultivation. The two women felt the changes in their physiques, sensing that the spiritual energy particles in the world were all visible to the naked eye. Their perception of spiritual energy was such that even in the outer realm, they could channel and absorb it into their bodies. This should have been a great joy, but Qian Renxue stood frozen, looking at Shen Tianyu with an indescribable expression in her golden eyes. Sister Little Snow, let us join forces and defeat him completely. Wang Qiuer as fighting spirit surged at this moment, and the benefits brought by the fate's guidance were equally significant for her. The moment her physique reached its ultimate development, bolstered by the power of fate, she directly stepped into the foundation-building realm. For a novice who had only practiced cultivation for one night, such a rapid breakthrough indeed made her feel elated. At this moment, Wang Qiuer was just like that. All right. Qian Renxue hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. She concealed the unusual emotions in her eyes and forced out a smile. The colorful butterfly wings fluttered, and spiritual energy surged from her dantian. Kill! Her sweet shout carried an unnamed rage. Wow, Little Snow, you're serious. Qian Renshue's first move startled Shen Tianyu greatly. Without hesitation, she attacked with full force, as if she had encountered an enemy. Not daring to be careless, he immediately condensed a beam of light. He struck out the beam directly at the blooming, colorful butterfly flower core. Outside, the martial soul city, a multitude of soul beasts approached in an orderly fashion. The guards of Martial Soul City had already noticed the signs early on. At this moment on the city tower, not only Bai Dong was present, but all 7 offerings had also appeared. What's going on? Why has a beast tide erupted? Qian Douluo was puzzled. In the history of the Martial Soul Hall, there is only one recorded beast tide, but that beast tide caused losses that took the Martial Soul Hall 100 years to recover. Now that the beast tide had reappeared, Qian Douluo only felt a headache. This beast tide came too suddenly, and he had no idea what the reason was. All he could do now was to resist with all his might. I've already sent orders to all the branches to come to the rescue immediately. When Bai Dong detected the signs of a beast tide, she immediately issued orders. They only needed to hold on for 1 day, and they would definitely be able to wait for reinforcements from all directions. However, this day was not easy for Wuhuan City. There were many strong individuals in the city, with more than a dozen titled Douluos. But on the soul beast side, judging from the aura, there were at least 20 to 30,000 year soul beasts. In terms of high-level combat power, Wuhuan City was at a disadvantage. The blazing sun in the sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds. A massive black dragon head emerged from the clouds. The violent dragon might descended upon the city walls of Wuhuan City. Humans, I give you a chance. Find Shen Tianyu. Return my soul beast clan's master and the auspicious beast, and you can avoid the slaughter of your people. Chapter 120. A sword suppresses the beast tide in a luxurious hotel. Shen Tianyu sat cross-legged. Spiritual energy surrounded him as he exhaled a breath of turbid air. Opening his eyes, Shen Tianyu couldn't help but speak fiercely. I was injured by my fellow practitioners. Starting today, I will cease cultivation. With Qian Renxue and Wang Qiuer. They were indeed incredibly strong. After the fake connection, the two girls were truly in sync. With just a glance, they understood each other's thoughts. Various traps emerged, and when executing their techniques, it was as easy as pie. Shen Tianyu continuously fell into traps, retreating step by step. If it weren't for his high cultivation level, he might have lost this battle to the two girls. Oof. You said it yourself, have the guts to really stop cultivating with your fellow practitioners. Gu Yuna casually mocked, showing no regard for Shen Tianyu's face. Cough cough. I was just saying, how could I really stop? At this moment, Qian Renxue and Wang Qiuer were recovering their depleted spiritual energy. With a wave of his hand, Shen Tianyu removed the spiritual energy barrier. Bang bang bang. The urgent knocking on the door reached his ears. Frowning slightly, Shen Tianyu flashed outside the door. What are you two doing? The blood-stained Shilong, who was knocking frantically, was startled. Turning around, his face was already pale. My lord, it's not that we want to disturb your interest, but something big has happened. Oh, what big thing? The beast tide has erupted. Shilong cautiously observed Shen Tianyu's emotions and spoke carefully. It seems that you have caused trouble. The soul beast said to hand over their master and the auspicious beast. Ditian, right? Shen Tianyu narrowed his eyes and coldly shouted. Last time I was too merciful. A little black dragon dared to directly come to my door. Spiritual energy instantly spread, and Shen Tianyu stepped out to leave. Outside Wuhuan City, in the dark sky, Bibi Dong clutched her chest, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. Due to the inheritance of the Rakshasa god, she couldn't exert her full strength, and was currently being suppressed by Ditian. She had just taken a blow from the dragon god claw and nearly lost her life. But fortunately, she used spiritual energy to protect her body just in time to survive. On the battlefield below, Qin Daolu was entangled by Xiong Jun and Wan Yaowang, unable to free himself to provide assistance. Human woman, your strength is quite good, but in front of me, Ditian, you are still too weak. If you do not compromise and surrender, then wait for the city to fall and your people to perish. Beast, do you think I fear you? Bibidong's beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent as she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Kill. Channeling her soul power, she launched another attack at Ditian. Eternal creation. The strongest strike erupted, targeting Ditian's head. Facing this attack, the massive black dragon Ditian showed no fear. The dragon claw emerged from the darkness, roaring. Dragon God Claw. The sharp dragon claw descended, containing overwhelming dragon might. A claw tore apart the creation of eternity. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Bibi Dong. The threat of death surged in her mind. She spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, her face turning pale to the extreme. With all her strength, she urged the spiritual energy in her dantian, forming a barrier for defense in front of her. If you were in your prime, you might be able to contend with my Dragon God Claw. But now you can only die. The soul power erupted to its peak, and the Dragon God Claw tore through the barrier defense. As the battle broke out, Ditian sensed something unique about Bibi Dong. The familiar fluctuation of spiritual energy made Ditian immediately realize that to achieve victory in this beast tide, he must first deal with Bibi Dong. The Dragon God Claw was within reach, and Bibi Dong could already feel her life slipping away. A flash of unwillingness crossed her eyes. Ditian, you have some nerve. Bang! The spiritual energy rippled and spread, causing Bibi Dong's pupils to widen. Before her stood Shen Tianyu, hands behind his back. The relentless Dragon God Claw halted in midair, unable to descend further. Moreover, the Dragon God Claw was trembling violently. Ditian's dragon eyes revealed fear. Grabbing the Dragon God Claw with one hand, Shen Tianyu roared in anger. Shatter! Spiritual energy surged into the Dragon God Claw, instantly spreading throughout the entire dragon arm. Boom! The Dragon God Claw exploded. Dragon blood and flesh flying everywhere. Ditian's anguished scream echoed across the sky, immediately retreating back into the darkness. Are you okay? I'm fine. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, Bibi Dong smiled. With this man around, there was always a sense of security. Next, leave it to me. Her eyes quickly scanned the battlefield, where the fighting outside the spirit hall continued unabated. Blood stained the grass, with blood from both human soul masters and soul beasts. She reached out and grasped the air, and the Su Xian sword appeared in her hand. All of you sit down. The sword energy of the Su Xian sword spread across the entire battlefield in an instant. The fighting soul beasts suddenly felt the overwhelming killing intent of the sword. The boiling beast blood within them was instantly suppressed. A terrifying pressure erupted from deep within their hearts. Flop, flop. All the soul beasts present were suppressed and lay prostrate on the ground. Even the fierce beasts were no exception. The strong and mighty bear king trembled on the ground, afraid that his only paw would be severed by Shen Tianyu again. Tian, are you still going to hide? After suppressing all the soul beasts, Shen Tianyu slashed out a wisp of sword energy from his Suxian sword. The sword energy shot up into the darkness, and mournful dragon roars echoed out. The dim sky was forcibly cut open by Shen Tianyu. All the darkness vanished without a trace at that moment. Sunlight poured onto the earth, bathing Tian's massive body in blood, with his dragon head covered in sword marks. Shen Tianyu. Tian roared in anger, his form enveloped in black light. The light shrank, transforming into a human shape. Tian, as the strongest soul beast in the Tiandou forest. Did you recklessly initiate the beast tide to exterminate all soul beasts? Exterminate? Tian, with a twisted expression, gritted his teeth and said, "If we don't fight to the death, what's the difference between my soul beast clan and extermination? You took away the leader of my soul beast clan, leaving my beast tribe without a master. Not long ago, the auspicious beast went missing. You must have used some special means to take her away. Why do you think I took the auspicious beast? What, she came out to find me? Nonsense." While channeling soul power to heal the wounds, he rebutted Shen Tianyu. The mythical beast is inherently pure and has never come into contact with humans. Only you have ventured deep into the land of great danger. It must be you, using some means to deceive and secretly contact the divine beast, tricking her into leaving the Tiandou forest. Ha! Ridiculous to the extreme. Emperor Tian's speculation is truly laughable. Holding the slaughtering immortal sword, I stepped into the air. Spiritual energy quickly converged, and the sword energy of the slaughtering immortal sword wove into a sword net, binding Emperor Tian on the spot. If I wanted the divine beast, I would just take it directly. Why would I need to trick her? As for your master, she is now my woman, and she is living quite well, so there's no need for you to worry about it. Oh, by the way, ZG has already submitted to me, so you don't need to continue searching for her whereabouts. Immediately cease the beast tide, or don't blame me for truly wiping out your spirit beast clan. Shameless scoundrel. Emperor Tian's face turned ashen. You say ZG submitted to you. Perhaps because of your coercion, I can still believe a little of it. My master is pure and noble, and in the Duuluo continent, no one can make her submit, let alone become a human's woman. Are you trying to destroy my Dao heart and suppress the dignity of my spirit beast clan? I, Emperor Tian, absolutely do not believe it. What a joke in Emperor Tian's eyes. Guyuna is an existence untainted by the mud. As the overlord of spirit beasts, with a high status, how could she possibly submit to a human and willingly become a human's woman? Emperor Tian, you actually initiated the beast tide. Who gave you the courage? Do you want to destroy my spirit beast clan? Guyuna was enraged, and a silver light flickered as she appeared in the sky. Master, it's really you. Emperor Tian was overjoyed, but then his expression became serious. Master, go ahead, I'll cover you and ensure your successful escape from his clutches. As he spoke, Emperor Tian had already unleashed all his soul power. The dragon god claw launched again, aimed directly at Shen Tianyu. What are you doing? Guyuna frowned and pointed straight at the sky. A huge silver dragon claw descended from the heavens. The silver dragon claw pressed down on Emperor Tian's head, smashing him directly into the ground. Emperor Tian, if you dare to disrespect my man again, don't blame me for crippling you. In the 10-meter deep pit, Emperor Tian was stunned. Your man, master, you can't be. Absolutely impossible. Emperor Tian shook his head madly. Shen Tianyu, did you use some kind of goo technique on master? Quickly release her, otherwise I will die trying to take you down with me. At this moment, Emperor Tian seemed a bit insane, his internal soul power unstable. Has he gone mad? Shen Tianyu spoke in confusion, seeing that Emperor Tian's current state was indeed a bit abnormal. You should be crazy. Sighing, Guyuna struck out with her palm from midair. Her hand sliced down on the back of Emperor Tian's head, and he fainted on the spot. Xiangjun, Wan Yao Wang, carry Emperor Tian back. All spirit beasts immediately retreat to the Tiandou forest. The spirit beasts present stood still, looking at each other in confusion. A bit dazed, the master did not help Emperor Tian, but instead stood on the human side. This operation truly made the CPUs of the spirit beasts overheat. Can't you understand my words? Or are you rebelling against this king? With her purple eyes glaring angrily, the silver dragon king's pressure erupted. The The spirit beasts trembled all over, and under the pressure, they immediately turned and fled towards the Stardo forest. Xiangjun and Wan Yao Wang quickly lifted Emperor Tian, placing him on Qi Wang's back, not daring to stay for a moment. Master, what on earth is going on? Bai Ji did not leave and asked Gu Yuna for clarification. Among the fierce beasts, Bai Ji was kind-hearted and gentle in nature. Gu Yuna couldn't get angry at this subordinate. You go back first. I will return to the Stardo forest later and explain it to you clearly. Okay. Bai Ji nodded. What about ZG? I will return with Master. Bai Ji's expression was complicated, seeing that ZG had already arrived and casually linked arms with Shen Tianyu. Her heart was in turmoil. I will take my leave first. Bai Ji took her leave, and this beast tide ended with the retreat of the spirit beasts. The spirit beasts below had already begun to clean up the battlefield. Tiandou flew over and smiled. Little brother Shen, you left and easily resolved the beast tide. Great offering, you're joking. Resolving the beast tide was not a small contribution of Nar. Tiandou's gaze swept over Gu Yuna and ZG, inwardly thinking. These two women's appearances and figures are both extraordinarily excellent. Little Shue's pressure is quite big. Just as he was pondering, a brilliant holy light suddenly erupted from within the spirit hall. The dazzling holy light shot into the sky, attracting everyone's attention, especially Tiandou, who had spent his life serving the angel god. As the hub of the angel god's inheritance, he knew very well what this holy light meant. The holy light covered the entire spirit city. At this moment, Qian Renxue, who was rushing towards the city, was suddenly enveloped by this holy light. The pure angelic power permeated every inch of her body. The angel has manifested, Tiandou exclaimed, immediately stepping into the air and flying out. In the blink of an eye, arriving in front of Qian Renxue. Wrapped in holy light, Qian Renxue's martial soul was released. On the 12-winged angel, sacred flames burned brightly. Tiandou's gaze sharpened, and he became extraordinarily excited. Little Shue, you have received the grace of the angel god. Grandpa, what is happening? Let's go back to the offering hall and talk. Taking Qian Renxue with him, the grandfather and granddaughter quickly flew towards the offering hall. Outside the city, Shen Tianyu naturally noticed this scene. He immediately stepped into the air, catching up to their speed. Upon arriving at the offering hall, the statue of the angel god enshrined in the hall began to radiate light. The holy light erupted from the statue of the angel god. And when Qian Renxue stepped into the offering hall, all the holy light converged and entered her body. The angelic patterns appeared on her forehead, marking the angel god's mark on Qian Renxue. As expected, Tiandou was overjoyed, tears streaming down his face. He never expected that in his lifetime, he would finally wait for the inheritor of the angel god, and that this person would be his granddaughter. Grandpa, do you mean I can inherit the position of the angel god? As a descendant of the Qian family, Qian Renxue naturally knew about the angel god, who had been worshipped by them for generations. Exactly, little Shue, from today onwards, you will stay in the offering hall and participate in the angel god trial with peace of mind. Upon hearing this, a hint of struggle flashed in Qian Renxue's eyes. She looked at Shen Tianyu, biting her red lip lightly. If you want to inherit the angel god position, I will not stop you. This is Qian Renxue's own choice. And Shen Tianyu would naturally not interfere. According to the original story, Qian Renxue was destined to inherit the angel god position. However, in the original story, Qian Renxue inherited the god position with the assistance of Tiandou. This time, the angel god manifested, completely independent of Tiandou. Shen Tianyu quickly understood the reason. Qian Renxue's martial soul evolved from a 6-winged angel to a 12-winged angel. This talent caught the attention of the angel god, leading to the descent of the angel god trial, which was completely reasonable. This is Qian Renxue's opportunity, and Shen Tianyu would not interfere. Everything should be decided by Qian Renxue herself. Grandpa, can I have a day to think about it? Of course. Qian Renxue took a deep breath, turned around, and smiled at Shen Tianyu. Can you walk with me for a while? Without saying much, Shen Tianyu naturally held Qian Renxue's hand. The two strolled through the spirit hall, walking in silence. Participating in the angel god examination meant that they wouldn't have the chance to see each other for a long time. You and Bibi Dong have already been together, haven't you? Suddenly, Qian Renxue stopped and asked softly. Her golden eyes were extremely calm, showing no signs of emotional fluctuation. In a daze, Shen Tianyu seemed to see the Qian Renxue from their first meeting. Those golden eyes, just like today, showed no emotional fluctuation, as if she were an otherworldly fairy. Is it Nar who told you? Shen Tianyu's first reaction was that Gu Yuna had revealed this matter to Qian Renxue. No, Qian Renxue shook her head. It was the fate connection. After Chior and I completed the fate connection, we exchanged each other's memories. From Chior's memories, I learned about you and Bibi Dong. With Qian Renxue mentioning it, Shen Tianyu suddenly remembered. This fate connection indeed allowed one to obtain the other's memories. After hiding such a secret for so long, it ultimately could not be concealed. Recalling that just a few hours ago, he had personally helped the two women complete the fate connection. This could be considered as shooting himself in the foot. I told you before that I didn't want you to get close to Bibi Dong, but you... Under her calm golden eyes, Qian Renxue struggled to control her emotions. A sense of powerlessness made her suffer greatly. So, should it come to an end? Chapter 122. Revisit the Tiandou Great Forest. Chapter 122. Revisit the Tiandou Great Forest. No. Qian Renxue turned around and rushed into Shen Tianyu's arms. I can't live without you, but I can't accept it right now. Understood. Without needing to say much, Shen Tianyu already understood Qian Renxue's thoughts. Then he can focus on inheriting the angel god position. As it stands, Qian Renxue was in a state of chaos. Choosing to inherit the angel god position would allow her to calm down and think clearly about how to face reality in the future, which was the best choice. Don't go looking for her tonight. Can you stay with me instead? Sure. That night, the two embraced and fell asleep. The next day, shocking news broke out. The emperor of the Tiandou Empire, Shui Qinghe, had entered seclusion for cultivation. Speculation ran rampant outside, but soon the attention was shifted to the Continental Soul Master Competition. After all, the Continental Soul Master Competition, held every 4 years on the Douluo continent, is the most renowned competition. The Continental Soul Master Competition continued as usual. While everyone's focus was gathered on the Soul Master Competition, Shen Tianyu quietly left for the Tiandou Great Forest, a place of great danger. The Silver Dragon King returned. Ziji and Wang Qiuer also accompanied him. Led by Bai Ji, soul beasts over 100,000 years old gathered in the Tiandou Great Forest. We pay our respects to the Lord. The soul beasts bowed their heads in reverence, their eyes filled with complex emotions. They stole glances at Shen Tianyu, their feelings too complicated to express. Where is Di Tian? Replying to the Lord. Di Tian's nerves suffered too great a shock, and he probably won't recover in a short time. I just treated him, and he has already fallen asleep. His eyelashes fluttered, and a trace of astonishment flashed in his purple eyes. Di Tian, as the representative of the soul beast overlord and the beast god among soul beasts, actually couldn't withstand the blow and had a mental breakdown. This wasn't too surprising. After all, Guyuna publicly acknowledged her relationship with Shen Tianyu, which truly shocked many soul beasts. And Di Tian, who had followed Guyuna for many years, could not bear such a huge blow. Just imagine. The overlord of soul beasts fell in love with a human. How could the soul beast clan revive? How could they regain control of the continent? I will treat him later. Shen Tianyu spoke at the right moment. Di Tian held a high status among the soul beasts. In the future, there would still be many instances where they would need Di Tian. My lord, everyone needs an explanation. Bai Ji spoke, and the soul beasts nodded silently. I have returned this time to give you an explanation. From now on, our soul beast clan will no longer cultivate soul power, but will instead practice immortal techniques. Immortal technique? Were those? The king of 10,000 beasts supported his forehead with one hand, his gaze falling on Shen Tianyu with a contemplative expression. Xiong Jun and Qi Wang exchanged glances, wondering what immortal techniques were. Immortal techniques cultivate spiritual energy, and spiritual energy you should all be quite familiar with, right? As he spoke, Shen Tianyu released the spiritual energy from within him. In an instant, Xiong Jun trembled all over, the scene of his paw being severed flashing in his mind. The king of 10,000 demons covered his head with both hands, protecting his newly grown hair. Looking at the Red King, he couldn't help but want to nod and run away. As a three-headed red demon dog, the Red King's body has 3 heads. Last time he faced Shen Tianyu, 2 of his heads were twisted off, leaving him with only 1 head now. If he lost that one too, his life would be completely over. Cultivating spiritual energy not only allows you to make qualitative leaps in strength, more importantly, it helps you break free from dimensional suppression. You few are all top-tier beings among soul beasts. You should be well aware that soul beasts cannot become gods due to dimensional suppression, right? Are you saying that cultivating spiritual energy can lead to becoming a god? The king of 10,000 demons' pupils constricted, his breath slightly unstable, showing signs of emotional agitation. In your understanding, it means becoming a god. My lord, is this true? Bai Ji was moved, but still hesitated, casting her gaze towards Guyuna. It's true. ZG and the Divine Beast have already begun cultivating spiritual energy. Among you, ZG's cultivation is the lowest, but with today's words. Gu Yuna deliberately paused, and ZG immediately released spiritual energy from her body. In the next moment, several fierce beasts shuddered all over. The most obvious reaction came from the Red King. I actually sensed a hint of threat. Xiangjun was shocked, but if it really came to a fight, ZG probably still couldn't win against me, right? That's natural. Gu Yuna nodded. ZG has only been cultivating spiritual energy for 3 or 4 days. But if it came to facing you, it might not be so easy. The purple gaze fell on the Red King, and the eyes of all soul beasts gathered together. At this moment, the Red King felt a bit embarrassed. From the moment ZG released her spiritual energy, he sensed that his soul power was being suppressed. Although it wasn't completely suppressed and could still be mobilized, the speed had greatly decreased. Moreover, the offensive power contained in the spiritual energy was well understood by the Red King. If he truly fought against ZG, he might end up in a predicament. Before the Red King could speak, elements of light and darkness converged around ZG. Wow! The Red King exclaimed, "Light element, ZG, have you mutated?" "You are the one who mutated." ZG retorted, "This is my cultivation physique, granting me this ability. Now, I can not only control darkness, but also possess the light element." "Red King, do you want to have a match?" "Ahem." The Red King awkwardly coughed. "I haven't been feeling well these past few days, so let us skip the fight." All the soul beasts could see that the Red King was scared. In fact, this was true. After ZG mastered both light and dark elements, her combat power soared. The current Red King was no longer a match for her. "Big brother, from now on, aside from my lord, I will listen to you. Can you teach me a bit of this cultivation method?" While the other soul beasts hesitated, the Red King spoke first. ZG's rise in strength created a sense of urgency in the Red King. He didn't want his ranking among fierce beasts to drop. "Red King, with your physique, do you even have the nerve to be my little brother? Let me take the lead." Xiangjun jumped up, transforming directly into his dark gold claw bear form. His massive and powerful body let out a roar, shaking the entire starry forest. "Big brother, take me as your little brother. From now on, Old Bear, will follow your lead. All the bears in the starry forest will be your little brothers." He, the king of 10,000 demons, sneered. "How many bears can there be in the entire starry forest? In the starry forest, all plants must obey me. The king of 10,000 demons. With just your few bears, can you match my number of subjects? Big brother, please take me in. King of 10,000 demons. Do you want to fight? If you're not convinced, let us have a fight. What are you, just a withered tree and rotten grass to compete with me? The old bear? Good heavens." A group of 10,000-year soul beasts trembled, their attitudes changing so rapidly that a fight seemed imminent. The situation before us was already clear. There were essentially no obstacles to promoting the soul beasts of the Tiandou Forest to cultivate immortality. "Stop fighting." Seeing that the Beast King and Bear King were about to clash, Bai Ji immediately stepped forward. After stopping the two fierce beasts, Bai Ji gracefully approached. "I am willing to serve you for life, just like my master, ZG. Even the beautiful goose is being used? Isn't this cheating?" Chapter 123. Tian is completely mad. Chapter 123. Tian is completely mad. Your demands are nothing more than the method of cultivating immortality. As long as the soul beasts of the Tiandou Forest do not initiate beast tides in the future, they can all cultivate immortal techniques. Here are some medicinal materials I need. If you can find them sooner, you can start cultivating immortality earlier. A list of medicinal herbs flew out and landed in the hands of several fierce beasts. Old Bear, will go find the herbs. At the latest, within 7 days. I will collect all the herbs listed. After saying this, the king of 10,000 demons bowed and turned to leave. Damn, I only need 5 days. Lord Bear was unwilling to fall behind and promptly made a military oath. The final Red King carefully examined the list of herbs and then approached the 100,000-year soul beast present, assigning tasks one by one to start searching for the herbs. Soon, the entire Tiandou Forest became lively. In a land of fierce beasts, only Bai Ji had nothing to do. As for me, you, of course, must first awaken your physique. With a raised eyebrow and a wave of my hand, spiritual energy enveloped Bai Ji, and she was directly lowered into the lake of life. Bai Ji's physique awakening went very smoothly, and after completing it, she immediately stepped onto the path of cultivation. For the next 3 days, Shen Tianyu stayed in the land of fierce beasts. His daily routine consisted of teaching Bai Ji cultivation while also keeping an eye on the training situations of Gu Yuna, ZG, and Wang Qiuer. Occasionally, they would spar, with the 4 women either taking turns or attacking in groups. Life was quite carefree, and Shen Tianyu naturally enjoyed it. In the blink of an eye, it was the 4th day morning, and all the medicinal herbs were gathered. The efficiency of the Soul Beast clan was quite good. The herbs were placed on the ground, and all the soul beasts exited the land of fierce beasts. Shen Tianyu pointed to the sky and shouted loudly, "Great alchemy!" Spiritual energy erupted and soared into the sky. All the herbs floated up, and the flames of spiritual energy burst forth. Using the heavens and earth as a furnace, and spiritual energy as fire, Shen Tianyu's eyes became serious as he began to refine the pills. Under the roasting of the spiritual energy flames, all the herbs turned into liquid. Combined, the liquid merged together, forming a huge liquid sphere with a radius of 10 meters. Condense. Spiritual energy compressed, and thick smoke evaporated from the liquid sphere. The sphere kept shrinking, and the liquid gradually solidified. Half an hour later, it transformed into a solid pill with a radius of 1 meter. Refined. Rumble thunder flashed in the sky, and dark clouds quickly gathered. The magnificent thunder tribulation descended, directly striking the pill. The pill trembled, instantly gaining sentience. Pill patterns quickly emerged, one after another. Another half an hour passed, and a 9-pattern pill was formed. The thunder tribulation quietly retreated, and Shen Tianyu held up the huge pill with one hand. His pupils glowed with brilliance as he roared in a low voice. Scatter! Boom! The huge pill exploded, turning into countless small pills. As the spiritual energy spread outward, it enveloped the entire Tiandou forest. The originally retreating dark clouds returned. Rain came. A torrential downpour fell, washing away the scattered pills in the sky. Merge! The 9-pattern pills exploded and mixed with the rainwater. All opened their mouths. The sound waves rolled through the Tiandou forest as all the soul beasts opened their massive jaws to swallow the rainwater that fell from the sky. Within this rainwater was mixed the energy of the pills. Once it entered their bodies, it immediately spread along the meridians throughout their entire bodies. Soon, the king of 10,000 demons noticed something unusual. In his vision, he could see the faint spiritual energy drifting across the sky. Then came Lord Bear, the Red King, and a host of 100,000-year soul beasts. The higher the cultivation of the soul beasts, the higher their innate talent to some extent. After consuming the rainwater mixed with the pills, they quickly gained the ability to sense spiritual energy. Shen Tianyu stood in the land of fierce beasts, and the spiritual energy covering the entire Tiandou forest gathered everything into his mind. After nodding in satisfaction, he reached out and grasped in the air. A 9th-grade spirit vein fell into his hand, and under the enveloping spiritual energy, it plunged into the lake of life. Boom! The spirit vein fell into the lake of life, erupting with a brilliant roar. With Shen Tianyu personally taking action, the spirit vein continuously sank, successfully taking root in the entire Tiandou forest. A strand of primordial spiritual energy was injected, and the 9-grade spiritual vein gradually shone brightly. A vast amount of spiritual energy was produced from the spiritual vein. In less than an hour, the entire starry forest had become rich in spiritual energy. Old Bear, I am now also a cultivator. Cultivators refer to themselves as humans, but we call ourselves demon cultivators. The 10,000 demon king rolled his eyes, feeling speechless. What is the difference? Once you reach the god transformation stage, you will be no different from humans. During these few days, Shen Tianyu taught several fierce beasts a lot of knowledge about cultivation. At the same time, he also taught a technique for demon cultivators to attract spiritual energy, for the entire starry forest spirit beasts to practice. After the spiritual vein transplantation was completed, Shen Tianyu gracefully landed. Gu Yuna and the others were already waiting for him. Husband, thank you for everything you have done for the Spirit Beast clan. Without any hesitation, Gu Yuna directly leaped into Shen Tianyu's arms and gave him a sweet kiss. Then, Bai Ji, Ziji, and Wang Qiuer took turns to embrace him. This was still not enough. Shen Tianyu shook his head. The Spirit Beast Awakening Pill could only allow them to sense spiritual energy and step onto the path of cultivation. However, their own physique had not been activated. It would be too difficult to go far in cultivation. Gaining the ability to cultivate through pills ultimately has its flaws. This flaw is not particularly obvious in the early stages, but it will severely hinder the improvement of cultivation in the later stages. Although he knew this, Shen Tianyu had no way to change it at the moment. While he could use the method of fellow practitioners for awakening, there is always a distinction between male and female in this world. Just as he frowned, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Shen Tianyu, you bastard! How dare you invade the land of fierce beasts again? I will kill you. The dragon god's claw descended from the sky as Tian suddenly appeared to strike. Since the last time he was severely injured, Tian had been somewhat mentally unstable. After returning to the starry forest, he was temporarily sealed by several fierce beasts and closely guarded. However, today, with the spirit beasts receiving their cultivation opportunities, there was no one to monitor Tian. Moreover, Tian was already powerful enough to easily break through the sealed spiritual power. Once he regained his freedom, he immediately came to the land of fierce beasts. Upon seeing Shen Tianyu, he immediately became furious and directly unleashed the dragon god claw without holding back. Tian, stop! Geu Yunarord. And a silver dragon claw suddenly appeared in the air, directly striking the dragon god claw. The vast dragon might spread, and Tian fell from the void, being suppressed beside the lake of life. Master, please let me go. Don't be deceived by him. This human will be a great threat to our Soul Beast clan. Tian, you are wrong. My husband is not a threat to the Soul Master clan. Instead, he brings an unparalleled bright future for us Soul Beasts. Bai Ji spoke at the right moment, her voice soft and gentle. Tian, struggling under the dragon might, stared blankly at Bai Ji. What did you call him? Sighing. Bai Ji replied honestly, like the master, I'm already his person. A mouthful of dragon blood was spat out, and the world of Emperor Tian collapsed once again. This isn't real. It must be fake. Everything is fake. Laughing maniacally, Emperor Tian showed no trace of the beast god's might, as if he had completely gone mad. Mad to the core. Chapter 124, BB Dong. Caught by my disciple, let's put this aside for now. Frowning slightly, Shen Tianyu flashed behind Emperor Tian. With two fingers lightly tapping on Emperor Tian's acupoints, all of Emperor Tian's seals were locked down. Emperor Tian felt his head grow heavy, and in the blink of an eye, he collapsed to the ground and lost consciousness. A mad Emperor Tian was too terrifying. His cultivation was too high among the Soul Beast clan. If not strictly monitored, he could become a catastrophic existence. Once a method to cure him was found, he could be awakened again. In a land of great danger, only powerful soul beasts could reside there. By locking Emperor Tian here, along with the seals set by Shen Tianyu, the hidden danger was completely eliminated. After doing all this, the group headed straight for Wuhuan City. At this moment, in Wuhuan City, the high-level Soul Master Tournament of the entire continent was nearing its end. The final match began, with Yilingling facing the Wuhuan Hall battle team alone. At this moment, only the three members of the Golden Generation were on the field. Yin, buy some time. All right. Yin gritted his teeth, and less than a minute into the battle, the other 5 teammates were all defeated. Yilingling's strength exceeded all expectations. Even with 3 Soul Kings present, the Wuhuan Hall battle team was still defeated very quickly. On the high platform, BB Dong shook her head slightly. In the face of spiritual energy cultivation, soul power was simply too weak. She only hoped that after this competition, her disciple's mind would remain unaffected. Yin, eliminated. The referee's voice rang out. Yin was severely injured and was taken off the competition stage. The Wuhuan fusion technique of the siblings Xiaoyu and Hulaina was successfully completed. Come on. A voice that was neither male nor female emerged, and in a fog, only a black figure could be seen. Yilingling remained silent, raising her hand as spiritual energy flowed at her fingertips. 9 elements fused, and the sea begonia flower bloomed brilliantly. Come. A cold female voice echoed in the soul fighting arena. The next moment, the 9-colored sea begonia flower descended, suppressing the fog above. It then transformed into 9-colored light, quietly merging into the mist. Moments later, the fog in the soul fighting arena dissipated. Hulaina and Xiaoyu collapsed, unconscious. This final match had no highlights at all. Yilingling single-handedly defeated the Wuhuan Hall battle team. Ultimately, the champion of the Soul Master Tournament was the Tiandou Cultivation Academy. The referee shouted loudly, and in the midst of cheers, Yilingling represented the Tiandou Cultivation Academy and received 3 reward soul bones. At this time, Shen Tianyu and his group had hurried back to the high platform. The system interface, long overdue for a change, finally updated. Task completed, and a new short-term task was refreshed. Short-term Task 5, cut off the Sea God's inheritance. Shen Tianyu narrowed his eyes. This task was very simple. It only required killing on Sea God Island to complete. In this Soul Master Tournament, the Tiandou Cultivation Academy had sent only 1 person from start to finish. I believe everyone is very curious about why the Tiandou Cultivation Academy is so powerful. As the Pope, BB Dong had a final statement. At this moment, she stood on the high platform under the gaze of thousands, like a dazzling goddess. Below, the president of the Tiandou Cultivation Academy would clarify everyone's doubts. Bibi Dong smiled brightly, steering the topic towards Shen Tianyu. Shen Tianyu was taken aback. How did this segment come about? Locking eyes with Bibi Dong, he grinned playfully at her smile. Gently stirring his spiritual energy, Bibi Dong's smile instantly stiffened. The beautiful legs beneath her long skirt instinctively closed together. In her beautiful eyes, a pleading look was conveyed. Shen Tianyu stood up and stepped beside Bibi Dong. This is your punishment. Suddenly being called out without prior notice, she was becoming more and more audacious. In just 4 or 5 days, the little white tiger had begun to stir restlessly again. I know I was wrong. Bibi Dong spoke softly. With so many people watching, she didn't want to embarrass herself. Oomph. Snorting coldly through his nostrils, Shen Tianyu ignored her. Helpless, Bibi Dong could only forcibly suppress the spiritual energy below her abdomen, enduring not to let it leak. Their voices were very soft, so others naturally couldn't hear. When it was Shen Tianyu's turn to speak, he directly threw out the cultivation method. He also had Yi Lingling demonstrated on the spot. Yi Lingling, with her soul master cultivation, directly overwhelmed the Zhu Douluo. After this battle, the cultivation of spiritual energy spread across the continent. Many soul beasts began to stir, eager to join the Tiandou Cultivation Academy immediately, or perhaps directly join the Tiandou royal family. However, soon, Bibi Dong announced the establishment of a cultivation academy under the Wuhuan Hall, recruiting students from all over the continent. Even ordinary people could embark on the path of cultivation after passing the test. Once the news broke, the supporters of the Wuhuan Hall increased significantly. For a moment, it felt quite like a battle between the Spirit Hall and the Tiandou Imperial family. As for the Luo Imperial family, things were a bit awkward. At night, Shen Tianyu arrived at the Spirit Hall. Pushing open the door to Bibi Dong's quarters, he found that she had been waiting for a long time. Dongya, you must be itching for trouble, right? It's only been 4 or 5 days since I last taught you, and you're already getting restless? Is that little illusionary white tiger causing mischief in your body again? As he spoke, his gaze landed on Bibi Dong, who was bound hand and foot, kneeling on the bed without any clothing. It seems I was right. Casually picking up the Taiyuan white tiger whip, Shen Tianyu infused it with spiritual energy. The illusionary white tiger indeed ran out, launching a fierce attack on Shen Tianyu. With a whip crack, I strike the white tiger hard. The white tiger lets out a roar, stirring up violent waves rushing towards me. Today, I will thoroughly educate you, you forgetful creature who has healed from your wounds. With one whip after another, the white tiger was soon left covered in wounds. Yet this transformed white tiger remained defiant. It directly entered a frenzied state, its entire body turning a crimson red. Its overall momentum surged, stirring up raging waves, aiming to engulf Shen Tianyu in the depths of the Taiyuan Sea. Arrogant creature. Bang! A wisp of primordial spirit energy was injected into the Taiyuan white tiger whip. When the whip fell from the sky, it left marks on the frenzied white tiger. The heavy blow feedback to the body, and Bibi Dong's delicate body trembled, letting out a wail. No, please stop. This can't go on. Shen Tianyu firmly refused. This transformed white tiger had already gone berserk. If it wasn't subdued, it would immediately take control of your body, leading to a state of madness. Dong, or bear with it. As the voice fell, another whip was swung. The Taiyuan white tiger whip struck fiercely at the white tiger. The white tiger roared, hiding its body in the waves. Did it think that this way I wouldn't be able to find it? After going berserk, its entire body was bright red. Hiding in the waves was too conspicuous. This white tiger clearly had low intelligence, relying solely on brute strength. The primordial spirit energy in the Taiyuan white tiger whip erupted to the extreme, and with a fierce swing, it broke through the violent waves. The massive waves were directly split in two. The white tiger's form was completely exposed, and it had nowhere to retreat. The Taiyuan white tiger whip grew larger, directly locking onto the white tiger, delivering its strongest blow. Boom! The Taiyuan Sea trembled, and the white tiger's pride was completely crushed. The entire Taiyuan Sea erupted with fierce waves, spraying outwards. Shen Tianyu reached out with one hand, blocking the Taiyuan Sea. Everything in the Taiyuan Sea was the foundation of Bibi Dong's cultivation. How could it be allowed to leak out? With his palm sealing the gap, the violent waves could only wreak havoc within the Taiyuan Sea. Bibi Dong continuously suppressed and controlled everything within the Taiyuan Sea. Let go of my teacher. The door creaked open, and Hulaina stormed in, puffed up with anger. Shen Tianyu frowned. How did this little fox get in? Oh no, I forgot to lock the door. Bibi Dong was already on edge, controlling the Tiandou Sea. The sudden intrusion of Hulaina distracted her. Her dazed eyes suddenly became bright and clear. This is bad. My disciple has seen me. Chapter 125. Teacher persuades disciple to cultivate together. Nana, listen to your teacher. Before she could finish, Bibidong's expression suddenly changed. Shen Tianyu also sensed something was off and hurriedly looked down. When Hulaina rushed in, both of them were distracted. At that moment, the gap in the Tiandou Sea suddenly widened. The violent waves surged out from the Tiandou Sea. Ah! Bibi Dong exclaimed. The primordial spirit energy I've hidden for so long has leaked out. Her face darkened instantly, and Shen Tianyu felt very displeased. Not only were the waves from the Tiandou Sea spilling out, but also the primordial spirit energy from Bibidong's body. This primordial spirit energy was the essence of Shen Tianyu's cultivation. To help Bibi Dong, he had given her quite a bit. Bibi Dong had always carefully treasured it, fearing even the slightest leak. This moment of distraction was causing the Tiandou Sea to be on the verge of collapse. And even the primordial spirit energy was impacted and leaking out. There has to be a way to remedy this. Shen Tianyu gritted his teeth, rapidly condensing thick spirit energy. And an energy beam took shape in an instant. Donner, for the sake of your Tiandou Sea and the primordial spirit energy within you, you have to endure. After saying this, the energy beam erupted directly. Boom! The massive energy beam surged forward, blocking the gap in the Tiandou Sea. With a deep roar, the energy beam pushed forward, with everything except the tip of the beam submerged in the Tiandou Sea. With the energy beam blocking the gap, the waves in the Tiandou Sea stopped leaking. Shen Tianyu then quickly condensed spirit energy again, drawing on the remaining primordial spirit energy within Bibi Dong. Come back! The leaking primordial spirit energy trembled as it sensed Shen Tianyu's aura. The momentum of leaking outward halted, quickly flowing back inward. The energy beam radiated light, fiercely impacting the entire Tiandou Sea. Using force to counter force, it suppressed the violent waves in the Tiandou Sea. At this moment, Bibi Dong was enduring the most terrifying energy impact in the world. Several times, she nearly fainted, but for the sake of her future cultivation path, she gathered her spirit and continued to hold on. She let out cries and wails to alleviate the pain from the impact. Hulaina stood there, feeling a bit disoriented. She had barged in like this and still couldn't stop everything. Moreover, the situation before her completely overturned her previous assumptions. Teacher Bibi Dong was not being threatened. From the current situation, it seemed that Bibi Dong was the one seeking Shen Tianyu's help, not allowing him to stop or leave. The energy beam gradually calmed the turmoil in the Tiandou Sea. 2 hours later, the gap in the Tiandou Sea was successfully repaired. The remaining primordial spirit energy was also successfully stabilized. To prevent Bibidong's realm from dropping, Shen Tianyu left behind a large amount of primordial spirit energy. Only when the primordial spirit energy began to overflow from Bibidong's body, unable to be stored any longer, did Shen Tianyu stop. Bibi Dong was reluctant to waste it and unhesitatingly swallowed and refined it all. Her cultivation, thus, significantly improved. After doing all this, Bibi Dong felt completely drained. All her strength was exhausted from repairing the Tiandou Sea. At this moment, she could only lie down to rest. In the Tiandou Sea, the whipped red and swollen white tiger resembled a child who had made a mistake, trembling with its head down. Shen Tianyu raised his hand and struck the white tiger. Then he sighed helplessly. This matter was settled. Teacher, are you okay? Hulaina asked, her expression complex. There was both concern and confusion. Hulaina did not understand why Teacher Bibi Dong would be so eager for Shen Tianyu's help, especially in the spirit hall. I'm fine, Nana, Bibi Dong replied softly. Teacher, I don't understand. This is the spirit hall, and you are a revered pope. What exactly is it that makes you so humble towards him? After witnessing everything firsthand, Hulaina couldn't find any excuse to defend Bibi Dong. She felt troubled. Could it be that the noble and elegant pope in front of people had a true self hidden behind? Nana, listen to your teacher. Everything I do is to pursue the great path. What I'm cultivating now is spirit energy. You've already seen the power of spirit energy in the Soul Master competition, right? Is this the way of spirit energy cultivation? Hulaina's eyes widened in surprise, her mouth agape for a long time unable to close. When it was announced today that the Spirit Hall would establish a Spirit Energy Cultivation Academy, Hulaina had made up her mind to study the cultivation methods well and become stronger. But after witnessing it firsthand, she felt somewhat unwilling. If this is the way of cultivation, she would rather remain a weakling forever. This is just one way of cultivation. Shen Tianyu interjected, feeling the need to clarify to avoid misunderstanding. With Hulaina's intelligence, she shouldn't be unable to comprehend. That's right, this is just one of the many ways to cultivate. Upon hearing this, Hulaina breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed she could still choose the path of cultivation. However, Nana, I hope you will choose this method of cultivation just like I did. What? Hulaina was startled, her cheeks immediately turning red. No, I can't accept this. I must refuse. I have to refuse. Hulaina, would rather die than learn this method of cultivation. Nana, Bibidong's expression became serious. You must not hold any prejudice against this. Do you know that the best cultivation method at present is this method of mutual cultivation? As your teacher, I would not lead you astray. In this world of the survival of the fittest, if you cannot become stronger, you will only be at the mercy of others. Now that the opportunity is in front of you, are you really going to refuse it? Hulaina seemed to wear a mask of pain, various thoughts swirling in her mind. She naturally believed Bibidong. Mutual cultivation was indeed the best cultivation method at present, and she wanted to believe it. However, the idea of mutual cultivation made her hesitate. Nana, didn't you say that only the strongest man in this life deserves you? Standing before you is the strongest in the continent. Even the great offering was defeated by him. In this world, perhaps even a god cannot defeat him. Really? Her pink eyes brightened, and Hulaina's struggle lessened somewhat. Of course, otherwise, why would the teacher be with him? He is very reliable and will treat us well. Holding Hulaina's hand, Bibidong was gentle yet not serious. In an instant, Hulaina felt much more at ease. After taking a few deep breaths, she tore off her dress. Director Shen, I am willing to learn the immortal technique from you. Please teach me. Shen Tianyu gasped, internally exclaiming how impressive it was. What was impressive was naturally Bibidong, who managed to persuade Hulaina. Hulaina was no slouch either. Once she made up her mind, she was exceptionally decisive. She revealed everything about herself to Shen Tianyu without reservation. Husband, please teach Nana, Bibidong said softly. Having one more sister was indeed a wonderful thing. All right, Shen Tianyu nodded in agreement, considering that today she endured such great pain to protect the original spiritual energy he accepted. Thank you, husband. Bibidong smiled sweetly and gave Hulaina an encouraging look. The spiritual energy flowed from Shen Tianyu's fingertips, instantly enveloping Hulaina. The energy surged into her body, circulating through her meridians. It removed the suppression, nurturing and strengthening the meridians. Shen Tianyu was already very familiar with this process. Every time he performed it, it was effortless. As time passed, Hulaina's body quickly reached a further sublimation. Her meridians expanded, able to withstand a vast amount of spiritual energy. The two fingers Shen Tianyu brought together began to radiate light. He sharply pointed them down, landing just below Hulaina's lower abdomen. A brilliant light burst forth, and Hulaina felt her mind go blank. The next moment, her unique constitution appeared before her eyes. What kind of constitution does Nana have? Bibidong asked curiously, seeing Hulaina surrounded by pink light. A long foxtail grew from beneath her hips, and a pair of fox ears playfully swayed. The charming bone fox face. With his eyes slightly narrowed, Shen Tianyu immediately recognized this physique. This physique, with its innate charm, is best suited for the same cultivation method. If other cultivation methods were used, it would only hinder this extraordinary talent. How does it compare to my Taiyuan white tiger physique? It's about the same. Shen Tianyu felt embarrassed. Women always tend to compare in strange ways. In fact, Hulaina's physique is far superior to Bibidong's in terms of same cultivation talent. After all, the charming bone fox face physique is naturally born for the purpose of same cultivation. The Taiyuan white tiger physique is more about offensive combat power. The two have significant differences, but when compared comprehensively, they can indeed be considered on par. I will leave tomorrow, so tonight I should take the time to teach you all the cultivation methods. The Soul Master competition has ended, and Shen Tianyu needs to proceed with his next plan. So he naturally cannot stay in Wuhuan City for too long. Nana, keep it up. Teacher believes in you. With your talent, you will surely grasp it quickly. Don't just let her. You come along too. He mobilized the spiritual energy, enveloping Bibidong as well. Since he would leave tomorrow, who knows when they would meet again? It's best to resolve the cultivation issues tonight. With that said, Shen Tianyu no longer hesitated. He directly passed the cultivation method to Hulaina and then guided her step by step in practicing. At the same time, he also paid some attention to Bibidong. imparting insights on cultivation. By dawn the next day, Shen Tianyu quietly left. After a night of cultivation, Bibi Dong and Hulaina, now exhausted, were sound asleep. Before leaving, he left them pure, primal spiritual energy, enough for their cultivation for a long time. The Tiandou Empire's sole master competition team quietly set off at dawn. In a luxurious carriage, Shen Tianyu sat at the front. The girls sat on either side, now engulfed in silence. "I want to go with you." Gu Yino was the first to break the silence, and Bingdi immediately stood up. "If anyone is going, it should be me. Without Sister Xiaoxue here, I'm the oldest. Everything will be decided by me." "Binger, precisely because you're the oldest, you should stay to oversee the situation. Let me go with my husband," the Snow Empress firmly stated, which immediately drew discontent from the other girls. The latest task was to sever the Sea God's inheritance. Without a doubt, they were heading to Sea God Island. Who to take with them to Sea God Island became a dilemma. While the girls debated, Shen Tianyu had already made up his mind. Everyone quiet down. The arguing girls fell silent. "Viki, Ziki, you two cannot go. With you here, the Soul Beast clan will at least not cause trouble. Xiu'er and Lingling, you two stay at the academy. Shuer, you need to be calmer than Bingdi. After I leave, Tiandou needs you to maintain control of the situation. Nar, Bingdi, you two can come with me." "Yay!" Bingdi cheered, proudly showing off to the Snow Empress. "When I come back, I will compensate everyone well." The previously gloomy girls now showed a little relief on their faces. At the back of the carriage, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, seeming to have some plan. However, all of this was in Shen Tianyu's sight. "This time, you two will also go with me." Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were taken aback, then immediately displayed expressions of great joy. "Everything will be as the master says." Afterwards, Shen Tianyu began to give instructions to the remaining girls one by one. He spoke openly about Bibi Dong's situation, as Qian Renxue already knew the inside story. It was pointless to hide it. He directly told the girls to avoid any unpredictable conflicts after he left. Once everything was explained, Shen Tianyu quietly left the convoy with the four girls. Following the convoy was indeed too slow. With Shen Tianyu's current cultivation level, reaching Sea God Island wouldn't take long at all. 5 people sped through the air, heading straight for the western part of the Douluo continent. In less than half a day, they arrived at Hanhai City. After a brief rest, they set off again, crossing the sea. Sea God Island. Tang San. Third test of the Sea God's 9 trials. The tidal body training is complete. The voice of the Sea God echoed in his mind. Tang San opened his eyes, and the purple extreme demon eyes burst forth with brilliant light. His spiritual power had received a significant boost. "Little San, have you completed it too?" "Dad, I've finished the 3rd test, and my strength has increased. My soul power has now reached level 70, and I just need to obtain a soul ring to become a true soul sage." After arriving at Sea God Island, Tang San directly started the Sea God's 9 trials. Because Xiao had been captured, Tang San crazily improved himself. In a short time, he had successfully passed the first 3 tests of the Sea God's 9 trials. Tang Hao, who was accompanying him, had opened the Black Level 7 trials. "Dad, what about you? I've completed it too, and my soul power has increased by 1 level. "What?" Tang San was taken aback. Tang Hao was already a Super Douluo at level 96. After arriving at Sea God Island, he had not only regenerated his severed arm through the Black Level 1 trial, but also increased his soul power by 1 level. In the Black Level 2 trial, he increased his soul power again, and the age of his soul rings also surged. Now that he had passed the Black Level 3 trial, the rewards must be considerable. Seemingly guessing what Tang San was thinking, Tang Hao directly released his soul rings. The soul power of a level 99 limit Douluo was vast and immense. The 9 soul rings that rose simultaneously were astonishing. 3 purple, 4 black, and 2 red. Looking across the entire Douluo, such a soul ring configuration was truly terrifying. In the distance, Poseidon saw Tang Hao releasing his soul rings and felt somewhat envious. As the high priestess of Sea God Island, her soul ring configuration was only 8 black and 1 red. Given the current situation, once Tang Hao completed the Black Level 7 trials, his soul ring configuration would surely surpass hers. "Lord Sea God, is this young man really worthy of your attention? Even those accompanying him have received such great blessings." Poseidon thought to herself, a hint of bitter amusement appearing in her beautiful eyes. Tang San's performance was too excellent, barring any accidents. Inheriting the Sea God's position was already a certainty, and the day he inherited the divine position would be Poseidon's death day. An invisible killing intent rose in Poseidon's heart, but at this moment it was not the time to act. You have already passed the third test, and the fourth test has been issued. I wish both of you success in the assessment. With that, Poseidon stepped into the air and left. The father and son immediately gathered together. My fourth test is to assist the Magic Soul Great White Shark clan in exterminating the evil demon Orca clan. My assessment is the same as yours. It seems I need to find Xiaobai. Tang Xin speculated in his heart that the strongest member of the evil demon Orca clan was a 100,000-year soul beast. Now that he had just reached level 70, there was a 100,000-year soul beast to be killed in the fourth test assessment. Could it be that this was the soul ring prepared for him by Lord Sea God? Thinking of this, Tang San felt ecstatic. I truly am the destined child. In the divine realm, in the ocean palace, Poseidon was very satisfied with his arrangements. At the same time, he had high hopes for Tang San as a successor. Although he had manipulated things to some extent to lower the difficulty of the assessment, Tang San's performance was still commendable. You, Poseidon, actually dare to secretly lower the difficulty of the divine examination. This is a grave sin against the laws of the divine realm. Chapter 127, Stealing San's Head. Wow. Poseidon was startled and jumped up from the divine throne. You, as the god king, actually secretly peeped at my divine examination inheritance. This sin is not small, is it? Not far away, the Shura god quietly descended, coldly watching Poseidon. Are you threatening me? Where's the threat? We're good brothers. As long as you don't say anything. I won't either, and nothing will happen, right? Poseidon grinned, trying to get close to the Shura god. Poseidon, don't think I don't know. You just want to leave the divine realm early to wander outside. But I have to tell you, it's probably not that simple for Tang San to inherit your divine position. That person is already on the way to Sea God Island. What? Poseidon was shocked. That person naturally referred to Shen Tianyu. Recently, the phenomena on the Douluo continent had been noticed by the divine realm. However, due to the rules of the divine realm, they could not intervene. Just wait and see. Tang San may not smoothly inherit the sea god's position. With that, the Shura god left. In the vast palace, Poseidon was left with a frown. After pondering for a long time, Poseidon suddenly came to a realization. Wow, you don't want to steal someone, do you? Poseidon understood the Shura god well. Today, because of a Tang San, he actually came personally. There was a high possibility that he wanted to snatch someone midway. Thinking of this, Poseidon felt a lot of pressure. No, I need to continue giving San a boost. I must ensure he successfully inherits my divine position. On the Douluo continent, in the endless sea, Shen Tianyu and his group flew through the air. Shen Tianyu did not know the exact location of Sea God Island. He could only release his spiritual power outward, searching little by little. Xiao Wu stood behind him, filled with worry, but did not dare to show it. She could only pray repeatedly that Tang San could find a way to escape soon. Haven't you found it yet? No. Shen Tianyu shook his head. They had flown over the sea for a day, but still had not determined the location of Sea God Island. Then let's go deeper. We can't possibly not find a Sea God Island. As he spoke, Guyana also released her spiritual power. The dragon's roar erupted from her mouth, causing the soul beasts in the sea to tremble all over. If the soul beast overlord is angry, which soul beast dares to be reckless? Hey, Nowhere, aren't you the soul beast overlord? Just summon a sea soul beast and ask, wouldn't that solve it? Right? Guyuna reacted and immediately spread her dragon might into the deep sea. Soon, she locked onto a 70,000-year sea turtle soul beast. With a wave of her jade hand, a silver dragon claw appeared out of thin air and directly grabbed the sea turtle. Tell this king, where is Sea God Island? The sea turtle trembled, opening its mouth and babbling something. Shen Tianyu did not understand beast language and could only listen from the side. After a long time, Guyana released the sea turtle. We found the location of Sea God Island, but that sea turtle said it's 800 miles ahead. The Magic Soul Great White Shark clan is currently in a fierce battle with the evil demon Orca clan, so it's best to take a detour. Raising an eyebrow, Shen Tianyu sensed something was off. Isn't the battle between these two races coming a bit too early? Shen Tianyu clearly remembered that in the original work. This was part of the fourth test of the Sea God's 9 trials. Could it be that it was advanced for some reason? Let's go take a look. I'm quite curious why these two races are fighting. The spiritual energy beneath his feet surged, stirring up waves that surged forward relentlessly. 800 miles away, two great races were locked in battle. Tang Hao swung the Haotian hammer, wreaking havoc. After stepping into the limit Douluo, Tang Hao felt that he had reached the peak of his life. A Haotian hammer, hammering the sky, hammering the earth, hammering the air, absolutely invincible across the continent. Of course, this is all Tang Hao's self-perception. In contrast to Tang Hao's reckless slaughter, Tang San seized the opportunity and directly poisoned his target. At this moment, Tang San quietly set his sights on the evil demon Orca King, who was fighting with Xiao Bai. He took out the Zhuge Divine crossbow and loaded a bottle of fiery sun spring onto the arrow. Whoosh! The arrow shot out. And while the evil demon Orca King was not paying attention, it directly pierced into its breathing hole. As the fiery sun spring entered its body, the evil demon Orca King's eyes widened in anger. Ah! A tragic wail erupted from its mouth. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Tang San. It's you. Bang! With a crash, the evil Orca King knocked aside Xiao Bai and charged towards Tang San without hesitation. Damn human! I will perish along with you. Beast! How dare you touch my son? Tang Hao's furious roar echoed as he descended with the Haotian hammer. A hammer fell fiercely, directly smashing the evil demon Orca King. The power of the extreme law was already terrifying. Tang Hao, who followed the pure power route, was even more frighteningly strong. As this hammer fell, the evil demon Orca King felt as if its skull was about to be crushed. Its mind went blank, and its brain buzzed incessantly. The scorching sun's essence had already erupted within its body, starting to burn the organs of the evil demon Orca King. The ferocious malice was gradually weakening. Father, I can't let him self-destruct. I want to kill him myself. Rest assured, son, your seventh spirit ring won't escape. Tang Hao vowed, as his soul power flowed like threads, controlling the evil demon Orca King. The Haotian sect was pressed against the evil demon Orca King's head. As soon as it regained even a bit of clarity, it would be knocked unconscious by another hammer strike. Tang San's blue-silver grass bloomed in his hands. He was waiting for an opportunity, a chance for a one-hit kill. At this moment, the demon soul Great White Shark clan had absolute dominance in this battle between whales and sharks. As the clan leader, Xiao Bai protected Tang San on both sides, showing a look of gratitude in his eyes. Damn it! Damn it! The evil demon Orca King regained consciousness once again. Just as its soul power was condensing, it was met with another hammer strike. Crack! The sound of the skull shattering clearly reached Tang San's ears. Now's the time. First spirit skill, blue-silver bind. The blue-silver grass erupted, instantly sweeping up to entangle the evil demon Orca King's head, exposing its forehead. The fifth spirit ring lit up right after. Fifth spirit skill, blue-silver overlord spear. The blue-silver grass condensed in his hands, and in an instant, a long spear was gripped tightly. Tang San's eyes shone brightly, as he could already see the 10,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone beckoning to him. Go! The blue-silver overlord spear was thrown out, breaking through the waves and aiming directly at the evil demon Orca King. Just then, a familiar aura suddenly came from behind. Tang San trembled all over, and the fear deep within him erupted once again. A stream of spiritual energy flew past Tang San's ear. He saw the blue-silver emperor spear about to take the life of the evil sea whale king. The spiritual energy rushed in and directly shattered the blue-silver emperor spear. With a puff, the spiritual energy pierced through, and at that moment, the struggling body of the evil sea whale king became rigid. Breathing stopped, and a pair of crimson blood-red eyes dimmed. A massive soul power erupted from within, condensing into a bright 10,000-year soul ring. But this soul ring had nothing to do with Tang San. Oh, it's you again. It's you again. Tang San turned around and saw Shen Tianyu rushing in from a distance. Filled with anger, Tang San's eyes were bloodshot. It's you again. Stealing the opportunity that should have belonged to me. This 10,000-year soul ring is mine. Incompetent rage. If you were capable, I wouldn't be able to take it from you. Isn't it just because you're weak? Tang San clenched his fists tightly, with a pair of large hands resting on his shoulders. Calm down. Tang Hao spoke, his presence firm. With your father here, I will definitely help you seek justice. A limit, Douluo? Shen Tianyu couldn't help but be taken aback as he glanced at Tang Hao. Then he looked at Tang San. Although he didn't have a seventh soul ring, the aura around him was unmistakably that of a soul sage. You two, father and son, are cheating, right? Chapter 128. I'm sorry, third brother, I'm a master's pet. Chapter 128. I'm sorry, third brother, I'm a master's pet. One limit, Douluo, one soul sage. It has only been a month. Can a normal person cultivate this fast? This is outrageous, isn't it? Shen Tianyu, you're going too far. Tang San gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. This 10,000-year evil demon tiger whale king was originally his seventh soul ring. Now that it was killed by Shen Tianyu, he could no longer absorb this soul ring. After working hard to succeed in a sneak attack, he ended up with nothing. This was something Tang San simply could not accept. And back in the Stardow Forest, you took away Xiao Wu, and the grudges against Rongrong and the fat man being killed. I, Tang San, remember them all. Today you dare to come here. Do you not fear that this sea will become your burial ground? Hee little beggar, you've become arrogant. Shen Tianyu smirked. It had been over a month since he last saw Tang San, and he had indeed become a lot tougher. You must want to see Xiao Wu, right? Come out. Behind Shen Tianyu, Xiao Wu hesitated, nervously tugging at the hem of her dress. If you want to see me kill him, you can just hide behind me. No. Xiao Wu's eyes were panicked as she gritted her teeth and stepped out from behind Shen Tianyu. Tang San on the sea immediately widened his eyes in anger. He saw Xiao Wu walking out from behind Shen Tianyu, dressed extremely thinly. In fact, it could be said that she was not wearing anything at all. Just a few pieces of fabric barely covered the necessary parts. Around her neck, she wore a collar. Like a pet dog, she knelt at Shen Tianyu's feet. You are dead. Tang San was completely enraged, losing all sense of reason. What did you do to Xiao Wu? His roar echoed across the sea, as Tang San hovered on the edge of losing control. Come on, tell him what you are now. In front of Tang San, Shen Tianyu raised his foot and kicked Xiao Wu's bottom. Xiao Wu trembled all over and spoke with great shame and humiliation. I'm sorry, third brother. I am now the master's pet rabbit. Tang San's vision went dark, nearly fainting. You come out too. Behind him, Zhu Zhuqing also walked out. Zhu Zhuqing was in a similar situation to Xiao Wu, except she wore a collar and did not have to kneel at Shen Tianyu's feet. Zhuqing, how come you are here too? Where's Boss Dai? Seeing Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San felt even worse. I am a master's maid, here to find Sea God Island with the master. Mubai has already been castrated by my own hands. It exploded, completely exploded. Tang San felt as if his world had collapsed in an instant. Just 1 month, and such earth-shattering changes had occurred. His eyes instantly turned red, and killing intent surged within him. Xiao Bai, help me once, I want to kill him. Xiao Bai at his feet, though unaware of the specifics, could tell from Tang San's current emotional turmoil what was happening. You helped me eliminate the evil demon tiger whale clan and resolve the crisis in my clan, so I will naturally help you. Bastard, do you dare to help him? Gu Yuna shouted sternly, her vertical pupils flickering with silver light. Just a glance, and Xiao Bai's massive body began to tremble. You are the Silver Dragon King, the master of soul beasts. That's right. Gu Yuna proudly raised her head. This king commands you, get lost immediately, or the demon soul Great White Shark clan will have no reason to exist. The sound waves surged into his ears, and Xiao Bai felt his soul being impacted, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Tang San's peripheral vision swept over Xiao Bai, one hand quietly moving behind him. Once Xiao Bai refuses to help, he will immediately pour the scorching sun spring into Xiao Bai's body and kill him. The appearance of the Silver Dragon King made Tang San realize that Xiao Bai might betray him. I apologize, Lord Silver Dragon King, but he has to my demon soul Great White Shark clan, and he's also the inheritor of the Sea God. My clan has been protected by the Sea God for generations, and as the inheritor of the Sea God, we will do our utmost to assist him. Additionally, I hope you consider this, Lord Silver Dragon King. If you harm him and anger the Sea God, even if you possess immense power, you may not be able to contend with the Sea God. Bold. Guyana's expression changed dramatically. You are threatening this king. I dare not. I only hope that Lord Silver Dragon King does not misjudge the situation. You. Guyana was about to reprimand when Shen Tianyu grabbed her hand to stop her. What is there to argue about with a small fish? Since she wants to help Tang San, then the demon soul Great White Shark clan should be exterminated. Boom. Spiritual energy erupted from within, quickly enveloping the sea area. Xiao Bai's expression stiffened, and he quickly ordered all clan members protect the inheritor of the Sea God. More than 300 demon soul Great White Sharks gathered around Xiao Bai, guarding Tang Hao and Tang San. Shen Tianyu glanced at them disdainfully, his fist tightening slowly. In the next moment, the colors of heaven and earth changed. The entire sea boiled in an instant. The waves rolled wildly, and splashes of water exploded under the spiritual energy. Today, with one punch, I will make your demon soul Great White Shark clan disappear from this world. A thread of origin power condensed in a fist. Origin fist. With a punch swung downwards, a tremendous shockwave erupted in an instant. The power of origin fused with spiritual energy, and wherever the shockwave passed, the void exploded in succession. A terrifying force descended from the sky, and Xiao Bai immediately urged all the soul power within. Together, block him. All the Soul Fury great white sharks jumped out of the sea one after another, heading straight for the shockwave. Boom! 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 Explosions rang out continuously, and a blood mist burst open in midair. Each Soul Fury great white shark, upon colliding with the shockwave, was instantly crushed by the terrifying force, turning into a spray of flesh and blood scattered across the ocean. The Origin Divine Fist surged forward relentlessly. These Soul Fury great white sharks were merely sending themselves to their deaths. Even knowing they were doomed, they still charged forward recklessly. Under Xiao Bai's urging, more than 300 Soul Fury great white sharks perished in succession. As the last Soul Fury great white shark leaped out of the sea, Xiao Bai's expression grew serious. Tang San, please take good care of the children of my Soul Fury great white shark clan. Those present here today are all 10,000-year soul beasts. None below 10,000 years have shown themselves. After giving her instructions, Xiao Bai soared out of the sea. In midair, her soul power rapidly gathered towards her body. A pair of eyes suddenly became exceptionally bright, releasing intense and violent killing intent. In her field of vision, as her clan members fell one by one, Xiao Bai had made up her mind. Today, even if I, Xiao Bai, die, I will take you down with me. She was going to self-destruct. Guyana immediately spoke up, ready to intervene. You don't need to intervene. Shen Tianyu remained calm and composed, showing no concern for Xiao Bai's self-destruction. To self-destruct under my Origin Divine Fist is simply wishful thinking. Boom! The descending fist force suddenly increased in speed. The remaining 50 or 60 demon, soul, great white sharks in the air were all shattered under the Origin Divine Fist. In the blink of an eye, the fist force reached above Xiao Bai's head. What? Xiao Bai was shocked. Her self-destruction hadn't even formed yet. Boom! The fist force exploded, engulfing Xiao Bai within. Vast soul power surrounded Tang San, and Tang Hao protected him behind, withstanding the violent aftershocks of the soul power. Tang San's eyes were filled with horror. Shen Tianyu seemed to have become much stronger than before. Could the 100,000-year demon soul, great white shark, withstand this punch? The explosion gradually subsided, and the rising smoke was replaced by a blood-red hue. The vision began to restore bit by bit, and Tang San's expression had turned extremely grim. Over 300 demon soul great white sharks were annihilated, and Xiao Bai, with her 100,000-year cultivation, was reduced to nothing but bones. Above the sea floated a black 10,000-year soul ring, with the bright 100,000-year soul ring being the most eye-catching, yet there were no traces of the soul beast body. Chapter 129. All 9 rings explode, complete defeat of Tang Hao. Little beggar, do you have any other trump cards? With a playful smile, Shen Tianyu's fingertips were surrounded by spiritual energy. He lightly snapped his fingers, and a stream of spiritual energy shot out like an arrow, heading straight for Tang San. I still have me. Boom! A hammer swung up, colliding directly with the stream of spiritual energy. Boom! The hammer face trembled. The spiritual energy surged violently, causing Tang Hao's arm to feel slightly numb. Frowning slightly, he felt the surge of power. Huh! A deep roar erupted from his mouth as the Haotian hammer rose up. Boom! The shockwave rolled outward, and a stream of spiritual energy collided with the soul power, exploding. The entire sea was stirred up, waves soaring into the sky. Holding the Haotian hammer, Tang Hao stood straight, glaring angrily at Shen Tianyu, and spoke in a deep voice. On that day, in the Stardow Forest, you broke my arm. Today I will break both your arms and return the favor double. 1 foot, riding the waves, standing at the peak of the wind and waves. Hair like a bird's nest flutters in the breeze. The bronze skin shines brilliantly under the sunlight. After the extreme Douluo, you have indeed become quite arrogant. If you continue to train for some time, will you really have to change your name to Tang Ritian? Stepping out into the void, spiritual energy gathers at your feet to form a staircase. Shen Tianyu walks leisurely, his robe billowing in the wind. Take this hammer. The giant hammer is raised high, and the soul rings are released. 3 purple, 4 black, and 2 red. 9 soul rings shimmer with dazzling colors in the sky. The 7th soul ring lights up, and the true form of Haotian is unleashed. A towering soul power crazily condenses, forming a gigantic phantom of Tang Hao. The Haotian hammer also becomes 100 meters long. As the Haotian hammer is swung, a series of booming sounds reverberate through the sky. Ling Ti on strike. With one arm, he swings the Haotian hammer directly at Shen Tianyu. Facing the enormous Haotian hammer, Shen Tianyu unhurriedly raises his hand and catches the Haotian hammer with one palm. The power is still not enough. The microparticles of the giant elephant erupt, and the palm transforms into a fist. Bang! With a single punch, the Haotian hammer was directly sent flying. Chaotic wind. Chaos steered Grandpa. With a leap into the air, a punch was thrown. Shen Tianyu hated the chaotic wind hammer technique the most. It was simply the worst of the worst. The 81 hammers accumulated power, and under normal circumstances, the first hammer should have interrupted the release. However, throughout the entire Duuluo, it seemed that no one knew this. They just took it head-on, dragging it all the way to the 81st hammer. If you weren't crushed, who would be? The fist's energy shot through the air at an incredible speed, directly colliding with the hammer handle. Buff Tang Hao spat out a mouthful of blood. The first hammer of the chaotic wind had yet to be unleashed when it was directly interrupted. The backlash of power impacted his internal organs. Unable to hold back for a moment, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Good. So it's like this. I'll get serious now. The Haotian hammer swept across the sky, with 9 soul rings arranged neatly. 3 purple soul rings exploded, and Tang Hao's momentum began to rapidly rise. Let the rings explode. The mystery of the great Sumeru hammer, the Haotian hammer's inherited soul skill. Only the generations of Haotian Duuluo can learn this soul skill. After breaking through to the limit Duuluo, this was Tang Hao's first time using the explosion of the rings. The power from the 3 soul rings all merged into the Haotian hammer. Tang Hao felt invigorated, as if there was an endless supply of power within him. Watch my big hammer strike. With both hands raised high, he brought the Haotian hammer crashing down toward Shen Tianyu. With one hand rotating in the air, he clenched it into a fist. With a punch swung upward, the fist's momentum exploded outwards, moving so fast that only a shadow of the fist could be seen. Boom! The fist collided head-on with the Haotian hammer, causing Tang Hao's arms to go numb, nearly making him drop the hammer. The immense force transmitted through the Haotian hammer made Tang Hao's expression darken. Good. Then let's keep exploding. Boom! The 4th soul ring detonated. The vast energy contained in the 10,000-year soul ring immediately infused into the Haotian hammer. The power surged instantly, but Tang Hao still felt it was lacking. Explode again. Boom! Another 10,000-year soul ring exploded. Dad, we need a decisive blow. Don't give him a chance to breathe. Below, Tang San reminded him. Listen to your son. Tang Hao nodded and immediately detonated the other 2 10,000-year soul rings. By this point, all 7 soul rings had exploded and merged into the Haotian hammer. If it were any other limit Duuluo, they would probably retreat, avoiding the confrontation. But Shen Tianyu showed no sign of retreating at all. He stepped forward and appeared in front of the massive hammer face of the Haotian hammer. Clenching his fist, he directly struck the fist momentum that was contending with the Haotian hammer. The fist momentum was instantly ignited, and a violent force exploded. A section of the sky collapsed, and the terrifying power from the Haotian hammer was absorbed by the collapsing void. Not good. Tang Hao's expression changed dramatically in the next moment. The immense force was transmitted through the Haotian hammer into his arms. Bang! Crack, his arms dislocated, and the Haotian hammer flew out. The tremendous force fell from the sky, directly pressing down on Tang Hao's body. The gathered soul power dissipated, and Tang Hao rapidly fell downward. Dad! Tang San cried out urgently, releasing the blue-silver grass. Blue-silver binding. Countless strands of blue-silver grass were released from his palm, directly wrapping around the falling Tang Hao. With a strong pull of his arms, he brought Tang Hao back to his side. Tang Hao, you really are useless. Even as a limit Duuluo, you're still trash. Bastard! Tang Hao shouted angrily, and Tang San quickly applied pressure points to help Tang Hao reset his dislocated arms. After moving his arms a bit, Tang Hao immediately got up. He raised his hand to grasp the Haotian hammer that had flown away, bringing it back into his hand. Today, I will show you the power of 2 10,000-year soul rings exploding together. The vibrant 10,000-year soul rings detonated, and the terrifying soul power presented a dark red color, flooding madly into the Haotian hammer. Tang Hao's momentum had reached its peak. The god of killing domain was released outward, and Tang Hao's momentum climbed again. In a brief moment, Tang Hao stepped into the demigod realm. At this moment, he seemed to have an epiphany. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his ears perked up. Swinging the Haotian hammer, he directly smashed towards Shen Tianyu. The power infused by the 2 10,000-year soul rings made the Haotian hammer in Tang Hao's hands arguably the strongest it had ever been among all Haotian Duuluos. With a swing of the hammer, space exploded continuously. The residual power of the soul rolled outward above the entire sea. causing the soul beasts at the bottom to tremble in fear of this terrifying force. You even close your eyes. Do you think you're the protagonist? Suddenly gaining enlightenment in the heat of battle, and then your realm improves? Shen Tianyu scoffed at this notion, condensing his energy into a punch. The heavens and earth trembled, and at this moment, the great Tao bowed down to Shen Tianyu. So what if you are the protagonist today? I will fight against the protagonist. Ancestral sacred fist. 3 strikes to shake the world. The great Tao decays. A punch flew out, and at this moment, the great path of heaven and earth rapidly decayed and disappeared. In this space, Shen Tianyu seemed like a ruler. The fist's vigor clashed against the Haoyan hammer, causing the hammer to tremble violently. It only held on for a second before cracks exploded on its surface. Not good. Tang Hao's face changed drastically. This was a sign of the martial soul shattering. But at this moment, there was no turning back, and Tang Hao could only channel his soul power to resist. Ignorant. Crack. The fissures expanded, spreading across the entire hammer surface. Boom! The enormous Haoyan hammer exploded, and a mouthful of blood was spat out by Tang Hao. His chest felt heavy, and his heartbeat slowed. Tang Hao's breathing became hurried. Everything around seemed to fall silent. Tang Hao understood in his heart that this was a precursor to death. As soon as he thought of this, Tang Hao felt a deep sense of unwillingness. With all 9 rings shattered and 2 soul rings of 100,000 years, the limit Douluo had put in all his effort, yet he was still defeated so thoroughly. A strong sense of unwillingness flickered in his eyes. No, I can still fight. Tang Hao roared in his heart, forcibly channeling the soul power within him, preparing to resist once more. Shen Tianyu, you should not harm my father. Today I will show you the power of the King of Hell's decree. Chapter 130. One finger to annihilate Xiao Wu with the Qianyu hand activated. A layer of pure white energy enveloped Tang San's arm. Holding the King of Hell's decree in his hand, he pushed his soul power to the limit. Whoosh! The King of Hell's decree shot out, aimed directly at Shen Tianyu. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Tang San's eyes as his pupils constricted. This King of Hell's decree was a modified version he created after arriving at Sea God Island, incorporating a lot of toxins from sea soul beasts. Now, the King of Hell's decree contained more than 300 different types of toxins. Once infected, even a limit Douluo would suffer heavy damage. After the King of Hell's order was issued, it immediately took out the Zhuge divine crossbow from the moonlit night at the 24 bridges. Each arrow was infused with scorching yang spring and extreme colding spring. Clang! Clang! Pulling the trigger, the arrows shot out explosively. In the blink of an eye, the sea was filled with arrows. Under the perception of spiritual energy, Shen Tianyu sensed a chilling, killing intent coming from below. Looking down, he saw that the King of Hell's order had already approached closely. A hand reached out and directly grabbed the King of Hell talisman. Success! Tang San was overjoyed, as the toxins in the King of Hell talisman would directly invade Shen Tianyu's internal organs through the pores of his skin. In no time, it would turn into blood and water. Ha! With this, you still want to kill me? Boom! The spiritual energy in his palm exploded, shattering the King of Hell talisman into pieces. Countless toxins erupted in front of him, and with a wave of his hand, he wrapped them in spiritual energy. Under the spiritual energy, all the toxins were completely turned to nothingness. Tang San was stunned, but then quickly accelerated to pull the trigger. Arrows shot out like meteors. The first arrow fired arrived after the King of Hell's decree. With a disdainful wave of his sleeve, vast spiritual energy surged forth like waves, sweeping out. The arrows that had been shot were instantly frozen in midair, trembling. Shatter. Boom! 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 Arrows exploded one after another, the shock waves spreading outwards. Tang San's expression changed drastically, feeling as if his body was surrounded by spiritual energy, unable to move an inch. Little brat, you're still too green. A palm descended, the imprint growing larger. A trace of despair flashed in Tang San's eyes. Unexpectedly, am I still going to die? Don't hurt my son. Dragging his heavily injured body, Tang Hao forced his soul power to rush in front of Tang San. Hao Yan's protection. The final burst of soul power enveloped the two. The palm imprint fell, seemingly light, but it shattered Hao Yan's protection directly. Son, run quickly, I'll hold him off. Tang Hao gritted his teeth, using his body to withstand the palm imprint. No, if you're going. We're going together. Idiot, if you don't leave, how will you avenge me in the future? Tang San fell silent, despite saying that. Asking him to escape now, if everyone on the continent knows that he abandoned his father to survive, he would be ridiculed by the world. One of us, father and son, must survive. Quickly go to Sea God Island, where the high priest will protect you, and your life will be absolutely safe. Dad! Tang Xin cried, tears streaming down his cheeks. Such deep father-son affection. Then I'll send you both on your way. Immediately, another palm was struck out, the imprint rapidly descending from the air. No! Xiao Wu cried out, releasing her soul rings. Instant teleportation activated. She appeared in front of Tang Hao. Invincible golden body. A golden light flowed over her body. After the palm imprint fell, a great force came. Xiao Wu felt a tightness in her chest and spurted out blood. You're courting death. Shen Tianyu was enraged, waving his hand to capture Xiao Wu. The palm imprint exploded on the spot, sending Tang Hao and Tang San flying. Tang Hao desperately released soul power, saving both their lives. Xiao Wu, let go of Xiao Wu. Tang San roared in anger. At a critical moment, Xiao Wu took the blow, ensuring that the father and son temporarily escaped danger. At the same time, Xiao Wu's actions completely infuriated Shen Tianyu. Tang San was anxious and racked his brain, thinking about how to save Xiao Wu. Do you know what you're doing? One hand grabbed Xiao Wu, while the other hand directly slapped her face. You little bitch. How dare you save Tang San? Can't you tell your place anymore? Master, I was wrong. A pair of long legs struggled in midair, and Xiao Wu felt like she was about to suffocate, her face already flushed red. Slap. Another slap, swelling the other side of Xiao Wu's face. You little wretch, you're still thinking about Tang San, aren't you? No, it's not like that. Xiao Wu shook her head rapidly, repeatedly denying it. If she didn't care about him, why save him? Master promised me that he wouldn't kill him. Heh, you remember that clearly. Releasing Xiao Wu, he threw her at his feet. Xiao Wu coughed violently, gasping for air. If you want him to live, your performance is quite unsatisfactory. Today, right here on this sea, show some sincerity, otherwise no one will live. Xiao Wu's delicate body trembled as she glanced back at Tang San. After struggling in her eyes, she lowered her head and whispered, Master, I know what to do. No, Xiao Wu, you can't yield to him. From Xiao Wu's movements, Tang San already knew what she was about to do. His heart ached, and disregarding everything, Tang San rushed forward. A finger of spiritual energy erupted, striking Tang San's chest with great force. Poof, blood gushed from his mouth as he was sent flying back over the sea. Tang Hao struggled to support his body and caught Tang San. Master, please don't strike again. I will definitely show you my sincerity. The already scant clothing was removed, fluttering away with the sea breeze. Xiao Wu, completely unclad, forced a smile despite her swollen face. Please, Master, guide me in my cultivation of the immortal arts. No, Xiao Wu, don't do this. Tang San's mentality exploded as he watched. Two streams of spiritual energy were released, merging together. His Xiao Wu was currently channeling spiritual energy, following Shen Tianyu's guidance, practicing the spiritual energy technique right in front of him. This scene was unacceptable to Tang San, whose eyes had turned completely blood red. I will kill you. 6 soul rings rose from his feet, and the 5th soul skill, Blue-Silver Overlord Spear, was activated. A long spear made of blue-silver grass was thrown from Tang San's hand, breaking through the waves and heading straight for Shen Tianyu. You bastard! How dare you disturb my cultivation? A violent killing intent surged as a finger of spiritual energy was pointed. The spiritual energy erupted, and the blue-silver Overlord Spear exploded on the spot. Xiao Wu, who had been focused on her cultivation, nervously glanced at Tang San from the corner of her eye. Slap! Shen Tianyu brought down a palm, punishing Xiao Wu's rear. Focus when you are cultivating. Do you want to go crazy? After the blue-silver Overlord Spear was shattered, Tang San was still unwilling to give up. He released the Haotian Hammer and, using the crane catching dragon technique, threw the Haotian Hammer again. Die for me. You little fool. You are truly courting death. Shen Tianyu was enraged. After being disturbed time and again, he gathered spiritual energy at his fingertips and directly pointed it into the air. The spiritual energy pierced through the Haotian Hammer, shattering the martial soul. Under the backlash, Tang San spat out blood. The erupting spiritual energy surged violently forward, making Tang San feel death approaching. No! A flash of pink light appeared as Xiao Wu once again used her teleportation. In the blink of an eye, she positioned herself in front of Tang San. The spiritual energy in her body erupted, withstanding the spiritual energy pointed out by Shen Tianyu. Good. Shen Tianyu sneered, feeling that he had had enough fun and decided to send her on her way. His figure flickered and he appeared directly in front of Xiao Wu. His cold gaze met Xiao Wu's eyes, causing her to tremble all over, fear lingering in her eyes. Everything I have given you will be taken back today. Go die. With 2 fingers together, he pointed at Xiao Wu's forehead. Bang! The spiritual energy surged in her mind, and Xiao Wu's eyes lost their light. Her unclad body fell straight into the sea. No, my Xiao Wu. Seeing Xiao Wu die before his eyes, Tang Xin suddenly lost the will to live. Kill me. Let me go accompany Xiao Wu. Hee hee. Such deep feelings. However, you probably still don't know, right? Xiao Wu, she's truly very smooth. Shut up. The blue-silver grass surged wildly, wrapping around instantly. Shatter. Countless blue-silver grasses exploded as Shen Tianyu waved his hand, enveloping Tang Hao and Tang San. Impudent. A cold female voice echoed across the ocean, and a phantom of the sea god appeared in the sky. The sea god phantom reached out a large hand, directly landing on Tang Hao and Tang San. Third soul skill, sea god's gaze. Boom! The sea surged with wild waves, crashing directly against the spiritual energy. An explosion responded immediately as Shen Tianyu waved his hand, quickly stopping the waves caused by the explosion. When he looked down, Tang Hao and Tang San had already vanished from their original spot. Chapter 131. Poseidon Descends. 7 sacred pillars annihilated Poseidon. A scarlet robe adorned his body, and his sea blue hair fell loosely over his shoulders. Holding a golden scepter, his deep blue eyes resembled the ocean. The one who saved Tang San and Tang Hao was the Grand Priest of Sea God Island, Poseidon. They're my people from Sea God Island. You cannot harm them. Hee hee. Just because you say I can't move, I can't move? Who do you think you are? Poseidon's brow furrowed slightly, over countless years. Shen Tianyu was the first to speak to her like this. She couldn't help but wonder what kind of strength allowed him to be so arrogant. Senior Poseidon. It was he who killed Sea Dragon Senior. Upon hearing that Sea Dragon Douluo had died at Shen Tianyu's hands, Poseidon became furious. She had originally sent Sea Dragon, Sea Spear, and Sea Maiden to the mainland to find Tang San. Unexpectedly, in the end, only Tang San returned, since the Spirit Hall's attack on Sea God Island failed. This was the first time Sea God Island had lost 3 titled Douluos. As the Grand Priest, Poseidon was naturally displeased. With a single command, for titled Douluo made their move. You can kill the Sea Dragon. You do have some skills, but can you still kill us on the sea? The Seahorse Douluo took the lead and charged straight at Shen Tianyu. 9 soul rings rose from his feet, directly activating his martial soul true form. You don't know what you're getting into. His figure flickered, and Shen Tianyu disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind the Seahorse Douluo. Go to hell to meet your Sea Dragon Douluo. In an instant, the Seahorse Douluo's hair stood on end. A heavy punch struck the Seahorse Douluo's back, directly breaking through his soul power defense. The immense force shattered the Seahorse Douluo's internal organs. Seahorse. The remaining 3 titled Douluo were instantly taken aback. They had just started fighting, and the Seahorse Douluo was killed. Attack together. The Sea Madness Douluo shouted, releasing the Mist Domain. On the sea, mist spread out immediately, aiming to envelop Shen Tianyu. A mere trick. The fist condensed spiritual energy and struck out with a fist wave. The fist wave entered the mist and exploded on the sea. The mist quickly dispersed, revealing the true form of the Sea Madness Douluo. His figure moved like a ghost, faster than lightning. In a flash, he appeared in front of the Sea Madness Douluo. A punch landed on the chest of Sea Madness Douluo, causing all his meridians to rupture and explode, and his body fell into the sea, dead. Go die. On both sides, Sea Star Douluo and Sea Ghost Douluo charged towards Shen Tianyu simultaneously. Both of them activated their 9th soul rings, launching their strongest attacks. Shen Tianyu's strength made them realize that if they didn't go all out, it could mean death. Hee with a mocking sneer, both hands reached out to the sides. A large hand of spiritual energy descended from the sky, directly capturing the 2 who were activating their soul skills. Their soul skills were interrupted, and even the soul power within them was sealed at that moment. Fear surged in their hearts, and they spoke in unison, High Priest, save me. Poseidon was taken aback. The battle had not even lasted half a minute. Seahorse and Sea Madness had been killed one after another, and Sea Star and Sea Ghost were also on the verge of death. Stop! The sea roared, and the waves surged. Shen Tianyu stepped onto the sea, and the raging waves were instantly calmed. With both hands tightly clenched, the power of the 2 large hands of spiritual energy surged. Bang! Bang! After 2 muffled sounds, blood mist spread across the sea. Sea Star and Sea Ghost Douluo were easily slain by Shen Tianyu. Poseidon staggered, nearly losing her balance. All the guardian Douluo of the 7 sacred pillars of Sea God Island were annihilated today. As the high priest, Poseidon felt as if her heart was being cut with a knife. At the same time, rage burned in her eyes, and 8 black and 1 red soul rings rose from beneath her feet. You will pay with your life for what you have done today. 7th soul skill, true body of the sea god. A massive energy floated in the sea, converging towards Poseidon. Behind her, the phantom of the sea god coalesced. Poseidon became the high priest largely because of her martial soul. Among the countless martial souls, Poseidon's sea god martial soul could be considered one of the very best. This 7th soul skill, true body of the sea god, directly increased her soul power by 200% and her mental power by 100%. The power of the first 6 soul skills was directly amplified by 150%. In the state of martial soul true body, few could match her. The most terrifying aspect was that in the state of martial soul true body, Poseidon could draw upon part of the sea god's light and wield the power of the entire sea. Being invincible at sea is not just talk. First soul skill, raging waves. Countless water tornadoes erupted around Shen Tianyu. The entire sea roared violently, emitting the roar of a fierce beast. Kill. Pointing the staff in his hand, the raging water tornadoes surged forward. This body of mine is most unafraid of your attacks. Boom, boom, boom. Under the impact of the water tornadoes, explosions erupted across the sea. Poseidon's attack did not stop. Second soul skill, sea wave ripple, centered around Poseidon. Waves of sea ripples spread out. These sea ripples not only had powerful attacks, but also have the mental power of those hit. After the water tornadoes, the sea ripples came again. Shen Tianyu's spiritual energy shield held firm, and his strong physique was completely unaffected by the fixed-point attack. With 2 major soul skills ineffective in succession, Poseidon's blue eyes grew increasingly serious. Third soul skill, sea god's gaze. A yellow halo burst forth from her hand, and a large blue hand reached out from the halo, grabbing Tang Hao and Tang San. Go! The waves surged into the sky, completely submerging Poseidon. When the waves fell, the person had vanished without a trace. They ran? Gu Yuna pouted, releasing her mental power to search for the traces of the 3. No need to search. They went to Sea God Island. Only on Sea God Island could Poseidon draw upon the sea god's light to the greatest extent. Shen Tianyu naturally understood this, and immediately urged his spiritual energy to the limit. Taking Gu Yuna and Zhu Zhuqin with him, he sped across the sea following the residual spiritual energy. In just 3 to 5 minutes, they saw Sea God Island. So fast. On Sea God Island, Poseidon had just landed, her eyes filled with suspicion. Her gaze swept over Tang Hao and Tang San, and she immediately understood the reason. There was still residual spiritual energy on the father and son, and Shen Tianyu had found them by following the residual energy. With a targeted search, the speed was naturally much faster. Even if you find me, what of it? On Sea God Island, this priest is invincible. One step faltered, ripples spreading beneath his feet. Poseidon stood high above, the soul ring gently swaying. Fourth soul skill, Sea of Annihilation. Suddenly, a massive sea ball emerged from the ocean. The sea ball surged from below, directly trapping Shen Tianyu and his group within. This is bad. There's no air inside. We'll suffocate to death. Gu Yuna spoke, feeling astonished. This soul skill is indeed terrifying. It can put someone to death without a fight. Break! With a flick of his finger, spiritual energy rippled. The sea ball exploded, and Shen Tianyu remained suspended in midair. You stay here. I'll handle her alone. Stepping on the void, he walked towards Sea God Island step by step. Arrogant fool, Poseidon coldly exclaimed. Daring to chase to Sea God Island means you are destined to die here. The 5th soul ring lit up, and the golden staff in Poseidon's hand burst forth with dazzling brilliance. 5th soul skill, Summon of the Sea God. The surrounding seawater surged, forming a closed barrier space that trapped Shen Tianyu within. Poseidon spoke again, his words filled with supreme authority. All beasts march together. Chapter 132. The light of the sea god crushes Poseidon. Chapter 132. The light of the sea god crushes Poseidon. The seawater barrier roared with waves, and countless sea soul beast phantoms appeared within the barrier. A series of roars echoed, deafening. Everything from the outside seemed to be completely cut off. Shen Tianyu narrowed his eyes slightly, and vast spiritual energy erupted from within him. After all, they were just some phantoms. Come and fight. As you wish. Poseidon shouted in a deep voice, and the sea soul beast within the water barrier roared and charged out. Although these sea soul beasts were in a phantom state, their power was not much different from that of real sea soul beasts. Shen Tianyu's cold gaze swept across and recognized the demon soul great white shark and the evil demon orca, along with various sea soul beasts, numbering over 10,000. There was no doubt that each of them had a starting age of at least 10,000 years. His 5 fingers clenched tightly, and spiritual energy gathered atop his fist. He let out a low growl, and a force of the beginning of an era erupted from his dantian. Era divine fist. With a swing of his fist, a massive fist aura shot out. The sea soul beast phantoms charging ahead roared with bared fangs and claws, completely unaware that death was approaching. Boom! The fist aura plunged into the sea soul beasts and exploded instantly. The entire water barrier trembled on the verge of collapse at that moment. Countless sea soul beast phantoms shattered into fragments after this punch. Shen Tianyu turned around and quickly threw another punch. In the blink of an eye, over 100 fist auras erupted. Centered on Shen Tianyu, countless fist auras spread out, flying toward the sea soul beast phantoms. Boom, boom, boom explosions continued to sound, and the water barrier trembled violently under the shock waves of the explosions. Shatter. After a furious roar, the surrounding sea barrier exploded and large waves crashed down. On Sea God Island, Poseidon's crimson robe fluttered without wind. In his deep blue eyes, there was not a hint of emotional change. Sea Burial. The 6th soul skill was activated. In the sky, a black hole appeared out of nowhere. From this black hole, a water vortex surged forth. The water vortex instantly descended, enveloping Shen Tianyu within. Among Poseidon's soul skills, the 6th soul skill had the strongest attack power. As Sea Burial was unleashed, the colors of heaven and earth changed. Dark clouds were disturbed in the sky, and an alternate space formed behind the black hole. A terrifying suction force tugged at Shen Tianyu's body, attempting to pull him into the sea burial space. How to counter this move, Shen Tianyu naturally knew. He swung his fist while standing within the water vortex and directly punched upwards. The fist energy erupted, soaring towards the black hole. In an instant, the vitality of heaven and earth began to rapidly decline. Ancestral Holy Fist, the 3 world-shaking moves, Second Holy Fist, the decline of heaven and earth. As this punch was unleashed, all life in the surrounding area withered away. Even heaven and earth could not escape the power contained within this punch. The terrifying water vortex was immediately weakened by the punch energy. The punch energy broke through the black hole in the sky and directly fell into the sea burial space. The space closed and endless killing intent erupted. Shen Tianyu leisurely snapped his fingers, causing the sea burial space to explode. Poseidon's expression slightly changed, and a mouthful of blood was spat out. Since becoming the high priest of Sea God Island, Poseidon had not been injured for many years. Even the deep-sea demon whale king had never harmed her in the slightest. Your strength exceeds my belief. Poseidon spoke loudly, highly recognizing Shen Tianyu's power. You should be the number 1 person on the continent, but unfortunately, in the sea, this is not your stage. Raising her staff high, Poseidon's long hair danced. The whole person was bathed in light, and countless sea blue energy particles surged in from all directions. Tang Sin narrowed his eyes. Is this the power of the sea god high priest? She can actually directly mobilize the strength of the entire ocean. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel ecstatic, his gaze fiercely resting on Shen Tianyu, a trace of disdain flashing in his pupils. Shen Tianyu, no matter how unparalleled you are, this is the sea god island. Obediently bury yourself here. Waves surged and rolled, and behind Poseidon, countless water vortices rose. Kill! She pointed her staff forward, and the entire ocean seemed to obey her command. The water vortex swept across, giving a feeling akin to dark clouds pressing down on the city. Shen Tianyu stood with his hands behind his back, still calm and unhurried, bringing his 2 fingers together for a horizontal slash. A stroke of sword energy slashed out from the fingertips. No sword is mightier than one without. With a sweeping sword strike, countless water tornadoes that came to attack were immediately engulfed by the sword energy. The sword energy surged forward relentlessly, causing Poseidon to lose her composure. The staff in her hand emitted a golden aura, and a protective barrier rose over the sea god island. Bang! The sword energy struck down, causing the golden barrier to sway precariously. Poseidon's expression grew serious. Within the grand hall behind her, light soared into the sky. The light of the sea god. The high priest staff in her hand was the key to harnessing the light of the sea god. Once activated, Poseidon can summon the divine light of the sea god on Sea God Island in a short time, with the divine light infusing the barrier. The raging sword energy is slowly worn away. The power of the sea cannot be summoned by just one person. Shen Tianyu shouted, pointing to the sky. 3,000 great water techniques. Water come. Boom. The heavens and earth roared, and the waves surged. In Poseidon's blue eyes, shock and disbelief flickered. Impossible. You can also summon the power of the sea. In this world, only the sea god and her high priestess can harness the power of the sea in battle. This is an unchanging rule of the world, but today this rule has been broken by Shen Tianyu. Go! With a downward motion of his finger pointing to the sky, the sea around Sea God Island surged wildly towards the golden barrier. At the same time, the water on Sea God Island was also directly summoned by Shen Tianyu. Countless water columns rampaged within Sea God Island. Poseidon's expression turned extremely cold as her 8th spirit ring flickered to life. 8th spirit skill, Sea God Radiance. Under the dazzling light, Poseidon's momentum soared crazily. This 8th spirit skill is her strongest support spirit skill. After it is activated, all attributes are enhanced by 300%. The soul power consumed by the first 7 spirit skills is directly halved. 7th spirit skill, Sea God True Body. The martial soul True Body was released once again, and a tall sea god phantom rose behind Poseidon. With her staff striking the ground, the entire Sea God Island trembled. Then, the raging waters on the island were once again controlled by Poseidon. Surging waves. Gathering all the water on the island, Poseidon unleashed her first spirit skill. The surging waves rolled outward, colliding with the sea water outside the barrier. A black hole reappeared in the sky, and a water vortex swept across. The waves crashing against the barrier weakened slightly. Poseidon stepped out, exiting the golden barrier. Inside the grand hall on the island, the brilliant divine light of the sea god flew out and entered Poseidon's body. What? Not hiding anymore? You want to destroy Sea God Island, and, as the high priestess, I cannot stand idly by. With her deep blue eyes filled with murderous intent, Poseidon's anger surged. With a misstep, she suddenly appeared in front of Shen Tianyu. With one hand, she struck forward, landing a palm on Shen Tianyu's chest. Bang! The soul power exploded, and the shockwave rolled. Shen Tianyu stood still, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This little bit of strength won't hurt me at all. He then reached out and grabbed Poseidon's arm. In midair, he executed a shoulder throw, directly tossing Poseidon into the sea. Boom! The sea erupted in splashes, and Poseidon felt the gravity hit her chest as the water suddenly became incredibly heavy, threatening to suffocate her. Scatter! The staff in her hand shimmered, and the gravity weakened slightly. Poseidon steadied herself, stepping onto the water, her body soaring upwards. Bursting out of the water, Poseidon swung the high priestess staff. Take this! Empowered by soul power, the staff struck with full force, causing space to shatter. Shen Tianyu remained calm and collected, pinching the tip of the staff with 2 fingers. Chapter 133. The King of Slaughter appears. The Azura demon sword escapes. Not so impressive. Are you saving your 9th soul skill for the new year? With a forceful grip, the tip of the staff exploded. Cracks spread downward, reaching the point where Poseidon held it. Poseidon's expression changed drastically, and she immediately let go of the staff. Boom! The staff exploded. The symbol of the high priestess of Sea God Island was destroyed by Shen Tianyu. Take my punch. With fingers clenched, a punch came flying in. Stop! A furious shout came from 100 miles away. A violent killing intent swept through, and a sharp sword broke through the air, attacking Shen Tianyu. Shen Tianyu frowned, thinking to himself, what's going on? Changing the direction of his punch, he collided with the sword. Clang! Soul power rippled outward, and Poseidon seized the opportunity to retreat back to Sea God Island. Get lost! With a forceful motion of his arm, the sword was sent flying away. On the boundless sea, a tall figure rushed forward. A pair of wings behind him looked very strange. The intense killing intent was chilling. The King of Slaughter. On Sea God Island, Tang San's domain of the God of Slaughter was unconsciously released. That intense killing intent had something in common with the domain of the God of Slaughter. In the blink of an eye, he covered 100 li. The King of Slaughter grabbed the flying sharp sword. In his blood-red eyes, confusion was evident. Why am I here? Everyone was taken aback. Shouldn't you be asking yourself that? Shen Tianyu's frown relaxed, as if he understood something. Oh, So you're openly cheating, huh? The King of Slaughter should be staying in the City of Slaughter. Yet he ran to Sea God Island. And the King of Slaughter still didn't know why he was here. Without much thought, it was clear that the Azura god was manipulating things behind the scenes. The King of Slaughter looked around in confusion, and his gaze suddenly landed on Poseidon. Who are you, my head? Clutching his head with both hands, the King of Slaughter was in great pain. Poseidon's deep blue eyes flickered. There was something very familiar about this person who suddenly appeared, full of killing intent. The light of the sea god flowed out from the barrier, enveloping the body of the King of Slaughter. The originally terrifying wings gradually disappeared. The blood-red eyes became clearer and brighter. The originally pale face slowly regained its color. Dangjian! Tears welled up in Poseidon's blue eyes. After waiting for many years, she finally met her beloved. At this moment, the long-standing knot in her heart was untied. After regaining his senses, Tang Chun immediately recognized Poseidon. Poseidon, ignoring everything, he rushed over, and Poseidon walked out from Sea God Island. The two embraced each other directly. Tang Chun, I finally waited for you. Poseidon, I'm sorry for making you wait all these years. It's my fault that I harmed you. No, just being able to see you again is enough for me. The two gazed at each other affectionately, which displeased Shen Tianyu. With a snap of his fingers, spiritual energy shot towards the two. Can't figure out the situation, can you? Don't you see what the current state is? Showing off your affection here? Be careful. With a forceful push, Tang Chun shoved Poseidon aside and swiftly swung his sword, executing a deadly strike. The sword in his hand radiated the essence of slaughter. Shura demon sword. Boom. The sword energy rampaged, colliding with spiritual energy. The air exploded, and the space fractured and reassembled. Gripping the Shura demon sword, Tang Chen's momentum surged continuously. If you dare to harm her even a bit today, I will send you to hell to accompany the undead. Who the hell gave you the courage? With a wave of his hand, he clawed at the void. The Excalibur fell into Shen Tianyu's hands. A duel, is it? Today, let me show you whose sword is sharper. This guy Tang Chun is quite the show-off, even more so than Tang Hao. However, one thing is certain. Tang Chen's strength is indeed impressive. The three extreme demigods of Douluo continent, Qian Daolu and Poseidon, both ascended to the extreme Do level relying on their divine patronage, and after many years of cultivation, they entered the demigod realm. Only Tang Chun managed to step into the extreme Douluo without the blessing of a deity. Moreover, he activated the Shura god trial. Had it not been for the interference of the Rakshasa god, disrupting Tang Chen's mind, he might have been the first to attain divinity on the continent. Holding the Excalibur, Shen Tianyu walked through the air. He instantly teleported in front of Tang Chun. With a light swing of his sword, Tang Chun immediately blocked with his sword. Clang! The blades of the two swords clashed, and the Shura demon sword trembled slightly. Huh! Tang Chun was taken aback. The Shura demon sword was indeed a divine artifact. At this moment, through the hilt, Tang Chun clearly sensed the Shura demon sword's fear. In the midst of his surprise, Shen Tianyu raised the Excalibur and brought it down with a heavy strike. Clang! Tang Chen's overwhelming aura was instantly weakened significantly. He was being suppressed. As the High Priestess of Sea God Island, Poseidon immediately perceived the issue. I'll help you. Raising both hands to summon the light of the sea god, Poseidon joined the battle unarmed. Reaching the demigod realm, her physical strength was already formidable. Even without a weapon, Poseidon could still unleash considerable combat power with her body. What can you two accomplish together? Stepping into the air, the Excalibur's energy was released wildly. In Shen Tianyu's eyes, only one sword appeared. Kill. He slashed downward horizontally, and the Excalibur's energy surged. See burial. A black hole reappeared in the sky, a water tornado rising from beneath, enveloping Shen Tianyu within. The Excalibur's energy exploded, transforming into countless sword energies. A portion of the attack rushed towards the black hole, instantly shattering it. As for the water tornado, it didn't even last a second. I'm here. Holding the Shura demon sword, Tang Chun appeared in a flash, standing in front of Poseidon. The realm of slaughter activated, and his battle power surged dramatically. A sword swung upward, and the Azura sword energy rampaged. The two sword energies clashed, and the Azura sword energy shattered instantly. The Excalibur sword energy surged forward. Reaching close in the blink of an eye, Tang Chun was horrified in his heart and immediately unleashed more sword energy, forming a barrier of sword energy around him. Punish! A furious shout descended from the sky, and the Excalibur sword energy gathered into one, stabbing towards the sword energy barrier. Not good. Gripping the Azura demon sword horizontally, Tang Chun took a step forward, using the sword body to block the Excalibur sword energy. The sharp sword energy rampaged, slicing through his sturdy body. Behind him, Poseidon panicked, showering Tang Chun with the light of the sea god, quickly healing his wounds. Utterly futile, with a thought, the sword energy became sentient. The violent sword energy erupted a second time, and Tang Chun felt his arms tremble, as if he couldn't muster his strength. Crack a blade on the Azura demon sword exploded, leaving a gap. The next moment, Tang Chun's face turned pale, and his hands gripped the Azura demon sword tightly. Steady. The Azura demon sword shook violently, clearly not obeying his commands. Whoosh, transforming into a streak of light. The Azura demon sword escaped from Tang Chun's grasp and fell directly into the sea. Haotian hammer. In a moment of crisis, Tang Chun unleashed his martial soul. His right hand opened, holding a Haotian hammer. Haotian protect. A thick soul power erupted, protecting his body and Poseidon behind him. Don't heal me. Stop that sword first. All right. Poseidon waved his large hand, compressing all the light of the sea god onto the Excalibur sword energy. Break it. With all his strength, he swung the Haotian hammer and struck it fiercely against the Excalibur sword energy. At this moment, the light of the sea god also surged to bombard the Excalibur sword energy. Boom! The sound of explosions erupted over the sea, stirring up endless tumultuous waves. Amidst these waves, a man and a woman were knocked away, crashing against the golden barrier of the sea. Poseidon immediately created a hole in the barrier, taking Tang Chun into the sea god island. You've used up all the light of the sea god you can. Can this barrier withstand sword from me? Chapter 134. Sword Annihilation of Tang Hao. Chapter 134. Sword Annihilation of Tang Hao. With the Excalibur in hand, Shen Tianyu's eyes narrowed. A sword swung down horizontally, unleashing a sword energy capable of slaying immortals. The sword energy exploded, transforming into countless streams of sword energy. Countless sword energies quickly enveloped the golden barrier of the sea. The sharp sword energy wreaked havoc, and without the blessing of the sea goddess light, the protective barrier was on the verge of collapsing. Break! With a furious shout from Shen Tianyu, a crack suddenly appeared on the protective barrier. Crack! 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 Boom! Countless cracks spread across the barrier, and with a loud bang, it shattered into countless fragments, scattering like flowing light over the sea. I'm coming. Tang Chun stepped forward, shaking the Haotian hammer in his hand. The essence of the great Sumeru hammer, explosive ring. Bang! 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 As soon as Tang Chun made his move, the 9 rings exploded simultaneously. Tang Chun, are you crazy? Poseidon's expression changed dramatically. After the simultaneous explosion of the 9 rings, he would inevitably fall into a prolonged state of weakness. Tang Chun's actions were undoubtedly a path to self-destruction. I'm sorry, sure, my body has long reached the end of the road, and the time I can live is not long. I owe you too much in this life. If I can exchange my death for your life, it would be a small compensation for you. The Azura goddess test went wrong, and Tang Chun was occupied by the dark golden 3-headed Bat King. After decades, this body was already riddled with holes. Now, being alive depended entirely on a single breath. Tang Chun knew he was powerless to turn the tide, so he decided to take a desperate gamble. After the 9 rings exploded, Tang Chun's combat power soared rapidly. For a brief moment, he stepped into the realm of gods. Swinging the Haotian hammer in his hand, he smashed towards the sword energy that could slay immortals. Poseidon's deep blue eyes were already filled with tears. To see you again is already a blessing in life. If you die, I will not live in this world either. With both hands forming seals in front of her chest, Poseidon's 9th soul ring lit up. The 9th soul skill, Sea Goddess Binding. The sea roared with waves, and golden chains flew out from the ocean. The golden light covered the heavens and the earth, momentarily enveloping Shen Tianyu within. Iron chains surged up, binding Shen Tianyu's body from all directions. Tang Chun, wielding the Haotian hammer, was now in a frenzied state. The hammer fell again and again, colliding head-on with the sword energy that could slay immortals, leaving countless sword marks on his body. Those sword marks penetrated deep into the flesh, with blood continuously flowing outward. In just a few breaths, Tang Chun had already become a person covered in blood. Kill! Rumble! The soul power within exploded, and Tang Chun dragged his decaying body, breaking through the blockade of the sword energy that could slay immortals, arriving in front of Shen Tianyu. Now is the time, kill! Poseidon cried out, her ninth soul skill. Sea Goddess Binding, once hit, would seal the soul power. Unless Poseidon herself, this seal would last a lifetime. Even a title level powerhouse could not escape. Countless iron chains wrapped around Shen Tianyu, undoubtedly the best opportunity. Tang Chen knew this, which is why he disregarded everything, broke through the blockade of the sword energy that could slay immortals, and killed his way to Shen Tianyu's side. A hammer was raised high and fell, aimed directly at Shen Tianyu's head. Roll. Silver light flashed, and Guyuna appeared. The dragon claw swung upward, aimed at the Haotian hammer. Nar, step back. Shen Tianyu spoke in a deep voice. An invisible force of confinement suddenly spread across the sea area. The raised Haotian hammer could no longer move downwards, even a fraction. Guyuna's vertical pupils flickered with light. Well, I was worried for nothing. The silver light flashed again, and Guyuna returned to her original position. In midair, Shen Tianyu, bound by golden sea chains, revealed a disdainful sneer in his eyes. Is this really trying to trap me? Wishful thinking. Crack. He exerted force with his arms, and the golden sea chains rang out with a clang. Boom! With a forceful stretch of his arms, the chains on his body exploded instantly. Post-60 spat out blood. Her ninth soul skill was shattered, causing her to suffer backlash on the spot. Stepping upward, the blade of the Excalibur directly pointed at the Haotian hammer. The thick and violent soul power scattered in an instant. Tang Chen's expression changed drastically. The power within him was completely suppressed. His arms felt as if they were being pulled by countless great hands, unable to swing down the Haotian hammer. It should come to an end. A streak of celestial sword energy erupted from the sword blade. The enormous Haotian hammer exploded on the spot. The martial spear shattered. A terrifying backlash came, and Tang Chen fell like a leaf, crashing heavily on his sea god island. Tang Chen, Poseidon cried out in despair and immediately rushed over. She picked up Tang Chen and flew into the great hall of Sea God Island. Here, there was the last light of the sea god. After placing Tang Chen within it, Poseidon pleaded, Tang-san, your current affinity with the sea god must be able to mobilize some of the sea god's light. Hurry and heal him. He is your great-grandfather. My great-grandfather? Tang-san raised his eyebrows, startled in his heart. Grandpa. It really is Grandpa. The severely injured Tang Hao awakened from his coma. The moment he saw Tang Chen, Tang Hao was emotionally stirred. In his childhood, Tang Chen was quite fond of Tang Hao. Even across generations, he affirmed Tang Hao's future identity as the sect leader and personally taught him the great Sumera hammer. After many years of reunion, how could Tang Hao not be overjoyed? It really is my great-grandfather, senior. Father, don't worry, little Sam will do his best. Tang Sen narrowed his eyes slightly, using his affinity with the sea god to mobilize the sea god's light within the great hall. The sea god's light fell onto Tang Chen, beginning to heal him rapidly. Boom! Waves of energy rolled as Shen Tianyu descended. Holding the celestial sword, he stepped forward. Stop! Poseidon, enduring the backlash from her injuries, coldly focused her soul power. If you want to kill him, you'll have to step over my dead body first. So is he who hurt my grandpa. Tang Hao struggled to rise, standing beside Poseidon. What? Do you two want to stop me? My grandpa has been very good to me. Today I will risk my life to stop you. Bang! With a stomp of his foot, Tang Hao charged forward. Although his martial soul was shattered, he was still a limit Douluo. His physical strength was not weak, and he could still mobilize some soul power. Even with empty hands, he was not something an ordinary title Douluo could contend with. A pitiful waste dared to step out and show off. A large hand reached out, and spiritual energy surrounded Tang Hao, directly grabbing his neck. Instantly, Tang Hao's soul power was locked, and he couldn't exert any of his strength. Come here. With a strong pull, Tang Hao was dragged in front of Shen Tianyu. Tang Renxue, today is your day of death. The other hand wielded the Excalibur, which was plunged directly into Tang Hao's chest. The blade pierced through his chest, and the violent aura of the Excalibur instantly spread within Tang Hao's body. Tang Hao's eyes widened in anger, his eyeballs almost popping out. Countless sword energies from the Excalibur quickly roamed within his body. In just a moment, Tang Hao's body was already filled with the sword energy of the Excalibur. With a single throw, Tang Hao was sent flying, and in midair his body exploded. Countless sword energies flew out from his flesh. Outside the main hall of Sea God Island, Tang Hao was shattered by the Excalibur sword energy. His flesh was cleared away, leaving no bone fragments behind. Dad! Tang San roared, his killing intent soaring. Chapter 135. the arrival of the sea god hammering the heavens and earth, striking the air, specifically targeting the Pope Tang Retian. After Shen Tianyu's sword strike, he fell. The vengeance for killing my father is irreconcilable. Shen Tianyu, I will tear your body to shreds. Enraged, Tang San jumped up. Bending down, he exerted his leg strength, charging forward like an arrow. Releasing the Haoyan hammer with his left hand, he used all his strength to smash it towards Shen Tianyu's chest. With a wave of his hand, a palm struck out. Bang! The palm print accurately hit the Haoyan hammer. Boom! The Haoyan hammer exploded, and Tang San spat out a mouthful of black blood. His figure was sent flying back, and the fierce Excalibur sword energy surged towards him. The aura of death approached, and Tang San felt his hair stand on end. You will not harm my great-grandson. Bang! Covered in blood, Tang Chun leaped in front of Tang San. The sword energy crazily pierced through Tang Chen's chest, blood gushing from the sword holes. Tang San fell to the ground, witnessing Tang Chen's body heavily crash down. The peak demigod, once renowned across the continent, Tang Chun had fallen. Great-grandfather, Dang Chen, Tang San and Poseidon cried out in unison. Poseidon collapsed onto Tang Chen's corpse, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Tang San trembled all over. Even his great-grandfather had been killed by Shen Tianyu. Could it be that today, he truly could not escape this calamity? Tang Chun, I will avenge you. In his deep blue eyes, tears turned to blood tears. Poseidon, pale-faced, stood up, and 9 soul rings rose from beneath his feet. The 9th soul ring flickered with light, and Poseidon's pupils turned blood red. Great sea god, please descend and save your people. Boom! The blood-red 10,000-year soul ring erupted with golden light at this moment. From the great hall behind, the part of the sea goddess light that Poseidon could not mobilize shot straight into the sky. In the ethereal sky above, the golden light seemed to open a great door. From that door emerged a man clad in sea blue divine armor. The 10,000-year soul ring could bestow 2 soul skills in total. Poseidon's 9th soul ring, aside from the sea god's confinement, had another soul skill that was the real trump card. The 9th soul skill, summon the sea god. The figure walking out from the ethereal sky was none other than the sea god Poseidon. However, this was merely a soul skill. The summoned sea god could only exert 20% of his power. After using this soul skill, Poseidon's soul power and mental strength were instantly drained. His legs went weak, and Poseidon collapsed onto the ground. Poseidon, you have done well. Leave the rest to me. Since Shen Tianyu appeared on Sea God Island, Poseidon had been watching the battle. Bound by the laws of the divine realm, Poseidon could only watch anxiously. Only when Poseidon activated his 9th soul skill could he take action with justification. Human, you harm my people. Today I will make you pay for the dead. Divine might descended from the heavens, directly reaching Shen Tianyu. Hee. With a cold smirk, facing the divine might, Shen Tianyu stepped into the air. With the Excalibur in hand, he slashed out, sending a sword energy towards Poseidon. Little sea god, what qualifications do you have to be arrogant in front of me? Today, I will cut off your legacy. Arrogant. Poseidon was furious, reaching out to grasp the Excalibur sword energy. A massive hand descended from the sky, gripping the sword energy. Just as a smile appeared on his lips, Poseidon's expression changed drastically. The light slipped from his grasp, leaving a sharp sword mark in his palm. Shocked, Poseidon looked at the Excalibur in Shen Tianyu's hand. Could it also be a divine artifact? At the level of gods, it was very rare to be injured. Only a powerful divine artifact could possibly harm him. Divine power erupted from his body, and he fiercely struck his palm against the Excalibur sword energy. For a moment, neither side could gain the upper hand. With a frown, Poseidon freed one hand, pointing towards the Grand Hall on Sea God Island. The Sea God Trident. Inside the hall, the trident, embedded in the ground, reacted violently. Sensing its master's call, the Sea God's trident flew out from the hall and landed in Poseidon's hand. Retreating backward, he swung the trident, directly striking the sword chi of extermination. Annihilate! Poseidon roared, and the Sea God's trident unleashed a terrifying destructive force. The sword chi of extermination immediately weakened, showing signs of fracturing. Just then, Shen Tianyu walked through the air and approached. The sword of extermination thrust forward, its tip colliding with the Sea God's trident. Ha ha ha! Poseidon laughed heartily. Arrogant human, do you know that my Sea God's trident weighs 100,000 and 80,000 pounds? Do you dare to meet it with your sword, not fearing that this sword in your hand might shatter? What nonsense are you talking? Clang! With a single sword strike, immense power erupted. Poseidon's arm trembled, and the trident of the sea god slipped from his grasp. What? A mere 100,000 pounds. And you think you can destroy my Excalibur? You must be dreaming. Spiritual energy spread across the sky, directly sealing it off. Poseidon panicked and quickly dodged to grab the trident of the sea god. Unstable winds and waves. A circle of golden light radiates, bursting from the sea god's trident. Go! The halo breaks through space, heading straight for Shen Tianyu. Unstable wind wave control skill. Once hit by him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Trash. The Qian sword slashed out, and the halo was immediately cleaved apart. Poseidon's expression changed dramatically. Although summoned, he could only use 20% of his power. Nonetheless, he was still a god, and it was somewhat embarrassing to be easily broken by a human using his renowned divine skill. Moreover, at this moment in the divine realm, a shameless guy was still watching the sea god island. There was no turning back. Raising the trident of the sea god high, vast divine power surged into it. The trident of the sea god shone with dazzling golden light. Once gone, never to return, a single target attacked divine skill. Poseidon threw with all his might. The sea god's trident slipped from his hand. The void in front burst open repeatedly, heading straight for Shen Tianyu. Go! Shen Tianyu did not dodge, and the Qian sword in his hand flew out directly. The Qian sword also tore through space, charging towards the sea god's trident. Boom! The sword tip collided with the trident tip. Spiritual energy and divine power clashed. The moment they made contact, the heavens and earth roared and exploded. The void shattered again and again, breaking apart and then reassembling. Violent energy fluctuations swept across the sky. As the sky suddenly darkened, it felt as if the heavens were collapsing. The sea god's trident trembled violently. Divine power was consumed frantically. Cold sweat had already formed on Poseidon's forehead. He and the sea god's trident were in sync, naturally aware of the pressure the trident was under at that moment. If this continued, the divine power that could be mobilized at 2/10 of its strength would likely be completely exhausted. Gritting his teeth, Poseidon made up his mind and directly cut off the divine power supply. Without the divine power supply, the sea god's trident was directly knocked away by the Qian sword. Poseidon, you're nothing special. Oof. Don't be arrogant. I have prepared a great gift for you. With both hands raised high, the divine armor on him erupted with dazzling brilliance. The ocean surged wildly. Poseidon's eyes widened in rage as he shouted angrily. True water dragon of the moon. Chapter 136. A mere sea god. Nothing special. Chapter 136. A mere sea god. Nothing special. The magnificent divine might soared into the sky. The sea god Poseidon stood in mid-air holding the sea god's trident. The prongs of a trident pointed towards the ocean below. Suddenly, the waves rolled and roared. As the sea god's trident lifted, the seawater from the depths of the ocean surged upwards. The entire ocean seemed to be turned upside down in an instant. The true water of the moon, hidden deep beneath the sea, broke through the ocean and gathered behind Poseidon. His eyes completely turned to a sea gold color, and brilliant golden light burst forth from the trident. A dragon's roar erupted from the sea god's trident, stirring the true water of the lunar behind him, as a 100-meter giant dragon materialized in the air. The sea god Poseidon, one of his divine skills after becoming a god. The true water of the lunar dragon, a super strong attack type divine skill. Kill! The sea god's trident pointed downward, and the true water of the lunar dragon behind him roared, tearing through the void and charging towards Shen Tianyu. Good coming. The Qian sword in hand swung, stepping into the air to meet the giant dragon. With the power of the true water of the lunar, the combat strength of this giant dragon was comparable to that of 10 demigods. Placed in the Douluo continent, it would definitely be an invincible existence. But in front of Shen Tianyu, it was nothing at all. A single sword strikes down to vanquish the immortals, unleashing a sword aura that cuts through the air. The sword aura stretches over 100 meters, charging towards the dragon of the true water of the moon. The giant dragon bares its fangs and claws, roaring with thunderous sounds. A claw came down, just as the sword energy arrived. Sizzle, the giant dragon's claw was instantly severed by a single sword strike. Not good. Poseidon immediately sensed something was wrong, and the next moment, the sword energy burst through, directly entering the body of the true water dragon of the moon. Boom! A deafening roar erupted within the body of the true water dragon of the moon. Cracks spread instantly across the giant dragon's body. The extermination. The sword energy of the slaying immortals within erupted in an instant. transforming into countless sword energies that flew out from the body of the dragon of the true water of the moon. One after another, the sword energy effortlessly tore apart the giant dragon's body. The power of the Tian true water, along with the divine power mixed within, was completely destroyed. The sword energy surged upwards, directly enveloping Poseidon's body. Sea God, devour. A golden sea-like brilliance erupted from Poseidon's forehead. The dazzling divine light instantly enveloped his body. Get lost, Poseidon shouted angrily, and the divine light radiated outward, driving away the incoming sword energy meant to slay immortals. My sword energy meant to slay immortals. How could you easily dispel it? Kill, he commanded with a furious shout. The scattered sword energy gathered together, appearing directly in front of Poseidon. The sword energy struck down from above, a chill spreading throughout Poseidon's entire body. In an instant, Poseidon felt his life threatened. Since becoming a god for thousands of years, he had never experienced such a feeling. The coldness in his eyes intensified the killing intent towards Shen Tianyu. The trident of the sea god trembled as he threw the divine artifact with all his might. The 13th form of the golden 13 tridents. A massive blue light wheel appeared behind Poseidon. Divine power surged wildly, and the energy within the wheel gathered frantically. Just the process of charging caused the sky to collapse. After the void shattered, it continued to reorganize due to the laws of nature. At this moment, the one suffering the most was the Lord of the Douluo Plain, who had no physical form. Poseidon, however, could not care about that. All he could think about was killing Shen Tianyu. Sea of the Sun. The sea god's trident swung, the main blade slicing out the light wheel. The surrounding sword energy of extermination paused, bracing against this move. Sea of the Sun. Not bad, not too shabby. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Shen Tianyu's mouth as he clenched his fist tightly. Facing the Sea of the Sun above, he boldly threw a punch. Ancestral holy fist, 3 shakes of the world. The first punch, decay of the Great Tao. The Great Tao over the sea was affected in an instant, decaying wildly. Poseidon squinted slightly, his heart filled with shock. What is going on? It can actually affect the Great Tao. The next moment, the fist reached and directly collided with the light wheel. The light wheel trembled for 2 seconds before exploding in midair. The power of the decay of the Great Tao surged forward along with the fist's force. Poseidon felt a bit flustered, but quickly calmed down. Good. If that's the case, this god will destroy you with one move. Poseidon calculated the time in his mind. The soul skill he summoned had a limited duration. If he continued to hold back, he would waste this opportunity to manifest. The sea god's trident swung, and Poseidon squinted his eyes as he rapidly retreated. In his mind, the moves of the golden 13 tridents were operating at high speed. Moments later, his eyes widened in anger. His ocean-like eyes shone with a golden light. The 13th form of the golden 13 tridents. With Poseidon's fierce shout, he seemed to merge with the sea god's trident. In heaven and earth, the sun, moon, and stars were actually manipulated by this move. Body and trident united, the stars shifted. In an instant, Poseidon charged forward with the sea god's trident. Stars erupted behind him, directly pouncing towards Shen Tianyu. 3 shakes of the world. Second punch. Boom. With 1 foot on the ground, he swung his fist towards Poseidon. The heavens and earth begin to decay. All living beings rapidly wither at this moment. Poseidon, caught in the midst of it, felt the vitality within him swiftly fading away. After becoming a god, life is eternal and undying. For tens of thousands of years, Poseidon had never sensed the loss of vitality. Looking across the entire divine realm, few could harm him and cause his life to diminish. Today on this Douluo continent, an unascended person actually achieved this. The heavens and earth decay. The punch shatters the sun and moon. Even the heavens and earth cannot escape decline, let alone Poseidon. Boom! His fist struck the main blade of the sea god's trident, and the stars erupting behind Poseidon were immediately engulfed by the force of the punch. In the next moment, all the stars, under the wave of the punch, turned to dust. Poseidon's expression changed drastically. His strongest strike was effortlessly neutralized. The two were very close. And just a glance at Shen Tianyu made Poseidon feel as if his soul had suffered a heavy blow. The purest source energy on the sea god's trident was directly invoked by Poseidon. Boom! A loud explosion echoed, and blasts continued one after another. Poseidon was forced to retreat midair. If he hadn't harnessed the power of the trident of Poseidon at the last moment, he might have truly capsized in the gutter. Poseidon, you're not that impressive either. Shen Tianyu spoke, his eyes filled with mockery. With your strength, it's truly laughable that you still leave a legacy in this world. You claim to protect the people of the sea, but in reality, you're just harvesting the power of belief and eliminating dissenters. The sea belongs to all living beings, not just to you, Poseidon, and certainly not to some so-called sea god. Today, I will sever your sea god legacy with a single sword strike. Holding the Excalibur, Shen Tianyu stepped into the air, arriving above Sea God Island. One sword after another was slashed out. 7 sword energies flew towards the 7 holy pillars. Stop! Poseidon, retreating mid-air, forced himself to stabilize his body. Holding the trident, he charged towards Shen Tianyu across the sea. Did you hear that? Stop it! Shen Tianyu turned a deaf ear, raising the Excalibur high and directly slashing down towards the Grand Hall below. Damn it! Poseidon was furious, and the trident slipped from his hand. 1,000 years of emptiness. Chapter 137. The Fall of Poseidon. Severing the legacy of the sea god was too important for Poseidon. Seeing Shen Tianyu about to threaten his foundation, Poseidon no longer dared to hesitate. 1,000 years of emptiness was activated, and clouds enveloped him. Kill! With a thought, he created numerous phantoms in midair. In the next moment, countless white clouds containing trident shadows appeared around Shen Tianyu. Do you think you can stop me? You're not worthy. The Excalibur, swung downwards, immediately changed its direction. With a sweep of the sword, the white clouds were instantly cleared away. Countless spear shadows transformed into countless streams of light and scattered under the Zhou Xian sword. Clang! The blade of the Zhou Xian sword struck against the main blade of the sea god's trident. The main blade trembled violently, and with a crack, it broke. Blood surged in Poseidon's throat, but he swallowed it back down, retreating while holding the trident. Useless. He raised the Zhou Xian sword and struck down without hesitation. No. Poseidon suddenly sprang up. As the high priestess of Sea God Island, the sea god was her faith. If the sea goddess legacy were to be destroyed, she would be the one who could not accept it the most. For this sea god legacy, she had spent her life trapped on Sea God Island, merging her life with it long ago. Having just regained a bit of soul power, she directly summoned it forth. Leaping forward, she positioned herself in front of the Zhou Xian sword. Whoever stands in the way will die. Shen Tianyu would certainly not hold back, even against a beauty like Poseidon. With a single sword strike, the sword energy broke through the protective soul power. Poseidon spat blood continuously, his long hair scattering in the air. In his deep blue eyes burned a fury like blood. I will fight you to the end. Using all his strength, he directly lunged at Shen Tianyu. The Zhou Xian sword pointed forward, a strand of sword energy piercing through Poseidon's chest. Blood flowers bloomed on his chest, and the light in his deep blue eyes gradually dimmed. Poseidon's arms fell weakly, collapsing to the ground. The high priest of the sea god, the pinnacle demigod of this era, had fallen. Poseidon, do you not feel ashamed? Your high priest is willing to sacrifice her life to protect this sea god legacy. Yet you, as the sea god, shrank back at the critical moment. It turns out even gods fear death. Poseidon's face turned ashen, but he couldn't muster a single rebuttal. Indeed, he had chosen to retreat out of fear. What he hadn't expected was that Poseidon's high priest would disregard her life and confront Shen Tianyu with a sword. However, this did not stir much emotion in Poseidon. After all, she was just a high priest. As long as he wished, he could easily find someone else to inherit the position. The sea god legacy ends here. Seeing Poseidon silent, Shen Tianyu also lost interest in saying more. The Zhou Xian sword erupted with brilliant sword energy, striking the great hall. The sword energy fell from above, splitting the hall in two. The sea god light stored inside erupted wildly. The entire hall collapsed in an instant. The flowing sea god light surged towards the boundless ocean. This energy originally came from the sea. Now that the sea god legacy was severed, it naturally returned to the ocean. At this moment, I finally waited for this. Poseidon spoke in a deep voice, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. If I hadn't intervened, you probably wouldn't have destroyed my legacy. What I wait for is the destruction of the legacy and the scattering of the sea god light. The sea god trident was raised high, and the scattered sea god light was drawn, crazily converging towards Poseidon. The sea god summoning could only grant Poseidon 20% of his combat power. Moreover, he couldn't mobilize the sea god light from the sea god island legacy. If the legacy were destroyed, the sea god light within could be used freely. Thus, Poseidon could unleash 40% of his power. Stopping Shen Tianyu was merely a show. As for the sea god legacy, the ocean is vast. When Poseidon roamed the continent, it wasn't just one foothold. As long as there were places left behind by the past, the legacy could be restored again. How's my acting? Not bad, right? Shen Tianyu felt a bit awkward. Wasn't there a possibility that even if you didn't intervene, I would still destroy the legacy? Your actions seem a bit redundant. Or perhaps just a clever scheme in your own mind. Poseidon raised an eyebrow, his expression displeased, feeling as if he had been verbally humiliated and rubbed into the ground. Wielding the sea god trident, Poseidon shouted sternly, "Enough with the nonsense. The real battle has just begun." Unable to argue with Shen Tianyu, he had no choice but to take action. If 20% of his power wasn't enough, could 40% not suffice? In the divine realm, countless third-level gods had never survived under Poseidon's use of only 40% of his power. A human, isn't it easy to slay? With the blessing of the sea god's light, Poseidon's confidence surged. However, he did not let his guard down and directly infused all of the sea god's light into the trident. This move is the strongest strike of this god's life. To die at the hands of this attack is an honor of your life. Boom! The sea beneath his feet split in two, and the sea god's trident burst forth with brilliant golden light. The golden 13 tridents, the 13 forms combined. He swiftly wielded the sea god's trident, unleashing the 13 forms of the golden 13 tridents in succession. Then, under the sea god's light, they all fused together. Behind Poseidon, a massive temple could be seen. The temple appeared desolate and lonely under the setting sun. Yet the terrifying energy fluctuations contained within had the power to destroy heaven and earth. The twilight of the sea god, rumbling the heavens and earth roared, as if a deity had fallen. Poseidon, holding the sea god's trident, dove down from the sea. Since that's the case, let us use this fist as well. He took a step back, half bending his body. His fist clenched tightly, with spiritual energy surging. The ancestral holy fist, 3 world-shaking strikes. The entire Douluo plain trembled violently at this moment. The plane's master felt as if his heart had turned to ashes. The energy swirling around his fist was the power of immortality and also the power of rebirth from death. The third punch, a punch swung upward. The fist energy condensed and exploded. Eternal life and rebirth. In any cultivation world, what is pursued is eternal life. The strongest punch of the ancestor Saint Fist contains the power of eternal life. The fist energy shattered the void and collided with Poseidon's trident. At the moment of contact, Poseidon was terrified, losing composure. The power of eternal life. How can you, still a human, master such power? In the Douluo god realm, only gods like them can access the power of eternal life. Moreover, the mastery of eternal life varies according to strength. For instance, Poseidon, as one of the main gods, wields the pinnacle of eternal life power under the God King. But at this moment, facing Shen Tianyu's punch, that terrifying power of eternal life completely overwhelmed him. While shocked, Poseidon summoned all his divine power. The illusory temple behind him exploded. Violent divine power surged forth, crashing into the fist energy. The fist energy swept through, extinguishing any divine power beneath it. Poseidon felt a heaviness in his chest, as if he was about to suffocate. Defeated, though unwilling to admit it, Poseidon knew he had lost. His eyes narrowed, and he shouted in a deep voice, "There's a way to remedy this." Chapter 138. The fist shatters Poseidon. Poseidon's eyes narrowed slightly, golden light bursting from his pupils. Kill. He fully activated the trident, clashing with Shen Tianyu's fist. The surging divine power reached its peak, making Poseidon's body begin to become illusory. This ends here. Bang, bang, bang. The air exploded, with deafening sounds echoing. Poseidon's hands trembled, causing the trident to drift off course. Go! The trident slipped from his hand, and divine power enveloped Tang San. What's going on? Tang San was stunned, and in the next moment, he was lifted into the sea by the trident. So that's it. You're trying to protect him, right? Boom! The fist was fully unleashed, striking Poseidon directly. Poof! Golden divine blood spurted from Poseidon's mouth, suffering severe injury. Spiritual energy scattered outward, and Shen Tianyu turned to pursue Tang San. Not a chance. Shadows flickered, and Poseidon blocked the path. Even in this situation, you still want to fight? Raising an eyebrow, Shen Tianyu clenched his fist. Since that's the case, let me fulfill your wish. Bang! Stepping into the void, he soared forward. His fist continued to swing, one punch after another. Poseidon, clad in the divine armor of the sea god, desperately resisted Shen Tianyu with the remaining divine power. As long as I am here today, you shall not harm him. Damn! Shen Tianyu shouted in anger. For a little worthless piece, you are really putting in a lot of effort. Spiritual energy erupted instantly, and his fist became enormous. With his punch, the void shattered directly. The fist struck Poseidon's chest squarely. A crack exploded on the sea god's armor. What? Poseidon was horrified and confused. The sea god's armor had actually been cracked. Another punch. Vast spiritual energy enveloped Poseidon completely. A killing intent filled the air, and Poseidon felt a chill throughout his body. Divine consciousness surged forth, and the true water of the Tian deep beneath the sea was summoned once again. The vast true water of the Tian instantly covered his body. A furious punch came crashing down, completely extinguishing the true water of the moon with spiritual energy. As the fist struck, Poseidon's organs violently trembled. A mouthful of divine blood was spat out, and his form became even more illusory. Sea god's imprisonment. Poseidon summoned his last bit of divine power, and a circle of light appeared out of thin air, directly enveloping Shen Tianyu. Break! Boom! The halo exploded, breaking free from the sea god's imprisonment. The completely illusory Poseidon no longer had the strength to fight. He transformed into streaks of light and floated upwards. Tang-san, the rest relies on you now. Poseidon had already given his all, sacrificing his divine body to give Tang-san a chance to escape. As for whether Tang-san could actually escape, it would depend on his fortune. You're not hurt, right? Guyana flew over and landed beside Shen Tianyu. No, Poseidon could at most exert 40% of his combat power, so it was naturally impossible for him to injure Shen Tianyu. It was just like a sticky plaster, clinging to a person and not letting go. That guy's a level 1 main god, right? But that's all, even if he descended in his peak state. I could still defeat him. This time he only descended a split body. Although I couldn't kill his true form, I had already heavily injured him. The sea god summoned Poseidon, who was essentially his true form. However, after battling Shen Tianyu, Poseidon sensed danger and chose to leave a split body behind while his true form retreated to the divine realm, fighting with his divine will. Shen Tianyu understood this and didn't pay it much mind. Killing in the divine realm was just a matter of time. Let Poseidon live a few more days. Retracting his gaze, his cold eyes landed on Zhu Zhuqing. With a wave of his hand, he directly grabbed Zhu Zhuqing by the neck. You and that little rabbit don't share the same thoughts, do you? Are you also planning to rebel and stab me in the back one day? I wouldn't dare. Choked by the neck, Zhu Zhuqing was almost unable to breathe, struggling with her feet off the ground. It's best if that's the case. Bang! Releasing Zhu Zhuqing, Shen Tianyu coldly said, Know your place. Everything you have now is granted by me and can be taken back at any time. I understand. Zhu Zhuqing trembled all over, shivering under the aura. What about that guy? He should have run far away by now. Hee. Where could he run to? Yes, just out here on this sea. It's just a matter of finding him. Come with me. With a leap, the spirit energy was released outward, searching for Tang-san's figure. Compared to the raging waves on the sea, the underwater world was dark and dim. The Shura demon sword moved in the deep sea, seemingly searching for something. A huge dark blood shark was pouncing towards a girl. Seeing its massive jaws, it was about to swallow her whole. The Azura demon sword struck down, blooming with blood flowers at the bottom of the sea, instantly killing the dark blood shark. A slight divine power was released from the Azura demon sword and fell into the girl's body. This girl was none other than the slain Xiao Wu. Her dim, lifeless eyes gradually became bright with the infusion of divine power. The severe injuries she suffered were also healing rapidly. Cough, cough, Xiao Wu suddenly regained her breath, coughing a couple of times as seawater choked her throat. The blade of the Azura demon sword gently swept through, parting the surrounding seawater. Regaining her composure, Xiao was filled with shock. I'm not dead. What is this sword? A blood-red killing intent enveloped her as the Azura demon sword quickly shrank and flew into her forehead. Her body moved uncontrollably in the deep sea. Clutching the sea god trident, Tang-san continued to sink. The surrounding seawater surged wildly, and a terrifying gravity pressed down on him. Tang-san felt as if his body was about to be crushed by the weight of the seawater. Frowning, he gripped the sea god trident tightly. Sea god's light. Boom, golden light rippled, and the gravity imposed by the seawater suddenly lightened. Tang-san let out a long breath and couldn't help but exclaim. The sea god's light has such wonderful uses. If it weren't for Lord Sea God's intervention this time, I would have probably died. After the relief of surviving, Tang San's mood darkened again. In his mind, he recalled Xiao Wu's figure. The woman he once loved the most had died at the hands of Shen Tianyu. Tang San, who should have been furious, found himself at a loss for words. Just not long ago, he had witnessed Xiao Wu kneeling before Shen Tianyu, performing the joint cultivation method with him. That scene lingered in Tang San's mind, impossible to forget. Xiao Wu, my beloved, it's my fault for not protecting you. Tang San felt guilty and resentful, hating his own weakness. If only he had been able to take Xiao Wu away from the Stardow Forest back then, today wouldn't have happened. One could only imagine the miserable life Xiao Wu had led during that time. As he repeatedly blamed himself, Tang San wished he could slap himself twice. Just then, a killing intent approached. Tang San shivered all over. Is Shen Tianyu coming again? Not daring to hesitate for a moment, he held the sea god trident and turned to flee. Brother San, it's really you. Brother San, I found you. In the deep sea, Xiao Wu rushed towards Tang San from the direction of the killing intent. Just as Tang San was about to escape, he quickly turned around. Xiao Wu, it's really you. Tang San was overjoyed, his blood racing as he scanned her naked body. Brother San, Xiao Wu dove into Tang San's arms. Tang San's eyes were filled with love as he reached out to caress the whip marks on her body, feeling his heart bleed. Xiao Wu, you're not dead. That is truly wonderful. Brother San, I'm so happy to see you again. No matter what I've been through, I will always love you. I feel the same. Tears streamed down Tang San's cheeks. Brother San, will you despise me? Xiao Wu asked softly, biting her lip. Tang San was taken aback, then replied, of course not. Tears filled his eyes. The tears that had been welling up could no longer be controlled. Xiao Wu tightly hugged Tang San, crying uncontrollably. Enough. Don't cry. I will protect you from now on. Comforting Xiao Wu's emotions, Tang San felt very happy at that moment. Brother San, during this time, I learned that guy's cultivation method, and I'll teach it to you now. Once you learn it, your strength will definitely increase. Really? Really? Xiao Wu nodded earnestly, then crouched down and focused. Spiritual energy released from her body, enveloping Tang San within. Tang San was ecstatic. He had waited for this moment for too long. Xiao Wu's initiative further convinced him of her pure love for him. As the spiritual energy entered his body, the aura of the Azura god mixed in and also entered Tang San's body. The seawater surged and boiled. An invisible divine power enveloped the area, concealing the presence of the two. In the divine realm, sea god's palace, Poseidon sat cross-legged, his divine power circulating around him. Two fingers quickly pressed on an acupoint, and he spat out a mouthful of divine blood. Puffed, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Poseidon's pale face regained some color. Fortunately, this god reacted quickly, or he would have been killed on Douluo continent. That human Shen Tianyu, this god remembers you. This debt will be settled sooner or later. Gritting his teeth, Poseidon wished he could skin Shen Tianyu alive. Oh, Poseidon, what is wrong with you? Hurt? Damn, are you here to mock me again? As soon as Poseidon heard the voice of the Shura god, he could no longer sit still. Don't get angry. Be careful not to aggravate your injuries. Poseidon wore a gloomy expression as the Shura god walked into the Grand Hall. Honestly confess, how did that guy from the City of Slaughter end up on my Sea God Island? And he brought your Shura demon sword with him. I tell you, Tang San is my successor. The divine trial has already started for a long time, and you can't take him away. Hee hee, the Shura god sneered. If it weren't for my reminder, Tang San would have been dead long ago. Whether he becomes my successor or not is not up to you to decide. What do you mean by that? Poseidon had a bad premonition as he saw the Shura god smirk insidiously. With a wave of his hand, a scene appeared before the two of them. In the deep sea, Tang San and Xiao Wu were entwined together. Poseidon's old face turned red. You despicable. Look closely. With a frown, Poseidon examined it closely and immediately noticed something was off. Good. You actually used this method to invisibly transmit your Shura god's aura into Tang San's body. You are so shameless. This method of stealing a person surely violates the laws of the divine realm. Nonsense. The Shura god said sternly, go check the laws of the divine realm. Which one did I violate? Don't speak carelessly. Poseidon was at a loss for words. The Shura god dared to do this, which meant he must have thoroughly studied the divine laws and specially exploited loopholes. Moreover, without me, do you think you could have let Tang San escape? For him, I even used the power of the divine realm's core to shield their auras. His Poseidon gasped. He had mobilized the power of the divine realm's core. For Tang San, the Shura god was indeed making a significant investment. However, doing so naturally violated the divine laws. But Poseidon would not expose this matter. In a sense, this incident was beneficial for both of them. Poseidon needed Tang San as a successor, while the Shura god wanted to intercept and steal him. What do you plan to do? Let's each use our means. The Shura god chuckled. If he chooses the dual divine position, it wouldn't be impossible. Hiss this guy. A dual divine position for one person. If Tang San achieves it, everything you did will be exposed, and that guy will definitely take the opportunity to strike. I have my own arrangements. You don't need to worry. Just find a way to lure Shen Tianyu away. On the sea, you should have a way, right? It's not up to me to think of a way. Something has already approached him. Poseidon raised his hand, and another scene appeared. On the vast sea, a gigantic deep-sea whirlpool was swirling. A towering water tornado blocked the way of Shen Tianyu and his group. At the center of the deep-sea whirlpool, a 200-meter-long one-eyed sea soul beast poked its massive head out. The sea dominator, the deep-sea demon whale king. Did you defeat the sea god? The deep-sea demon whale king roared angrily, his blood-red single eye glaring at Shen Tianyu. On the sea, Shen Tianyu stood with his hands behind his back, staring back at the deep-sea demon whale king. You dare to block my way? Are you seeking death? Ha 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 ha, who will live and who will die is still unknown. You can defeat the sea god, which makes this king take you seriously. Only by defeating you can I truly become the ruler of the sea. The master of the ocean, with a wide-open mouth, a column of water surged forth. The deep-sea demon whale king had been thinking about taking revenge on Poseidon for countless years. Sensing Poseidon's aura, the deep-sea demon whale king rushed forward recklessly. But halfway through, he sensed Poseidon's aura dissipating. With his current cultivation, the deep-sea demon whale king naturally understood why. Soon, he encountered Shen Tianyu on the sea. From the energy fluctuations on Shen Tianyu's body, he quickly confirmed that it was he who defeated Poseidon. Without further hesitation, a column of water shot towards Shen Tianyu to kill him. Step back. Spiritual energy scattered, and Gu Yuna and Zhu Zhuqing were pushed away. Shen Tianyu swung his fist and struck the water column. Boom! His fist broke through the water column, and Shen Tianyu charged forward. His gem-blue, powerful body rolled in the sea. A massive whale tail swept up and struck down. The fist landed on the whale tail, creating a booming explosion that spread outward. The deep-sea demon whale king's face twisted. The gravity of this punch was something he hadn't anticipated. The spiritual energy exploded on the whale tail. Fish scales scattered everywhere, and the whale tail was charred black. Not bad. You are even stronger than the sea god of those years. The whale tail slapped the sea surface, and water tornadoes swept through. Countless water columns surged and erupted, attacking Shen Tianyu from all directions. With his indestructible body, Shen Tianyu was naturally unafraid. With one foot stepping into empty space, spiritual energy rippled in midair. The surging water column exploded completely. A water vortex charged directly at Shen Tianyu, who swung his fist. With just one punch, the water vortex immediately collapsed, and a large amount of water droplets fell into the sea. A blue light flickered, and the body of the deep-sea demon whale king vanished. The brilliance enveloped the ocean, dazzling and impossible to look at directly. Moments later, the deep-sea demon whale king disappeared. In its place stood a sturdy, muscular man. The cultivation of the deep-sea demon whale king was very close to 1,000,000 years, and transforming into a human was a trivial matter. You like to use your fists, so this king will compete with you to see whose fist is harder. Chapter 140. This king will never be a dog. Do you even deserve it? Raising an eyebrow, Shen Tianyu took a step forward. Like a ghost, he flashed to the front of the deep-sea demon whale king. He raised his hand and landed a punch squarely on the chest of the deep-sea demon whale king. Bang! A muffled sound exploded in the air, and the deep-sea demon whale king was directly knocked back by a punch. Good. The deep-sea demon whale king shouted, feeling exhilarated. Let you taste a punch from this king. Clenching his fist tightly, he charged towards Shen Tianyu. Without hesitation, he swung his fist, heading straight for Shen Tianyu's chest. With a raised palm, Shen Tianyu easily caught the punch from the deep-sea demon whale king. Coldness released from his brows as spiritual energy gathered into his fist. Shen Tianyu showed no mercy and swung his other hand in a punch. Boom! Spiritual energy exploded, and shockwaves rolled. The deep-sea demon whale king rolled in the air. A series of muffled explosions sounded from his chest. Each explosion was accompanied by a powerful surge of spiritual energy. even though his physical body was incredibly strong. He couldn't withstand such an assault. With your little ability, you think you can compare fists with me? Practice for another 100,000 years. Don't be arrogant. After being blasted 1,000 meters away, the deep-sea demon whale king stabilized his body. Even the sea god back then was not as arrogant as you. Today, this king will use your blood as a sacrifice to dominate the sea. Bang! With one misstep, he found himself over the roaring sea below. The deep-sea demon whale king summoned the soul power within him. With nearly 1,000,000 years of cultivation, his combat strength was incredibly terrifying. A punch was thrown forward, shattering the void. The fist pierced through space and instantly arrived in front of Shen Tianyu. Trash! With a wave of his hand, his robe fluttered with spiritual energy. The fist's power immediately came to a halt. Shen Tianyu merely flicked his fingers, and the terrifying fist's power dissipated into the heavens and the earth. What? The deep-sea demon whale king's expression changed drastically, his mouth agape in shock. Come again. This king does not believe it. This time, the deep-sea demon whale king no longer relied solely on physical strength. With both hands raised high, the seawater surged behind him. Countless water tornadoes erupted as he stood among them, resembling the master of the ocean. His single eye, a crimson blood-red pupil, revealed endless killing intent. Faced the wrath of the sea. With a wave of his arms, countless water tornadoes charged forward across the sea. The deep-sea demon whale king followed the water tornadoes, swinging his fist towards Shen Tianyu. Standing still, Shen Tianyu revealed a faint cold smile at the corner of his mouth. With two fingers brought together, sword energy soared into the sky. Man and sword united, the man is the sword. Slash! With a rapid, downward motion of his fingers, sword energy erupted from his fingertips, instantly extending to a length of over 1,000 meters. The sword energy swept over the waves, arriving in an instant. Splash! With a sweep of the sword, all the water tornadoes were shattered, transforming into endless water columns that fell into the sea. The deep-sea demon whale king, swinging its fist, suddenly felt a chill on its back. The fist was thrust straight out, colliding with the sword energy. It lasted for only 2 seconds before the deep-sea demon whale king could no longer withstand it. A powerful soul force erupted from its dantian, and deep blue light radiated from its body. In an instant, it transformed back into its true form. Relying on its massive body, it withstood the sword energy. Bang! Its body fell into the sea, and the waves surged skyward, reaching heights of 10,000 zhang. In the sea is where this king reigns supreme. Who dares to enter the water for battle? What is there to fear? With a swift motion, Shen Tianyu drew out the Zhu Xian sword. The spiritual energy surged downward, and he directly dove into the sea. Just as he entered the water, a massive whale tail came crashing towards him, seeking death. With a single sword strike, the sharp sword energy cut through the air. Blood blossoms erupted on the whale's tail, and the deep-sea demon whale king's tail was severed in half on the spot. A roar erupted from its mouth. The deep-sea demon whale king was enraged. Its massive body instantly merged with the ocean. Its bright red blood eyes kept enlarging. Deep-sea frenzy. A punch struck the sea, mixed with the howling sound waves of the deep-sea demon whale king, coming from all directions. In Shen Tianyu's vision, he could only see the single blood-red eye, but not the body of the deep-sea demon whale king. After all, it was an existence close to 1,000,000 years old. The deep-sea demon whale king had cultivated itself bit by bit, unlike the dream-eye silkworm, which relied on eating and sleeping to break through to 1,000,000 years. In the ocean, the deep-sea demon whale king was undoubtedly a dominant existence. If it weren't for the sea god suppressing it everywhere, its cultivation would be even more terrifying. It just couldn't become a god. Holding the Excalibur, Shen Tianyu remained very calm. Since he couldn't find the main body, he would treat the entire ocean as the deep-sea demon whale king's body. He spun in place, slashing out with the Excalibur's sword energy. The sharp sword energy swept outwards, and after one strike, the entire ocean seemed to be split in half. In the deep blue sea, vibrant blood flowers blossomed. The violent tsunami sound waves were destroyed under the Excalibur's sword energy. The deep-sea demon whale king's body reappeared, with deep bloodstains left on its massive form. You have some skill to withstand this casual strike of mine. Stop boasting. This sword energy is extremely terrifying. The deep-sea demon whale king does not believe this was just a casual strike. Since you are also using your full strength, I won't be polite. The strongest soul power within the deep-sea demon whale king surged. Deep-sea magic wave. At the bottom of the ocean, the seawater surged upwards wildly. The rushing seawater resembled an army of thousands. Looking down, the roaring waves looked like incarnations of the deep-sea demon whale king. Each of these energy bodies possessed 60% of the deep-sea demon whale king's combat power. At this moment, they madly attacked from below, causing the entire ocean to tremble, giving a sense that the sea was losing control. On the surface of the sea, Gu Yuna's purple eyes flashed with a hint of astonishment. What a deep-sea demon whale king! She didn't expect such a powerful existence among the soul beasts in the sea. Even if Emperor Tian came, he probably couldn't defeat the deep-sea demon whale king. In the sea, Shen Tianyu faced the deep-sea demon whale king's strongest strike with calmness. At his current level of cultivation, there was nothing in the entire Douluo continent that could instill fear in him. The Excalibur in his hand pointed downwards, and streams of spiritual energy rippled outward. Each strand of spiritual energy transformed into a phantom of the Excalibur. In an instant, thousands of Excalibur phantoms coalesced. "Strike!" he shouted sharply, and thousands of Excalibur phantoms shot out. The Excalibur in his hand also flew out along with countless phantoms. The violently boiling sea seemed to be endowed with life. The original raging waves were immediately calmed at this moment. In the ocean, the deep-sea demon whale king felt the most clearly. It sensed fear. The ocean was in fear. For a brief moment, the deep-sea demon whale king felt it was about to be abandoned by the sea. Boom! The Excalibur arrived, and countless waves transformed into the deep-sea demon whale king, shattering under the sword shadows. The deep-sea demon whale king's strongest strike was easily crushed before the Excalibur. Shen Tianyu stood with his hands behind his back, pressing down with one hand. The explosive aftermath that should have spread was directly halted. Then he raised his hand, and the Excalibur felt a pulling force, returning to Shen Tianyu's hand. "Deep-sea demon whale king, I give you a chance. Submit to me, and I will grant you supreme opportunities. Otherwise, die. You have misjudged me. This king will never be a dog. Your bones are quite tough. Then go die." The Excalibur in his hand burst forth with a sharp killing intent in an instant. A sword shot out from his hand, and, in the blink of an eye, was before the deep-sea demon whale king. The deep-sea demon whale king was terrified. The speed of the sword was simply too fast. So fast that he couldn't react at all. He quickly mobilized the soul power within him. But the deep-sea demon whale king became even more flustered. The soul power within him was completely frozen at that moment, and he couldn't mobilize it at all. What was going on? In shock, the deep-sea demon whale king began to draw upon the soul power from the sea. However, he found that the entire ocean was suppressed by an invisible force, and he couldn't mobilize it even a bit. In an instant, the deep-sea demon whale king understood. His single blood red eye trembled as it focused on the Excalibur before him. This sword could actually make heaven and earth bow down. "Kill!" The roar echoed in his mind, and the deep-sea demon whale king felt his brain go blank. The next moment, the Excalibur pierced into the deep-sea demon whale king's brain. Countless sword energies erupted from a sword tip. The sword energy swiftly roamed, covering every inch of the deep-sea demon whale king's body. Shen Tianyu leisurely snapped his fingers, and all the sword energies erupted simultaneously. He retracted the Excalibur without looking back, directly leaving the water and returning to the sky. "Is it over?" Gu Yuna tilted her head, curiously looking down. She saw the deep blue sea quickly bursting with countless blood flowers. These blood flowers released enormous energy fluctuations, and the energies fused together, causing the deep-sea demon whale king's soul ring to float on the ocean. His Gu Yuna gasped in surprise. So fast. After all, he was the overlord of the sea, yet you solved him so easily. As for you, the soul beast overlord, weren't you also easily dealt with by me? He Gu Yuna sneered. "Do you think you can subdue me? Without 2 or 3 hours, can you succeed?" Indeed, Shen Tianyu nodded in agreement. With Gu Yuna's deepening understanding of immortal techniques, her strength had also made rapid progress. Recently, during their sparring sessions, it took him 2 or 3 hours each time to defeat Gu Yuna, making her beg for mercy. Having dealt with the deep-sea demon whale king, Shen Tianyu's gaze fell on the system. The short-term task of severing the sea goddess inheritance had successfully concluded. A new task had also been released. Short-term Task 6. Resolve the crisis of the Sun and Moon continent. Raising an eyebrow, Shen Tianyu found it interesting. The Sun and Moon continent was also on Douluo Star. This continent, primarily focused on soul guide cultivation, had made the original Douluo continent suffer greatly during the Douluo era. The newly released short-term task was actually to resolve the crisis of the Sun and Moon continent. What happened? It's nothing. In response to Gu Yun's inquiry, Shen Tianyu shook his head and chose not to mention it. Let's continue westward. According to his memory, the Sun and Moon continent was to the west of the Douluo continent. Due to plate shifts, it had collided with the Douluo continent. However, this is the system task. On the surface, was to resolve the crisis of the Sun and Moon continent, but in reality, it should be to impart immortal cultivation techniques on the Sun and Moon continent. Having figured this out, Shen Tianyu no longer hesitated. He mobilized his spiritual energy and set off westward with the two women. In the divine realm, within the Sea God Palace, the sudden death of the deep-sea demon whale king left Poseidon momentarily at a loss for words. Reflecting back to 10,000 years ago, when he nearly died at the hands of the deep-sea demon whale king. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years passed, and the deep-sea demon whale king died in such a manner. Shen Tianyu's strength was now too formidable, in my opinion. It would be better to let him inherit two divine positions at the same time. Poseidon had initially been unwilling to share Tang San with the god of Shura, but after witnessing the battle between Shen Tianyu and the deep-sea demon whale king, his thoughts changed. If he only inherited one sea god position, there was a high possibility he would be easily killed by Shen Tianyu. However, if he added a Shura god position, that would be another matter. At least he would have the strength to fight back. Why aren't you saying anything? Poseidon wondered, following the gaze of the god of Shura, staring at the woman on the screen. The woman had an extraordinarily rare beauty, a natural beauty. A head of silver, long hair shone brightly under the sunlight. Paired with a long dress, her temperament was exceptional. Those purple eyes were even more endearing. Wow, Shura, you're not falling for this little girl, are you? No. Shura shook his head. I just find it strange. This woman feels oddly familiar, yet I cannot discern her origins. What? Poseidon was taken aback. It's one thing for Shen Tianyu to be unable to see her background, but how come you can't see it either? That shouldn't be. I can confirm that she is a being from Douluo, but her aura seems to be sealed, making it impossible for me to probe. It must be Shen Tianyu's doing. It seems that this girl's background is extraordinary. Furrowing his brows, Shura muttered to himself. Where have I seen her before? This feeling is too familiar. It seems I've never encountered her. Shura felt like his head was about to explode, racking his brains but unable to recall. Seeing that this was going on, Shura's CPU was about to overheat. Poseidon immediately spoke up to guide him. Stop thinking about that. Let us first resolve Tang San's issue. What method do you plan to use to let him inherit both divine positions simultaneously without breaking the divine laws? The girl I resurrected. Her body will serve as the sheath for the Shura demon sword. Her and Tang San's powers have already merged together. Once the divine position is inherited, Tang San will be able to switch between divine positions at will. TSK, you really are something. Poseidon gave a thumbs up, his gaze sweeping across the light screen. Huh, it's over? That kid Tang San is a bit quick, huh? Not even 3 minutes. Ahem. Shura lightly coughed. Don't laugh at others while you yourself are in the same situation. You've never touched a woman. As if you have, with your fearsome looks. No one would want you. Hurting each other, huh? Shura was slightly angry. It's not that I didn't want to find one. Haha, no one wants you. Just admit it. Poseidon, you're asking for it. In the Sea God Palace, the two gods were arguing like children. At this moment, in the deep sea, Tang San and Xiao Wu were embracing each other. The surrounding seawater flowed gently, and the two were protected by a layer of energy, so they were not affected by the seawater. Sorry, Xiao Wu. Tang San felt very apologetic. The result of their first cultivation together left him quite unsatisfied. What he was more concerned about was Xiao Wu's opinion. It's okay, Sangu, the first time cultivating spiritual energy is like this. You'll get used to it in the future. You can do it. MHM. Tang San nodded emphatically. Receiving Xiao Wu's encouragement felt sweeter than honey. Don't worry, Xiao Wu. Once I adapt, I will definitely satisfy you. I believe in you. Lowering her head, she deeply kissed Tang San. In the silent seabed, the two embraced. Perhaps cultivating spiritual energy consumed too much energy. Before long, Tang San fell asleep. After Tang San fell asleep, a hint of sorrow flashed in Xiao Wu's eyes. In her mind, she couldn't help but recall the scenes with Shen Tianyu. Although treated harshly and roughly, the feeling brought by the cultivation improvement was very evident. She couldn't help but sigh, and Xiao Wu could only take advantage of Tang San's deep sleep to resolve some issues in her cultivation. Chapter 142. The tragic Sun-Moon Empire ahead. It should be the Sun-Moon continent. But looking at the situation, it seems there is a great battle happening. On the endless sea, after 2 months of flying, Shen Tianyu and his companions finally saw land. I can sense a huge spiritual power. It should be coming from the Soul Beast clan. Gu Yuna gently raised her hand, her purple eyes slightly squinted, gazing at the distant continent. Let's go take a look and we'll know. With the spiritual energy beneath their feet, the three quickly approached. At this moment on the Sun Moon continent, outside the evil spirit forest, the army of the Sun Moon Empire was being attacked by soul beasts. In the main tent, Emperor Su Wuyan of the Sun Moon Empire was extremely anxious. Bad news kept coming in, and the civil and military officials in the main tent were all silent. Report, Your Majesty, it's bad. Our Soul Guidance Cannon Regiment has been taken over by an evil tyrant. What? Suin's vision darkened, nearly passing out. The Soul Guidance Cannon Regiment was very important to the entire Sun Moon Empire. In the war against the Soul Beast clan, the destructive power of the Soul Guidance Cannons was the strongest, and they could cover long-range attacks. They could minimize the losses of the frontline soldiers while dealing fatal blows to the Soul Beasts. If the Soul Guidance Cannon Regiment was occupied, how could the Sun Moon Empire fight against the Soul Beast clan? I will personally go reclaim the Soul Guidance Cannon Regiment. Your Majesty, please be cautious. The officials immediately tried to stop him, and Su Wuyan was instantly furious. Enough! If all the Soul Guidance Cannons are destroyed, the Sun Moon Empire will truly perish. This continent will completely become a paradise for the Soul Beast clan. Su Wuyan insisted on his decision and set off directly. 7 soul rings rose from beneath his feet. 1 white, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black. The dignified emperor of the Sun Moon Empire only had 1 10,000-year soul ring. The current Sun Moon Empire was indeed somewhat impoverished. With the emperor personally taking action, the officials naturally did not dare to be careless and immediately followed Su Wuyan. They quickly arrived at the Soul Guidance Cannon Regiment, where all the soldiers had been killed. Only an evil tyrant was crazily destroying the Soul Guidance Cannons. Nearly 1/3 of the Soul Guidance Cannons had already been destroyed by that evil tyrant. Beast, I will kill you. Su Wuyan was furious, and his martial soul directly manifested. A scorching sunlight burst forth from his body. The third soul skill was unleashed, and a blazing light exploded, directly striking the evil tyrant. Boom! The explosion echoed, and the evil tyrant let out a roar. Its gigantic eye immediately locked onto Su Wuyan. Countless tentacles danced in the air, rushing towards Su Wuyan with a roar. Protect His Majesty. A group of soul masters controlled their soul-guiding devices to launch an attack on the evil tyrant. However, the tentacles easily blocked all the attacks. A sweeping massacre, resulting in over 30 soul masters and soul instructors dead or injured. This beast has 80,000 years of cultivation. The Soul Douluo protecting Su Wuyan's face changed dramatically. An 80,000-year evil tyrant, perhaps only a title Douluo could contend with it. Currently, there are only 2 title Douluo in the entire Sun Moon Empire. Moreover, those 2 are currently outside the evil demon forest, fighting against a large number of soul beasts, making it impossible for them to come to aid. It's over. We're doomed. The 80,000-year evil tyrant swung its tentacles wildly, killing countless ministers beside Su Wuyan. Your Majesty, hurry and leave. I will hold them off. The Soul Douluo guard directly pushed Su Wuyan aside, charging recklessly at the evil tyrant, only to be bound by countless tentacles the next moment. Beast, I'll blow you to pieces. Soul power erupted, activating the soul-guided bombs on him. An explosion followed, severing dozens of tentacles. Captain Wang. Su Wuyan cried out in despair as his close guard fell in battle. There was no one left to fight beside him. Death had become a certainty. The evil tyrant, enraged by the severed tentacles, turned its gaze towards Su Wuyan. With 80,000 years of cultivation, its intelligence was not low, and it naturally understood what this emperor meant to the Sun Moon Empire. Tentacles tore through the void, instantly appearing before Su Wuyan. Su Wuyan closed his eyes in despair, and a harsh rustling sound came. Warm liquid splattered on his face. Confused, Su Wuyan opened his eyes to find his face covered in blood, and it was the blood of the evil tyrant. I'm not dead. Startled, Su Wuyan followed the evil tyrant's gaze and looked up. In the sky, a man and 2 women stood with their hands behind their backs. The leading man spoke coldly. Get lost. Otherwise die. The evil tyrant roared. Just moments ago, it had its hundreds of tentacles severed by Shen Tianyu. The piercing pain made it extremely furious at this moment. Tentacles supported its body as it leaped into the air to attack. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Energy gathered, and a punch was thrown. Where the punch passed, space directly collapsed. The evil eye tyrant immediately sensed something was wrong. Countless tentacles surged forward, forming a large net to try to block the punch. Boom! The punch smashed down, and the tentacles exploded. The evil eye tyrant let out a shriek, unable to escape in time, and was struck by the punch on its massive eyeball. Boom! The explosion echoed in the sky, and the enormous body fell to the ground. A deep black soul ring floated out from the body of the evil eye tyrant. God! Su Wuyan was astonished. He had never seen anyone able to easily kill an 80,000-year-soul beast, especially one as powerful as the evil eye tyrant. God, please save my people. Su Wuyan directly knelt, bowing his head to Shen Tianyu. Go down and take a look. Stepping on spiritual energy, he arrived before Su Wuyan. Who are you? I am Su Wuyan, Emperor of the Sun-Moon Empire. Oh, Shen Tianyu raised his eyebrows, not expecting that upon arriving at the Sun-Moon continent, he would save the Emperor of the Sun-Moon Empire. With a gentle smile, Shen Tianyu immediately helped Su Wuyan up. I have a rough understanding of the situation on the Sun-Moon continent. It should currently be a chaotic battle between humans and soul beasts, right? What the true God said is correct. We have been fighting with the Soul Beast clan for over 200 years. This war has caused the Sun-Moon Empire severe losses. If the true God doesn't appear soon, our human race is going to perish. Su Wuyan's 2 streams of tears flowed down his cheeks, as a generation's emperor wept bitterly. It was evident that the Sun-Moon Empire during this period was indeed in a dire state. I can help you solve everything, but there is one condition that you must agree to. Don't say it's one condition, even if it's 100, I am willing. As soon as he heard that the current crisis could be resolved, Su Wuyan felt invigorated. He would not hesitate to sacrifice his life if necessary. It seems you are quite a good emperor. Briefly tell me all about the current situation that I don't know. All right. Su Wuyan then explained the situation of the Sun and Moon continent to Shen Tianyu. Currently, all soul beasts on the Sun and Moon continent obey the commands of the evil eye tyrant. As long as it can be defeated, it will greatly weaken the Soul Beast clan, thus creating a peaceful space for survival. However, no one has ever defeated the evil eye tyrant in thousands of years. After the establishment of the Sun and Moon Empire, the development of soul-guiding devices has improved the situation to some extent. The evil eye tyrant clearly understands all of this, and in recent years, the beast tides it has unleashed have grown larger and larger. The consumption for the Sun and Moon Empire is terrifying. It can only hold on for another 2 years at most before it faces destruction. Don't worry, the Sun and Moon Empire will not perish. Just leave everything to me. First, let me tell you my conditions. After everything is over, the Sun and Moon Empire must implement spiritual energy cultivation. Otherwise, I can easily destroy the Sun and Moon Empire and establish a new empire on the Sun and Moon continent. No problem. Su Wuyan patted his chest in assurance. But what is spiritual energy cultivation, my lord? Just then, an angry roar echoed from the demon forest. Who killed my son? Come out. You will know soon enough. He rose and stepped into the air, heading straight for the outside of the demon forest. A violent pressure erupted from the demon forest. A tyrant with a height of 80 meters and a sinister eye suddenly appeared out of nowhere. On the side of the Sun and Moon Empire, the faces of 2 titled Duuluo changed dramatically. 100,000-year sinister eye tyrant. The 2 gasped in shock, their faces showing a sense of helplessness. Facing a 100,000-year soul beast, they had no chance of victory. A mere sinister eye tyrant, do not be so arrogant. A furious shout echoed, and the space shattered directly. 4 figures appeared out of thin air. These 4 were indeed Shen Tianyu and his companions, along with Emperor Su Wuyan of the Sun and Moon Empire. Your Majesty, the 2 titled Duuluo were shocked. How did the Emperor suddenly arrive? What was the background of the 3 accompanying him? Shen Tianyu turned around and glanced at the 2 titled Duuluo, his mouth twitching involuntarily. The soul ring configurations of the 2 were identical. 1 white, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black. They were so weak. With his battle power, a solitary Dugu Bo could easily annihilate the 2 of them. He extended a hand, a wisp of spiritual energy, sending Su Wuyan to the side of the 2. Watch closely. What is spiritual energy? Turning around, Shen Tianyu unleashed the spiritual energy within him, directly suppressing the 100,000-year-old evil eye tyrant. This evil eye tyrant had a cultivation of at least 170,000 years. Judging from the aura emanating from him, he would definitely break through 200,000 years in the future, becoming a fierce beast. Feeling the pressure of the spiritual energy, The evil eye tyrant opened its vertical eye in fury. You killed my son. Do you want revenge for it? Coldly speaking, a wisp of spiritual energy blossomed at his fingertip. I advise you to think twice. With your level of cultivation, I can kill you with a single strike. Ha ha ha. The evil eye tyrant laughed, arrogant. Although you are the most powerful human I have seen, and the pressure you release does indeed instill fear in me. This is the evil spirit forest. If you dare to kill me, you will never be able to leave this place. My father is not someone you can offend. It would be better for me to kill you, so you won't suffer any longer. Shen Tianyu was momentarily speechless. This guy was quite arrogant. Looking across the entire Duuluo, you were even more arrogant than Tang Ritian. Besides, hard to persuade the damned ghost with good words. A wisp of spiritual energy shot out from his fingertip, transforming into a sword energy that rapidly shot through the air. The spiritual energy quickly changed into a strand of sword aura, directly targeting the evil eye tyrant. Seeking death, the evil eye tyrant roared, and countless tentacles surged from behind. In an instant, the entire sky was covered by the tentacles. The exploding sword energy shot upwards. As the sword energy swept across, countless tentacles were severed and fell to the ground. The evil eye tyrant howled, the piercing pain causing his entire body to tremble. Evil eye gaze. The vertical eye opened wide in anger, and the soul power erupted. The massive evil eye condensed, and brilliant light shot out, aiming to kill Shen Tianyu. The sword energy descended from the sky, horizontally slicing through the exploding evil eye gaze. Boom! The evil eye gaze was easily destroyed, while the sword energy remained unharmed. Kill it! Shen Tianyu shouted sternly, the sword energy tearing through space, instantly arriving in front of the evil eye tyrant. A sword pierced through the vertical pupil, and the sword energy exploded within it. The evil eye tyrant let out no more screams, as its massive body was swept away by the sword energy, instantly shattering into countless fragments scattered across the ground. The 100,000-year soul ring slowly floated up, and there was a profound silence outside the evil spirit forest. The soul beast trembled all over, fearing the power of Shen Tianyu. On the side of the Sun and Moon Empire, everyone was filled with excitement. In particular, the two titled Duuluos had their eyes shining brightly as they stared at the 100,000-year soul ring. That was a 100,000-year soul ring, something no one in the history of the Sun and Moon continent had ever obtained. Unfortunately, both of them were titled Duuluos and could not acquire this precious soul ring. Your Majesty, who exactly is he? He actually killed the 100,000-year evil eye tyrant with a single move. A titled Duo opened his mouth to ask, and Su Wuyan finally snapped back to reality from his shock. He is the god who has come to save us. The two titled Duuluos immediately grew serious, their gazes towards Shen Tianyu filled with admiration and submission. Su Wuyan was shocked and thought, is this what spiritual energy cultivation is like? It's simply too powerful. If one could cultivate spiritual energy, what need would there be for soul guide devices? Before everyone could fully recover from their astonishment, the entire evil demon forest suddenly erupted. Deep within the evil demon forest, vast waves of soul power surged forth. Just a trace of this fluctuation sent the entire Sun-Moon Empire into a state of panic. The evil eye tyrant sovereign is about to appear. The evil eye tyrant sovereign is an invincible demon for the current Sun-Moon Empire. Once it takes action, it will surely bring about destruction. A wild surge of soul power swept towards them, and Shen Tianyu flicked his fingers, causing the spiritual energy to rise and directly rebound the soul power. Deep within the evil demon forest, the evil eye tyrant sovereign expressed confusion. Its body, nearly 200 meters tall, floated up from the forest. Countless tentacles spread across every corner of the evil demon forest. All the soul beasts knelt on the ground, welcoming the appearance of their king. Humans, you are so bold to dare to kill my descendants on my territory. Shen Tianyu was momentarily speechless. This routine seemed somewhat familiar. Sending the small ones to deal with the big ones? Evil Emperor, I give you a chance to stop this war. I won't make it difficult for you. What did you say? The evil emperor was clearly angered, his voice carrying a violent rage that swept directly towards Shen Tianyu. Who do you think you are to give me a chance? On this continent, I am the sky, a frog in a well. Who gave you such confidence? Before Shen Tianyu could speak, Guyana stepped forward. She extended a hand and waved at the incoming sound wave. Boom! The sound wave attack exploded, and the vertical pupils in Gu Yuna's purple eyes stood tall. A dragon's roar erupted from her mouth, and elemental power surrounded her body. The evil eye tyrant sovereign's expression changed dramatically, disbelief filling its voice. You are the sole beast sovereign. Although the current Sun-Moon continent has not yet collided with the Douluo continent, the Soul Beast Sovereign is a being known to all top soul beasts. The evil Eye Tyrant Sovereign, after all, is a top ferocious beast of 780,000 years, second only to Emperor Tian, and has lived for a very long time. How could it not know the Soul Beast Sovereign? You have some insight, evil Emperor. Withdraw immediately, and from now on, do not instigate a beast tide, or I will definitely not spare you. You want to help humans? A hint of displeasure arose in the evil Emperor's tone. As the Soul Beast Sovereign, you do not stand on the side of the soul beasts, but instead collude with humans. I do not acknowledge such a Soul Beast Sovereign. Ending the beast tide is absolutely impossible. Fool! Geuyuna shouted angredi. Ending the beast tide is to save your life. Do you want to die? Do you think I am afraid? The soul power contained immense mental strength. The evil Emperor shouted angrily. If I die at the hands of a traitor from your Soul Beast clan, I consider myself unlucky. If you still have any feelings for the Soul Beast clan, then do not interfere in this matter and let me have an understanding with humans. You are rebelling. You are rebelling. Gu Aua Navash furious. A mere evil Emperor dared to contradict her, which made her blood boil. She raised her hand, and a silver dragon claw directly emerged. Now, stand down. Let me handle this. Shen Tianyu approached from behind, a strand of spiritual energy dispersing the gathered silver dragon claw. It infuriates me. Am I, the Soul Beast Sovereign, really so lacking in prestige? I must teach him a lesson. Don't make a scene. Be obedient. Shen Tianyu's expression instantly grew serious. If you don't obey, I will publicly punish you. P.S. I recommend a Douluo fanfiction titled Douluo Mongfu. I am born with divine power, one punch to destroy the world. Chapter 144, Spiritual Illusion. A sword to slash all gods. All right. Guyana pouted and stepped aside. Spiritual energy flowed, and Shen Tianyu took a step forward, already 100 meters away. Evil Emperor, let me see what abilities you truly possess. As you wish. The evil Emperor roared, the light in its vertical pupils bursting forth. Countless tentacles erupted in an instant. The tentacles, innumerable, surged from every corner of the evil demon forest to attack. The evil Eye Tyrant Sovereign, as the strongest in the evil demon forest, had control over the entire forest. The moment the vertical pupils burst forth, the tentacles intertwined and rushed towards Shen Tianyu without hesitation. Spiritual energy swirled around his fingertips, and with a light tap upward, the spiritual energy shot skyward, exploding in midair into countless sharp sword energies. Kill! The sword energies descended from the sky, enveloping countless tentacles in spiritual energy. The evil Emperor's enormous vertical pupil flashed with a hint of astonishment. This is spiritual energy. With a cultivation of 780,000 years, he could naturally sense the existence of spiritual energy. However, the rules of heaven and earth prevented him from absorbing spiritual energy. He could only absorb the soul power transformed from spiritual energy to cultivate. Rumble the sharp sword energies swept through the evil demon forest, and countless tentacles were instantly shattered. The evil Emperor trembled all over, feeling fear towards Shen Tianyu. You are a god. In this world, only gods can cultivate spiritual energy. Although the divine power transformed from spiritual energy can be considered spiritual energy to a certain extent. Gods are not worthy to be compared with me. Stepping into the void, the spiritual energy in my fingertips burst forth, crazily spreading outward. Evil Emperor, I ask you once more, will you end the beast tide or not? If you want this Emperor to end the beast tide, it won't be that simple. The severed tentacles all revive in the next moment. The evil Emperor's vertical pupils widen in anger, and a brilliant beam of light shoots out. Mental paralysis ray. The dominion of the evil Eye Tyrant lies in his mastery of mental power. The spiritual energy contained in that vertical pupil is something even Emperor Tian cannot compare to. Scatter. With a wave of his hand, his robe flares with spiritual energy. Boom! The exploding mental paralysis rays instantly detonate. His figure flickers quickly in the air, and Shen Tianyu arrives directly above the evil demon forest. Thorny halo. Countless tentacles dance, rising from the evil demon forest, forming a brilliant thorny halo. Destroy it for me. With just a downward palm, the newly risen thorny halo shatters instantly. You can't do it, evil Emperor. Is this all you can do? The thorny halo, one of the evil Emperor's strongest soul techniques, is easily resolved by Shen Tianyu. This immediately deflated the evil Emperor's spirit. In fact, He knew this battle was destined to be a failure the moment the spiritual energy burst forth. But as the overlord of the evil demon forest, he couldn't accept defeat and could only force himself to fight. The tentacles spread outward, and vast mental power permeates in an instant. The entire realm of the evil demon forest is enveloped in mental power. In the evil emperor's eyes, circles of strange energy fluctuations are released. The fluctuations spread out, and everything around begins to change. Shen Tianyu squints. The original evil demon forest has now transformed into a hellish realm. This hell is isolated from the outside world, and an invisible suppression descends upon Shen Tianyu. Above the hell, countless magnificent palaces stand. From these palaces emerge countless men and women. Each person exudes a terrifying pressure. The divine realm? Shen Tianyu's gaze fixes on the 5 leading figures. The foremost one holds the Azura demon's sword, unmistakably the Azura god. To his left and right are the embodiments of good and evil, along with the god of destruction and the goddess of life. Following them are the first-level main gods. An interesting soul technique. Shen Tianyu chuckles lightly. With just one glance, he recognizes this as one of the evil tyrant soul techniques, a mental illusion. Within this illusion, the world's top-tier powerhouses can be simulated. In the evil emperor's perception, these are naturally the gods of the divine realm. So after all, Douluo is too weak. I truly look down on these lofty gods. Grasping at the void, he retrieves the Zhuzhen sword. The spiritual energy from his dantian erupts, instantly infusing into the Zhuzhen sword. With a sword in hand, facing the crowd in hell. All of you die for me. With a single sword strike, the Excalibur flew out as well. Kill. The Azura demon sword swung, and the Azura god led the gods to attack. With a single stroke of sword energy, the second-level and third-level gods were all annihilated beneath the sword's power. The flying Zhu Xian sword swiftly moved among the first-level gods. One by one, the first-level gods fell rapidly. In less than 3 breaths, only 5 gods remained in the illusion. Spiritual energy gathered in his fist as Shen Tianyu swung a punch at the 5. The fist energy surged forth with the momentum of destroying heaven and earth. The 5 divine kings joined forces, but in the next moment, they were crushed by the fist energy. The vast palace of the divine realm was also shattered after the explosion of the fist energy. The Excalibur returned to his hand, and Shen Tianyu swung the sword down onto the purgatory. Boom! The illusionary world twisted, and the scenes in Shen Tianyu's view changed rapidly. The forest of evil reappeared in sight. Countless tentacles gathered around Shen Tianyu. The evil emperor's pupils widened in disbelief. How could this be? He had activated the mental illusion, and it had been less than 10 seconds. His tentacles had barely broken through the spiritual defense, and just as he was about to annihilate Shen Tianyu, the mental illusion was shattered. I was just playing with you. If it weren't for this, how could your single eye be completely exposed? Upon hearing this, the evil emperor panicked. He directed all his tentacles to deal with Shen Tianyu. At this moment, his single eye had lost all protective tentacles. A wisp of spiritual energy flowed from his fingertips, resembling a rope, effortlessly binding all the tentacles of the evil emperor. Stepping into the void, he walked towards the evil emperor step by step. I still have a trump card. The light of time and space. The silver light burst forth from his vertical pupil. The evil eye tyrant dominated. Apart from his formidable mental power, it was his singular eye that was his greatest asset. The single eye widened in fury as the elements of time and space converged into an energy wave. Bang! The light of time and space shot forth. And as it passed, time and space rapidly flowed away. The most terrifying aspect of this move lay in its control over the passage of time. Most life in the world ultimately falls to the hands of time. The reason is simple. Life always has an end. Facing the light of time and space, Shen Tianyu remained unfazed. Gripping the Excalibur, he thrust it forward horizontally. The sword energy erupted directly, piercing into the light of time and space. Dazzling rays of light exploded and scattered inch by inch. The void directly shattered, and the resulting energy waves swept across the entire evil demon forest. The most painful part was the evil emperor himself. His countless tentacles were all struck by the residual waves, pain flooding into his mind, making him wish for death. Damn it! The accumulated soul power of 780,000 years converged entirely into the vertical pupil at this moment. The vast mental power fused with the soul power. Let us see this move of mine. The fusion of soul power and mental power transformed into a terrifying black light. This light was filled with a sense of destruction. The light of destruction. Chapter 145. The Path of the Sun and Moon Continent. The evil emperor's strongest soul technique, the light of destruction, contained both soul power and mental power, merging all available forces into this move. The destructive aura released from the vertical pupil, and the violent light of destruction instantly shot forth in all directions. Countless beams of destruction swiftly darted through the air, coming from all directions towards Shen Tianyu. After the release of the light of destruction, the evil demon forest trembled violently. In an instant, the colors of heaven and earth changed. It was as if the apocalypse had arrived, with the entire sky turning black. This move exuded an aura of destroying heaven and earth. Holding the Excalibur, Shen Tianyu chuckled lightly. Is that all? How dull? With a swift swing of the sword energy instantly expanded, enveloping the entire evil demon forest. All the lights of destruction were severed beneath this single strike. In a flash, he appeared directly in front of the evil emperor. Spiritual energy spread out to seal off the area, immobilizing the evil emperor, rendering him unable to move even a fraction. Your spatial abilities are useless before me. Don't even think about escaping. The evil emperor suddenly felt weak all over. Just kill me. The space was sealed off, and escape was no longer an option. Continuing to fight with Shen Tianyu? Don't joke around. The strongest blow was easily dealt with by him. Moreover, after using the light of destruction, the soul power and mental strength within the evil emperor were greatly diminished, making it impossible to continue fighting. I'm too lazy to kill you. I just want you to end the beast wave immediately. Ending the beast wave means you have to kill all the soul beasts. The evil emperor's attitude was firm. I have lived on this continent the longest and am well aware of the development of humanity. If their soul guide technology continues to develop, in less than 1,000 years, my soul beast clan will have no place to stand. The current stage of soul guide technology is still far behind compared to what it will be in 10,000 years. The only thing that can threaten soul beasts is the soul guide cannon. The evil emperor's words were somewhat exaggerated, but one thing was correct. As soul guide technology continues to develop, soul beasts will indeed face extinction. It can only be said that the evil emperor's vision is relatively long-term. As long as I am here, soul beasts will not perish. Moreover, I can guarantee you that from now on, human soul masters will no longer need to hunt soul beasts for spirit rings. What can you use to guarantee that? Spiritual energy cultivation. Shen Tianyu spoke, producing a pill from his bosom. Without giving the evil emperor a chance to refuse, he directly stuffed it into the evil emperor's mouth. After the pill entered his abdomen, the evil emperor immediately felt his meridians rapidly transforming. Shen Tianyu pointed to the sky, and the ethereal spiritual energy floating in the air descended at his guidance. Try to absorb it and see. The evil emperor was tempted and immediately began to absorb the spiritual energy. It worked, he exclaimed in disbelief. He actually managed to absorb the spiritual energy into his body. The spiritual energy that had confined the evil emperor was released, and Shen Tianyu took out a cultivation method. This basic qi cultivation technique can help you smoothly embark on the path of immortality, if your talent is sufficient. Obtaining eternal life and possessing power comparable to the gods is not impossible. As the tendrils quickly retracted, surrounded by light, the evil emperor transformed into human form. Under the black robe, the evil emperor was tightly wrapped, with only a pair of eyes visible. After receiving the qi cultivation technique, the evil emperor immediately began to flip through it. After a moment, he closed the qi cultivation technique, and his breathing became noticeably rapid. However, at this moment, the evil emperor was very calm. This is just a basic qi cultivation technique. There should be more advanced ones. That's right. Shen Tianyu smiled and took out a stack of cultivation methods. As long as you don't initiate the beast tide again, all of these will be yours. Moreover, I have a way to allow all soul beasts to cultivate spiritual energy. I understand. The evil emperor nodded, realizing that you want everyone to cultivate spiritual energy, thus changing the soul master system. In this way, it is indeed possible to avoid hunting soul beasts for soul rings. But have you considered that once humans become powerful through cultivating spiritual energy, they will inevitably think about occupying the living space of my soul beast clan? You don't need to worry about that. I can assure you that once the cultivation of spiritual energy spreads throughout the world, I will establish a new order to ensure that the two clans do not interfere with each other to the greatest extent possible. In fact, you should also be very clear that it is almost impossible to have a 100% peaceful coexistence. Some occasional friction is inevitable. The evil emperor nodded in deep agreement. Moreover, your soul beast overlord is also cultivating spiritual energy now. You should understand my relationship with her. Even if I am human, I will still consider the matters of the soul beast clan because of her. You and her. The evil emperor's eyes widened, moving back and forth between the two. That's right, he's my husband. Gu Yunan naturally heard their conversation and immediately replied. With me, the Silver Dragon King. What do you have to worry about? This world is not just one continent. Beyond the Sun and Moon continent is the Douluo continent. The Soul Beast clan has already begun to cultivate spiritual energy, and Evil Emperor Yuan-Ti want the Soul Beasts on the Sun and Moon continent to fall behind. Would you? The competitive spirit deep within the Evil Emperor was instantly ignited. How could the Soul Beasts of the Sun and Moon continent lose? This Emperor will take a gamble today. From now on, under special circumstances, I will never initiate the Beast Tide. Releasing his mental power outward, the Evil Emperor shouted sternly. All Soul Beasts, retreat to the Evil Demon Forest. At the command, the Soul Beasts outside the Evil Forest immediately retreated in an orderly manner. That's right. I am very satisfied with your performance. With a wave of my hand, I took out 100 bottles of elixirs. Releasing spiritual energy, I opened the elixir bottles, and a large amount of elixirs turned into powder and scattered under the pressure of the spiritual energy. Rain down. With a finger pointing to the sky, he shouted angrily, and suddenly a torrential rain began to pour over the evil spear forest. The powder of the elixir mixed with the rainwater. All the soul beasts opened their mouths, and, at the request of the evil emperor, frantically swallowed all the rainwater into their bellies. The meridians of the soul beasts were undergoing earth-shattering changes at this moment. This digestion process would take some time. After a brief conversation with the evil emperor, Shen Tianyu left the evil spirit forest. At this moment, outside the evil spirit forest, Su Weiyan was filled with excitement. As soon as Shen Tianyu appeared, he immediately led everyone to kneel and shout in unison. Thank you, divine being, for saving our human race. Get up. No need to kneel. With a wave of his sleeve, spiritual energy rippled, lifting everyone present back to their feet. Su Weiyan was shocked. Truly, he was a divine being. Su Weiyan, from now on, the Soul Beast clan will no longer initiate beast tides. The citizens of the Sun Moon Empire can rest easy. However, from this point on, hunting soul beasts is strictly prohibited. Su Weiyan's expression changed dramatically, and the soul masters behind him also had strange expressions. If we don't hunt soul beasts, how can we enhance our strength? Some powerful soul tools require a certain level of cultivation to be used. Divine Lord, have you forgotten what you promised? A cold gaze descended. Su Weiyan trembled all over and immediately knelt down. I certainly wouldn't dare forget, but if we don't hunt soul beasts, there will be no strong humans among us. And we can't ensure that the Soul Beast clan won't break their word. Rest assured, as long as you cultivate spiritually, you won't need to worry about these matters. Cultivating spiritually? Chapter 146, Dragon Valley World. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. On the surging sea, 3 people were flying swiftly. These 3 were Shen Tianyu, Gu Yunan, and Zhu Zhuqing. After arriving at the Sun Moon continent 2 months ago, they successfully resolved the beast tide issue and spent a month imparting the foundational theory of spiritual cultivation to the Sun Moon Empire. Both the Sun Moon Empire and the Soul Beast clan, led by the evil emperor, are now on the path of spiritual cultivation. After staying on the Sun Moon continent for a month and ensuring everything was on track, Shen Tianyu set off again. In this world, the area of the ocean is always larger than that of the land. During this month, the 3 of them discovered 2 more pieces of land. However, both were desolate areas with no human habitation, only a few soul beasts residing there. Compared to the Douluo continent, they were far inferior. There's another piece of land ahead, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, pointing at the mountains that were faintly visible in the distance. Shen Tianyu narrowed his eyes, and a massive wave of spiritual energy burst forth in an instant. This is it. It seemed as if a wind rose beneath their feet, carrying the 2 women as they flickered across the sea. Within just a few breaths, they landed on the land. Is this your destination for this trip? Gu Yunan raised her eyebrows, not understanding Shen Tianyu's actions. After resolving the Sun Moon continent issue, they should have returned to the Douluo continent. But Shen Tianyu suddenly changed plans and insisted on heading west. Yes, Shen Tianyu nodded, quickly releasing spiritual energy outward, seemingly sensing something. The powerful Gu Yunan followed suit, mumbling in dissatisfaction. This place is just slightly better than the previous lands, and there's nothing unique here worth the trip. Found it. Just as Gu Yunan's voice fell, Shen Tianyu's eyes brightened. You'll know soon. There are heavenly opportunities here, especially for you. Me? Hearing Shen Tianyu's words, Gu Yuna's curiosity heightened. With a wave of his hand, he stirred the spiritual energy in his robes. The three of them sped off again, and half an hour later, they landed in a valley. The barren valley could be described as devoid of any vegetation. Besides the oddly shaped stones, there was nothing else. But there's clearly nothing here. Gu Yuna pouted in dissatisfaction, while Shen Tianyu chuckled and raised his hand. A strand of spiritual energy erupted from the fingertips and instantly fell into the valley. The entire valley trembled violently in the next moment. Shen Tianyu's pupils flickered with light, as if searching for something. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto something, and a strand of spiritual energy shot out. Boom! An explosion echoed, and the space was directly blown open. Through the open space, Gu Yuna was astonished to discover that she could see another scene. This was an independent, small dimension. That's right. With a snap of his fingers, Shen Tianyu explained. This small dimension is attached to the Douluo dimension and is extremely stable. Moreover, within this small dimension, there is something you have always wanted to find. Gu Yuna's purple eyes narrowed, and her small mouth slightly opened. It can't be. You guessed it right. Let's go. Shen Tianyu stepped forward and entered the small dimension. The two women followed, arriving at a small plain. Various colored clouds floated in the sky above the plain. Gu Yuna lightly tapped with her fingertips, and countless clouds flew over, directly merging into her body. In an instant, Gu Yuna was enveloped in a colorful glow. It's really true. Gu Yuna was overjoyed, and now she could be certain. The treasure I've always dreamed of is right in this dimension. Master, where exactly is this place? I feel like my speed has become faster. Zhu Zhuqing said in confusion, as a blue cloud entered her body. You can call this place Dragon Valley, or the Dragon Clan's graveyard. The Dragon Clan's graveyard? In her confusion, mixed with surprise, Zhu Zhuqing was eager to know the reason. Before Shen Tianyu could explain, Gu Yuna softly said, It is more accurate to refer to this place as the Dragon Clan's graveyard, as the remains of my clan are buried here. Gu Yuna's tone suddenly became somewhat sorrowful. Memories hidden deep in her mind seemed to awaken suddenly. Unconsciously, she spoke everything out loud. During the Divine Realm War, the Dragon God was split into the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King by a single sword. The entire Dragon Clan nearly faced extinction under the siege of the gods. A large number of true dragons fell, with only a few surviving, such as the Black-Eyed Golden Dragon King Emperor Tian and the Hell Demon Dragon King Zg. That war ended with the defeat of the Dragon Clan. After the Dragon God's death, his soul and will, along with the remains of the deceased dragons, fell to Douluo continent, creating a small world of its own. For countless years, the gods of the Divine Realm have sought this place, but returned empty-handed. The treasure that Gu Yuna needs is also buried in this Dragon Valley world. Today, being able to find this place, she was naturally overjoyed, and her gratitude towards Shen Tianyu was beyond words. All right, don't be sad anymore. The revenge for the Dragon Clan will be repaid sooner or later. After briefly comforting Gu Yuna, Shen Tianyu waved his hand. The dragon clouds drifting in the sky rapidly fell to the ground. Start absorbing. These dragon clouds are very beneficial for improving your cultivation. But remember one thing, once you reach your physical limit, do not force yourself to absorb anymore. The final reminder was naturally directed at Zhu Zhuqing. Both Shen Tianyu and Gu Yuna's bodies could be described as bottomless pits. Even if they absorbed all of these dragon clouds, it would be fine. Sitting cross-legged, the swallowing heaven demon art was activated. One by one, the dragon clouds were absorbed into his body, and the primordial infant in Shen Tianyu's Dantian began to undergo rapid transformation. While still in the Douluo continent, that crazy period of dual cultivation had already elevated Shen Tianyu's cultivation to the late stage of the primordial infant. He was just a step away from reaching the perfection of the primordial infant. Today, arriving at the Dragon Valley was a great opportunity for a breakthrough. After half an hour, the primordial infant in his Dantian emitted a brilliant light. Shen Tianyu successfully stepped into the perfection of the primordial infant and then continued to absorb the dragon clouds with determination. As a Silver Dragon King, Gu Yuna's absorption speed was not any slower than Shen Tianyu's, and they were evenly matched. As for Zhu Zhuqing, her body had long since reached its limit. After finishing her absorption of the dragon clouds early, she curiously began to explore her surroundings. In a small, dense forest, an angry dragon roar echoed. Zhu Zhuqing's expression was serious as she leaned forward, ready to defend herself. From the depths of the forest emerged a dragon-type soul beast engulfed in flames. With her eyes slightly narrowed, Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor remained grave. A scarlet fire dragon. Given its size, it must be at least 10,000 years old. However, this body looks a bit strange. Is it in a soul state? While Zhu Zhuqing was still pondering, the scarlet fire dragon had already launched its attack. With a pair of dragon wings flapping, the body soared into the sky. The temperature in the air suddenly surged, and Zhu Zhuqing looked up to see flames descending from the heavens. Martial's soul possessed. Meow, a cat's meow, came from her mouth as Zhu Zhuqing's figure flickered swiftly, her soul rings lighting up as she made a fierce move. Underworld's 100 Claws. Chapter 147. Dragon God, Dragon Soul. Wow. So comfortable. Shen Tianyu stretched lazily. After absorbing a large amount of dragon cloud, his inner Yuan infant was further consolidated. The breakthrough was once again closer. As he opened his eyes, he saw that Guyuna was just finishing her cultivation. Honey, I love you so much. Guyuna jumped into his arms, knocking Shen Tianyu to the ground. I've regained part of my original strength. This dragon cloud is truly a great tonic for me. Should we have a spar? Shen Tianyu chuckled. That's exactly what I was thinking. Since we're in the Dragon Valley and there's no one around, it wouldn't hurt to cultivate together. Master, I can't hold on much longer. Just as the two were preparing to cultivate together, Zhu Zhuqing's voice came, causing both of them to change their expressions slightly, feeling a bit awkward. Guyuna quickly got up and glanced around. Is this the dragon's soul? Shen Tianyu also climbed up from the ground and saw that a large number of dragon souls were gathering around them. Zhu Zhuqing had blood at the corner of her mouth, her soul power completely exhausted. The spiritual energy she cultivated was also almost depleted. Feeling embarrassed, Shen Tianyu scratched his head, almost forgetting that Zhu Zhuqing was also part of their group. Nar, you should be able to easily subdue these dragon souls, right? Of course. Guyuna proudly lifted her head, her body radiating brilliance. Boom! She leaped into the air, her originally petite figure suddenly growing larger, transforming into a 1,000-foot silver giant dragon. This was Guyuna's true form, the Silver Dragon King. A dragon's roar erupted from her mouth, causing the dragon souls below to tremble and prostrate themselves on the ground. After the dragon god died, the Golden Dragon King and Silver Dragon King became the absolute rulers of the dragon clan. When the Silver Dragon King was enraged, these dragon souls naturally had to submit and worship. Come to me, all of you. With a wave of her dragon claws, countless dragon souls soared into the air, heading straight for Guyuna. One by one, the dragon souls entered Guyuna's body. In an instant, a dazzling display of colorful light burst forth. Shen Tianyu nodded slightly. After absorbing all these dragon souls, Guyuna's strength should recover to some extent. He withdrew his gaze and focused on Zhu Zhuqing. You did well. Spiritual energy was released from his fingertips and entered Zhu Zhuqing's body. The injuries on her body began to heal rapidly. Zhu Zhuqing breathed softly as the spiritual energy within her began to recover. As he stepped forward, he reached out and pressed on Zhu Zhuqing's lower abdomen. Master, don't speak. Shen Tianyu used his other hand to channel pure, primordial spiritual energy into her body through her lower abdomen. Zhu Zhuqing's delicate body trembled, and after the primordial spiritual energy entered her body, her internal injuries began to recover rapidly. The meridians that had been injured gradually started to heal. You are still far behind in spiritual energy cultivation. You must work hard in the future, understand? I understand, Master. Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head, not daring to meet Shen Tianyu's gaze. Shen Tianyu didn't pay much attention to it and turned his gaze to the horizon. The dragon souls continuously entered his body, and Guyuna's silver form had completely transformed into a rainbow of colors. Deep within the Dragon Valley, the sound of high-pitched dragon roars echoed. With his eyes slightly narrowed, Shen Tianyu's pupil sparkled. In the deepest part of the valley, a 1,000-foot-tall giant dragon let out loud dragon roars. Guided by these roars, the dragon souls that had gathered began to rush toward the valley at high speed. Guyuna herself also flew uncontrollably. With a light push of his toes against the ground, Shen Tianyu immediately chased after her. Together with Guyuna and the dragon souls, they arrived at the valley. The 1,000-foot colorful giant dragon roared, and a powerful mental force was released, enveloping the valley. In Shen Tianyu's mind, a scene appeared. The Azura god holding the Azura demon sword slashed down with one sword. The body of the colorful giant dragon was directly split in half. Following that, countless giant dragons fell. A mournful roar echoed, filled with tragic desolation. At this moment, Guyuna was completely influenced by this emotion. She flapped a pair of silver dragon wings and danced in the sky. Numerous dragon souls surrounded her, following her movements. All dragons danced together, marking the end of the dragon race. This was a lament for the annihilation of the dragon clan, as well as the fury of countless dragons. In this valley, there were countless true dragon skeletons. The most striking was undoubtedly the dragon bone of the mountain dragon king, which occupied the largest area and was the most complete. After the dance of the myriad dragons, a terrifying multicolored light burst forth from the body of the giant colorful dragon, surging directly into Gu Yuna's body. This colorful giant dragon was the dragon soul of the dragon god. Gu Yuna emerged from her sorrowful emotions, stretching her body to accept the dragon god's dragon soul. Vast and immense energy flooded madly into her body. The surrounding dragon souls also surged wildly into Gu Yuna. The entire Dragon Valley world trembled violently at this moment. Shen Tianyu remembered very clearly that this Dragon Valley world, which could attach to the Douluo continent, relied to some extent on the dragon god's dragon soul. Once this dragon soul was completely absorbed, the Dragon Valley world would sever its connection with the Douluo continent. Shen Tianyu was not afraid of this. He had ways to return to the Douluo continent. Half of the dragon god's dragon soul had already been absorbed into Gu Yuna's body. Her silver body had completely transformed into a myriad of colors. Suddenly, a scream escaped from Gu Yuna's mouth. Shen Tianyu's expression changed slightly, and he leaped into the air. Spiritual energy was released from his body, driving away the obstructive dragon souls. A hand landed on the silver body, and Gu Yuna came back to her senses from the pain. Her body shone with light and transformed into a human form. "Husband, it hurts. My body can't take it anymore." The power of the dragon soul from the dragon god was terrifying, and even Gu Yuna, the silver dragon king, couldn't fully withstand it. If the golden dragon king were present, he could directly consume the other's bloodline, transforming into a complete dragon god and absorbing all of this dragon soul. "It's okay, I'm here." A large hand waved the robe, and spiritual energy enveloped the valley. The colorful light, guided by Shen Tianyu, rapidly surged into her body. The power of the dragon's soul entered her body, and roars of dragon chants echoed within Shen Tianyu, clearly rejecting his bloodline. "Calm down." Boom! The spiritual energy within surged, and the dragon soul's power was directly suppressed. The swallowing heaven demonic art was activated, and a huge vortex appeared in front of Shen Tianyu. The colorful light was completely absorbed into the vortex. After passing through the vortex and entering his body, it was quickly absorbed by Shen Tianyu. The nascent soul felt hot, continuously undergoing transformation under the infusion of massive energy, and it was now close to reaching its perfect peak. "Are you feeling better?" Shen Tianyu slowed down the absorption of the dragon soul and asked Gu Yuna in his arms. The dragon soul of the dragon god was very important to Gu Yuna. In the heat of the moment, Shen Tianyu chose to absorb it directly. Now that the situation was stable, he naturally prioritized taking care of Gu Yuna. "I feel better." Gu Yuna's complexion softened. A smile appeared on her lips. "I thought of a good way to use the power of the dragon soul for both of us." "What method?" Shen Tianyu asked curiously, and Gu Yuna smiled mischievously before kissing Shen Tianyu on the lips. "All right, I've been tricked." At this moment, Shen Tianyu realized that Gu Yuna was just pretending. She could completely absorb this dragon soul power by herself. After a long time, their lips parted, and Gu Yuna's eyes were hazy. "Don't scold me. I've been traveling at sea for a while, and you haven't had time to guide my cultivation. I had to use this method to free your hands so you could properly instruct me. You girl." Shen Tianyu chuckled lightly and, without a second thought, summoned spiritual energy. "Since that's the case, I'll satisfy you today." The thick spiritual energy rushed towards Gu Yuna's delicate body. Gu Yuna trembled slightly all over, but quickly adapted. With charming eyes, the beautiful woman bowed her head. I finally feel the elevation in my cultivation brought by having a fellow practitioner." Summary: that year, Shen Tianyu emerged from his closed-door training, and a furious shout came from behind. "Blue-silver entanglement." Shen Tianyu. After 3 years of cultivating immortality, you tell me this is Douluo? Then Shen Tianyu realized Douluo is great. In the mystical sewer, wouldn't I a golden core rampage? A generation of Douluo bandits emerged. That year, in the Ice and Fire Duality Eye, Shen Tianyu tore apart the Poison Douluo Dugu Bo. That year, Shen Tianyu single-handedly stormed into the Tiandou Imperial Palace and snatched away the false prince, Qian Renxue.